Chapter 1. The Soul of Naruto. In the 51st year of Konoha, under the cloak of night, stood a building resembling a mushroom that a young boy with golden hair abruptly awakened, instinctively slapping his right hand down towards the ground, twisting his body in preparation to leap away. That was a punch from the 7th ranked on the heavenly list, known for his formidable strength of violent Bear King. Even as the number 1 on the list, the King of Mercenaries, enduring such a blow would leave one gravely injured, if not dead. As the sovereign of the mercenary realm, having survived countless battles and evaded peril had become second nature. Bang! His small frame collided with the ceiling, rebounding violently before crashing down once more. As he approached the ground, he braced himself with his right hand, performing a roll to avoid a harsh impact. Yet his feet did topple a shelf, shattering various items. Downstairs, lights flickered to life, and a voice exclaimed, "Upstairs! What time is it? Can't you let anyone sleep?" A fleeting glimpse of crimson flashed in his eyes, eerie and malevolent, an expression unfitting for a child, as no mere child could harbor such overwhelming murderous intent. Moments later, the scarlet hue faded, revealing azure eyes once more. The boy instinctively uttered, "Sumimasen." This was not conscious thought, rather, it was an involuntary reaction of the body. Japanese. Soon after, a piercing headache struck the golden-haired child, and after a considerable time, he finally regained clarity, exclaiming, "I've actually traversed dimensions. I've become Uzumaki Naruto." That moment. Naruto was no longer the Naruto of old. He was now the illustrious King of Mercenaries, the Phantom King. There was no task too daunting for the Phantom Mercenaries, nor any foe that the Phantom King could not vanquish. Naruto muttered, "This is impossible. It's all an illusion." He pinched himself forcefully. The pain confirmed the reality of his situation had indeed crossed over, becoming the central figure of the story. The Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto. "System, are you there? I wish to return. I long to fight alongside my brothers. Again, let me go back," Naruto lamented. Regrettably, he found himself devoid of system. After a lengthy pause, he murmured, "This must be a dream, a mere figment. I'm just too tired. A little rest will suffice." The Phantom King was still struggling against the confines of reality. Dreams may be lavish, yet reality is often stark. The next day, he awakened once more, his short arms and legs, and his golden locks, revealing that he had not returned. Crouched on the bed, he clasped his hands together, inwardly reflecting, "Brothers, I can no longer fight by your side. I shall pray for you here." Upon concluding his prayers, Naruto declared, "The Phantom has departed henceforth. I am Naruto." He was well versed in the tale of the Hokage, having witnessed its immense popularity in his previous life. It was a story he had perused during moments of boredom. Memories of Naruto's life flooded his mind. Orphaned at birth, with both parents lost, this was undeniably in line with the archetypal hero's journey, where loved ones become sacrifices to fate, bestowing upon him boundless potential. From a young age, devoid of companionship and regarded as a fox spirit, he often faced hunger, consumed expired milk, relied on meager assistance from 3 generations, and dined on stale instant noodles. The only time he could satiate his hunger was at a noodle shop called Ichiraku, where the owner would generously supplement his meal each time. As for meat, he often caught fish from the river himself. Influenced by Ashura, he maintained an optimistic disposition throughout his life and steadfastly pursued his dream of becoming a ninja, training under Kakashi and Jiraiya. And, honing his skills in Mizan. At the age of 16, he attained the form of a sage, contending against the Akatsuki and Uchiha Obito, ultimately bringing an end to the 4th Great Ninja War and emerging as a hero who saved the world, culminating in a fulfilling family life. This, he believed, epitomized a life well lived. However, in the eyes of the king of the underworld, such a life was utterly mundane, a quintessential failure, meticulously orchestrated from start to finish. A subtle smile graced Naruto's lips as he mused, "The life of a ninja is too singular. Let me introduce something novel to this ninja world and showcase my unparalleled prowess in the Huangwu Dao." The energy in this realm was vastly more potent than that of the previous era of waning magic. It was, indeed, a sanctuary for cultivation. With such abundant energy, Naruto believed that in 7 or 8 years of diligent practice, he could surpass the former king of the underworld. After some contemplation, he softly inquired, "Pray tell, does the vast sky truly harbor immortals?" In his past life, Naruto had acquired a technique known as the primordial body refinement method, which was essentially a manual for cultivating immortality. Unfortunately, due to the depletion of energy in the world, he could not pursue it. In this life, however, it seemed as though an opportunity had arisen. He pondered aloud, "Should I cultivate the profound Yuan sword technique, or the primordial body refinement method. The profound Yuan sword technique was his chosen martial art, a pinnacle of combat in his previous life. Indeed, mastering this technique would yield exceptional results after 30 years of training. He had achieved the innate realm, stepping into the half-return realm, and establishing himself as the world's foremost I in this life. He believed that he could reach the return realm in less than a decade, that I in his previous existence. There were also ninjas categorized by ranks: Jinin, Chunin, Jonin, Rinin, Dainin, Tinin, Shinin, and Ninja Ancestor. Naruto had once witnessed a peak Dainin committing heinous acts, and he had vanquished him with a single strike, even then possessing innate strength. This world, however, was a mystery, as the methods of cultivation differed significantly in his past life. Ninja training involved modifying and creating techniques from Huang martial arts while integrating personal elements, essentially transforming into a form of inner strength cultivation. Yet here, the chakra utilized by ninjas emanated from a fusion of spiritual energy and the Bodhi's intrinsic energy, akin to martial arts cultivation, but fundamentally distinct. Martial arts cultivation involves harnessing an innate chi through techniques, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth to amplify this chi, thereby forming internal power, unblocking the run and do meridians, sedimenting the internal force, and transforming it into true energy and essence. Conversely, in this realm, the chakra cultivated by ninjas appears to derive from a combination of spiritual and physical energy. This spiritual energy is not merely mental strength, it embodies conviction and perseverance. The more resolute one's heart, solid as rock, the stronger the spiritual energy becomes. The physical energy, on the other hand, is extracted from the Bodhi's cells. The synergy of these two energies culminates in the formation of chakra. However, upon reflection, the differences should not be too pronounced. With innate strength, one should be able to contend with a shadow-level ninja. The hierarchy of power in the Naruto universe is categorized as follows: Jinin, Chunin, Jonin, Elite Jonin, Kage, Super Kage, Legendary Swordsman, and Sage of Six Paths. Power does not equate to combat prowess. The longer one accumulates experience, the more solid their foundation becomes, resulting in greater strength in battle. Naruto murmured to himself, "I am still young. Isn't this merely a process of exploration? With 30 years of memories from my past life, how could I possibly lag behind?" Having made a decision, he resolved to practice the primordial refinement technique. Just as he was about to gather his thoughts and commence his training, he suddenly sensed someone observing him. This heightened perception was a skill he had honed over the years now. With the fusion of his soul and Naruto's, his senses were even sharper. He then recalled that he was under the watchful gaze of the third Hokage. Reluctantly, he decided to temporarily forego his training and stepped outside, his short legs carrying him out the door. Upon emerging from the building and onto the street, he sensed that he was being followed by 4 individuals, all of whom possessed considerable strength. These must be Chunin, roughly on par with a second-tier ninja. Naruto thought to himself that in martial arts, the hierarchy is divided into 3 tiers: postnatal, innate, returning to origin, and great unity, culminating in the extraordinary level. Quickly run. That monster is coming. It devours people. Why doesn't he just die? It's revolting to see him that on the streets, the townsfolk, upon seeing Naruto, unleashed a torrent of insults, some even going so far as to nearly throw stones at him. However, the current Naruto was no longer the Naruto of old. These words could not penetrate his heart in the slightest. Once his strength grew, a simple slap would prove far more effective than any verbal assault. What vexed Naruto now was the incessant surveillance, which he found utterly intolerable. Fine, if I can't train during the day, I refuse to believe that this old man will still watch over me at night. I shall focus on strengthening my physique during the day. Chapter 2. An Agreement with the Nine Tails. With determination, Naruto began to sprint fervently. In a short span of time, he reached the river outside the village, not pausing for a moment as he continued to dash through the forest. Indeed, my body, having been bathed in such rich energy, surpasses that of an ordinary child from my previous life by leaps and bounds, Naruto mused to himself. He ran for approximately the duration of an incense stick, yet still felt far from his limits. This was attributed to his bloodline, as here a typical 3 to 4-year-old child would struggle to lift a mere 30 to 60 pounds, while in his past life, such children rarely managed to walk without stumbling, let alone lift anything. In contrast, Naruto hoisted a block of wood weighing over 10 pounds as a form of resistance and continued to sprint. Finally, after an hour, he collapsed. He lay on the grassy bank by the river outside the village, parched and fatigued, channeling his energy to draw upon the natural forces around him. Simultaneously, an unexpected surge of energy coursed through his body. Naruto felt a surge of joy as he recalled that he was, after all, the protagonist blessed with a remarkable heritage, housing within him a tailed beast. The chakra of this beast was incredibly potent, even a fraction of its essence would suffice for his current training. Naruto entered a meditative state, and after half an incense stick's time, he found himself in a dark underground waterway. Deep within the waterway, a formidable surge of energy assailed him, almost as if it yearned to absorb him, yet such an abundance of power could very well rupture him. He licked his lips and slowly ventured deeper within. Little one, come here, do you desire power? Approach, and you shall possess immense strength, altering your destiny. The beguiling voice of the Nine-Tails echoed, exuding an allure reminiscent of a cunning vixen. As he progressed, his brow furrowed. This was indeed a perilous place. Had he been imprisoned here for many years, madness would surely ensue, and given the chance, he would undoubtedly resort to desperate measures. Soon, Naruto arrived before a colossal gate, towering several dozen feet, its apex concealed from his view, emblazoned with a prominent character for seal. Roar! Suddenly, a gigantic fox head howled forth, its eyes as large as lanterns, glowing a sinister crimson, a true embodiment of malevolence. Its immense maw was daunting. Naruto felt as if he could scarcely fill the gaps between its teeth, and should it choose to devour him, he would likely slip through its fangs. A powerful pressure enveloped him. Were it not for the ceiling constraints, he would have likely been pinned to the ground, rendered immobile by its oppressive aura. Little one, do you crave power? Tear asunder that ceiling parchment, and my strength shall be yours, the Nine-Tails again tempted. Naruto mused, in my past life, I could have vanquished this red fox with a mere sword strike. Indeed, the fox was potent, yet he felt no fear. Noting Naruto's indifference, the Nine-Tails barked, little one. Naruto snapped back to attention. Greeting, is that you, Nine-Tails? A pleasure to meet you. The Nine-Tails widened its eyes in astonishment. Little one, you are not afraid of me. Naruto retorted. Why should I fear you? No matter how formidable you may be, you are merely a beast confined within a cage. Roar! Naruto had struck a nerve, inciting the creature into a frenzy, as crimson chakra energy seeped forth, saturating the entire ceiling prison. But a smile crept across Naruto's lips as he proclaimed, Thank you, Kurama. He hastily absorbed and refined the energy. Once he had assimilated the emanating red chakra, he had refined 30 strands of primordial energy. The first step in cultivating the primordial body sovereign technique involved drawing in gravitational force, tempering the physical form, and acquiring primordial energy. Once this energy purged his body, he would ascend into the primordial state, thereby entering the realm of cultivation. 30 strands of primordial energy were far from sufficient, still woefully inadequate. Naruto rose and suggested, Kurama, how about a trade? Kurama inquired, How do you know my name? Naruto offered a slight smile. A secret. He certainly could not divulge that he hailed from beyond this realm, as he was not of this world. Kurama pressed, What trade do you propose? Naruto responded, Kurama, I imagine the experience of being entombed in this lightless ceiling chamber is rather unpleasant, is it not? Kurama's crimson eyes fixated on Naruto, seemingly questioning his intent. Naruto continued, Let us strike a bargain. Once I have achieved mastery, I shall free you, but in return, you must emit chakra energy to assist in my cultivation. What say you? Naruto cared not for the nature of this chakra to him. It was simply energy transformed into primordial essence, purging his body. The Nine-Tails, with a hint of disbelief, inquired, Are you certain? Naruto replied, Of course. However, before releasing you, there are certain matters I must explain, and the choice lies entirely in your hands. This was a boon not to be relinquished lightly. Revealing the secrets of the Akatsuki, the resurrection of Uchiha Obito, and the plans to capture the tailed beast would surely ensure that he remained secure within these confines, devoid of any thoughts of escape. Before Uchiha Obito, having been easily subdued, one would naturally harbor psychological shadows. The Nine-Tails nodded. Very well. I agree to your terms, and I hope you will honor your word. With an abundance of red chakra energy at his disposal, any losses would be swiftly replenished through the absorption of natural energy. Naruto smiled. Naturally. With access to a reservoir of energy for cultivation, his strength would accelerate rapidly. Before long, Naruto rose once more, eager to continue his training. However, after only a few strides, he stumbled and fell onto the grass. His stomach protested loudly, issuing a fervent complaint. Having never been fully satiated during meals, and after expending so much energy in training, his bodily reserves had been thoroughly depleted. He was hungry, in a state of profound hunger. Damn it, The economy is so restrictive, it's truly frustrating. Naruto mused. He was acutely aware that this predicament would persist for quite some time. Under constant surveillance, even if he managed to pilfer some money, he could not spend it, for his meager relief funds would surely raise suspicions if they increased. Despondently, he waded into the river to catch fish and shrimp. The Naruto of yore could only catch fish and consume them, but the current Naruto was different. He gathered fish, shrimp, shellfish, and crabs, leaving none behind. He kindled a fire and began to grill the fish. In the Hokage tower, within the office. An Umbu operative reported Naruto's situation to the third Hokage. After listening to the Umbu's report, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, took a puff from his pipe and exhaled a cloud of smoke before saying, "Does little Naruto wish to train? Should we allow him to do so?" After a moment of contemplation, he instructed, "It's fine since he desires to train. Let him be. You are to protect him, but refrain from interfering." "Understood." The Umbu responded and withdrew. Hiruzen Sarutobi then remarked, "His will of fire has yet to solidify, thus, we shall refrain from teaching him advanced techniques for the time being." Having not yet inherited the will of fire, the decision to withhold advanced training was made. As for physical conditioning, it was indeed beneficial. A strong foundation would lead to greater achievements in the future, a testament to his legacy as Hokage. Little did he know, Naruto's current method of physical cultivation was not the traditional taijutsu of Konoha, but rather a formidable path of cultivation that, once mastered, would render his body akin to steel and vulnerable to blades, and immensely powerful. At that point, any notion of control would be nothing more than a delusion. Chapter 3. The Shadow Clone Technique. After a hearty meal, Naruto resumed his training. Continuing until dusk before returning home, he lay upon his bed, communing with the Nine Tails, engaging in further cultivation before drifting into slumber. Thus, in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. As Naruto absorbed natural energy alongside the chakra of Kurama, he coalesced over 1,000 strands of energy, enduring a daily baptism of power. While the extent of his strength remained enigmatic, he had reached a point where he no longer feared the prowess of even mid-tier shinobi. Coupled with his heightened combat awareness, it would be a formidable challenge for any Chunin to best him. That it could be said that he was invincible among those below Chunin rank, including even the formidable Uchiha Itachi, who possessed the Sharingan. With his current monstrous strength, a single punch could demolish an entire house. Almost there, it's time to enter the Hunyuan state. Over the past 6 months, Sarutobi Hiruzen had visited him 3 times, each time bringing a modest yet heartfelt offering of support. When Hiruzen inquired about his training, Naruto jovially responded, "I am striving to become Hokage when I grow up." This answer undoubtedly delighted Hiruzen, who imparted to Naruto the rudimentary techniques of chakra absorption, thus guiding him onto the path of cultivation as his mentor. Perhaps due to a sense of accustomed familiarity, the Umbu rarely monitored him in the forest, allowing him to seize this opportunity to cultivate the Hunyuan state. On that day, just like usual, Naruto got up early and headed to the forest outside the village. Since he woke up so early, the Umbu did not follow him, which was just what Naruto wanted. He arrived at the woods, reached his secret base, made some adjustments, and then began to use the primordial energy to cleanse his body. It wasn't until he used up a total of 1,221 strands of primordial energy, leaving none behind, that Naruto's primordial body was finally successful. Naruto murmured, "As expected of the Uzumaki clan's physique, it's really strong." Even in his previous life, he was still inferior under this physique. Naruto clenched his fists tightly, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing as he could clearly sense the power within his body. Now, he felt capable of arm wrestling with Tsunade. Of course, to say that he was her match was far from the truth. He was just strong, without chakra or a developed dantian. Having achieved the primordial body, Naruto was simultaneously honing his physical form while training in chakra. Another 6 months passed, and Naruto was now 4 years old. A troubling issue arose. Even if he could lift hundreds of pounds, it was of little use for his physical training. It was not as effective as chakra cleansing. This reminded him of Might Guy, the beloved Kai among everyone, whose powerful kicks left a lasting impression. Might Guy was a master of taijutsu and had many training equipment that Naruto could certainly make use of. However, after some thought, he decided against it. It would surely expose him. If Might Guy found out, the old man, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would also know, and he might even capture him for research. So this path was not viable. Forget it. Let's focus on improving my internal cultivation for now. Naruto shook his head, saying that the improvement of the Hunyuan body could only wait for future opportunities. Little Naruto seemed to be puzzled about something, so he shook his head. The voice of the third Hokage came from the forest. Naruto took a deep breath, then showed a bright smile, and said with a bit of cuteness, "Grandpa Third, you're here. It's not by blood. It's just that at his age, anyone would deserve to be called his grandpa. Stay calm, I must stay calm. I can't defeat him right now," Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. "Little Naruto, are you hungry?" Naruto's eyes lit up as he said, "Is Grandpa Third inviting me to eat Ichiraka ramen?" Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and said, "Forget it, I won't go. You could treat me, though. Here, this 10,000 ryo should be enough to eat." 10,000 ryo? Come on, you're the Hokage. How can you be so stingy? That's really cheap. Naruto happily said, "Thank you, Third Grandpa." Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, "Little Naruto, how is your training going?" Naruto felt a bit discouraged and said, "Not good. My speed of absorbing chakra is very slow. I've only stored a little bit of chakra so far." He looked quite dejected and his eyes showed some sadness. In the ceiling prison, Kurama scoffed, "Slow? If this little brat's absorption speed is slow, then there would be no one fast. This kid is simply a monster. So much of my chakra energy has been absorbed by him, and if it were anyone else, they would have already reached the level of a CH Nin. Bruce, he's continuously absorbing energy from the outside world. As for what level of strength this little brat is at now, I can't even guess." Sarutobi Hiruzen comforted him, saying, "Little Naruto, don't rush, don't rush. You're still young. If you lay a good foundation now, you'll improve later." Naruto's chakra control was executed perfectly, making it impossible for a high-level ninja like Hiruzen Sarutobi to sense him. Little Naruto grunted, "I won't give up. I'm going to be the next Hokage." Hiruzen took a deep puff from his pipe and said with a smile, "I believe little Naruto can do it, and in the future, he will definitely be a powerful ninja." Naruto sighed, "But I haven't learned any ninjutsu yet, Grandpa Third Hokage. Can you teach me how to practice ninjutsu?" He thought to himself, "It would be best if I could learn the shadow clone technique. Once I master the shadow clone technique, I can play tricks on the Umbu." Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "Little Naruto, don't be too ambitious. Practicing ninjutsu requires enrollment in the academy first." Naruto felt a bit disappointed and said, "I'm over 4 years old now, and in a little more than a year, I could go to school. In Konoha, commoners usually start school at 7, but those with good talent can start at 6. As for the disciples of big families, they can start whenever they want. Uzumaki Naruto, being the son of a hero, should have received good treatment, but unfortunately, under the third Hokage's manipulation, he became like a commoner. In fact, Naruto's life is even worse than that of a commoner." Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "How about this, little Naruto? I will teach you a simple ninjutsu. It's quite common and doesn't really break any rules." Naruto was overjoyed. "What ninjutsu?" Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "Shadow clone technique. It really is like thinking of something and it comes true." Naruto joyfully said, "Thank you, Third Grandpa." Just like that, Naruto acquired the shadow clone technique. Hiruzen Sarutobi stayed for a while before leaving, and Naruto naturally felt reluctant and a bit wronged. However, Hiruzen made an excuse, saying he had a lot of work to do and had to leave, sending Naruto off. Once all the Umbu's spies left, Naruto let out a long sigh and thought to himself, "Damn, it's really exhausting. Hiruzen, can you let someone else bring the aid funds in the future? I really don't like you." Hiruzen naturally couldn't bear to hear such words. In his heart, he was feeling quite pleased, as little Naruto was becoming more and more reliant on him. "Lord Hokage, Danzo has something to discuss with you." He hadn't even returned to the Hokage building yet. Hiruzen said, "What does he want with me?" The Umbu replied, "It's unclear." Hiruzen quickly walked towards the Hokage building, entered the office and closed the door, leaving the two of them inside. Hiruzen said, "Danzo, what do you want with me?" Danzo replied, "Hiruzen, you've been visiting the Jinchuriki a bit too frequently." Hiruzen said, "That has nothing to do with you." Danzo said, "Of course it concerns me, Hiruzen. If anything happens to the Jinchuriki, leave him to me. I will make him the strongest weapon of Konoha." Hiruzen took down his pipe, looked at Danzo, and coldly said, "Danzo, I've told you. You don't need to worry about the Jinchuriki. He is doing fine. I warn you, your root better not approach him. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. I'm the Hokage now. I'm a Hokage now." This was the pain in Danzo's heart. The Hokage was a position he desired so much. Danzo coldly said, "Hiruzen, what you're doing will harm Konoha." Hiruzen replied, "Konoha will only become stronger in my hands. The Jinchuriki does not belong to anyone. He belongs to Konoha." One thing was said correctly, the Jinchuriki does not belong to anyone. The current Naruto is not the same as before. He only belongs to himself, and no one can control him. Danzo snorted coldly and turned to leave. He came here to see Hiruzen's attitude. If there was any sign of weakness, he would secretly take the Jinchuriki away. The Nine Tails, the Uzumaki bloodline, all have significant research value. Unfortunately, Hiruzen's attitude was very firm. The Jinchuriki could not be moved for the time being. Chapter 4. Kakashi, Uchiha Itachi. After Naruto trained alone for a while, he returned to the village. The first thing he did was, of course, go to Ichiraka Ramen and have a big meal. He had to pay respect to the ramen. Naruto lifted the door curtain and walked into the noodle shop, calling out loudly, "Hey, Uncle Handmaid, give me a big bowl of ramen." "Oh, it's Naruto." "Finished training for today?" Uncle Handmaid greeted him with a smile. This was the only person in Konoha village who could give him a genuine smile. Hiruzen Sarutobi would smile at him. But behind that smile, there was often a hidden calculation. Naruto said, "Yeah, that's why I'm here to recharge at Uncle's place." Uncle replied, "Naruto, keep it up, just sit tight, the noodles will be ready soon." Naruto was about to walk past the young man, but suddenly paused and stopped. He looked at the young man, who had white hair and a cloth covering his face from the forehead down. The man was holding a magazine with a picture of a naked woman on it, but unfortunately, it was in black and white. This person was none other than Kakashi, the sixth Hokage from Naruto. Kakashi turned around, sensing someone was staring at him, and upon seeing Naruto, he asked, "Hey, do you know me?" Looking at the tattered clothes of Naruto, a hint of sadness crossed Kakashi's eyes. This was his teacher's son, the only child, who was supposed to be a hero, yet his son was living in such miserable conditions. It would probably be hard for anyone to believe that the child of a hero was treated this way. It seemed absurd. However, the sadness was fleeting, and he returned to his laid-back demeanor. This was Kakashi now, lacking much spirit. He had not yet overcome that hurdle in his heart. Naruto shook his head and said, "I don't know. I have no other intentions. I just want to know how you eat with your mouth covered." In his previous life, countless people wanted to see what kind of face was hidden beneath this veil. Kakashi was the most mysterious character among those who appeared. From the moment he showed up, even as a child, his face was always covered, leaving no clue as to what he looked like. "Kakashi, that's not right. Isn't the teacher's child supposed to be mischievous? But he doesn't seem like that at all. What happened?" The cook brought over the noodles and said, "Naruto, the noodles are ready." "Oh, you know Lord Kakashi." Indeed, he had half a bowl more than others. Enough for Naruto to eat. Naruto said, "Old man Hand, thank you." After sitting down, he added, "I don't know him. He looks quite mysterious." Hand replied, "He is Lord Kakashi, a very powerful ninja. Naruto, you can learn from teacher Kakashi." This was indeed true. Kakashi was a formidable ninja, but right now, he didn't give Naruto a sense of danger, so it was just like that. Naruto took a big bite of ramen, along with a piece of fatty meat, and then said, "I have a weak foundation now, so I'll ask Kakashi-sensei for guidance in the future." Kakashi didn't say anything about taking Naruto as his disciple. After all, this was a Jinchuriki, and it wasn't up to him to decide. Naruto faintly sensed a wave of chakra. When he looked over, his eyes widened in shock. "Damn, what talent. Using the Sharingan's ability to eat. Even the walls wouldn't believe it, but I totally do." Kakashi didn't give Naruto any look, just stared at the little yellow book, turned around, and walked away as if saying, "What are you thinking, wanting to see him take off his mask? The Sharingan, huh? This is a very interesting eye. I need to find a pair to study and see if it really is, as the legend says, that it requires a family member to be sacrificed to unleash boundless power." Naruto finished eating in a few bites and said, "Uncle Hand, I'm leaving now." Uncle Hand replied, "Come back next time." As Naruto walked, he recalled the events in his mind. In the 54th year of Konoha, the Uchiha clan plotted a rebellion, which was thwarted by Uchiha Shursui using his powerful Genjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami. In the end, he jumped into a river and died, giving his eyes to Uchiha Itachi, aiding him in awakening the Manjiki Sharingan. In the 55th year of Konoha, the Uchiha clan was exterminated, leaving only Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi. The massacre was an opportunity to seize the Sharingan. Naruto muttered to himself, "This year is 52, and in 3 years, it will be the time of the Uchiha clan's extinction. Should I intervene? In my previous life, I was the king of the underworld with countless lives in my hands. Naturally, I don't want to be alone in this life either. Some people from the Uchiha clan are worth befriending, like Uchiha Shursui, who is powerful, cheerful, and gentle, pure and kind. Even in battles, he knows how to hold back and rarely harms others." Naruto murmured to himself, "Since I want to change, I might as well change completely and see what kind of sparks it can ignite, while also re-establishing my underworld." He thought to himself again. And then there's the cosmic Itachi. As for Sasuke, forget it. This guy's personality is not what the current Naruto likes. Too dark. Just as he was thinking this, a figure appeared in Naruto's sight, with long black hair and deep lines extending from the corner of his nose to below his eyes. Who else could it be but Uchiha Itachi? Naruto stared into his eyes, deep as an abyss, unable to see any signs of the Sharingan. Itachi Uchiha smiled kindly at Naruto. Naruto smiled slightly, as a way of greeting. This guy is full of ability, but his only flaw is being overly protective of his younger brother, almost like a slave to him, willing to fight the world for his brother. He has a pure and kind heart, but to protect the village from war, he was forced to accept the genocide mission ordered by the higher-ups of Konoha, led by Danzo Shimura, and later became an undercover agent in the Akatsuki organization. He is extremely powerful, but unfortunately, his thoughts have been twisted, making him a tragic figure. Given a proper path of his own, he could create a whole new world. Naruto didn't rush home this time. It had been a long time since he had a moment to relax, so he strolled leisurely down the street. However, after a while, he realized it would have been better to go home. It had been a long time since he had seen some people, and, at that moment, a new wave of insults began. Why was he back again? Wasn't it rumored that he had been captured by the Hokage? The Hokage should have locked this fox demon up to prevent him from harming others. Naruto once again felt the malicious gazes of the crowd, and thought to himself, this village truly has no place worth missing. It reminded him of his past life, where those online trolls would spew insults at anything they saw, regardless of whether it was good or bad, right or wrong, or what the real situation was. They seemed to vent their ignorance, cowardice, and fear through harming others, satisfying their twisted psychology. It was truly a sad and pitiful group of people who had never taken control of their own lives, merely pawns in someone else's game. When he returned home, Naruto quietly lay on his bed, deep in thought, contemplating before going to chat with his friends. Chapter 5. Shadow Clone absorbs chakra individually. Duration increases, little brat. You're here. The Ninetales exclaimed with a wide-open mouth. It had been too lonely here, and having someone to talk to made it more than happy. Over this period of time, it had slowly grown fond of this little brat. Naruto, Kurama, why do you feel like you've gained weight again? Have you been eating too much? Kurama, you idiot, you're the one who eats too much. With a loud roar, the red chakra spread again. Naruto, don't get excited, don't get excited. Getting excited is harmful to your health. While absorbing the red chakra and transforming it into his own power, his speed was breathtaking. With the current richness of Naruto's chakra, he could already break through the acquired realm, but his physical body has not yet reached its limit, so he is temporarily not breaking through. Once his body breaks through, he will break through the acquired realm again, and at that time, it will be a qualitative leap. Kurama asked, Kid, what is your strength now? Naruto smiled slightly and said, Kai-bai, take a guess. The Ninetales replied with a grunt, Brat, stop playing riddles with me and just say it. Naruto continued, Aren't you the strongest tailed beast? How could you not see that? Who are you, the Ninetales? How could you not recognize it? Kurama, you can leave now. Naruto, come on, old friend, we've been together for over a year, don't be like this. By the way, Kurama, how many kinds of jutsu can you use? Kurama, kid, you've already learned my tailed beast bomb. What else do you want? That's right, Naruto has learned the tailed beast bomb of the Ninetales. Indeed, when Naruto uses it with his chakra, its power is a bit weaker, but if the Ninetales enhances it, the power is multiplied. I have to say, in the world of Naruto, the development of physical abilities is indeed lacking, but the development of jutsu is far superior to that of ninjas in my previous life. Naruto said, No need for too much, just a few sage techniques will do. Kurama replied, Kid, just get lost. This naive little brat was simply daydreaming, wanting sage techniques. Why not just fly to the sky? Kurama was puzzled as to why he felt a sense of familiarity towards this kid. This was naturally due to the primordial energy within Naruto, which is inherently in harmony with nature, and the tailed beast instinctively felt a connection. Naruto also stopped chatting with the Ninetales and said, Kai-bai, I'll come back to talk to you next time. When he gets the chance to deceive himself and enter the Ninetales mode, wouldn't that be powerful and imposing? His consciousness returned, and it was already nighttime, outside. The rain was falling sparsely, making Konoha even colder. Crack! Thunder flashed, illuminating Konoha, although it looked eerily white. Thunder? Suddenly, Naruto jumped up, his face filled with delight. How could I be so foolish? I can use lightning to temper my body. This method is the shortcut among shortcuts. He was certain that by tempering his body with lightning, his physical body would definitely break through, and he might even acquire lightning attribute chakra. If he could learn a few more techniques like Chidori, it would be perfect. As for being electrocuted, with his current physical strength, He was confident he wouldn't be killed by electricity. Naruto went to the window and looked at the thunderclouds in the sky. They weren't thick, and the lightning was quite subdued, but they were too high to reach. Tonight wouldn't work. There was still plenty of time ahead. Back in bed, Naruto began to practice the shadow clone technique. The shadow clone technique is just a B-rank ninjutsu that creates tangible clones using chakra. They can act and fight just like the user. B-rank? That depends on who is using it. Naruto smiled slightly. In his hands, it was a powerful, forbidden jutsu. Naruto said again, "If this were my previous life, it would be considered a divine technique. It possesses an independent consciousness separate from the caster's body and a certain degree of resistance to damage. Once released, the memories and experiences of the shadow clones return to the main body. Understanding sword intent, secret techniques, and the like would be incredibly efficient, as comprehending them with 1,000 clones would definitely yield outstanding results." Shadow clone technique. Naruto muttered a phrase, and then there was a series of popping sounds as 5 shadow clones appeared, standing in neat formation. Naruto nodded. 5 for the first time, not bad. Then he pointed at one of them and said, "You, conceal your presence." The shadow clone immediately suppressed its aura, making it impossible to sense that it was a clone. Naruto smiled with joy and said, "It's really perfect. This way he could do a lot of things. However, the duration is too short. If it could last for 7 or 8 days, or even half a month, that would be perfect." Naruto murmured to himself, "Let me study this carefully." After dispersing his shadow clones, he began to research diligently. This study lasted for half a month. Heaven seemed to be playing a joke on him. After half a month, the day was unbearably hot, with no signs of rain. With nothing to do, Naruto wandered around and passed by a small garden, where he saw a woman watering a young flower seedling. Suddenly inspired, he slapped his forehead, but he found himself in a misunderstanding again. The shadow clones rely on a continuous source of energy. As long as there is an endless supply of energy, they can last longer, right? The training methods of Konoha can't allow shadow clones to train, but this is the Yin Wang inheritance. A small amount of energy can't escape. Huh? The woman looked up, saw Naruto, gasped, and her face turned pale. The watering can in her hand fell to the ground. In her eyes, Naruto was a monster. Naruto smiled at her, which could be considered a return of the inspiration she had given him. However, it was better not to smile. Once he did, in the woman's eyes, he transformed into a monster that was going to eat people. She shouted and ran back into the house, tightly closing the door behind her. Naruto shook his head and quickly returned home. As soon as he got home, he used the shadow clone technique, and a clone appeared. Naruto instructed him to circulate the chakra and absorb energy from the outside. It was easy, and natural energy continuously flowed into the clone. The clone said, "Master, it seems like I can last longer this time." Naruto, "All right, great. Today is a day of great harvest. I have to treat myself to a feast. I'll take out the 30,000 I've saved and order some big fish and meat." Unfortunately, after walking around, no one was willing to sell him food. Nobody wanted to serve him, and he was turned away at the door. A few owners almost wanted to fight him. To this, Naruto smiled faintly and left in disappointment. Someone was watching him, so naturally he had to put on a show. A lonely figure left the village and came to the woods outside, and in a second, he recovered. The loneliness disappeared, replaced by calmness. Just because they 1T sell, he 1T starve in this vast forest, right? That's ridiculous. However, not long after, Naruto fell back into loneliness, sitting sadly on a rock. A voice sounded, "Little Naruto, you're here again." Chapter 6, Thunder and Lightning Body Tempering Breakthrough. This night was an extraordinary night. The rain was heavy, the clouds were thick, it was a rare thunderstorm. In the sky, lightning flickered like a fierce giant snake, stretching for hundreds of meters, illuminating the world. Naruto had already left a shadow clone behind and went alone to the edge of the village. He climbed up the tallest tree, which was nearly 40 to 50 zhang high. Naruto held a kite in his hand, wrapped with iron wire, and the kite string was also made of iron wire. This was specially made by Naruto to attract lightning from the sky to help his physical body break through. He threw the kite into the sky, deep into the clouds. It was late at night, and with the Byakugan closed, no one could see the thin iron wire. Suddenly, a crackling sound was heard as lightning gathered and struck the kite, drawing the power of thunder down to the treetops. Bang! The powerful lightning hit Naruto, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, falling from the treetop. A series of cracking sounds emerged from his body, as if some shackles were breaking. "What are you doing, Brad?" Kurama's voice echoed. In a sealed prison, Lightning flashed and struck Kurama as well. As he fell, Naruto said, "Kurama, I'm really sorry for dragging you into this, and thank you for your gift." The lightning struck the nine tails, causing a significant amount of chakra to spill out, which Naruto absorbed. Kurama replied, "Brat, you are the most absurd ninja I've ever seen. Training with lightning, something I've never seen or heard of before. It's simply looking for death." Naruto said, "Who told you I was a ninja? I'm still alive, aren't I?" Kurama replied, "What do you mean?" "Naruto, I will talk to you about this later." He has now broken through the first level of the Hunyuan body refinement technique, greatly enhancing both his physical body and strength. With his current physical power, he can defeat any Jonin. Naruto collected the blood he had coughed up and quickly disappeared. He had achieved his goal. Summoning such a powerful lightning strike should attract attention, so it was better to leave quickly to avoid being detected. As he left, he took the kite with him, ensuring that no traces were left behind, as those people had very keen senses. Sure enough, not long after Naruto left, 4 individuals arrived at the scene. After a thorough inspection, they confirmed it was a natural lightning strike phenomenon and then departed. Naruto simply washed up in the river outside the village before returning home, dispelling his shadow clones, lying down on the bed, and entering the ceiling prison. "Kurama, kid, you're back." Naruto said, "QB, release some chakra, I'm almost there." QB did not hesitate and red chakra spread out. Naruto began to absorb and cultivate again, finally storing it in his dantian, which marked the end of the process, emitting a slight aura. At that moment, Kurama felt a sense of danger, a strong one. Kurama said, "Kid, what exactly did you cultivate?" Naruto said, "Kurama, this is not the way of a ninja, but a new path that I call the way of martial arts. It's not about being a warrior, it's about the way of martial arts." He emphasized it again to prevent the fox from misunderstanding. "The way of martial arts?" Kurama murmured, asking, "What is the way of martial arts?" Naruto said, "The martial way is a practice based on martial arts, the first path to pursue truth. The spirit of martial arts is to stop violence and quell conflicts, finding the ultimate goal of mutual assistance and unity from contradictions and struggles. Military force is not violence. It is not about killing for the sake of killing or fighting for the sake of fighting, but rather to quickly stop killing and fighting, to protect and guard all beings. When absolutely necessary, one must act with a benevolent heart, extending oneself to others, transforming conflict into understanding, and harmonizing heaven and earth into one breath." "Little fox, come, I welcome you to the culture of Yanwang martial arts." Kurama asked, "Can one really achieve extending oneself with a benevolent heart, transforming conflict into understanding, and harmonizing heaven and earth into one breath?" Naruto said, "As long as there is faith, as long as you take action, you can definitely achieve it." He raised his head, his eyes bursting with light, and continued, "If they refuse to obey, then force them. If they resist, then kill, wipe them out completely, and establish a new order to bring about life." The cold light in Naruto's eyes penetrated deep into the Nine-Tails' heart, making it feel a strong chill. In Naruto, Kurama couldn't sense what the Sage of Six Paths had mentioned. He was not the prophesied child. In his heart, he thought, "Old man, how much longer do I have to wait?" Then Naruto smiled and said, "Kurama, I have made some progress in my training, but it's not yet time to release you. Wait for another 3 years, and once I obtain some things, I will let you out." Kurama replied, "All right, I've already waited many years. What's a little more time?" Naruto said to himself, "Letting you out is naturally not a problem, but if you don't leave, then rent will have to be collected." In the following year, Naruto entered a period of intense training. He did not practice ninjutsu. Instead, he used his frugal savings to plead with Uncle Shouda to forge him a blade, a real sword, not the kind of katana. He didn't go himself because he knew very well that no one would sell to him or forge weapons for him. Over the course of a year, Naruto's strength didn't increase much. He remained at the mid-stage of the acquired realm. However, his swordsmanship reached an extraordinary level, and his sword intent had reached its peak. With one more step, he would enter the realm of profound meaning. In his previous life, he had only reached the peak of sword intent, still far from the realm of profound meaning. Naruto wielded a sword, and such a strange one at that, which left Sarutobi Hiruzen puzzled. He even specifically asked about it, but Naruto naturally played it off, dispelling the old man's doubts. To disguise his true intentions, Naruto's shadow clone fell limp on the ground as soon as it appeared. Just like in the story, each time, Sarutobi Hiruzen would kindly comfort and encourage him, without taking any other practical actions. With his skills as a ninja instructor, He could easily guide Naruto to make his clone more solid or suppress the Nine-Tails chakra, but he never did. Not once. The most he would say to Naruto was, "Where the leaves dance, the fire burns eternally. As long as there are leaves dancing, the fire will blaze. The light of the fire shines upon the village and nurtures new sprouts. The will of fire never fades. Konoha is not just an organization to me. Konoha gives birth to and nurtures many ninjas every year, who then fight, even sacrificing their lives to protect what they cherish. The people in the village are not my blood relatives, but to me, they're my most important family." Every time, Naruto would feel a headache from listening to him, wishing he could sew the old man's mouth shut for being so talkative. There was also a regretful matter. Naruto, at 6 years old, couldn't attend school because his foundation was too poor, and he was afraid he wouldn't keep up. He would have to wait until he was 7 to start school. On the surface, Naruto appeared despondent about this, but inside he was secretly pleased, as he wasn't sure he could accept being in school with a group of children. Chapter 7. Fateful encounter that day. Naruto had trained late in the forest, and as darkness fell, he returned with 2 fish in hand. These were fish he had raised for a long time. Over the past 2 years, he had nearly eaten all the fish in the river. So he dug a small pond and placed the small fish he caught into it to grow them out before eating. A mocking voice suddenly rang out. "Your eyes are really nauseating. You're actually a monster, aren't you? You white-eyed monster." These scenes felt strangely familiar. Naruto said, "No way, a fateful encounter?" He walked over with the fish. Sure enough, in the distance, several children were surrounding a little girl. The girl was dressed in light purple clothes, wrapped in a light yellow towel, and at that moment, she was covering her face and crying on the ground. Although the sky was dark, Naruto could clearly see the reckless laughter of the 3 children, which looked so unbearable on their faces. Since they had met, he would save her. Naruto appeared and slowly walked over, saying, "You guys have gone too far. If it weren't for the fact that you're all just kids, I would have kicked you already. Switch places with an adult and let me try. I could beat the crap out of him." One of them scoffed and said, "Who do you think you are?" Naruto said, "Take a good look. You don't recognize me?" These 3 kids really didn't recognize Naruto, and then asked, "Who are you?" Naruto frowned slightly and cursed inwardly. "Damn it, these dogs from the Umbu are back again." Naruto shouted, "My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I am the future Hokage." As soon as he said this, it naturally drew laughter from the 3 people, one of whom threw a punch at him. This was not the mischievous Uzumaki Naruto from the original story. Here, he would not just take a punch. He was the King of Mercenaries, and he caught the soft punch with ease, forcefully swung it, and sent the kid flying. Then he turned and punched another boy, sending him flying as well. As for the girl, he decided against hitting her. Her punishment was enough. Naruto's power scared her so much that she wet her pants. Naruto said, "Aren't you leaving yet?" The 3 kids shouted and ran away, not daring to stay any longer. Naruto asked, "Are you okay?" He has plenty of ways to comfort the old guys, but when it comes to soothing a little girl, he really can't. Hinata looked up. Her timid appearance made one feel heartbroken. With her short blue hair, she was very cute, and her pair of pure eyes looked at Naruto with a hint of emotion. She shook her head and softly said, "I'm fine." Is she cute? She really is. However, Naruto has no intention of taking a child bride. He is an adult, and in his eyes, she is just a little girl. He said, "That's good. It's really cold outside in the middle of winter. Let's go back." After saying that, he was about to leave. Little Hinata stood up, bowed slightly, and said, "Arigato." Naruto waved his hand. "Go home." Hinata stared at Naruto's departing figure, lost in thought for a long time. After a while, her cheeks turned slightly red as a servant from the Hyuga family took her away. Hyuga Hizashi, seeing Hinata being brought back, showed no change in his expression and simply said, "Hinata, you disappoint me." Hinata lowered her head and said nothing. Seeing this, Hizashi felt even more anger, but he understood Hinata's personality, so he let the servant take her away and returned to his own room. "What happened today?" Hizashi asked. A servant suddenly appeared and recounted the events. Hizashi's Byakugan showed no emotional fluctuations as he said, "The son of the 4th Hokage?" He naturally knew Naruto's identity. The son of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, the Jinchuriki of Konoha, with a very special status. After a while, Hizashi said from now on, "Whenever the young lady goes out, send someone to follow her." "Yes." The servant withdrew, and a glimmer of cold light flashed in Hizashi's eyes. Back home, Naruto lay on his bed and murmured, "The will of this world is really strong. It can even repair itself. But no matter how strong it is, trying to interfere with me is just a pipe dream." However, Awakening Hinata's Byakugan seemed to be a powerful eye as well. It appeared to have been developed to its limit, comparable in status to the ultimate form of Sharingan, the Rinnegan, possessing tremendous power. Naruto pondered for a moment and finally said, I've decided, one Sharingan and one Byakugan. These two great eyes are the strongest, and I want to study them. However, compared to the Uchiha clan, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is even rarer. The Hyuga family is divided into the main house and the branch house, with the branch house members having a curse seal on their foreheads that automatically seals their Byakugan after death to prevent it from leaking out. It seems difficult to obtain the Byakugan from the main house, as there are very few members. Currently known are Hyuga Hayashi and his two daughters. Hyuga Hayashi's strength is not simple, making it hard to acquire. As for Hinata and Hanabi, forget it. Even if he is ruthless, he cannot lay hands on the two children. Therefore, the target remains on the branch house members. Silently and without a sound, he would knock them out first and then take their eyes, immediately refining them. He was going to believe he couldn't obtain them. As for hiding the eyes, Naruto now has many methods, and even with the Hyuga clan's bloodline power, it would be hard to find them. However, before that, he needs to develop a perfect invisibility technique. This is the ninjutsu Naruto is currently researching. The so-called invisibility technique involves hiding oneself in a certain place, using objects in the environment for concealment. This left Naruto speechless. He was initially very excited, but now he feels disappointed. What he wants is a technique that can completely hide his body, allowing him to walk around freely without being seen or sensed by others. That would be the true invisibility technique. He has already gained some insights. He can conceal his body, but his presence still remains. He needs to combine invisibility with breath control, so he can confidently do bad things. Of course, doing bad things in front of the Hokage is out of the question. He would definitely be found out. Also, if a member of the Hyuga clan opens their Byakugan, they would be immediately discovered. As for feeling guilty about robbing others, he apologizes. He is the reincarnated Naruto. In his previous life, did he lack resources to seize? Not all. There were countless resources, techniques, martial skills, and medicinal materials. If he saw something he wanted, he would find a way to take it, thus creating countless enemies. In a world like this, plundering is quite normal. He has reached the peak of sword intent and wants to break through to deeper mysteries, which is not easy. It's time to enhance his strength. Naruto collected his thoughts and murmured, his mind settling as he entered the realm of Kurama. Kid, you haven't been here for a long time, Kurama said with some delight. It had been a while since he had chatted with Naruto, and he missed it a bit. Naruto said, Sorry, Kurama, I'm trying to understand something and haven't considered you. Kurama replied irritably, Kid, you want to absorb chakra, right? Naruto, Kurama, don't be like this. We're friends now. What's yours is mine. There's no need to be so stingy. Kurama, then what about yours? Naruto said, Of course it's still mine. Kurama, bastard. Chapter 8. Capturing Uchiha Shursui. Konoha Year 54. Naruto is 6 years old now, and after a little over half a year's training, he has already broken through to the innate level. This was something that was absolutely impossible in his previous life. In order to reach the innate level, one would need at least 10 years of accumulation. In this life, not only is the energy of the world abundant, but he also has the nine tails attached to him. The nine tails absorbs natural energy at twice his rate. So when he absorbs energy to train, it's equivalent to 3 of him training at the same time. How could the speed not be fast? His invisibility technique has also been developed to perfection. He can become invisible right in front of the Umbu, and they cannot detect his presence. It's truly strange. He has never encountered them even once. Naruto walked through the forest, murmuring to himself. During this time, he often wandered the streets and jungles, but had not encountered Uchiha Shursui, nor had he seen Uchiha Itachi, which was quite strange. Without meeting these two, how could he change their fates? As time passed, Naruto still found nothing and began to speculate. Could these two have gone on a mission? Nevertheless, Naruto remained persistent. As soon as he entered the forest, he would use the shadow clone technique to roam around, often ending up at the riverside behind the Uchiha clan's mountain, where these two frequently share their feelings. Persistence indeed brought rewards. One day, before Naruto even reached the lakeside, he heard the sound of crows flapping their wings. A crow was flying toward the lakeside behind the mountain, which caught his attention. He remembered that Uchiha Shursui really liked crows. Without hesitation, he hurried over. Sure enough, at the edge of the cliff stood a young man with a ninja blade on his back. Who else could it be but Uchiha Shursui? From the message conveyed by the crow, Shursui's expression turned serious, and he let out a slight sigh. He was unwilling to see his family torn apart, nor did he want war to break out in the village. But this was something that had to be done. Naruto slowly walked out, and Uchiha immediately sensed him. Turning around, he saw it was Naruto and was momentarily taken aback. As a member of Root, he naturally knew Naruto's identity. Naruto said, "Can I talk to you?" Uchiha Shursui replied, "Do you know me?" Naruto smiled and said, "Uchiha Shursui, the training genius of the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Shursui's expression became alert. His identity was not a big secret. Many people knew about it. However, someone like Naruto Uzumaki couldn't possibly know about it. He asked, "What else do you know?" Naruto said, "There are many, including the fact that you are a member of the Umbu, as well as your strength, your eyes, and so on." Uchiha Shursui looked at Naruto and continued to ask, "Does it also include your identity? This could be a bit dangerous, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, breaking away from the village's control." However, Uchiha Shursui only knew that Naruto was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and did not know that he was the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Naruto smiled slightly and said, "What do you think?" Uchiha Shursui's expression turned serious as he replied, "What do you want to talk to me about? Are you planning to use the Kodo Amatsukami on him?" Naruto said, "This isn't a place to talk. It's easy to be monitored. Follow me." After finishing, he walked ahead. He was taking a gamble, betting that Uchiha Shursui would definitely return. Currently, Uchiha Shursui was very loyal to the village. If the Jinchuriki really had a problem, he would use Kodo Amatsukami to impose his will. Uchiha Shursui followed Naruto. After a while, the two arrived at an underground cave. The cave was very dark, and Naruto lit a candle, making the cave bright. Uchiha Shursui asked again, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Naruto said, "Don't be in a hurry. Come on, sit down first." He sat on the wooden bench, while Uchiha Shursui knelt on the grass bundle. Naruto then said, "How about we talk about Konoha today?" As soon as these words were spoken, Uchiha Shursui's eyes became even more vigilant. The Jinchuriki indeed had issues. Naruto didn't care and asked a question, "What do you think of the current Konoha village?" Uchiha Shursui replied, "It's thriving, flourishing, without killing or darkness, united and loving each other." Hearing this, Naruto grinned and laughed mockingly. "No killing? No darkness?" He then countered, "If there's no killing, then where do orphans like us come from?" Uchiha Shursui had no answer. He couldn't respond. War requires people, but are all orphans really the result of war? Naruto continued to speak. "No darkness? One orphan after another goes missing. Where do they go? Have you investigated? Or do you really not know? It's just a pity that they have no background, so they can only leave without a trace, failing to attract the attention of others. As for mutual unity and love, that's an even bigger joke. I don't even need to say it. What kind of life are you living? As a member of the Umbu, don't you know? Take your Uchiha clan, for example. When the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, was still in power, you were part of Konoha. But when Hashirama died, Tobirama Senju took over and oppressed the Uchiha clan, thinking only of exterminating you from the beginning. Then the third Hokage took over, and they even added Root, led by Danzo, both of whom were disciples of Tobirama Senju, inheriting his will. The oppression of the Uchiha clan was even greater, pushing them out of the village. In high-ranking positions, there were no Uchiha left, only a small police force, often receiving complaints from villagers, accused of all sorts of nonsensical crimes. At this moment, Uchiha Shursui had nothing to say. Everything Naruto said was the truth, and he had no way to refute it. Naruto didn't let him go and continued. Until now, besides Tsunade, who else from the Senju clan, who once overshadowed an era? The land of Whirlpool was destroyed, the Uzumaki clan was exterminated. And who has taken all the secret techniques of the Uzumaki clan? Were they not the most sincere allies of Konoha? The wives of the first and fourth Hokages were both from the Uzumaki clan. Did they not contribute enough to Konoha? Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, abandoned his mission to save others. This was just a small matter. Yet why is it known throughout the world, receiving the scorn of thousands? Did he not make significant contributions to the Leaf? Can this small mistake outweigh all his past achievements? And how did Hinata Hizashi die? One question after another made Uchiha Shursui's face turn pale. Naruto looked at Uchiha Shursui and asked again, "Do you know who I am?" Uchiha Shursui raised his head, his pale cheeks trembling slightly, as if he couldn't believe there could be such a great injustice. Naruto raised his hand, stroked his hair, and said, "There shouldn't be too many people with this shade of blonde in Konoha, right?" Uchiha Shursui's body suddenly stiffened. The only yellow that could leave a mark in his heart was that of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. He stood up abruptly and exclaimed in disbelief, Could it be that you are? Naruto nodded. That's right. I am Uzumaki Naruto, the son of the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato. At that moment, Uchiha Shursui was shocked. The Nine-Tails, who was ridiculed and scorned by everyone in Konoha, turned out to be the son of the fourth Hokage, a true hero's descendant. This made Uchiha Shursui feel absurd, incredibly absurd, and unbelievable. How could the village do this? How could the Hokage allow such a thing to happen? How could Danzo spread such rumors? Naruto said, My father was loyal to Konoha, even to the point of death, thinking of making his son the Jinchuriki of Konoha to protect it. But what was the result? His child drinks expired milk, lives on a meager welfare allowance. And to eat meat, he has to catch fish in the river himself. He is worse off than commoners and suffers endless insults every day. Uchiha Shursui could no longer stand and fell to the ground. Naruto's words completely instilled the ugliness of Konoha into his heart, impacting his soul and his ninja way. After a while, Uchiha Shursui stood up and was about to leave. Naruto said, Shursui, what are you going to do? Chapter 9. The Path of a Ninja in Sickness. Uchiha Shursui turned around and said, I want to ask Danzo to find out why he is treating you this way. I want to ask the Hokage why he doesn't stop such things. Why doesn't he reveal your identity? Naruto shouted, Stupid, extremely stupid. Uchiha Shursui looked at Naruto in confusion, not understanding what was wrong. Naruto said, Shursui, you are too naive. Do you really think that without the permission of the Konoha Elder Council and the third Hokage, Danzo would dare to slander me so recklessly? To slander the son of a hero. There's no hiding my malice towards the Konoha higher-ups, towards the third Hokage, and towards Danzo. Uchiha Shursui shook his head. That's impossible, the third. Naruto interrupted, Impossible. Let me ask you, how many stories about Senju Hashirama can you still hear in the village now? He is a great hero who ended the Warring States period. And how many of his deeds are mentioned in the textbooks currently being taught? Uchiha Shursui had never paid much attention to this before, but now recalling it, he realized that most of what was promoted in the books was about the achievements of the third Hokage, with only a few mentioning the two Hokage, Hashirama and Tobirama. Uchiha Shursui asked why. Why is it like this? Why did the third Hokage do this? He couldn't make sense of it. He just couldn't understand. He didn't respond to Naruto's words because they were all facts beyond doubt. Naruto said, Do you know that the third Hokage has often sought me out over the years? Do you know what we talked about? Uchiha Shursui looked up at Naruto, seeking an answer. Naruto repeated what he had said to the third Hokage with a clear purpose. After listening, Uchiha Shursui spoke up. He is trying to impose his will on you, making you the guardian of Konoha, with him as the light, to promote his glorious achievements. Naruto said, You're not too foolish. I remember he said that the will of fire is to protect the tender sprouts that exist, allowing them to grow strong. But in which battle were there no children participating? How old was Senju Ropetree when he died? 12 years old, right? He was the legitimate heir of the Senju clan. Why let him go to the battlefield? And what about Obito, Kakashi, Itachi, and you? How old were you? This is the bright and shining Konoha in your heart. Do you know how many children Danzo captured for his experiments? Do you know that Danzo extracted cells from Senju Hashirama's body? Do you know he was researching your Uchiha clan's Izanagi, trying every means to acquire the Sharingan? Hearing this, Uchiha Shursui trembled all over. It was terrifying, really terrifying. Is this the Konoha they protect? It's so filthy. Uchiha Shursui's faith completely collapsed, crushed step by Naruto. This village of Konoha was no longer the pure land in his heart. Naruto asked, Shursui, do you think it's necessary to protect a village like this? Uchiha Shursui didn't speak. He just kept shaking his head. Naruto stopped talking. At this moment, Uchiha Shursui's thoughts were very chaotic. He needed some time to sort them out and clear his mind before speaking to him again. After about half an hour, Uchiha Shursui's breathing calmed down. At this point, Naruto asked, Shursui, how do you think the current world compares to the Warring States period of the past? He didn't continue to talk about Konoha. The heavy blow had already been dealt, and there was no need to strike again. Naruto wanted to establish an organization and needed a belief. In this world, nothing is more important than peace. However, Naruto did not expect that his initial goal of creating a powerful organization would ultimately lead to the establishment of an incredibly strong martial empire. Uchiha Shursui said, The Warring States period was an extremely dark time, with constant battles between nations, clans, and people, staining the earth with blood and making life the cheapest thing. Now, although there are still warlords, it is not as bloody as the Warring States period. Naruto said, Indeed, Senju Hashirama is a great hero. He ended the Warring States period, founded the Hidden Leaf Village, and achieved unparalleled merit. The village and country system he established has been emulated by various nations. Naruto shook his head, but this only applies to his era. Uchiha Shursui asked why. Whether it was Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama, they were both his idols. Hearing them being denied, he wanted to know the reason behind it. Naruto said, because at that time, Senju Hashirama was powerful, single-handedly suppressing an era, unbeatable by anyone. Moreover, there was also Uchiha Madara as an ally. The collaboration of these two extraordinary figures was a war machine for two great wars. Who dared to defy them? They could only hide their thoughts deep inside. Even if someone had ambitions, they wouldn't dare to express them. Any strategy in the face of overwhelming strength is worth nothing, which is why that era was a time of peace. But now wars happen year after year, with hundreds of thousands dying each year. Why? Because there is no unbeatable figure to suppress them. So those ambitious individuals unleash their capabilities, leading to war. As for the third Hokage, who is said to be the strongest Hokage, nonsense. He has been on the battlefield a few times. And if it weren't for the contributions of several prominent families in Konoha, what would he be? In my eyes, he is just a cowardly old man. For example, during the Nine Tails incident, my father had such great talent. The Yellow Flash, who created the Rasengan, was in his prime, and his strength was already on par with the third Hokage. Why not let the third Hokage seal it? He was nearing death anyway and would leave behind the title of hero. Konoha would remember the Sarutobi clan. Wouldn't it be better to have a rising fourth Hokage? Also, when my father was Hokage, did he truly give all the power to him? If my father wasn't a rogue, would this position of Hokage have fallen to him? Speaking of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Naruto was extremely angry. That old bastard was such a dog. In the past, if Naruto criticized the third Hokage, Uchiha Shursui would certainly have rebutted him a few times, but now, that faith has collapsed. He is absolutely right. This is the character of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He is that kind of person. Naruto unleashed his ultimate move and said, in my opinion, all this fighting is due to this pathological ninja way. Some people's ninja way is to protect friends and family, while others' ninja way is for revenge, for killing, and some people's ninja way is to climb to a higher position. With thousands of ninja ways among thousands of people, conflicts naturally arise. For their own ninja way, they will stop at nothing, even if it means the death of millions, which they consider deserved and justified. The ninja way is often a pain imposed on others. Take the Land of Rain, for example. What did it do to deserve this? The major ninja villages wage battles on its territory, resulting in countless casualties among its people. Did those self-proclaimed noble ninjas ever consider that the people of the Land of Rain are also human? Why set the flames of war on their land? The major ninja villages outside their villages are all messengers of justice, fighting for their own ninja way. But have they ever thought that, from the perspective of the people of the Land of Rain, they are the invaders? Their justice is built on the lives of others. Is innocent slaughter considered justice? When Naruto spoke of the ninja way being pathological, Uchiha Shursui disagreed and felt angry. However, after hearing the rest of his words, his heart shattered once more, and his faith collapsed again. Naruto asked, Shursui, do you want to change this pathological ninja way? To reduce the wars in the world. To reduce the deaths in the world. Chapter 10. The Establishment of the Organization. Naruto did not say to eliminate war and killing from the world, because that is impossible. As long as there are people, there will inevitably be war, there will inevitably be killing, and there will inevitably be darkness. This can never be completely eradicated at any time. Uchiha Shursui nodded. I understand. Naruto said, then join my organization, and together with me, change this sickly world, establishing a peaceful, democratic, and free martial arts world. Uchiha Shursui, confused, said, warriors? Naruto said, it's not about being a samurai, it's about martial arts. Samurai are also pathological. Regardless of whether their master is good or bad, they wholeheartedly execute his orders, whether it's to indiscriminately kill the innocent or to fight for justice. Failing a mission leads to seppuku, which is completely the dregs that should be discarded. Uchiha Shursui asked, what is martial arts? Naruto said, the martial way is a practice based on martial arts, the first path to pursue truth. The spirit of the martial way is to stop violence with martial means, to quell conflicts, and to find the ultimate goal of mutual assistance and unity from contradictions and struggles. Military force is not violence. It is not for the sake of killing or fighting, but rather to swiftly put an end to killing and fighting to protect and guard all beings. When absolutely necessary, it must be used. It is to extend compassion to others as one would to oneself, to transform conflicts into understanding, and to unite heaven and earth as one. This includes the unity of heaven and humanity, winning people over with virtue, putting people first, and valuing strength and harmony. Naruto elaborated on the spirit of martial arts, particularly discussing the concept of chivalry. Uchiha Shirsue's eyes shone brightly, especially at the last sentence. Gathering the spirit of everyone together and directing it toward a common goal will create a tremendous force that can destroy all darkness. Uchiha Shirsue's eyes sparkled as he saw hope and light. He said solemnly, Naruto-kun, what do you want me to do? Just give the orders. Naruto was overjoyed. A master had already fallen into his hands, and his underworld was about to set sail. He said, welcome aboard, but I have some things to say. The existence of any organization requires the support of the people. Without the people, the existence of this organization is meaningless. In his previous life, the Underworld Mercenary Corps was famous worldwide, supported by a few small countries because they prevented wars and saved countless impoverished people, which garnered them public support. This touched upon the interests of certain empires, leading them to want to eliminate them, which is why they conspired together to lure him into a trap. Uchiha Shirsue sat quietly on the mat, listening attentively. In his eyes, everything Naruto said was an elevation of his soul and a sublimation of his character. Naruto said, Shirsue, the policies and systems of all our countries are wrong. The idea of one country, one village is completely misguided. Take the Land of Fire as an example. The leader of Konoha is the Hokage, and the villagers fight for the Hokage, acting according to the Hokage's orders. However, Konoha is also made up of the citizens of the Land of Fire, and the daimyo is the highest leader of the Land of Fire. It is he who recognizes and supports the establishment of Konoha. But will the Hokage, as the entire ruler, fully obey the daimyo's commands? I believe anyone can understand this. Moreover, since Konoha is influenced by the Hokage's will the people of Konoha serve the daimyo? Just like you now, if the daimyo commands you, will you follow his orders? Uchiha Shirsue shook his head firmly. He only obeyed the leader's commands. Naruto continued. In this way, the Land of Fire has two regimes, which is fatal for a country. If a great war occurs, and the Hokage and the daimyo scheme against each other for their own benefit, who suffers? Naturally, it is the common people. As the saying goes, when a country prospers, the common people suffer. When it falls, the common people suffer. This is the truth. Furthermore, within the Land of Fire, there are many small states, each led by a daimyo, forming small regimes. Can the Land of Fire unite as one? This analysis made Uchiha Shirsue reevaluate this world, realizing how unbearable it has become. Naruto integrated the thoughts of his previous life and expressed them from multiple perspectives, with the central theme of people-centeredness. Hearing this, the entire universe seemed to resonate, and he radiated light, revitalized in spirit and energy. He found his motivation and the meaning to live once again. From any angle, Naruto's ideas are far superior to the current national policies. Standing up and bowing, I said, thank you, Naruto. Naruto said, Shirsue, we are now part of the same organization. No need to be polite, please have a seat. Uchiha Shirsue sat down, waiting once again for Naruto's guidance. Naruto said, Shirsue, have you discovered that many people in the clan are planning to rebel against Konoha? Uchiha Shirsue nodded. Yes. Naruto asked again, are you planning to use the Kodoeme Tsukumi Jinjutsu to alter their will? Uchiha Shirsue looked at Naruto in disbelief and said, Naruto-kun, you are truly a god. In his heart, Naruto was all-knowing and all-powerful, a true savior. Naruto said, Shirsue, I need you to alter their will and instill the ideas from our conversation. This way, we will have more people on our side, and with more people, we have greater strength. It will be easier to accomplish things, unlike now, when it's just the two of us. Uchiha Shirsue was very pleased and said, thank you for the reminder, Naruto. I am more than willing to do such a thing. Naruto recalled Itachi Uchiha and said, I know you have a very good relationship with Itachi, but he must not know about our matters. Uchiha Shirsue didn't understand and asked Leader why. Itachi is very smart and has strong talent. He will definitely become a powerful asset in the future. Naruto said, I understand this point. Itachi's talent is no less than yours, but his identity is different. He is a member of the Umbu and also part of Root. He is a double agent. Moreover, he is deeply influenced by the third Hokage's will. If he learns about our organization, it would be very dangerous. You need to gradually change his mindset. Uchiha Shursui replied. A double agent, understood, leader. Naruto said, the title of leader doesn't sound good. I hope everyone in the world can be like a dragon, so we will be the Hidden Dragon Organization, and I will be the Dragon King. Everyone like a dragon? A beautiful wish, Uchiha Shursui said firmly. Yes, Dragon King. Originally, Naruto wanted to be the Underworld King, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. That sounded a bit too dark. This is a human organization that exists for justice, so let's change it a bit. Naruto said, Shursui, now I will teach you the methods of martial arts cultivation. Uchiha Shursui asked in confusion. Methods of martial arts cultivation? Chapter 11. Time to go to school. Naruto said, we need to abandon the ninja way and establish the martial way, which naturally requires martial arts. Shursui, I'm going to release my martial energy now. You sense the energy within my body. Naruto retracted the breath-holding technique and opened the gate of his dantian. En overwhelming aura suddenly érupted. This power is so strong. In the ceiling prison, Kurama was awakened by the true energy within Naruto's body. At that moment, it sensed a powerful crisis. This little brat has become so strong. Uchiha Shursui exclaimed, so much chakra. If the energy in Naruto's body is converted, it would be equivalent to 200 Kakashis. With his current strength, he is already invincible in Konoha, except for that one kick from Guy. Facing that kick from Guy, Naruto knows that he is likely to be defeated 9 times out of 10. Naruto said, this is not chakra, I call it true energy. Shursui, don't you feel that it is stronger than chakra? Uchiha Shursui replied, of course, it's just that the place it exists in. Naruto said, this is called the dantian. In our martial arts, we need not only a surface but also depth, just like our organization. It's not enough to just have a good exterior. It must also have profound meaning that makes people wholeheartedly convinced and free of suspicion. At this point, Uchiha Shursui had already been swayed by Naruto's words and felt proud to join the organization again. Naruto continued, Shursui, the practice of ninjutsu is actually the wrong kind of training. The chakra you acquire is stored within your flesh and blood, within your internal organs, which can actually cause great harm to your body. Uchiha Shursui found this hard to understand and replied, please enlighten me, Dragon King. Naruto said, let's start with the extraction of chakra. Chakra is the combination of spiritual energy and physical energy. The so-called spiritual energy is a person's beliefs. As long as a person is alive, their beliefs endure. Physical energy, on the other hand, is extracted from cells. In fact, this can cause certain damage to the body. Physical energy is generally obtained through eating, continuous training, constant consumption, and replenishing nutrients. Our cells are like a machine that continuously produces energy, but this machine can break down. After extracting energy several times, it will eventually die, which accelerates the aging of our body cells. Now, regarding the storage of chakra, while chakra is beneficial to the body, there's also a limit. Just like exercising is good for a person, excessive exercise can lead to disability. For example, if you're supposed to carry a weight of 500 pounds, but you're forced to carry 1,000 pounds, you'll be crushed. The body is made up of cells, and similarly, each cell can only balance and carry a certain amount of chakra. If it carries too much, it will expand and break. Every person's body is a small world, filled with many mysteries waiting for us to discover. Under such dual damage, a person's aging will accelerate. Uchiha Shursui, upon hearing Naruto's words, saw a great door open before him. Naruto passed the Shin Yuan sword technique to Uchiha Shursui. As expected of a training genius, under Naruto's guidance, he quickly grasped the basics, sensed his inner energy, and integrated the chakra from his flesh and blood into that inner energy, transforming it into inner strength, which he stored in his acupoints and meridians. Dragon King, I feel a bit lighter now. After achieving initial success, Uchiha Shursui began to feel the benefits. Naruto said, this is natural. Chakra has transformed into internal energy, and the acupoints are the places where the body's chi connects, storing energy far more effectively than cells. Uchiha Shursui said, Dragon King, I feel that internal energy is more refined and a bit stronger than chakra. Naruto said, this is inevitable. You're integrating chakra energy and also absorbing natural energy. These two types of energy actually contain some impurities. Our bodies have a self-repair and self-exclusion mechanism for waste. When we absorb energy, it passes through the meridians and acupoints, which purifies the energy, making it naturally stronger. Uchiha Shursui asked, Dragon King, can I pass this cultivation method on to my clansmen? Naruto said, sure, but only those from the organization can teach, and they must have a firm mindset. Moreover, it should be taught in stages, or it might be taken by others. Uchiha Shursui replied, yes, Dragon King. If he wants to teach, it naturally has to go through the clan members of the other heavenly gods. They should first be recruited among other clan members, and if it works out, then we'll talk. If not, then naturally it won't be taught. Uchiha Shursui believes that with martial arts training, their strength will definitely increase. Naruto said, Shursui, Konoha will not let your Uchiha clan go, so you need to act quickly. Then train the people to become a powerful fighting force. Uchiha Shursui nodded. Yes, Dragon King. Naruto taught Uchiha Shursui a set of internal cultivation techniques and physical training methods. These two cultivation methods are of slightly lower grade, and as long as the personnel you recruit have been assessed for their temperament, you can pass them on. Those who can sense internal energy can practice the internal techniques, while those who cannot sense internal energy and extract chakra slowly should practice the physical training method to strengthen their bodies, allowing them to carry more chakra. Uchiha Shursui was overjoyed and said, yes, Dragon King. Naruto warned, especially be careful of that old bastard Danzo. Watch out for him ambushing you. Your eyes are too powerful. Be careful he doesn't take them from you. Uchiha Shursui now had no good feelings towards Danzo and said coldly, he won't be my opponent. Speaking of eyes, Naruto said, Shursui, after your clan members die, their Sharingan seems to be collected. Can you give me one? Uchiha Shursui replied, if you want an eye, mine can be yours. Now that Ming is the leader of the organization, the stronger his power, the more beneficial it is for the organization. Naruto waved his hand and said, no, your eyes can only exert greater power when they're on you. I just want to refine one and do some research. Maybe I can understand your bloodline limit. If possible, I want to see if it can evolve and test the legendary power of the Rinnegan. Uchiha Shursui's eyes showed joy. If this could be researched, it would be a tremendous blessing for the Uchiha clan. Dragon King, how should I provide it to you? Uchiha Shursui asked. Even if I don't have one when I go back, I will find a clan member and dig one out, or even dig one for myself. Naruto said, I often train by the river. That's where you can find me. Uchiha Shursui replied, all right. The two chatted for a while before Uchiha Shursui left, feeling melancholic as he came and spirited as he returned. After a short while, Naruto also left, quickly returning to the riverbank, dispelling his shadow clones without revealing any flaws. It was a beautiful day. Naruto looked up at the sky, revealing a satisfied smile. However, the beautiful moment was soon interrupted by the aged voice of the third Hokage. Little Naruto, what is it that makes you so happy? A small figure emerged from the forest. Naruto smiled and said, Grandpa Third, you're here. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, I came to visit you, little Naruto. Is there any good news to share with Grandpa? Naruto said, Grandpa Third, watch this, Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a bang, two Narutos appeared. Hiruzen Sarutobi said, oh, little Naruto, you can master the Shadow Clone Jutsu now? Naruto said proudly, of course, I'm a genius. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, all right, as expected of little Naruto can go to school now. Naruto was overjoyed. Really? Damn, wasn't it supposed to be at 7 years old? Why has it changed now? Sarutobi Hiruzen said, because little Naruto is a genius. He took a puff of smoke while saying this. Seeing this, Naruto really wanted to punch him, that old man who doesn't keep his word. There's nothing he could do. Sarutobi Hiruzen had the final say, and he had to attend this academy. A group of kids, Chapter 12. Sharingan and Byakugan. The next day, Uchiha Shursui brought the Sharingan, a 3-tomo Sharingan. Holding the Sharingan, Naruto didn't refine it immediately, muttering, I got the Sharingan, now I just need the Byakugan. He didn't refine it right away because he was thinking of obtaining the Byakugan and refining them together. If discovered, he would defect from Konoha, go to the land of tea, and establish his own organization. As night fell, Naruto left home using a shadow clone to conceal his departure. His target was the Hyuga clan. The branch and main families of the Hyuga clan were actually not much different. Two brothers, the elder as the head of the family, and the younger as the branch family, sharing the same bloodline, with the same abilities of the Byakugan. Naruto did not recklessly break into the Hyuga clan, but instead quietly gathered information. There are several experts in this family, and who knows if someone would secretly activate their Byakugan to discover him immediately. Naruto walked slowly, approaching with care, keenly sensing that several Umbu were present, with no chakra fluctuations, indicating that no one had activated their Byakugan. One of the Umbu was a disciple from the branch family. Naruto silently approached behind him, grabbed his neck, and before he could react, knocked him unconscious without making a sound. He extracted the man's eyes and quickly left. He didn't go home. Time was of the essence, and it was better to refine the eyes first. He arrived at a good spot in the forest outside the village and began the refining process. The first eye he refined was the Sharingan. During the refining process, pain was inevitable. It was akin to having one's eyes replaced. How could it not hurt? However, Naruto was no ordinary person. He was the king of hell, having endured countless trials and clawed his way back from the brink of death. This bit of pain was nothing to him. After about 10 minutes, Naruto refined the Sharingan. Just as he was about to study it, a sharp pain shot through his eye, as if roots were continuously piercing into it, as if his very soul was being violently pulled out, causing Naruto to almost cry out in agony. The surrounding energy was continuously being absorbed, and Naruto was taken aback, shouting, "Kurama, chakra!" Kurama, of course, sensed the flow of chakra and responded, "Kid, what have you done?" Red chakra surged from Naruto's abdomen, traveled through his chakra pathways, and gathered in his eyes. It lasted for nearly half a stick of incense before finally stopping. Naruto said, "Kurama, thanks." "Kurama, kid, no need to be polite, but what are you doing?" Naruto said, "Studying the eyes seems to have some results." "Kurama, Sharingan?" Naruto said, "Yes, and there's the Byakugan too, Kurama. Don't worry, I'm not studying it to deal with you. With my current strength, I don't need the Sharingan to handle you." Kurama breathed a sigh of relief. The Sharingan was indeed his nemesis, so he naturally had some reservations about it. Naruto took out a mirror to check his eyes, wanting to see how handsome he looked, so he naturally prepared a mirror. "Wow, kaleidoscope Sharingan," he exclaimed upon seeing himself in the mirror. In the reflection, his right eye, which was not blue, had transformed into the six-pointed star state. He never expected that this would actually be a kaleidoscope Sharingan. Afterward, Naruto calmed down and shook his head, saying, No. The eye that Shursui gave me was indeed just a 3-tomo, a regular Sharingan. He could be sure of this. The energy fluctuations in that Sharingan were indeed just that of a Sharingan. However, after refining, it had turned into a kaleidoscope Sharingan, which indicated that something was off. There must be a problem. Naruto didn't find it strange that it absorbed a lot of chakra energy. After all, the Sharingan was also a space for storing chakra, which was quite normal. But why? Why was this happening? Naruto recalled the feeling during the refinement process. His body, eyes, chakra, and inner energy seemed to have their consciousness withdrawn. Naruto exclaimed excitedly, "Spiritual power! It's spiritual power! The stronger the spiritual power, the more powerful the Sharingan state that can be unlocked." Naruto's current soul power is that of 2 people, making it very strong, allowing him to directly awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. The soul power of the former King of Hell was likely greatly reduced during the crossing, and even after merging with Naruto. His soul power is less than 60% compared to his previous life. Naruto murmured, "It seems that some things need to be asked to Shursui." He recalled the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, sacrificing family, boundless magical power. Could it be that the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit allows for the growth of the soul after a relative's death, enabling the mastery of more chakra? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed, and he planned to find a time to inquire with Shursui. The notion that one cannot reclaim the Sharingan without a bloodline limit was nonsense. It was simply that they had no method to control the energy of chakra and soul power fusion, so they could only exist in the state of the Sharingan. In this ninja world, most research focuses on bloodline limits and ninjutsu, while the study of cultivation is quite general. After reclaiming his energy, he rubbed his eyes, feeling a bit sore, and said, "If overused, it will naturally lead to blindness. The optic nerves are originally weak, and under such a powerful energy impact, it's hard not to go blind." Naruto circulated his true energy and had already recovered. By using his true energy to nourish his nervous system, he would only get better. How could he possibly go blind? Then, Naruto sensed his own realm and realized he had reached the peak of the mid-stage of the innate realm, elevating himself by 1 level. Previously, he had 200 Kakashis, and now he had more than 250 Kakashis. Naruto took out the Byakugan and murmured, "As one of the ocular techniques, the Sharingan requires spiritual energy. So what does the Byakugan require? I seem to remember that it needs to combine the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan with the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, or that the Byakugan of many Otsutsuki can be fused to evolve into the Rinnegan. The chakra of the Otsutsuki is a bit more advanced than ordinary chakra. It can't just be energy, right? The more I think about it, the more likely it seems. Otherwise, why would it need Otsutsuki chakra? I want to think about it anymore. Let us try the fusion. Naruto began refining the Byakugan. With experience in refining the Sharingan, he was able to refine the Byakugan much faster and with less pain. Once he refined the Byakugan, Naruto started to circulate his true energy into his left eye. It was unstoppable. This was the Hunyuan true energy, which was even stronger than the true energy of martial cultivators, considered to be celestial power, unmatched even by the chakra of the Otsutsuki. The speed at which the Byakugan absorbed Naruto's true energy was terrifying. In just a few minutes, it completely absorbed his true energy, leaving his dantian empty. Naruto felt a burning sensation in his left eye and said, "Damn it, it really is like this." Feeling empty in his dantian, Naruto wanted to cry, but had no tears. It would take some time to recover, at least 3 months. And this was not over yet. The evolution of the Byakugan was only 1/3 complete, needing 2 more stages to fully evolve. The only consolation was that the Byakugan could also recover, and both eyes could return to blue. Chapter 13. The base, chosen the land of tea the next day, the entire Konoha was in action. Hyuga Hayashi, upon learning the truth, immediately reported it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. This was a big deal. The Hyuga clan's eyes had been taken by an unknown person, and the Byakugan would no longer be exclusive to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen left to convene a meeting to discuss this matter. The Umbu and Root began to take action, with messages being relayed one after another. It felt as if a great battle was about to come. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Not a single trace could be found. No presence was left behind. There are more spies around Naruto now. Compared to the Hyuga clan, the Jinchuriki is the top priority in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Even elite jonin have been dispatched. Furthermore, he is not allowed to leave the house, and the food provided is meager and plain. If he wants to go out, he'll have to wait a while. As a result, Naruto's school days have also been postponed, which gives him some comfort. After half a month, this situation finally came to an end. After being busy for half a month, there were no gains. Although the number of Shadow Guard around Naruto did not decrease, he was finally able to go out and have fun. That was enough. He could go meet Uchiha Shursui now. Arriving by the river, he sent shadow clones into the water to catch fish for shadow clones in total. Who knows when one might disappear? "Shursui, how did it go?" Naruto asked as soon as they met. Uchiha Shursui replied, "Dragon King. Those clan members secretly wanting to betray the village have all been stopped by my Koto Tsukumi, a total of 84 people." Naruto asked, "What about Uchiha Fugaku?" Uchiha Shursui replied, "His strength is no less than mine. It's difficult to control him, and he is already wary of me, making it hard to take action. I'm sorry to disappoint the Dragon King." Naruto said, "This is already good. Thank you for your hard work, Shursui." Uchiha Shursui shook his head. "It's not hard, Dragon King. What should we do next?" Naruto said, "Train these more than 80 people. All the guards should resign and focus on their training. The Uchiha clan can support them." Uchiha Shursui replied, "Yes." Naruto asked, "Have you ever interacted with Itachi?" Uchiha Shursui replied, "The Dragon King is right. Itachi is a double agent, and the persuasion failed." He sought out Uchiha Itachi and had several discussions, subtly inserting Naruto's ideology into the conversation, but Uchiha Itachi wasn't interested. He seemed more focused on the village and the clan, wanting nothing more than peace for both. Naruto felt a bit regretful, realizing that he would have to wait for another opportunity. However, without the stimulation from Shursui, he couldn't activate his Manjiki Sharingan. He said, "For now, don't get close to him, and don't let him know about our organization's existence." Uchiha Shursui replied, "Yes." Naruto asked, "Shursui, what was the change in your mental power when you awakened your Manjiki Sharingan?" Uchiha Shursui anxiously asked, "Dragon King, did something go wrong after you refined the Sharingan?" He was quite concerned about Naruto. To him, nothing in Konoha was more important than Naruto. Naruto waved his hand and said, No, Shursui, look into my eyes." As he spoke, his eyes began to change, and the 6-pointed star appeared. Uchiha Shursui exclaimed, "This is the Manjiki Sharingan." Naruto said, "Not bad. This is the Manjiki Sharingan." Uchiha shook his head and said, "How is that possible? How is that possible? This is the first time that the Sharingan has evolved after being refined by a member of its own clan." Naruto said, "This is the purpose of my inquiry to you. Based on my research on the Sharingan during this time, the evolution of the Sharingan requires mental strength. The stronger the mental strength, the faster the Sharingan evolves. I suspect that your bloodline stimulates the growth of mental strength when you are angry or furious. My mental strength is stronger than many others, so once refined, my eyes evolved." Naruto referred to soul power as mental power which was more acceptable to the Uchiha. Uchiha Shursui felt that a broad road was waiting for him. After making a slight effort to recall, he said, Dragon King, at that time when my father died, I was very angry, and then I activated the Manjiki Sharingan. Afterwards, I didn't pay much attention to it, and I don't know if it was at that time that my mental power increased. Naruto said, for example, when you haven't activated the Manjiki Sharingan, how far can you sense? You often go on missions, so you should be quite clear about that. After awakening the Manjiki, how far can you sense? Uchiha Shursui replied, there is indeed a difference. The distance is further. They don't have such awareness. After all, the evolution of their Sharingan signifies an increase in strength. And with increased strength, their sensing naturally becomes stronger. Naruto said, how about this? I studied the method of mental training. You try practicing at first to see if it stimulates the evolution of the Sharingan. After all, this is the world of Naruto, and he came up with it. It's so shameless, and no one can refute him or expose him. Uchiha Shursui was overjoyed and said, thank you, Dragon King. He then warned Naruto, Dragon King, the Sharingan shouldn't be used too much, or it will go blind. Naruto said, this is the second thing I want to say. Hearing this, Uchiha Shursui was even more excited, thinking that this could also be cured. Truly, he is the Dragon King, the god who will change the world. Naruto said, opening the Sharingan is actually a form of energy carrying. Just like when we use certain items, such as daggers or shurikens, the more we use them, the more they wear down. Our visual nerves are the same. They continuously carry energy, and naturally, they can become damaged. Although our bodies have self-repair functions, if they are overloaded and the damage accumulates, they become irreparable, and eventually we go blind. Naruto's way of speaking is simple and straightforward, making it easy to understand at first listen. Naruto continued, once you cultivate your true energy and use it to nourish your visual nerves, you won't go blind. It's possible to do it with inner strength, but the effect is not as good. Uchiha Shursui was very pleased, bowed to Naruto, and said, thank you, Dragon King. Naruto said, Shursui, now, we are part of an organization. We are brothers and sisters. You can't salute like that anymore, understand? Uchiha Shursui replied, yes, Dragon King, I remember. Uchiha Shursui asked some questions about training, and Naruto answered them in detail, which benefited him greatly. He planned to go back and train hard, aiming to break through to the first tier strength. Naruto would not forget the next step in the plan and said, Shursui, among the 84 people, are there any clan members who can match a Jonin? Uchiha Shursui replied, Dragon King, do you have any plans? Naruto said, of course, if we want to grow strong, we naturally need to go out and develop, find a base, gather orphans, win over the common people, gradually expand, and finally make a name for ourselves to attract more people to join us and strengthen ourselves. Only then do we have the power to change the world. Uchiha Shursui understood this perfectly and said, the Dragon King makes a good point. Among our clan, there are 2 Jonin who have awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan. As long as we don't encounter extremely elite Jonin, we will have the ability to protect ourselves. Naruto said, this is good, very good. Shursui, you should train it more. Uchiha Shursui, okay, but where does the Dragon King plan to set up the base? Naruto said, the land of T has a large area and a dense population, yet it doesn't have a ninja village. It's surrounded by the sea on all sides and has been developing secretly. It's a pretty good place. Chapter 14. Enrollment. Naruto has been slacking off for 10 days and has been notified that school is starting. Naruto knew that his days had come. On the day of enrollment, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that Naruto would go to the ninja school alone, so he personally came to send him to school in order to let him rely on himself. As soon as Naruto saw him, he felt annoyed, but he still said, Grandpa Third, why did you come personally? Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, I came to send little Naruto to school. Naruto said, I can go by myself. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, look, the other kids have their parents to send them. Right now, I am your elder, your grandfather. It's only natural for a grandfather to send his grandson. In Naruto's heart, you're the grandson. Your whole family is made up of grandsons. Little Naruto entered the ninja school. You need to train hard and strive to become a powerful ninja to protect the peace of Konoha, Sarutobi Hizashi said. Naruto said, I will definitely do it because I am the future Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled kindly and gently stroked Naruto's head. Naruto, touch your grandpa, get lost. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze, Naruto quickly ran into the school, appearing to embrace school life. But in reality, he was trying to distance himself from that old man. As Naruto entered the playground, which had been noisy, it quickly fell silent. This was more effective than the arrival of the Hokage. It was him, the son of the Nine Tails. You must stay away from him. He will eat people. What's going on? Why is this demon fox allowed to attend school? I don't know what the Hokage is thinking. Discussions were inevitable, not just among adults, but also children, their eyes fixed on Naruto, some filled with hatred. Deep-rooted hatred. Among the major clans watching all this, there was only one thought in their minds. This is going too far. They weren't fools. They naturally had their suspicions about Naruto's identity. The Nine Tails incident, the fourth Hokage, Minato's wife, was about to give birth, blonde hair, blue eyes. Fox demon. If they couldn't guess Naruto's identity from these clues, then these major clans shouldn't exist and should be destroyed. However, this couldn't be exposed. Otherwise, Konoha wouldn't be peaceful. Plus, with the third S cunning methods, one couldn't imagine how many would die. Naruto walked towards the corner, feeling more at ease alone. The opening ceremony before school remained unchanged. The third Hokage began his bitter wisdom, instilling his will of fire into every child, eliciting waves of cheers. Reluctantly, Naruto was among those noticed, as the old man's gaze was fixed on him, even calling out a few times about wanting to become Hokage, which led to a perfect conclusion for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Entering the classroom, Naruto faced a wave of discussions, as he couldn't go anywhere without being avoided like a plague. Of course, this didn't include the disciples from the prominent clans, like the Uchiha, Nara, and Hinata. Especially Hinata, who, upon seeing Naruto, twirled her fingers and softly said, "Naruto-kun is here for school too. That's great." Naruto didn't find it amusing to sit at the same table as anyone else. He walked alone to a corner where it was quiet and sat down comfortably. He then silently cursed, "That old dog is peeping at me again." Indeed, at that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen had returned to the Hokage office and was spying on Naruto. Because of Naruto's issues, there were very few people in his row, with no one in the first 3 rows. Shikamaru, seeing this, felt somewhat indignant and then got up to walk towards Naruto. Akimichi Choji, noticing, grabbed a handful of chips and followed suit. Shikamaru smiled and said, "Hello, I'm Shikamaru." Akimichi Choji added, "I'm Akimichi Choji," and then asked, "Do you want some chips?" Naruto stood up and introduced himself. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Nice to meet you both." The way he greeted them was etched deep in his soul, still carrying the flavor of yin and huang. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the two, took a puff of smoke, and said, "It's time for school. It's indeed time to make some friends." He wouldn't stop Naruto from befriending Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji. So, the two sat beside Naruto and started chatting with him. It was still not much different from the original story. Naruto's heart became lively. Shikamaru is a strategist, and with his assistance, they could accomplish many things. It just depends on whether they can win him over. Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino Yamanaka also arrived and greeted the two, but upon seeing Naruto, Ino immediately swallowed her words. Walking over to them, she whispered, "Why are you sitting with him?" "He's..." Shikamaru said, "Ino, why don't you sit somewhere else? We'll sit here with Naruto-kun." Ino Yamanaka glanced at Naruto, who smiled back at her. Ino trembled a little and then stepped away. Naruto slightly shook his head. In response, Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji said nothing. A hint of helplessness flashed in Shikamaru's eyes, while Akimichi Choji slowed down his pace of eating chips. Then, a girl walked in with short pink hair and green eyes, wearing a red dress, looking very gentle and beautiful like cherry blossoms. This was Haruno Sakura, one of the 3 class beauties. Naruto looked around and did not see Sasuke Uchiha. He thought to himself, something's not right. Where's that guy? Aren't we supposed to be going to school together in the original story? Or is it because I changed things? He had indeed changed some things, but not everything was different now. Shortly after he pondered this, a cold and handsome boy walked into the classroom. His striking appearance immediately caught the attention of most of the girls. His dark hair, blue shirt, and deep-set eyes turned many girls into little fans. Among them, the most enthusiastic were undoubtedly Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka. Naruto looked at Sasuke and thought to himself, this guy really is something, a handsome little boy. Uchiha Sasuke glanced around, and then his gaze fell on Naruto and his friends. He recognized Naruto, the guy that many people disliked, and walked straight over. Sitting down in front of them, 1 row apart, Shikamaru saw this and thought, trouble. Akimichi Choji took a look, but still didn't smell any chips, and continued to eat crazily. Sasuke came here not only because there were fewer people, but also because he wanted to learn about Uzumaki Naruto. The first time he saw Uzumaki Naruto, it left a deep impression on him. He was curious why others called him a fox demon. Could it be that he was a child of Fox? Sasuke didn't have the habit of introducing himself. Who was he? Uchiha Sasuke, a genius of the Uchiha clan. How could he be the one to speak first? It must be said that the pride and arrogance of the Uchiha clan had deeply rooted in their hearts. Even a little kid had such notions, which was indeed a bit frightening. Their downfall was quite reasonable. As Uchiha Sasuke settled down, Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino quickly sat down beside him, one on the left and one on the right. Sasuke didn't like this at all, but his pride wouldn't allow him to speak first. Haruno and Yamanaka began to introduce themselves and struck up a conversation with Sasuke. Naruto said, "Fortunately, there's still a row in between." Nara Shikamaru nodded in agreement. Akimichi Choji was munching on chips, completely focused on that. Chapter 15. Self-introduction. The teacher arrived. And as expected, it was Irika. When Irika walked into the classroom, his gaze instinctively fell on Naruto. He couldn't forget that Naruto's parents had tragically died that night. So his hatred for the Nine Tails was intense, even more so than that of the ordinary villagers. But he was just a child. What did he know? At that time, he knew nothing. How could the sin fall upon him? However, upon seeing him, memories of the Nine Tails rampage and the tragic death of his parents would inevitably resurface, causing conflicting feelings and leaving him with little fondness for Naruto. Naruto naturally felt Irika's gaze, but chose not to look back to avoid drawing attention to himself. He felt a bit sad for Irika, who was still kept in the dark. Irika took a deep breath, tapped the desk, and the noisy classroom instantly quieted down. The students straightened up, realizing the teacher had arrived, and eagerly awaited his words. Irika displayed a teacher smile and said, "Kids, I am your teacher. My name is Irika. I will be with you for the long 6 years ahead. In this first class, we won't study anything. Let's get to know each other first. When I call your name, please come up and introduce your dreams, hobbies, and so on." Irika opened the roster in his hand and began with the first name, Inoue Aoi. This was a cute little girl, a bit shy, who stood up and softly said, "Hello everyone, my name is Inoue Aoi. My dream is to become an elite jonin, and my hobby is planting flowers and collecting honey. I hope more people can enjoy honey." Irika smiled. "That's a beautiful dream. Please take a seat." Watanabe Okawa. This one was very strong, about 145 meters tall, looking more like a child in his teens than a 6 or 7-year-old, perhaps due to good nutrition. He was big and chubby, weighing over 140 pounds. He stood up and boomed, "My name is Watanabe Okawa. My dream is to become Hokage, and my hobby is food. I want to become stronger." Both Naruto and Shikamaru's gazes fell on Akimichi Choji. When it came to food, who could be more dedicated than him? Akimichi Choji showed a simple and adorable smile. Naruto and Shikamaru exchanged a glance, and both smiled slightly. Irika also praised her and continued reading. Hinata Hyuga. When it came to the princess of the Hyuga clan, she stood up timidly and said, "Hello everyone, my name is Hinata Hyuga. I have already realized my current dream." At this point, she secretly glanced at Naruto, and her cute and delicate face immediately turned red. She continued, "My next dream is to train hard, protect the village, and protect everyone." She didn't mention her hobbies. Her current hobby is just seeing Naruto, which she couldn't say out loud, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. "Naruto, he glanced at me. It can't be me. What a hassle." Irika praised, "Very good. Hinata is truly a clever child. She dreams in stages, achieving small dreams while striving for the big dream." Haruno Sakura. Sakura has received quite a bit of attention. After all, beauty combined with kawaii naturally attracts others. You have to know that the psychology of the Naruto world matured early on. Haruno Sakura stood up and said, "My name is Haruno Sakura, and my dream is to become a powerful ninja, a great ninja like Lady Tsunade. Tsunade, she is one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, extremely powerful, and even without killing, she showed a yearning for it." Irika, seeing this, nodded in satisfaction. He called out 7 or 8 more students before reaching Inuzuka Kiba. And first up was Yamanaka Ino, who was quite extraordinary, directly declaring her love for Sasuke, which led to her battle with Sakura. When it was Nara Shikamaru's turn, he lazily stood up and said, "Hello everyone, my name is Nara Shikamaru, and my dream is to find a tree, sleep on it, and not be disturbed. As for hobbies, I particularly love sleeping and dislike troublesome matters." Irika, is this a tradition of the Nara family? Naruto thought. Nara Shikamaru really is exceptional, as expected. Next is Akimichi Choji, whose dream is peace and whose hobby is food. He wishes he could eat all the time. Irika, being rigid, made the biggest mistake by letting Ino Shikicho introduce themselves. When Irika saw the next name, his expression stiffened involuntarily. Naruto thought to himself, "Is it my turn?" He was ready to stand up, while the third Hokage, that peeping Tom, was still watching. No wonder he trained someone like Jiraiya, a legendary peeping pervert. He couldn't go a moment without peeping. Uzumaki Naruto. In the classroom, you could hear a pin drop as everyone turned their attention to the corner. That was the son of the Nine Tails, after all. Even Uchiha Sasuke slightly turned his head. He wanted to know what was so special about Naruto. Naruto stood up and said, "I won't bother everyone, since no one likes me anyway. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and my dream is to become the strongest in this world and maintain peace." In his heart, he followed with, "My dream is to build a powerful organization, reach the peak, become the absolute strongest in this world, step onto the planet, and fight the Otsutsuki." Irika heard the line, "I won't bother everyone, since no one likes me anyway," and couldn't help but shudder slightly. Suddenly, he saw the life Naruto had lived and immediately cut off his prejudice against him. Naruto was a Jinchuriki. He was just a baby at that time. What did he know? Did he even want to? Did he want to be the vessel of the Nine Tails? The wrong one was not Naruto, but them. Their thoughts were too extreme, transferring their hatred onto a child. It was wrong, terribly wrong. Thinking about how those people had ostracized Naruto over the years made him feel even worse. If it were him, would he not be able to live like Kakashi-sensei? Irika started to clap and said, "Great dream, Naruto. Believe in yourself. You can definitely achieve it." The second affirmation for Naruto came from him. The first was naturally from Hinata, who sincerely believed that Naruto could do it. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly as he noticed that Irika had changed, suddenly devoid of hostility towards him. It was somewhat strange, and he smiled, saying, "Yeah, I can definitely do it." His rebirth was like a BUG, so it was naturally possible. The third Hokage watched this scene with great satisfaction, putting away the crystal ball. He took a deep puff from his pipe, and Hirazuna Sarutobi was destined to leave a mark in the history of Hokage. Indeed, it left a mark ridiculed by thousands. Chapter 16, Danzo's Severed Hand. Naruto's self-introduction caught the attention of both Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji, who exchanged glances filled with a strange light, as if they were trying to gather their thoughts. Soon it was Uchiha Sasuke's turn. Uchiha Itachi is his younger brother, and Sasuke is a brother complex, dreaming of restoring the Uchiha clan's name in the ninja world, with a hobby of being with his brother. After finishing his introduction, he didn't wait for Irika to say anything else and directly sat down, his attitude quite proud. This is the demeanor of someone from the Uchiha family. Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino both had starry eyes, completely enchanted. A proud little boy. Naruto shook his head in his heart and said, "Dreams are good dreams, but unfortunately, they are very dangerous for the Uchiha clan right now." If Uchiha Fugaku were to hear this, he would immediately make the village vigilant, and it would be impossible to avoid being suppressed. Once everyone finished their self-introductions, class was already nearing its end. Irika gave another round of remarks, and the class bell rang. One by one, the students left the classroom. Naruto was naturally alone, but he hadn't gone far when Nara Shikamaru stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder and asking, "Naruto, where are you going? Why don't we go celebrate a bit?" Akimichi Choji pulled out a bag of chips from somewhere and handed it to Naruto, saying, Yeah, together. Barbecue is really delicious. It's my favorite." Naruto smiled and said, "No need. If I go, it would actually prevent you all from entering the barbecue shop and having lunch. This is the truth. If we want to eat meat together, it might take a few more years. People have become somewhat indifferent, but there's still a possibility." Nara Shikamaru felt uneasy upon hearing this. Akimichi Choji also stopped moving, squinting his eyes and looking at Naruto with a hint of sadness. Naruto suddenly said, "How about this? Let's go outside the village, catch some fish and shrimp, and have a picnic." Both of them were delighted and said, "Great." The three walked side by side towards the school exit. Uchiha Sasuke saw this and wanted to follow, ignoring Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino behind him. But at that moment, a voice called out, "Sasuke." Uchiha Sasuke smiled and said, "Brother." Following Naruto, he felt that his brother was more important, and he ran over to grab Uchiha Itachi's hand. Uchiha Itachi held his brother's hand and smiled gently. "Sasuke, how was your first day of school?" Uchiha Sasuke replied, It was good." "Brother, do you know a person named Naruto Uzumaki?" Uchiha Itachi said, "I know a little." Uchiha Sasuke asked, "Brother, do you know why everyone calls him the son of the Nine Tails?" Uchiha Itachi thought for a moment and said, "Well, if Sasuke wants to know, you need to activate your Sharingan first, and then I'll tell you." Uchiha Sasuke said firmly, "Okay." Uchiha Itachi had a contemplative look in his eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino felt a bit disappointed that they couldn't walk with Uchiha Sasuke for a while, which was quite a pity. Naruto and the other two are important people, and this time there are rarely 9 members of the Yumbu. When they arrived by the river, Naruto said, "Wait for me a moment, I'm going to catch some fish." He performed the shadow clone technique, and the 3 clones jumped into the river to start fishing. This wasn't a place he often visited. The places he usually went to had already been fished out, and he needed to let them replenish. There were very few fish here, so before long, Naruto had caught 7 or 8 fish, along with a pile of shrimp and shells, enough for the 3 of them to eat. He lit a fire and began to grill the fish and shrimp. Seeing Naruto's familiar techniques, Choji said, "Naruto, you're really amazing." Naruto said boldly, "What's the big deal? If you do it enough, you'll get the hang of it, right?" After nearly an hour, it was done, with Naruto's special seasoning. The taste was simply incredible. Just the smell could make one drool. Nara Shikamaru said, "Naruto, you're amazing." Akimichi Choji didn't say anything, just popped small shrimp into his mouth, savoring the deliciousness. Eating is the greatest respect for things, and the highest praise for Naruto. In the Yumbu, Uchiha Shursui came to see Danzo. He didn't want to come. Danzo's filth disgusted him. "Shursui, you haven't been here for a while," Danzo said coldly. Uchiha Shursui replied calmly, "Yes." Danzo asked, "Did you stop the Uchiha clan's rebellion with Koto Amatsukami?" Shursui nodded, "Yes." Danzo then asked, "Have you considered that even if you stop the rebellion, the contradictions between your clansmen and existence haven't changed? What will you do?" Uchiha Shursui said, "Then I will choose another path." The path he had chosen was that of the Dragon King. Only the Dragon King could lead everyone toward the light. This was not the answer Danzo wanted. Coldly, he asked what path. Uchiha Shursui calmly replied, "That has nothing to do with you, Lord Danzo." His current strength was much greater than before, which gave him confidence. At that moment, Danzo realized things had changed. Uchiha Shursui actually dared to speak to him like this. He was no longer the same Uchiha Shursui from before. Danzo said, "Shursui, don't forget that you're a member of the Yumbu. The Yumbu is divided into 2. One is the Yumbu directly led by the Hokage, and the other is Root, led by Danzo. Shursui, as an Yumbu member, generally follows the Hokage's orders, but Danzo, as a division leader of the Yumbu, is also Shursui's superior and has the authority to command him." Uchiha Shursui said, "That is the purpose of my visit today. I want to withdraw from the Yumbu." Danzo's gaze turned frighteningly cold as he said, "Uchiha Shursui, you're asking for death. This is not just the Yumbu." Saying this, he reached out a hand to take Shursui's eyes. Shursui had long been on guard against Danzo and sensed the surrounding Root members. Without hesitation, the sword on his back appeared in his hand, and he slashed directly at Danzo's arm, severing his left hand. Danzo did not expect Shursui to be so resolute and directly sever his hand without hesitation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of people appeared, all with the strength of Chunin and Jonin. Uchiha Shursui showed no fear, activating his Sharingan. A green chakra gathered behind him, forming a shape, exuding a majestic aura. Susanoo was activated as he coldly said, "If you don't want to die, get lost." By the riverside, Naruto and the others naturally felt it too. Naruto squinted his eyes and said, "This is Shursui's aura. Who provoked him? Could it be Danzo?" He wasn't too worried. After all, in the original story, Shursui managed to escape, even after losing an eye. Now, with Shursui being even stronger, Danzo definitely wouldn't be able to deal with him, and even with Root, he wouldn't win. Nara Shikamaru said, "A battle? Is someone invading the village? Let's go take a look." However, before the 3 could act, 2 ANBU appeared and said, "Young Master Shikamaru, young Master Choji, Naruto, the village will handle this matter. You should return quickly." The 3 had no choice but to go back. Of course, this was within Naruto's expectations. If they were allowed to go, then they wouldn't be the ANBU of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 17, Memory Extraction. Danzo, stunned, a powerful aura caused waves of energy to ripple through Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the strongest, felt it first, and his expression became serious. This was the strength of a Kaga-level expert. He summoned the ANBU and asked what happened. Kakashi appeared and shook his head, saying, "I don't know." Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly, "Find out." Yes. Kakashi took his team and quickly headed over. The current Uchiha Shursui was no longer the one in the original story who sacrificed everything for Konoha. With Naruto's warning, if Danzo could still ambush him, that would be a miracle. Uchiha Shursui said coldly, Danzo, you want to take my eyes? You're indeed studying Izanagi. Old man, it seems you're also researching Lord Hashirama's corpse. One day, I will find your underground laboratory and expose your ugly facade. Danzo was shocked. This was a top secret. No one had ever come out of that dark underground except him. How do you know? He asked, what else do you know? Uchiha Shursui replied, you don't need to know that. I'm leaving now. Are you going to stop me? I don't mind severing some of your root. From a conversation with Naruto, he knew Root had done many despicable things, so he naturally had no good feelings towards them. In fact, Shursui wanted to make a big move, but he was alone now, and it would be difficult to escape after consuming his chakra here. Danzo looked at Shursui's Emerald Susanoo and realized he had failed today, especially after losing an arm. It was impossible to intercept Uchiha Shursui. He coldly said, let him go. The crowd dispersed, and Uchiha Shursui also dismissed his Susanoo and left without restraint, reminding himself, it's not the right time yet. That was Susanoo, from a distance. Kakashi saw the towering emerald head and was greatly alarmed. He knew the power of Susanoo. Generally, only elite Jonin could activate it. The next moment it dissipated, and he hurriedly rushed over with the ANBU to investigate the situation. After running a few hundred meters, he spotted Uchiha Shursui coming through. Kakashi called out, Uchiha Shursui. Uchiha Shursui replied, Hataki Kakashi. Kakashi asked, what has happened? Did you activate Susanoo? Uchiha Shursui said, yes, Danzo wanted to steal my eyes, and of course, I wouldn't give them up, so we had a conflict, and I activated Susanoo to intimidate him. This was beyond Kakashi's scope, so he said, you should explain this to Lord Hokage. Such matters were naturally left for the Hokage to judge. Uchiha Shursui replied, okay. He had already devised a countermeasure, so he was not afraid. This was Danzo's fault. He was unreasonable from the start. Kakashi said to the two behind him, you two take Shursui over. I will ask Lord Danzo. Yes. With such commotion, as part of the Elder Council, Tsunade and Mito Yin came to the scene. At Sarutobi Hiruzen's place. They didn't get an answer and waited for the ANBU to bring back news. When Uchiha Shursui walked in the office, several people looked puzzled. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen remembered something and asked, Shursui, was it you who caused the commotion? Uchiha Shursui replied yes. He admitted it openly without hiding anything. A flicker of wariness flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. He hadn't expected Uchiha Shursui to grow so fast, now already a Kage-level powerhouse. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, what exactly happened? Uchiha Shursui replied, let's wait for Danzo to explain himself. Mito Yin said, Uchiha brat. You should call him Lord Danzo. He was not satisfied with Uchiha Shursui's address and emphasized it again. Uchiha Shursui looked over and said, he doesn't deserve respect. His virtue doesn't match his position. We can discuss it later. He had seen through the true colors of these so-called high-ranking elders and naturally wouldn't be polite to them. Mito Yin said, brat, do you know who you're talking to? Uchiha Shursui replied, I know, so what? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was a bit displeased and said, Shursui, don't be so rude. Tsunade added, that's right, Uchiha brat. Danzo is still your elder. You shouldn't be so disrespectful. Uchiha Shursui replied, an elder who wants to seize my eyes, is he worthy of respect? Uchiha Shursui, don't slander. Danzo and Kakashi walked in, with fury evident in Danzo's left eye. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Mito Yin all stood up upon seeing Danzo with a severed arm. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, Danzo, what happened? Danzo said viciously, it's that evil Uchiha brat. Uchiha Shursui interrupted directly. Enough, Danzo, we don't need to say more unnecessary words. Words without evidence are meaningless. Isn't there a soul extractor? Let's see your memories, Danzo. It will be clear whether you wanted to take my eyes, study my Uchiha clan's Izanagi, or research Lord Hashirama's corpse. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes turned to Danzo. Uchiha Shursui could say this only because he had discovered something, so he dared to speak like this. Danzo didn't expect Uchiha Shursui to escalate things to this level, and he froze, directly wanting to extract his soul. Did he dare to let the soul be extracted? Of course not. Otherwise, everything he had done would be exposed, including his collaboration with Orochimaru. Uchiha Shursui stared fearlessly into Danzo's eyes, as if to say, old dog, what now? Everyone present was sharp, and they could see the underlying issues. They all knew Danzo had made a big mistake this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice, let's let this matter go for now. You all can leave. Kakashi left without expression, his gaze darkened, and no one knew what he was thinking. Sarutobi Hiruzen then said to Uchiha Shursui, Shursui, I will handle Danzo's matter seriously and apologize to you for his recklessness. Recklessness? Hearing this word, Uchiha Sure Sui wanted to laugh. Wanting to seize his eyes was just recklessness? How ridiculous. However, he didn't say anything and replied, "Thank you, Lord Hokage." This Hokage, for him, is already a thing of the past. In his heart, there's only the Dragon King. Upon leaving the Hokage building, he encountered Kakashi. Uchiha Sure Sui narrowed his eyes, quickly walked up, and said in a low voice, "Kakashi by the cliffside lake." Chapter 18. Sure Sui and Itachi part ways in the Hokage office. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo remained. Even Midogate Kurenai and Tsunade had left. Then came the moment of their love-hate relationship. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, "Danzo, what are you doing?" He was already clear that Danzo was definitely studying the body of the first Hokage, having already tampered with it. If this got out, the high-ranking officials of Konoha would be utterly humiliated. Not only would their prestige decline, but they would also be ridiculed by other villages, potentially inciting the wrath of the legendary Sannin Tsunade, who might even hinder Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood Danzo, and Danzo understood Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo realized he had been exposed and could not hide it. Uchiha Sure Sui was too detestable. With one sentence, he left him with no way out. Danzo coldly stated, "I just want Konoha to be the leader of the ninja world. As long as Konoha produces another Hashirama-sama, who in this world can compete with us?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened, his eyes filled with anger, and he said, "So you desecrated the remains of the previous Hokage?" Danzo replied, "Hashirama-sama is the god of ninjas." The two began their love-hate quarrel, with neither side yielding. However, now Sarutobi Hiruzen was the Hokage, and he directly demoted Danzo, barring him from all duties and demanding he reflect on his actions. In response, Danzo coldly said, "Hiruzen, you will regret this. Without my roots, Konoha will be like a big tree, destined to die." This provoked Sarutobi Hiruzen into another outburst. Chakra filled the entire office, as if a battle was about to erupt in an instant. With this, the matter fell to a close. As for the punishment, Danzo had his own base. His lack of involvement was not a big deal. He could send his people to cause trouble. Uchiha Sure Sui heard this punishment and revealed a cold smile. Fortunately, he had already become disillusioned with Konoha. Thankfully, he had the Dragon King, who provided him with a glimmer of hope. That night, the stars filled the sky. At the lakeside in the back mountain of the Uchiha clan, it was extremely quiet, with only the sound of flowing water singing. It was a rare good night. Uchiha Sure Sui arrived at the cliff, waiting for Kakashi. He believed Kakashi would definitely come, even if not today, then in the future. However, instead of Kakashi, he indeed waited for Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Sure Sui was in a good mood and said, "Itachi, you're here." Uchiha Itachi questioned, "Brother Sure Sui, why did you do this?" Uchiha Sure Sui's eyes moved slightly, and he replied, "Itachi, what do you mean by that?" Uchiha Itachi asked again, "Why did you hurt Danzo? Don't you know that doing so pushes the entire clan to the opposite side of the village?" He was still thinking about how to ensure the coexistence of the clan and the village in harmony. Uchiha Sure Sui felt a bit disappointed in Uchiha Itachi and said, "Itachi, are you saying that as long as it allows the village and the clan to coexist peacefully, any sacrifice is worth it?" Uchiha Itachi nodded without hesitation, "Yes." Uchiha Sure Sui replied, "Including my eyes?" At this, Uchiha Itachi did not agree. He knew how precious Sure Sui's eyes were, a powerful deterrent for both the clan and Konoha. Uchiha Itachi said, "But you could have just stopped Danzo. Why did you have to hurt him?" Uchiha Sure Sui responded, "The thief has already shown his fangs. Is it enough to just stop him once?" Uchiha Itachi fell silent again. With Danzo's character, after the first time, there would surely be a second. He would find a way to obtain the Uchiha clan Sharingan. Uchiha Sure Sui said, "You also know the nature of that old dog Danzo. Since he has made a move, I will naturally strike him hard." After a while, Uchiha Itachi finally said, "Brother Sure Sui, you've changed. You've become so unfamiliar. You're no longer the Sure Sui I used to know." Uchiha Sure Sui replied, "Yes, I have changed. I have seen many things clearly. I see Konoha for what it is. I see the Hokage. I see the Elder Group." Uchiha Itachi asked, "But Brother Sure Sui, why?" Uchiha Sure Sui replied, "What do you mean by why?" Uchiha Itachi said again, "Why do you want to betray the village? Betray your family?" Uchiha Sure Sui narrowed his eyes and said, "Who told you that I betrayed the village?" "Oh, it seems the Hokage's brainwashing is quite effective. He sent you to test me, didn't he?" "Itachi, you really disappoint me." Uchiha Itachi felt heartbroken at this moment. He did not understand why the Sure Sui he respected so much had become this way, why it felt so unfamiliar. Then, He laughed maniacally, looking somewhat insane. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi's eyes began to change, transforming from the 3-tomo Sharingan to a crimson, ripple pattern with 9 tomo. One must say, the restorative power of this world directly helped Uchiha Itachi awaken his Manjiki Sharingan. Seeing this, Uchiha Shursui said, "Itachi, congratulations on awakening your Manjiki Sharingan." Uchiha Itachi replied, "From now on, I will keep a close eye on you. If you harm Konoha or the clan, I will definitely stop you." Uchiha Shursui said, "Do as you wish. Anyone who harms my family will face my resistance." Uchiha Itachi deeply glanced at Uchiha Shursui and turned to leave. The two parted on unfriendly terms. With their ideologies having shifted, their differences emerged. Uchiha Shursui's soul was elevated. In his view, this Konoha village was stagnant water. Yet Uchiha Itachi was different. He respected the Hokage greatly, and criticizing the Hokage was equivalent to opposing him. Uchiha Shursui sat alone by the cliff, gazing at the clear moon, lost in thought. No matter how dark this world may be, there will always be sunlight and moonlight. Uchiha Itachi secretly arrived at the Hokage office, where Sarutobi Hiruzen was waiting for him. "Itachi, how did it go?" Sarutobi Hiruzen eagerly asked. Uchiha Itachi replied, "Hokage-sama." Shursui has no intention of rebellion. He only feels injustice in his heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. Konoha right now really cannot afford any turmoil, especially with a powerhouse like Shursui, a 13-year-old shadow-level expert. His future holds infinite possibilities." Sarutobi Hiruzen then asked, "Itachi, many members of your clan have withdrawn from the guard department during this time. What is the reason for this?" Uchiha Itachi thought for a moment and said, "It's Shursui. He told those people to withdraw from the guard department to focus on training and teach them ninjutsu." Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow and said earnestly, "Itachi, this is very dangerous." Uchiha Itachi replied, "Hokage-sama, don't worry. I will keep an eye on them." Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "But Itachi, Shursui now." Uchiha Itachi interrupted, "Hokage, I have already awakened my Manjiki Sharingan." As he spoke, Uchiha Itachi's eyes shifted, crimson and eerie. Chapter 19. Can I trust you? With such a significant event occurring, Naruto naturally took some time to meet with Uchiha Shursui. The first question upon meeting was, "Shursui, is it true that that old dog Danzo wants to seize your eyes?" Uchiha Shursui said, "Not bad. This old dog really wants to ambush me. Fortunately, with the Dragon King's reminder, I prepared in advance." Naruto warned, "But, Shursui, you must be careful. Danzo won't miss the opportunity." Uchiha Shursui replied, "Don't worry. Lord Dragon King, I will defend against that old dog. If he comes again, I will sever his head." He would naturally be cautious. The only ones he could trust now were the Dragon King and the family members whose will have been altered by him using Kodoe Mitsukami. Anyone else who wanted to get close to him had ulterior motives. Uchiha Shursui asked, "Dragon King, may I bring Kakashi over? I know his abilities, and if we can win him over, it would definitely be a great asset to the organization." Naruto said, "If we can pull him over, that would naturally be a good thing, but it's a bit difficult." Although the death of Konoha White Fang had a huge impact on Kakashi, his heart is still loyal to Konoha, so it won't be that easy to win him over. Of course, we can give it a try. If it doesn't work, we'll talk about it then. Uchiha Shursui replied, "Yes, Dragon King." Remembering Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shursui continued, "Dragon King, Itachi has already opened his eyes." "Naruto, Manjiki?" Uchiha Shursui nodded. "Yes, it seems that because of my change, he couldn't get past his inner defenses, so he activated the Manjiki Sharingan." Naruto thought to himself, "Nothing has changed like this. The power of this world is truly strong. It can still be restored, and it's all because of Shursui's influence. Moreover, Itachi Uchiha can't be brought over. Perhaps it's meant for him to fulfill his own mission. What other mission could there be? Naturally, it is the night of the massacre, to assist the final Indra's emergence." Naruto said, "Shursui, it seems you need to be more careful in your actions from now on, especially in taking care of your people. The Jinjutsu of the Manjiki Sharingan is too powerful, so don't leak any secrets." Shursui nodded seriously, as this was also what he was wary of. After some inquiries about training, Uchiha Shursui returned. Naruto murmured, "The night of the massacre, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo, what excuse will you use?" Half a month passed. Danzo was removed from his position, but he did not idle away. The humiliation of losing his hand and the pain felt like yesterday. He sent people to secretly spread rumors, all unfavorable to the Uchiha clan. One day, As Naruto passed a small restaurant, he overheard a conversation. Did you know? The Uchiha clan plans to betray the village. That's impossible. The Uchiha clan has been in the village since the end of the Warring States period. Even if they are ruthless, they wouldn't betray the village. Impossible? Do you know how Yamada died? Does that have anything to do with the Uchiha clan? Of course it does. It was the Uchiha clan that leaked the secret and caused his death. You could say he died at the hands of the Uchiha clan. Hearing this, Naruto smiled slightly and murmured to himself, I see. He immediately understood that they were using the same method against the Uchiha clan as they did against Konoha White Fang. In this regard, one must say that Danzo's tactics were quite brilliant. By manipulating public opinion and stirring up conflicts between the villagers and the Uchiha clan, as long as the Uchiha clan made even the slightest mistake, it would be infinitely magnified. In the end, the Uchiha clan would be seen as evil and deserving of extermination. As long as this idea takes root in people's hearts, Konoha would take action. Demon Fox, get out. Our shop doesn't welcome you. While Naruto was lost in thought, the shopkeeper, seeing Naruto, mistakenly thought he wanted to enter the shop to eat. The other customers also stopped their discussions and looked at Naruto, their eyes suddenly filled with hatred. Naruto didn't say anything, just as he was about to leave. A voice rang out. You guys, that's enough. Naruto turned his head, and the person who came was Iruka. Upon seeing Iruka, everyone fell silent. After all, he was a ninja master. Iruka asked, Naruto, do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Naruto shook his head. Thank you, Iruka-sensei, but I'm not hungry right now. After saying that, he quietly left, away from a group of ignorant people. Iruka turned to the diners in the small shop and said, I don't want you to speak of Naruto again in the future. The crowd, intimidated by the ninja's strength, naturally responded, Yes, sir. We will be careful in the future. Being careful in the future means they can talk when he is not around. Time quickly passed to the end of the 54th year in Konoha, and indeed, as Danzo's goal was achieved. The Uchiha clan was increasingly getting into fights with the villagers on the streets, and the crimes of the Uchiha clan kept piling up, while their resentment continued to accumulate, waiting for the moment to explode. Beside Naruto, there was one more person, none other than Hinata. Every time Naruto attends class, she blushes and quietly greets everyone. Her shy demeanor is simply adorable. Today is another boring theory class. Naruto exchanges a glance with Shikamaru and Choji, leaves a shadow clone behind, and the three of them skip class. They are now quite experienced at skipping class, exiting the classroom, climbing over the wall, moving smoothly like flowing water. As they drop down from the wall, Naruto furrows her brow slightly and thinks, why is she here? Indeed, behind them is a little tail. Dressed in purple with blue hair, it's none other than Hinata. This time, under Naruto's lead, the trio moves a bit slower, waiting for Hinata. They arrive at the forest, their secret training spot. Over the past few months, influenced by Naruto, both Shikamaru and Choji have significantly improved their skills, reaching the level of a lower ninja. The three brought ingredients, ready for a big meal, and began their training. At that moment, Naruto said, Hinata, you can come out now? Shikamaru and Choji looked at each other, and soon heard a faint rustling in the forest. Seeing Hinata emerge, her cheeks flushed, shyly greeting, Naruto-kun, Shikamaru-kun, Choji-kun. Shikamaru said, Hinata, are you also skipping class with us? Aren't you afraid of getting caught by Iruka-sensei? Hinata cautiously replied, I'm not afraid. Choji added, Hinata, come over and eat with us. I tell you, Naruto's cooking is amazing. The dishes he makes are so delicious. Hinata, feeling braver, responded, okay. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the four little cuties, smiled, and put away the crystal ball. Naruto is in great shape now, and his goal has been achieved. Once the food was ready, the four began to dig in. During this time, Naruto suddenly said, Shikamaru, Choji, Hinata, can I trust you? Chapter 20. Teaching the three to train facing the three. Naruto plans to reveal a bit of a secret to encourage them to join the training team and help them become stronger. Shikamaru, somewhat puzzled, said, Naruto, you're our friend. Of course, you can trust us. Choji, while munching on fish, added, yeah, Naruto, we're friends, the most important partners. We would never betray you. Hinata timidly said, I will definitely not betray Naruto-kun. Her voice was soft, yet firm. Naruto said, I have some secrets. You are my friends, and I don't want to deceive you. But you have to promise to keep it a secret. Shikamaru replied seriously, of course. Choji and Hinata also assured him that they would never betray Naruto or reveal even a hint of his secrets. Naruto said, my strength is not just that of a genin. As he spoke, he opened his hand, and the Rasengan formed in his palm. He threw it out, and it exploded, creating a huge pit in the distant mountains, at least 10 meters wide. This wasn't a true Rasengan. It was just a small ball made from the tailed beast bomb. But Naruto was confident that if he formed a tailed beast bomb, the hidden leaf village would collapse. Hiss! Shikamaru and Choji gasped, realizing that such destructive power was at the peak level of a Chunin. Hinata exclaimed, "Naruto-kun, that's amazing." She had no other thoughts in her mind, only happiness for Naruto. It wasn't over yet. Naruto picked up a piece of a leaf and said, "Do you see the little dragonfly on the rock behind me?" The three of them looked over and nodded. Naruto suddenly threw the leaf. At that moment, the leaf was no longer a leaf, it was a sharp sword. Swish! The leaf accurately struck the dragonfly and embedded itself into the stone. Shikamaru's pupils constricted. This was a leaf, not a kunai, and to embed itself in the stone required an immense amount of strength. Naruto said, "This is my current strength." In his heart, he thought, "Not even 1%. He said to Shikamaru, "Shikamaru, compared to you, my perception is the most sensitive. What do you think of the current atmosphere in Konoha?" Shikamaru simply replied, "Uchiha and the village, Sai." Naruto nodded and said, "That's right, the conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan has reached a boiling point. So we need to strengthen ourselves and become stronger. That way we can ensure our safety." Choji asked, "But Naruto, even if the village and the Uchiha clan were to fall into chaos, it wouldn't." Naruto said, "Choji, you are wrong." Shikamaru also nodded in agreement with Naruto's words. Hinata looked at Naruto with her pure eyes, wanting to hear what he had to say. Naruto continued, "Konoha is the #1 village in the ninja world, the strongest because of several prominent clans and the 3 legendary ninjas. Among these clans, the Uchiha clan is undoubtedly Konoha's sharpest blade and a presence that many in the ninja world fear. Without the deterrence of the Uchiha clan, one can imagine the attitudes of other villages. Furthermore, the betrayal of Orochimaru has dealt a heavy blow to Konoha." Shikamaru said, "If the village goes to war with the Uchiha clan, the village's strength will undoubtedly decline significantly. A tiger without a tooth is not as intimidating." Naruto nodded and continued, "The land of fire has the most fertile soil in the ninja world. With such a prize, do you think other countries won't covet it? It's easy to imagine that when that time comes, war will inevitably break out. In the original story, when the 3 Sannin were gone, if it weren't for Tsunade and Jiraiya's return, which intimidated many small villains, along with Itachi Uchiha sending messages from outside, the flames of war would have probably already ignited in the land of fire." Shikamaru said, "On the surface, there will be peace, but secretly, there will be all kinds of conspiracies." Naruto said, "So we need to train harder to ensure we have the strength to protect ourselves before graduation, so we can protect the people we want to protect." Choji replied, "Yeah, training." After saying that, he continued eating. Naruto, Hinata, and Shikamaru ate slowly. While he never slowed down, Hinata said, "Naruto-kun, can you teach me how to train?" Naruto smiled and said, "Of course. Consider it a reward for your eyes. As for guilt, I really don't have any. That's just the kind of person I am." Hinata's eyes were full of excitement as she said, "Thank you, Naruto-kun." Seeing her joyful expression, Naruto gently patted her head like an adult. Ding! Hinata's body instantly stiffened. Her face turned red as if it were about to bubble. And a thought crossed her mind. Naruto-kun touched my head. His hand is so warm. Then she fainted, and if Naruto hadn't caught her, she would have fallen to the ground. Regarding this, Naruto felt a bit of a headache. This situation made it so that he and the Hyuga clan were not friends. If the matter of the Byakugan got out, they would become enemies. Naruto placed Hinata under a tree, leaning against the trunk. He shook his head and thought to himself, "Take it one step at a time. If the Hyuga clan seeks revenge, I will give them 3 chances. No matter who it is, they can go back and keep their lives. But if it happens once, twice, and then a 3rd time, and even a 4th, then I want T-hole back." Choji asked, "Why did Hinata faint?" This guy, who only has food in his eyes, naturally couldn't see Hinata as feelings for Naruto. Shikamaru said, "Well, how should I put it? Let us just eat meat." Choji replied, "Right, meat?" Shikamaru said, "Did you eat all the meat, Choji?" Choji said, "Was it good?" "Of course, I had to eat more." Shikamaru replied, "But at least leave some for us." "Look, you ate it all." Choji said, "I didn't think I ate that much." The two started to frantically grab food, making Naruto speechless. How could Shikamaru compete with a hungry Choji for food? After the meal, Hinata woke up, and the 4 began to practice. Naruto taught them ordinary body refining techniques and chakra control methods, repeatedly reminding them not to let others know, and they naturally agreed. Seeing Hinata's gentle fist and palm techniques, Naruto taught her Tai Chi, which, once mastered, would easily outclass her gentle fist and palm techniques. Hinata felt very happy. Not only did Naruto teach her how to train, but he also imparted fighting techniques, which was much better than what Shikamaru and Choji received. The four practiced until the sun set, and then they left the base. Hinata and Choji went back. One secretly practiced while the other fell asleep. Only Shikamaru couldn't sleep. Naruto's words echoed in his mind. So he got up and knocked on his father's door. Narashikaku opened the door, looking somewhat puzzled. Shikamaru, what's the matter? Shikamaru replied, Father, I want to talk to you. Hearing his son's serious tone, Narashikaku knew the matter was not simple and said, Okay, let us go to the study. Chapter 21. Kakashi's appointment. The two sat down, and Narashikaku asked, Shikamaru, what is bothering you? Narashikamaru was afraid of trouble and felt uninterested and powerless about everything. In fact, he was very smart. He had always been like this since he was a child, or else he wouldn't have exchanged a victory for a wife, and he was already over 10 years old back then. Narashikamaru said, The Uchiha clan and the village. Narashikaku immediately became serious, and Shikamaru could sense it. How could he not know? Shikamaru, you truly are my son. You can notice this too, Narashikaku said. Narashikamaru replied, It's not just me. Narashikaku asked, Who else? Narashikamaru said, It doesn't matter, father. Is there no way to mediate? Narashikaku nodded. There's no way to mediate. It's like water and fire. Narashikaku saw everything. Konoha's methods were insidious and dirty, pushing the Uchiha clan to the brink, and future conflicts would only increase. Narashikamaru asked, Who'll strike first? Narashikaku replied, Konoha. Narashikamaru remained silent for a while, then asked, Father, did the Uchiha clan really do those things? Did they really do it? Of course not. If they had, with the Uchiha clan's pride, they would admit it. But how should I answer? How to respond, so that Konoha won't lose face in my son's eyes? Narashikamaru said, Father, no need to say more. I understand. Narashikaku smiled wryly. His son was quite clever, and with just a little pause, he could guess a lot. Finally, he asked, Father, who exactly is Naruto Uzumaki? Narashikamaru's expression became even more serious. This was Konoha's top secret. In many people's eyes, it was transparent. Just saying the son of the Nine Tails. What else could make the world fear the Nine Tails? It must be the Nine Tails itself. On the surface, they protected Naruto, but any discerning ninja village could guess that he was the host of the Nine Tails. What were they protecting? Shikamaru asked, Is Naruto's identity very special? Narashikaku replied, Yes. Very special. Of course, it was special. This was Konoha's weapon of war. How could it not be special? Shikamaru stared at his father, seeking an explanation. Narashikaku sighed, walked aside, and took out a photo of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, saying, You recognize him, right? Shikamaru rolled his eyes at fourth. Narashikaku smiled slightly, saying, Very sunny, very warm, right? His hair is also yellow. Narashikaku had never seen the fourth, so he didn't know if he was sunny or warm. He could only tell from his hair color. Narashikaku stood up and said, Father, does that mean Naruto-kun is? Narashikaku nodded, then said, Son, there are some things you don't need to know right now. You just need to train hard and have fun. After that, the two father and son stopped chatting, both feeling heavy-hearted, and went to sleep. Uchiha Back Mountain by the lakeside. Shursui was still waiting, never giving up, until deep into the night. At a certain moment, the flow of chakra accelerated, and Uchiha Shursui revealed a faint smile, saying, Kakashi Hitaki, you finally came. Then a figure appeared on the cliff, half covering his face. Who else could it be but Kakashi Hitaki? Kakashi said, Uchiha Shursui, you summoned me for a purpose? Shursui used Naruto's words and said, to chat, to talk. He was hoping to recruit Kakashi, who was an elite jonin with extraordinary ninjutsu. Kakashi asked, What do you want to talk about? He was always on guard against Uchiha Shursui. His strength was formidable, a shadow-level expert. Shursui asked, Kakashi, you should be very clear about the current situation, right? Kakashi's nerves tightened, and he became fully alert, saying, You want to fight? He prepared himself as if a battle was imminent. Shursui said, It's not that I'm arrogant, Kakashi. If I wanted to attack you, you wouldn't even have a chance to resist. He then activated his Sharingan, and it appeared like a spinning shuriken. Kakashi exclaimed, This is the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Shursui closed his eyes and nodded, saying yes. Naruto's guess was not wrong. The evolution condition of the Sharingan is indeed mental strength, and the Uchiha clan's bloodline can indeed stimulate the growth of mental power. Now, There are more Uchiha clan members in the organization who possess the Manjiki Sharingan. Not just him. Shursui said again, Kakashi, I hope this remains confidential. Kakashi nodded, all right. He agreed to this request, as he had to. The eternal Manjiki Sharingan could erase his memories, and there was no need for such a thing to happen. Shursui nodded and returned to the original question, saying, You misunderstood my meaning. I was asking about the Uchiha clan and the current situation in Konoha. Kakashi replied, It's like fire and water. Shursui asked Kakashi, How does this scene feel? Doesn't it seem very familiar? Kakashi asked, What do you mean? Shursui said, When Tsukumo Hatake died, it was a great regret. I wasn't born at that time, but I'm well aware of his deeds. A remarkable, genius ninja, wielding a chakra short sword that emits white light, was known as the Leaf's White Fang. Powerful, his name resounded through all nations. Even a legendary Sannin had to show him some respect. He completed 256 D-rank missions, 384 C-rank missions, 266 B-rank missions, 123 A-rank missions, and 27 S-rank missions. His contributions were outstanding, and his merits were overwhelming. But he chose to abandon a mission rather than give up on his comrades. Was that wrong? Kakashi fell silent. His father's death was an everlasting pain in his heart. Shursui continued, With Tsukumo Hatake's prestige, he could surely have been a candidate for the 4th Hokage. One could say that if he hadn't died, the position of 4th Hokage would have been within his grasp. But why was it that for a minor mission, the whole of Konoha blamed him? Not abandoning any comrade turned him into a sinner. Is there such logic in this world? Conversely, if he had abandoned his comrades and completed the mission, would that have been right? Would the villagers' accusations against him have lessened by leaking just a bit of information? They would probably call him cold-blooded, someone who abandoned comrades to avoid failure, and so on. Just like our clan today, what were once minor conflicts have now turned into forced accusations. The pride of the Uchiha clan, once done, cannot be denied. Wouldn't you agree, Kakashi-senpai? Chapter 22. Planting the seed at this moment. Kakashi was no longer calm. In the past, he had been lazy and naturally wouldn't think too much about these matters. But after hearing this, his heart became chaotic. Scenes from the past surfaced in his mind. The villagers' accusations against his father expanded step by step, already branding his father as a criminal, pushing him to the execution platform for public beheading. Shursui paused slightly, waiting for Kakashi to figure things out and calm down before continuing. After a while, Kakashi sat down somewhat dejectedly, his eyes lacking focus. Shursui did not let him off easily and continued, Kakashi, let's talk about your teacher, Minato Namikaze. The 4th Hokage is generous and kind. He is a genius ninja and also a commoner ninja. He did not have the support of a family like the Hatake clan or the heritage of the Uchiha clan. With his own efforts, he fought his way out and became Hokage, admired by the villagers. But is that all there is to how he obtained the position of Hokage? At this moment, Kakashi's thoughts were temporarily guided by Shursui, and upon hearing this, he couldn't help but look at Shursui. Shursui continued, to put it simply, during the 4th tenure. How many Umbu did he truly have control over? Would the root really follow his orders? Kakashi naturally understood this well, as he was part of the Umbu. He was happy that his teacher became Hokage, but in handling matters, many Umbu would first pass things by the 3rd Hokage before submitting decisions to his teacher. If the 3rd Hokage was not satisfied, he would discuss it with his teacher. Kakashi initially thought this was the 3rd's way of training the 4th, but now it became clear that it was not the case at all. The 3rd had never relinquished power. When he stepped down as Hokage, he did not fully hand over authority to the 4th Hokage. Did he not want to step down, not want to let go of his power? So, it turned out that his teacher was indeed a pawn, without family support, without a background. Finding someone like this was simply to control him. Thinking of this, Kakashi couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Truly the absurdity of Konoha. Shursui's eyes lit up slightly, feeling that the seed had been planted. One day, it would grow and sprout, and his purpose this time could be considered achieved. Of course, Shursui did not let Kakashi off easily, and said again, Kakashi, in the ninja world, we all know that the tailed beast sealed as Jinchuriki and Konoha, as the strongest ninja village, naturally has the strongest tailed beast. It is well known that the strongest tailed beast is the Nine Tails, a powerful fox. Other ninja villages know this. Is the child of the demon fox really protecting the Jinchuriki? Kakashi couldn't help but shudder at this moment. He also began to doubt. The child of the demon fox. How obvious is this answer? In the ninja world, what else can be called a demon fox? Other than the Nine Tails, nothing else can be called a demon fox. Shursui said, I believe you have thought of this as well. I have gone through many ancient texts and learned about the nine-tailed fox. I immediately understood that Naruto Uzumaki is the Jinchuriki, the nine-tails Jinchuriki, and not just that. In the 48th year of Konoha, during the Nine-Tails disturbance, the fourth Hokage and his wife died to subdue the Nine-Tails, both perishing. Kushina Uzumaki was pregnant at that time. This matter was done very secretly. But with the yellow flash and the fourth's portrait, Naruto Uzumaki's identity is beyond doubt. The son of a hero, living a life worse than a pig or a dog. Is this protecting Naruto? And one more thing, the Uzumaki clan has already been exterminated. Who else can survive in Konoha but the child of Kushina Uzumaki? When falsehood becomes truth and truth becomes falsehood, Shursui grasped the essence of truth and falsehood tightly. In the past, his thoughts were rigidly fixed by Konoha. Now, he was enlightened by Naruto, transforming into a genius embodying both cultivation and wisdom, becoming even more mysterious and unpredictable. Kakashi couldn't figure out and murmured, Why is this happening? Shursui said, a person living in darkness needs a ray of light to guide them. Boom! Shursui's words were like thunder, resonating in Kakashi's mind, leaving his body frozen. Naruto lives in darkness, so who will be his light? There's no doubt about it. It's the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Only the third Hokage has interacted with Naruto, providing him with financial aid, talking with him by the river, guiding him, and teaching him to train. In Naruto's eyes, the third Hokage is irreplaceable. With that said, it's enough. There's no need to elaborate further. Shursui believes that with Kakashi's intelligence, the seed in his heart will sprout. However, it seems there was no mention of Danzo. How could he forget that old guy? Shursui continued. And Danzo, he is indeed studying Lord Hashirama's corpse. Many innocent missing children have been taken by him. Over the years, it must be at least 300, if not 500. There is no doubt that Danzo is using children for experiments, but exactly how many, Shursui does not know. However, this does not hinder his conjecture. The number shouldn't be too high, but it also can't be too low, otherwise it won't resonate with Kakashi. Kakashi exclaimed, How is that possible? How dare he? Shursui replied, Don't even mention the Hokage. If it weren't for him, would Danzo dare to do this to Naruto? The Hokage could easily clarify things. And Naruto could live well, but what has he done? Nothing at all. Kakashi felt powerless, as if he had been drained of all energy, wondering if this was still Konoha. It no longer is. It has already been corrupted by power. Kakashi recalled some past events. Tsunade's departure, Jiraiya's travels. Orochimaru's betrayal. Weren't they all disappointed with Konoha? Finally, Kakashi asked, What is your purpose in telling me all this? Shursui replied, Shursui only hopes that in the future, we won't be enemies. If possible, I wish to become partners and friends. Kakashi asked, What do you mean by that? Are you going to betray the village? Shursui countered, If Konoha wanted you dead, what would you do? Wait to die, or follow your father and commit suicide? Kakashi said, That won't happen. Shursui, are you sure? Kakashi fell silent. Won't happen? How could it not? Given the current situation, there is no way to mediate. Shursui said, If they want to annihilate my Uchiha clan, I will not agree. I will take the Uchiha clan and leave. Anyone who dares to stop us will face destruction. Shursui spoke firmly, without room for doubt. After saying this, he left the lakeside cliff. The seed has already been planted, and there will be opportunities in the future. Chapter 23. The devil is high. The way is higher. Shikamaru, Choji, and Hinata have been training even more diligently, especially Hinata. Naruto has opened a door in her world, and in just 2 months, she has advanced to the peak of the 3rd rank, which is the peak of a genin. Especially with Naruto's novel training method, they feel much more relaxed, absorbing chakra and storing it in their meridians, which has the effect of promoting blood circulation and is very comfortable. Although she has not comprehended the essence of the fist, it has enhanced her understanding of gentle fist and bagua palm. Coupled with her Byakugan, she is already capable of battling at the Chunin level without defeat. Shikamaru and Choji are solidly at the 2nd rank, with Chunin combat capabilities. However, the 3 of them adhere to Naruto's survival strategy, appearing merely as novice ninjas on the surface. Naruto has already sensed the atmosphere of battle, feeling that the night of the Uchiha clan's annihilation is not far away. He believes that at this moment, the village has already started planning. That day, the 4 of them climbed over the wall again, and before long, one more person joined them. That blue ping-pong paddle short-sleeve shirt. Who else could it be but Sasuke? By a chance encounter, Sasuke unexpectedly discovered Shikamaru making hand signs, and those signs were none other than the hand signs for ninjutsu. along with Choji and Hinata. This greatly shocked him, knowing that the four of them had a secret, so he followed them to take a look. Naruto's lips curved slightly. Giving Sasuke some pressure was fine. He didn't intend to recruit Sasuke. This guy was too influenced by Indra and was like a ticking time bomb, never considering the consequences of his actions, and wouldn't treat his own people like humans. Thunder rolled and rain poured as Sasuke limped back. When the sky cleared and the rain stopped, Sasuke felt he could do it again. One could imagine how much trouble he could stir up. If it weren't for Itachi letting him off easy, Sasuke would have been chatting with the sage of 6 paths long ago. In the original story, it was Naruto's hard-earned verbal skills that caught him. His fists were fine, but verbal skills were a different matter. He didn't have the same patience as the original host when dealing with someone like Sasuke. Hinata looked at the curve on Naruto's lips and thought, Naruto-kun is so handsome. Upon arriving at the training ground, the three naturally started with eating before training. Indeed, they were secretly cultivating. Sasuke saw it from a distance and murmured to himself. Naruto, in order to provoke Sasuke, had Hinata throw a handful of leaves. He then swiftly threw a kunai, pinning the leaves to a wooden post. From a distance, Sasuke watched this scene, his eyes widening in surprise. He naturally practiced this as well, and among his peers in the clan, he was unmatched. However, compared to Naruto, he felt far behind. It was something he couldn't achieve without looking. Sasuke said quietly, so strong. This ignited his competitive spirit, and coupled with the pride of the Uchiha clan, he vowed to surpass Naruto and secretly left to return to school. Meanwhile, Shikamaru observed and said, Naruto, what are you showing off for? This is child's play for you. There's nothing impressive about it. Naruto said, of course it's for others to see. Shikamaru replied, I'm already tired of it. Naruto said irritably, it's not for you to see. Shikamaru immediately understood that there were others hiding and asked, who is it? Naruto said, a little boy. Shikamaru replied, Sasuke Uchiha? He heard Naruto refer to Sasuke Uchiha like this before. Naruto said, right? Shikamaru said, what is he following us for? Besides, with the pride of the Uchiha, he wouldn't do something like that. Naruto said, he must be interested in us. So he came to see and knows that we are secretly training in the dark. He will probably train even harder. Shikamaru replied, then why did you provoke him? Naruto said, without him, there would be less fun. Uchiha Sasuke, don't let me down. As expected, after school in the afternoon, Uchiha Sasuke pulled his brother to learn the technique of throwing shuriken. As the obedient younger brother, Uchiha Itachi naturally had to meet Sasuke's request and taught him a practice. Thinking to himself, Sasuke, you will have to walk your own path in the future. I believe in you. You can definitely do it. After practicing for a while, Sasuke asked, brother, can you do it like this? He turned his back to the target and threw the shuriken backward, hitting the target accurately. Uchiha Itachi listened, thought for a moment, and then said, I can do it, but I can't guarantee 100%. Uchiha Sasuke said, brother, I've seen someone do it, hitting the target 3 times in a row, 100% accuracy. Uchiha Itachi became interested and asked, who is it? That amazing? Uchiha Sasuke replied, Naruto Uzumaki. He's the bottom of our class, only capable of shadow clones. Uchiha Itachi, of course, knew about Naruto's situation. The Jinchuriki, who started training by himself at the age of 3. It's him. It seems that he has made some progress in his training over the years. Uchiha Itachi said, as he had monitored Naruto and knew he was training. What? Sasuke exclaimed, then said, brother, what are you saying? Naruto Uzumaki has been training for years. Uchiha Itachi replied, of course, he started working out when he was 3. Sasuke got angry, tilted his head to one side, and said, bad brother, it's all your fault. Why didn't you tell me, so I could start training earlier? Uchiha Itachi gently said, yes, it's my fault. I won't have any missions in the next few days. I'll spend more time with you. After some comforting, Sasuke forgave Itachi. Uchiha Itachi earnestly taught Sasuke the throwing technique. As for Naruto being able to reach that level, Uchiha Itachi didn't care too much. In his view, the path that the Jinchuriki had to walk was still very far. Given his current rate of absorbing chakra, he definitely couldn't keep up with Sasuke. He just didn't realize that the Nine Tails not only didn't hinder Naruto's training, but actually fed energy back to Naruto, allowing his training speed to soar, and his strength to rapidly increase. The current Uchiha Itachi was no longer his match. The two brothers practiced for about 2 hours before heading home. In the slanted sunlight, their shadows stretched long, a scene that was originally beautiful, but in the silent forest, it appeared somewhat lonely and desolate. After they left, a figure in black emerged, severing a hand. Who else could it be but Danzo? He looked at the resentful backs of the two brothers and said, Uchiha Itachi, don't let me down. Then he murmured, Shirsue's eyes are gone, but Fugaka's eyes are also good. In his single eye, there was endless greed. The figure vanished into the forest, disappearing from sight. A person emerged from a tree branch in the forest, not tall, with a youthful face, only 13 or 14 years old. This was Uchiha Shirsue. He practiced the invisibility technique that Naruto had taught him, and with his vigilance, Danzo would never be able to discover him. Shirsue murmured, Old dog Danzo, you won't have a chance. Chapter 24 informs Sarutobi Hiruzen and the old dog Danzo, we are leaving Konoha. This night was special. The moon was high, but the night was very dark. There was no wind, yet it felt particularly cold. Faintly, the sound of crows crying out in blood could be heard. Uchiha Itachi knelt before the four elders of Konoha, respectfully saying, the Uchiha clan has decided to rebel again. The first rebellion was stopped by Itachi using the Kodoeme Tsukumi, so it was unsuccessful. This time, Uchiha Fugaku rallied other members of the Uchiha clan, about 70 or 80 people, intending to launch another rebellion. They could no longer endure the village's oppression. In the past month, there had been 13 incidents of conflict, and who knows how many more would follow. So they planned to rebel again. As a lover of peace, Uchiha Itachi reported this secret to the four elders of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and said, we've still come to this point. Danzo's cold voice said, time is of the essence, Itachi, you must make a choice. In his eyes was endless desire, coveting the Sharingan. He seemed to already see the Sharingan being refined into his own right eye. Danzo's voice became even colder. Will you stay with the Uchiha clan and participate in the rebellion, facing death together? Or will you stand with Konoha and leave your brother behind? This was a threat, a highly skilled threat. When he heard that the Uchiha clan was to be exterminated, Uchiha Itachi's body stiffened. After all, they were family, and he was not a cold-blooded person. Danzo finally said, Itachi, you have no choice. This was Danzo's dominance. Such dark matters naturally fell to him to speak. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Nara Shikaku, and Midogate Kane did not speak. They calmly watched everything, not feeling that this was cruel to a young boy at all. To kill his own parents and clan members, how cruel and cold-blooded a thing that was. Itachi did not clearly hear what was said afterward. He put on a mask and returned to the Uchiha clan's residence. The wind began to blow, and the clouds obscured the moon, as if to completely hide this bloody scene. Outside the Uchiha clan, on a tall tree, Naruto was concealed, watching the masked Uchiha Itachi approach step by step, thinking to himself, this scene has come again. He has received news of Uchiha Shirsue's death, and Uchiha Itachi's behavior is too abnormal. Naruto immediately guesses that Itachi has already made a decision in his heart. With every word Shirsue speaks, Naruto knows that Itachi's subjective consciousness is too strong, and it is difficult to change his fate. It seems that Itachi's existence is solely for the village and Uchiha Sasuke. Speaking of Sasuke, it feels as if there is a mysterious force pulling him, leading him to make extreme choices. Uchiha Fugaku must betray, and Shirsue naturally spoke with him. But unfortunately, Fugaku does not want to communicate with Shirsue. In his heart, Shirsue is still part of the village, still part of the root. And even after severing Danzo's left hand, this notion has not changed. In fact, it doesn't matter what Fugaku speculates. He knows very well Danzo's training methods for root. So he doesn't believe that Shirsue would betray Konoha. The situation is so dramatic that it seems Fugaku must die. Death is his only outcome. Because Shirsue has talked to him more than once, but he never listened and remained stubborn. For this, Shirsue naturally gives up. He has chatted with every member of the Uchiha clan, secretly transmitting the spirit of martial arts, but only about 20 people made a choice. Shirsue has a total of more than 100 people under his control, accounting for half of the Uchiha clan. Among these people, under Shirsue's training, only a little over 10 have not opened their eyes. However, it is enough, it is already sufficient. Including Shirsue, a total of 4 people have activated the Manjiki Sharingan. If Guy doesn't use his ultimate technique, no one can stop Shirsue and the others from leaving the village. As for the other clansmen, Shirsue has no intention of saving them. Naruto has analyzed for him that the fatal flaw of the Uchiha is their arrogance. These clansmen who are not won over are all proud and enjoy the glory of their ancestors, looking down on everyone and believing themselves to be superior to others. Such people entering the organization would probably cause more unnecessary trouble. Itachi has begun to kill. His ninja blade is so merciless, harvesting the lives of his clansmen one by one, and his eyes resemble demons from hell. The smell of blood spreads, and the stench is unbearable. Uchiha Makoto has died. dying peacefully in her son's hands, without a trace of resentment, knowing that her son had no choice. Uchiha Fugaku smiled and said, "Itachi, I believe in your choice." He also died under Itachi's blade, his eyes never opening, and these were Mangeki eyes. Itachi looked towards the western part of the clan's land, his gaze becoming 3 points colder. This is where Sure Sui gathered the clansmen, and usually he would be stopped from entering. Before he could act, a figure suddenly appeared, pulling Fugaku over and extracting his eyes. Several other Uchiha clansmen appeared in the scene, also collecting Sharingan. Sure Sui planned to leave not a single one for that old bastard Danzo. Sure Sui said, "Itachi, you don't need to come here. Have someone send a message back. Tell Sarutobi Hiruzen and that old dog Danzo that tonight we are leaving Konoha." Without Itachi needing to send the message, someone naturally relayed the news back to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, upon hearing that Sure Sui had stopped Itachi, hurried over with people, including all the Umbu and elite Jonin from Root, totaling more than 16 people, plus Sarutobi Hiruzen, a shadow-level expert. As for Danzo, let's forget him. He hasn't obtained a Sharingan yet, merely an elite Jonin, and his combat power is probably only at the late Jonin stage. This force is quite strong. Entering any ninja village can exert a powerful deterrent. There are quite a few of them for the 5 dozen CH Nin, 16 Jonin, 1 elite, and 1 hidden ninja. That's really not a small number. Naruto sat high on a tree trunk, muttering to himself. Then he shook his head and said, "It's a pity that the 3 legendary ninjas are not here tonight. They can't do anything to Sure Sui and the others. The Hidden Dragon organization is about to set sail." Sure Sui told Naruto that 3 people had activated the Mangeki Sharingan, and more than 20 had 3 Tomo, and over 30 had 2 Tomo. There are certainly many people in Konoha, but they dare not go to war with the Uchiha clan because they can't afford it. He, as the Jinchuriki, is still just watching from the sidelines. The legendary 3 ninjas have 1 defecting from the village, and 2 not returning home, and Guy would not casually use his ultimate technique. Feeling the murderous aura approaching, Sure Sui calmly said, "They're here." From beginning to end, he did not speak to Itachi, nor did he give Itachi a single glance. Chapter 25. Helpless strength. Sure Sui clapped his hands, and behind him, one after another, clansmen walked out, more than 50 with 2 Tomo and 3 Tomo Sharingan. Seeing Uchiha Itachi killing their clansmen, many felt a surge of anger in their hearts, and they activated their 3 Tomo Sharingan, with 1 evolving into Mangeki Sharingan, their strength multiplying. This group of people appeared, their gazes all falling on Itachi, filled with cold, killing intent. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and the others entered the Uchiha clan's land, and Sure Sui said, "Sarutobi Hiruzen, old dog Danzo, you've come." Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice, "Uchiha Sure Sui, what do you want to do?" Sure Sui's eyes darkened, and he coldly said, "Sarutobi Hiruzen, I want to ask you, what do you want to do?" This Hokage has reached the limit of his disappointment. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not admit that the order to exterminate the clan came from them, and turned to Itachi to ask, "Itachi, what is going on?" Itachi's eyes were like blood, and he coldly laughed. "What is going on? Of course, it's a defection. Isn't this what you wanted?" After speaking, he distanced himself, seemingly guarding against Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. Danzo coldly said, "Indeed, it is the evil Uchiha clan. Even their own kin can be treated so ruthlessly. They deserve to be exterminated." The moment he entered, he saw that Fugaku's eyes had already been gouged out, taken by Sure Sui, and his anger surged to the top of his head. Sure Sui said, "Old dog Danzo, Fugaku's Sharingan is with me. You can come and take it, and this time I will definitely sever your head." Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, "Uchiha Sure Sui, don't be reckless." Sure Sui said, "Stop acting, Sarutobi Hiruzen. We all know who is right and who is wrong about tonight's events. We want to tell you, as you wished, we are leaving the village." Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes darkened slightly, and he said, "Do you plan to defect? Do you know the consequences?" Sure Sui said, "Konoha does not welcome us. We naturally have to leave. As for the consequences being hunted down, we've already laid our cards on the table. Would I, Uchiha Sure Sui, still be afraid?" Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "Konoha is a home loved by everyone. No one does not welcome you." Sure Sui was no longer polite, pulling out a stack of papers and saying, "This is Danzo's route. He spread rumors to ruin the reputation of my Uchiha clan. You can take a look." He scattered the papers, which fluttered down like leaves. Sure Sui continued, "Moreover, over the past few months, the Uchiha clan has had many conflicts with the village because of these rumors, but in the end, it has always been the Uchiha clan's fault. I think, as the Hokage, you should know the truth behind these rumors. Why allow my Uchiha clan to be persecuted? Then, not giving Sarutobi Hiruzen a chance to argue, he continued. Don't talk about verification or anything like that. These matters, one by one, have records. Even if you were to verify, 3 to 5 days would be enough. Yet, for months, you have turned a blind eye to it. How do you explain that? Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, because of the Uchiha. Uchiha Shursui said, oh, because the Uchiha clan is going to betray. So you really mean the Uchiha clan? Then, may I ask, what evidence is there the Uchiha clan's betrayal? Let's not even mention Uchiha Itachi, who killed his own clan and betrayed Konoha. That logic doesn't hold up. What a talent. Naruto sincerely exclaimed that Uchiha Shursui had truly opened his eyes, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen speechless. Sarutobi Hiruzen indeed had nothing to say. He couldn't find a reason because he dared not say anything more. With just a slight flaw, Uchiha Shursui could rip open a gap. Uchiha Shursui said, in the past, the Uchiha clan was a part of Konoha and made great contributions to it. Although we had some minor flaws, we have never betrayed Konoha. Yet we are doubted, suspected, and gradually pushed to the edge of the village. Now, there are even wishes for the extinction of the Uchiha clan. I'm sorry, but I, Uchiha Shursui, do not agree. Today, we are leaving the village, not because we want to, but because you have forced us to. As you wish, we will leave Konoha. Is there any problem? Danzo said. As long as you enter Konoha, you will be a Konoha citizen for life. To live as a Konoha person and to die as a Konoha ghost. If you want to leave, you can, but leave your life behind. Uchiha Shursui replied. Danzo, old dog, don't bark wildly in front of me. Right now, in front of me, you are just an ant. He directed his gaze at Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the Hokage had to make the decision. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Konoha does have some biases against the Uchiha clan, but you cannot leave the village. Konoha will make amends for the mistakes made in the past towards the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shursui said, I'm sorry, I do not believe you. The Uchiha clan does not want to become like the Senju clan, which has only Tsunade left now. So we must leave. I hope everyone does not obstruct us. After speaking, Uchiha Shursui's eyes turned crimson. The eternal Manjiki Sharingan appeared, and Susanoo emanated a powerful aura. Behind him, 4 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan appeared. 3 Susanoo manifested again. And another person had just awakened the Manjiki and could not activate Susanoo yet. More than 30 pairs of 3 Tomo Sharingan and over 20 pairs of 2 Tomo Sharingan filled the scene with a powerful presence. Uchiha Shursui domineeringly declared, we are leaving. Anyone who obstructs us will be killed. Perhaps we will die tonight, but not many of you here will survive. Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you want to give it a try? Isn't this just a threat? Who can't threaten? It's a matter of whose threat is stronger. Seeing the 4 Susanoo, many Nin in the crowd were already terrified. It was too strong. The aura was too overwhelming. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo's hearts trembled. For Manjiki, 1 eternal Manjiki, and over 33 Tomo, how could they fight against that? They simply couldn't. Even if Konoha exerted all its strength with a legendary Sannin present, they would still suffer heavy casualties. This would be a huge blow to Konoha, and it might be difficult to maintain its operations. The outcome was clear. They would be subjected to other ninja villages, and perhaps even the Jinchuriki would not be able to be protected, leaving Konoha with no hope of recovery. Uchiha Shursui asked, have you made up your minds? Is it war or retreat? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. You can go. Shursui, Konoha will always be the home of the Uchiha. If you want to return, we will welcome you at any time. To be honest, Sarutobi Hiruzen regretted it. He regretted dealing with the Uchiha clan. If it weren't for this situation, this group of power would be the backbone of Konoha, and he even foolishly hoped that Uchiha Shursui would change his mind. Uchiha Shursui retracted Susanoo, smiled at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and waved. We're leaving. The farce ended here. Uchiha Shursui led his people out of Konoha, leaving in a grand manner, without anyone to obstruct them. Uchiha Itachi watched this outcome, and for some reason, 3 words surged in his heart. I was wrong. Chapter 26. Sasuke Awakens. The drama ended here, and Naruto also got up and left, exiting the village. He waited for Uchiha Shursui ahead. A crow landed on Uchiha Shursui's shoulder, and he said, will you wait for me here? He stepped out and disappeared into the night sky. Naruto also showed his body and said, Shursui, you did a great job. With you, great things can be accomplished. Shursui replied. Shursui does not dare to take credit. All of this is the result of the Dragon King's teachings. His admiration for Naruto had become boundless. Naruto was the savior who saved his family. Naruto waved his hand and said, I can't accept this. I believe with your cleverness. The Hidden Dragon organization will definitely develop well. When you go to the Land of Tea, you need to be careful of an organization called Akatsuki. Akatsuki? Uchiha Shursui naturally knew about this organization, which is indeed very powerful. Naruto continued, the leader of the Akatsuki organization has a pair of eyes, the Rinnegan, which is very powerful. As for where these eyes come from, I will tell you later. The Rinnegan is the final form of the Sharingan, and it really should be treated with caution. Right now, my eternal Mangekyou Sharingan can't compete with it. However, you don't need to worry. The leader of the Akatsuki usually doesn't act on his own. It's the members who go out. They have other matters to attend to and won't be coming to find you for the time being. But there is one person who should come find you. Naruto said. Uchiha Shursui asked, who? Naruto said, a person wearing a mask, your clansman. He was originally dead, but was revived by someone else and became a member of the Akatsuki organization. His name is Uchiha Obito. Shursui's pupils suddenly narrowed. How is that possible? Isn't he dead? Naruto said. He was resurrected by someone else. Death is just an illusion. On the night of the Nine Tails. He entered Konoha and used space power to take my mother away, which led to the Nine Tails disturbance. Uchiha Shursui said, Uzumaki Kushina Senpai is actually Obito's master's wife. How could he? Naruto said, Obito's mind has already twisted. He wants the Uchiha clan and Konoha to kill each other. He seeks revenge on everyone. After hearing this, Uchiha Shursui's eyes flickered with a cold light as he asked, did he come to find me for the Sharingan? His eyes have already evolved into the Mangekyou Sharingan, which is very precious. Naruto shook his head. No, he will try to win you over and join the Akatsuki to achieve their goals. As for fighting, he probably won't fight you. After all, he has one eye and you have two. He can't defeat you. Jishuei said, so Dragon King, when do you plan to leave Konoha? In his view, it would be best for Naruto to leave with them. With Naruto's guidance, Qianlong would develop faster. Naruto said, wait a moment, I can still leave now, otherwise someone will come and catch me. Jishuei said, Dragon King, with your strength, who in Konoha can deal with you? Although he had activated his Mangekyou Sharingan, he felt that he would not be a match for the Dragon King. The Dragon King's strength was beyond what he could compare to. Naruto said, this Konoha really exists. Jishuei asked, who? Naruto said, someone you wouldn't expect, Might Guy. This indeed took Uchiha Shursui by surprise. Might Guy's strength was only at the peak of Jonin. He had a rather carefree personality, a poor memory, and appeared very ordinary. His talent for ninjutsu was zero, and although he practiced taijutsu, it seemed to be just that. Naruto said, do you find it unbelievable? Uchiha Shursui nodded. It is indeed unbelievable. Naruto said, Might Guy's taijutsu has reached its limit. Once his finishing move is unleashed, even your ancestor Uchiha Madara could be kicked to death by him. This is not a joke. Uchiha Madara, the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, has reached the level of the Sage of Six Paths. Yet under Might Guy's kick, he sustained serious internal injuries. If he had 3 lives, he could kick Uchiha Madara to death. In his lifetime, Uchiha Madara was very powerful, but there was still a certain gap compared to the Sage of Six Paths. Uchiha Shursui listened, still in disbelief, but the Dragon King's words were firm. He felt a conflict within himself, both believing and not believing, creating a contradiction. After all, the image Uchiha Madara left them was too profound. He was the second strongest in the ninja world, with only the god of shinobi, Hashirama, being slightly superior. Hearing Naruto say this now naturally caused him to feel conflicted. Naruto said, but it won't be long now. The Jinchuriki is very important to Konoha. In the original story, Orochimaru dared to act against Hiruzen Sarutobi, but he did not touch Naruto because of Naruto's uniqueness. Hiruzen has already lost the hearts of many people in Konoha. Kakashi is tied up, Guy is just standing by, and Danzo hasn't shown up, while Hinata Izashi and others are either slacking off or acting. That's why Orochimaru can be so reckless. If they were to save him, Guy could easily break the formation with a simple evening elephant, and there would be no room for Orochimaru to show off. But Naruto is different. If Orochimaru were to move against Naruto, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and others would all target Orochimaru, and Mayaboka Mountain would get involved as well. Even if Orochimaru wanted to escape, it would be difficult. Therefore, Naruto cannot leave Konoha for the time being to prevent Konoha from focusing on the Hidden Dragon organization. There's no need to worry about Kakashi and the like. But the legendary Sannin like Jiraiya and Tsunade need to be careful. If Hiruzen gets angry, he'll first hit you with a sealing technique, and then it would be too late to cry. It's best to let the Hidden Dragon organization develop in peace and wait for a time when he is fearless. Whoever comes will be dealt with. He doesn't believe anyone would dare to provoke him again. Uchiha Shursui has left, but unfortunately, he needs money. The Uchiha family's wealth has been drained by him, along with about 10 sealed Sharingan. This belongs to the Uchiha clan, and it's reasonable for him to take it. Uchiha Itachi feels regret in his heart, but now that he wants to go back on his decision, he cannot. His path can only move forward. Uchiha Sasuke witnessed a bloody scene, awakened his Sharingan, and then entered the hospital to recover. In his dreams, he is haunted by the cold, bloodthirsty gaze of the Uchiha, a sense of disdain that has etched itself into his bones. Of course, Konoha also experiences a sleepless night. The matter of Uchiha Shursui keeps Hiruzen and others awake. This power is far stronger than Orochimaru's betrayal. One Orochimaru cannot stand against Uchiha Shursui, let alone the 4 who have evolved their Sharingan into Manjiki Sharingan. These are all elite Jonin. The entire Uchiha clan could already become a ninja village, a village not inferior to the 5 great ninja villages. Hiruzen stands by the window, looking at the house where Naruto is, thinking, "Little Naruto, you must grow up quickly." He has placed all his bets on Naruto. It's just a pity that one reaps what one sows. Hiruzen is destined to have no good outcome. Chapter 27. The Nine Tails will not leave for now. Back in Konoha, Naruto's consciousness sinks into the ceiling prison. Now it's time to exchange promises. The promise to release the Nine Tails. Kurama said, "Kid, you're here. What do you want from me?" Naruto walked straight into the ceiling prison through the gap and said, "Kurama, I am here to fulfill my promise to you and free you." The Nine Tails stood up straight, its chakra spreading out, and said, "Really?" Naruto said, "Of course, Kurama. Am I really that untrustworthy?" Kurama shook his head. "Of course not. It's just that I've been locked up for so long. I'm just very excited." Naruto said, "But this is a choice you have to make yourself." Kurama replied, "What do you mean?" "Of course I want to leave here and gain my freedom." He couldn't help but feel worried. This little brat wouldn't be trying to blackmail me with some conditions, would he? Given his current strength, what he does wouldn't be simple. Naruto said irritably, "What kind of expression is that? Do I need to threaten you? With my current strength, do I still need to threaten you?" Kurama replied, "That's true. So what else is there to choose?" Naruto said, "You tailed beasts know very well how you came to be." Kurama narrowed his eyes slightly. "Kid, just say what you want to say. No need to play guessing games." Naruto said, "You tailed beasts were created by the sage of 6 paths, separating the chakra of the 10 tails. Now, someone wants to use you to summon the evil king of the underworld, aiming to destroy this world and establish a new order." Kurama narrowed its eyes. "Kid, if you don't want to let me out, just say so. There's no need to beat around the bush." It didn't believe Naruto's words, thinking that Naruto was saying this to control it. Naruto said, "Kurama, do you remember how you started the Nine Tails attack on Konoha? How you came out of my mother's womb?" Kurama replied, "Of course, I was controlled by the Uchiha Sais." Naruto said, "That's right, I was controlled by the Uchiha Sais. At that time, there was only one person in the village with the Manjiki Sharingan, and it was impossible for them to control you. Moreover, with your strength, they would need the eternal Manjiki to control you, so it definitely wasn't a member of the Uchiha clan from the village." Kurama said, "Are you saying there are Uchiha clan members outside the village?" Naruto said, "It's natural, some people die, but he is alive again." Kurama's body trembled slightly. "Uchiha Madara." Clearly, he had a very deep memory of Uchiha Madara. Naruto said, "It's not him, but he is related to him. The person currently is his substitute, preparing for him in the mortal world, waiting for his resurrection." Kurama said, "The Rinnegan." Naruto said, "You're quite smart. The Rinnegan is now in the hands of one person, and their strength is about to take shape. Once Itachi Uchiha joins in, it will be time to capture the tail beasts." This is not an exaggeration. The leader of this organization is a survivor of war, someone who has suffered greatly from the ravages of battle and harbors deep hatred for this world. Their intention is to break the rules of this world, to rebuild order, and to gain rebirth. This idea has been exploited by others, turning them into pawns to collect the tailed beasts. Their true intention is not to summon the king of the underworld, but to fuse the tailed beasts, obtain the chakra of the 10, and then become the 10 Jinchuriki. Kurama was disturbed. Naruto spoke with such conviction, but it found it hard to discern the truth. Naruto continued, "So let me give you a choice. Of course, if you show up, not just Konoha, but several other ninja villages will come after you. After all, you're a weapon of war. Whoever controls, you can hold half of the initiative." The Nine Tails still did not speak. It understood that as long as its existence was known, the ninja villages would undoubtedly go crazy trying to hunt it down, seal it, and obtain its power. Nine Tails, we are friends now. I have no need to lie to you. Admittedly, I hope we can coexist peacefully. Because of you, I can unleash powerful techniques without worrying about the energy within my body. But everything I just said is true. Word for word. Think it over carefully. The choice is yours, Naruto said. He then walked out of the prison and looked at the high seal above. Naruto continued. This prison is indeed uncomfortable. I'll let you out for now. If you choose to stay within me, you must restrain your aura, or the villagers will find out. If you want to leave, do so quickly to avoid being caught by Sarutobi Hiruzen. That old ghost can also use the dead demon consuming seal to seal you. Saying this, Naruto was about to tear open the seal. Wait a moment, kid. The Nine Tails stopped Naruto, believing in what Naruto had said. Naruto asked in confusion, Kurama, what's wrong? Kurama replied, kid, I believe in you. Naruto said, thank you. Kurama replied, but, kid, when do you think that capturing the tailed beast will happen? If it doesn't happen, it doesn't want to stay here. Of course it wants to get out. Naruto said, at least 5 years, at most 8 years. Kurama replied, all right, I'll stay here with you for another 8 years. Avoidance is one thing, but the real deal is living with Naruto, which is very harmonious. Sometimes they argue and bicker, but life is quite pleasant. Naruto said, Kurama, even though you're foolish, you made a very correct choice. Regarding Kurama's little schemes, Naruto didn't care. He felt sympathy for the Nine Tails. Whatever choice Kurama wanted to make, Naruto really wouldn't stop him. Kurama replied, you brat. I always feel like you're trying to fool me. Naruto said, Kurama, don't worry about it. Let's first calculate the rent. Kurama, you little brat, what do you mean? Naruto said, Kurama, although you are a tailed beast, to me, you are also a tenant now. You live in my body, so to speak, you need to pay rent. Just like us humans, when we live in someone else's house, we have to pay rent. So how do you plan to pay? Kurama became furious and roared loudly. Damn it, Naruto! Naruto bastard! The person and the beast started arguing, getting red in the face and nearly fighting each other. In the end, the Nine Tails still didn't let Naruto tear off the sealing strip. Back when the sealing was done, there was the help of Mount Myaboku. If he tore off the seal now, the toad from Mount Myaboku would probably sense it. This way is better. Between them, that barrier no longer exists. Naruto didn't insist either. For now, the Nine Tails was bound to him. Chapter 28. Little by little revealed the next day, Konoha was once again shaken. Uchiha Itachi had defected and slaughtered the Uchiha clan, escaping from the village. For a time, the fear of Uchiha Itachi among the people surpassed that of Naruto, the son of the demon fox. After all, he could even kill his own parents. Uchiha Itachi's brutality surpassed that of a demon, and people spoke of him with trepidation. Shikamaru, Choji, and even Hinata felt a chill rise in their hearts upon hearing the news. They couldn't truly believe that Uchiha Itachi had committed such a bloody massacre and fled the village. In the past, Naruto had discussed with them how the Uchiha and the village were like fire and water, irreconcilable, but they never expected it would come to this. The village was so ruthless, forcing Uchiha Itachi to slaughter his own kin. As for Uchiha Shirsue's defection, not a word was mentioned. Bringing that up was truly disgraceful. After all, it was something that had happened right before their eyes. They could only wait for someone to discover their whereabouts later and shift the blame onto Uchiha Itachi, claiming he was soft-hearted and let the Uchiha clan members go. Nara Shikaku looked at his son, who was sitting in a daze, and asked Shikamaru, what's wrong? Nara Shikamaru replied, Father, why is the third so ruthless? Nara Shikaku understood that his son saw through it, and he had to admit his child's wisdom. He thought to himself, oh, third Hokage, you're slowly wearing down your own reputation. Nara Shikaku comforted Shikamaru, saying, Shikamaru, you don't need to worry about these things. What you need to do now is go to school and train. Nara Shikamaru stood up and slowly left the house. He didn't even go to school and went straight to the training grounds. As he walked, more people joined. Choji also came. Today he didn't eat chips and didn't greet Shikamaru, and the two just walked side by side. After a while, Hinata also arrived. The three of them walked along in a dejected manner, all feeling heavy-hearted. Shikamaru, Choji. On the way, Yamanaka Ino saw the three of them and greeted them. However, neither Shikamaru nor Choji responded to her. Yamanaka Ino was a bit puzzled, ran up front, first greeting Hinata, and then said, Shikamaru, Choji, it's me. Shikamaru replied, oh, Ino, is there something? Seeing Shikamaru's lack of spirit, Yamanaka Ino asked, what's wrong with you guys? Are you afraid of Uchiha Itachi? Didn't he? Shikamaru interrupted, Ino, we have things to do. We're leaving first. This was the first time Shikamaru had such an attitude towards Ino, which puzzled her further. However, seeing the unusual expressions on the three of them, she didn't press on and asked Shikamaru, Choji, Hinata, I'm going to see Sasuke. Do you want to come? Upon mentioning Sasuke, Yamanaka Ino's eyes sparkled. He was her white moonlight. The three shook their heads, with Shikamaru saying, We're not going, you go ahead. Then the three continued out of the village. When they arrived at the training ground, Naruto was already there. Upon seeing the three, Naruto said, What's wrong with you three? Hinata quietly asked, Naruto-kun, haven't you heard about the Uchiha clan? Naruto nodded. Of course, I heard that there's only one heir left in the Uchiha clan. What's the big deal about that? Not only did I hear about it, but I also want to see a good show. Shikamaru and Choji raised their heads and looked at Naruto, their eyes filled with something unusual. Naruto said, It seems you know very little about the history of Konoha. During the tenure of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, he was very exclusionary towards the Uchiha clan, labeling them as an evil clan. From that time on, the Uchiha clan was targeted. The third Hokage and Danzo were both brought up by Tobirama Senju and naturally inherited his will, continuing to exclude and suppress the Uchiha clan, driving them out of the village and showing no signs of letting up. So, isn't such an ending quite normal? In order to win over Shikamaru, Naruto naturally has to slowly reveal Konoha's darkness, piece by piece, to make him lose enthusiasm for the village. Naruto's words revealed things they were indeed unaware of. Upon hearing Naruto say this, the three couldn't help but tremble slightly, as if there were many dark secrets in Konoha that they did not know about. Naruto said to Shikamaru, Especially you, Shikamaru, there are actually many things that you should sense first. This left Shikamaru confused, and he asked, Please enlighten me, Naruto-kun. Naruto said, Let me ask you a question. If you were to carry out a mission and Choji was in danger, would you abandon the mission or abandon Choji? Shikamaru said, Of course, I would abandon the mission. Friends are the most important, but it also depends on what the mission is. Choji said, The mission is also very important. Naruto said, Of course, some missions do require careful consideration, but in Konoha, there was an incident where a confidential mission was abandoned to save a comrade, and in the end, it ended in tragedy. This mission was confidential, but it could still save lives, only causing some losses, which were nothing more than money. Lives can't be bought with money, yet this senior still died. Regarding this, Shikamaru had heard some things, and he asked, Naruto, are you talking about Kakashi's father? Naruto smiled. It seems you've heard about him, Shikamaru. Shikamaru, of course, Konoha's White Fang. He was famous throughout the ninja world at that time. He is my idol, having completed hundreds of missions with only one failure. Naruto said, That's right. It's this last defeat. He died. Shikamaru, do you know how he died? Shikamaru replied, I heard from the elders that it was suicide. Choji and Hinata couldn't understand this. Why would such a heroic senior commit suicide? Naruto said, I'm afraid Shikamaru hasn't heard the reason behind it. Shikamaru replied, I really haven't heard of it. Naruto said, This secrecy is really well done. At that time, Elder White Fang gave up the mission to save his comrades, but this news was leaked by someone, leading to endless curses and accusations from the villagers. Coupled with the accusations from his comrades, he was ultimately driven to suicide. A generation of heroes thus met a tragic end. How sad and lamentable. Naruto continued, This is very similar to forcing the Uchiha clan. Isn't it the same method? Shikamaru couldn't understand and asked, Why? Why is that? Wouldn't Konoha be stronger with Elder White Fang? Naruto said, How should I put this? Let's put it this way. Kakashi-senpai was the best candidate for the fourth Hokage at that time. The three couldn't help but have a thought in their minds. Could it be the fourth? Naruto was speechless, slamming the ground, doubting my dad. He immediately said, Don't think too much. The fourth Hokage is not that kind of person. Let's put it this way. If Kakashi Hatake became the fourth Hokage, the Hatake clan would definitely thrive. At that time, Kakashi was a genius, and the prestige of the Hatake clan would rise again, which some people might not be too happy about. And the fourth Hokage has a blank slate. Think carefully about the connections there. Chapter 29. Hinata beats up Sasuke. This speech directly laid the matter out in the open. Choji and Hinata felt regret, but Shikamaru thought of something. His expression changed drastically. Some things in his heart collapsed, and he felt as if all his energy had been drained away, leaving him completely dejected. Naruto said, Shikamaru, don't think too much. Let's go, we're going back to class. Then the four of them dragged their limp bodies back to the ninja school. Naturally, they were late, but Iruka didn't scold them. Naruto's first glance fell on Sasuke's position. He had arrived. However, he radiated a chilling aura, giving off the impression that no one should come near him, or they would face the consequences. That coldness was something no one wanted to approach. There was an almost imperceptible ripple of chakra around him. Even the usual Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka did not dare to approach. They sat at a distance, watching Sasuke with worried expressions. They wanted to share Sasuke's pain, but they felt powerless to do so. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Naruto, and it seemed he had made a decision. Naruto immediately guessed his decision and murmured, "You want to train with me? I can teach you a few moves, but that's all. You, a certain someone, don't have much loyalty right now. Even if I teach you some things, you'll just turn around and use them against me." After checking in at school, Naruto noticed that Shikamaru and the others lacked energy and said helplessly, "Let's go out and wander around." The three nodded, and soon the four of them left the school. Iruka saw them, but just turned a blind eye, as this was what the Hokage had instructed. However, this time there was one more person. The certain someone followed closely behind. Naruto said, "You guys, can't you handle this little bit? Don't make me look down on you. The darkness of Konoha is beyond your imagination. What can you do when you're sad? Without strength, you're nothing. If you had the power of a Kage right now, you could question why things are done this way. Instead of being here in despair, it's better to train hard. With strength, you can do anything." This finally had some effect. They skipped meals and began training. The three of them remembered Naruto's words, pushing their bodies to the limit, absorbing chakra faster. So they planned to train until they couldn't get up. Watching them train, Naruto said, "Sasuke Uchiha, come out." Immediately, a blue figure flew out, and Sasuke Uchiha landed in front of Naruto, looking at him coldly. Naruto said, "I know your intentions. Let's talk about this later." Naruto felt he was being watched and knew that Hiruzen Sarutobi was monitoring him, so he immediately changed his words. Then, Naruto picked up the heavy weights and shouted loudly, "Sasuke, let's go." Sasuke was taken aback by Naruto's actions. One was calm, and the other was immature, wondering why the change was so drastic. However, this suited him just fine, so he said nothing and picked up the weights as well. The five of them began their training. Hiruzen stroked his beard, observed for a moment, and then put away the crystal ball. Meanwhile, Naruto put down the weights and looked at Sasuke. Sasuke understood that Naruto wanted to talk to him, so he also dropped the weights and walked over. "I know you're here because you want me to teach you how to train," Naruto said straightforwardly. Sasuke replied, "Yes, I want you to teach me the throwing techniques of ninjutsu." Naruto said, "Sure, but they're SA condition." Sasuke replied, "Go ahead, as long as he can take revenge. He could sell his soul." Naruto said, "Whether you want to kill your brother or deal with a leaf village, I won't interfere, but don't hurt my friends," meaning them. Naruto pointed at the three people who were training. "Uchiha Sasuke, is this it?" "Naruto, just one more thing. Don't leak any information about what I taught you." Sasuke nodded. "Okay, I promise." Naruto said, "I hope you keep your promise." He called out to Hinata in the distance. "Hinata." Hinata stopped, put down her weights, and walked towards Naruto and Sasuke. "Hinata, Naruto-kun." Naruto pointed at Sasuke Uchiha and said, "Hinata, give him a good beating." "Huh?" Hinata exclaimed, feeling confused. Did Naruto-kun really have such a cruel heart to hit Sasuke Uchiha? Sasuke Uchiha said nothing and just looked at Naruto. Naruto said, "Don't look at me. I want to see if you can withstand Hinata's 20 moves, and also let you know that I, Naruto, still have real skills." Uchiha Sasuke replied, "Don't underestimate the Uchiha clan." In his view, Hinata Hyuga would not be his opponent. Naruto said, "I didn't underestimate you, but you really can't be Hinata's match. Besides, the Uchiha clan and Konoha village are no more. They have become a thing of the past." Provoked by these words, Sasuke Uchiha's eyes glimmered with a faint red light as he replied, "I'll show you what a genius truly is." Naruto said, "Come on." He intended to step aside to watch the battle, but suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh, also, don't throw shuriken or hidden weapons. Hinata can do it better than you." Hearing Naruto's praise, Hinata's little face slightly flushed with embarrassment. Naruto raised his fist to Hinata, meaning to say, "Hinata, give it your all and teach him a lesson." Hinata smiled slightly at Naruto, indicating that she understood. Sasuke ran towards Hinata with his hands behind his back. Hinata also launched an attack at Sasuke, her speed surpassing his by a third. From Hinata's speed, Sasuke could tell that she was not an ordinary opponent. His eyes began to spin, and a Tomo Sharingan appeared. In his eyes, Hinata's speed seemed to slow down by a fraction. Uchiha Sasuke leaped into the air and threw a punch at Hinata. Foolish, Naruto thought to himself. Uchiha Sasuke is really incredibly foolish. Jumping in with a punch like that is simply giving Hinata an opening. Hinata's chakra quickly attached to her hand as she made contact with Sasuke's fist, performing a Tai Chi rotation that pulled Sasuke into a detour. Sasuke was shocked and tried to twist his body to break free from Hinata's grasp. But unfortunately, he had no chance. Hinata naturally remembered Naruto's words, seizing the opportunity and not letting a single gap slip by, launching continuous attacks. Sasuke felt as if he were bound by countless fine threads, unable to break free. His body spinning in Hinata's hands, the entire world turning. Finally, with a move called progressive intercepting punch, Sasuke's body was sent flying like a pebble, landing several meters away. This was with Hinata holding back her strength, otherwise he would have been hurt even more. Chapter 30. Every day, Haruno Sakura. Uchiha Sasuke was somewhat dazed. He didn't want to admit it, but he had lost, and he had lost terribly, defeated by this fragile little girl. Naruto walked up and said, "How do you feel?" Uchiha Sasuke stood up and said, "I lost." Naruto said, "Very good. You can still face your own heart and bravely admit your failures. It's not hopeless yet." Uchiha Sasuke looked at Naruto and said, "I want to challenge you." Naruto shook his head and said, "To challenge someone very powerful is unwise. You can set a big goal, but you need to face your own abilities realistically. You need to continuously achieve small dreams to improve your abilities before you can challenge the big goals. If you only want to be big and strong from the start, you might as well go back and dream, because everything is in there." After receiving Naruto's lesson, Sasuke was not angry. Instead, he nodded and said, "Once I defeat Hinata Hyuga, I will challenge you." Naruto shook his head and said, No, it's not me, it's them. They are even stronger than Hinata." Sasuke said firmly, "I will do it." Naruto taught a basic cultivation method, while also imparting the techniques of Tongmen's hidden weapons. This would be enough for him to practice for a while. Sarutobi Hiruzen would observe the few of them from time to time, and felt quite pleased to see that they were all diligently training. They were the future of Konoha. By the afternoon, Naruto and the others left the base and each returned home. Naruto walked past an intersection and caught a glimpse of a familiar pink figure, an outfit etched in his memory that he couldn't forget. He stepped back and saw a small figure dressed in a pink cheapao and a small jacket, with her hair styled in a bun. She was fundamentally different from other girls. She was not a little girl from the ninja world, but a girl from the Dragon Kingdom in another time and space. This was one of the 12 teams in Naruto, the weapon genius Tenten. That familiar cheapao and hairstyle made Naruto feel as if he had pierced through time and space, returning to the land of Yin and Huang. At this moment, Tenten held a hidden weapon in her hand, a meteor shuriken, which she had just been spinning. Feeling someone watching her, Tenten shot a meteor shuriken towards him. The speed of the shuriken was not slow, but in Naruto's eyes, it was just a child playing around. Of course, it was indeed a child playing around. Naruto raised his hand and easily controlled the meteor dart. Tian turned around and saw it was Naruto, saying, "It's you." She naturally knew Naruto, who was disliked by thousands and hated by millions. It was impossible to forget him. Wherever he went, people would gossip. Naruto said, "It's me. I remember your name is Tian, right?" Tian replied, "Yes. Do you need something?" She looked at Naruto with a bit of caution. Naruto said, "Do you like ninja tools?" Tian remained silent, her eyes fixed on Naruto, as if waiting for his next words. Naruto turned around and said, "If you want to train, come to the water pool on the west side of the village tomorrow, and I can teach you." He threw the meteor shuriken in his hand backward with incredible speed, spinning around Tian once before embedding itself in the wall to her left, with a spider the size of a thumb underneath it. Tian watched Naruto's departing figure, and from the way he caught her meteor shuriken barehanded, she knew that Naruto's strength was not limited to just the shadow clone technique. Tian pondered whether she should go or not. She turned to leave, and as for the meteor shuriken, she was a collector of ninja tools, with many ninja tools at home, so she wouldn't retrieve the one stuck in the wall. But the next moment, she stiffly turned back, her gaze fixed on the meteor shuriken, her eyes wide with shock, murmuring, "Is this a coincidence?" Naruto was serious about teaching Tian. He sensed a hint of soul tranquility in her, the familiar taste of home so dear. For that feeling alone, as long as Tian wanted to learn, he would teach her all the secret techniques of the Tang sect's hidden weapons, as well as superior internal martial arts. Naruto fell into memories again, murmuring, "It's been 5 years, Yume. Are you doing well?" Then he shook his head, feeling somewhat dejected, walking weakly down the street. Suddenly, someone jumped out from the shadows, wearing a red dress, and threw a powerful punch towards Naruto. Naruto slightly turned his body and casually reached out, grabbing the intruder by the neck with one hand. Fortunately, Naruto quickly restrained his strength. Otherwise, this attacker would have met a tragic end. The attacker was none other than Sakura Haruno. Sakura's face turned pale as she truly felt a hint of death just moments ago, as if she had already crossed the threshold of death. She had indeed walked on the edge of death. Naruto put her down and calmly said, "You can't be so reckless in the future, especially when I'm thinking about something. It's very dangerous." As for Sakura Haruno, Naruto neither liked nor disliked her. In his eyes, she was no different from a stranger, just an inconsequential classmate. Sakura wobbled and collapsed to the ground, almost wetting herself. The reason she ambushed Naruto was that she was angry with him for leading Sasuke astray and skipping class together. And she wanted to teach him a lesson. But who would have thought that her attack was easily dodged by Naruto, and she almost got crushed. That kind of suffocation chilled her to the bone. Naruto ignored the slumped Sakura Haruno and went straight home. After a while, Ino Yamanaka passed by and, seeing Sakura sitting on the ground, walked over with some confusion. "Sakura, what are you doing?" Ino asked. She and Sakura used to be good friends, but after becoming classmates due to Sasuke, their relationship had changed. Sakura reached out and lifted her head, saying, "Ino, help me up." Seeing the expression on Sakura's face, Ino quickly helped her up and asked, "Sakura, what happened?" Sakura shook her head and said, "I'm fine. Just a moment ago." She felt like she had gone through a long century. Sakura said, "He's so strong." Ino asked who? Sakura replied, "Naruto Uzumaki." Ino was surprised and said, "Isn't he the one at the bottom of the class?" Sakura self-mockingly said, "We've all been fooled. His strength has already reached the level of a genin. I didn't even get to make a move before he subdued me." Ino recalled Shikamaru and Choji and said, "Could it be them?" Sakura replied, "Ino, let's go." This surprise attack left an indelible mark on Sakura's heart, igniting her fighting spirit. She also wanted to become stronger and be a super powerful kunoichi. Chapter 31. Danzo sets his sights on Naruto the next day. More students skip class. Naruto, Uzumaki, Shikamaru, Choji Akimichi, Hinata Hyuga, Sakura Haruno, Tenten, and Sasuke Uchiha. 7 people in total were skipping class. Irika was so angry that his arms trembled, then helplessly dropped them. Some of them were manageable. He could talk to them and give them a lesson, but Naruto and Sasuke were both special cases, beyond his jurisdiction. Forget it, let them be. I just need to focus on my class. Under Naruto's training methods, Sasuke clearly felt his improvement. He firmly believed that with Naruto's methods, his strength would increase rapidly. And one day, he would kill that man. If things had gone as they were supposed to, if it weren't for Itachi's tough battle, this second pillar would have been a thing of the past long ago. However, now, things were unclear. Sasuke's trajectory had shifted somewhat. Fighting was the best way to improve strength. Naruto had the 4 of them battle each other without using chakra, relying only on their physical limits. As for Naruto, he leaned against a tree for a while before saying, "You two can come out now." Tenten and Sakura emerged from the shadows, shocked at the battle of the 4. With their physical strength alone, they had all reached the pinnacle of genin level, so strong. Naruto's gaze fell on Tenten, observing her dressed in traditional Chinese attire. A hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he nodded at her. Then his attention shifted to Sakura Haruno, and he asked, "Are you here to find Sasuke?" He truly couldn't think of any reason for Sakura to come along. His tone was calm, neither sad nor happy. Sakura shook her head and replied, "No." Naruto asked, "Then who are you?" Haruno Sakura replied, "Looking for you." Naruto was even more confused. He had no interaction with Sakura Haruno, unlike in the original story where he was her devoted admirer. Sakura Haruno said, "You're strong. Can you teach me how to train?" Naruto was taken aback for a moment, then remembered what happened yesterday. He must have been affected, which led to this change. He didn't refuse and said, "Sure. One sheep is fine. A whole flock is even better. The more, the merrier. Of course, it would be great if this flock could be herded back to their pen." Haruno Sakura showed her delight and bowed, saying, "Thank you." Naruto said, "But there is one condition." Sakura Haruno, "What is it?" Naruto said, "Don't tell anyone about our matters. And don't leak our training methods." Haruno Sakura nodded. "Okay, I promise." Naruto said to Tenten, "Tenten, wait for me here for a moment." Tenten smiled brightly and replied, "Okay." Previously, she had some doubts, but now she had no doubts at all. She believed that Naruto could teach her how to cultivate. Naruto said to Sakura Haruno, "Come over here with me." Sakura felt a bit uncomfortable in her heart. She sensed Naruto's attitude towards her compared to Tenten. When he spoke to Tenten, his tone was gentle and filled with smiles, but when he talked to her, there was no joy or sorrow, as if she was even less than a classmate. Naruto taught Sakura Haruno a simple method of training, and had her practice with weights to absorb natural energy. Sakura's perseverance is quite strong. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stood out among the 12 ninja warriors in the end. Naruto returned and smiled at Tenten, saying, "Tenten, what kind of path do you want to take?" Tenten replied, "I like studying ninja tools, and I enjoy taijutsu." Sure enough, Naruto said, "All right, I'll teach you a set of body refinement techniques, and then I'll teach you the art of hidden weapons." Tenten joyfully exclaimed, "Just like the hidden weapon techniques from yesterday?" Naruto said, "Yes, but there are conditions." Tian asked, "What conditions?" Naruto said, "Heaven knows, earth knows, I know." Listening to him, the natural spirit understood Naruto's meaning and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, I will definitely keep the secret." Naruto said lightly, "I believe in you." Tian asked out of her confusion, "Why do you want to teach me?" Naruto looked at Tian and said, "Your outfit gives me a familiar feeling." Tian glanced at her own outfit, finding nothing unusual, and asked in confusion, "Is it just that?" Naruto, "That's enough. In this century, being able to sense a hint of my hometown is already great." Danzo had no choice but to refine a 3-tomo Sharingan. He was out of options. In Konoha, there was only one powerful Sharingan left, and that was Kakashi, but he couldn't lay a hand on Kakashi. The Jinchuriki, Danzo murmured, without the Uchiha's eyes. His strength was merely that of an elite Jonin, and he had little say. So he had to take risks and shift his attention to the Jinchuriki, who was a true weapon of war. If he could control him, his influence in Konoha would grow. "The Jinchuriki has changed. Bring him here tonight." Danzo ordered 2 root members. Both were peak Chunin, and if they were to take the Naruto from the original story, they could naturally do it. But the current Naruto wanted to leave, and no one could stop him. The Jinchuriki has indeed changed, and it's a significant change. He has become terrifyingly strong. In the dark of night, Naruto opened his eyes. With his current strength and the vigilance from his past life, he sensed someone was watching him. "Root? That old man Danzo. Are you fixated on me now? Who gave you the courage?" Naruto murmured. The 2 Chunin were ready to act at any moment. Even if that old Danzo came, Naruto could easily defeat him. However, Naruto couldn't act now, so he could only secretly awaken the sleeping ANBU to drive these 2 away. As the 2 root members approached Naruto's residence, the next moment, 2 ENBU appeared and blocked their path. Seeing the expressions on their faces, one of them said, "Root." The 2 from Root didn't expect that after avoiding the ANBU, they would still be discovered. Without hesitation, they retreated. They could imagine that if the 2 of them were captured, Lord Danzo would be exposed, making his actions quite inconvenient. The ANBU did not pursue, fearing a trap, with one watching Naruto and the other returning to report to the Hokage. When Hiruzen Sarutobi heard that Danzo was focusing on Naruto, he was furious and summoned Danzo, leading to a fierce argument between the 2, which escalated to physical confrontation. Without chakra clashing, they fought hand to hand, and with one hand missing, Danzo was naturally at a disadvantage against Hiruzen. Naruto sensed it and said with a smile, "What a loving couple. This scene is thrilling. I believe that after this, Danzo will be quiet for a while and won't come looking for trouble." Chapter 32. Orochimaru comes to Konoha. In the return to Origin Realm, I have finally broken through. For years later, in an underground cave, Naruto murmured. 2 years ago, he had already broken through to half a step in the return to Origin Realm, because he needed to use true essence to accelerate the evolution of the Byakugan. Despite Naruto's diligent training and the assistance of Kurama, he managed to evolve the Byakugan into the powerful Rinnegan. His left eye transformed into the powerful Rinnegan, while his right eye, the Sharingan, was still just an eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Naruto's soul power still fell a bit short, which made him envy the Uchiha clan. If he had that bloodline, his soul growth would be much faster, and he should be able to awaken the Rinnegan as well. The Hanyuan body refinement technique has now reached the 5th level. His physical body is so strong that even a Jonin's full force attack cannot injure him in the slightest. He is now invincible in the human realm, and no one can control him. Even if the Sage of 6 Paths were to be reborn, he would not fear him and could contend with him. Even if he were to lose, the Sage of 6 Paths would not be able to do anything to him. The energy within his body, the energy stored in his eyes, and the richness of the true essence in his Dantian are comparable to 800 Kakashis. With the 9 tails added, one could say he has the strength of 900 Kakashis. During battle, he can also let Kurama absorb natural energy, which means that under normal circumstances, Naruto's amount of true essence is infinite. Naruto is growing, and so are the others. They are converting chakra energy into inner strength. using ninjutsu to channel this inner power, making it even more potent than chakra. Hinata Hyuga has already reached the late stage of the first rank. She has comprehended the essence of Tai Chi, and her combat power is so strong that even Shikamaru Nara at the peak of Jonin would not be her opponent. Tenten has just entered the first rank, her identity swift, her phantom-like movements not fully mastered, moving like a ghost. Under Naruto's training, she has combined space-time ninjutsu with Tongmen's hidden weapons, allowing her to wield weapons that transcend time and space, making her an exceptionally elusive killer. While she may not be the strongest in combat, aside from Naruto, she is the most formidable in terms of killing techniques. And she is also the person most closely connected to Naruto. Sasuke Uchiha has reached the peak of the first rank and possesses the three-tomo Sharingan. He has not learned any other ninjutsu, remembering Naruto's advice that one cannot chew too much at once. He has only practiced the family inheritance of fire release techniques, which he can already wield to their maximum power, making him the strongest in combat aside from Naruto. However, in a life-and-death battle against Tenten, it would be a 50-50 chance, unless his eyes evolve into the Manjiki Sharingan. Otherwise, under the threat of her hidden weapons that can appear anywhere, he could be at risk of being fatally struck. Shikamaru Nara has also reached the peak of the first rank, and his shadow technique is already highly developed. He does not aim to be a strategist, but calculates accurately, typically ensuring victory in joint operations. Choji Akimichi is at the peak of the first rank. With an increasing appetite and a growing physique, he can eat 8 pounds of meat and 100 packs of chips in a day, with a kind heart, usually holding back 3 parts of his strength in battles. Sakura Haruno has just entered the first rank, with considerable power, but only 2 ninjutsu, the substitution technique and the shadow clone technique. Naruto generously taught her a set of boxing techniques suited to her fiery temperament, which aligns with a powerful fighting style. Thus, he named the boxing technique Violent Bear Killing Fist. In physical confrontations, she has only lost to Hinata. No matter how strong her punches are, they feel like hitting cotton, unable to inflict any damage on Hinata. However, in the outside world, all 6 of them are just genin, mere rookies. One day, while Naruto was playing at the edge of the village, he suddenly sensed a chilling presence, as if a fierce snake had set its sights on him. Naruto turned his head and saw a black long snake, about 1 meter long, on a tree branch. In the snake's eyes, Naruto saw a hint of curiosity. This snake was conscious. Naruto became interested and realized that there was only one old serpent from the Hidden Leaf Village who could come now, Orochimaru. He released his spiritual energy and quickly discovered Orochimaru's whereabouts. Naruto thought to himself, this Orochimaru isn't so bad. He just became too obsessed with gaining powerful strength and took an extreme path. Naruto flashed a few times and disappeared into the forest. The poisonous snake on the tree was surprised and then climbed down, not knowing where it went. Naruto arrived at a dense forest and said, Orochimaru, I know you're here. Come out. From a tree hollow, a snake had emerged, slowly growing larger, and then Orochimaru was spat out. Huh, Naruto said disdainfully, Orochimaru, you're really disgusting. I don't like the way you make your entrance. Orochimaru restored his body and extended his long tongue, making Naruto feel a wave of nausea. If this were his past life, countless wealthy women would go crazy for it. It was simply a divine artifact. Orochimaru ominously said, Kid, who are you? Naruto said, Orochimaru, is it interesting to say that? You wouldn't know who I am? Orochimaru sneered. It really is interesting, Uzumaki Naruto. It seems you've been hiding a lot of things. Naruto said, this is nature. After all, isn't it good to live freely? Orochimaru chuckled sinisterly and replied, interesting Jinchuriki. Naruto said, do you dare to take me away? Orochimaru shook his head. I don't dare. This is the truth. He really doesn't dare. Taking away a Jinchuriki would inevitably provoke a crazy retaliation from Konoha. Naruto smiled slightly and said, Orochimaru, you're here to make a plan, right? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, his whole demeanor resembling a hidden venomous snake waiting to strike, and replied, Kid, I don't understand what you're saying. Naruto said, stop pretending. Yakushi Kabuto is your person, right? Orochimaru's chakra spread out, and in a cold tone, he said, Kid, what else do you know? Naruto said coldly, put away your killing intent, or I will slay you. Subtly, the true energy within him surged forward, causing Orochimaru to take a step back, shocked as he looked at Naruto, feeling the immense pressure. He was no match for him. And that wasn't all. As Naruto's right eye rotated, resembling 6 blades crossing each other, the eternal Manjiki Sharingan emerged. Orochimaru's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, "Eternal Manjiki Sharingan." Naruto said, "I know you have a curse seal technique that can be left on others to resurrect yourself, but believe it or not, I can kill you all one by one." Orochimaru replied, "I believe." Naruto said, "I know the purpose of your visit this time. It's to carry out the plan to destroy Konoha, isn't it?" Orochimaru's expression changed dramatically. This matter was known only to his own people. Could there be a traitor? But that was impossible. Those were all his loyal subordinates. Naruto said, "No need to think too much. Your people haven't betrayed you. As for how I know, you don't need to know." Orochimaru calmed down and asked, "Naruto-kun, may I ask what you need from me?" Naruto said, "I know you seek power, so I'm here to invite you to join our organization." Orochimaru replied, "Naruto-kun, do you have an organization?" "Naruto, have you heard of the Qianlong organization?" Chapter 33. Stopping Orochimaru's plan. The Qianlong organization has already established its foothold in this world and is renowned far and wide. Uchiha Shursui is indeed a ruthless character. He directly altered the will of the various daimyos of the land of Tea using his Kodoemet Tsukumi, quickly taking control of the country and secretly developing his power. A year later, the Qianlong organization was founded. During this year, under Naruto's guidance, Uchiha Shursui significantly enhanced the strength of the land of Tea, which should be renamed the Land of Flame Dragon. A year later, under Naruto's guidance, the economy of the land of Tea increased fivefold, with ninjas helping out, making the efficiency outstanding, and all the common people led a good life. Shursui indicated to rename it the Land of Flame Dragon. The national strength was greatly improved, and the Qianlong Martial Arts Academy was established, widely recruiting apprentices. People from other villages came to investigate and were intimidated by the strength of the Qianlong organization. It possessed the strength comparable to that of the 5 great shinobi villages, with 4 to 50 genin, which was not weaker than any ninja village. And its high-end combat power was even stronger than that of the Mist and Sand villages. After 3 years of development, the strength of the Land of Flame Dragon has once again improved, with 3,000 lower ninjas now. Although this is somewhat inferior to the 5 great villages, its high-end combat power is strong. Orochimaru's eyes lit up as he said, "Naruto-kun, you are also a member of the Qianlong organization. This is a powerful force, controlled by Uchiha Shursui, who has awakened the eternal Manjiki Sharingan and possesses formidable strength, surpassing that of shadow-level ninjas. In recent years, the Land of Flame Dragon has been continuously exporting food, such as salt, rice, and sea cucumbers to various countries, especially the exquisite sea cucumbers, which are in high demand but short supply." Naruto said, "Ivan the Dragon King, the leader of the organization." Orochimaru looked at Naruto with a horrified expression. He naturally knew that there was a Dragon King in the organization, the true leader of the organization. However, apart from Uchiha Shursui, no one had ever seen what this Dragon King looked like. One thing was certain. The Dragon King must be a powerful individual. Otherwise, it would be impossible to lead the organization. But he never expected that the Dragon King of the organization would actually be the Jinchuriki of Konoha, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto said, "It's hard to imagine, right?" Orochimaru replied, "I really didn't expect it. I'm afraid if I told others, no one would believe it." Naruto said, "So, how about joining us? Cultivate martial arts and explore the true essence of martial arts." He began his motivational speech, repeating Uchiha Shursui's words to Orochimaru, helping him see the ninja world, this perverse world, where only martial arts can bring peace and lead the world towards harmony, providing security for every ordinary citizen. At the same time, to verify the strength of his physical body, Naruto forcefully struck his flesh with a dagger. With a clang, the dagger broke, but Naruto's body showed no signs of injury. This was not the result of the powerful chakra of a sage body. It was true body refinement that granted such defense without damaging the foundation of the flesh. It also made Orochimaru sense the intensity of his true essence, causing his body to tremble. Even with 100 of his chakra, true essence energy, he could not compare. Orochimaru said, "I am willing." Naruto said, "Good, Orochimaru. You've made the right choice. However, Orochimaru, there are a few things I need to specifically remind you about. You can conduct experiments, but don't experiment on humans anymore, or I'll take action and personally kill you. I don't like this kind of thing." Orochimaru assured, "Naruto-kun, I promise you I will never experiment on humans again." Naruto said, "I hope you keep your promise." Orochimaru's words were heartfelt. Naruto had opened a door for him, and researching this seemed more interesting than experiments. Naruto asked, "Do you have a pen?" Orochimaru brought a snake, and used its blood as ink for Naruto to write. Naruto wrote in Chinese characters. In this world, perhaps only he and Shui know the content within. Naruto taught Shui how to learn Chinese characters, and every time, he communicated with Shui through crows. Even if someone intercepted it, they wouldn't be able to understand the content. After Naruto finished writing, he handed it to Orochimaru and said, "You go to the land of the flame dragon and find Shui. He will teach you how to cultivate." Orochimaru replied yes. He seemed a bit impatient and was eager to leave. Naruto said, "Orochimaru, give up on your plan." Orochimaru, somewhat confused, asked, why? He really didn't have much fondness for Hiruzen Sarutobi and genuinely wanted to kill him. Naruto said, punishing a person doesn't always mean killing them. For someone like Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is centered around power, making him a lonely outcast is the greatest punishment. Orochimaru pondered for a moment and said, the Dragon King is right. This is indeed the greatest punishment for him. Naruto said again, take Kabuto back. He will like the land of flames. Train him well. He will be quite good. Orochimaru replied, yes. Orochimaru left, and Naruto returned to the training base with everyone. Under Naruto's subtle guidance, Tenten's attire completely resembled that of a little girl from ancient times in her previous life. Every time he saw her, Naruto would show a faint smile. Having made up his mind that once they left Konoha and went to the land of flames, he would definitely bring many things from his past life. Naruto ni. Tenten leaped onto Naruto's back. Over the years, she had felt the warmth of family from him, and in her heart, Naruto was her greatest support. Tenten's parents had died in the chaos of war, and she could barely remember them. Fortunately, they had left her most of their wealth, enough for her to squander. Unlike Naruto, who had everything taken away by the third Hokage, which was why he had to live such a difficult life. Hinata weakly called out, Naruto-kun. Narashikamaru said, Naruto, you came too late this time. Naruto said, I met someone and chatted for a while, so I'm late. Sakura Haruno said, we're about to graduate. I really hope we could be in the same class. Sakura's attitude towards Sasuke has changed. She is no longer influenced by his looks. In her heart, Naruto's figure is becoming clearer and taller. Shikamaru Nara said, there's no need to think about it. A teacher only takes a few students, so the 7 of us can't be together. Naruto remembered that the new teacher would have an assessment, and with 7 people in a team, they could easily pin the teacher down and rub him in the dirt without revealing their true strength. Hinata said softly, being in the same class as Naruto-kun is great, no matter what. Naruto gave a bitter smile. Hinata's feelings for him were deep-rooted, encompassing her entire being, centered around him. When one does not cut off, it only leads to chaos. Naruto put down Tenten on his back and said to Hinata, Hinata, I have something to discuss with you. Come with me. Hinata softly replied, okay. She was much bolder than in the original, but she still blushed around Naruto, though she wouldn't faint anymore. Chapter 34. Hinata defeats Niji. They walked deep into the forest, and Hinata's pretty face still had a blush that hadn't faded. Hinata asked softly, Naruto-kun, what do you want to talk about? If Naruto-kun needed help, she would definitely spare no effort. Naruto hesitated for a moment before saying, Hinata, you are my friend, and I don't want to lie to you. There are some things I need to clarify with you. As for being enemies or friends, Hinata, that choice is yours. Hinata replied firmly, I will not be an enemy of Naruto-kun. Naruto said, you listen to what I have to say first. Hinata, okay. Naruto asked, Hinata, do you remember the incident a few years ago when your family's eyes went missing? Hinata absent-mindedly replied, yes, it was a servant in the house. Suddenly feeling something was off, she raised her head and looked at Naruto with trembling eyes. Now that Naruto-kun brings this up, could it be? Naruto admitted, you are not mistaken. It is me. As he spoke, his left eye rotated and transformed into the Rinnegan, emitting the unique aura of the Byakugan. 2 seconds later, it returned to normal. Naruto continued, that night, it was I who stole the eyes of your family servant. I wanted to study these eyes to see what was so special about them. Hinata lowered her head, unsure of what to do. To be honest, she did not harbor any hatred towards Naruto. In her heart, Hinata thought, perhaps the eyes could serve a greater purpose in Naruto-kun's hands. I wonder if Naruto-kun needs the family's secret techniques. No, the eyes are the most important pillar of the family. They are the root of our clan. But Naruto-kun needs help. No, how could I be so selfish? Hinata's heart was in turmoil, constantly denying her thoughts, and she found herself rarely siding with her family. Naruto said, Hinata, the Byakugan and the Sharingan were once powerful eyes of Konoha. In fact, the Byakugan can also evolve, but requires a higher level of chakra, which you can understand as a higher level of energy. The inner power you cultivate is different in quality compared to the chakra energy stored in your body. In terms of being advanced, this can promote the evolution of your eyes. This could be considered Naruto's guilt towards Hinata. As for the Hyuga clan, that's another story. Even if he were to steal the entire Hyuga clan, he wouldn't feel guilty. But Hinata is different. She is pure and kind-hearted. Hinata softly said, Naruto-kun, I'm a bit confused. I need to think about it. Then, she left the woods alone. Naruto sighed. Hinata aimlessly walked back home. Hyuga Hayashi noticed and asked Hinata, aren't you supposed to be at school? Why are you back? Hinata ignored him and continued to walk to her room. Hyuga Hayashi grew angrier and shouted, Hinata. Only then did Hinata realize and immediately responded, Father. Hyuga Hayashi was very angry and said, Hinata, you've been training for 4 or 5 years now. It's time to test your strength. Come with me. Hinata didn't resist and followed Hyuga Hayashi. They arrived at the Hyuga clan's training ground, where Hyuga Hayashi had someone summon Hyuga Niji. Niji was at the peak of the genin level with decent combat ability, just a step away from becoming a chunin. However, such strength would not be able to withstand a single move from Hinata. Hinata said, Brother Niji. Niji was strict with Hinata, not smiling, and nodded slightly. Lady Hinata. Hyuga Hayashi said, Hinata, I want you to last 30 exchanges against Niji. Hinata suddenly thought of a way, and after a while, mustered the courage to say, Father, if I last 30 exchanges, I want to be a Kogen. This was the first time Hyuga Hayashi saw such courage in his daughter, and thoughts raced through his mind. He wondered what Hinata wanted to be a Kogen for, as it was the foundation of the Hyuga clan and could not be given away. Hyuga Hayashi eventually locked on Naruto as the target. His daughter must be doing this for him. He asked, is it for Naruto? Hinata firmly replied, yes. To ensure that her relationship with Naruto wouldn't deteriorate, Hinata could only force herself to remain calm. Her hands trembled under her sleeves, and her heart raced. Hyuga Hayashi felt even angrier. She was so young and already going against the clan. He said in anger, fine, Hinata, if you can last 100 moves, I'll give it to you. Niji's eyes turned cold as he stared at Hinata. This time, he wouldn't hold back. To ruin the eye of a branch family member for an outsider made him furious. However, he wouldn't expect that the Hinata before him was not a weak little girl. Her strength far surpassed his. Hinata felt a surge of joy and said, Father, no backing out. Hyuga Hayashi replied, no backing out. For some reason, he felt an uneasy sensation rising in his heart. Hinata bowed to Niji. Brother Niji, please guide me. Niji said, Lady Hinata, be careful. His gaze grew colder. He wouldn't show any mercy. The relationship between the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan had always been strained, and this was no secret in Konoha village. The unique secret techniques of the Hyuga clan were only passed down to the main family, and branch family members could not learn them, which made many in the branch family dissatisfied, including Niji, who saw this as a chance to vent his frustrations. Naturally, Hyuga Hayashi remained vigilant. This was his daughter, and he couldn't let Niji hurt her too badly. Niji activated his Byakugan and rushed toward Hinata, using the Hyuga clan's taijutsu, 8 trigrams, empty palm. Hinata responded with Tai Chi as her understanding of Tai Chi deepened. She felt more and more that this martial art was extraordinary, far surpassing many of their clan's taijutsu. In order to get the Byakugan quickly, Hinata didn't hold back. She seized Niji's hands, using his strength against him, and threw him back with a follow-up moving block punch, knocking Niji flying. Hinata didn't exert herself, but the outcome was quite humiliating for Niji. At that moment, Hyuga Hayashi was also dumbfounded, watching everything unfold. He knew Niji's strength well. He was definitely at the peak of the genin level, and even a chunin would need dozens of moves to take him down. Yet, in his daughter's hands, Niji couldn't even last a single move before being thrown out. Hinata spread her hands and said, Father, I won. Hyuga Hayashi felt a bit embarrassed. He never thought his daughter could withstand Niji's attacks for 100 exchanges. However, Hinata's victory was so decisive that he asked, Hinata, do you now have chunin-level strength? Hinata did not answer the question, only staring at her father. Hyuga Hayashi said, all right, I will give you the Byakugan later. He had previously disliked Hinata's weak temperament. But now, with her strength, how much would she grow in a few more years? One Byakugan, given to the Jinchuriki, seemed reasonable. It was also a way to thank Naruto for training with Hinata. Moreover, even if she had the Byakugan, without the secret techniques of the Hyuga clan, its power would be greatly diminished. The most important thing now was to make Hinata happy and satisfy her wishes. Hinata nodded. Her expression was very serious, and Hyuga Hayashi couldn't discern whether it was true or not. She was not a chunin, but had the strength of a first-class martial artist. At the peak of the Jounin level. Chapter 35. Niji's involvement. The eyes of branch family members would disappear after their death, but the main family's eyes would not, and naturally, they would be kept secret. However, no one knew where they were hidden, except for the clan leader. Hinata, having obtained the Byakugan, was overjoyed and ready to leave home. As she stepped out the door, a voice called out, "Lady Hinata." Hinata turned around and smiled. "Brother Niji." Hyuga Niji said, "Lady Hinata, your strength is very strong. We feel that you didn't use your full power at all." This was true. If Hinata had gone all out, Niji would probably be lying in the hospital for at least half a year, unable to recover. Hinata said, "Brother Niji is family. I can't hurt Brother Niji." Niji replied, "Lady Hinata, your martial arts just now were very strong. Can you teach me?" He actually didn't hold out much hope, thinking this must be a secret technique of the main family, which they were not qualified to learn, but he couldn't help but ask, wanting to learn. Hinata said, "I'm sorry, Brother Niji, I can't decide that." Niji felt a bit disappointed, but was mentally prepared and shook his head. "It's okay, Lady Hinata." Seeing Niji looking a bit down, Hinata felt sorry and thought for a moment, saying, "Brother Niji, come with me." She then led Niji outside the village. Naruto was a bit confused about how Hinata had returned and also brought Niji with her. Naruto remembers that in the original work, this guy was quite rude to him. But it's fine, since he took away the eyes of the Hyuga clan, he won't hold it against him. Besides, he hasn't provoked me now. When Hinata saw Naruto, she happily ran over and smiled. "Naruto-kun." "Naruto." Hinata. Then Hinata took out an eye and said, "Naruto-kun, here you go." Naruto couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart when he saw this eye. Hinata actually thought of this method to resolve his relationship with the Hyuga clan. It would be impossible not to be moved. He gently rubbed her head and said, "Silly girl." Hinata felt the warmth of Naruto's palm and couldn't help but lower her head, feeling very happy in her heart. Naruto looked at Niji and asked, "Hinata, did you bring Niji here for something?" Hinata replied, "Naruto-kun, can I teach Niji and I the Tai Chi? He wants to learn." She asked this cautiously, afraid that Naruto would get angry. Niji's eyes widened. This was not a secret technique of the Hyuga clan, but a technique of the son of a nine-tailed fox, which was somewhat unbelievable. Naruto smiled gently and said, "Of course, and by the way, pass on the training methods to him as well. Hyuga Niji has decent talent. But girl, do you know how hard you need to work? Don't let him surpass you." Hinata, overwhelmed with joy, looked at Naruto with eyes full of emotion and said, "Thank you, Naruto-kun." Naruto said to Niji, "Since Hinata wants to teach you, you should train hard. Your strength is too weak right now. Hinata is already at the late stage of Jounin, so you need to speed up your training. However, one thing, you cannot teach this to anyone else, and you must keep it a secret. Oh, if Hinata Hyuga asks, you can pass on the Tai Chi to him. For Hinata's sake, it's still better for a senior." Niji looked at Hinata in disbelief. Late stage Jounin. Did he mishear that? Hinata softly said, "It's thanks to Naruto-kun." Naruto gently stroked Hinata's hair and said, "Hinata, you go train. I need to talk to Niji." Hinata replied, "Okay." She couldn't help but feel happy in her heart. She could train with Naruto-kun again. Naruto said, "Niji, I know you harbor resentment towards the Hyuga clan because of the caged bird seal, but Hinata has always regarded you as a brother. She is kind-hearted and hopes you won't hurt her." Niji nodded. "Understood. I will protect Lady Hinata." Naruto said, "I hope you keep your promise. Go ahead. Let Hinata teach you how to train. With your talent, you'll catch up to others quickly, except for Sasuke. Niji's background is strong, being the reincarnation of Indra. And he can't die, so his strength will gradually improve, which is naturally incomparable." Niji asked, "Are they all Jounin now?" Naruto nodded. "Not bad." Niji asked, "What about you?" Naruto smiled and said, "I'm stronger than them." Niji nodded. "I will catch up to you." In fact, he still couldn't accept Naruto's strength in his heart. It made sense that Hinata and Sasuke were stronger than him, but Naruto? He was well known as the school's underachiever. Naruto said, "Come on, you don't stand a chance. I am the child of destiny, and I also have a BUG. Even if the Sage of Six Paths reappears, in terms of talent, I can still rub him against the ground." Niji ran towards Hinata, and under Hinata's guidance, he began to train step by step. Naruto looked from afar, remembering that Niji had sacrificed himself during a mission. He wondered if fate would shift with his insertion. The path had already led him here. As for the outcome, that was up to him alone. Shikamaru Nara said, "We have a new member joining us." Choji Akimichi replied, "He is the most talented genius of the Hyuga clan, and his strength is impressive." Shikamaru Nara remarked, "Choji, is it interesting to say he's very strong now?" Choji responded, "Oh, that's true. With their current strength, fighting Hinata Niji would be like bullying a child." Sasuke said, "With Naruto's training methods, Niji's strength will increase rapidly. So you all need to be careful not to be surpassed." Right now, Sasuke didn't think about challenging Naruto. 2 years ago, after he broke through to the peak of the Chunin level and unlocked his two-tomo Sharingan, he had thought about ambushing Naruto. However, he was kicked away by Naruto as if he were a mountain, not even able to sense it coming. He knew that he and Naruto were not on the same level. Therefore, he no longer thought about challenging Naruto. He had no confidence at all. He felt confident in facing a few moves against his brother, but he had no confidence in fighting Naruto. Naruto is very strong, the kind of strong that is terrifying. He has no chance of winning at all. Compared to the original work, Sasuke has become more composed. He now understands that he is not yet a match for that person. After all, he is currently only at the level of the three-tomo Sharingan, while that person had already attained the Mangekyou Sharingan years ago. Therefore, he doesn't shout about seeking revenge or anything like that. He wants to ground himself, train diligently, and wait for revenge, preferably waiting until he can unlock the Mangekyou Sharingan. Then he'll have chance. The Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hizashi has gathered a lot of information about Naruto, but it only concerns how Naruto leads a few people in training and how he plays. There is nothing else. He does not want to investigate Naruto further, because he understands that it would provoke Sarutobi Hiruzen's displeasure. Naruto Uzumaki is now Sarutobi Hiruzen's last trump card, and anyone who attempts to target this trump card is going against him, which will not end well. Hyuga Hizashi said, "If Hinata has such strength, then Naruto Uzumaki's strength will certainly not be simple. And Naruto Uzumaki has been hiding his true abilities. As a Jinchuriki and Hokage, who among you is truly superior?" Chapter 36, Class Division in the Land of Flame. Orochimaru has arrived. As he stealthily approaches Flame Dragon City, he is detected. Uchiha Shursui and another Uchiha clansman appear at the treetops. "Orochimaru-senpai, isn't it a bit reckless to enter the Land of Flame like this?" Uchiha Shursui speaks up. Orochimaru is startled, stops in his tracks, and looks up to see Uchiha Shursui and his companion. As expected of Lord Dragon King's capable subordinate, Shursui, "Your strength has surpassed mine," Orochimaru sincerely says. Shursui asks, "Have you met the Dragon King?" As he speaks, his eyes activate, and a powerful aura spreads, pressing down on Orochimaru. If Orochimaru makes even a single mistake in his words, he will not let him off easily. Orochimaru quickly responds, "I met him in Konoha. He discovered me first." Shursui asks, "What were you doing in Konoha?" Orochimaru replies, To kill the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen." Shursui is taken aback. How bold to kill the Hokage, truly worthy of Orochimaru. "Were you stopped by the Dragon King?" Shursui inquires. Orochimaru responds, "The Dragon King wants me to join the organization and cultivate martial arts. He said that killing an old man like Sarutobi Hiruzen is not the greatest punishment for him. Making him a lonely and despised person is the greatest punishment." Shursui states, "He will indeed be abandoned by all. The Dragon King wants you to join he must have his own motives. Surely, the Dragon King has given you something." Orochimaru takes out a letter from Naruto and says, "Here." He couldn't make out much of it, only recognizing a few characters, but they were of no use. He didn't understand the rest. Shursui takes the letter, sees the handwriting, and immediately recognizes it as Naruto's. After reading the content, he says, "Welcome, Orochimaru-senpai." Orochimaru is welcomed into Flame Dragon City and taught the methods of cultivation. Being one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru's talent is undoubtedly exceptional. In the original work, his only significant defeat was against Itachi, where he was completely annihilated under Itachi's Jinjutsu. Had it not been for Kabuto's appearance, he probably would have been finished. After half a month of practicing the Xianyuan sword technique, he clearly feels an increase in strength and senses a long-lost lightness in his body. He has energy left, no longer burdened by the overwhelming chakra of the past. His body has improved. Orochimaru seeks out Uchiha Shursui. Uchiha Shursui perceives Orochimaru's aura and says, "Congratulations, Orochimaru-senpai. Your strength has increased again." Orochimaru replies, "I owe it all to the Dragon King and you, Shursui-kun." Uchiha Shursui says, "This is not my merit. It is the Dragon King's." Orochimaru asks, "Shursui-kun, after cultivating the martial arts techniques, do you also feel your body is much lighter, no longer burdened, as before?" Uchiha Shursui replies, "Yes." Orochimaru asks, "Why is this?" Uchiha Shursui imitates him and asks, "Orochimaru-senpai, How much weight can you bear now? Orochimaru thinks for a moment and says, without chakra, it's true yuan power. About 500 pounds. Uchiha Shursui responds, what about 1,000 pounds? Orochimaru, I would be crushed. Uchiha Shursui explains, it's the same principle. In our previous training, we merely absorbed chakra into our bodies, storing it in our flesh, our eyes, our organs, but mostly within our cells. As we continuously absorb natural energy, the chakra within our cells increases, allowing for greater endurance. Just like a human, when we reach a limit, we can be damaged and our cells can be destroyed. So our bodies are also invisibly harmed. The martial arts cultivation method established by the Dragon King stores power in the acupoints. It opens up the dantian. Although there is energy within the cells, it will not exceed the load. This energy not only nourishes the cells, but also repairs damage, which is why we feel light. His words are simple, clear, and easy to understand. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru sincerely exclaims, Lord Dragon King, a deity. The sinister and ruthless Orochimaru has completely become Naruto's little follower. Uchiha Shursui agrees and says, indeed, the Dragon King must be the god who saves the world. Then, Uchiha Shursui reiterates this pathological ninja way, further altering Orochimaru's path and planting the seeds of belief. Finally, Shursui asks, Orochimaru-senpai, your sound ninja village can move here. Orochimaru, of course here, there's sunlight. He smiles, no longer with a sinister smile, but a radiant one. Here, he has found vitality and a direction to strive for. Naruto, of course, has no idea about the changes in Shursui and Orochimaru. He is currently sitting in the classroom, feeling a bit drowsy. On his left is Hinata, and on his right is Tenten. Life is very happy. In the front row are Shikamaru, Choji, and Sakura. In the row ahead is Sasuke, who has a blonde girl next to him. Naturally, it is Ino Yamanaka. Currently, she is the only one there, completely monopolizing Sasuke. It's just a pity that the second pillar has become heartless and indifferent, treating Shikamaru better than Ino. He now loves Naruto a bit more. Irika stands at the teacher's desk and says, congratulations, from today onwards, you will be independent ninjas. However, you are only genin. You still have a long way to go. The real hardships are still ahead. This is just the beginning. In the future, you will be divided into teams of 3, forming a class to cooperate and grow together. Naruto felt drowsy listening to the endless chatter, but he had to admit that Irika was a good teacher. Therefore, Naruto thought about whether he should recruit him to become a teacher at the Flame Dragon Martial Arts Academy when he left. 3 people in a group. Everyone's eyes lit up. Many girls looked towards Sasuke, praying in their hearts to be in the same group as him. Hinata, I just want to be in a group with Naruto-kun. Tenten, I don't want to leave Naruto and II. Shikamaru, looks like we have to split up. CHG, I can still play with Naruto-kun later and eat the food he makes, grilled meat. Sasuke said nothing. In his heart, apart from those few people, it just meant adding 2 more burdens. Of course, if he ended up in a group with Naruto, he would be the burden. The lineup remained unchanged. And as Irika read out the names of Class 7, Naruto lifted his eyelids, following closely. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura. Haruno Sakura was happy, not because she was in the same class as Sasuke, but because she was in the same class as Naruto. Hinata, disappointed. Tenten, what a pity. Sasuke, being in the same class as Naruto-kun is fine. That way, I can become even stronger. Ino was frustrated, wondering why it turned out this way, almost exploding with anger. Class 8, Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, Yamanaka Shino. Class 9, Tenten, Rock Lee, Hyuga Niji. Class 10, Narashikamu, Akimichi CHG, Yamanaka Ino. Chapter 37, The Kai Emperor and His Disciple. After the classes were divided, they were naturally taken away by their respective teachers, and needless to say, Kakashi was the slowest. Naruto was not as mischievous as the original host, playing pranks on Kakashi. Instead, he was lying on the table sleeping. Sakura was gathering her courage, wondering if she should move to the back row to sit with Naruto. As for Sasuke, he was still sitting coolly, not caring about the Jonin teacher. He felt that it was no longer enough to teach him. At that moment, Naruto suddenly spoke up. Sasuke, are you thinking that the Jonin teacher is no longer enough to teach you? Sasuke did not hide it and coolly replied, yes. Naruto said, sometimes humility is also a form of strength. Kakashi became a genin at the age of 5. He is an elite J-nin and knows many jutsu. I don't have much to learn from him, but you still can. Kakashi has a jutsu called Chidori, which is quite powerful. You can practice it. Sasuke said, all right. Naruto's words He believes in them. Since Naruto admires him, he goes to learn. An elite jonin is a target for battle. Haruno Sakura asked, Naruto-kun, do I have anything similar to him to learn from? For a violent girl like Sakura, she should go find someone like Tsunade, that violent monster. Naruto said, you should focus on training your own martial arts, practice healing ninjutsu, and learn from Kakashi's experiences. As for your mentor, let's wait until later. If she comes back, you can ask her to be your teacher. Haruno Sakura murmured, I think Naruto-kun, you are the best teacher. Then she asked, who is she? Naruto, your idol. Sakura Haruno, Lady Tsunade. Until the afternoon, Kakashi finally appeared and said, sorry, I'm late. Kakashi led the three of them out of the classroom to a small path at the edge of the school, where he stopped, sitting on the iron railing, and said, this is it. Let's start with self-introductions. My name is Kakashi Hitaki. As for what I like and dislike, I don't want to tell you for now. There are many interesting things, and now it's your turn. Naruto is fine, but Sasuke and Sakura are completely dumbfounded. Is there really such a teacher? In the end, there is nothing but a name, and even a face is only half. Naruto said, let me go first. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, as everyone knows. I like reading magazines, especially the ones with pictures, and I prefer wearing less clothing, but there has to be a description of a paragraph, preferably with Gambat included. At this point, Naruto winked at Kakashi and continued, what I dislike is when I read halfway and it gets interrupted. As for my dream, I've mentioned it before. This made Kakashi speechless. This self-introduction was even cooler than his, and this kid even knew his interests. Some things, Sakura and Sasuke couldn't understand. They really couldn't, even though they were precocious. They were still just two little cuties. Sasuke said, I am Uchiha Sasuke. My favorite thing is training. I have many dislikes. But what I hate the most is when someone disturbs me while I'm training. My dream is to kill that person and revive the Uchiha clan. Naruto and Sakura both knew this, so it wasn't surprising. Kakashi thought to himself, that person Itachi, he is also a pitiful person. Suddenly, he remembered Uchiha Shursui and the Qianlong organization, which had stirred up waves in the ninja world. No organization dared to underestimate it. Furthermore, the Qianlong organization had a great reputation in the Yanlong country, supported by all the people. There were no class divisions, no oppression. Lost in thought, Kakashi even overlooked Sakura's self-introduction. Naruto said, Kakashi-sensei, stop daydreaming. We've finished our introduction. Hearing Naruto's words, Kakashi withdrew his gaze, disregarding what Naruto said, and said, you three are all very interesting. Let's start our mission from tomorrow. Naruto said, Kakashi-sensei, if tasks like catching kittens and finding puppies are what we have to do, we might as well train. Sasuke replied, right? Are these even tasks? They're just a waste of time. Sakura smiled and remained silent. She was fine with anything. Kakashi said, this batch of students is really hard to handle, but don't worry, there's training tomorrow. Naruto thought to himself, survival training? I'll just be a bystander to avoid making Kakashi look too bad. He thought this way, but Sasuke needed to learn Chidori, so he had to show some skills. And with Sakura around, Kakashi ended up losing quite decisively. After telling the three of them to gather at 5 in the morning the next day, he left. Subsequently, Naruto and the others also left. Whether it was Sakura or Sasuke, their strength had reached this level, and they stood tall. It was just a minor assessment. Nothing they couldn't handle. After leaving the school, the three of them parted ways, planning to meet again tomorrow. Naruto looked at the familiar street and murmured to himself, it's time to leave. Naruto wanted to complete his first mission outside the village and leave in a grand way. After enduring so much humiliation, he had to let them know why they were insulting him. As Teacher Guy and Lee turned a corner, Naruto looked over and saw Might Guy and Rock Lee tightly embracing each other. That scene was, a deep father-son bond. Meanwhile, Tintin and Niji were watching somewhat awkwardly. In the original storyline, only Rock Lee could understand Might Guy, and only Might Guy could understand Rock Lee. Their unique outfits were something only they could feel represented youth, not just the color green. Naruto. Tintin spotted Naruto and ran over joyfully, instinctively grabbing his arm. Might Guy and Rock Lee separated, and upon seeing Naruto, Might Guy said, hey, it's Naruto. I heard you've been training. The badge of youth cannot be achieved without effort. The passion of youth needs to be unleashed. Do you want to train with me? Naruto looked at Might Guy and Rock Lee's bodies. The two were indeed training hard. However, such self-destructive training is not advisable. With this kind of training, it's uncertain whether they can live to an old age. Naruto said, forget it, if there's a chance. I can teach you how to strengthen your body. Might Guy said, hey, Naruto, feeling confident, are you? Naruto said, that's only natural. Youth isn't something to be squandered. If the Azure Beast of Konoha is given a body refinement technique to absorb energy and nourish itself with that energy, then with one final kick, it shouldn't be overdrawn. Isn't this just another trump card? This is a perfect idea, but it's somewhat difficult, even more so than Kakashi would find it. My guy is very loyal to Konoha, so getting him to leave is quite a challenge. At this moment, Rock Lee said, Naruto, you're just a dead weight. It's already good that you don't affect others. And yet you're here bragging. Chapter 38. The three ninjas' desire to gather the flame dragon. Both Tintin and Niji looked at Rock Lee as if he were a fool. If Naruto is dead weight, then the entire village of Konoha will be dead weight. My guy said, Lee, that's not right. Anyone who works hard is a genius. Naruto started training hard at the age of 3, running around the village. He is a genius. He hasn't wasted his youth, and his youth will not wither. Rock Lee respectfully apologized. Teacher guy, I was wrong. My guy said, Recognizing and correcting one's mistakes is a sign of a good child. Naruto, you must believe in yourself. Those who don't believe in themselves don't even see the value of hard work. No matter how great the difficulties ahead, you must strive to overcome them. Even if it costs your life, you must leave behind proof of a man living. Naruto said, I have a lot of confidence in myself, never lacking in it. He is very confident, extremely so. This is something Might Guy also achieved. He left behind the proof of a man. That kick style has already become a legend. Rock Lee looked at Might Guy with sparkling eyes. Teacher guy. Might Guy replied, Lee. The two master and apprentice embraced each other without reservation. Naruto, this scene, I've seen it on screen before. It didn't feel like anything, but now that it's happening right in front of me, I still can't accept it. The Sound Ninja Village has merged with the Qianlong organization, and Orochimaru has joined the Flame Dragon Nation. At this moment, news spread like the wind. Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, with strength comparable to that of a Kaga-level ninja, has joined the Qianlong organization, further enhancing its power and raising the level of danger. When the news reached Konoha, the 4 elders of Konoha naturally convened a meeting. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, regarding the land of T, now it belongs to the Flame Dragon Nation's Qianlong organization. Do you have any plans to contain it? This threat is too great. One cannot allow others to sleep soundly while one is lying on a bed of thorns. It's like having a hungry lion sleeping beside you. When it's hungry, it will swallow you whole. Tika Shikamaru said, it's difficult. Now that Orochimaru has joined, the strength of the Flame Dragon Nation has increased again. And with the Uchiha clan, especially Uchiha Shursui, it's not easy to contain them unless Tsunade and Jiraiya come back with a massive army. Everyone knew this was an unrealistic expectation. Jiraiya was somewhat hopeful, but Tsunade, who was extremely disappointed with Konoha and suffered from blood phobia, couldn't step onto the battlefield. Mito Gaiden said, that's right, and we still don't know who the Dragon King is. The Dragon King's strength is definitely not simple. If he is stronger than Uchiha Shursui and provokes them, then Konoha. The conversation trailed off, and everyone understood that if this continued, Konoha would undoubtedly suffer a crazy retaliation from the Qianlong organization. Konoha was no longer as strong as it once was, and if it faced retaliation from the Qianlong organization, it would inevitably lose its top position. If a war broke out, Konoha would surely decline. Danzo, this time, cooperated and did not speak. This matter was still because of him. He wanted to seize Uchiha Shursui's eyes, which led to the current situation. Such a war weapon and deterrent force were pushed away by him, and if he spoke, he would surely be attacked collectively by the 3 others. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, is there really no way? If we contact the Mist Ninja Village and join forces, do we stand a chance? If other ninja villages come, they all have to pass through the Land of Fire. Who knows how many people they will bring? We can't let them take advantage of the situation. Mito Gate and said, if we form an alliance, we should have a 60 chance. If Tsunade returns and is not suffering from blood phobia, we would have an 80 chance. Tsunade is a powerful medical ninja, stronger than an entire medical team, and has formidable combat power that can influence the outcome of a battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his attention to Danzo and asked, Danzo, what do you think? Danzo said, to eliminate future threats, we can ally with the Cloud Village, and if the 3 ninja villages unite, we can definitely eliminate the Qianlong organization. Over the years, the experiments have not yielded much result, but now he is thinking actively, pondering how to take Naruto away. Tika Shikamaru said, of course, we can also wait for 2 more years until the Jinchuriki grows up. That would give us a better chance. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of smoke. The Jinchuriki is his last trump card, but he's too young right now. Give him a few more years, and the Qianlong organization won't be a threat anymore. After some discussion, They decided to wait for 2 more years. Konoha has not yet recovered from the Uchiha rebellion. Once they grow stronger, they can go to battle. Konoha still has a trump card, Uchiha Itachi. With his current strength, he should be able to hold off Uchiha Shursui. The only uncertainty is the Dragon King, which is a variable. In Duan C Street, a street for gamblers. In a restaurant, a drunken blonde woman with a large bet character on her back was sitting. In front of her stood a woman in black clothing holding a pig in her arms. She said, "Lady Tsunade, there's big news." This was Tsunade and her apprentice, Shizun. Tsunade, inebriated, said, "What big news?" Shizun said, "Orochimaru has joined the Flame Dragon Nation, which is the former land of tea." Tsunade said, "Is it an organization formed by those who defected from the Uchiha clan? What kind of big news is that?" She said this, but there was contemplation in her eyes. After all, Konoha was the village established by her grandfather. Despite her disappointment, she didn't want it to face problems. The Uchiha clan and Orochimaru both came from Konoha and were driven out by Konoha. Shizun said, "But Lady Tsunade." Tsunade interrupted, "Shizun, I've heard that the Flame Dragon Nation is very wealthy. Let's go in some back to pay off her debts." Shizun didn't respond. After years of gambling, she not only lost her family fortune, but also owed countless debts, never having won a single time. In the Land of Fire, at a women's bathhouse, many girls were bathing, and the steam was thick and fragrant. A white-haired man with long hair, dressed in a bright red outfit and wearing a forehead protector with the character oil, was Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. Earlier, he had been very interested in gathering materials, but after hearing certain discussions, he lost the desire to continue and quietly left, which was rare for him to do without being discovered. Jiraiya murmured to himself, "Old man, this is yet another mess of yours. Sitting in this Hokage position, Konoha will only grow weaker." Sigh. He changed his travel direction towards the Qianlong organization and the martial arts academy. He wanted to see what kind of organization this really was. Gathering materials could be done there while also checking what Orochimaru and the others were up to. Chapter 39. Obito came and left again with Orochimaru's movements. Uchiha Obito finally found the time to come to the Flame Dragon Nation. With the power of Kamui, he arrived at Flame Dragon City, where he was only discovered then. He wanted to silently enter the central hub of Flame Dragon City, but a person blocked his way, stopping him at the entrance of Flame Dragon City. "Uchiha Shursui." Uchiha Obito halted his steps, looking at the suddenly appearing Uchiha Shursui, and said in a deep voice. Uchiha Shursui replied, "As expected of you, who possesses Kamui, only upon arriving here did we discover you." Facing Uchiha Shursui's eyes, Uchiha Obito felt an illusion in his heart, as if he were being seen through. This younger generation seemed to know his identity. He was indeed seen through. Uchiha Shursui already knew his identity information. Uchiha Obito said, "As expected of the hero who led the Uchiha clan in rebellion against Konoha, you actually discovered me." Shursui said, "I know you come from the Akatsuki organization. If you come to visit our Flame Dragon Nation, you are very welcome. But if you have any ulterior motives here, even if you are from the Uchiha clan, I will still kill you." Saying this, his eyes shifted, and his eternal Mangeki Sharingan appeared. An overwhelming aura surged forth. Uchiha Obito stared at Shursui and said, "Eternal Mangeki Sharingan." There was a hint of greed in his eyes. Shursui said, "What? Do you want to take my eyes?" Uchiha Obito replied, "A perfect pair of eyes. If I could obtain them, that would be wonderful." Shursui calmly said, "I wouldn't mind altering your memory to make you leave the Akatsuki organization." Uchiha Obito said, "It seems you know quite a bit." Shursui replied, "Indeed, I know a lot." Uchiha Obito said, "Shursui, this world is a sick world, filled with countless killings. Join us, break the rules of this world, and establish a perfect world, ending wars, ending suffering, ending killings, and creating a new order." Shursui replied, "Is that so? But your appearance has brought a lot of pain. To achieve your goals, you tread on countless corpses to fulfill your dirty ambitions. I cannot do that. Do you remember your original intention? It was to bring peace to your country. May I ask, has your country been peaceful since its establishment?" A giant poisonous snake appeared, and Orochimaru stood on its head. Saying Afe, Uchiha Obito said, "Orochimaru, long time no see." Orochimaru replied, "Afe, long time no see, but you're not welcome here. I was once a member of the Akatsuki organization, and I know its purpose." Shursui, with his crimson eyes, looked at the myriad snakes beneath Orochimaru and said, "If you harm anyone from the Flame Dragon Kingdom, one day, even if I have to chase you into the Dragon Cave, I will kill you." Before the myriad snakes could speak, Orochimaru said, "Rest assured, Shurfen, It will not harm anyone. I have guaranteed it will only target other creatures. Uchiha Shursui said, the farming ox is good. I can give it too. Orochimaru. Yes, Shursui-kun. To be honest, he has fallen in love with the Flame Dragon City. No one is thinking about power, but rather working tirelessly according to the Dragon King's guidelines. Then 7 people appeared, members of the Uchiha clan. All of their eyes had reached the level of the Manjiki Sharingan. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Obito couldn't help but gasp. 7 Manjiki, their momentum was not weak. All had reached the level of shadow ninjas. Shursui said to Obito, still the same thing. If you come as a guest to the Flame Dragon, we welcome you. If you provoke us in the Flame Dragon, you will turn into a jackal, free to hunt. This was something Naruto had said to Shursui, which he borrowed. Obito said, Shursui-kun, believe in my sincerity. I come here with no ill intentions. In Obito's heart, the Flame Dragon Kingdom already had 9 shadow-level experts, making it the most dangerous place. Without over 70% certainty, he would not act. Such strength was comparable to the Akatsuki organization. Moreover, there was one more point. The Hidden Dragon organization still had the most mysterious person yet to appear, the leader, the Dragon King. With people like Uchiha Shursui being so powerful, how could the Dragon King be a simple character? Even with Nagato, who possesses the Rinnegan, he probably wouldn't be a match. Obito still entered the Flame Dragon City, but was under surveillance. Such a person was dangerous and needed to be dealt with carefully. He stayed in the Flame Dragon City for 2 or 3 days before leaving. He accomplished nothing. His purpose for coming here was not fulfilled. Although he had gathered intelligence on the Hidden Dragon Organization's strength, his heart was very heavy. The Hidden Dragon Organization was very mysterious. Orochimaru said, Shursui-kun, the Akatsuki organization must have a purpose for coming here. Shursui replied, they came for me. Before leaving the village, the Dragon King had already predicted this. He said that the Akatsuki organization would come here, and that it would definitely be him who would come. Orochimaru gasped. The Dragon King could actually foresee the future. Shursui asked, do you know this person's true identity? Orochimaru shook his head. Not clear. Shursui said, he is from my Uchiha clan. His name is Uchiha Obito, and his current identity is the representative of the Uchiha ancestors. What? Uchiha Obito? Isn't he dead? Orochimaru exclaimed, very surprised by this answer. Shursui said, he was resurrected by someone, wearing a mask, walking in the darkness to fulfill their goals. More than 10 years ago, the Nine Tails was released by him. Orochimaru thought of Naruto and trembled, saying, Obito is Minato's disciple. Shursui said, this person's mind is already twisted. He can do anything. So, Orochimaru-senpai, you still need to keep an eye on him. Orochimaru assured. Shursui-kun, rest assured, I will accomplish the mission. Shursui took out a pair of eyes, 3-tomo Sharingan, and handed it to Orochimaru, saying, I know you once really wanted to obtain the eyes of our clan. This pair of eyes is for you, to protect the Flame Dragon and serve as the eyes of the Flame Dragon. Orochimaru bowed and sincerely said, thank you, Shursui-kun. Shursui then took out a secret technique and said, the Dragon King has already researched the secret of the Sharingan's evolution, which requires strong mental power. This is the method for cultivating mental power. With your mental power, following the cultivation method above, you should be able to evolve into the Manjiki Sharingan. Orochimaru was now extremely moved. He once longed for the eyes of the Uchiha clan. Now, not only had he improved his strength, but he could also obtain the Manjiki Sharingan. His heart, once a snake in darkness, was now illuminated by sunlight, no longer in the shadows. Orochimaru bowed again. Thank you, Shursui-kun. Shursui replied, no need to thank me. Thank the Dragon King. Regarding Naruto, Orochimaru had immense respect as he led him onto a broad path. He remembered something and asked, is the Dragon King's eye also? Shursui responded, of course, my Sharingan is only 3-tomo compared to the Dragon King's. Chapter 40. Sasuke and Sakura complete the assessment. This was naturally Naruto secretly guiding Shursui to do this. Orochimaru was a talent, and his strength was also very powerful. His enhancement of strength was a guarantee for the Flame Dragon and a deterrent to the outside world. As for betrayal, Naruto believed that Orochimaru would make the right choice. He was now the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, with the Sharingan, and his strength was unfathomable. Orochimaru would not, and dare not, slowly turn his heart around. This fierce snake, hidden in the dark underground, would also become a gentle snake, a loving snake. Additionally, Naruto planned that when he arrived, he would give Orochimaru a sunny hairstyle, dressing him up as a sunny boy. With his looks, he would surely be liked. Orochimaru's talent was indeed powerful. He refined the three-tomo Sharingan, and, after cultivating the mental power secret technique, guided his mental power, fused it with the Sharingan, and smoothly evolved into the Manjiki Sharingan, greatly increasing his strength. Now, if he wanted to kill the old ghost Hirazuna Sarutobi, he wouldn't need to rely on Edo Tensei to summon the first and second Hokage. He could completely take down the aging Hirazuna Sarutobi alone. After finishing his training, Orochimaru appeared before Uchiha Shursui, saying, "Congratulations." Orochimaru replied, "Thank you." Shursui said, "The defense of the Flame Dragon City relies on you. Do not let anyone from other ninja villages sneak in." Orochimaru, "Shursui-kun, rest assured if one comes, I will catch one." Having a monitor was the most reasonable. He was a snake master. Who knows how many snakes he had? One here, one there. It was like living surveillance. Sasuke, with a calm temperament, was also a good kid. He arrived very early, at 5 o'clock sharp, and sat down alone to start his training. Sakura did the same. Wanted to make a good impression on her teacher. She also came very early. Thus, the two ended up hungry. This time, being alone with Sasuke, Sakura felt very calm. Without impulse in her eyes, Sasuke seemed just like that, not particularly handsome. At this moment, Sakura was wondering why Naruto-kun had not yet arrived. Was something wrong? Sasuke no longer worried. In his heart, he believed that no one here could stop Naruto. Until the sun was at its peak, Naruto arrived, holding 2 lunchboxes in his hands. "Naruto." Sakura happily stepped forward. Naruto handed her a bento and said, "You're hungry, right? Come eat." Sakura's eyes sparkled as she replied, "Thank you, Naruto." She grabbed the bento and started eating without any ladle-like manners, truly starving. That Kakashi really doesn't treat people well. Naruto said to Sasuke, who was still training, "Hey Sasuke, eat something." Sasuke jumped down from the tree, took the bento, and while opening it, said, "You knew he would be late, so you were late too." Naruto said, "Yes. Kakashi-sensei is very lazy. He only washes his hair once a month, and he doesn't wash his underwear for half a year." Sakura and Sasuke were holding their bento, and it suddenly didn't smell good. Over here, Kakashi walked over and said, "Naruto, it's not right to portray your teacher like this." Naruto looked at the sun above and said, "Kakashi-sensei, only a lazy person could sleep until this time." Kakashi replied, "Well, you see, there was a black cat just now." Naruto said, "Don't make excuses. You must have stayed up too late reading Jiraiya's books. Has his new book come out? It seems like it should have some great material." Kakashi was taken aback and said, "You actually know about Lord Jiraiya." "Naruto, isn't this nonsense? He's one of the legendary Sannin. Is it strange to know him? That old pervert specifically lurks around women's bathing areas for material. He's simply shameless. And he didn't even bring you along." Kakashi. He took out a clock and said, "Then let's get started. The time is set for 12 o'clock. He took out 2 bells and continued, "Before noon, take the bells from me, and you pass the test." Naruto said, "Sasuke, Sakura, you guys play with Kakashi-sensei? I won't join." Sakura and Sasuke both nodded. "Okay, it makes sense. Naruto can press Kakashi-sensei, and they won't have a chance to perform." Kakashi said, "Naruto, if you can't get the bells, you won't have food to eat." Naruto said, "I've already eaten, so don't worry." Kakashi then threatened, "You'll have to stand on a wooden post for a day and be sent back to the ninja school." Naruto said, "Don't worry. I'll think of a way." Kakashi replied, "I'll be watching." Kakashi began his performance, saying, "2 bells mean that one of you will fail and be sent back to the academy to relearn. Of course, there's also a possibility that you will both be sent back. So, you must use your full strength, including shurikens. If you don't have the determination to kill me, you won't be able to grab the bells." Sakura and Sasuke remained calm, while Naruto walked to the side, completely unconcerned, and thought to himself, "Kakashi-sensei, you're getting ahead of yourself. Full strength? I could even produce shit for you." Kakashi's strength was indeed impressive, but together, Sakura and Sasuke could easily stop him. In the end, Sakura, still kind-hearted, said, "Kakashi-sensei, let's not use shurikens. That would be dangerous." Kakashi seemed to be trying to provoke Naruto, saying, "In this world, only those with lower strength tend to shout the loudest. Danger? That only belongs to the weak, to those at the bottom." Naruto noticed Kakashi's gaze and smiled slightly, not paying much attention to it. It was nothing compared to the insults he used to endure. Sakura understood who Kakashi was referring to and felt a bit angry, saying in a low voice, "Kakashi-sensei, let's get started." Sasuke was also ready. Unlike in the original story, they didn't hide and wait for the right moment. They faced Kakashi head-on. Sasuke took the lead, with Sakura following closely behind. They moved in a quick, alternating pattern from left to right, and Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise. This was not the speed of ordinary ninjas. Sasuke instantly created shadow clones, launching 5 attacks, while Sakura threw a powerful punch at Kakashi. Kakashi swiftly dodged Sasuke's attack and braced himself for Sakura's strong punch. Of course, Sasuke was only feigning an attack, letting Kakashi be on guard. Bang! The moment Sakura's fist made contact, Kakashi felt a surge of overwhelming power rush into his body, causing him to involuntarily fly backward. Just then, a figure flashed past, and the bell on him had disappeared. Sasuke tossed a bell to Sakura, and they each had 1 bell. The assessment was completed easily. Chapter 41. Executing the mission, Shikamaru's guest Sasuke said, "Was this test really that simple? We barely started, and it's already over." Sakura remained silent, lightly jingling the bell in her hand, her attitude very clear. Kakashi stood up and said, "It seems you two are not lower-ranking ninjas." Sasuke replied, "Of course." As he spoke, his 3-tomo Sharingan spun, a crimson and eerie sight. "I haven't even opened my eyes yet," Sasuke said proudly. Kakashi's eyes shifted slightly. 3-tomo. "It seems you've hidden a lot of power." Sasuke replied, "That's a secret." Kakashi then turned to Sakura and said, "Your strength is not something a lower ninja could possess." Sakura smiled and said, "I just have great strength." Kakashi said, "You two have passed." He hadn't expected to lose so quickly. They passed the exam in just 1 round, something that had never happened before, as no one had passed under his watch until now. Kakashi looked at Naruto and asked, "They passed, what about you? How do you plan to pass?" Naruto asked Sakura and Sasuke to give him the bells. He walked over to Kakashi and said, "Actually, you have to hang these bells on yourself without making any noise, and you also need to create a shadow clone to tempt them. Look, I got the bells too." As he spoke, Naruto hung the bells on Kakashi and then took them off Kakashi, stepping back a few paces. Naruto said, "Kakashi-sensei, did I pass?" Kakashi was speechless, but he had nothing to say. Did he pass? He must have, as he did obtain the bell from himself and did not break the rules. Kakashi said, "You passed. You little rascal. You really are cunning and sly to pass in this way." Naruto said, "This is called strategy. Although in the face of strength, all strategies are worth nothing. This is not a battlefield, so we must pay attention to methods and approaches." Kakashi nodded. Naruto is right. At all times, one must have a clear mind. To celebrate your success, I invite you all to a meal, and let's also celebrate the establishment of Team 7. For a while, it was either finding kittens and puppies with Naruto or chopping wood and fetching water. This task was really boring. Finally, the mission outside the village arrived. The so-called bridge builder, Dasna, requested that Konoha escort him back to the land of waves, and during the time he was building the bridge, they had to protect him well and prevent the evil merchant, Gato, from harming him. Before leaving, everyone gathered again at the training ground. Tintin and Hinata naturally didn't want Naruto to go on the mission, hugging his arms on either side, with tearful eyes, wishing to go with Naruto on the mission. Naruto taught a few people the last secret technique, which is the body flicker technique, encouraging them to practice well, especially to protect themselves during missions. This was considered the last time he would guide them in their training in Konoha. He also gave each of them some instructions, particularly regarding Danzo, advising them not to agree if he ever made a request. This left everyone puzzled, feeling that today, Naruto was acting like a nagging mother. Afterward, Naruto, Kakashi, and the other 3 left the gates of Konoha, embarking on their journey to the land of waves. Hinata, Tintin, and the others would also go to the pond to train. However, Hinata and Tintin were absent-minded, both having a bad premonition. They were closest to Naruto and felt a deep connection with him, sensing that he was very far away from them. Shikamaru noticed their condition and asked, "Hinata, Tintin, what is wrong?" Tintin replied, "I have a bad feeling." Hinata added, "Naruto-kun." Nara Shikamaru asked, "What is going on, Hinata?" Tintin. He had also sensed something was off with Naruto, but he didn't pay much attention, thinking it was just a matter of him being away from the village for a while. Hearing the 2 girls now made him feel that the situation was changing and that things were not so simple. Tintin expressed her inexplicable panic, saying, "I feel like Naruto and II is going to leave us." Hinata also said, "It seems like Naruto-kun still has something to say to us," but he hesitated. Shikamaru suggested, "He is worried we might spill the beans." They didn't know how strong Naruto was now, but his strength must be very formidable, definitely among the elite Jonin. This mission was just a small task, so there shouldn't be any danger, especially with Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi-sensei around. Unless the 4 great shinobi shadows intervened, they shouldn't be in trouble. CHG said, "What can't he say? Aren't we friends?" A sudden thought struck Shikamaru. Naruto, might be planning to leave the village. It was an absurd idea, but it was the only explanation that made sense. Naruto's demeanor before leaving was as if he was making arrangements for something. Shikamaru felt uneasy and wanted to stop Naruto, but he knew he couldn't. If he were in Naruto's position, he would have probably left the village a long time ago, which was really disappointing. Tintin asked Shikamaru, "Did you think of something?" Shikamaru replied seriously, "Come to my house tonight. I'll tell you some things." This was the first time they had seen Shikamaru so serious, and the four of them nodded in agreement. Okay. Naruto left, but the four did not give up on training. Instead, they trained even harder. In the afternoon, the four went to Shikamaru's home, ostensibly as guests. Naruto said, "Shikamaru, oh, we have guests. Everyone come in and have a seat." Tintin, Hinata, Niji, and Choji greeted him in unison. "Thank you, uncle." Shikamaru said, "Father, I need to use your secret room. We have some matters to discuss." Naruto immediately guessed what his son wanted to talk about and asked, "Shikamaru, have you thought it through?" Shikamaru nodded yes. Naruto said, "Good, I trust you." He did not stop him. He believed in his son's choices, as the third Hokage had lost the people's support. Entering the secret room, the five sat in a circle. Shikamaru said, "Today, I want to talk to you about Naruto's identity." Niji spoke up first. Naruto is not the son of a commoner. He naturally had this suspicion. Naruto's talent was so strong that he didn't seem like someone from a common background, yet he lived like a commoner, relying on meager relief funds for his sustenance. Shikamaru said, "Naruto's father is the fourth Hokage." This statement was like a thunderclap, echoing in the hearts of the four, leaving them stunned. The fourth Hokage was a hero. The hero of Konoha, who sacrificed himself for the village. Yet after his death, his child was treated so unfairly and endured insults from thousands. Shikamaru continued, "This is true. The third Hokage's heart is ruthless. Power has blinded his eyes." Chapter 42. Resolving the assassin. Since we were talking, let's be thorough. Shikamaru recounted the dark history of Konoha, mentioning the Senju clan, Konoha's White Fang, the Uchiha clan, the four Hokages, Hinata Hisashi, and everything he knew, making them aware of the darkness beneath Konoha's peace. Many things Shikamaru did not know, but when he was with Naruto, during their chats, Naruto surely shared some stories with him. Hearing how his father was betrayed made Niji's anger peak. Konoha's decisions left him cold. One day he would seek the truth. Tintin and Hinata recalled Naruto's experiences over the years and couldn't help but shed tears. In their hearts, their resolve strengthened. No matter what Naruto did, they would support him. Choji clenched his fists, determined to train hard and be able to help Naruto one day. Shikamaru said, "Naruto has to make a choice. And I say this hoping you won't interfere with his decisions in the future." Shikamaru led the four out of the secret room and sent them off. Naruto did not stop them, quietly watching everything, feeling it was time to have a heart-to-heart talk with Shikamaru. Shikaka said, "Shikamaru, let's have a chat." Shikamaru replied, "Okay, but before that, I want to spar with you and exchange some skills." Naruto narrowed his eyes, sensing his son was about to surprise him, and nodded. "All right, let's go to the training ground for a match. Let me see how much you've grown these past few years." The father and son went to the training ground and began their sparring match. Being a father-son match, it naturally involved shuriken, hidden weapons, kunai, taijutsu, and shadow battles. Naruto was shocked. His son had reached the peak of Nin level strength, and his combat experience was quite rich, with the shadow techniques even stronger than his own. This was inevitable. Over the years, they had fought each other, so their combat experience was naturally good. However, when it came to killing techniques, Shikamaru was far from matching Shikaku. After hundreds of exchanges, Shikamaru narrowly lost, being restrained by his father's techniques. He was still a bit lacking compared to his father. Naruto said, "Good kid, so quietly, you've reached Nin level. You've hidden it well." Shikamaru replied, "All thanks to Naruto. Compared to him, I'm nothing." Naruto asked, "Has Naruto's strength also reached Nin level?" Shikamaru shook his head. "Not just that. Except for Niji, who came last, the rest of us have reached Nin level." Hiss. Even with Naruto's temperament, he couldn't help but gasp in surprise. What kind of monster could reach such a level? "Shikamaru, did Naruto teach you all this?" Naruto asked. Shikamaru nodded. "Yes, I say this just to hope you won't interfere with Naruto's matters. How he chooses is none of our business." Naruto's eyes moved. "Did you tell him his identity?" Shikamaru said, "I don't need to. He probably already knows, and now he should make a choice." Naruto said, "All right, I won't interfere." Shikamaru replied, "Thank you, father." Shikaka said, No need to thank me. I should thank him for teaching me such an outstanding son. Leaving Konoha village, Naruto walked far, far away, his mind sinking into the ceiling prison. Old friend, get ready. In a while you can come out. Kurama said, kid, you need to think clearly. Once you break the seal, the people from Mount Mayaboku will definitely know, and by then. Naruto interrupted, old friend, don't worry. I can't claim to be the strongest in the world right now, but no one can catch me. Even if the sage of 6 paths, who separated you all, came, he wouldn't be able to hold me down. He thought to himself, once I cultivate the Hunyuan body refinement technique to the 7th level, even if the sage of 6 paths comes, I can still press him to the ground and rub him. Kurama said, all right, this prison is indeed unpleasant. Naruto regained his awareness and saw a puddle ahead. He smiled slightly and walked over to Sasuke and Sakura, whispering, your battle is about to begin. The 2 followers have been tailing them since they left Konoha, but Naruto naturally didn't expose them. He decided to let Sasuke and Sakura handle this situation themselves. The 2 were confused and turned to look at Naruto. Naruto naturally wouldn't explain. It's better for Kakashi to handle such matters. Kakashi glanced at the small puddle with a sidelong look and walked over. After they approached, 2 figures emerged from the puddle, and iron chains shot out from their iron claw hands, aiming towards Kakashi. Naruto was afraid of getting hurt, so he quickly jumped onto a tree branch and sat down leisurely, spinning a shuriken on his finger. All he needed to do was protect Azina. He couldn't be bothered with the rest. Crash! Kakashi was dismembered, blood splattering everywhere. Sakura, Kakashi-sensei. With Naruto gone, the 2 who had dealt with Kakashi turned their attention to Sakura. Filled with rage, Sakura threw a powerful punch. Get away from me. She directly killed the ninja with one punch, his entire head hanging down at a 90-degree angle. Sasuke pulled the iron chain of another person, yanking him over, using their own method against them, and the ninja was strangled by the chain. Azina, so impressive. Kakashi appeared and said, you 2 really surprised me. Sakura joyfully exclaimed, Kakashi-sensei, you're okay. Sasuke said, of course he's fine. That was just a substitution jutsu. He saw through it long ago. This puddle is suspicious, and he was prepared. Kakashi replied, of course, it's obvious that it hasn't rained here for a long time. How could there be a puddle? So this is suspicious, right, Naruto? Naruto jumped down from the branch and scratched his head, saying, oh, I guess so. Kakashi looked at Naruto and said, Naruto, you are very strong. Naruto, no way. I'm really timid. Look, as soon as someone comes out, I get scared and climb up a tree. Sakura, Sasuke, that's a fair point. If it weren't for the kick you gave me earlier, I would have believed you. The speed of that kick was much faster than this, leaving a shadow in my heart. The pain seems to still exist. He saw nothing and was kicked away. Kakashi didn't dwell on this issue any longer and said, let's go. There's still time. There will definitely be more people on the road ahead. And then we'll test Naruto's strength. It's just a pity that he will be disappointed. Chapter 43. The defeat of Zabuza. Sakura had a hard time adapting to her first kill and couldn't shake it off the entire way. As for Sasuke, he naturally didn't care. He had seen the hell of the human world. So what did this count for? And Naruto, sorry, I am the Reaper, a bloody executioner. While sailing on the sea, Naruto encouraged Sakura. Sakura, it's just a person who died. What's the big deal? Just think of it as if a cat or dog has died. This is just the first step in becoming a ninja. Once you get used to thousands dying and tens of thousands being slaughtered, you'll understand the true darkness of this world. That is the real hell on earth. Sakura said, that can't be true. We are in a time of peace. Sasuke coldly replied, how could it not be true? When one family member after another falls before you, lying in a pool of blood, you'll understand what eerie really means. Naruto said, Sasuke understands this very well, Sakura. The battle is not over yet. Our mission has just begun. There will be more fights ahead, and if we show weakness, we will only die. What does it mean that Sasuke understands this very well? Does Naruto know about the Uchiha clan rebellion that happened 4 years ago? It's impossible. He was only 7 at the time, so he couldn't have found out without being noticed. Could it be that Sasuke told him? It's possible, since they trained together and became friends. Sasuke might have confided in him, which is quite normal. Kakashi kept pondering in his mind and finally concluded that it must have been Sasuke who told Naruto. Otherwise, Naruto wouldn't know. After reaching the shore, the 5 of them entered the forest, and a faint smile appeared on Naruto's lips as the battle continued. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Naruto pulled Dachina aside and said, get down. Sasuke and Sakura instinctively crouched down, and Kakashi naturally didn't need to remind them. Suddenly, there was a dull thud as a large sword struck the tree trunk, and a figure flashed by, landing on the hilt of the sword. Kakashi looked at the person on the hilt with a heavy heart and thought, "It's him." Zabuza said, "So it's Kakashi in person. No wonder the Demon Brothers failed." Naruto said to Sakura and Sasuke, "This person is called Momochi Zabuza from the Mist Village. He is a rogue ninja and a missing nin in our village. Very powerful, with few rivals among J-nin. You can team up to gain some experience against him." "Ah, J-nin. Just right to test our strength," Sasuke murmured to himself, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Sakura also stepped forward, her fists filled with determination. Kakashi said, "You two, withdraw one after the other. This person is not on the same level as the previous two." Sasuke replied, "Kakashi-sensei, you stay back and support us." Sasuke activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, his aura rising to match Kakashi's. "A J-nin?" Kakashi thought to himself, surprised that Uchiha Sasuke had reached the J-nin level. Even though he had killed that rogue ninja before, and had activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, Kakashi guessed he was only at the peak of the Chunin level. Kakashi glanced at Sakura and nodded. "All right," Sasuke said. "After this battle, I want to practice the Chidori." Kakashi replied, "Sure." Momochi Zabuza said, "What a leaf village. To have such young J-nin level strength, and being from the Uchiha clan, the future is limitless. Unfortunately, you won't be leaving here unharmed today." He was already planning how to escape. Dealing with Kakashi was enough trouble, and now there was also a Uchiha with 3-tomo Sharingan. He couldn't win against 2 J-nin. Moreover, that little girl had a strong presence as well, giving him a subtle sense of danger. Of course, Zabuza hadn't forgotten about Naruto, the first one to notice his attack. Naruto gave off no aura and had no perception of danger. However, being the first to sense his attack meant he was definitely not an ordinary person. Naruto said, "Kisame Hashigaki, you don't need to look at me. I won't make a move against you. If you can get past those two and take down our Kakashi-sensei, then you'll have the right to come to me." Kakashi, swish, swish. Sasuke acted first, throwing 2 shurikens at Kisame, and another kunai appeared in his hand. Kisame dodged the projectiles, drew his big sword, and fled into the jungle. Swish! At that moment, a kunai was shot into the forest. With a thud, the kunai hit its mark. Kisame was indeed struck. Sasuke's skill of hitting targets without needing his eyes shone through. Sasuke leaped into the forest, and Sakura followed closely to support him. The mist in the forest was thick, making it hard to see the surrounding trees. Sasuke's breath control was excellent, while Sakura moved slowly through the forest, appearing somewhat sluggish. Just then, behind Sakura, Kisame appeared and slashed at her waist with his sword. Crack! Sakura was cut in half, blood splattered, and then she turned into wooden fragments, her body transforming into 2 pieces of wood. Sasuke formed hand seals, and a ball of fierce fire erupted. This was the basic fire release technique of the Uchiha clan. Fire release, great fireball technique. Kisame's body was melted, turning into water vapor. This was his water clone. Slash! A large sword swept past Sasuke from behind. With a thud, Sasuke's body was severed, turning into a splash of water. Kisame said, "The Sharingan, copying abilities? How abnormal." Swish, swish. Sakura's meteor shurikens flew through the air, and Kisame swung his giant sword, deflecting the 2 shurikens, which lodged into a tree trunk. Sasuke formed hand seals again, and a fire dragon burst forth, roaring as it attacked Kisame. This was the A-rank ninjutsu fire release. Great dragon fire technique, extremely powerful. Kisame also formed hand seals, not slowing down, and a water dragon spiraled out, clashing with Sasuke's fire dragon. Unfortunately, it was slightly weaker, and the water dragon was extinguished by the fire dragon, leaving Kisame hit by the remnants of the fire dragon, sending him flying. At that moment, Sakura appeared in midair, shouting, "Get down!" A powerful punch landed on Kisame's face, visibly distorting his expression. Kisame took a heavy punch, his body thrown several times on the ground before he flew back to Naruto and the others, looking quite disheveled. Kakashi watched, dumbfounded at the scene. The fierce noble Kisame was defeated so thoroughly. What kind of monsters are these students? Does he even have a reason to exist as their teacher? With their strength and combat experience, what could he possibly teach them? Swish, swish. Sasuke released a shuriken towards Kisame, his killing intent strong. Chapter 44. Overwhelming aura. Naruto reached out and sucked the shuriken into his hand. Then, Naruto waved his hand, and the mist was blown away by a strong wind. He still has his uses. He can't die, Naruto said to Sasuke. Sasuke casually replied, "Oh." Naruto flicked his finger, and the shuriken slipped from his hand, Two steel needles flying towards Momochi Zabuza were knocked away and pinned to the tree trunk. Naruto said, "Are you the pursuing ninjas from the Mist Village? The person I want to protect, you're not allowed to touch. You can leave now, or don't blame me for being impolite." The people in the shadows slightly retreated. They seemed to understand that Naruto's strength was formidable and that they had long known of his existence, which was not something they could deal with at this moment. Naruto said, "Kakashi-sensei, there shouldn't be any more assassination attempts. This old man is up to you guys. I need to have a talk with Zabuza." Holding Zabuza's body, Naruto disappeared into the forest. Kakashi didn't stop him because he couldn't do anything to prevent it now. It seemed that everything had been seen through by Naruto. Whether it was Zabuza or the hidden pursuers, they were all discovered by Naruto at the first moment. Naruto's strength seemed to be beyond what he could reach. As for Sasuke and Sakura, they also held their own among the Jonin, but their chakra felt a bit strange. In a dangerous encounter, Dazuna invited a few people to his home as guests. Naruto took Zabuza deep into the forest and infused a stream of chakra to heal his wounds. Zabuza asked, "What kind of medical ninjutsu is this? It's so powerful." He could feel his body continuously recovering. Naruto said, "This is not ninjutsu." Zabuza Momochi asked in confusion, "If this is not ninjutsu, then what is it?" Naruto said, "This is the power of martial arts. Little guy in the shadows, come out." Seeing that Naruto didn't seem to be harmed by Zabuza, he stepped out from the shadows. Zabuza exclaimed, "The power of martial arts? Martial arts? Is it what the Martial Arts Academy of the Land of Flames calls martial arts?" Naruto stopped and said, "Of course." Zabuza Momochi said, "Are you a member of the organization?" Naruto said, "Yes." Hiss. Momochi Zabuza took a breath of cold air. This organization is really mysterious. Having planted a traitor in Konoha and being so powerful. Naruto said, "What are you thinking? I'm not an undercover agent in Konoha. Because the hidden dragon was established by me. I'm the Dragon King." "What?" Momochi Zabuza stood up, exclaiming. Naruto said, "Stop overreacting. I saved you. You should know why." Momochi Zabuza chuckled through his tears. "I don't know. If you're the Dragon King, I don't see how someone like me could help you. After all, this is the Dragon King, and Uchiha Shursui possesses strength at the level of a Kage, not to mention someone as formidable as Orochimaru. If something were to happen, he didn't think he could compare to these two great figures." Naruto said, "Of course, it's to invite you to join the Phantom Dragon organization." Then, Naruto went on to persuade, elaborating on this pathological ninja world and the distorted ninja way. To break through, one must break the current rules and unite as one to achieve world peace. Zabuza Momochi is an ambitious and ruthless person with a clever mind, but unfortunately, under Naruto's gradual guidance, he was almost crippled. Now, with Naruto raising a flag, he has become a standard bearer. In the end, Zabuza didn't think twice and joined the Phantom Dragon organization without hesitation. Whoosh! Naruto approached by and removed his mask. Looking at the weak face, Naruto said, "Wow, you really are stunningly beautiful. Are you two a couple, Zabuza?" Upon hearing Naruto's words, Bai couldn't help but blush. Zabuza, with a dark expression, said, "Lord Dragon King, mind your identity." He then turned to Bai and said fiercely, "Bai, why are you blushing?" Bai smiled lightly and replied, "It's nothing. Innocent, pure." Untouched by the corruption of the world. "Naruto, why do I feel like I've eaten a bag of dog food?" Zabuza's face is getting darker. Naruto said, Zabuza, drawing a curtain of water, formed a large mirror. Zabuza, who was escaping, asked, "Dragon King, what do you want to do?" "Naruto, I just want to see his state. Isn't it cool?" Momochi Zabuza had no idea what Naruto was trying to do, but still followed Naruto's instructions and formed a water curtain in the air, turning it into a mirror. Naruto said, "Kurama, let's combine our forms and see if it looks really cool." Kurama now had a black line hanging down, thinking this bastard, using its energy just to see if he looks cool. But forget it, let's satisfy this kid's wish. "Kurama, Naruto, how many tails do you want?" Naruto said, "With this door here, you can only have the 8 tails, so let it be the 8 tails." Kurama replied, "All right, just the 8 tails. Little Naruto, hold on. Let me show you my power." A surge of chakra poured into Naruto's body, making him glow bright red, with 8 long tails swirling around him, and an evil aura spreading out, exuding dominance. "Wow, this is really cool," Naruto exclaimed. At that moment, Bai's face turned pale, and he fell to the ground. Meanwhile, as Zabuza released his grip, the water curtain disappeared, and under Naruto's overwhelming chakra, he also sat down on the ground, murmuring, "What kind of monster is this? Fighting? With such a monster, it's pointless. It could easily tear me apart. Naruto said, Kurama, your power is really impressive, quite majestic. Kurama replied, of course. So, are you intimidated by my strength? Naruto said, Kurama, you're really getting carried away. What a pity, what a pity. This is chakra, if it were true essence. That would be great. The essence of the nine tails is chakra, not true essence, and it cannot merge with true essence, which is unavoidable. True essence is derived from the transformation of all energies, and this nine-tailed chakra is also a form of energy that can be devoured by true essence, transforming into true essence power. Seeing Naruto recover, Toad Sage trembled and asked, Lord Dragon King, what is this power? Naruto said, This is the power of the nine tails. The tailed beast, the Jinchuriki of the ninja villages. Your mist village also has a Jinchuriki, and there are two, but one of them has become a rogue ninja now. Sensing Kakashi's arrival, Naruto tore off a piece of bark, wrote a line of words, and said to Zabuza, go to the land of fire. Shursui will teach you how to do it. All right, by the way, that evil merchant Kato should be eliminated, right? Take his assets and leave them there. What a pity. Yes. Chapter 45 Kakashi was quite speechless. Naruto flashed a few times and intercepted in front of Kakashi. Seeing Naruto, Kakashi asked, Naruto, what happened? Was that just now your power? In response, Naruto did not hide anything and said, oh, you guessed right. That was the power of the nine tails. I just thought it would be fun to summon two tails and see how cool it looks. Kakashi said seriously, Naruto, do you know how dangerous this is? That is the nine tails, the evil nine tails. Its power is very strong and is the source of evil. Naruto smiled and said, Kakashi, that's an interesting point. All right, let's talk about it. Suppose I am a neutral expert, but you insist on having me join your camp, and I refuse. So you come to force me, saying that if I don't join you, I will die. Therefore, I have to resist, and in the end, I end up killing many of you. Do you think I am just or evil? At first, tailed beasts naturally do not attack humans without reason. With the sealing technique, these tailed beasts can be captured and sealed within a body, slowly becoming a power under their control, dominating the battlefield and killing many. In the end, they are seen as evil. Moreover, constantly being sealed causes the tailed beast to accumulate resentment, becoming increasingly cold-blooded. Each sealing creates a huge commotion, and the tailed beast can manipulate people's hearts, influencing the Jinchuriki and leading to terrifying consequences. Kakashi couldn't respond to this. Isn't this the current situation of the tailed beasts? Even if it is covered up by various things, the greed-driven power of people cannot be concealed. They say that tailed beasts are evil. But is the tailed beast really the one who is evil? Naruto said, tailed beasts can also be friends. When you make good use of their energy, they represent justice. With their power, they can cause countless killings, and that is evil. So-called evil does not come from the tailed beasts, but from humans. After speaking, Naruto took the lead and returned to Tezuna's home, leaving Kakashi to think by himself. Tezuna smiled and said, Lord Naruto, you're back. At first, he looked down on Naruto, but in the end, he realized that Naruto was the strongest, and naturally, he respected him greatly. Naruto said, I'm back. You focus on building your bridge. The country needs to become prosperous, and communication is essential. Don't worry, no one will disturb you. Kato won't have the chance to interrupt you anymore. Dazen replied, Yes. Lord Naruto, rest assured, without Kato's obstruction, I will accelerate the bridge construction. Naruto nodded and entered the room. Naruto, Sakura got up and said happily. Naruto nodded and walked aside to sit down. Sasuke looked at Naruto and asked, Did you just emit that evil power? Naruto said, Yes. Sasuke asked, What kind of power is that? Naruto said, This is an opportunity for you to see. It's very cool, really stylish, powerful and majestic, and a bit cute. Sasuke, Sakura, Kurama, hey Naruto, Kakashi, who had just returned, was also speechless upon hearing this. It seemed that only Naruto would say that the Nine Tails is cool and cute. In the eyes of everyone else, the Nine Tails is a symbol of evil, bringing only disaster whenever it appears. A few days later, Kakashi called a few people together for a new class. I have to say, Kakashi-sensei is indeed a good teacher. Unfortunately, none of the three had chakra in their bodies. While Naruto did. If he released it, Kakashi would probably be unable to sit still. After hearing this, Sasuke and Sakura directly decided not to learn, thinking it would be a waste of energy on such a boring matter. Sasuke said, Kakashi-sensei, I want to practice Chidori. Kakashi replied, to master Chidori, you need to have an extreme understanding of chakra, otherwise you'll hurt yourself with lightning. Sasuke said, I believe my control over the energy in my body is sufficient to practice Chidori. Kakashi said, "All right, I'll teach you the hand seals for Chidori." He then looked at Sakura and asked, "Sakura, what about you? What ninjutsu do you need to practice?" Sakura replied, "I don't have anything for now. If I want to practice, Naruto-kun will teach me." Kakashi looked at Naruto and said, "So, you don't need a teacher then?" Naruto said, "Of course. I don't really like ninjutsu." Kakashi taught Sasuke the training method for Chidori and walked back to Naruto's side, asking, "Naruto, you should be stronger than me now, right?" Naruto wasn't modest and said, "That's for sure. So, Kakashi-sensei, this time it's the easiest for you to take your students. When we take the Chunin exam, we'll be in the spotlight together. You're undoubtedly the best teacher in the whole school." Kakashi then asked, "How strong are you now?" "Naruto, I'm not sure about your ninja strength, but it shouldn't be a problem to rub you on the ground. With the nine tails, pinning Kakashi down is definitely not a problem. As for martial arts strength, that's another story. I could easily defeat Kakashi in an instant." Kakashi's face darkened, and he said, "I'm your teacher, watch your tone." Naruto scratched his head and said, "But it's the truth." Kakashi felt like crying a bit. This batch of students was hard to manage, and none of them listened. How did he manage to send back the other students before? They were much cuter than these three. Unwilling to give up, he asked again, "Then how much chakra do you have in your body?" "I don't have any of my own, not even a strand." Naruto said, "Oh, this is still a bit much. It's dozens of times more than Kakashi-sensei." "Kakashi, can we not mention me?" "Never mind. I'm tired, I won't ask. Let me ask one more question. Naruto, are you hiding your strength with the thought of suddenly revealing it one day to surprise everyone?" Kakashi asked. "Naruto, this is just one of the reasons, right?" Kakashi said, "What are the other reasons?" Naruto, "It's inconvenient to disclose." Kakashi, I'm leaving, it's frustrating. I can't beat this little brat. Out of sight, out of mind." A harsh sound rang out, as if 1,000 birds were joyfully flying by, and then a loud bang followed as a massive tree was destroyed, with many areas scorched by lightning. Sasuke succeeded, using his inner strength to activate Chidori, already able to exert 30% of its power. Kakashi's eyes went blank. He never expected that Sasuke would learn Chidori so quickly and with such immense power. Sasuke said, "Wasn't it difficult?" Naruto said, "Keep practicing and turn it into your own special move. You still have a long way to go. If you can surpass the technique itself and create a new one, that would be the ultimate." Sasuke nodded, "Got it." Kakashi, hearing this, was quite astonished and muttered, "This kid has such big ambitions." Chapter 46. The storm in Watergate appears on the third day in the land of waves. News came that Kato was dead and all his wealth had been stolen. At this point, Dasna no longer had to worry about being sabotaged by Kato and could focus on building the bridge. With this, the mission of the group was considered complete. So Naruto and the others set out on their way back. Halfway through, Naruto said, "I have some things to take care of. You can either wait for me here or go ahead. I'll catch up with you." Without giving Kakashi a chance to ask, he left at an incredibly fast speed, and Kakashi couldn't catch up even if he wanted to. Sasuke directly found a tree to sit under and began to train, not willing to miss any opportunity to practice. His intention was clear, to wait for Naruto to return and go back together. Sakura said, "Kakashi-sensei, let us wait for Naruto to come back before we talk." Naturally, they were inclined to wait for Naruto. Kakashi shrugged. He felt that as a teacher, he was of no use anymore. Did he still have any authority? No, not all. Feeling helpless, he could only sit down and wait for Naruto to return. After a while, he saw Sasuke training, seemingly not working with chakra. Chakra is a fusion of one's mental strength and physical power, but Sasuke seemed to be absorbing natural energy for training. Kakashi couldn't help but ask, "Sasuke, are you absorbing natural energy for training?" Sakura also looked at Sasuke with some caution. Sasuke stopped his technique, the natural energy dissipating, and shook his head. "No, I was thinking about whether I could fuse natural energy with chakra so that training would be faster." Kakashi said, "Sasuke, you have some interesting ideas, but this is very dangerous. Natural energy is not like chakra. Absorbing natural energy can lead to assimilation. You could turn into a frog or a tree trunk, among other things. Don't try this in the future." Sasuke responded, "Understood." He breathed a sigh of relief, glad to have been talked out of it. Reluctantly, he could only train with chakra, absorbing it and converting it into internal energy, accumulating meridians and breaking through the run and do channels. Meanwhile, in the mountains and forests, Naruto stopped, surrounded by silence, with no one around. Naruto asked, "Nine Tails, are you ready?" The Nine Tails replied, "Of course." Naruto's body slowly rose as he began to tear apart the ceiling strips. As expected, a hand stopped him. The fourth Hokage appeared. After all, he was his father. That feeling of blood connection could only be felt with close relatives. Naruto smiled and said, "Dad, you're here." Minato Namikaze replied, "Naruto." He lovingly stroked Naruto's head. His eyes filled with guilt, wishing he could have grown up with his son. Minato was surprised and then asked in astonishment, "Naruto, how did you know it was me?" Naruto explained, "I vaguely remember things that happened at my birth, as if I saw your and Mom's huge claws piercing through. I know you're my father, and only close relatives can evoke such a strong bond of blood. Minato, my son is really clever." He turned around and coldly said, "Ninetales, it seems the sealing technique you left behind has worked too easily, allowing you to manipulate my son. He's only 12 years old and can hardly bear the power of the Ninetales." The Ninetales, filled with hatred towards the fourth Hokage, roared, "Fourth Hokage, you are already dead. Otherwise, I would tear you apart." Naruto said, "Kurama, he is my father. In the past, he also considered me as his son, so you should calm down." "Kurama, Naruto, shut up." Naruto comforted, All right, I was just planning to let you out." Funbo Minato, seeing the way his son interacted with the Ninetales, felt quite relieved, but still said, "Naruto, you can't." Naruto said, "Don't worry, Dad. The Ninetales is strong now, but can't do anything to me. My strength has surpassed yours. As for the Ninetales, if it dares to go out now, it will definitely be sealed by planetary devastation." Planetary devastation. The Ninetales knows this is a forbidden technique of the Rinnegan, and with a cold snort, it lies still on the ground, a very obedient fox. Minato said with relief, "It seems the third Hokage has trained you well." Naruto said, "Dad, is there some misunderstanding? Third Hokage has trained me well? You must be joking. My current strength is all due to my own efforts, and it has little to do with him. It's already great that I haven't starved to death." Minato asked, "What happened?" He had asked the third Hokage to take good care of his son, but it seemed different from what he imagined. In response, Naruto began his story, recounting how he had come this far since he could remember, as if life were walking on a tightrope, where one misstep could lead to a fall into the abyss. Fortunately, under Naruto's guidance, Minato was not like the saintly figure in the original story. He furiously said, "What a third Hokage! What a will of fire!" Naruto said, "All right, Dad, it's nothing much. Compared to the Uchiha clan, I'm doing pretty well." Minato's attention was drawn to Naruto's words, and he asked, "Naruto, did the Uchiha clan betray us?" Hearing this, Naruto realized that Sarutobi Hiruzen must have done a lot of talking to his father. Naruto recounted a series of events to his father, exposing the evil face of Konoha. Even Minato, upon hearing it, felt a chill in his heart. Konoha was too ruthless, truly too ruthless. Naruto said, "This sickly will of fire, Dad, do you think it needs to be inherited?" Minato shook his head and replied, "No, Naruto, no matter what the third Hokage says. Don't pay any attention to it. When the time is right, leave Konoha, leave this cold village." Naruto said, "Thank you, Father, for understanding." As expected of a father and son connected by blood, it should be like this. Minato gently stroked Naruto's head and said apologetically, "My child, I'm sorry for not being able to be there for you while you grew up and for making you endure so much suffering." Naruto said, "Dad, don't worry. One must endure hardships to rise above others. Haven't I grown up now?" Minato smiled with relief and said, "What my son said is right. Having you is our blessing. I am proud of you." As time passed, Minato's figure faded away and disappeared. Naruto felt a bit melancholic and murmured, "Rinnegan, reincarnation, is it really possible?" Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about these things and went to lift the seal again. Chapter 47. I plan to leave the village. Roar. The moment the seal gate opened, Kurama's violent chakra surged out, and it let out a fierce roar at Naruto. Naruto's body is also filled with abundant red chakra. Naruto said, "Kurama, do you really want to witness my martial arts power? Then I shall fulfill your wish and let you know that ninjutsu must bow down before martial arts." After saying this, he pointed and shouted, "Sword domain." With the enhancement of sword intent, countless sword lights descended heavily. Soon, the Ninetales was pressed down into the water prison, unable to move. Naruto said, "Kurama, how do you feel?" Kurama replied, "Very strong." It understood that this was just a casual strike from Naruto and not his full strength. Naruto retracted his momentum and said, "If you want to leave now, it's a good opportunity. No one will disturb you." Kurama gathered his chakra, crossed his claws, crawled on the ground, and said, "I told you it would be 8 years. Now only half has passed, and there's still 4 years left." Naruto said, It's a pity there is no mother fox. Otherwise, I would have to find one for you. Kurama didn't even blink, completely ignoring Naruto. Naruto's consciousness withdrew as he absorbed chakra and refined it into true essence while walking back. When Naruto tore open the seal, the great sage of Mount Myaboku, who was dreaming, immediately sensed it and awoke, saying, "What's going on?" The seal of the Nine Tails has been torn open. He quickly summoned Shimizu and Jiraiya. Shimizu said, "Lord Sage, did you summon us for something?" The great sage replied, "The seal of the Nine Tails has broken. You two go bring Jiraiya here." The Jinchuriki has changed. In his dream, this generation's Jinchuriki was of utmost importance, so he sensed it immediately when something happened. "What?" Jiraiya exclaimed, then asked, "Grandpa, what happened?" The great sage said, "I'm not sure. We can only let Jiraiya investigate." Shimizu and Jiraiya withdrew and immediately sent a frog to find Jiraiya. Jiraiya was on his way to the land of fire when suddenly a large frog appeared. Jiraiya said, "Frog Toad, is that you? What brings you here?" Frog Toad replied, "Jiraiya, the seal of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki has broken. The great sage wants you to go to Mount Myaboku." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's expression changed drastically. He couldn't go to the land of fire anymore. Compared to the land of fire, the Konoha Jinchuriki was the top priority. He followed Frog Toad to Mount Myaboku. Upon seeing Shimizu and Jiraiya, Jiraiya couldn't wait to ask, "Boss, sister, what is going on?" Shimizu said, "Little Jiraiya, we don't know the reason either. Let us go see the great sage. He'll tell you." The three of them then went to see the great sage. The great sage, holding a pipe, saw Jiraiya and appeared quite drowsy, saying, "Jiraiya, you're here." Jiraiya responded, "Great sage." The great sage continued, "Do you remember the dream I had long ago?" Whenever the great sage dreamed, it was to predict the future. Jiraiya replied, "I remember." He recalled clearly that despite being a pervert, he would become an outstanding ninja in the future, and indeed, he had become a very remarkable ninja. The great sage said, "But now it has changed. Your disciple's fate has ended, and the ninja world will face significant changes. The ninja way will continue to disappear." "What?" Jiraiya exclaimed. "The disappearance of the ninja way means ninjas will also disappear." "Great sage, how can we reverse this?" The great sage did not answer Jiraiya's question and continued, "I once had a dream that this generation's Nine Tails Jinchuriki's child would be your disciple and would change the structure of this ninja world in the future. But now the opportunity is gone, and I can no longer see his path." Jiraiya wondered, "Great sage, will the disappearance of the ninja way bring about his transformation?" The great sage replied, "I don't know. My dream has awakened, and I will no longer dream of him." With a heavy heart, Jiraiya left Mount Myaboku. The situation was urgent, and he needed to return to see what had happened to the Jinchuriki and why the nine-tail seal had been broken. Naruto returned, and Kakashi looked at him, noticing the evil aura surrounding him. He asked, "What have you done this time?" Naruto said, don't worry. It's just a joke with the Nine Tails." Seeing Naruto like this, Kakashi felt an inexplicable unease in his heart, so he quickened his pace. It would take 2 days. He managed to cover in just 1 day. He couldn't stop Naruto by himself, but once they returned to the village, there wouldn't be so many concerns. If Naruto went wild, he could still be restrained. Unfortunately, it was already too late to stop him now. As they approached the gates of Konoha, Sakura cheerfully said, "We're finally back. I want to go home and enjoy a nice 3-day bath." The group entered through the gates of Konoha. However, Kakashi didn't notice that there were 3 people in the nearby Konoha forest watching the 4 of them. Naruto said, "I'll go home first." Kakashi warned, "What are you going to do?" Naruto said, "Grab something. Don't worry, it will be quick." "What's wrong? We're already in Konoha." "Afraid I'll run away." "I'm sorry. It's not running away. I'm going to leave openly and no one can stop me." "Kakashi, let's go together." Naruto said, "Okay." After returning home, he strapped the sword to his back and went out. Kakashi, a bit puzzled, asked, "Is it just to carry this sword?" Naruto said softly, "Yes. I forgot to bring it with me when I left." This was true. He really did forget. Kakashi couldn't understand this kind of behavior at all. What was Naruto trying to do? He couldn't think of a reason and decided not to dwell on it any longer, leading the 3 of them to the Hokage's office. First, Kakashi reported the situation, mentioning Zabuza from the Mist Village, as well as the combat abilities of Sasuke and Sakura. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze fell on Sasuke and Sakura as he said, "You two teamed up to defeat Zabuza. It seems you have been hiding your strength." Sasuke remained silent, while Sakura smiled slightly, acknowledging it. Sarutobi Hiruzen then looked at Naruto and asked, "Little Naruto, what about you? Do you have any gains?" Naruto smiled and said, "Of course there is, it's really free outside." Hearing Naruto's somewhat unfamiliar tone, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a bad premonition in his heart and said, "Little Naruto, it's also very free in the village." Naruto smiled and said softly, "Is that so? I'm sorry, but I don't feel that way." Noticing Naruto's unfamiliar demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze fell on him and said, "It seems that little Naruto has some decisions to make." Naruto said, "That's right, I plan to leave the village." Chapter 48, Revealing Identities, Guiding the People. As soon as these words were spoken, Kakashi's expression changed drastically, and his bad premonition finally came true. Sasuke and Sakura both looked at Naruto, wondering what he meant by that. Sarutobi Hiruzen said hoarsely, "Little Naruto, do you know what you're saying?" Naruto said, "Of course I know, Sarutobi Hiruzen. I've been acting with you since I was 3 years old, and it's really exhausting until now." At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that the Naruto of the past was just acting. He placed the pipe on the table, stood up, and said, "Little Naruto, you need to understand what this means. This is betrayal of the village. Do you know the consequences?" His voice was deep, containing anger. Naruto said, "Of course, it's just the pursuit of Konoha. But what can they do to me?" With a bang, the Hokage building cracked open, and Naruto stood in the air, stepping on the blade of a sword. This is swordsmanship, allowing him to fly through the sky. The commotion drew the attention of those around, and one by one, they looked up at Naruto, whispering among themselves. Naturally, most of the comments were not pleasant. Kakashi said, "Naruto, don't do anything foolish." Naruto said, "Confusing things? Ha ha ha." The laughter echoed 100 zhang away, and the sarcasm was quite piercing. Naruto's voice echoed, saying, "Kakashi-sensei, listen to this voice of slander. I have lived for 12 years. And since I have memories starting from 2 years old, I have been subjected to such insults. You all think I'm the child of the demon fox and dislike me. So as this child of the demon fox, what is wrong with me leaving Konoha today?" This last question fell into the ears of thousands. Kakashi's body trembled. He naturally knew the treatment Naruto had endured, and it was etched in his heart. His father had even committed suicide due to such remarks. Konoha moved, the Umbu root, the Yamanaka clan, the Akimichi clan, the Hyuga clan, and many others were all drawn over, gathering thousands of ninjas. Naruto-kun. Hinata looked at Naruto, who stood in midair, filled with worry. Ten, carrying a scroll on her back, looked firmly at Naruto, determined to help her brother if he needed it. Shikamaru murmured, "He really has come, Naruto-kun." The Nara clan would not act, and he couldn't step in, feeling quite distressed. Choji and Niji watched from afar, realizing that the situation was beyond their ability to decide at that moment. Naruto's gaze shifted to Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had already changed into his combat uniform. He asked, "Hiruzen Sarutobi, since Konoha village is so unwelcoming to me, isn't it reasonable for me to leave?" Hiruzen took a deep breath and said, "Naruto, I know you've been wronged. Don't worry, this won't happen again in the future, and Konoha will compensate you." "Compensation? Ha ha ha." Naruto laughed loudly, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen with mockery, and said, "What kind of compensation do you think you can offer? Is it killing those who insulted me, warning them to stop insulting me, or maybe just giving me a little money as compensation?" Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, "Isn't your dream to become the 5th Hokage? I will assist you in becoming the 5th Hokage." Naruto said, "Hokage, let me be the 5th Hokage, and then protect those who have insulted me for 10 years. If I kill you, will your son and grandson become my servants? Will they agree?" Sarutobi Hiruzen knew it was tricky. Naruto was no longer the naive Naruto. His words were impeccable. He spoke earnestly again. "Naruto, the mistakes of the past were indeed the mistakes of Konoha." Naruto said, "Hiruzen Sarutobi, there's no need to play the emotional card anymore. Do you still remember the question that Uchiha Shursui asked you? You really don't know the cause and effect behind it?" Hiruzen Sarutobi's face changed dramatically as he said, "Why, you were there at that time?" Naruto nodded. "Yes, I was there." Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "How is that possible? How is that possible? You were there at that time." Naruto said, "There's no need to pursue this. Let me ask you a question." Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, "Go ahead, ask." No matter what, the Jinchuriki cannot leave. Even if it costs him his life, he won't let the Jinchuriki go. It's just a pity that even if he sacrifices his old life, he still can't stop Naruto from leaving. Naruto said, "Who am I really? Am I really the son of a commoner? Uzumaki Naruto?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed dramatically. "Why, you know your background?" Naruto said, "I know what my background is. Is there something strange about it? Or am I not allowed to know my background?" Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a compassionate expression and said, "Child, this is all for your own good. Your identity is too important, and if other ninja villages find out, it could bring you great danger." At that moment, the thousands of people present began to discuss among themselves, realizing that this son of the demon fox indeed had another identity. Naruto asked, "Then who am I?" In response, Sarutobi Hiruzen solemnly announced Naruto's identity to the villagers. "Villagers, I have deceived you all. To protect Naruto and to prevent his identity from being revealed, I concealed who he is. He is not an orphan, nor is he the son of a demon fox. He is the child of our hero, the child of the fourth Hokage." Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, it immediately caused an uproar. The fourth Hokage is a hero of the Leaf Village, who died alongside his wife to protect the village. Many people found it hard to accept and began to cry on the spot. What had they done? They had insulted the child of the hero who saved them, and for a moment, the scene became chaotic. Tap, tap, tap. Iruka stepped back several times, unable to accept it. He recalled his initial attitude toward Naruto, feeling as if something was blocking his chest, uncomfortable, very uncomfortable, murmuring, "Why, Hokage-sama, why is this happening?" Hinata said with a pained expression, "Naruto-kun." She had known for a long time, but her heart still trembled uncontrollably. She had seen how the villagers had insulted Naruto. Only he knew the pain of those 10 years. Tears streamed down Tenten's face. Naruto and I. At that moment, CHG, Niji, Sakura, and Sasuke looked at Naruto in the sky, unable to hold back their pain. Sarutobi Hiruzen began to persuade the crowd again, guiding them, and many villagers started to repent and apologize to Naruto. Finally, his gaze fell on Naruto as he said, "Naruto, stay here. Konoha is your home, and all the villagers are your family." Naruto waved his hand and said, "Hiruzen, Sarutobi, there's no need to say such grandiose words. As for their apologies, I'm sorry, but I don't appreciate them, and I won't forgive them. Let's talk about how to protect me. You say hiding my identity is for my protection? Because my father is the fourth Hokage and has made many enemies on the battlefield. You're afraid they will come after me for revenge?" Chapter 49, Because I am the Dragon King. Naruto's tenacity he has already experienced, but in response to this question, Sarutobi Hiruzen already had a ready answer in his heart and confidently said, "Yes." Naruto said, "Then let's analyze this. Uzumaki Naruto, with the surname Uzumaki, if I'm not mistaken. The land of the Whirlpool was destroyed during the Second Shinobi World War. The land of the Whirlpool has turned into ruins, with only a few survivors. One of whom is naturally my mother, Kushina Uzumaki. And in Konoha, my mother is the only member of the Uzumaki clan. Therefore, this is a flaw. If another member of the Uzumaki clan appears, it will certainly attract the attention of other ninja villages. After all, the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are very famous, capable of sealing even the powerful Ninetales through a deal with the Shinigami. Looking at my blonde hair, it also reminds people of the Yellow Flash. Those who seek revenge would overlook this flaw? I find that hard to believe. So, these 2 points are enough. Hiding my identity is just empty talk. I ask you, how many people in Konoha's higher-ups are unaware of my identity? Danzo, Shizun, Mito, Narashikaku, Hyuga Hizashi, Kakashi 6 years ago. You may not know the specifics of my service, but do you really not know my identity? Upon hearing this, Kakashi and the others lowered their heads. How would they not know? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned pale. He did not expect Naruto's words to be so sharp and his analysis so thorough. Naruto would naturally not let Sarutobi Hiruzen go, and continued. There are also rumors about the son of the nine-tailed fox. Then, Naruto reached out and absorbed a person into the sky, asking, "Why did you used to call me the son of the nine-tailed fox?" The person absorbed into the sky was so frightened that his heart was almost jumping out, and he stammered, "Because of the nine-tailed fox." Naruto did not harm him and placed him back on the ground, saying, "Because of the nine-tailed fox, what can be called a nine-tailed fox in this ninja world? Of course, it's the nine tails. As long as those ninjas in the villages are not fools, they can guess it. I'm a Jinchuriki. And if you think about the previous generation of Jinchuriki, my mother is Uzumaki Kushina, so my identity is self-evident, isn't it? I really can't understand. If they truly wanted to protect me, they should have completely hidden my identity and not let the world know of my existence. Why let it be known that I am the son of the nine-tailed fox, making everyone aware of my village, and that outside the village, in Konoha, there is a son of the nine-tailed fox? Isn't this contradictory? Moreover, my father is the Hokage of Konoha. He should have saved some money, right? But he died, and I can only drink expired milk and receive meager relief funds, living worse than the children in the orphanage. Isn't it time for you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, To give me an explanation? Under Naruto's guidance, many people are not fools. They firmly believe in the will of fire. However, as Naruto said, this is indeed unreasonable. Cultivating chakra is the fusion of spiritual energy and physical energy. Without enough nutrition, how can physical energy be guaranteed? Sarutobi Hiruzen once received much attention, but this time is the most difficult for him. Can he explain? No, he doesn't dare to speak now. This is more powerless than Uchiha Shursui. He fears that if he continues, there will be even more loopholes. In the shadows, Danzo murmured, "Is my opportunity here?" The Jinchuriki cannot be let go, but Uzumaki Naruto's attitude is very resolute, and his strength is decent. It seems that I can only use the dead demon consuming seal again. Thinking of this, Danzo's left I was filled with heat. Naruto said, "It seems that I've become someone else's pawn, so I have to leave. Is there a problem?" Sarutobi Hiruzen also expressed his stance, saying, "Naruto, I'm sorry for what happened before, but you can't leave." Naruto hadn't spoken yet when a voice rang out. "Hey, is it lively here?" Jiraiya had finally arrived, standing on top of a building, grinning. Jiraiya was well respected, and the calls of Lord Jiraiya echoed around. Sarutobi Hiruzen was overjoyed and said, "Jiraiya, you came back just in time." Jiraiya sensed something was off and asked, "Old man, what's going on?" Before Sarutobi could respond, Naruto spoke up, saying, "It's me. I want to leave Konoha." Jiraiya, knowing Naruto as the new Jinchuriki of Konoha and the child of a student, asked, "Why?" Reluctantly, Naruto recounted his life over the past 10 years, explaining to Jiraiya the reasons for his desire to leave. Naruto said, "Jiraiya-sama, you say that Konoha has treated me this way. Isn't it reasonable for me to leave? As for the credit of Konoha raising me, if my parents' death can't offset that, then isn't Konoha even more cold-blooded? Besides, Jiraiya-sama, what was the reason for your wandering?" Sarutobi Hiruzen is still on the fire, and at this moment, Jiraiya is also being thrown up by Naruto, unable to come down. If Naruto is not allowed to leave, will Konoha still have fairness, still have righteousness? It will inevitably lose its prestige and be mocked by thousands. Jiraiya said, "Naruto, I don't know about the past, but I am back now. I can stand up for all your grievances. Stay, Konoha needs you." Naruto said, No, what Konoha needs is not me, but my hard work and the 9 tails within me. Today, I want to leave, and I hope you won't stop me, or the consequences will be serious." His aura slightly emanated, already surpassing the strength of a Kaga-level ninja. Both Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen looked very serious. They did not expect Naruto's power to have reached such a level. Jiraiya said, "Isn't this about the path of the ninja? The energy within your body does not belong to chakra." Naruto said, "You can't see this?" As expected of the great Jiraiya. "Not bad. I'm practicing martial arts, not training chakra, but the energy of heaven and earth." "Martial arts?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked and said, "Could it be that you are a spy for the Qianlong organization?" Naruto said, "That's not it, because I am the Dragon King." Immediately, Naruto's eyes turned, and the eternal Mangeki Sharingan appeared. A Susanoo rose around Naruto, an expanded version of his, resembling a swordsman, a crimson swordsman. "The Sharingan!" Jiraiya and Hiruzen Sarutobi exclaimed, their hearts sinking. Things are getting difficult. This was the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and within Naruto's body, there was another trump card, the powerful Nine-Tails Fox. Naruto did not reveal his rebirth eye. He said again, "Now I want to leave. I don't want to fight with Konoha. But if Konoha wants to force me to stay, you can try and see if you can keep me." Chapter 50. Enlightening Sasuke, Jiraiya sighed. Keeping Naruto here was already impossible for the current Konoha. Even with his Sage Mode and the Reaper Death Seal from the old man, it would likely cause significant damage. Before anyone could think clearly, 3 figures appeared in the air. They landed around Naruto in a triangular formation, protecting him in the center. One of them said, "If you want to keep our Lord Dragon King, we won't agree." The newcomers were none other than Uchiha Shursui, Orochimaru, and Uchiha Izumi. Uchiha Izumi had once admired Uchiha Itachi, but after witnessing Itachi kill their relatives to protect his brother, her feelings for him plummeted. If Itachi were a ruthless executioner who slaughtered thousands of enemies, she wouldn't have cared. But when faced with his own parents, he could still strike without hesitation. That was evil, and she didn't want to like an evil person. 3 Susanoo appeared, each one as strength surpassing that of a Kage. It could be said that they had already exceeded the level of a Kage. If a battle broke out, Konoha would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses, and they still couldn't keep the 4 of them. Jiraiya said, "Orochimaru, you've gotten stronger." Orochimaru replied, "With the eyes of the Uchiha clan, it's only natural to become stronger." Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Uchiha Shursui and said, "What a good tactic, using a pair of Manjiki Sharingan to win over Orochimaru. Is it really worth it?" Uchiha Shursui responded, "A frog at the bottom of a well." He didn't want to waste words with this foolish Hokage. After fighting for several years in the Land of Fire, he felt the true meaning of struggle. After 10 years in Konoha, looking up, he still couldn't see any light. Orochimaru said, "You will never understand the power of our Lord Dragon King." Jiraiya looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi, urging him to make a decision. Hiruzen gritted his teeth, having to make the same decision he made years ago, and said, "You all can leave." Naruto and the others retracted their momentum and said, "Hiruzen Sarutobi, let me give you a piece of advice. Tomorrow's cause comes from today's actions. Think about the things you've done, and you'll understand that everything is your own doing. Farewell." Suddenly, Naruto remembered something, turned around again, and said, "I took my parents' bodies with me. I really dislike that old bastard Danzo because someone has already tampered with my father's body, and Danzo is very clear about this. If it weren't for his life needing to be given to someone else, he wouldn't survive today." Accompanied by Shursui and the others, they left Konoha village. Upon exiting the gates, Naruto's shadow clone had already brought out his parents' coffins. Uchiha Shursui and Orochimaru took the coffins and carried them on their shoulders as the four of them swiftly departed. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the scene in disarray. His heart filled with bitterness. He had truly aged. In his youth, he was indeed very powerful, possessing strength beyond that of a Kage, but now he was really old. Of course, even if he were still young, today's outcome would not change. The surrounding family stepped back, having witnessed a good show, and under Naruto's overwhelming power. Many felt a chill. A number of them developed a strong interest in martial arts training, their minds becoming somewhat active. Of course, seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi's embarrassment made many happy. This high and mighty Hokage also had his day of reckoning, which was quite satisfying. Jiraiya looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi and said, "Old man, is this the outcome you hoped to see? Would it be so bad to calculate less?" Hiruzen Sarutobi did not respond to him and asked, "Why are you back?" Jiraiya replied, "The seal on the Nine Tails is broken, so I've returned." Hiruzen Sarutobi said, "His strength has grown to this point, and with the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, he can naturally control the Nine Tails. The second Uchiha Madara has appeared." Jiraiya was displeased and said, "Old man, you still haven't changed your nature. If Naruto were Uchiha Madara, Konoha would already be in ruins today." This was true. If it were Uchiha Madara, after enduring so much insult, he would indeed destroy this existence. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed and said, "It's time to let go. It's time to let go. Jiraiya, you should take the position of Hokage." "Hiraigiri Blade. No, I'm not interested in that position. If you really want to step down, I have a candidate." Hiruzen Sarutobi asked, "Who?" Jiraiya answered, "Tsunade." Sasuke returned to his place, murmuring, "The Uchiha clan hasn't been completely wiped out. Why? What is the reason for this? What exactly happened?" The Land of Fire, the hidden dragon organization, Uchiha Shursui, and others are not secrets in the ninja world, but for Sasuke, it was all sealed off, and he knew nothing about it. Sasuke entered the house, and suddenly, the lights turned on, prompting him to take a fighting stance. Naruto smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, it's me." Sasuke relaxed, "It's Naruto, then it's fine." The strength that Naruto displayed was very strong. If he were to deal with himself, it wouldn't even take him a single hand to crush him. "Didn't you leave?" Sasuke asked. Naruto said, "I know you might be confused, so let me tell you some things." Regarding Sasuke, over the past few years, Naruto feels pretty good about him. He is a bit aloof, but his mindset hasn't twisted. He's still quite normal. Sasuke asked, "What exactly happened 5 years ago?" Naruto said, 5 years ago, the Uchiha clan attempted to start a rebellion twice. The first time, I persuaded your brother Shursui, and he stopped your clan's rebellion with Kotoeme Tsukumi, forcibly instilling the ideology of the Qianlong organization, which became the foundation of the Qianlong organization. The second time, Danzo wanted to seize your clan's eyes and secretly created public opinion to provoke constant friction between your clan and the village. Your father wanted to rebel against the village again. Of course, your father also awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, but the people he gathered were simply not enough to resist the village's power. The village was already aware of this, and your brother had no choice but to report to the village, hoping they would mediate, and he would also persuade your father. When Shursui Uchiha was mentioned, Sasuke's gaze became chillingly cold, and the Uchiha bloodline limit began to activate, his spiritual energy increasing. Naruto did not stop and continued, but your brother's wish was shattered. He did not get the wish for reconciliation, but instead received a mad order to annihilate the entire Uchiha clan, with the village's condition being to spare you. You should be well aware of your brother's feelings for you. To protect you, he could sacrifice thousands, including his own family. Otherwise, why did so many people die? Yet you were the only one left? Among them were quite a few infants. Isn't that strange? After hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke was deeply affected and curled up on the ground. At that moment, Naruto carefully sensed Sasuke's changes. His spiritual power was continuously rising. His mental energy was increasing, merging with the energy extracted from his flesh and finally converging into his eyes, prompting their evolution. Naruto continued to provoke Sasuke. Moreover, in order to protect your safety in Konoha, I joined the Akatsuki organization to gather intelligence for Konoha. Chapter 51. Fooling the Second Pillar. Sasuke silently groaned, and after a while, the pain finally ended. He sat up, and at that moment, his eyes were no longer the Sharingan with 3 tomo. They had transformed into the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Naruto nodded. Congratulations, your eyes have evolved, and your strength has improved again. Sasuke thanked him. Thank you, Naruto. The evolution of his eyes this time was all because of Naruto's deliberate stimulation. Naruto said, "You're too polite." Sasuke asked, "Naruto, is it true?" Naruto said, "Of course. This order was given personally by Danzo, and it was issued under your threat." Sasuke's lips curled into a cold, almost bloodthirsty smile as he replied, "So, that means my true enemy is Konoha." At that moment, in his eyes, Konoha was no longer his home, but an enemy camp. Naruto furrowed his brows, as it seemed that Sasuke regarded everyone in Konoha as enemies. He said, "Sasuke, you can deal with the 4 elders of Konoha, you can cut down the roots. You can destroy the Umbu, but many people in Konoha are ordinary citizens, and many clans have no grievances with the Uchiha clan. It is unacceptable to involve others in your killings. There's a saying, every grievance has its source, every debt has its owner. If you want revenge, that's fine, but you should find the true debtor. Involving innocent people is not the way of a man." Sasuke did not expect Naruto to say such things. He had been scolded since childhood. How could he persuade himself to spare his enemies? Confused, he asked, "Naruto, don't you want revenge? Don't you want to punish those people?" Naruto said, "Sasuke, they're actually very pitiful. They have no subjective opinions of their own and are completely pawns in the hands of others. Until death, they are in the dark. What is the point of killing such pitiful people? Moreover, I have made things clear now. They used to insult me so horribly, and now they will regret it just as much. The pain will linger in their hearts for a lifetime. Isn't that more satisfying than killing them?" Sasuke took this in and replied, "Then I will find these debtors. Danzo, Hiruzen Sarutobi Koryudatain, and Hamura Midokado." Naruto said, "Killing Danzo, Tsunade, and Midomenya is fine. But don't you think Sarutobi Hiruzen is quite pitiful now?" Sasuke was momentarily stunned, recalling how Sarutobi had placed all his hopes on Naruto. Now that Naruto was gone, Sarutobi's trump card was gone as well. He couldn't help but show a faint smile and said, "You're right, Naruto-kun. If we take a few more clans away, Sarutobi will become even more pitiful, with everyone turning against him." Naruto gave a thumbs up and thought to himself, "Is this guy still smart?" Naruto's eyes glimmered slightly as he softly said, "Actually, the conflict between you and your brother can be resolved. It depends on you." You want to know how Sasuke would choose now? Testing Sasuke's thoughts. Sasuke stood up, bowed to Naruto, and said, "Please guide me, Naruto." In response, Naruto smiled, feeling that this second pillar seemed to be coming around, but he remained vigilant, as Indra's influence was not just that. Caution was still necessary. Naruto said, "The Sharingan's ultimate evolution is the Rinnegan. By using the technique of Earth Rebirth, it should be possible to revive your parents at the cost of life force." Sasuke exclaimed, "Really? Can I really bring my mom and dad back to life?" Naruto nodded. "It should be possible, but you need the Rinnegan. You can find your brother to join you, then come to the Qianlong organization to communicate with Shursui and evolve the Sharingan." Sasuke said, "I can do it alone." Naruto said, "You really want to die? Do you know how many lives you need? You have to team up with your brother for this. If you ask Shursui to do it for you, do you think he will agree?" Sasuke fell silent. It would cost a huge amount of life force, and others really wouldn't help you. He naturally hadn't thought of Naruto. Naruto also lost both his parents. He would bring his parents back to life too, but he couldn't help him. Naruto said earnestly, Sasuke, when it comes to pain, Itachi's pain is no less than yours. He personally killed his own parents, and his beloved younger brother threatens to kill him. His heart is bleeding, but he can't turn back, because if he does, his beloved brother will be in danger. Your parents, at the moment of their death, did not blame your brother because they understood that he had no choice. It was to protect you that he willingly chose to die. They resolved their issues and worked together as brothers to revive their parents, leaving behind a legend. And then they would eliminate the one who harmed you. Danzo, wouldn't that be satisfying? Naruto, I'm really a genius. He has already thought of it. One brother is begging for forgiveness while the other is being tsundere and ignoring him. The scene is quite interesting. In response, Sasuke is naturally moved. He truly hates Itachi and genuinely wants to kill him, but deep down, his feelings for Itachi are also real. These two extremes cause him to continuously betray his own soul. I think, Sasuke said. Naruto said, I hope you can think it through. Make the right choice and choose a wide path. This world is not only filled with darkness, but also with light. Sasuke nodded. I will remember your words. Naruto said, one more thing, your brother is in the Akatsuki organization. If someone from the Akatsuki invites you, I hope you can stay true to yourself and not believe what they say. Just a precaution. Of course, if Sasuke wants to join, I don't care. A little Sasuke. What can he do? Even if he eventually becomes a sage of 6 paths, I can still pin him down and rub him in the dirt. Sasuke replied, okay. Naruto said, all right, I've said so much. If you want to spar with me in the future, come to the Fire Dragon country to find me. Sasuke replied, I will definitely come. Naruto said, be careful of Danzo. He's very insidious. He took Shirsue's eyes, and Shirsue cut off his hand. He also orchestrated the massacre of the Uchiha clan, and he wanted to seize your father's eyes, but unfortunately, Shirsue thwarted him, and he didn't obtain the Manjiki Sharingan. If he knew your eyes had evolved into the Manjiki Sharingan, he would definitely try to take them. This person is treacherous and ruthless, and he will stop at nothing. I originally wanted to crush him myself, but I left him for you. Sasuke coldly replied, if he dares to come, I will destroy him. Naruto, this guy, really has his head in the clouds, completely unaware of his own weight. Bang! Naruto has already done what he can. As for how to choose and how things develop, it will be up to Uchiha Sasuke to decide. If he becomes an enemy, Naruto will reluctantly send him down. Chapter 52. Shadow Clone visits the Hyuga clan. Another clone of Naruto slowly approached the Hyuga clan. The purpose of coming here was not to see Hinata Hyuga, but to find Hayashi Hyuga and discuss some matters. Having avoided the hidden guards, he arrived at Hayashi's room. After all, this was just a clone, and it had used the invisibility technique, which consumed too much energy and needed to absorb natural energy to maintain itself. As a result, Naruto was discovered. Friends outside, come in for a chat. Hayashi Hyuga said, his Byakugan already activated. Naruto said, Hyuga clan leader, there's no need to activate your Byakugan. I'm just here for a moment. Hyuga Hizashi squinted his eyes, looked at Naruto, and said, Uzumaki Naruto, it's you. Naruto walked in and sat down opposite the Hyuga clan, saying, before leaving, I would like to talk to the Hyuga clan leader. Hyuga Hizashi asked, what do you want to talk about? Naruto said, if it weren't for Hinata, I really wouldn't have anything to discuss with the Hyuga clan. However, Hinata is a kind girl, and I hope she can always maintain this purity and kindness. So I came to talk with the clan leader of the Hyuga. Hinata Hizashi responded, thank you. Naruto knows why he is thankful. It is because of Hinata. He thanks Naruto for nurturing Hinata to such a level. Naruto said, there's no need to thank me. Hinata and I are friends, and friends should support each other. Hyuga Hizashi said, Hinata is in the room. You can go say goodbye to her. Naruto said, let's forget about that. I came here to find you. Hinata Hizashi replied, you came to find me. For what reason? Naruto said, because of Hinata. Hyuga Hizashi, can the clan head disperse your shadow clones? Naruto said, actually, the Byakugan can evolve just like the Sharingan, and as the head of the Hyuga clan, you must know this as well. Hyuga Hizashi did not respond and asked, what do you want to say? Naruto said, the ultimate evolution of the Byakugan is the Rinnegan, and I have already mastered this power. Hinata Hyuga suddenly stood up. What? Naruto took out an eye and said, I didn't use Hinata's eye. Hyuga Hayashi asked, then what about you? Naruto said, your family lost their eyes a few years ago. Hinata Hizashi shouted, is it you? Naruto said, I told Hinata, and she didn't want me to have a conflict with the Hyuga clan, so she used this method. Hyuga Hizashi replied, so, that means you already had shadow ninja level strength a few years ago? Naruto said, I am a genius. Hinata Hizashi responded, well, that is hard to argue against. Naruto's strength now is beyond what Konoha can compare to. Naruto said, I've already taught Hinata the evolution of the Byakugan. If possible, I hope you can temporarily refrain from having Hinata take on missions, allowing her to focus on her training and evolve her eyes into the Rinnegan. When that time comes, Once her eyes open, the Hyuga clan will be able to do whatever they want, and the Hokage won't be able to make decisions, and what happened to Hinata's predecessor, Hyuga Hizashi, won't occur again, right? Cracking. Hyuga Hayashi tightly clenched his fist, feeling the pain in his heart. Naruto's words made a lot of sense. His daughter was about to be abducted, and, in the end, he would have to sacrifice his own brother. How tragic. I will consider your suggestion, Hyuga Hayashi said. Naruto said, the one you owe the most is not someone else, but Neji. Senior Hayashi died for you all, and yet you treat his child like this. Don't talk about clans. The rules of clans are not set in stone. A family, just like a country, has changed many times from the Warring States period to now, with many regulations altered or removed. The regulations of a clan must also discard the dross. Things like the caged bird seal only exacerbate family discord. If the clan leader is a fool, wouldn't that harm the entire clan? Moreover, if someone wants to take your eyes, like me, for example, if I set my sights on the eyes of the Hyuga clan, unless you all go blind, how can you stop me? Besides, the caged bird seal only allows the ability of the Byakugan to be absorbed after death. If I knock you out and take you away, what can you do? Therefore, the caged bird seal should be abolished. It only leads to family discord and decline. Take good care of Neji. He will bring glory to your Hyuga clan. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Hayashi felt a stir in his heart. What Naruto said made a lot of sense. If the eyes of the Hyuga clan were really targeted, could they truly defend them? The branch family and the main family must unite to make the clan stronger. After thinking for a while, Hayashi said, Kid, you've convinced me. I will send Neji out. Would your organization, the potential dragon, dare to take him? Old man? Clan leader Hyuga, you understand me too well. In Naruto's heart, he was astonished. He really had such thoughts. Undoubtedly, Neji's talents surpassed Hinata's, and after a few years, he would surely become the backbone of the Hidden Dragon organization. Naruto said, in the land of flames, we fear no forces. The Hidden Dragon organization can accommodate anyone, regardless of who they are. Even if they are vile criminals, as long as they repent, the leader of the Hidden Dragon will accept them. However, if you want to seek refuge in the Hidden Dragon organization, I'm sorry, but their methods will be 100 times more brutal than others. Hyuga Hayashi said, all right, I will send Neji out. This will be my way of making amends for my guilt. Naruto said, okay, I will send someone pick him up. The matter was decided happily. Hyuga Hizashi asked, can I practice martial arts? He was really interested in the techniques of martial arts. He had observed Neji's training with his Byakugan and found that most of the chakra in Neji's body, he didn't know this was internal energy, which is different from chakra, was stored in the acupuncture points and meridians. The acupuncture points could be expanded, and although there was some energy in the flesh, it was not much and wouldn't burn the cells. Compared to others, Neji was very relaxed both physically and mentally. Hinata, with her fair face, seemed even smaller than Hanabi. Naruto said, of course, let your daughter teach you, and by the way, the little girl too. As for the others, you know what I mean. Hinata Hizashi replied, understood. Naruto said, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others should suspect that I will pass on the martial arts to Hinata and the others, so you need to be careful. If they try to forcibly capture anyone, send word to me, and I will crush them. Hyuga Hizashi smiled and said, all right. When leaving, Hyuga Hizashi gave Naruto 2 eyes, which were Hayashi's eyes, to be handed over to Neji in the future. These were the eyes that Hayashi had dug out before his death and had been sealed. The Hyuga clan does indeed seal the eyes of their deceased clan members, but the power of these eyes is not permanent. Over time, it will slowly dissipate and be difficult to preserve for long. Chapter 53. Sasuke is also leaving Konoha. Konoha has gone through Naruto's defection. Although there were some setbacks, it is still functioning, but compared to the past, there are some changes. Many people seem to be lost in thought, as if they are not used to Naruto's absence. Naruto has left, and Kakashi's class has not disbanded. Sasuke and Sakura have formed their own group. Kakashi is not in the mood to teach, and Sakura and Sasuke are not interested in attending class. So each of them is doing their own thing. Sasuke is training at home, his Sharingan evolving into the Manjiki Sharingan, and his training speed is increasing rapidly. Once he activates Susanoo, he plans to leave the village. Sakura, on the other hand, is somewhat listless, and her training consists of just a few casual punches before she loses motivation. Kakashi, meanwhile, holds onto his book and does not put it down. Shikamaru and CHG clock in with the teacher and then head home to continue training. Although they lack energy, they are willing to waste time this way. Hinata Hizashi has talked a lot with Neji, who has become even more diligent in his training. Among them, the hardest worker is not Shikamaru or CHG, but Tenten. With Naruto gone, she seems to feel less love in this village. It has become much quieter. The invisibility technique Naruto taught her is still only at the beginner level, and she wants to practice hard, then leave the village to find her brother Naruto. Time passes, and half a month goes by. At the Uchiha compound, Sasuke finally activates Susanoo. Standing on the rooftop, he looks out at the brightly lit Konoha and murmurs, "It's time to leave." Where will that person go? The person Sasuke refers to is, of course, his brother, Itachi Uchiha. He has made up his mind to search for his brother and work together to resurrect their parents, and only then will he forgive Itachi. Leave? He naturally wants to leave in style, just like Naruto, leaving Konoha openly and without shame. Thus, the first rainy day for Sasuke arrives, and he suffers serious injuries for his pride. The next day, Sasuke leaves the Uchiha compound and heads to the Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen asks, "Sasuke, is there something you need to talk to me about?" Sasuke replies, "Yes, I want to know the true reason behind the Uchiha clan's annihilation." Hearing this, Sarutobi pauses for a moment and replies subtly, "Haven't you seen it before? Your brother betrayed the village and killed all the Uchiha." Watching Sasuke closely, he wants to see how much Sasuke knows. Sasuke sneers, "Is that so?" His eyes are filled with mockery, which irritates Sarutobi. He has seen this look several times and is already quite angry. Sarutobi says, "Isn't that the truth?" Sasuke coldly retorts, "Is it? Isolating my Uchiha clan, forcing us to rebel, using me as a hostage, sending Itachi to kill his own family. Konoha's methods are truly despicable. Sarutobi, you have quite the means. The Uchiha brat dares to be so insolent in front of the Hokage." Danzo emerges from the shadows, attempting to grab Sasuke by the neck. His thoughts about the Sharingan become active. With Sasuke's talent, evolving into a Manjiki Sharingan is just a matter of time. Capturing him and training him, then taking the eyes for himself, it's perfect. Slap. Sasuke slaps Danzo away, tearing off the white cloth covering his right eye, revealing a striking crimson eye. Sasuke says, "As expected, you old bastard covet my Uchiha Sharingan. Hokage, how do you think this should be punished?" Danzo is sent flying out of the Hokage building, crashing into a nearby structure, creating a commotion that immediately attracts attention. When Danzo's crimson eye appears, many recognize it and shout, "Sharingan!" At this moment, Sasuke leaps out of the Hokage building, standing atop a tall building, proclaiming loudly, "Hokage, isn't your will of fire supposed to be fair and just?" In the past, when Danzo wanted to take Shirsue's eyes, Yidinti punished him severely. At that time, there was no evidence, but now there is plenty. "Danzo, in order to persecute my Uchiha clan and take the Sharingan, that is equivalent to betraying the village, right? I want to know how you will deal with traitors." Mito gate and says, "Evil Uchiha brat." Sasuke retorts, "Shut up, old dog. What merit do you have to sit on the council? Did you destroy the land of waves? Or is it the disappearance of the Senju clan?" If Naruto were here, he would applaud Sasuke, surprised that this usually combative Sasuke could be so sharp with words. This also sends a signal to the villagers of Konoha. The Senju clan truly has no one left, seemingly only one person remains. Sometimes, a small breakthrough point can be gradually unearthed. There are discussions among the crowd, making Sarutobi's face look somewhat grim, but he has not yet reached the boiling point of anger. He says, "Sasuke, we are ninjas. The battlefield is our home. Otherwise, how can there be peace in Konoha?" Sasuke replies, "So we must sacrifice ourselves, is that it?" Sarutobi responds solemnly, "Sasuke, your clan is about to rebel against the village. If not eliminated, it will endanger the entire village." Sasuke counters, "I have looked at many records of the Uchiha clan in recent days. The Uchiha clan was once part of the village but was gradually pushed out. What is the reason for this?" Sarutobi says, "Because your clan was not harmonious with the village, often conflicting with villagers, and voluntarily moved away from the village." Sasuke presses, "Is that so? But from the records, I have not seen our clan persecute anyone, nor have we harmed Konoha. Why, then, is there a lack of harmony with the village? Our Uchiha clan has fought bloodily for the village, protecting countless villagers. Logically, the villagers should be grateful to us, yet after protecting them, we end up needing to thank them. If we do not comply with their demands, we are labeled as disharmonious. Is there such logic? Also, Shisui left behind a lot of evidence that Danzo slandered my Uchiha clan. Sarutobi, would you like to see it? I also find it quite suspicious. Why didn't you, as Hokage, come out to clarify when the villagers insulted our clan, allowing us to be ostracized by all the villagers?" Holding up the evidence in his hand, Sasuke's sarcasm becomes even more pronounced, making Sarutobi's eyes grow colder. This is indeed true. Shursui had prepared 2 copies, one of which was intended for Itachi. But since Itachi never returned to see it, Sasuke found it instead. Sarutobi takes a deep breath and asks in a low voice, "So you're saying that you came here today to betray the village?" Not wanting to waste more words. He knows that continuing this conversation will only worsen his situation. Sasuke says, "Naruto-kun is quite right. Since you do not welcome me, why should I stay here?" Unfortunately, Naruto did not hear this. Otherwise, he would surely be wide-eyed, wondering if this is really the same Sasuke. His verbal skills are even sharper than Naruto's in the original story. Sarutobi coldly states, "You want to betray the village, but that cannot happen as you wish." Chapter 54. Tintin acts to save Sasuke. Sasuke says, "Is that so? I'm leaving, and you can't stop me." After speaking, his eyes began to rotate. The kaleidoscope Sharingan emanating a presence that surpassed Danzo, truly an elite jonin. But that wasn't all. A purple phantom appeared out of thin air around him. Susanoo dominating the sky. At this moment, the blow to Sarutobi Hiruzen was immense. The kaleidoscope Sharingan, another Uchiha Itachi, which was supposed to be the sharpest blade of Konoha, had now become an enemy of the village. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen not feel heartbroken, wondering how his beloved student had turned out this way? Unfortunately, while Sasuke was indeed very strong, he was still far from Naruto's level. Such strength was not enough to threaten Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was undeniable that Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength had declined, but he was still close to the level of a Kage. If he were to pay with his life, he could reach that level. In the original story, Orochimaru killed Sarutobi Hiruzen, had it not been for the reanimation jutsu that revived the first and second Hokage, which consumed too much of Sarutobi Hiruzen's chakra. He would not have had much chance of success. 4 Umbu Jonin surrounded Sasuke, who was somewhat surprised. This seemed different from what he had imagined. He had been too arrogant. If he had left secretly, Konoha would have found it hard to detect him. But lacking Naruto's strength and wanting to show off, he could only take a beating. However, he didn't gather so many. He retracted Susanoo and turned to escape. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, "Chase. We can't let Sasuke escape. Konoha still needs Itachi, and of course, we need Sasuke's strength." Sasuke was not a kind-hearted person. He did not have Naruto's compassion. He simply turned his right eye and unleashed Amaterasu towards one of the Jonin, black flames erupting immediately, enveloping the person. Sasuke instantly felt a heavy weight on his body, a bit powerless. If it weren't for his pure inner strength to support him, he might need someone to help him walk now. In the original plot, when Sasuke first used Amaterasu, it was to capture the 8 tails, and he not only felt weak and needed support, but blood also flowed from his eyes. The tragic screams spread as the black flames could not be extinguished by water or earth. The Jonin was directly burned to ashes, finally freed. Seeing his subordinate dead, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes turned bloodshot as he said, "Evil little brat, I will destroy you." Sarutobi Hiruzen formed hand signs, and a mud dragon's head appeared from the ground, opening its mouth to spew a torrent of mud. Sasuke, relying on his danger awareness, flickered several times to dodge the attack. Just then, Sasuke's body was engulfed by the mud flow. Of course, this was not Sasuke's true body, just a shadow clone. A mud dragon's head manifested. This was a jutsu that Sasuke had copied and performed, its power naturally inferior to the jutsu used by the ninja professor Sarutobi Hiruzen, but it served to obstruct. Sasuke realized he had done something foolish, as Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed determined to keep him, relentlessly pursuing. But this was just like him. When his mind heated up, he could do anything, which was normal for him. With a fierce look in his eyes, Sasuke said, "Since that's the case, then come on." He summoned Susanoo once more, forcibly activating its ultimate technique, pulling back the heavenly bow of Immortal Kumo, lightning flashing and momentum surging. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed drastically as he stepped forward, quickly forming hand seals, chanting, "Earth style, earth flow wall." Subsequently, a solid earthen wall appeared to block Sasuke's lightning arrows. The arrows struck the earthen wall, immediately producing a thunderous sound, and a violent force spread in all directions. Sasuke's complexion turned pale. The exit was within reach, and he wanted to turn and flee Konoha. Whoosh! Just then, dozens of shurikens and other projectiles flew through the air, including meteor nails, flying leaf shurikens, and so on. Sasuke was currently very weak. With this arrow, his inner strength was less than 1/10. He narrowly avoided fatal injury, but was hit by 7 projectiles. Danzo's cold, eerie voice rang out, "Uchiha little brat. If you want to leave your eyes behind." He reached out to squeeze Sasuke's throat, unwilling to let Sasuke's eyes escape. The kaleidoscope Sharingan had become his obsession after all the schemes he devised to obtain it. Bang! Danzo crushed a piece of wood, but Sasuke used the body replacement technique to dodge this lethal strike. Danzo, one day I will wipe out your entire clan. If even one member of your family survives, it'll be my failure, Sasuke's chilling voice echoed, filled with murderous intent. Danzo replied, unfortunately, you won't escape today. He was about to lead several root members through the main gate when suddenly his expression changed drastically, and he retreated. Whoosh! Compared to the projectiles from before, this was the king of hidden weapons. Projectiles flew from all directions, without roots or cause. Splat! Danzo's left leg was pierced by a projectile, blood gushing forth. While it wasn't completely incapacitated, it would not fully recover. The penetrating wound had damaged the bone marrow, leaving the leg crippled. As for the other root members, only one was fortunate enough to survive, as his heart was on the right side, avoiding the fatal strike. The rest perished, whether they were Chunin or Jonin. They all met a tragic fate. Sarutobi Hiruzen caught up, and, seeing Danzo's miserable state, asked Danzo what happened. Danzo gritted his teeth against the pain and replied, I couldn't successfully intercept him. Someone assisted Sasuke. This defection was premeditated, and the hidden weapons ninjutsu was extremely powerful, coming from the air without roots or cause. There were 6 of us from root, and in an instant, only 2 survived. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen reconsider pursuing them, without even seeing the assailant. He questioned the strength of this newcomer and whether it was worth chasing after them. If it were the younger Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would have pursued them without hesitation. But now he hesitated, thinking that without at least a 70% certainty, pursuing would only waste time and cause unnecessary deaths. With a sigh, he left it to the Umbu to handle and took Danzo back to the village. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen was unaware that he had missed his chance. Sasuke, this fool, had no allies. The one who saved him was no one else but Tenten. She had seen Sasuke attract everyone's attention and slipped away on her own. Exiting the Konoha gate, the battle in Konoha began, and after a brief pause, she saw Sasuke being pursued, so she stepped in to save him. Seeing Tenten, Sasuke said coldly, Tenten, it's you. Tenten smiled and replied, it's me. Noticing Tenten carrying a space-time scroll, Sasuke asked, Tenten, what are you doing? Tenten said, I'm leaving the village to find Naruto. Chapter 55. Hyuga leave Konoha. Sasuke's second defection made the people of Konoha somewhat unsettled in their hearts. The third Hokage's prestige was continuously diminishing, leaving them with an unspeakable disappointment towards him. However, this did not faze Sarutobi Hiruzen under his covert guidance. The situation quickly stabilized again. Whispers spread that the Hokage was too reluctant to kill a youth like Uchiha Sasuke and believed that Sasuke would return to Konoha. One had to admire Sarutobi Hiruzen's cleverness. After a round of brainwashing, the villagers began to support him again. In the Hyuga clan, Hinata, upon hearing the report, couldn't help but say it's Tenten. The tone is very certain, and it is believed that in this ninja world, only Tenten has such abilities. Hyuga Hizashi said, it's her. He investigated Naruto, so he naturally knew about Tenten. He felt a bit emotional, not expecting that this weak little girl could be so powerful. Hinata said, Tenten must have defected from the village. She must be looking for Naruto-kun. At this moment, she envied Tenten for being able to train with Naruto-kun, while she could not. The Hyuga clan is a large clan, and if she acted, it would affect the whole clan. Hyuga Hizashi said, let's confirm it first. Hinata affirmed. Only Tenten has such abilities. She combines space ninjutsu with hidden weapons. Naruto-kun has said that Tenten's combat power is not the strongest, but her killing techniques are the most powerful among us. Hyuga Hizashi said, indeed, very impressive. In an instant, even Danzo was injured. If it weren't for saving Sasuke, Danzo would have been in great danger. Hizashi looked at Niji and asked, Niji, are you ready? Niji replied, Uncle, I am ready. After the caged bird curse mark was lifted, Hizashi asked Niji to call him uncle and discussed leaving the village with him, letting him choose for himself. Niji said, thank you, uncle, I am already prepared. Hizashi patted his shoulder and said, you will definitely become a powerful ninja. Shortly after, Hyuga Hizashi unleashed a powerful chakra, followed by an angry roar. Dig out Niji's eyes and expel him from the Hyuga clan. He is not worthy of being a member of the Hyuga clan. This powerful roar startled the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was almost pulling his hair out, wondering what trouble had arisen again, and he called for the Umbu, saying, go find out what happened. A quarter of an hour later, Hyuga Hizashi arrived. Sarutobi Hiruzen perked up and asked, Hizashi, what happened? This is a major clan in Konoha. We cannot offend them lightly. Hyuga Hizashi said, it's still about the branch family. Niji is very dissatisfied with the main family due to his father's death. During a match with Hinata, he not only injured Hinata, but almost caused her death. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and said, that's serious. He knew that Hinata was the princess of the Hyuga clan, and could be said to be the future head of the Hyuga clan. Her status is extremely important. To be seriously injured and almost dead indeed touched Hizashi's bottom line. Hyuga Hizashi said somewhat dejectedly, Sai, Hokage-sama, if nothing else, I will leave first. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, all right. He knew that Hyuga Hizashi was very conflicted. He wanted to kill Hyuga Niji, but he was the only child of his brother. In the past, Hizashi sacrificed for the family, and it was difficult for him to target his brother's only child. He couldn't do it. Other clans in Konoha, after learning the situation, remained silent. Any conflict between the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan seemed to be within reason. Many people glanced at the fallen Niji, and, in the end, all shook their heads secretly and left. Niji without eyes was like a toothless tiger, no longer a threat, not even worth saving. Even Danzo from Naruto had no intention of saving him. Initially, he thought that after exterminating the Uchiha clan, there would be many Sharingan, but he was very disappointed, only getting 4 or 5 Sharingan, and only one with 3 Tomo. These few eyes were not enough for himself, so even though Niji had decent talent, he would not waste a Sharingan to save Niji. Dingji and Shikamaru heard the news and immediately went out to look for Niji, eventually finding him in a dark alley. Niji said, Shikamaru, Dingji, is that you? Shikamaru asked, Niji, why? Niji did not explain and instead pleaded, Shikamaru, can you help me? Shikamaru said, Dingji, what do you think? Niji, I want to leave Konoha. Even if I die, I want to die outside. His words were strong, filled with disappointment towards Konoha and a cold heart. Shikamaru thought for a moment and said directly, all right, we will help you. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was currently troubled, did not take Niji's departure from the village to heart. A useless person was dispensable, so he let Niji leave the village as he wished. Thus, Niji Hyuga left the village and then disappeared without a trace in some unknown corner. After Niji was taken away, Hizashi returned to the clan. As his brother's only son, Hizashi was naturally worried and practiced the invisibility technique taught by Naruto to silently protect him. On the street, Haruno Sakura saw Shikamaru and Dingji and ran over, asking, Shikamaru, Dingji, where is Niji now? She had no source of information, so she naturally hadn't found Niji first. She believed that with their backgrounds, they would be able to find Niji. Shikamaru said, Niji left the village. Sakura asked in confusion, why? Why drive him away? Shikamaru interrupted, this is his last wish. Sakura opened her mouth, but the words were swallowed back down. The three walked somewhat dejectedly, aimlessly. Originally, there were 8 in their group, now only 3 remained, which inevitably felt a bit lonely. Yuhi Kurenai came to the Hyuga clan to visit her beloved disciple, and upon seeing Hinata weakly lying in bed, her little face pale, Kurenai felt very pained. She talked to Hinata for a while before leaving the room. Hyuga Hizashi said, Hinata's injuries will probably require her to rest at home for some time, and her studies will be delayed. Moreover, this time she injured her heart meridian. Her training progress, alas, will probably have to start over. Yuhi Kurenai said, Hinata is a good seed. She will definitely become a powerful ninja. Hyuga Hizashi nodded. I believe in her too. She does not want to give up on training. She will definitely stand up. After Yuhi Kurenai left the Hyuga clan, she murmured, with one less, why am I not happy at all? Speaking of being pitiful, Kakashi and Might Guy are truly pitiful. They are indeed good friends. Originally 3 disciples, now only 1 remains, and both are commoners. Chapter 56, Arriving at Flame Dragon City, Meeting Tsunade. The Konoha Jinchuriki is the Dragon King of the Qianlong organization. This is like a meteorite falling into the sea, stirring up a 1,000-foot wave. Especially with Naruto's eternal Manjiki Sharingan, Single-Eye Susanoo, overpowering shadow ninjas. His strength is definitely beyond that of shadow ninjas, limitless. And then there is Orochimaru, whose eyes are also Manjiki Sharingan, along with Itachi's eternal Manjiki Sharingan. The current strength of the Qianlong organization is already stronger than the 5 great ninja villages. The Wagakure, Kirigakure, Sunagakure, and Kimogakure have all secretly started to act, discreetly inquiring about what kind of organization the Qianlong organization is and what they intend to do. They did not inform Konoha, as this matter is very strange. Whether it is Uchiha Itachi or Uzumaki Naruto, they are all from Konoha, and they inevitably suspect whether this might be Konoha's conspiracy. Konoha naturally has no such conspiracy. If there really were so many strong individuals, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have already begun his plans. The other 4 major ninja villages would naturally bow down, and the pattern would revert to when the ninja villages were established. Back when Senju Hashirama was the god of ninjas, invincible in the world, with Konoha as the leader and thousands of ninjas bowing their heads. Naruto arrived at Flame Dragon City and encountered Zabuza. The current Zabuza had transformed his chakra into internal energy, and Shursui had given him a pair of Sharingan. Zabuza refined the Sharingan, absorbing a large amount of energy, directly opening a meridian and breaking through to the acquired realm. His eyes were not yet at the level of the Manjiki Sharingan, but it was not far off. Following closely behind Zabuza was Haku, as if in Haku's world. There was only Zabuza. Naruto joked, "Oh, are the couple out for a stroll?" Zabuza, with a dark expression, said, "Dragon King, be serious." Haku covered her mouth and chuckled, a blush rising on her cheeks. Both Suigetsu and Orochimaru, as well as even Uchiha Izumi, couldn't help but smile. When Zabuza and Haku arrived, they caused a big laugh when they were separated into different rooms, sending Haku to the girls' dormitory. Naruto said with a smile, "But there's a type of martial art that, once cultivated, has great power. You can give it a try." I asked, "Dragon King, what martial art is it?" Naruto said, "Evil repelling sword technique, sunflower cannon, and so on. There is one benefit to this cultivation. It can turn you into a woman." Bai, with her pure and innocent big eyes, looked at Naruto and asked, "Dragon King, is there really such a technique?" Naruto said, "Yes, but there's a condition. To practice divine skills, one must first castrate themselves." Then, without hesitation, he shouted angrily, "Lord Dragon King, can you be a bit more serious?" Naruto said with a smile, all right, just a joke. Don't be angry, don't be angry." Then he asked, "Zabuza, how does it feel here?" Zabuza replied, "Everyone is equal. There are no classes. No oppression, it's very happy." Naruto said, "Everyone is equal. There are no classes, no oppression. This is the ultimate ideal. Wherever there are people, there will be disputes. Thousands of people, thousands of hearts, will all have selfishness. When selfishness grows, it turns into ambition, and countless disputes arise. What we need to do is suppress this selfishness." Zabuza listened, nodding in a way that seemed to understand but didn't quite. Just then, a voice sounded, "Hey kid, can you talk?" Naruto turned his head and saw 2 women. Upon seeing that pair of weapons, he couldn't help but think to himself, no wonder she is known as the top medical ninja in the ninja world. The 2 women were none other than Tsunade and Shizu. Tsunade is known as the goddess of life in the Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto smiled and said, "I've met Tsunade-senpai." Tsunade replied, "You little brat, you actually know me?" Naruto said, "The goddess of life in Konoha, the number 1 flower in the ninja world. How could I not know?" The first part is true, and the second part is what Naruto himself said. Tsunade smiled, feeling somewhat satisfied with Naruto, and said, "You little brat. You're not so annoying after all. Not to mention anything else, you do have a bit of good eyesight." Naruto said, "I've heard a saying, only by lowering your head can you see your feet, which is the essence of beauty in the world." Tsunade replied, "You little brat. So you're also a little pervert." Saying this, she puffed out her chest, looking even prouder. Naruto thought to himself, the fabric is really good. Which manufacturer is this? Bad review. Uchiha Izumi looked down and saw her little feet. Haku also nodded, thinking to himself, I didn't. Zabuza's face darkened even more, but at that moment, he couldn't get angry. Naruto's eyes fell on Tsunade's forehead. Is this the mark of the 100 healings? Tsunade couldn't help but feel alert in her heart and said, Hey, brat, what are you looking at? Could it be that this little brat has seen through my secret? Naruto smiled and said, The 100 healing seal, Lady Tsunade. No wonder you look so young. If you want to know the secret to never aging, come with me. After Naruto finished speaking, he leaped into the air and flew towards the distance. Immortality was not only appealing to Tsunade, it was a deadly attraction for every woman. Naturally, Tsunade was interested and casually chased after him. However, while she was running on the ground, Naruto forgot that in the ninja world, there was no such thing as lightness skill. They usually traveled by jumping and running. Only 5 techniques could allow one to soar in the air. The Heaven's Curse Mark, the Dance of the Paper, the Earth Release, Super Light Heavy Rock Technique, Butterfly Transformation, and Susanoo. Naruto unleashed his chakra, pulling Tsunade up into the sky. Tsunade had a look of shock on her face, and she was inside. This strength was truly formidable. Even if she released the 100 healing seal, she would still not be a match for Naruto. Naruto brought Tsunade to a small peak and set her down. Tsunade said, "You little brat, bringing me here must have another purpose, right?" Naruto said, "This is only natural. Lady Tsunade, you are the strongest medic ninja in the ninja world. If we could invite you to join the Qianlong, it would not only annoy Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also greatly enhance the strength of Qianlong." Tsunade replied, "Are you that confident?" Naruto said, "There's not much certainty in this. After all, Konoha village was established by your grandfather. Although you are very disappointed in it, deep down, you still have an obsession with Konoha." Tsunade replied, "Kid, do you see things clearly?" A gust of wind blew, causing Tsunade's two braided hair strands to sway. Naruto was once again attracted, thinking to himself, holding with both hands does feel powerful. He is no longer the naive little boy from the original story. He is now the adult king of the underworld, not a good person with many lovers, but also not a scumbag. Tsunade said, "Hey kid, what are you looking at?" Naruto said, "Acceleration. Oh no, your hair is very beautiful." Chapter 57. Fooling Tsunade. Tsunade understood the literal meaning of the words, but felt that Naruto was definitely not referring to this matter. Naruto said, "All right, let's get down to business." He found a place to sit down and said, "It'll take some time. Lady Tsunade, please have a seat." Tsunade also sat down, showing a serious expression, and asked, "Kid, what exactly do you want to do?" Naruto glanced at Tsunade and replied seriously, "I just want to establish a free nation." Tsunade said, "Konoha is also good. The land of fire." Naruto said, "Lady Tsunade, are you joking? Why did you leave Konoha? Is it really just because your brother and your lover died in battle? Have you lost confidence in Konoha?" Tsunade fell silent. The darkness of Konoha made her feel sick, and she had lost hope in Konoha, which was why she left. Naruto said directly, "Konoha disgusts me, especially the four elders. They sit high and mighty, pointing fingers and deciding the lives and deaths of others. If I didn't want to see their downfall, I would have killed them." Tsunade did not deny this. Uzumaki Naruto is indeed very strong. Don't forget, there's a monster within him, the Nine Tails. Without sealing techniques, only a super shadow ninja could suppress it, and he could definitely turn Konoha upside down. Tsunade said, "The land of iron is indeed much happier than the land of tea, but is there really a significant difference from other countries? Stepping into the land of iron, along the way, the citizens are truly happy. Not to mention anything else, physically, many people here are stronger than those in Konoha, which indicates one thing. The system of the land of iron is really successful." Naruto regained his spirits and was worried about how to start the conversation when he said, "There is indeed a difference." Then he began his ideological indoctrination, emphasizing a people-centered approach. He also mentioned the drawbacks of the one country, one village system. His brainwashing rhetoric left Tsunade questioning her life. She had always firmly believed that her grandfather was right, but after hearing Naruto's words, she fell into self-doubt. She softly said, "Does that mean my grandfather was wrong?" Naruto said, "That's right." Tsunade looked at Naruto, wondering if he was playing with her. Naruto said, "In his time, he was not wrong because he had the strength to suppress that era. However, he died, and those with ambition revealed their true colors, which is why there were several ninja world wars." Tsunade said, "Then?" Naruto said, "That's right, he is correct." Tsunade replied, "I haven't said anything yet." Naruto smiled slightly and said, "I know, but we have a connection. I know what you want to ask." Tsunade flicked her hair and replied, "Little brat, are you trying to flirt with me? Too bad you're too young." "Naruto, this will grow up one day, and it will be huge." Tsunade was at a disadvantage. She didn't expect this little brat to be so bold and reckless. Not wanting to dwell on this topic, she simply asked, "Then what do you think I want to say?" Naruto said, "It's not that Uchiha Obito's thoughts are correct. My answer is definitely yes. However, there is one thing. He will also be a failure." Tsunade asked, "What do you mean by that?" Naruto said, "It's simple. He doesn't understand governance because he values power. With a strong fist, he can do whatever he wants, but he won't win people's hearts because he looks down on commoners." Tsunade understood some of this, and Naruto continued, "You're right. Uchiha Madara values power. He looks down from above and sees those who can't cultivate as mere insects. This has also led to the arrogance of the Uchiha clan." Tsunade replied, "I understand your point now. So tell me about the method to never grow old." Naruto said, "It's simple. Join the Hidden Dragon organization, train with us, and you can slow down aging." Tsunade stood up and angrily said, "You brat, are you messing with me?" Naruto said, "Teasing? Not really. Come on, sit down. Let's have a good talk. Tsunade sat down, curious to see what kind of things Naruto could come up with. Naruto said, Tsunade-sama, as the most outstanding medical ninja, haven't you noticed anything? Tsunade asked. Noticed what? Naruto said, as an outstanding medical ninja, you know that cell regeneration is fixed. Regeneration determines the length of a person's life. The production and storage of chakra is related to the lifespan of cells. The production part is clear. Chakra is generated from the fusion of mental energy and physical energy. I won't talk about mental energy, but let's discuss physical energy. This is derived from the body's cells, and the energy from these cells naturally comes from food, like noodles and milk. Tsunade replied, Kid, speak properly. All right, Naruto continued. In fact, cells provide energy, but there is a limit to how many times they can do so. It's like a dairy cow. It eats grass and produces milk. When it's young, it's fine, but as it keeps producing milk, the more times it does so, the less milk it produces, and eventually, it stops producing altogether. Tsunade angrily said, You brat, I feel like there's something behind your words. You're implying something. Naruto stole a glance and shook his head vigorously, saying, No, really not. I'm just trying to help you understand better, right? This example is so vivid. Tsunade gritted her teeth and said, You little brat, just keep going. Naruto coughed a few times before continuing. These cells are the same. They can be continuously extracted, which accelerates their aging. Just like shurikens, when used too much, they will become larger, shiny, and worn out. Cells are the same. When energy is constantly extracted, they will also wear out, and eventually they will die. When cells age and die, it accelerates the regeneration of new cells, which in turn accelerates our growth and aging. At a certain point, when cell division reaches its limit and can no longer divide, the aging cells will lead to death. Tsunade is very smart. As soon as she hears what Naruto said, she understands and replies, So, if we can lock in the regeneration of cells, we won't age as easily and will live a bit longer. Naruto said, As expected of the #1 medical ninja, you really understand it right away. If it were someone else, I guess I would have to explain it again. Tsunade said somewhat dejectedly, So, the ninja training methods are wrong and should not be adopted. Naruto said, That's right, the training of ninjas is indeed flawed. There is no doubt about it. In fact, I think you should have been the first to realize this. After all, you were able to seal the chakra from training, which is a significant first step. I didn't say it first, you brought it up, and I just went along with your idea. Tsunade said, Go on, I'm listening. Chapter 58. Tsunade's heart was stirred. Naruto explained the storage and dangers of chakra in simple words and clear logic, and Tsunade naturally understood it right away. This time, Naruto spoke very smoothly. He had already said it 2 or 3 times and was quite familiar with it. Naruto asked, Lady Tsunade, I remember that your 100 healings mark is formed by accumulating chakra over many years with great care and sealing the accumulated chakra in your forehead using a yin seal. Tsunade nodded yes. Naruto said, So your cells bear it easier than others, and you look younger. Even though you're 50, you look like you're in your 20s or 30s. Tsunade tossed her hair. Kid, you don't look annoying at all right now. This is a common trait among women. There's not a single woman who doesn't like to hear others say she's beautiful, especially when from a 12 or 13-year-old child. But there's one thing. This kid is too mature for his age. Naruto whispered, I'm doing well. Tsunade said, What did you say? Naruto said expressionlessly, It's nothing, nothing. Tsunade didn't mind and asked, So, is there anything special about your martial arts training? Naruto said, Of course there is. Martial arts cultivation, listen carefully. Martial arts cultivation absorbs natural energy and transforms it into one's own power to be used at will. Tsunade exclaimed, Senjutsu? By absorbing natural energy. When a certain threshold is reached, one can unlock sage techniques and enter sage mode. Naruto said, It's not your sage techniques. Within each of our bodies, there is a vital energy. I define this energy as inner breath. We perceive inner breath, gather it through our meridians, store it in our acupoints, absorb natural power, strengthen our inner breath, and it becomes our martial arts inner strength. Tsunade replied, But how much energy can the acupoints and meridians hold? Can they support the execution of ninjutsu? Naruto said, That is your acupoints and meridians. The martial arts meridians and acupoints will gradually become larger and thicker. My meridians in the past were only as thin as a hair, but now my meridians are as thick as a thumb, which is much stronger than your cells storing energy. Naruto continued. In our bodies, cells also naturally store energy, but this energy does not become a burden on the cells. Instead, it helps maintain the longevity of the cells. Tsunade said, It is not easily separated. not easily aged and lives longer. Naruto smiled and said yes. Tsunade is becoming more and more interested in martial arts training. After pondering for a long time, she asked, "How can I practice martial arts?" Naruto said, "Of course, it's to join our Qianlong organization." Tsunade replied, "Is that all?" Naruto, "That's it, but of course, there's one condition. You must swear in front of the public to support the way of the martial arts. I trust Orochimaru. He has spent his life pursuing power, and the way of martial arts has opened the door for him, so he will naturally not betray us. But you cannot, because you are the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, and your heart will lean towards Konoha. I'm not at ease, but with the oath, you can be bound, because you are the granddaughter of the god of ninja. Senju Hashirama, if you break your oath, Hashirama will also be embarrassed." Tsunade angrily said, "You little brat, you are as cunning as a fox." Naruto couldn't help but tease Kurama. "Stupid fox, did you hear that? Your cunning is huge." Kurama replied, "Damn it." Naruto said, "There's no way around it. If Orochimaru betrays us, I'll just take care of him. But you're different. If you were ugly, I wouldn't mind, but you're so beautiful. I can't bring myself to do it." As he spoke, he winked at Tsunade. Tsunade was left speechless, thinking, this little brat is flirting with me every moment. His words are sweet, but I won't be swayed so easily. She replied, "Brat, you can't charm me." Naruto said, "This magnificent stance is indeed hard to hold, but I will grow up." Tsunade knew this brat was at it again, so she quickly changed the subject and said, "Can I practice a bit of the jutsu first?" Naruto said, "No problem. Come here and I'll whisper it to you. Lady Tsunade's ears are not deaf." Naruto found a section of mental cultivation method, and after Tsunade received it, she began to practice. Tsunade's talent was truly exceptional. In just about 10 minutes, she gathered her internal energy. After a while, she converted a portion of her chakra into internal strength. A glimmer of light appeared in Tsunade's eyes as she said, "Kid, this is really impressive. The strength of internal energy surpasses that of chakra." Naruto said, "This is inevitable. Every time we pass through a chakra point, it purifies our inner strength, and the intensity naturally increases." Tsunade replied, "That's true, but kid, give me some time to think." Naruto smiled. "Sure." Tsunade suddenly asked, "Is there a quick way to master this martial arts?" Naruto smiled and said, "Of course there is." Tsunade's eyes sparkled, and indeed there was. Naruto said, "There's a type of skill that is meant for dual cultivation, where the male represents yang and the female represents yin. When yin and yang intersect, it can accelerate the expansion of meridians and the opening of acupoints. However, Tsunade, I am still young, so you'll have to wait a few years." As soon as these words were spoken, Tsunade became furious and shouted, "You little brat, you've gone too far." Then she leaped into the air and came down with a powerful kick. This was Tsunade's signature physical technique, the heavenly foot. Naruto thought to himself, "The taijutsu painful heavenly foot. Let me see how strong my power is." Without dodging or evading, he raised his hand to block. Tsunade, seeing this, shouted, "You little brat, get out of the way." Overall, she had a good impression of Naruto and naturally didn't want him to get hurt, which unintentionally weakened her strength by 2 points. Naruto grabbed Tsunade's ankle, and a powerful force surged through him, shaking the small hill a few times. Naruto thought to himself, "This power seems to be just like this. This is only 50% of his strength." Tsunade was astonished and felt that Naruto's strength was unfathomable. This was already 70% of her unleashed power. Yet he easily received it without exerting any effort at all. What kind of little brat is this? Naruto stroked Tsunade's ankle a few times and said, "Lady Tsunade, your skin is really well taken care of, so smooth, it's enough for me to enjoy for a year." At that moment, Tsunade's face couldn't help but turn slightly red. Before she could get angry, Naruto simply flew away with his sword, leaving the mountaintop, and his voice echoed back, "Lady Tsunade, wait for your decision." Tsunade watched Naruto's retreating figure and muttered softly, "This little brat, really a small body but a big spirit." Tsunade didn't notice that she seemed to have become much brighter, feeling much more relaxed in body and mind compared to the past. Chapter 59. Jiraiya arrives at the Flame Dragon Land. Naruto returned to the City Lord's mansion of Flame Dragon City, and Shursui and Orochimaru stepped forward, saying, "Lord Dragon King." Naruto said somewhat speechlessly, "You too. Stop with this stuff." The three took their seats, and Shursui was the first to speak, asking, "Dragon King, has Tsunade-senpai agreed?" Naruto left with Tsunade, and Shursui guessed that Naruto must want to recruit Tsunade into the Qianlong organization, which would be a great boost. Naruto said, "What are you thinking? She is Tsunade." the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama. No matter how disappointed she is with Konoha, how could she betray it? Naturally, she can't. There's no rush on this matter. Let her stay in Flame Dragon City for a while, and she will naturally make a choice. I really hope she can stay. Shirzue added, if Tsunade-senpai agrees. Our Flame Dragon strength will definitely increase another level, and our medical support will also be guaranteed. Naruto said, the number 1 medical ninja in the ninja world joining the Flame Dragon is of great significance. Well, we can only do what we can and leave the rest to fate. Orochimaru, after a while, I believe that the Sun Foot will send Hyuga Neji out. You go to Konoha village to bring him over. Orochimaru's eyes brightened, admiring Naruto's methods for managing to recruit someone from the Hyuga clan. It is known that this clan developed the cruel cage bird curse seal to prevent their eyes from falling into the hands of others. Orochimaru, all right. Jishue asked, Dragon King, what should we do next? Naruto said, the Land of Fire Peninsula. The Land of Flame borders the Land of Fire and is a peninsula that also connects to the Land of Whirlpools. Jishue Dao, I will go to modify the daimyo's memory now. Naruto said, not only that, Shirzue, you need to send someone to secretly convey our thoughts to the Land of Fire, showing them a broad path. After I finish my retreat, we will take over the Fire Nation Peninsula. Shirzue replied, Dragon King, you are going into seclusion for training? Naruto said, yes. I need to study the relationship between ninjutsu and true energy thoroughly. There are some things that need to be clarified. He can practice simple ninjutsu, such as the body flicker technique, shadow clone technique, and substitution technique, but he really cannot practice other ninjutsu. People like Shirzue have practiced martial arts techniques, but the properties of their internal energy are very obvious, manifesting lightning and fire attributes when using ninjutsu. Orochimaru can do it too, but he can't, so he needs to figure it out. Naruto found a small island overseas and entered seclusion for training. Tsunade returned, and Shizen breathed a sigh of relief, saying, Lady Tsunade, you're back. Tsunade, distracted, replied, I'm back. She was still thinking about Naruto's words, whether she should join the Qianlong organization and switch to the martial arts path. Seeing Tsunade lost in thought, Shizen didn't disturb her, but felt that Tsunade seemed much more relaxed today. Compared to her previous dullness, today she had a faint glow, as if she had broken through some kind of shackles. After a while, Shizen asked, Lady Tsunade, about Naruto. Tsunade said, a very strong person, a lecherous brat. Shizen, hearing that Naruto was very powerful, asked, Lady Tsunade, even you're not his match? Tsunade replied, no. Then she said seriously, Shizen, we're not leaving. Shizen, unsure of Tsunade's meaning, asked, not leaving? Staying here? Tsunade looked up and said, no, I'm joining the Qianlong organization. I like it here. She made the decision to stay and see how far Naruto could go. Shizen said, but Lady Tsunade, there are no relatives left in Konoha. Not giving Shizen a chance to speak, Tsunade went upstairs and lay on a chair, savoring a sip of wine. Soon, more than 10 days passed. After parting with Sasuke every day, Tenten arrived at Yamlong City. As soon as she entered Yamlong country, she was already being watched, and upon reaching Yamlong City, Shishai personally met Tenten. They were all Naruto's companions in Konoha, with decent strength and a great relationship with Naruto, so they naturally needed to be cautious. Shirzue appeared and said, you are Tenten. How did you leave Konoha? Tenten, seeing it was Shirzue, breathed a sigh of relief and said, I came to find brother Naruto. Shirzue asked, did you also defect? Tenten replied, Sasuke defected. I secretly left Konoha without anyone noticing. Shirzue said, you little girl, you really have guts. But you can't meet the Dragon King now. He is in closed-door training and doesn't know when he will come out. Tenten smiled and said, well, when brother Naruto comes out, I want to give him a surprise. 2 days later, Orochimaru brought Neji back. Shirzue approached Neji and said, Neji, welcome to the Qianlong organization. Neji replied, thank you, senior. Shirzue said, before the Dragon King entered seclusion, he left you some eyes, but you need to choose. Neji said, Senior Shirzue, please tell me. Shirzue explained, first, you could transplant your father's 2 eyes. Second, transplant 1 Byakugan and 1 Sharingan. The Dragon King has already researched the evolution secrets of these 2 types of eyes, so you don't have to worry about the evolution issue. Neji naturally wanted to transplant his father's eyes, but since they were Sharingan, which are very powerful, he found it difficult to make a decision. He didn't want his father's eyes to be lost, yet he also wanted to obtain Sharingan. After a while, he said, I'll choose the second option. Shirzue said, wise choice. Jiraiya had been searching and learned that Tsunade had come to Yamlong City, so he hurried over. passing through the land of Fire Peninsula and a small village. He found a small courtyard with about 20 to 30 people inside. On stage, someone was discussing the ideological policies of Yanlong country, which immediately attracted Jiraiya's attention. The ideas of equality and people-centeredness were particularly compelling, especially the depiction of the current lives of Yanlong's people, which were colorful. Although they weren't living in luxury, they stood tall and lived without humility. Jiraiya listened, somewhat entranced, and after a while, muttered to himself, "Naruto, what exactly do you want to do?" He naturally recognized that these people were from the Qianlong organization, and he wondered what they were trying to achieve by spreading their ideas in the Land of Fire. He left without confronting them, allowing them to act freely. Upon entering the Land of Tea, Jiraiya found himself targeted by the Qianlong organization. When he entered a small town, he was surprised to discover several powerful presences, all at least at the Jonin level. He didn't take any other actions and simply wandered around the town. After a day, he left the town and went to other villages. Jiraiya traveled the world, witnessing countless miserable villages and many prosperous towns. However, beneath the surface of those prosperous towns lay dirt and ugliness, while here there was only happiness, and people lived carefree and leisurely. For a moment, Jiraiya felt very confused. Shirzei received the news and murmured, "Jiraiya, how will you choose?" Chapter 60. The Gathering of the Three Ninjas. A month passed, and Jiraiya arrived at Yanlong City. Looking at the tall and majestic Yanlong City, he felt somewhat emotional. Shirzei did not come out to intercept Jiraiya. He naturally trusted Jiraiya's character not to harm the innocent or take action against Yanlong. Tsunade and Shizen were staying at a free inn, and Tsunade had decided to join the Qianlong organization, but this required Naruto to personally invite her. One day, Tsunade was drinking without restraint, not caring about the critical eyes around her, cursing in her heart, "That little pervert, who knows when he will come out." Sensing good wine, Jiraiya naturally walked in. Having spent some time wandering around, he really needed to rest and have a drink to relax. When he entered the tavern, Jiraiya raised his eyes and locked gazes with Tsunade, who was leaning against a chair. They stared at each other for a few seconds before Jiraiya pointed at Tsunade, saying, "Tsunade." Tsunade also stood up and said, "Jiraiya." Seeing an old friend, Tsunade was naturally a bit happy and then said, "Jiraiya, why are you here in Yanlong City?" Jiraiya approached and said, "This Yanlong City has a great reputation now, so I naturally had to come take a look." "Why are you here?" Tsunade replied, "Is it wrong to gamble?" Jiraiya said, "It's 18 miles to the casino. Are you joking?" Tsunade said, "I lost everything and didn't know what to do for a while." Jiraiya's eyes moved, saying, "I have a way." Tsunade smiled slightly and said, "I suppose you came here to find me, right?" Jiraiya said with a laugh, "Indeed." Tsunade asked, "Tell me, what business do you have with me?" Jiraiya leisurely took a sip of wine, feeling it was good, and finishing it all before saying, "Tsunade, the teacher wants to step down and asks you to return to become the 5th Hokage." Hearing this, Tsunade's expression froze for a moment, and Shizen also opened her mouth slightly, looking at Tsunade. Tsunade scoffed, "What about the 3rd Hokage? Does he want to give up that position?" Jiraiya said, "He knows he is getting old, and many things are beyond his ability. Naruto's defection and Sasuke's defection have crushed his spirit. He can't hold on any longer." Tsunade mocked, "Is that so? He made a mess and can't support it anymore, so he wants to let go. He really is getting old and thick-skinned." Jiraiya, "Shizun, that sounds reasonable, but is it really okay to say it like that?" Jiraiya said, "Tsunade, the village is indeed on a downhill path and needs you to return to set things right and restore Konoha's prestige." Tsunade said faintly, "In the past, Konoha had White Fang, the Uchiha clan, our 3 ninjas, the Yellow Flash, the Hitaki clan, and the Hyuga clan. But now, White Fang is dead. The Yellow Flash has disappeared. The Uchiha clan is gone. Hizashi Hyuga is dead. And the last Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails has betrayed us. We no longer have a blade to wield. How can we revive our strength?" Jiraiya said, "But we are still here, and there is the younger generation." Tsunade smiled and asked, "The younger generation?" "Naruto is not here. Sasuke has betrayed the village. Neji is dead. Who else is there?" At that moment, Jiraiya had nothing to say. The younger generation exists, but among them, there isn't anyone who can uphold Konoha as a pillar. Furthermore, the older generation is nearly gone, and Konoha is truly at a low point. Tsunade said, "It's gone, so I refuse. I plan to join the Qianlong organization and the Flame Dragon Kingdom. I believe you have seen along the way that the Flame Dragon organization is really quite good." Jiraiya nodded. "Indeed, it's quite good." Tsunade said, "This world is what my grandfather and the others aimed for. If Naruto had been born a bit earlier, perhaps the world would already be at peace. Jiraiya didn't know how to refute that. He had already seen the outcome. However, he still wanted to struggle a bit and asked, Tsunade, have you not considered it? After all, it's Konoha. Tsunade shook her head. No need to consider it. There's no reason to. Let Sarutobi-sensei handle Konoha himself. You could also become Hokage. So why come to me? Jiraiya sighed a little dejectedly, then mustered his spirit and said, I'll pass. With my personality, I'm not cut out to be Hokage. Tsunade said, Isn't there Danzo? Doesn't he want to be Hokage too? You could give it to him. Jiraiya said in a low voice, Tsunade, you should know Danzo's character. Can he be Hokage? Tsunade smiled and said, How could I not know? Everyone knows. But what has Sarutobi-sensei done about it? This blocked Jiraiya's words again. There is no doubt that Danzo is rooted in darkness, but he is too dark. Only Sarutobi is willing to treat him kindly. Tsunade waved her hand. Let us not think about these things anymore, Jiraiya. Just enjoy yourself. All expenses are on me. Jiraiya said, So, this kid Naruto has given you a lot of benefits. Tsunade said, Of course there are benefits, but not right now. That little brat is in seclusion and can't give me the benefits for the time being. Jiraiya said, So mysterious. I want to know what benefits this kid has given you. Tsunade said, Eternal youth. Jiraiya said, That kid has really caught your weakness, but you're not old now. It's unnecessary. Tsunade brushed her hair and said, I will grow old, so I need to prepare in advance. I also want to know what extraordinary aspects this little brat's martial arts have. At this moment, a person walked into the shop, someone with a somewhat gloomy aura. However, the staff in the shop were not afraid of him. Instead, they smiled and said, Orochimaru, how nice of you to visit our little shop. Orochimaru smiled and said, I came to see two friends. The shopkeeper also said, Aren't the Lord's friends our friends? Today, we treat you. Orochimaru smiled and said, No need, because you have already treated me. When Orochimaru walked towards Tsunade and Jiraiya, the shopkeeper understood and instructed the staff to add more food. Shizune, seeing Orochimaru walk over, was momentarily stunned. In one day, she unexpectedly saw the other two of the legendary three ninjas. Orochimaru greeted, Tsunade, Jiraiya, long time no see. Jiraiya said, Is it? We saw each other in Konoha not long ago, so it's not really a long time. Orochimaru laughed. Right, it's just that we didn't talk. So it counts as not having met. Tsunade, seeing Orochimaru with a beaming smile, couldn't help but say, Orochimaru, it's been a long time since I've seen you smile. It's good, Orochimaru said. Here, I sincerely feel a sense of renewal. Besides, I am human, so naturally I will smile. Chapter 61. The three ninjas battle. The legendary three began to chat about old times, as if time had returned to the past when they grew up together. The three exchanged stories about their past blunders, with Jiraiya being the source of most of the laughter. His lecherous nature had been cultivated from a young age, and he had done many things that were both laughable and tearful, having been beaten countless times for peeping. But Jiraiya never learned his lesson. The more he was beaten, the bolder he became. Just as they were enjoying their drinks, Tsunade suddenly asked, Orochimaru, you have practiced martial arts. How is it now? Orochimaru asked, How is it? Tsunade, your strength. Orochimaru, several times stronger than before. And it's still growing, which is the most exciting thing for me. Tsunade said, Jiraiya, don't we all want to know the power of martial arts? How about we team up for once? Jiraiya put down his cup and said, All right. Orochimaru licked his lips, also becoming interested. Even if two legendary ninjas teamed up, he was confident he could fight. Tsunade looked at Orochimaru outside the city. Orochimaru, let's go outside. Soon. The three of them vanished from the tavern and rushed outside the city. Shizune, hearing the report that Orochimaru was going to battle Tsunade and Jiraiya, was also interested and led a group to watch. Outside the city, Orochimaru headed straight for the beach area, where it was better for fighting. Orochimaru's blood was boiling, and he excitedly said, Come on, let's have a battle. Tsunade controlled her chakra in her fist, stepped forward, and punched at Orochimaru. The power contained in her punch created cracks in the air. Orochimaru knew that this was the unique brute strength of the Senju clan, but he was not afraid now and mobilized his true energy to meet the punch. With a loud bang, the energy surged, creating a massive crater in the ground. Orochimaru was not Naruto. Even with his true energy enhancement, he was still at a disadvantage. Tsunade retreated 10 steps, while he retreated 13. Tsunade said, Very strong. Jiraiya also had a serious expression and said, A strange energy, indeed a bit higher than chakra. The two exchanged glances, their chakras circulating, and charged towards Orochimaru. Thus began the battle of the legendary three ninjas, with none of them summoning their summoned beasts, engaging solely in taijutsu and ninjutsu. In terms of taijutsu, it must be said that Tsunade, with the bloodline of the Senju clan, surpassed both Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Orochimaru's strength had indeed improved, but under the combined efforts of Jiraiya and Tsunade, he still fell into a disadvantage. However, it was not easy for Jiraiya and Tsunade to defeat Orochimaru. The three masters of ninjutsu witnessed a duel of ninjutsu. As soon as Jiraiya arrived, he quickly formed a Rasengan. But that wasn't all. Flames surged around the Rasengan, transforming it into a fire release, Great Fire Rasengan, greatly increasing its power. Orochimaru was also quick, forming hand seals to unleash a fierce wind that sliced towards Jiraiya. If it were the old Orochimaru, this wind cutter technique wouldn't have been able to cut through Jiraiya's Great Fire Rasengan. However, now that he had trained in martial arts, his separated elemental energy had increased significantly, directly slicing through Jiraiya's unleashed Rasengan. Jiraiya's pupils contracted. He cut it. Tsunade's mighty punch had already struck Orochimaru's head. Orochimaru couldn't afford a rest. He activated his chakra and exchanged another punch with Tsunade. This time, he was forced to defend and was sent flying 7 or 8 meters away by her blow. Jiraiya and Tsunade coordinated very well. He quickly formed hand seals, and a swamp area appeared around Orochimaru. This was Jiraiya's Earth Release, Hell, Swamp Technique. Orochimaru formed seals and used Earth Substitution, cracked to evade Jiraiya's ninjutsu midair. Tsunade was not to be outdone. She stomped down from the sky, delivering her taijutsu technique, Painful Sky Kick. Orochimaru murmured, "What a great combination. Let's see my new ninjutsu. Wind Release, Wind Tornado." This was an S-rank ninjutsu developed by Orochimaru, combining offense and defense. Centered around himself, he formed an energy shield that protected him and created 3 whirlwind dragons to attack his enemies. With a loud boom, a massive pit several dozen meters deep appeared, with cracks leading to the sea, drawing seawater into the pit. Under the sweeping winds, the seawater surged up dozens of meters and then scattered down. Seeing this, Jiraiya formed seals again and used Earth Release, Hell Swamp. Orochimaru, somewhat embarrassed, retracted his technique. His new ninjutsu had not withstood Tsunade's Painful Sky Kick, and he was lightly injured from the powerful impact. He transformed into a snake and swiftly swam into the sea. The battle between the three continued over the ocean. They exchanged blows, with ninjutsu bursting forth on the water. Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique, Fire Release, Fireball, Fire Release, Great Fireball, Ninjutsu, Needle Earth Repository, Toad Shadow Manipulation Technique. Chaotic Lion's main technique, Binding Seal, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, Summoning Technique, Triple Gate of Life, Neru's Eye Technique. After hundreds of exchanges, all three paused, slightly out of breath, but without any killing intent, and naturally, none had sustained serious injuries. With Tsunade present, they quickly recovered. Compared to Tsunade and Jiraiya, Orochimaru looked much more disheveled, his clothes having been turned into a sieve by Jiraiya's Chaotic Lion's main technique. Jiraiya sincerely said, "Orochimaru, you're very strong. I'm no longer your match." Orochimaru smiled and replied, "That's only natural. Your previous strength was slightly inferior to mine." Jiraiya, Tsunade rubbed her wrist and said, "It seems I made a very wise choice." Orochimaru said, "Of course, joining the Hidden Dragon organization, with your talent, Tsunade, it's only a matter of time before you surpass me." Tsunade replied, "Orochimaru, you've become humble now, but perhaps a bit too humble. You should know, you haven't used the Sharingan. Under the enhancement of the Manjiki Sharingan, I wouldn't be your opponent." Jiraiya then remembered that Orochimaru still had a pair of Sharingan and realized that if Orochimaru didn't use Sage Mode, he truly wasn't Orochimaru's match, feeling a bit despondent. Orochimaru said to Jiraiya, "Jiraiya, actually, your talent is quite strong. Why not join the Hidden Dragon? With Lord Dragon King, your training would progress rapidly." Jiraiya shook his head and said, "Forget it. I'm not considering that right now." Orochimaru, that's really disappointing. It was indeed a pity. Orochimaru knew that this lecherous guy was also a true expert who could determine the outcome of a war. Tsunade said, "Let's go back. I'll treat you to a feast." Orochimaru laughed. "Tsunade, you're abusing your privileges." "Tsunade, what? Are you saying I can't eat that brat Naruto into poverty?" Orochimaru, "Not if I can help it." Chapter 62. Leaving the closed door, missed hidden village ninjas as the three left, Shursui, who was watching from distance, said, "Though the three held back, not fighting to the death, it still shows the power of martial arts." Shursui was certain that in the past, Orochimaru would have had to be cautious in dealing with one person, But now, he could fight too without much trouble. This was the advantage of practicing martial arts. If it were a life-and-death battle, winning or losing against two was still uncertain. Uchiha Izumi said, "I really want to know how strong the Dragon King is now." Uchiha Shursui replied, "As for Lord Dragon King's strength, it can only be said to be unfathomable. If we want to witness Lord Dragon King's strength, we still have to work hard." Uchiha Izumi smiled and said, "Brother Shursui, why don't you go and test Lord Dragon King's strength?" Shursui turned his head, frowning, and said, "Izumi, you little girl have turned bad. You're pushing your brother into the fire pit." Uchiha Izumi said, "But Brother Shursui is also very strong." Shursui replied irritably, "Get out of here. Don't give your brother Shursui any ideas. No matter how strong I am, I won't be a match for Lord Dragon King." So it was having practiced the primordial body refinement technique, the true essence in my Dantian was not martial arts essence but primordial power, a fusion of all elemental energies that could no longer be separated. Thus, I could not use ninjutsu. After more than a month of research, Naruto concluded that he could not use other ninjutsu because he had practiced the primordial body refinement technique. He didn't feel anything about it, as he really didn't like ninjutsu. To him, ninjutsu was just too tedious, and he preferred the freedom of his sword breaking through the void. Naruto murmured, "Sage Jutsu, Sage Jutsu." It seems that only Jiraiya understands Sage Jutsu now. However, he needs the help of two toads to perform the power of Sage Jutsu. I wonder how the Sage Jutsu of the ninja path compares to my martial arts understanding. Martial arts can comprehend the essence of martial arts, such as sword intent, knife intent, and fist intent, while ninjutsu combines one's chakra with natural energy to obtain Sage Chakra, which transforms oneself into a sage, greatly enhancing attack, speed, physical body, and so on. However, there is a difference between the two. The essence of martial arts is limitless, progressing step by step from force, intent, to mystery, while Sage Jutsu in the ninja path only has proficiency in mastery, much like the ninja path itself, which has an end. Life is not long. "Kurama, do you know the Sage Jutsu of the Six Paths?" Naruto asked. The Nine-Tails replied, "No, that old man's abilities can only be mastered by him alone." Naruto said, "What a pity. Kurama, what a pity. What are you talking about?" Naruto said, "If you could use Sage Jutsu, I could fight you." Kurama replied, "No way. I can't win against you." The proud Nine-Tails straightforwardly admitted that 10 days ago, Naruto had controlled a mass of chakra fused with natural energy, and even mixed his chakra into it, entering Sage Mode, which was very strong. However, Naruto shook his head and dispelled Sage Mode, and then a sharp power enveloped him, as if to pierce through the heavens. This power was so strong that it subtly overshadowed the might of Sage Jutsu. At that time, Naruto muttered something that Kurama heard very clearly. Is the power of Sage Jutsu just the peak of sword intent? What about the ultimate meaning? Kurama didn't know what the ultimate meaning was, but he understood that its strength was above that power. And he remembered that Naruto had once said he had stepped into the realm of ultimate meaning. So he would rather die than compete with Naruto. Who knows how strong that little brat is now? Naruto said, "It's a pity. I really want to know the true power of Sage Jutsu." "You're just a dumb fox. You don't even understand Sage Jutsu." Kurama, "Damn it, Naruto." A frenzy of output ensued, and Naruto's consciousness had already run away. Naruto thought for a moment, merged some chakra, absorbed natural energy, and fused it together. He planned to study Sage techniques a bit more. After a while, a facial mask appeared on his face, which was the mark of entering Sage Mode. Naruto carefully sensed his body and found that the rate of cellular regeneration and metabolism had doubled. His strength had increased by 30%, and there was no change in his physical quality. That was all. As for the operation of true energy, he felt nothing, because true energy would devour the chakra from this Sage Mode, only causing trouble. After holding on for 15 seconds, Sage Mode was released. Naruto sensed his body again. It felt slightly sore, but it didn't affect him. Slightly sore? This ninjutsu seems quite good. If it could be developed in a martial arts, it would definitely be a means of self-preservation, Naruto murmured. This sage art is somewhat similar to certain forbidden techniques in martial arts that enhance strength. But the advantage of sage art is its minimal side effects. It only makes the body feel fatigued. In the martial arts that Naruto knows, forbidden techniques to enhance strength either draw on blood vitality, reduce lifespan, or come at the cost of diminished strength, all with significant drawbacks. Indeed, the sage art in the ninja world accelerates cellular separation, which also reduces lifespan, but compared to the lifespan sacrificed by martial arts forbidden techniques, it is far less. In martial arts cultivation, once one reaches the innate realm, chakra is difficult to exist in the body. If it is present, it will be devoured and absorbed by true energy, which is very domineering. Therefore, it is simply unrealistic for members of the organization to cultivate sage art. After a lot of effort, they can only last 10 seconds and cannot use true energy. Naruto shook his head and said, "Forget it, let's talk about it later." Naruto stretched lazily, walked out of the cave, and landed on the reef, where several auras entered his perception field. Naruto silently rushed over. There were 3 people, and from their attire, Naruto recognized them at a glance. They were ninjas from the Mist Village. All 3 were still quite young, around 11 or 12 years old, with strength at the peak of the genin level, and they had some talent for training. One of the ninjas said, "Taking advantage of our mission, we will join the Hidden Dragon Martial Arts Academy to spy on their martial arts cultivation methods." The other 2 responded, "Understood." Then the 3 of them took off their clothes, changed their appearance, transformed into 3 children, and suppressed their chakra, leaving no trace of it. Naruto murmured, "That's really ruthless. However, if we can't educate these 3, then we truly have failed." He did not take action against the 3. Instead, he wanted to enlighten them, to transmit his thoughts, to let them feel the warm sunlight, and to transform them into people of the Flame Dragon Kingdom, ultimately becoming their spies and infiltrating Mist Hidden Village. The 3 acted as if they were fully committed. As they approached a populated area, they stealthily went out to the sea, disguising themselves as fishermen who had suffered a shipwreck and were soon discovered by nearby villagers. Naruto said, "You were really clever." Chapter 63. One sword slashes 2 ninjas. Naruto returned to Flame Dragon City, and Kurama said, "Naruto, wait a moment. In the dense forest to the west, there is my chakra presence." Naruto found it a bit strange. How could there be a presence of the 9 tails? Did someone resurrect his father? Or could it be that the empty space of the fire temple has come out? Regardless of the connection with Kurama, he had to check it out. Anyone who could approach Flame Dragon City must not be an ordinary person, and he must not harm the people of the Flame Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, Shirzei naturally noticed Naruto flying in and was about to greet him, but he realized that Naruto had left Flame Dragon City, seemingly having discovered something. Shirzue called Orochimaru and chased after him. In the city, Tsunade and Jiraiya noticed Shirzue and Orochimaru's actions and followed suit. Naruto soared through the air with his sword, and as he approached, he sensed 2 individuals, 2 lifeless beings, who indeed carried the chakra of the 9 tails. Naruto shouted into the sky, "Come out! Ha ha! As expected of the Dragon King that even Konoha can't do anything about, you found us. It must be because of the 9 tails that you discovered us." 2 figures appeared, both with 2 horns, one with silver hair and the other with golden hair. They were none other than the Gold and Silver brothers from the Village of Clouds. When they killed the 2nd Hokage, they also reached their end and ultimately perished. And now, they have been brought back to life through the impure world reincarnation. Naruto said, "Who resurrected you?" He recognized these 2 former ninjas from the Cloud Village, the Gold and Silver brothers who were once swallowed by the 9 tails. It was strange. In his memory, the only ones who could perform this technique seemed to be Orochimaru, Kabuto Yakushi, Hashirama Senju, and Madara Uchiha. Orochimaru was currently in Flame Dragon City, so it couldn't be him. Kabuto was now the head of the medical department at the Hidden Dragon Academy, teaching children every day. Where would he have the time for such things? And he hadn't even mastered this technique yet. Hashirama had died at the same time as these 2, so it couldn't be him either. It seemed the only one left was Madara Uchiha. However, he hadn't started collecting tailed beasts yet. It wasn't time for his resurrection, and he should still be resting underground. Naruto couldn't imagine who it could be. Jinsho said, "Does Lord Dragon King also know about the Earth Transfer Rebirth?" Naruto said, "I naturally know the ninjutsu invented by Senju Tobarama, but this forbidden technique has been sealed by Konoha, and very few people can use it. I am curious. Who resurrected you?" Jiao replied, "Just because it's sealed doesn't mean it's been eradicated, nor does it mean it can't be learned." In Naruto's eyes, a glimmer flashed as he thought of someone and said, "I see, Konoha. It's him. He really dares. He is indeed decayed." Kinkaku said, "What a Jinchuriki. What a Uzumaki Naruto. As expected, he is clever, but unfortunately, today is your end." After speaking, Kinkaku and Jinkaku transformed into their tailed beast forms. They had little time and no room for hesitation. After being devoured by Kurama, they consumed Kurama's flesh and blood, which allowed them to obtain Kurama's chakra, enabling their transformation. However, this was far from the true tailed beast transformation of Kurama. The The two turned into 6 malevolent fox spirits, sinister and eerie, and prepared to attack Naruto. Meanwhile, Shursui and Orochimaru were on their way to help Naruto relieve the pressure. Tsunade and Jiraiya stopped. Tsunade looked at the tailed beast forms of Kinkaku and Jinkaku and said, "It's them." She was naturally aware of these two war maniacs. Jiraiya said, "This is that forbidden technique, but who is it?" Jiraiya knew a bit about the Earth Release, rebirth technique, which was developed by the second Hokage. This forbidden technique was something ordinary ninjas could not touch. Kinkaku and Jinkaku had no vitality, only decay. This was the aura of Earth Release, rebirth. Naruto raised his hand, stopping Shursui and Orochimaru from approaching. He said to Jinsho and Jinsho, "Since you want to be the vanguard, I shall grant you that." A long sword flew into his hand, and Naruto said, "Watch closely. This is the martial arts sword technique." Jinsho and Jinshu's strength should not be underestimated. They possess the power of shadow ninjas. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to kill Senju Tobirama. Shursui and Orochimaru knew that this was directed at them, and they both focused their minds, waiting for Naruto to showcase his might. Naruto pointed his sword at the golden horn and silver horn, saying, "If you can take one of my strikes, you may leave." The golden horn replied, "Kid, don't underestimate the two of us brothers." Naruto said, "But to me, you are just trash." Roar, roar. The two brothers howled, their two tails wrapping around Naruto. Naruto said, "Is this all you can do with your brutal attacks? I'm so disappointed. I don't even need my special techniques to deal with you." After speaking, a sharp aura suddenly rose for Naruto, as if it could compete with the heavens and the earth. He lightly swung his hand twice and directly severed the two tails that were wrapping around him. The falling red tails slowly dissipated, transforming into natural energy. Naruto said, "Is that all you have? Use your ultimate moves and give me some pressure." Tsunade exclaimed, "What kind of power is this?" Jiraiya said, "I don't know. This isn't the power of sage technique. The power of sage technique isn't this pure. Could this be the essence of martial arts?" The response to Naruto was still a brutal attack, and Naruto felt a bit disappointed. This couldn't even compare to a tailed beast bomb. What garbage. Void shatter. Naruto spoke in a deep voice, drawing his sword and unleashing a powerful sword light that seemed to cause the entire space to tremble. The sword light locked onto the golden horn and silver horn, and before they could react, they were struck by the sword light, turning into a cloud of dust that dissipated into the air. The sword light landed in the forest, revealing 100 Zhonglong ravine, with faint sword chi intertwining. Naruto said, "Weak to weak." It wasn't that he was showing off, they were genuinely weak. The two of them had the strength of shadow ninjas, but now they were only elite J-nin. In front of him, they were indeed weak. Jishuei and Orochimaru were shocked. They knew Naruto was strong, but they didn't expect him to be this strong. Jinjiao and Injiao, while not at their full strength from their previous lives, still possessed the peak power of elite J-nin. However, in front of Naruto, with one sword strike, they were shattered to pieces. Just how powerful had their Dragon King become? Hiss! Tsunade gasped. Such powerful techniques faintly resembled her grandfather's shadow. Although the performance was slightly lacking, she was certain that Naruto would become a great person just like her grandfather. Jiraiya murmured, "Martial arts. Is this the power of martial arts? It's truly terrifying. Without using sage techniques, one cannot resist." Jiraiya could now confirm that he was definitely no match for Naruto. He remembered clearly that Naruto had a Sharingan, and he recalled that the Susanoo Naruto activated was a swordsman. With the power displayed today, its might would undoubtedly be formidable. Previously, he thought that battling Naruto with sage techniques would allow them to fight to a standstill, but now it seemed like a delusion. Jiraiya sighed. He knew he had to leave the Land of Flames. This outing had truly been a complete failure. He couldn't persuade Tsunade, and his own resolve had wavered. He couldn't leave Konoha, at least not now. Chapter 64. Martial Arts Secrets, the Realm of Martial Arts. Jishuei and Orochimaru stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Lord Dragon King." Their excitement was hard to conceal. Naruto said, "There's no need to be excited. Once I return and organize the secret techniques of martial arts, you will be able to practice the martial arts secret techniques. Our martial arts must naturally have our own teachings." Jishuei and Orochimaru responded excitedly, "Yes, Lord Dragon King." Naruto landed in front of Tsunade and Jiraiya, smiling as he said, "Lady Tsunade, have you thought it through?" Tsunade, for some reason, felt that this brat was teasing her with a mischievous intent as soon as she saw his expression. She replied, "I've thought it through. I agree to join, but what isn't it for me?" Naruto said. I don't have anything either. How about I give you this 100+ pounds of flesh? You can roll away as you please. Tsunade threw a powerful punch at him. Naruto, hee, if you want to hit me, there's no way. Then Naruto turned to Jiraiya and smiled, saying, Lord Jiraiya, welcome to Yanlong. Jiraiya asked, Naruto, just now with that sword, how much power did you use? Naruto said, oh, this, I didn't estimate it. These two really aren't much. I killed them with one sword strike. So, Jiraiya-sama, do you want to join our Qianlong organization? He really hadn't measured it intentionally, but it wouldn't be over 40. Jiraiya shook his head. No, I have to go. Thank you to all my friends in Qianlong for these days. I've had a great time here. Naruto said, then I won't keep Jiraiya-sama, but Jiraiya-sama, if you don't find the true goal in the future, you can come to the Flame Dragon for a long life. I believe there are answers here that you seek. Jiraiya smiled slightly and said, there needs to be good wine and good food. Naruto said, sure, as for beauty, it depends on your charm. Jiraiya laughed heartily and left. His laughter was 3 parts carefree and 7 parts reluctant. Tsunade watched Jiraiya's departing figure and said, Jiraiya, you've had a hard time. Orochimaru thought to himself, Jiraiya, sometimes in life, changes can be made. Persistence isn't always good. Sometimes, only by changing can one break through and realize that there are many paths. As Naruto and the others returned to Yanlong City, a little girl in a cheongsam rushed over and, in the blink of an eye, was already clinging to Naruto's back. Brother Naruto, she said, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Naruto said in surprise, Tintin, why did you come to Flame Dragon City? Did you also betray the village? Tintin replied, I missed you, Naruto brother, so I came. Naruto said, okay, from now on, this will be your home. With your brother here, no one can bully you. Tion happily replied, thank you, brother. Back at the Lord's mansion in Flame Dragon City, Naruto saw Neji and smiled, saying, Neji, welcome. Neji had now transplanted the eyes, and his strength had reached the mid-jonin level. He sincerely thanked him, saying, thank you. He continuously lifted the cage bird curse seal, and his strength increased even more. He knew that all of this was because of Naruto. It was Naruto who had given him a second chance at life. Naruto said, come on, train hard. This Flame Dragon City needs your protection. Neji replied, I will. Anyone who dares to bully this place must step over my body. He hasn't been here long, but he has grown fond of it. Here, warriors are not cold fighting machines, and there is no sense of superiority. He really enjoys this atmosphere. After a few days, Naruto copied down 14 volumes of martial arts secret techniques, allowing everyone to practice. Everyone found the martial techniques refreshing. With close combat using body techniques and long-range attacks using ninjutsu, combined with the application of internal energy, resulting in tremendous power. In the Martial Arts Academy, no one was studying ninjutsu or body techniques. Everyone was focused on researching martial arts secret techniques. The martial arts secret techniques not only enhance physical fitness and unblock meridians, but also increase internal energy cultivation, making this advantage superior to ninjutsu and body techniques. Naturally, everyone was reluctant to practice ninjutsu. That day, Naruto gathered nearly 20 people, including Shisui, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Tintin, and Neji. Naruto asked Tsunade, Orochimaru, you should know that there's a technique above ninjutsu called sage technique. Tsunade nodded and said, yes. My grandfather was invincible in the world thanks to the power of sage technique. Orochimaru replied, sage technique can provide the user with powerful chakra and rapid recovery abilities, enhancing physical, ninjutsu, and genjutsu. The Earth Dragon Cave has a legacy of sage technique, but unfortunately, my aptitude is lacking and I cannot cultivate it. To perform sage technique, one needs to achieve a 1 fusion of chakra and natural energy to obtain sage chakra, and I cannot achieve that balance. Naruto nodded, that's right, just like me. Naruto absorbed natural energy and fused it with the Nine-Tails energy, achieving sage mode. Shisui and the others were once again shocked as they looked at Naruto. Lord Ri could actually use sage mode, making them ponder Naruto's combat power, as it seemed he had too many trump cards. Naruto said, don't think too much. Martial arts cannot practice the sage arts of ninjutsu. Practitioners of sage arts need to have a balance of spiritual energy, physical energy, and natural energy in a 1:1 ratio to form sage chakra and enter sage mode. However, both chakra and natural energy will be transformed into internal energy and true chi by us, making it impossible to become sage chakra. As long as we operate internal energy and true chi, they will be absorbed and melted away, preventing us from maintaining sage mode. Tion asked, "Does that mean even you, Brother Naruto, can't do it?" Naruto said, "Of course, the technique I'm cultivating is stronger. The true essence is more domineering. As long as the technique is running, it directly absorbs this chakra." Naruto continued, "However, the path of ninjutsu has sage arts. And our martial arts naturally have the true meaning of martial arts. The essence of martial arts lies in cultivating one's vital energy, spirit, and body, refining the physical form and honing the flesh. As for spirit, it refers to mental strength and understanding one's own path. For example, I am on the path of the sword, and my intention is the sword intent." As he spoke, Naruto's sword intent erupted, filling the entire conference hall with a powerful aura of sword intent. Tsunade, Shursui, and Orochimaru personally experienced this sword intent, and the strength of this realm was undoubtedly above that of sage arts. Naruto said, "To comprehend the essence, one must first grasp momentum." What is momentum? Let me give a simple example. When we see towering mountains, we feel a sense of awe, and that is the momentum of the mountains themselves. Similarly, when we see the ocean, it is majestic and vast, boundless, and that is the momentum of the sea. Naruto spoke clearly, but everyone felt it was somewhat ethereal and distant, as if there were a mist before them. In the depths of the fog, something was calling to them, and they could only feel their way forward, slowly getting closer. Naruto said again, "During this time, you should meditate in seclusion. Forget all martial arts and ninjutsu, and remember one thing. Where the heart leads, that is the shortcut." Chapter 65. Jiraiya returns to Konoha. Jiraiya returned to Konoha, feeling something unusual for some reason. Konoha seemed much colder. Jiraiya said, "Is it my mindset that has changed? Or has Konoha changed?" Before he could enter Konoha, he was stopped by an Anbu member. "Lord Jiraiya, the Hokage has summoned you to the Hokage building." Jiraiya replied, "Got it." He looked at the Hokage building, which used to be majestic, but now seemed to lack grandeur, like a hunchbacked old man. Jiraiya wondered, why does it feel like Konoha is no longer thriving? He walked towards the Hokage building, but his steps involuntarily slowed down. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. He didn't want to go to the Hokage building. Nevertheless, he walked into the Hokage building and entered the Hokage's office. 4 familiar faces awaited him: Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, Tsunade, and Mito Gaidon. Jiraiya spoke up, "Old man, I'm back." Jiraiya held great respect for Sarutobi Hiruzen. In his youth, he had indeed helped Konoha grow strong and was a good teacher who had provided him with many shortcuts on his ninja journey. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, "Jiraiya, does Tsunade wish to return?" This was the core issue, something he was eager to know and also his greatest concern. The Qianlong organization was very mysterious. If Tsunade couldn't resist persuasion and joined the Qianlong organization, then Jiraiya said, "She doesn't want to." She rejected it. Upon hearing this, Danzo's eyes flickered with a faint light. It seemed his opportunity was coming. Jiraiya continued, his expression somewhat grim. Everyone knew that something bad was about to happen, and Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Jiraiya warily. Jiraiya said, "Tsunade has already joined the Qianlong organization. She has joined the Yanlong Nation." Creak! Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze turned icy. His pipe even snapped in half, indicating just how furious he was. This was the news everyone least wanted to hear. If Tsunade joined the Qianlong organization, given her significance in the war, Danzo said in a deep voice, "Jiraiya, you should understand that Tsunade is for the people of Konoha, and can only be for the people of Konoha. Her joining Qianlong is betrayal." Jiraiya interrupted, "If possible, you lead the charge. I will surely follow behind you. However you charge, I will not retreat a single step." He would never lay a hand on Tsunade. Even if there were countless opportunities, he wouldn't do it, as she was the woman he had loved for decades. Moreover, attacking the Qianlong organization in Yanlong City was impossible. Not even he, nor the 5 Kage gathering, could manage it. Even when he and Tsunade teamed up against Orochimaru, they could only gain a slight upper hand, let alone with Uchiha Shursui and others present. And besides, Naruto was there. Who would dare to act recklessly in Yanlong City? Danzo's eyes flashed with coldness, and he did not continue speaking. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe and said, "Jiraiya, you've been in Yanlong City for so long. You must have gathered a lot of information, right?" Jiraiya replied, "Not really, but there is one thing. The Qianlong organization is very strong. The current Yanlong nation is already comparable to the 5 great nations." This point was clear to everyone. Without the strength of 7 or 8 Kage-level ninjas, they could not do anything to the Qianlong organization. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was somewhat somber as he continued. Having been in Yamlong City for so long, has anything strange happened? Jiraiya felt somewhat uncomfortable at these words. After pondering for a while, he said, yes, the two who died in the Second Ninja World War, Kin and Jin, have revived and attempted to infiltrate Yamlong City, but were discovered by Naruto. Tsunade exclaimed, impossible. They completely died after the Second War. How could they be alive? Jiraiya explained, they aren't fully revived. They were reincarnated using the impure world reincarnation. Mito gaped and said, impure world reincarnation? That's a forbidden technique. Jiraiya scoffed. It's just a forbidden technique. It hasn't been destroyed. So what's wrong with those who practice it? Orochimaru can use this technique and spread it. What's the problem? Mito gaped and fell silent. If Orochimaru wanted to stir trouble, who knows how many people could use this secret technique? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, Jiraiya, what was the outcome? Jiraiya replied, what outcome could there be? They were cut to pieces by Naruto's sword. Their tailed beast forms were no match for Naruto's sword. The scene of that sword still lingered in his mind, unforgettable. Danzo asked, is the power of martial arts really that strong? Jiraiya answered, it's very strong. Naruto's power is simply an enhancement of Sage Mode, terrifyingly strong. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, if you fought him, how confident would you be? Jiraiya smiled bitterly. How confident could he be? Jiraiya said seriously, I have zero confidence. Even if I used all my means, I couldn't defeat him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened further, and after asking Jiraiya a few more questions, he finally let him leave. Before leaving, Jiraiya took a deep look at Sarutobi Hiruzen before exiting the Hokage building. Stepping out of the building, Jiraiya felt much lighter. He really didn't want to come back here next time. Jiraiya didn't pay attention to the hot spring. He didn't have much energy at the moment. Unknowingly, he walked to Naruto's mushroom house. Taking a glance, he headed towards the mushroom house. He opened the door. It had indeed been a few months since he last stayed here, and it was covered in cobwebs. The furnishings inside were very simple. A simple bed, a medium-sized table, and a very old set of clothes whose seams had begun to unravel. It had been a long time since he bought clothes. On the table, there were a few stacks of instant noodles and a bottle of milk, with a production date of the 50th year of Konoha. The shelf life of milk is usually around a year. This was expired milk. It really was like this. Aside from the instant noodles, there were no other foods in the house. Instant noodles were Naruto's staple food. Jiraiya said, it's true. Old man, you really went too far. Minato, how should I face you? Namake's Minato was a disciple Jiraiya was proud of. In terms of combat power, he really wasn't much inferior. However, as Minato's teacher, he had no idea that his disciple's child was living such a hard and bitter life. Jiraiya left the house, locked the door, and turned to go downstairs. This was the old man's self-inflicted punishment, and he would reap the bitter fruit himself. Faced with this cold-blooded village, Naruto's defection was reasonable. As Jiraiya went downstairs, he saw two people waiting for him at the intersection. That hairstyle, that figure, this was a form unique to the Nara clan. The visitors were Shikamaru and Chuji. They want to know how Naruto was doing in Yamlong, whether he was living well. Jiraiya said, you two brats, are you waiting for me? Shikamaru nodded, yes. We want to ask Lord Jiraiya some questions. Jiraiya replied, all right, but you have to treat me. Shikamaru said, no problem. Chapter 66. Akatsuki Organization Small Meeting. The three of them went to a barbecue restaurant, where Shikamaru and Choji became chefs, grilling meat for Jiraiya to eat. After a few drinks, they felt as if it lacked the flavor of Hidden Flame City. After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, Jiraiya said, what do you want to know? Just ask. Shikamaru asked, Jiraiya-sensei, I heard you returned from Hidden Flame? Jiraiya replied, yes. Choji took a bite of meat and asked, Jiraiya-sensei, how is Naruto doing? Jiraiya paused for a moment, glanced at the two, and said, he is doing very well, extremely well, and his strength is impressive. Even I can't compare to him. Shikamaru said, of course, Naruto is supposed to be like that. Jiraiya suddenly asked, I heard you were also good friends with Naruto back in the day. Besides training, what does he like to do the most? Choji looked up and said, I know this. Naruto loves to lie down like a salted fish. Jiraiya asked, what does that mean? Choji explained, it means after training, he lies on a lawn, leisurely taking a nap. Jiraiya thought to himself, this kid is really a bit strange. In Hidden Flame City, I met Niji. Do you really know how he got to Hidden Flame City? Jiraiya asked. Shikamaru replied, Niji, so itiyoimitin, neikun. Shikamaru murmured, so he went to the Land of Flame. But that's good. There, he won't be bullied. Bullied? Jiraiya stopped his actions and continued, are you two joking? How many people dare to bully him now? Shikamaru's eyes lit up, and Choji also paused. Shikamaru asked, Sensei, Did Niji's eyes recover? Jiraiya replied, of course they have. Naruto invested a lot. One Byakugan and one Sharingan. His strength is quite formidable. I believe it won't be long before you can't keep up with him. Shikamaru and Choji really gasped. The two strongest pairs of eyes in Konoha appeared on one person, making him unmatched. Shikamaru's mind raced, and a faint smile appeared on his face as he murmured, this method is truly brilliant, but the pain involved, without strong willpower, one would have gone insane from the pain long ago. Choji said, Niji's eyes have recovered. So let us eat 10 more pieces of meat for Niji. Jiraiya quietly thought, Naruto, could this be your scheme? This is a bit too deep. At the Akatsuki headquarters besides Nagato, there were 3 others at the lower end, Konin, Uchiha Obito, and Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke had escaped the village, but Uchiha Itachi had not yet severed his connection with the village and continued to provide information to Konoha. Nagato asked Obito, how confident are you in fighting Uchiha Shursui now? Uchiha Obito replied, I'm not sure. So far, Naruto Uzumaki has established the martial arts for several years, and no one has truly fought against a martial artist, so we can't know the power of the martial arts. As for Shursui, his strength is likely even greater than before. Uchiha Itachi said, I have some news about the power of martial arts that should be useful to you. He then recounted how Naruto had slain the Golden and Silver brothers with a single sword. After hearing this, the expressions of the others turned grim. The tailed beast-formed Golden and Silver brothers, when combined, had reached the level of super shadow ninjas. Even if they were reincarnated, their strength would still be at the elite Jonin level, and being killed by a single sword raised many questions about Naruto's strength, leaving everyone puzzled. Nagato asked, what if he has the Rinnegan? Uchiha Obito replied, that won't do, Nagato. The Sharingan can only exert its maximum effect in your hands. Besides, with Naruto around, he would probably be discovered before even entering Hidden Flame City. Uchiha Obito truly did not dare to negotiate with Naruto. It's important to know that the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki, possesses the Nine Tails and the Sharingan. These two combined are not something he can deal with right now. Therefore, dealing with the Hidden Dragon organization must be postponed, and rash actions should be avoided. Uchiha Itachi said, I could try to test the waters in Hidden Flame City. Nagato cautioned, Itachi, you should know that there are many Uchiha clan members in Hidden Flame City, each possessing terrifying strength. If you go, there is a high chance you'll be captured or even killed. Uchiha Itachi replied, don't worry, I'll be careful. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki is a top priority. Uchiha Obito asked, Itachi, your brother seems to have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, and his strength is also that of an elite ninja. Should we recruit him into the Akatsuki? Uchiha Itachi's eyes grew cold as he said, Obito-senpai, do you think with Sasuke's hatred towards me, knowing that I'm in the Akatsuki, his only thought would be to kill his brother? Uchiha Obito acknowledged, that's true. Only someone like you could think of such a thing that would anger both gods and men. Uchiha Itachi was not influenced by Uchiha Obito and casually said, is there anything else? If not, I'll take my leave. Nagato said, Itachi, be careful. Uchiha Shursui replied, leader, don't worry. However, the Akatsuki organization did not realize that with Itachi's departure this time, they had lost another powerful expert. Months passed, and the 4 great ninja villages were still wary of Konoha. Many things were happening behind the scenes. In this regard, Sarutobi Hiruzen personally approached to clarify the situation, explaining that this was not Konoha's conspiracy, but rather the ambition of the Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's narration, it became apparent that Naruto Uzumaki had plans to unify the ninja world. Naruto did not disappoint him in this regard. The Land of Flame bordered the Land of Fire, and in the bordering area was a peninsula of the Land of Fire. One night, a feudal lord fell into a deep sleep, and the next day when he awoke, he was in tears, belittling himself and lamenting how he had not allowed his villagers to live happy lives. After expressing his feelings, he resolved to lead his people to join the Land of Flame and the Hidden Dragon organization for the happiness of all. In response, Shursui and the others became busy eliminating the class distinctions in the peninsula of the Land of Fire and quickly took control of the peninsula. Of course, this included the Land of Whirlpool. No one could say anything about this, as Naruto Uzumaki's mother was from the Land of Whirlpool, and he was also a member of the Land of Whirlpool, making the occupation of the Land of Whirlpool reasonable. Chapter 67. The 4 great ninja villages gather in Konoha. Naruto's madness has stirred up waves in several major countries, and the 4 great ninja villages seem to see a sword unsheathed. Mizukage Terumi Mei, Kazakage Raza, Reikage A. and Tsuchikage and Noki from the 4 great ninja villages planned to go to Konohagakure to discuss countermeasures with them. Originally, only the Sand Village was going to participate in the Chunin exams in Konoha, but this time, all 5 great ninja villages are heading to Konoha. If this continues, they will be at a disadvantage. Officially, it's the start of the Chunin exams, but in reality, it's a united front against the organization. Therefore, aside from the Sand Village, the other 3 villages only brought 1 person each, and that person is inconsequential. They don't care about winning or losing. They came primarily to discuss strategies and contain the organization. The Sand Village sent a considerable number of people, with the main characters being Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara. Gaara is still the same, a super problematic youth, cold as ice, chilling to the bone. Of course, without Naruto and Konohamaru causing any trouble, there won't be any disputes with the Sand Village. Raza was not killed by Orochimaru and has not become a puppet. This time, he brought Gaara along to show off. As the Sand Village entered Konoha, Terumi Mei followed closely behind. Hearing the commotion, Raza and the others stopped, turned around, and saw it was the people from the Mist Village. Raza said, "So it's the Mizukage who has arrived." Terumi Mei replied, "Kazekage-senpai." In front of Terumi Mei, Raza is indeed a senior. Terumi Mei's gaze swept over Gaara and the others, especially lingering on Gaara. She knows that he is the Jinchuriki of the Sand Village and praised. No wonder he is the child of Kazekage-senpai. His strength is truly formidable. Raza smiled slightly and said, "It's not because of me, it's because the children are working very hard." However, in Gaara's eyes, there was not a trace of warmth. His heart was cold, and he said we should go. The 2 groups walked together towards the Hokage building, and on the way, Raza discussed with Terumi Mei, "Mizukage, you're just a sea apart from the village. Have you sent anyone to the Flame Dragon country to inquire about any news regarding the organization?" Raza asked. Both Gaara and Kankuro perked up their ears. Right now, nothing is more concerning than the organization and Uzumaki Naruto. Terumi Mei replied, "Kazekage-senpai, you think too highly of me. Since I took office, I've been dealing with a village full of wounds. How dare I provoke the organization?" This is indeed true. The 4th Mizukage, Yagura, implemented a cruel regime, persecuting ninjas with bloodline limits, earning the title of Village of the Bloody Mist, leaving the Mist Village in tatters. After the 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei, took office, she changed the policy, turning it into an open village and moving toward the path of rebirth. Under her leadership, the Mist Village has been improving, and one must admit that her decisions are quite wise. Terumi Mei asked, "Is Uzumaki Naruto really that powerful?" Raza replied, "He should be. Without talent, how could he become a vessel?" Terumi Mei also thought of Naruto being the Jinchuriki. She knows how powerful the Nine Tails is. It is indeed the strongest weapon of war. Terumi Mei said, "I just wonder if he has mastered it perfectly." Raza responded, "That is also the purpose of our visit here. If Uzumaki Naruto has fully mastered the power of the Nine Tails, it will be a disaster for everyone." Gaara thought to himself, "Uzumaki Naruto? After the Konoha trip, I will come to find you." Among the 5 Kage, Raza is the weakest in strength. The most scheming is Inoki. The one with the worst temper is A. The most beautiful is Terumi Mei, and the most cunning is Hiruzen Sarutobi. News reached the organization, and Naruto received the information with a slight smile. Shizuka asked, "Lord Dragon King, should we prepare?" Naruto said, "No need." Tsunade replied, "Naruto, this matter is very serious. I hope you think carefully. The people of the Flame Dragon Kingdom are very happy. During this time, I have felt the goodness of the Flame Dragon. This kind of humanity, even if they are enemies, will have their mindset change after spending a long time here." Naruto smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, it's nothing." Orochimaru also smiled faintly and replied, "Lord Dragon King truly has a far-reaching vision. There's indeed no need to worry about the alliance of the 5 great ninja villages." The current Orochimaru had undergone a significant transformation. His dark hair had been dyed a light yellow and was tied up, his snake-like eyes had been altered, and with the addition of some foundation and a change of attire, he was now dressed in a flashy playboy outfit. The sinister and evil Orochimaru was no more. He looked much more handsome and sunny, and with a slight smile, he resembled a cheerful young man. When Orochimaru first appeared in front of Tsunade after his makeover, she did not recognize him and asked, "Naruto, where did you find another expert?" Naruto said, "Tsunade, take a good look." Tsunade examined carefully and exclaimed, "Orochimaru?" Orochimaru helplessly replied, "It's me." Tsunade, in disbelief, said, "How did you end up like this?" Orochimaru explained, "It was the Dragon King." He said he would give me a new appearance, so I became like this. Tsunade turned to Naruto and said, I have to say, brat, your hands are quite dexterous. Orochimaru looks much brighter now. Naruto said, that's right, I need to find him a wife and have a bunch of kids. Orochimaru, seeing that the two were talking nonsense, transformed into a small snake and slipped away. Uchiha Izumi asked why. After all, Lord Dragon King's strength has spread, and your threat is on par with the former Uchiha Madara. The only way to eliminate you is through an alliance. Naruto said, because right now I'm just a threat and haven't truly taken a piece of the cake from others. The only ones we are directly threatening now are the land of fire and the Hidden Leaf Village. The land of wind, the land of lightning, and the land of earth are completely isolated from us by the land of fire, while the land of water faces the sea, which serves as a natural barrier. Uchiha Izumi said, I still don't quite understand. Naruto continued, let's put it this way, whether it's the land of wind or the land of clouds. If they want to attack us, they must pass through the land of fire. If the armies of the three great nations, totaling hundreds of thousands, want to enter the land of fire, do you think the land of fire would agree? Definitely not. If the three nations secretly join forces to divide the rich lands of the land of fire, it will be worth much more than the great potential dragon nation. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. This kind of rival would not be an ally, but a pack of hungry wolves. Tintin said, Brother Naruto, the 5 great hidden villages can unite. If they take action, won't we be in danger? Naruto said, this won't succeed either. In the Great War, who knows how many people will die? If all the spies in the land of fire are dead, how much longer can this country survive? Chapter 68, Generations, Inheritance. Jishuei asked, Dragon King, are we just going to do nothing? Naruto said, what do you mean by doing nothing? Have you all understood the Force? Isn't cultivation a matter? When it comes to understanding the Force, everyone lowered their heads. In nearly 20 days, only one person succeeded, which was unexpected for everyone. This person is none other than Tintin. Tintin's talent is quite average, not too strong, but she combined space ninjutsu with hidden weapons, resulting in tremendous power. Moreover, what she comprehended was not the Force, but the intention of assassination, which can be said to be a leap to success. However, there's one point. Naruto's sword intent boosts the power of the sword technique by about twice, but Tintin's assassination intent only increases it by 50%, which is considered half a times. It's just that her hidden ability is deeper. As she hides, even Shui, who is 3 zhang away, cannot detect her, while before, he could sense her from 10 zhang away. It seems that Tintin was born for assassination. Her combat power has already entered the ranks of elite jonin, and her terror is even more frightening than that of shadow ninjas. While it is easy to dodge a bright arrow, it is difficult to defend against a hidden arrow. One can imagine how terrifying Tintin's deterrent power would be if she were to strike. Orochimaru, Shui, and Tsunade have already touched the threshold, and they're just a step away from comprehending the Force. Naruto said, you all need to improve your strength. I'm going to take a trip to Konoha and take a look. Tsunade said, Naruto, I will go back with you to take a look. Naruto said with a smile, what's wrong, Tsunade? Can't you live without me? Or are you worried about me? Tsunade's anger surged, her cheeks slightly flushed, and she replied irritably, you brat. What are you thinking? Who cares about you? Who's worried about you? Naruto said, that's good, so you definitely can't go to Konoha. You have to understand that you are now a member of the organization, which means you have betrayed Konoha. Even if you're Senju Hashirama's granddaughter, you might still get captured and criticized, and I can't bear to see that happen. Get lost. In front of so many people, being defended by Naruto like this made Tsunade feel even more shy. It must be said that after Tsunade cultivated martial arts and transformed all her chakra into true energy, she appeared even more dazzling, looking nothing like a 50-year-old person, but rather like a 20-year-old girl, just overly nourished and too mature. Orochimaru said, Dragon King, how about I go with you? I'm very familiar with Konoha and know many hidden excellent places. Naruto said, no need, you all just focus on your training. How can a little Konoha do anything to me? This time, I'm going to see an old friend and naturally see if I can persuade, recruit a few partners to join the Flame Dragon. From what I hear, it seems that Terumi Mei is a very capable person, so let us see if we can bring her over. Orochimaru replied, she indeed has great skills and strong power. After she took the stage, she issued a series of orders that turned around the declining trend of the Mist Village. If she can join the Hidden Dragon, our strength will greatly increase. But of course, it would be a significant blow to the Mist Village. Tsunade added with a hum, she is also a beautiful woman. Naruto nodded and said, yes. I've heard of her. She has emerald green eyes, long brown curly hair, and her right eye is covered by her hair. It's said that she's so beautiful that she hides it. She's gentle in nature and always has a smile on her face. The most important thing is that she's only 31 years old. Tsunade, you brat, are you done yet? Naruto said, but no matter how beautiful she is, she can't compare to our Tsunade. Our Tsunade is the most beautiful in the world. This was a nice compliment, and Tsunade loved to hear it. However, she remembered the first time she met Naruto and what he had said, which made her blush even more. She shot a fierce glare at Naruto, but said nothing. Tenten looked at Naruto helplessly and thought, Naruto, you always like to argue with Lady Tsunade. It seemed that whenever Naruto and Tsunade met, they would inevitably end up in a quarrel. But Tenten was too innocent to see Naruto's flirtatious intentions. Naruto remembered something. Here, the issue of lineage was important. They needed to preserve the legacy of their ancestors, ensuring that their heritage left a mark in this world. Naruto said, Sure Sway, I've noticed that the generations in your family are a bit mixed up. This left Sure Sway a bit confused, and he replied, Dragon King, please clarify. Naruto said, Let me tell you a story, and you will understand. Once upon a time, there was a small mountain town with two brothers. The elder brother was honest and simple-minded, not very adaptable, only focused on working hard, a true farmer. The younger brother was different, eloquent, and educated, with many clever ideas. In order to see the wider world, he left the mountain town, and this trip lasted more than 60 years. The elder brother stayed in the countryside, married a wife, and had a beautiful child. When the child grew up, he also did not leave the mountains, married, and had a child. This child grew up with ambitious dreams, so he also left the mountains to strive outside. 3 years later, this 21-year-old young man brought a girl home, his beloved, and soon they started planning their wedding. However, on the day they were preparing for the wedding, an old man arrived who was none other than the younger brother who had ventured out 60 years ago. He had his own belief. Without establishing a career, one should not start a family. Because of this belief, he did not start a family until he was in his 40s, and after starting a family, he had a daughter who was the bride. Tsunade said, No, this cannot be. Naruto said, This really can't be. It's against the laws of nature for an aunt and her nephew, although they share the same surname. Their experiences and regions are different, which has led to such a tragedy. Jisue asked, Dragon King, do you have a solution? Naruto said, Yes. We can establish a family tree, with each generation incorporating one character from their order into their names, which will help distinguish them. For example, we can create a family tree, spring and autumn prosperity, national peace, and people as safety. Your son can be named Uchiha Haruho, your grandson can be named Uchiha Akiyuki, and your great-grandson can be named Uchiha T. This way, the family hierarchy will remain clear, and as long as we remember the genealogy, such tragedies won't occur. Of course, if the surname is too long and hard to remember, you can change it to surnames like Zhou, Hu, Zheng, Wang, Zhao, Qian, Sun, Li, and so on. This will allow the family culture to be passed down through generations, clearly recording the historical progress of the family. At this point, Naruto thought to himself, moreover, developing side families in the two-dimensional world might just be my thing. Shursui was the first person to be persuaded by Naruto. He nodded in agreement and said, Yes, thank you, Dragon King. Chapter 69 Ideal Nation with Shursui and others promotion. Naruto's prestige in the Flame Dragon Kingdom was very high, and his theory received widespread recognition. Family trees were established one after another, especially for the Uchiha clan, where tracing back generations took 3 days to finally clarify all the relationships. In Flame Dragon City, family surnames were established one after another, especially Naruto's Freizhou, Zhengwang, Zhao, Qian, Sun. Li became several major surnames. One day, Tsunade found Naruto. Everything in the Flame Dragon Kingdom was in her sight, and she asked, Naruto, what exactly do you want to do? Naruto was confused and asked, What do you mean? Tsunade replied, Changing surnames, isn't that a bit childish? As she spoke, she threw a punch at Naruto. This was no longer just simple brute strength. It was a more powerful dragon punch. Faced with this immense power, Naruto didn't clash with her directly to avoid hurting Tsunade. Instead, he used the power of Tai Chi to deflect her punch, placing a hand on Tsunade's shoulder to calm her down as she sat down. This little pervert is really too strong, Tsunade thought to herself. If it were this punch, even the current Orochimaru would have to be very careful in facing it. Yet in Naruto's hands, it felt like a child throwing a punch at an adult. Naruto smiled and said, I remember there are many families in the ninja world, and their origins are quite peculiar. The child takes the surname of wherever they were conceived. So it must be Watanabe, Matsushita, Suzuki, Inoue, Fujiwara, and so on. Speaking of Inoue, Tsunade, what do you think of my suggestion? Tsunade listened, feeling that it wasn't quite right, and glared at Naruto with a fiery anger. Naruto quickly changed his words. Naruto was a bit intoxicated, gently stroking with his small hands. Ah, this texture, I could live 3 years less for it. The only downside was that his hands were too short. He wished he could stretch them like they weighed 1,000 pounds. Tsunade, this is indeed very nice. Naruto said, isn't that enough? Our school system also needs to be changed. A warrior not only needs to cultivate, but also needs to understand more principles. We can't directly deny those who can't cultivate. Medicine, water management, agriculture, industry, and so on all require highly intelligent and educated individuals. Naruto quickly popularized 9 years of compulsory education and, along with the university system, aimed to transform the people of the Flame Dragon Kingdom into highly cultured individuals. Naruto said fiercely in his heart, children of the land of flames, tremble. 10 sets of workbooks every semester, 3 sets of mock exams every holiday. Who told you I'm your Dragon King? Hearing Naruto's theory, Tsunade's eyes lit up. Everyone is equal. Everyone can learn. This is the ideal nation. In the face of such a nation, the land of fire, the land of wind, and other countries are simply an insult to it. Just as Tsunade was about to express her feelings, she sensed something was off. She slightly tilted her head to the right and saw a small hand stretching out, trying hard to straighten its fingers and rubbing slightly. Tsunade's anger instantly flared up. Her face flushed, and a fierce light appeared in her eyes as she said, Brat, how does it feel? Naruto was immersed in it, nodding and saying, very nice. Tsunade naturally wouldn't know what nice meant, but she knew that this little pervert was enjoying himself at that moment. Furious, she said, you little pervert, you're going too far. And with that, she was about to give Naruto an elbow strike. Naruto pressed his palm against Tsunade's elbow, using that force to move away, and said, nice means beautiful. Tsunade, filled with anger, retorted, you little brat, take this. Dragon Roar. This was the first move of the Dragon Fist. When executed, it was accompanied by a powerful explosive sound. The louder the sound, the stronger the punch, and the greater the power. The noise was so loud that the nearby leaves were torn apart by the sound. Naruto clenched his fist tightly, matching punches with his opponent, both unleashing a dragon roar. However, Naruto's burst of sound was slightly more powerful. With a bang, the force of the punch surged, and the area within 10 feet was overturned. Naruto stepped back 3 zhang, while Tsunade stepped back 7 zhang. Naruto still had the upper hand. Naruto said, I can unleash 50% of the Dragon Roar's power now. Not bad, Tsunade. You truly are the princess of the Senju clan. If you can make me retreat 10 zhang, I'll wash your underwear. Tsunade's face turned an unnatural shade of red. Her chakra surged, and a dragon head appeared on her fist, covering it. She shouted, Dragon Fall, and her whole body descended like a massive meteor, crashing toward Naruto. Naruto naturally countered with Dragon Fall again, this time using 80% of his strength. Tsunade's punch was 30% stronger than before, and 70% was already unable to withstand Tsunade. This time, Tsunade retreated 7 zhang, while Naruto retreated 9 zhang. He wiped the sweat from his brow and said, so close, just a little bit more and I would have been 10 zhang away. Tsunade replied, get lost. Naruto said, don't worry, Tsunade, my hands may be small, but they're very clean. In Tsunade's dantian, true energy surged like a tide, and a feint appeared around her. Naruto knew that this was the ultimate move of the Dragon Fist, Dragon's Fury. In response, Naruto relaxed his fist and chose not to confront it with his own. Seeing Tsunade's state, he realized that she couldn't control this power for the time being. If he were to clash with his fist, the immense force would surely tear Tsunade's clothes apart, leaving her completely exposed. While he would be very happy about that, unfortunately, his body was still too small. Naruto caught Tsunade's Dragon Fury with the Tai Chi Cloud hands, and then used Tai Chi left and right rolling arms to slowly dissipate the power of Tsunade's Dragon Fury. Tsunade was astonished and said, what kind of boxing technique is this? Her powerful punch seemed to dissipate into nothing during such a movement. Naruto said, Tai Chi. Tsunade said, can I practice? Naruto, no, you're just a violent monster, unable to achieve a calm mind, unfazed by the collapse of the sky. And hard to comprehend the meaning of the fist, in Tai Chi, he knows that this woman's anger can easily ignite a mountain. Tsunade said, what a pity. Naruto said, you can't master Dragon Rage yet, so don't use it lightly. Tsunade asked, why? Naruto said, "Look at your clothes." Tsunade checked her clothes and noticed that there were quite a few tears, with her skin faintly visible underneath. Naruto continued, "If you want to use it in the future, let's do it separately." As he spoke, he gave Tsunade a glance. Tsunade replied, "Get lost." She had already lost count of how many times she had blushed in front of Naruto. Naruto, "All right, I'm leaving now." Tsunade said, "When are you going to Konoha?" Naruto said, "We'll be setting off soon. We've delayed for 3 days, and the timing is just right. Let's go see how Sarutobi Hiruzen makes his choice." Tsunade replied, "Are you going to take action?" Naruto said, "That's a good question. If it weren't for me, he would have been dead long ago." Orochimaru once plotted the destruction of Konoha, and his target was Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tsunade replied, "The Orochimaru of the past couldn't kill him." Naruto, "I know this. But Orochimaru can use the Earth Release rebirth technique to bring your grandfather back. Although his strength is far inferior, it would still be enough to take down Sarutobi Hiruzen." Tsunade's expression darkened. The fact that he could use Earth Release rebirth meant that her grandfather's corpse had already been disturbed. Naruto said again, "As for your grandfather's corpse, how should I put it? A long time ago, Danzo experimented with Orochimaru. If you have a grudge, you can temporarily spare this little snake and go after Danzo." Tsunade didn't want to continue on this topic, saying, "How did you break through the Force Realm before?" Chapter 70, Shikamaru and his wife's duel. Just a little bit more, Tsunade was not someone who could calm down easily. She had a sense of force, but she was still a bit short of stepping into it. Naruto said, "1,000 words are not as good as genuine feelings. There's no need to resist, just feel with your heart." Naruto leaped into the air, transforming into a giant dragon. Tsunade felt it clearly. She knew this was Dragon's fury. Immediately, a powerful aura enveloped Naruto, as if a meteor was descending. Tsunade, burdened with hundreds of thousands of pounds, could hardly move. In that moment, she felt it distinctly, the immense force, the heaviness, as if there were thousands of obstacles. Yet they could not withstand this power. Naruto saw Tsunade's pale face and withdrew his power. Tsunade spat out a mouthful of blood, having sustained serious injuries. Naruto landed behind her, his true energy entering through the trembling point to heal Tsunade's internal injuries. After a while, Naruto withdrew his hand, and Tsunade's complexion improved significantly. She smiled and said, "Thank you." Naruto said, "What are you talking about? Who are we to each other?" Tsunade ignored Naruto's words and asked, "Little pervert, how did you come to understand power and momentum as well?" Naruto smiled and said, "Of course it's because of you. Seeing you so troubled, I can only sacrifice a bit more so that you can catch up." Tsunade's cheeks flushed, and she angrily replied, "Speak properly." Naruto said, "Embracing one side to protect the world. As it is said, one law connects to all laws. My swordsmanship has long transcended the ordinary. So what's strange about understanding force and momentum?" Tsunade replied, "If you fight with all your strength, can I last for 1 round?" Naruto said, "It's hard to say. There are only cows that die from exhaustion, not fields that are overworked." Tsunade clenched her fists again and turned her head. It's just a pity. Naruto had already taken off on his sword, heading in the direction of leaving Flame Dragon City. Tsunade began to worry in her heart. "Damn, brat, take care of yourself. You are the light of Flame Dragon." Naruto flies through the sky with his sword, traveling 10 miles in no time. This Naruto universe is a 2-dimensional world, with a geography that is much larger, more than 100 times bigger than the small island of the land of the rising sun. Thinking of this, Naruto wonders if the author Masashi Kishimoto based his writing on the geographical location of the Dragon Kingdom. The territory of the land of the rising sun, even away from the Pacific Ocean, could wash it away. Yet it has become the center of the ninja world. It's simply ridiculous. In just a short while, Naruto reaches Konoha. With his speed and flying high in the sky, even the god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju, wouldn't be able to spot him. Naruto first knocked out a guard from the Nara family. He couldn't use transformation jutsu, but he had a disguise technique, an ancestral skill that was much more practical than transformation jutsu. As long as he played the role well, there was no way to expose himself. Transformation jutsu was different. Once the chakra was depleted, he would reveal his true form. After sneaking into the exam venue, Naruto looked around and said, "Only Sunagakure is so eager to show off." With 3 elites present, with his perception, he naturally took in everyone at the venue. The other 3 villages sent people of mediocre talent who had long been eliminated. Only those from Sunagakure seemed determined to secure the first place. Naruto said, "If Shikamaru, CHG, and Sakura don't step in, Konoha's reputation will really be ruined. Daily, Sasuke, and Neji have left, and there's really no one to save the situation." Hinata is currently training in secret and hasn't appeared. Lee counts as one, but he can't handle Gaara, the Jinchuriki. The next match is Temari from Sunigakure versus Nara Shikamaru. Naruto, who was originally heading towards Shikamaru, almost slipped and fell upon hearing this voice. This hasn't changed. What a pity. It seems I've missed quite a bit. Temari's entrance is naturally flashy, with a fan swirling. She steps on the fan and descends onto the arena. She really wants to put on a good performance and defeat her opponent. If it were the original Shikamaru, it would be evenly matched, but the current Shikamaru could easily pin her down and rub her face in the ground. Naruto thought to himself, Shikamaru, this is your future wife. I wonder how you will choose? Shikamaru yawned, looking as if he hadn't woken up, and said, this is really boring, so I'll just. A voice rang in his ears. Hurry down, this is your future wife. It was a long-lost voice. Shikamaru's eyes lit up with joy, having not stood firm. He naturally fell down the stage under Naruto's careful arrangement. During his descent, he saw Naruto, disguised as a servant, giving him a faint smile. Bang! Unsurprisingly, Shikamaru was thrown onto his back. Since nothing had changed here, let us keep the original story intact. Unlike in the original story, where he lay there pondering, Shikamaru flipped over, looked at Naruto, and smiled. Shikamaru, believe me, this really is your future wife. I'm tying the red thread for you. Naruto's voice rang in Shikamaru's ears, causing him to furrow his brows. He turned to look at Temari, whose fighting spirit was so intense that her eyelids drooped slightly, revealing her white eyes. He thought to himself, she's so fierce, this is troublesome. Forget it, since we're down here, we might as well have a match, but only at the Ch-Nin level. Shikamaru's current combat power was not inferior to many elite J-Nin. Temari said, what are you looking at? Do you still want to fight? What? Are you going to admit defeat too? Coward. Shikamaru was directly immune to such words. Compared to the suffering Naruto endured, this was nothing. However, since Konoha had already lost one match earlier, losing again now would indeed be embarrassing. But if they won, there would still be more to continue, which was really troublesome. Naruto was also curiously watching how Shikamaru would choose, wondering if it would be like in the original story, where a fight would win him a wife. Temari didn't wait for Shikamaru to speak and directly moved forward, launching a powerful attack with her fan. A cloud of dust rose, and Shikamaru had already disappeared into the forest of the arena. His movement was swift and unexpected. Naruto saw this and immediately understood what this guy was trying to do. With his displayed strength, a second-tier warrior, there was nothing much to expect from him. His gaze fell on a high platform on the Five Shadows. Chapter 71, Gaara. His eyes landed on Inoki, and he thought to himself, so, this is Inoki? This old man is quite scheming. Even the Akatsuki organization has been tricked by him. However, having encountered this king, I could even trick his granddaughter. Then Naruto shook his head and said, forget it. His granddaughter is average-looking, and her name isn't pleasant either, so never mind. As for the two, the Wind Shadow Raza and the Lightning Shadow, Naruto automatically skipped over them. In his view, these two had nothing remarkable about them. If anything, one was uglier than the other. Wow, so this is Tsunade? She really doesn't look that good, does she? Her appearance is similar to Tsunade's, but her chest muscles are quite lacking compared to Tsunade's. If one eye ISN, good for seeing the road. If we meet again in the future, I can help you fix your hair. Seeing Tsunade, Naruto stroked his chin and examined her. Originally, Shikamaru could have easily won, but this guy made himself look quite embarrassed. He barely managed to control Temari and then surrendered. The trick was played out clearly. Did he win? He already surrendered. So he didn't win. He didn't win, but his opponent was already under his control, and he decided the outcome. He had already won. Reluctantly, the teacher had to announce that Temari had won. Shikamaru then looked towards Naruto's position and found that Naruto was no longer there. He searched the stage for a long time, but couldn't find him. If someone were to look at the venue from a god's perspective, they would definitely spot two familiar faces, but this guessing game was better left alone. No one would care to look. Little guy trying to find me? Not a chance. Naruto said. If things got too close, it would attract the attention of that old guy, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He wasn't afraid, but he didn't want to cause such trouble. Choji asked, Shikamaru, what are you looking for? Shikamaru replied, a familiar servant. Ino Yamanaka asked, Shikamaru, you could have won. Why didn't you? Choji answered for Shikamaru. He likes peace and quiet, likes to sleep, and enjoys a leisurely life. He doesn't want to waste time on these boring matters, so he surrendered. Ino Yamanaka, Next match, Rock Lee from Konoha versus Gaara. Naruto said, is it now Gaara instead of Sasuke? But it seems like the two of them were destined to have a fight in the end, just a bit earlier. As the referee's hand began to drop, Rock Lee started to move. Gaara stood coldly with his arms crossed, his eyes filled with a chilling aura, like the coldness of a frigid pool. Around him, sand swirled, and every attack from Rock Lee was blocked by his sand. After a series of unsuccessful attacks, Rock Lee had no choice but to retreat and change his attacking style. Naruto's gaze fell on my guy and said, "If we're talking about the biggest dark horse, this one is it. That kick just now. Guy, if you had a few more lives, I would really like to see your dragon kick." However, Naruto's chances of retreating might be greater, unless he breaks through to the 7th layer of the Hunyuan body refinement realm to suppress Might Guy. Rock Lee indeed changed his attack route, but under Gaara's absolute defense, he still returned empty-handed. What a pity, what a pity. Naruto shook his head. Lee Rock's attacks were swift and his speed was impressive, but his strength was lacking. If he were to make a move, a single slap could send him flying, even out of Konoha. Is this it? Gaara said coldly. In this way, it's quite similar to how Sasuke tries to act cool. If there is a difference, it's that Sasuke is a bit cooler. Naruto recalled Gaara's experiences and couldn't help but feel some sympathy for this guy becoming like this. Even in the original story, Naruto was luckier than Gaara. Both of them had lonely childhoods, being abandoned and ridiculed, not accepted by others, and in the eyes of the public, they were both seen as representatives of monsters. However, Naruto had several people who cared for him, such as Hinata, Kakashi, Iruka, and others, including Hiruzen Sarutobi. Although this old man indeed had his own motives, he truly illuminated Naruto's lonely heart. In contrast, Gaara had nothing except for his uncle, who ultimately deceived Gaara to carry out mission. His childhood was devoid of laughter and joy. All he had was emotional pain and confusion about his existence. If we're to talk about it, Raza is the real villain, and so is Orochimaru. Why didn't they deal with this guy? What a miscalculation. Naruto lamented. If we say Gaara became like this, Raza bears 70% of the responsibility. Raza is similar to Hiruzen Sarutobi, but he lacks the patience and foresight that Hiruzen has. To observe whether Gaara could control his emotions and the Shikaku, he sent Gaara's uncle, Yashimaru, to assassinate Gaara and deceive Gaara into taking care of him for so many years, never truly loving Gaara. His purpose in doing this was merely for revenge, to avenge his sister. He even claimed that Gaara's mother hated him, thereby destroying Gaara's love and longing for his mother, which indeed drove Gaara into madness. Gaara's killing intent surged, and how could Yashimaru strike at his sister as child? He died at Gaara's hands. When Gaara discovered that it was his uncle who had come to assassinate him, he couldn't control the emotions in his heart, feeling extreme sadness and pain. Naturally, Shikaku caused chaos, losing control, but was suppressed by Raza. However, in Raza's eyes, Gaara was already a failure, and he continuously sent assassins to kill Gaara, making Gaara even more lonely, bloodthirsty, and world-weary, turning him into a person without emotions. In the midst of slaughter, he seemed to find a sense of solace, becoming even more cold-blooded. "We are both lost souls in this world, Gaara, come my bowl." Gaara raised his head and said, "The blood is still not enough. The blood is still not enough." He took the initiative to attack, and the sand in the gourd on his back surged towards Rock Lee. At that moment, the battle had officially begun. Rock Lee attempted to leap into the air, but was entangled by the sand, violently thrown away, crashing against the wall before falling down. Naruto, the chakra with willpower is too weak, unfortunately. Naruto wasn't surprised that chakra could carry consciousness. After all, soul power can exist independently, so it's reasonable for some consciousness to attach to chakra. Moreover, with the 9 tails inside him, that tailed beast has its own subjective awareness. Of course, if it were any stronger, it would be a tailed beast. At this moment, no one believed in Rock Lee. Gaara, up to now, hadn't even made a real move. Yet he had already left Rock Lee with no room for error. If Gaara were to act, the outcome would be decided. However, when the restraints on Rock Lee's feet were removed and he landed heavily on the ground, everyone was stunned. With so much weight binding him, he still had such speed. What was his true strength? The crowd couldn't help but feel excited. Chapter 72, Visiting Hinata. In the ensuing battle, Rock Lee paid a heavy price. He suffered multiple shattering bone fractures and was severely injured. Moreover, he was still in his developmental stage, and such injuries could impact his growth. If Might Guy hadn't appeared to save him, Rock Lee would have already fallen at Gaara's hands. Naruto looked at the heartbroken Might Guy and said to himself, "Guy, come join me. I have what you seek, and only I can take you to the peak of physical training." In the audience, many people who originally looked down on Rock Lee were now wide-eyed. realizing that this seemingly neurotic person was actually so strong. Naruto glanced at the 5 Kages on the high platform. At that moment, the 5 of them showed little expression, as if they were merely watching children play. Shaking his head, he left the venue, having no expectations for how Sarutobi Hiruzen would choose. Upon arriving in Konoha, how could he not visit little Hinata? Now, Hinata was the little princess of the Hyuga clan, more important than anything else. Every day, several jonin guarded her courtyard, including the elite jonin Hyuga Hizashi. Hinata had now opened 2 of her chakra pathways, stepping into a later stage of strength, capable of fighting against the elite jonin of her clan. Naruto appeared silently behind Hinata's father and said, "Hinata-senpai, where did you learn this hobby of peeking at your daughter?" Hinata Hayashi heard the words and turned around. Seeing Naruto's face, he let out a sigh of relief, thinking that with such strength, he was glad he wasn't an enemy. He said, "How did you come to Konoha?" Naruto took a sip of water and said, "I miss my wife, so I came to visit. Since we won't become enemies with the Hyuga family anyway, it's fine to be a bit cheeky." Hinata Hizashi's expression darkened as he said, "My daughter doesn't like you anymore." Naruto said with a smile, "Hinata-senpai, how about we make a bet? You say if I kidnap little Hinata, will she follow me?" Hinata Hizashi replied, "I'll fight you to the death." Naruto said, "You can't beat me either." Hinata. Naruto said, "Don't feel bad. I'm going to see Hinata and then head to the Hokage building to listen to what those guys are up to. Although I don't really care, since I'm here, I might as well hear them out." Hyuga Hizashi replied, "Aren't you afraid of the alliance of the 5 great ninja villages? You should know that this time it's officially the Chunin exams, but the main purpose is to deal with you. You really have some guts to seize the land of Fire Peninsula." Naruto said, "Let me put it this way. If your brother were here, he would ally with outsiders, lead a group of people to depose you, and then leave a bunch of bandits behind." Hinata Hizashi naturally understood Naruto's meaning and said, "You little guy, it's hard to imagine you are only 13. Naruto, of course, otherwise how could I become your son-in-law in the future?" Hinata Hizashi, you can get lost. Naruto went to find Hinata, and Hinata Hizashi had withdrawn the people. At this moment, Hinata was practicing Tai Chi, and there was a faint aura accompanying her, indicating that she was about to comprehend the punch momentum. Naruto said, "This girl is quite impressive. Her comprehension is not simple at all. She's actually on the verge of a breakthrough." Naruto did not interrupt Hinata's training. He simply watched her practice. Knowing that she was tired, he waited until she stopped before speaking. "Hey, little girl, you really are serious about this?" Hinata's body trembled at the familiar voice, and she suddenly turned around. When she saw Naruto's face, the longing in her heart transformed into motivation, and she buried herself in Naruto's embrace. She whispered, "Naruto-kun, I miss you so much." She thought about him every day, every moment, and in order to see Naruto, she turned her longing into motivation, training without wasting a single moment. Naruto gently stroked her hair and said, "I miss you too, Hinata. That's why I came to see you." Hearing this, Hinata felt a sweetness in her heart. She was content to be thought of by Naruto-kun. Hinata asked, "Naruto-kun, do you go to Flame Dragon City to look for me every day?" Naruto said yes. Hinata gently said, "Every day is so happy." Naruto said, "Really? I just proposed to Hinata-senpai." Ah. Hinata raised her head, her cheeks already flushed, and then she collapsed, fainting directly. Naruto carried Hinata into the bedroom, channeling his true energy. Before long, she awakened. "Naruto-kun," she called softly, her face resembling a fiery sunset, adorably red. In her voice, there was a deep affection for Naruto. Naruto said, "Hinata, but as I delve deeper into Tai Chi, I faintly feel the desire to break through a certain boundary." Hinata replied, "Yes, but I'm very dull and can't grasp it, so I can't break through." Naruto gently tapped Hinata's nose and said, "My little Hinata is not foolish. She's very smart and figured it out on her own." Then Naruto explained force, intent, and ultimate technique, providing several examples to give Hinata a clear understanding of force. In the end, Hinata asked Naruto-kun, who among them has understood it. She didn't want to fall behind, especially not behind Naruto-kun. Naruto said, "When I left, I was all alone every day, and now Tsunade should have made a breakthrough." Hinata said, "Oh." She clenched her little fist a few more times, wanting to speed up her training progress. In Naruto's perception, Hyuga Neji walked over angrily. "Hinata, I have to go. Your old father has arrived, and we've been chatting for so long that it feels like children are about to be born over there." Upon hearing this, Hinata's face naturally turned bright red, and she shyly said, Naruto-kun, you're a bad person. It sounded like she was being playful. Naruto gently stroked Hinata's cheek and said, I'm leaving now, but I'll come to see you next time. Hearing that Naruto was really going to leave, Hinata naturally felt reluctant, but there was nothing she could do at the moment, so she could only say, Naruto-kun, I'll wait for you. Naruto smiled slightly, quickly exited the room, and left the Hyuga family without a sound. Hayashi Hyuga angrily opened the door, but upon not finding Naruto, he turned to his daughter and asked in confusion, Hinata, where's that little brat? Hinata, feeling helpless, replied, Naruto-kun has left. Hayashi said angrily, that kid, lucky he ran fast, otherwise I would make him pay. Hinata replied, Father, you can't beat Naruto-kun. Hayashi said, I'm his father-in-law. He wouldn't dare to make a move. If Naruto heard this, he would surely nod in agreement. This old father-in-law is quite wise. Hinata felt embarrassed again and said, Father, I'm not talking to you anymore. She then ran out of her room. Hayashi shook his head. A grown daughter can't be kept at home. Chapter 73. Jiraiya, in despair, Naruto transformed into a passerby, walking recklessly down the street. Passing by Sakura Haruno's house, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen her at the venue, feeling a bit puzzled. With her strength and temperament, she should have shown up, but it seemed she didn't participate in the Chunin exam. The bear-killing fist consists of 7 moves, each containing immense power. Sakura can currently unleash 100 of her strength in the first 4 moves, but for the last 3 moves, she still needs to thoroughly comprehend and practice them to fully harness their power. Naruto had been watching from the wall for a while, and when Sakura Haruno stopped to wipe the sweat off her brow, he finally spoke. Not bad. You're at the peak of Jonin. Sakura was now at the peak of the first rank. As long as she opened any one of the 8 gates, she could step into the realm of acquired strength. Sakura, feeling vigilant, turned around and saw Naruto on the wall. She then exclaimed with joy, Naruto! Although Naruto's face had changed, his figure had transformed, and his eyes looked different, his gaze remained the same. She recognized him at a glance. Only Naruto would have such a look in his eyes. Naruto jumped down from the wall and landed in the garden, smiling as he said, Sakura, long time no see. Sakura's cheeks turned slightly red as she softly replied, Naruto, long time no see. She really wanted to rush over and give Naruto a hug, but she held herself back. Does Haruno Sakura miss Naruto? Of course. She has thought about leaving Konoha several times to find Naruto, but this is her home, and leaving would mean giving up her parents, which she cannot do. She doesn't have the kind of decisiveness every day like that, nor the pure heartedness of Hinata. So she still cannot stand by Naruto's side. Naruto asked, why didn't you participate in the Chunin exam? With your strength, it should be easy for you to get promoted. Sakura replied, it's not necessary anymore. Whether I participate or not is no longer important. In the past, she would have been happy to become a Chunin, but now, she felt content just quietly training without being disturbed. Naruto said, this is a good thing, so that Danzo won't be thinking about us. Sakura recalled the meeting of the 5 Kages, and that they were coming for Naruto, and couldn't help but change her expression, saying, Naruto, you should hurry and leave. The 5 Kages. Naruto interrupted, it's just the 5 Kages, no need to take it to heart. They can't unite. Sarutobi Hiruzen isn't that foolish. I'm just here to see what choice you will make. By the way, both Sasuke and I are gone, and you've become Kakashi's only student. Has he taught you anything? Sakura replied, oh, he has taught me, but it hasn't been of much use to me. I still prefer martial arts. Naruto nodded, yeah, insightful. Sakura suddenly remembered something, and her expression became somewhat gloomy. She asked, Naruto, will you go to war with Konoha? She really didn't want that. She didn't want Naruto to go to war with Konoha. After all, this was her home, where she had lived for over 10 years. It would be a lie to say she didn't like it, but she naturally couldn't stand against Naruto. So she felt very conflicted inside. Naruto said, oh, about that. It won't happen in the short term, but it depends on Hiruzen Sarutobi. If he insists on going to war, I will satisfy him. But you can rest assured, it won't involve innocent civilians. Although the villagers of Konoha are not lovable, it's still not something I can bring myself to do. Sakura said, thank you. Suddenly, Naruto asked, Sakura, if I were to go against Konoha, what would you choose? Sakura pondered for a moment before replying, I would leave Konoha. Naruto was somewhat surprised by this answer. It didn't seem like a choice Sakura would make. Now I wanted to continue on that topic. Sakura said, Naruto, will you be here for a few days? Can I come and find you? Naruto said, oh, I won't stay for long. If you need me, just let it be. I'm going to the Hokage building to eavesdrop on a few people. You won't be able to find me. You've already gained quite a bit of insight into the bear-killing fist. It's time for you to know some things. After spending some time explaining the will of martial arts, whether she could comprehend momentum would depend on her own understanding. Looking at the empty courtyard, Sakura Haruno showed a hint of melancholy. They could never go back to those days. Training together, catching fish and shrimp by the river. After leaving the Haruno household, Naruto thought for a moment and decided to go to the Nara family to look for Shikamaru. However, he was drawn away again before he could even reach halfway. The person was none other than Jiraiya. In Naruto, the legendary Jiraiya is someone Naruto particularly admires. But now, he looked quite dispirited. His clothes hadn't been washed in a long time, his hair was messy, and he was drunk to the point of oblivion, as if he had suffered some kind of blow. Naruto thought to himself, no way, this hero has actually fallen into such despair. It's hard to understand. In his perception, this person has always been an optimist. Nothing could bring him down. Even in the face of death, he could confront it calmly. What on earth could have caused this big shot to be in such a state of despondency? Naruto thought for a moment, then quietly stepped back. After a while, 7 or 8 slender girls came over, dressed provocatively, with delicate skin that clearly indicated they were well off. Their talents could make even a ghost work. And in this two-dimensional world, it was no different. At first, the girls firmly refused and even expressed their anger towards Naruto. But when he suddenly threw out a large sum of money, their eyes were instantly captivated by the cash, their pupils turning into symbols of banknotes. One by one, they meticulously prepared themselves, determined to give it their all this time to earn a substantial reward. The girls entered Jiraiya's room, opened the door, and without hesitation, rushed in, sweetly saying, "Ah, handsome guy, you smell so good." One girl even pecked Jiraiya's face. Naruto nodded. "Indeed, it smells. This guy hasn't bathed for 10 days or half a month. How could there be no smell?" Jiraiya was a bit confused, wondering how there were so many beautiful women, not only throwing themselves at him, but also surrounding him on both sides. No matter who it was that came over, he immediately blushed with a shy red hue on his big face, instantly coming back to life, letting himself go in the midst of the enticing scene. Naruto was stunned. He was revived just like that. Then he gave a thumbs up and said, "Damn, you really are a talent." Naruto walked in, using his chakra to pull the wine jug in front of Jiraiya over to him. He gulped down a few mouthfuls and then said, "I originally thought you had fallen into despair, but I didn't expect you to be so rejuvenated. Go on, keep going. I've seen performances from you excellent actors before, and although I occasionally act too, I'm a gentleman. I haven't seen a live broadcast like this before." Jiraiya couldn't understand what Naruto was saying and replied, "So it's you." He told the several girls, "You all go out first. We'll continue later." "I'm sorry, the boss is Naruto." But the girls wouldn't listen to him, and all looked at Naruto. Naruto waved his hand, and a pile of silver coins appeared, saying, "You can take it and split it." Chapter 74, Jiraiya's heart cools. A few girls grabbed the money and happily left the room. "Jiraiya, you've spent too much." He recognized Naruto. This aura belonged only to Naruto. Naruto said, "It's a small matter. If you ever go to my flame dragon country and get discovered, I'll break your legs, all 3 of them." "Jiraiya," Naruto asked Jiraiya-sensei, "seeing you so downcast like this is a bit out of character for you. What's wrong? Did the woman you love reject you?" Jiraiya replied, "The girl I love. I confessed to her 1,000 times and was rejected 1,000 times." Naruto said, "Tsunade is indeed very charming." Jiraiya replied, "Tsunade has a sparkle in her eyes now. She has the motivation to live." Naruto said, "In my land of fire, there will naturally be light to guide us." Jiraiya, "You don't understand." Naruto, "Damn it. I lived for over 30 years in my past life, and I've also spent 10 years in this life. It seems like that's still more than 10 years short." "Huh?" Jiraiya replied, "Forget about that. How did you come to Konoha? Aren't you afraid of being trapped by the Alliance? You should know there are 5 Kage-level ninjas here." Naruto said nonchalantly, "Should I summon your 2 toads and let them perform sage jutsu? Then have Sarutobi Hiruzen use the dead demon consuming seal to see if we can keep this king?" Jiraiya looked at Naruto and said, "You know quite a lot, don't you? Very few people know how to perform sage jutsu. How does Naruto know about this?" Naruto said, "Of course, I've read the script." Jiraiya asked in confusion, "Script? What do you mean?" "Naruto, it doesn't matter, let's talk about you. Why have you become like this? Should I say that I'm from another world, and you are just characters in an anime? Would you believe it if I said it?" Jiraiya was silent for a while before he said, "I'm just a bit disappointed." Naruto said, "Are you a bit disappointed? I see that you're not just a bit disappointed, but utterly disheartened. Otherwise, how could the great Jiraiya end up like this?" Jiraiya shook his head, and asked in a somewhat low voice, "Naruto, Do you know who resurrected the gold and silver brothers? Naruto said, This is nature. Jiraiya exclaimed, You really know? Naruto said, Using the process of elimination. Who else could it be? The technique comes from Konoha, and besides your old man, who else could it be? As for Danzo, with him in this state, can he really control anything? Jiraiya's body trembled, and he said, If even you can figure out, what about others? It's really confusing. Truly confusing. Naruto said, I know, but others may not necessarily know. After all, this ninjutsu is top secret, created by Senju Tobirama, and was immediately sealed away. There really aren't many who have seen it, and even fewer who know about it. By the way, you're not feeling down because of this, are you? Jiraiya gave Naruto a look, as if to say, Look at you, so capable. Naruto, wow, really? You can't handle this? Do you believe that even crazier things will happen in the future? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow and asked, What do you mean by that? Naruto asked, How is the strength of Konoha now? Jiraiya replied, If the Uchiha clan were still around, they would naturally be the strongest. Now, who would dare to claim the top spot in front of the Land of Flames? This he had to admit, the current Flame Dragon City has the strongest combat power. None of the 5 great shinobi villages can compare. Just Tsunade and Orochimaru alone make many ninja villages envious, not to mention the presence of elite fighters like Uchiha Shursui. Naruto said, Thank you for the compliment. Jiraiya, this is not a compliment, it's sincere. Naruto smiled slightly and said, I'm also sincere. Jiraiya replied, Now Konoha is already under the shadow of the Cloud Village. The Cloud Village has a perfect Jinchuriki, while Konoha's Jinchuriki has already run away. Naruto, stop saying useless things. Jiraiya asked, So what do you mean? Naruto said, That being said, if I were to attack Konoha and you couldn't withstand it, or to minimize losses, what would you do? Would your dear teacher bring back a few dead people? Jiraiya stood up and shook his head, saying, No, he wouldn't. He understood Naruto's meaning. Now, in Konoha, who could be summoned besides the first and second Hokage? Only these 2 could come back to provide enough deterrence. Naruto said, Really, won't you? How about we make a bet? Jiraiya replied, What do you want to do? Naruto said, I'm here to cause a stir and see Sarutobi Hiruzen's choice. If he chooses to revive Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, would you join my organization? At that moment, Jiraiya fell silent. Could he dare to bet? To be honest, he really didn't dare to bet. His teacher had already decayed, blinded by power, and eroded by desire. Once there was a first time, there would naturally be a second time. Naruto said, Jiraiya-sensei, you are really a great person, an amazing ninja. Although you have some flaws and are quite lecherous, I feel that you haven't walked your path well. It shouldn't be as the prophecy of that big toad suggests. You can't let it become your obsession. You need to break free from the constraints you encounter and carve out a path that belongs to you. Right now, I can provide a platform for you, and I hope you will consider it carefully. After saying this, Naruto walked out of the room, leaving it to Jiraiya. In the courtyard, a few women were still there. When they saw Naruto come out, they all looked at him, seemingly wanting to do business again. Naruto said, Since you are so dedicated to your posts, go ahead and take good care of him. You can divide this among yourselves. A few girls saw the thick stack of money in Naruto's hand, their eyes shining with excitement. With this job, they could eat for 3 months. Naturally, the girls quickly rushed into the room, and before long, Jiraiya was enjoying himself. Naruto said, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the glory of Konoha was personally severed by you. Even someone as great as Jiraiya has lost faith in you. It's important to know that Jiraiya is also a disciple of Sarutobi and holds great respect for his teacher. In the original work, even though he was very dissatisfied with Sarutobi, he eventually came back to help him clean up the mess and handle the aftermath. But now, a series of actions by Sarutobi has completely chilled Jiraiya's heart. As for the previous mention of stepping aside, it seems to have been just a joke. He has been back for so long and hasn't brought it up even once. Naruto shook his head, no longer thinking about Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was still going to pry the corners of the wall and hollow out the foundation of Konoha. Chapter 75, The Tsundere Brother. The humble brother in the dark and cold forest, the branches intertwined, with only weak light filtering through the gaps in the leaves, making it particularly eerie. The cold wind howled, and the branches rustled, giving a feeling of being in a strange world. Step, step. In the dense forest, 2 people were running wildly, both dressed the same, in black cloaks embroidered with several red clouds, wearing forehead protectors with a scratch on them. This kind of attire belongs to only one organization in the ninja world, the Akatsuki. The 2 were members of the Akatsuki, one wearing a red ring, and the other with dark blue hair, resembling a shark. These two were none other than the Akatsuki members, Kisame Hashigaki and Itachi Uchiha. Suddenly, Itachi Uchiha stopped in his tracks. This made Kisame, who was passing by, come back and ask, "Itachi, what are you thinking?" Itachi Uchiha said, "Kisame, you should go back." Kisame was confused and asked, "Itachi, what do you mean?" Itachi Uchiha replied, "I want to leave the Akatsuki." Upon hearing this, Kisame narrowed his eyes and asked, "Why? Do you know the cost of leaving the Akatsuki?" Itachi Uchiha said, "Of course I don't care." He was not clear on what the Akatsuki was planning, but he was sure that they did not have time to hunt him down, unless they crossed paths, had a fight, and then he could escape, leaving it at that. Kisame said, "Itachi, we are friends. You're giving me a tough problem." Itachi Uchiha said, "You should leave. You're not my opponent, and I don't want to hurt you." Kisame replied, "Itachi, I want to know the real reason." The real reason was naturally that Sasuke had defected from Konoha. He felt a bit cold toward Konoha, so he would no longer act as an insider for Konoha. Because of Naruto's arrival, there was a butterfly effect. Uchiha's sure sway following Naruto's path greatly impacted Itachi Uchiha, making him realize he had taken the wrong path, that his choice was wrong, and he had become a pawn of Konoha. When Uchiha Sasuke was in Konoha, he didn't care about being a pawn as long as he could protect Sasuke. But now that Sasuke had left Konoha, he had no reason to stay in the Akatsuki, no need to serve Konoha. Itachi Uchiha said Kisame goodbye. Without explaining his reasons, he finished speaking and left. Kisame wanted to chase after him, but Itachi turned his head, his eyes crimson, and Kisame immediately stopped. After a while, he could move again and said, "The Sharingan is indeed powerful." Just a moment ago, he had fallen into Itachi Uchiha's Jinjutsu and couldn't move. He was sure that if Itachi had wanted to, he could have taken him down right then. Kisame scratched his head and said, "I have to find new partners now." As for the organization chasing after Itachi Uchiha, that was simply impossible. Itachi's strength was formidable, and no one knew how strong he was now. This thankless task, the organization wouldn't pursue. Kisame returned to the organization to report this matter, letting Nagato deal with the headache. After leaving Kisame, Itachi Uchiha no longer thought about him. At this moment, in Itachi's heart, there was only Sasuke. He needed to find Sasuke as quickly as possible. After 3 days, Itachi Uchiha finally found Sasuke. Upon seeing Itachi Uchiha, the first thing Sasuke did was shoot out a few shurikens, continuously forming hand seals, using his inner strength to activate ninjutsu, starting a battle between brothers. However, after a while, Itachi demonstrated through his actions that he would always be Sasuke's older brother. After about 70 to 80 exchanges, Itachi emerged victorious. Itachi said with satisfaction, Good, Sasuke, I didn't expect your strength to grow to this level." However, his expression soon turned cold. His eyes filled with mockery as he said bluntly, "Foolish little brother, is this all the growth you've had over the years?" Seeing his brother's extreme joy turn to extreme sadness and uttering the coldest words, Sasuke vaguely understood Naruto's words. His brother indeed had a lot of pain in his heart. However, he couldn't forgive him, absolutely couldn't forgive him. Sasuke coolly said, "You don't need to act like this." Itachi didn't understand at first and replied, "Foolish little brother, what do you mean by that?" Sasuke said, "I already know that many people from the Uchiha clan have died, including many children. My absence from the clan was just an excuse. Keeping me alive was your deal with Konoha." Upon hearing this, Itachi could no longer maintain his facade. He knew his brother had figured out the truth and immediately reverted to being a caring brother, his eyes filled with the image of Sasuke, saying, "Sasuke, how did you find out?" Sasuke proudly replied, "If I want to know, I will know." Through his years spent with Naruto and the others, his character had solidified. Itachi's face twisted a bit, recalling his actions, and he couldn't help but feel pain in his heart, saying in a low voice, "Sasuke, I'm sorry. I took the wrong path and trusted Konoha." If he could turn back time, he would definitely choose a path like Shursue's, defecting from Konoha and reviving the Uchiha clan. Seeing his brother like this made Sasuke feel bad as well. His expression was pained, his Sharingan activated as he said, "I don't know how I can forgive you. After all, you killed mom and dad." But Itachi, upon hearing this, was overjoyed, a glimmer of hope appearing in his eyes. He understood that Sasuke still had feelings for him as a brother and acknowledged him, but he just couldn't get past that barrier. That was enough, truly enough. For this sinner, death didn't matter anymore. He never expected to gain his brother's forgiveness, but now, his heart was no longer in darkness. Sasuke recalled Naruto's words and gradually calmed his anger. Seeing Itachi seemingly smiling, he said fiercely, "What are you so happy about?" His face was cold, his head raised at a 45-degree angle, looking quite tsundere. Itachi said, "Sasuke, thank you, brother, I'm very happy." Sasuke replied, "I haven't forgiven you yet. You are still not my brother." After saying that, he turned and walked away. Not running, but walking, step by step. Itachi hurriedly followed, saying, "Sasuke, where are we going?" Sasuke replied, "That is none of your business." Then he added, "To Yamlong City, to train in martial arts, evolve my Sharingan, and resurrect Mom and Dad." Itachi, "Can we really revive Mom and Dad?" Sasuke, "Naruto said that with the Rinnegan and Life Force, we can revive deceased relatives." Regarding Naruto's words, Sasuke genuinely trusted him, as Naruto had no need to deceive him with his strength. Itachi said, all right, Sasuke, I'll accompany you." Sasuke, "No, I need to go to Konoha first, to take revenge on Danzo." Itachi, "You're right, that old dog Danzo needs to die. Let's go to Konoha together and take revenge on that old dog Danzo." Sasuke, "Don't follow me." Itachi, "Oh, okay, I'm also going to Konoha." Chapter 76. Ripping off the mask. The meeting of the five Kages had not yet started, and Naruto was a guest in Konoha, still at the Nara household, lazily lying around with Shikamaru. When Narashikaka saw them, he said nothing. After all, his son was already a Chunin, and his strength was on par with his own, so he let them be. Since Naruto's arrival, Shikamaru had not gone back to the meeting venue. He felt like a failure and preferred the comfort of lying at home. One day, Shikamaru, Choji, and Sakura took Naruto to the riverbank, the place where they used to train. The area remained unchanged, indicating that the three often came here to practice. This time, Naruto rested on the lawn while the other three were catching shrimp in the river. It seemed that without Naruto, the fish and shrimp in the river had increased significantly over the past year. In just a short while, they had caught quite a few. Suddenly, Naruto sat up. Naruto said, "Damn, these two brothers have reconciled?" In his perception, two people were rushing towards Konoha. They were Uchiha Sasuke and Itachi, coming to take revenge on Danzo. Naruto said, "What are the two brothers doing in Konoha? It can't be for revenge, right?" Shikamaru asked, "Naruto, what's wrong?" Naruto said, "You guys go back first. Someone is coming. I'll go take a look." Sakura anxiously asked, "Naruto, is it the enemy?" She seemed worried about Naruto getting hurt in a fight with the enemy. But whether to worry or not aside, would Naruto really go fight the enemy from Konoha? Absolutely not. Choji tore open a bag of chips and said while eating, "Sakura, there's no need to worry about Naruto. He's very strong. The enemy can't hurt him at all." Naruto said, "It's someone you know, and also an enemy of Konoha." After that, he disappeared into the forest, leaving no trace. Sakura murmured, "Our acquaintance, an enemy of Konoha. Who could it be?" Shikamaru's eyes moved slightly as he said softly, "It should be Sasuke Uchiha returning. This truly shows the brilliance of the Nara clan." He thought of it right away. This intelligence is worthy of Konoha's think tank. One can only say it's exceptional. Choji said, "Didn't Sasuke leave? Why is he coming back?" They all knew that Sasuke had escaped, and if it weren't for Hinata's secret help, he would have been captured by Danzo long ago. They understood Danzo's dirty deeds. Coming back now is like asking for death, isn't it? Shikamaru said bitterly, "But don't forget how the Uchiha clan was destroyed." Sakura's body trembled slightly as she said, "Could it be that Sasuke?" Shikamaru replied, "Let's go back. We shouldn't let the battle affect the villagers. Such deep-seated hatred cannot be resolved without bloodshed." They decided not to get involved. Protecting the villagers was enough for them. Naruto stealthily approached Sasuke and Itachi, just as he had imagined. Sasuke walked with a proud demeanor, followed closely by Itachi, whose eyes were filled with affection. Although Itachi said he had forgiven Sasuke, it wasn't entirely true, and although he claimed he hadn't forgiven him, the situation wasn't much different. Sasuke didn't harbor any hatred towards Itachi. Otherwise, he would have already attacked him. The two returned openly, while the Umbu had already reported to Hiruzen Sarutobi. When Itachi Uchiha was mentioned, Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, as expected of Itachi, worthy of being Hokage. He thought Itachi was still carrying on his will and protecting Konoha, which brought him comfort. To show his magnanimity, he brought many people along and secretly rallied the crowd to welcome Sasuke and Itachi back. Little did he know, this would be another day of shame for him. Danzo also received the news and secretly brought root members to confront them. He didn't realize that this time, he would have no opportunity left. Without his Manjiki Sharingan, his current strength was vastly inferior to what it was in the original story, making him no match for Sasuke and Itachi. Naruto said quietly, Danzo, you dare to come back? It's truly time for you to meet your end." As for the two brothers coming to Konoha, Naruto really couldn't think of any other purpose besides killing Danzo. As for missing home, these two should not be feeling that now. Sasuke and Itachi listened silently. And after a while, Hiruzen Sarutobi and others appeared. Hiruzen Sarutobi said gently, "Sasuke, Itachi, welcome back to the village." Sasuke replied, "Hiruzen Sarutobi, back to the village? Are you getting old and confused, or just sleeping?" With his cold tone, Hiruzen immediately understood that something had changed. Sasuke was not forced back by Itachi. Looking at Itachi, it seemed that Uchiha Itachi was also not under his control anymore. Hiruzen asked, "Itachi, what is going on?" Uchiha Itachi replied indifferently, "Sasuke wants to kill Danzo, so naturally, I can only come to kill Danzo as well." His calm demeanor and cold tone showed that he did not regard Hiruzen as a threat. Hiruzen's eyes sparked with anger as he said, "Itachi, do you know what you are doing?" Uchiha Itachi's gaze swept over Hiruzen, his eyes cold, and he said, "Hiruzen Sarutobi, I know very well what I'm doing. Konoha is dead in my eyes, completely wilting under your schemes. Having reached this point, was there still a need to worry about tearing the facade?" Then, Uchiha Itachi activated his Sharingan, revealing that it had evolved into the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, seemingly not long after its evolution. The aura he exuded had already surpassed Hiruzen Sarutobi. Inoki, Meiterumi, and Rashi sensed this aura and hurried over. Upon seeing it was a member of the Uchiha clan, they all stopped, not intending to step in. This was Konoha's family matter, and it was not their place to interfere. Besides, Konoha's troubles had nothing to do with them. Itachi directly activated Susanoo and said domineeringly, "Today, my brother and I have come only to kill Danzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi, be sensible and hand over Danzo. If you kill him, we will leave." Jiraiya also arrived, rubbing his head and looking at Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Old man, is this what you wanted to see?" Meanwhile, Danzo felt an ominous premonition in his heart. He wanted to retreat and not get involved in this matter. Naruto thought to himself, "Since you're here, then don't leave. Let's settle all grievances." Naruto blocked Danzo's path, and with a burst of overwhelming power, he forced Danzo back. "No need to thank me, I'm Lei Foam." Naruto thought to himself as he left quickly, not leaving a trace of his presence. Konoha couldn't even catch a hint of his aura. Sasuke, seeing that it was Danzo who was thrown out, coldly said, "Brother, I'm going to kill Danzo." Itachi's eyes were filled with tears, yet he said with authority, "You go ahead, leave the rest to me." The current Uchiha Sasuke was not the same Uchiha Sasuke who had betrayed the village. His speed was so fast that Danzo didn't even notice before he was kicked in the chest. As his body flew out, he was kicked back again. In the process, Danzo coughed up a mouthful of blood. Naruto said mercilessly, "What a tragedy." Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were blood red, filled with raging anger. His mindset had already exploded. "Itachi, can you really bear to watch the village suffer from the flames of war because of you?" Chapter 77, Earth Release, Rebirth. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen still wanted to invoke Itachi Uchiha's compassion through emotions. The will he had planted in Itachi's heart was to maintain the peace of the village. Indeed, it had been quite successful. However, with Shirsue's death and Naruto's leadership, Itachi's will was shattered, opening a new path for him, a broad avenue. Itachi Uchiha coldly said, "If it weren't for Sasuke wanting you to live, Sarutobi Hiruzen, I would kill you." Why such drama? Sasuke, this fool, was stunned. Itachi was so fierce. As a member of the Umbu, shouldn't he understand the dangers of Konoha better than this fool? How could he come here so recklessly for revenge? After hearing Itachi's words, Naruto couldn't help but complain inwardly. The two brothers' strength had greatly increased, which Naruto acknowledged. Sasuke was an elite Jonin, and Itachi was at the level of a Kage, but such strength was still not enough to display their prowess in Konoha. Not to mention Jiraiya, Guy, Kakashi, and others. Even if the major clans united, they could still hold them back. Kakashi, although he lacked chakra and had become a measuring unit, his strength was still commendable. Hatake was not to be underestimated. Even in the hands of the god of ninjas, he could probably last a few rounds. Sarutobi Hiruzen made one last push, saying, "Itachi, I'll give you one last choice. Go back to Konoha, and I'll pretend nothing happened." Regardless of Sasuke's or Itachi's current strength, he couldn't help but feel his heart bleed. They were the pillars of Konoha, and now they were on the opposing side. Itachi said, "Sarutobi Hiruzen, once was enough for me to take the wrong path. I will never make a wrong choice again, never." Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly replied, "Then don't blame me." With a sad expression, he said, I hope to atone for disturbing the spirits of the sages. There was still an unknown enemy lurking in the shadows, and the other 4 Kage were present. A quick resolution was necessary. Currently, there were no experts in Konoha capable of quick resolution, so he could only use forbidden techniques, the rebirth of the sages, which only the god of ninjas could accomplish. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, how could he see the hidden potential of Konoha's azure beast? Tiger, snake, dog, dragon. Sarutobi Hiruzen clasped his hands together, and 2 coffins emerged from the ground, one marked with the character first and the other with second. Sarutobi Hiruzen performed the earth release, rebirth, bringing back the first and second Hokage. When the coffin doors opened, 2 figures appeared. One was somewhat simple-minded, while the other exuded a strong, killing intent. The simple-minded one was naturally Hashirama Senju, who said, "Are we supposed to be at rest?" The one with the killing intent, Tobarama Senju, said, "I once researched the ninjutsu. Earth release, rebirth. This is the first and second. They have been revived. They have actually been revived. It's Lord First. It's Lord First." The villagers went wild. The god of ninjas, Hashirama, was their faith, the pillar of their spirits, an undefeated legend. Sasuke trampled Danzo underfoot and returned to Itachi's side. Although he was stunned, he wasn't foolish. This was the god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju, an invincible symbol. Even his powerful ancestor, Uchiha Madara, was no match for him. Hashirama asked, "Monkey, what happened?" Tobarama said, "You used my technique to summon us? Has Konoha encountered some great disaster?" Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, "I sincerely apologize for disturbing the 2 lords' rest in such an extreme manner. Konoha is indeed in great danger right now." Jiraiya looked at the first and second Hokage who had appeared, and the foot he was about to step forward with halted. With the 2 lords here, there would be no danger. It was time for him to leave. At this moment, Jiraiya no longer felt the authority of his teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was now one of the 3 great ninjas of Konoha, and he was about to become a lonely traveler, belonging to no faction, not to Konoha, but only to himself. Hashirama and Tobarama looked at Itachi, Uchiha, and Sasuke. Tobarama spoke first. "Evil Eyes, the wicked Uchiha clan." Hashirama questioned, "You are the descendants of Madara. How can you attack the village?" Itachi said to Sasuke, "Sasuke, you go first. I'll hold them off." In front of the god of ninjas. Didn't he believe his 2 brothers could escape? Hashirama said, Hey, little guy, I am still your elder, a person from the same era as your ancestor Madara. How can you be so rude? At least acknowledge me a little." Naruto looked at Senju Hashirama's somewhat comical appearance and muttered, "The god of ninja is actually just a fool. It really is so." Uchiha Itachi said, "Lord Hashirama, you are broad-minded and kind to others. If you'd always been in charge, we naturally would not have attacked the village. But since our home has been destroyed, we must punish the murderer." Upon hearing this, Senju Hashirama turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked, "Monkey, what is going on?" He then looked at Senju Tobarama beside him and said, "And you, didn't I tell you before you left to treat the Uchiha clan well?" Senju Tobarama replied, "Brother, when I passed away, the Uchiha clan still existed and was doing well." Itachi said, "Lord Tobarama, at that time my clan did indeed exist, but we were continuously marginalized, retreating step by step, wishing only to coexist peacefully with the village. However, the result was even more severe oppression, leading to our destruction. This is all due to your will, the actions of your 2 good disciples. Danzo is lying in a pit. You can take a look at his eyes. Are they not the Sharingan of my Uchiha clan?" Senju Tobarama coldly replied, "The Uchiha clan is evil and should be exterminated." Sasuke sneered and said, "Evil, yes, all evil. Speaking of clans, our Uchiha clan is indeed pitiful, but compared to you, we are very fortunate." Senju Tobarama said icily, "What do you mean?" Uchiha Itachi continued, "There is no Senju clan left in Konoha, except for Lady Tsunade. There are no more people of the Senju surname." Senju Hashirama became angry and turned to ask, "Monkey, what is going on?" He had allowed his clan members to integrate with the common people, but he never intended for his clan to be extinguished. Sarutobi Hiruzen controlled the 2 and said, "Lord Hashirama, Lord Tobarama, I will explain this matter to you later. Right now, whoosh." Naruto appeared prominently in the air and said, "Hiruzen, Sarutobi, isn't this a bit unfriendly to our predecessors?" Hiruzen Sarutobi gritted his teeth and said, "Naruto, Uzumaki." Naruto calmly said, "Don't look at me with that kind of eyes. Right now, you don't even have the qualification to fight me." After saying that, Naruto's eyes moved, and the eternal Manjiki Sharingan and the Rinnegan were suddenly activated. Naruto's reincarnation eye is purple, extraordinarily eerie, and its powerful aura moves Senju Hashirama and Tobirama. Naruto's powerful spiritual attack freed Sarutobi Hiruzen, Senju Hashirama, and Tobirama from control. Chapter 78. The Wrath of Senju Hashirama. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned slightly pale as he said in disbelief, "What kind of eyes are those?" Senju Tobirama stared at Naruto. He recognized the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, but he had never seen the other purple eye before, nor had he heard of it. When did such a powerful eye appear in the world? Senju Hashirama said, "Child, who are you?" The bloodline aura felt somewhat familiar, resembling that of his own wife. Naruto smiled and said, "My surname is Uzumaki." Senju Hashirama was overjoyed and asked, "Are you a descendant of the Mito family?" Mito? His wife, Uzumaki Mito, the first host of the Nine Tails in Konoha. Naruto said, "I have the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan in my body, but I shouldn't be a direct descendant of the Mito family. The Uzumaki clan has very few people left now, and the land of whirlpools has naturally been destroyed. As for the reason, the second Hokage, you need to explain this." Senju Hashirama incredulously said, "The Uzumaki clan was exterminated, and the land of whirlpools is gone?" Senju Tobirama said, "The surprise attack from the various nations was too fast. We couldn't respond in time. By the time we received the news, the land of whirlpools had already been destroyed." Naruto said, "As for the alliance with Konoha, the most foolish act of the land of waves is that, after all, it is a country, and it has a ninja village, yet it was destroyed silently and without a trace. This could not have been done by a small ninja village. It requires the army of a great nation. And from this map, my gaze falls on Reikage AI and Mizukage Terumi Mei, and I coldly say, surely this has a lot to do with Kumogakure and Kirigakure." Facing Naruto's gaze, both Terumi Mei and AI felt a strong sense of impending death enveloping them, a powerful aura penetrating deep into their hearts. AI crossed his arms and coldly said, "This matter has nothing to do with Kumogakure, kid." Whoosh! Naruto's figure had already disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was beside AI. Bang! A powerful punch slammed AI into the ground, creating a massive pit with a radius of 10 jong. How dare he act tough in front of him, seeking death? Naruto said coldly, "You really have some nerve. 3 years, remember. I will only give you a maximum of 3 years. If you don't make it known to the world, I won't hold back." AI spat out a few mouthfuls of filthy blood. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get up. He didn't know how many bones he had broken, and he could hear the sound of blood flowing in his body. Strong, terrifyingly strong. This is the power of the Dragon King, Naruto Uzumaki. Isn't this just sheer brute strength? Tobirama Senju said. Hashirama Senju replied, "This is the power of the physical body." He didn't feel any chakra fluctuations. This was not the power that erupted from concentrated chakra, burning rapidly. This was Naruto's physical strength. How could the true power of the body be this strong? As soon as Naruto made his move, he truly frightened everyone. Naruto sarcastically said, "Before World War II, Konoha village was in a period of peace and experienced significant development. The armies of Kumogakure and Kirigakure mobilized, and since they couldn't know anything, they really are useless. On the other hand, Konoha's White Fang, who gave up his mission to save his comrades, became well known throughout the world, which is indeed admirable. Furthermore, after the death of the Uzumaki clan, most of the sealing techniques were acquired by Konoha village, and I, Uzumaki Naruto, truly respect this." Senju Hashirama's eyes were already filled with anger, and under his gaze, Senju Tobirama lowered his head, not daring to meet his brother's eyes. Senju Hashirama said, "Monkey, you are also something else." Naruto certainly wouldn't let this opportunity slip by, and he said, "Sarutobi Hiruzen really did a perfect job in these aspects. For example, Hyuga Hayashi's death was truly unjust. When the Cloud Village came to Konoha and kidnapped the Hyuga heiress, not only were they discovered, but Hyuga Hizashi was also killed. The Cloud Village actually came to our doorstep, demanding an explanation. Our third Hokage proposed a solution, which was to hand over Hizashi's body, reasoning that it would prevent war between the two nations. In the end, Hyuga Hayashi sacrificed himself for his brother. One must say, this decision was so brilliant. It not only gained fame, but also eliminated dissent and further suppressed the Hyuga clan. It was simply a threefold gain. Bang! As Naruto's voice fell, Senju Hashirama punched Sarutobi Hiruzen in the face, knocking him to the ground, and coldly said, "You are not qualified to be Hokage. He may be naturally naive, but he is not a fool." The impact of this was definitely significant. Once this news spread, other large ninja villages would follow suit, occasionally engaging in similar schemes. Does this mean that someone has to die to pay the price? Konoha has many clans with bloodline limits and secret techniques, and naturally, people would be in a state of panic. No one knows if they will be the next to follow in the footsteps of Hyuga Hayashi, or if they would be offered as sacrificial gifts by Konoha. What kind of security can such a Konoha provide them? Does such a village even need to exist? Senju Hashirama said, "In the end, we have made a mistake. A Hokage who cannot protect the villagers. A Hokage who needs to sacrifice villagers. How can they lead Konoha to become strong?" Naruto's eyes sparkled with unexpected joy, absolute unexpected joy, as the persona of Hiruzen Sarutobi was shattered. In this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi was nailed to the pillar of shame. No matter how hard he had worked in the past, all of it had gone to waste, becoming an illusion. Hiruzen Sarutobi indeed weakened the merits of Hashirama Senju, but he was the third Hokage. If he were the seventh or eighth Hokage, perhaps he could have succeeded. As time has passed, under intentional guidance, it could indeed gradually cover up the past. However, only a few decades have passed, and how could Hashirama Senju's merits be obscured? The ninja world still has the legend of the god of ninjas. He could not erase that. Now, hearing Hashirama Senju's words, the surrounding crowd looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi with the same disdain they once had for young Naruto, naturally leading to discussions. Hashirama Senju said, "Child, are you also a ninja of the Leaf Village?" Naruto said, "I'm not a ninja, I am a warrior. My father is the fourth Hokage of the Leaf Village, but he passed away to seal the Nine Tails. Oh, Kurama is inside me. I am considered the Jinchuriki of this generation in Konoha." Senju Hashirama's eyes lit up as he said, "So, you could be considered one of Konoha's people." Naruto said, "I live here for 12 years. Senju Hashirama replied, "Well, Naruto, come back to Konoha. You'll be the fifth Hokage. After all, this is the village where you grew up, and you have feelings for it." Naruto reached out and said, "Stop, Senju Hashirama, you might be mistaken. I really don't have any feelings for Konoha, and I'm not that interested in the position of Hokage." Senju Hashirama sensed there was some kind of misunderstanding, so he asked, "Naruto, is there some kind of misunderstanding here?" Chapter 79. Danzo's Lonely Path. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a bad premonition in his heart. Naruto naturally would not miss this opportunity to share his experiences. He was truly a good storyteller, vividly expressing his childhood life. In the end, Naruto asked, "Senju-senpai, do you think there's something wrong with me for betraying the village? Or should I give up my hatred, work hard, and protect those who once saw me as an enemy?" Senju Hashirama fell silent. He couldn't answer. Naruto continued, "Besides, I don't care about this little Konoha village. I now control the Land of Flame, occupy the Fire Country Peninsula, and have reclaimed the Land of Whirlpools. Isn't that more carefree than being a Hokage?" Senju Hashirama asked, "Land of Flame? Where is that?" Naruto said, "The Land of Tea wants to run away again." In the pit, Danzo tried to escape but was pulled back by Naruto. At the same time, Naruto removed the eye mask and the cloth bag from his right arm, looked at Hashirama Senju, and said, "Look at your good disciple. He truly inherited your ruthlessness, exterminating other families and stealing their eyes. Isn't it reasonable for others to seek revenge? Are you going to stop them?" When Hashirama saw the several crimson Sharingan on Danzo's arm, he was also stunned and shocked, then coldly asked, "Danzo, why?" Naruto said, "I'll answer this for him. I love helping out. I'm always willing to lend a hand. The first reason is obviously fear of death. The Uchiha clan's Izanagi can save your life. Secondly, studying the body can lead to immortality. This guy does it perfectly. Not only does he study your corpses, but he also captures orphans in times of war to experiment on, all in pursuit of eternal life. That's the kind of helpful person I am. So give me a 5-star rating." Naruto continued to fan the flames, saying, "Don't be angry just yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen actually knows a bit about this, but he pretends not to. How's he talk to Danzo? On the surface, one is the root and the other is the tree, but in reality, the two cooperate with each other, engaging in underground dealings. Not a romantic affair, but an underground killing spree. Whoever Sarutobi wants dead, Danzo will secretly use underhanded tactics, spreading rumors to incite the villagers to attack. That's how Konoha White Fang and the Uchiha clan came to their ends. As for me, the son of the nine-tailed fox, that's also something Danzo leaked. So, under this kind of collaboration, Konoha has its current prosperity. Killing and striking at the heart is exactly what this is about. It's ruthless. Simply too ruthless. They can imagine that after today, both Sarutobi and Danzo will undoubtedly become infamous and will be remembered with disdain for generations to come. Naruto said again, "As for what I said, you might not believe it. It's very simple to verify." Kakashi come out. Kakashi once again heard about the reason for his father's death, and his heart ached. He looked up at the sky, feeling utterly dispirited. Hearing Naruto call him, he looked over and saw Naruto nodding at him. So he made his appearance. Naruto said, "Can you wait a moment?" Kakashi. The others looked at Naruto with some speechlessness. Naruto's eyes rotated, and a massive mental force surged towards Danzo, guiding him to reveal the details of his research. This is one of the abilities of the Rinnegan, to control others' mental will and actions, extracting information from their brains. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not move or try to stop it. He knew that no matter how he tried to intervene, it would be futile. Let it be destroyed. The situation was entirely under Naruto's control, and any attempt to stop it would be utterly disgraceful. Naruto said to Kakashi, "Did you hear the location clearly? You can go and investigate. Enter the underground research chamber, and everything will be revealed." Senju Hashirama said, "No need to go." Naruto said, "Let's go. Maybe we can save a few people." This time, Senju Hashirama did not stop him, and Kakashi also went. He went to save people. After today, Konoha would no longer have a foundation. Senju Hashirama's gaze fell on Naruto as he said, "The energy in your body is very strange. It's not chakra, it's stronger than chakra." Naruto said, "This is nature. What I have is true essence, martial arts' true essence, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth to cultivate. It's naturally more advanced than chakra. Even sage art chakra is just a little brother in front of it." Senju Hashirama, "Martial arts? Is it Bushido?" Naruto, "Senju Hashirama, this is your fault. Don't insult my martial way with such garbage as Bushido. The martial way is a path of cultivation through martial arts, the primary avenue for seeking truth. The spirit of martial arts is to stop conflict with force, to quell strife, and to find the ultimate goal of mutual assistance and unity from contradictions and struggles. The teachings are professional. I'm quite familiar with them. It's just a pity that without his detailed brainwashing, I can't understand what this is saying." Senju Hashirama said, "This new training is quite novel. If given the chance, I would definitely like to experience it." Naruto said, "I also want to witness the strength of the legendary god of ninjas. After you handle the follow-up matters in Konoha, you can come to the Flame Dragon country, and I will fight you." Senju Hashirama readily agreed, saying, "All right." Senju Tobirama added, "Count me in." To this, Naruto bluntly criticized, "You can forget it. You're not qualified to fight me, having been defeated by the likes of Kin and Jin. This isn't arrogance, it's the truth. Kin and Jin used their Earth Transformation Rebirth technique, and he wiped them out with a single strike. So, if Senju Tobirama came at him, the result would be the same." Senju Tobirama. Senju Hashirama laughed heartily and said, "Good kid, you have a true spirit. Letting you leave Konoha was their biggest mistake. It's a pity we were born in the wrong era. If you could have been in my time, you would have surely changed this world." Naruto said, "This is inevitable." This made Senju Hashirama laugh heartily, and he had an even better impression of Naruto. Naruto said, "Then I'll leave this Danzo to you two brothers." Senju Hashirama responded, "He is from my Konoha. To be honest, I really don't want to give him to you. If he is to die, it should be on Konoha's judgment stand. But if it's a fight with you, now is not the right time. Forget it, you can take him away." Naruto said to Sasuke and Itachi, "Sasuke, Itachi, it's up to you now." Originally, it was their stage, a platform they had worked hard to create, but the performance was entirely done by Naruto. Sasuke expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Naruto." Itachi also smiled and said, "Thank you, Naruto-kun." Itachi sincerely thanked Naruto. Aside from other things, just looking at Sasuke, Naruto had rescued him from his low point. Not only had Sasuke become stronger, but he had also changed a lot in personality and accepted Itachi as his brother. Naruto said, "There's no need to be polite. Sasuke and I are friends, and it's only right for friends to help each other." Under the furious means of the two brothers, Danzo used Izanagi 3 times but still died, burned to ashes by the flames. Chapter 80. Rock Liesin tent this time. The Chunin exam turned into a complete joke for Konoha. Whether it was Sarutobi Hiruzen or Danzo, both became infamous in the ninja world. Their dirty tactics made people sick, and their reputations were completely ruined. The Sarutobi family naturally suffered an undeserved disaster, becoming the target of villagers' disdain. Fortunately, there was still some residual power, and no one dared to bully them recklessly. Sarutobi Hiruzen aged significantly, going from being the respected Hokage to a rat crossing the street, hearing the villagers' curses every day. At this moment, He could also feel the suffering that Kakashi Hatake and Naruto experienced. This feeling was indeed unpleasant, with each word piercing like a steel needle into his heart. Did Naruto leave Konoha? Of course not. His purpose for coming to Konoha is not yet finished. He still needs to recruit some talent. Kakashi is out of the question now, as he has become the 5th Hokage, personally appointed by the 1st Hokage, and has turned the root into a weapon in his hands. This matter was originally supposed to fall on Jiraiya, but Jiraiya left Konoha, and he did so when Konoha was in danger, which shows his firm resolve and his disappointment in Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the end, it fell to Kakashi. It's already impossible to pull him into the Hidden Dragon organization, and the seeds that Shursui once planted withered when Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped down. For this, Naruto can only sigh in regret. However, the main person he wants to recruit is Guy. If he gives Guy a life potion, what kind of outcome will that create? That is worth looking forward to. One day, Naruto disguised himself as a nurse and went to visit Rock Lee. When Rock Lee saw Naruto coming in with medicine, he said seriously, "Wasn't the dressing change just done? Do we need to change it again now?" His body couldn't absorb the medicine that quickly. It would take at least a day for him to fully absorb it. Naruto said, "Don't overthink it. I'm just afraid of trouble. I dressed up as a doctor, but I'm not here to change your bandages. I'm here to see you." Rock Lee immediately became vigilant. Even if he couldn't stand, he would still resist stubbornly and fight back. He asked, "Who are you? What do you want with me?" Naruto changed his face a few times and returned to his original appearance, saying, "I do have a purpose for finding you." Rock Lee said, "It's you, Uzumaki Naruto." A look of confusion appeared on his face. What could he possibly have that would attract Naruto? With Naruto's current strength, what could he possibly need help with? Naruto said, "It's me." Rock Lee stared at Naruto, his thick eyebrows furrowing into a V shape in anger. Naruto said, "I came to find you because I recognize your efforts. I want to lead you into the true path of physical cultivation." Lee Rock asked, "Is it the martial arts?" Naruto said, "It's martial arts." Rock Lee replied seriously, "Are you asking me to betray Konoha?" Naruto said, "To gain something, one must inevitably lose something. Water flows to lower places, and people strive to reach higher places. Betraying Konoha isn't really the point, but asking you to join the Flame Dragon is indeed the case." "It's impossible," Rock Lee replied firmly, his words strong and resounding. "I'd rather die than betray." Naruto said, "You don't need to refuse right away. Wait until I finish speaking, and then you can consider it yourself. No one will force you to choose. If you want to join the Flame Dragon, I welcome you. If you insist on staying in Konoha, I respect that." Rock Lee replied, "Okay, go ahead." Naruto said, "The physical training you and my guy are doing, in my opinion, is just waste. To put it bluntly, you are currently exchanging your life force for combat power, completely ignoring the importance of understanding the human body. Every person's body is an independent world, and solidifying the structure of this world is what physical training is about. Although you're training your bodies, you're not actually cultivating your bodies, but rather ninja techniques. Without a strong body to support the execution of powerful ninja techniques, it will create a heavy burden on the body. Everyone has a limit to what their body can endure. Exceeding this limit will cause injuries. Healing these injuries requires cell division and growth. And the rate of cell division is fixed for everyone, which is equivalent to exchanging life for combat power. This logic is very simple, and Rock Lee understands it as soon as he hears it. He has no way to refute it, nor can he, because the fact is indeed as such. Naruto said, "In martial arts training, the first step is to strengthen the body. If the physical body is powerful enough to reach my level, not to mention opening the 5th gate, even the 8th gate can be endured." As he spoke, Naruto suddenly produced a knife from somewhere and struck it harshly against his wrist. With a clang, Naruto's arm showed no injury at all, while the blade, subjected to the rebound force, broke apart. Rock Lee's eyes widened in shock. The blade had actually shattered without even breaking the skin. Is this still a flesh and blood body? The answer is yes. It is indeed a flesh and blood body, but it is simply a perfectly constructed one. Naruto said, "Do you know Tsunade?" Rock Lee nodded blankly. "Yes. She is one of the legendary Sannin, a very powerful female ninja." Naruto said, "Her strength is indeed impressive. She is a medical ninja and has the bloodline of the Senju clan, possessing terrifying brute strength. She attacked me with her powerful strength. It was only about 80 of my power. Listen carefully, it is the strength of the physical body, not the power generated by martial arts energy. If you cultivate body techniques and gain just 10 of my strength, you could not only pin guard to the ground, but also wouldn't have to lie here." Rock Lee asked, "Is it really possible to reach such a level?" Naruto said, "You can do it because you work hard enough. Rock Lee was clearly moved. But when it came to leaving Konoha, he found it impossible to do so, and a conflict arose in his heart. Naruto said, still the same thing, how to choose. It's your choice. If you join the Flame Dragon Kingdom, we can build a completely free nation together. Think it over. I'll take my leave now. He thought to himself, I still need to persuade your teacher. If I can convince your teacher, that would be a big win. Rock Lee did not keep Naruto. He indeed had to think this through. In comparison, Guy was much more vigilant. Naruto took a shortcut of 10 meters and executed a side kick. However, he did not kick Naruto, who dodged it. Guy's attacks came again, still with a big kick. His strength was indeed formidable, but in Naruto's hands, it felt like a child. In just a few moves, Naruto subdued Guy. Guy realized that this was a master. Chakra began to mobilize within him, and he was about to open the 8 gates. Naruto said, Teacher Guy, is it really necessary to open the 8 gates? A familiar voice replied, You are Naruto. Chapter 81, Hinata vs. Guy. Naruto's face changed back, and he said, It's me, Teacher Guy. My Guy replied, As expected of you. To easily block my attack with such intensity. By the way, why haven't you left? If the first and second Hokage team up, you'll be at a disadvantage. He didn't think much of Naruto easily countering him. It was quite normal. After all, the Raikage in front of him could knock him down with just one punch. Naruto said, I'm not afraid of that. With everything happening in Konoha, where do they have the time to fight me? Besides, compared to fighting them, I'd rather have a battle with you. My Guy puzzled asked me. That really caught him off guard. Naruto said, Yes, it's you. My Guy replied, You think so highly of me? He is just a J-nin now, an entirely insignificant J-nin. How could he catch Naruto's eye? The current Naruto, with his immense strength, has already gained the recognition of the Sage of Six Paths, far more dazzling than this unknown person. Naruto nodded. Of course. I'm the one who has mastered the script. How could I not know about you, this dark horse? Even Six Paths Abido was kicked to half his body by you. My Guy shook his head and said, The world now belongs to the young. I'm old. It's no longer possible for me. Naruto furrowed his brow and said, Teacher Guy, you're being too negative. The real old people are in their 80s or 90s, like Hiruzen Sarutobi, who can say they're old. In your 20s or 30s, you're in your prime. When you say you're old, aren't you being insincere? My Guy, too lazy to argue with Naruto, asked Naruto what brings you to me. Naruto said, to explore the true path of physical training. My Guy, martial arts? Naruto, martial arts. Then Naruto started his persuasion technique, continuously persuading. And he had already gained quite a bit of experience. Whether it's true or not, he could make it sound real. My Guy, although a bit silly, is not a fool. If it were truly a deception, it would be hard to handle. However, Naruto used reason to persuade, stating facts, which resonated with his inner feelings. Naruto said, If you have a powerful body, even if you open the death gate, you can endure it. Teacher Guy, what kind of scene would that be? Have you ever thought about it? I really want to battle you in the death gate state, but once the death gate is opened, half of your life is given to the Grim Reaper, and whether you can survive is still an unknown. Think carefully. If you want to know the charm of martial arts, you can challenge my former companions. Once you figure it out, I'll be waiting for you in Qianlong City. Naruto left, and my Guy was still sensing the true energy that Naruto had left in his body. This energy was healing his hidden injuries and strengthening his cells. Time passed minute by minute until night fell, and my Guy finally woke up, saying, What an exciting power! The kids from Konoha are probably not simple, especially the little princess of the Hyuga clan. My Guy couldn't wait and went to the Hyuga clan. My Guy had little interaction with Hyuga Hisashi. They were considered fellow villagers. Hisashi was slightly older and considered Might Guy senior. Might Guy's visit puzzled Hisashi, who personally came to greet him. Might Guy, Hisashi said. Senior Hisashi. Might Guy replied. Hisashi asked, Is there something you need from the Hyuga clan? Might Guy said, I want to see Hinata. Hisashi's Byakugan slightly moved as he asked, You're looking for the little girl? Is there something you need from her? Might Guy honestly replied, I want to personally experience the power of martial arts. In fact, seeking Naruto for a direct experience of martial arts would have been the best way. But he wasn't foolish. He knew he couldn't handle Naruto's strength and didn't want to get hurt. From Naruto's words, he learned that Nara Shikamu, Akimichi Choji, Haruno Sakura, and Hinata Hyuga had all learned martial arts training methods, and among them, Hinata's physical skills were the strongest, so he naturally sought out the most powerful one among them. Hisashi became vigilant again and asked, Guy, what do you know? His Byakugan was activated, and if Might Guy didn't clarify, he would stay in the Hyuga clan today. Might Guy sensed Hisashi's hostility and quickly said, Senior Hisashi, Naruto Uzumaki wanted to invite me to join the potential dragon, but I didn't agree. Hisashi immediately relaxed and said, I see. His spirit also eased, nodding and saying, this brat has a keen eye. You are working hard, and if you learn the body refining method, you will surely achieve something. He took my guy to find Hinata. Hinata politely said, teacher guy. Hisashi said, Hinata, guy has come to give you some instruction. Hinata's pure eyes were filled with disbelief. Why would he want to spar with her? Hisashi continued, guy is someone Naruto is trying to recruit. Upon hearing this, Hinata became a bit excited and asked, teacher guy, will you help Naruto-kun? This exposed a bit too much. It seemed that the Hyuga clan in Konoha was leaning towards Naruto Uzumaki. Hisashi thought to himself, a daughter grown up is hard to keep, and all the benefits seemed to favor Naruto. My guy didn't think much of it. He was eager to personally feel the power of martial arts, just saying, I won't be leaving Konoha for now. Hinata said, I see, teacher guy. If you open the 8 gates, it will hurt your body, and since I'm currently an elite Jounin, you'll need to open the 6th gate. So how about we fight without using chakra, just using taijutsu? When my guy heard that Hinata was already at the elite Jounin level, he couldn't help but be shocked and looked at Hisashi beside him, who proudly confirmed it. My guy's passion for martial arts ignited even more. Hinata assumed a Tai Chi stance, moving extremely slowly and softly, without any hint of power. She said, teacher guy, let's begin. My guy hesitated and asked, Hinata, is this a martial arts skill? Hinata slightly curved her lips and said, yes. Hisashi shook his head slightly, thinking that guy would be tricked by his own daughter today, and reminded him, guy, don't underestimate this set of boxing techniques. They're stronger than our family's secret techniques. Guy wanted to test it out. He attacked with lightning speed, throwing a simple straight punch. Hinata blocked with her palm, and just as it was about to make contact, she flattened her hand and gently grasped my guy's fist, stepping back 2 steps and pulling Guy forward 2 steps as well. At that moment, Hinata struck Mike Guy's fist with her palm, and the previously halted Mike Guy was sent back 7 or 8 meters before he finally stopped. Mike Guy looked at Hinata as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 82. The decision of the teacher and student. Hisashi thought to himself, this is already very good for you. If she gets a hold of you and spins you in the air, you won't be able to come down? That would be embarrassing. Guy attacked again, and his speed was much faster than before. Hinata, using Tai Chi, remained calm. Tai Chi emphasizes using stillness to control movement and using slowness to counter speed. After a few exchanges, starting with evasion and blocking, Hinata no longer needed to dodge. No matter how fast Guy was, she could keep up and easily neutralize his attacks. What a strange boxing technique. It can borrow strength, disperse force, and combine power. A strong attack won't work. He can only change his attack route, Guy thought. No matter how heavy his punch was, the moment it made contact with Hinata's hand, it felt as if it was hitting cotton, disappearing under her softness. Hisashi slightly shook his head. The advantage was now in his daughter's hands, and Mike Guy was already entangled. When Mike Guy retreated, Hinata advanced. When he advanced, Hinata retreated. Guy had to admit that he was now unable to break free from Hinata, as if he were stuck with glue, getting tighter with each exchange. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape. Hisashi declared, the outcome is decided. The next moment, Mike Guy's body left the ground, being spun around in the air by Hinata. Mike Guy felt a bit embarrassed. After all, he was a teacher, yet he was being toyed with like this. He couldn't let it continue. Even if he had to cheat, he couldn't be too embarrassed. He opened the 3rd gate in succession, trying to break free from Hinata's grasp. However, Hinata seemed to have anticipated this. The Tai Chi formation appeared, and Mike Guy became even taller, as if he had created his own domain, within which everything was under Hinata's control. Hisashi said, Hinata, spare Guy. Only then did Hinata stop, and Guy landed safely on the ground. He asked Hinata, what kind of boxing technique is this? Hinata zipli masoat taiji. Mike Guy sincerely said, what a marvelous boxing technique. At that moment, Hisashi advised Guy, you can choose. Martial arts suit you and your student. Konoha must be cleaned up, or it will rot. Too much stench will corrode people's hearts. My daughter yearns for it, and I must help my son-in-law. Mike Guy's body trembled as he said, thank you for your guidance, Senior Hisashi. He would think this over carefully. After leaving the Hyuga clan, Guy returned home, but he wasn't tired at all. He couldn't sleep. He thought about it and decided to go see Rock Lee. Going to see a patient in the dead of night was something only Guy could do. However, halfway there, a figure limped towards him. Who else could it be but Lee? He couldn't sleep either. The conversation he had with Naruto was still echoing in his mind. The seed of martial arts will continuously spreading in his heart. Teacher Guy, Lee exclaimed. Lee, Mike Guy responded. and it turned into a touching moment as they embraced like father and son. My guy asked Lee, "Why are you out of the hospital?" Lee replied, "Teacher guy. I met Naruto today, and he told me." My guy said, "He came looking for you too?" Lee Rock was taken aback and then said, "Teacher Kai, could it be that he?" My guy nodded, "The body technique." This wasn't the place to talk, so my guy took Lily back home. The two masters and disciples began to recount Naruto's invitation to them and an overview of body techniques, etc. After that, the two fell into silence. Both were very interested in martial arts and body techniques and wanted to practice, but given the current situation in Konoha, they couldn't leave, or they would be ridiculed by the world. After a while, Lee Rock spoke first, saying, "Teacher Kai, I want to practice body techniques." My guy said, "It's not just you who wants to go." Lee Rock was surprised. "Teacher Kai, you want to go too?" My guy replied, "Yes, martial arts seem very mysterious. Completely different from the way of ninjas. It's not about consumption, but about gaining energy. I went to the Hyuga clan today." Lee Rock was puzzled, as he knew his teacher had no dealings with the Hyuga clan, so how could he go there? My guy continued, "I went to spar with Hinata, Hyuga. You heard me right. It's Hinata Hyuga, not Hinata Hizashi, and I lost." "What?" Lee Rock exclaimed. "Teacher lost to a lower ninja." My guy said, "Hinata Hyuga is not a lower ninja, nor a middle ninja. After practicing with Naruto for these years, her strength has reached the level of an elite J-nin, and she is even trained in a new boxing technique. I was easily defeated by her. Of course, if Guy opened the 8 gates, Hinata would not be his opponent. After all, he could kick the 6 paths Madara to pieces, let alone Hinata, who only had an acquired realm. Even someone at the Return to Origin realm couldn't withstand him, but in the case of the date, self-preservation would not be a problem." Lee Rock's mouth dropped wide open, finding it hard to accept. In his eyes, Teacher Kai was the strongest beacon of light. My guy said, "This method of martial arts body cultivation is very special. It builds the physical body, hones the physical body, and enhances the body's defense and endurance. These are extremely attractive to our body technique training and are also our goals." Lee Rock's eyes sparkled as he stared at my guy, saying, "Teacher Kai." My guy said, "So, we should go to the Flame Dragon Kingdom to understand what the spirit of martial arts and the will of martial arts are." Lee Rock joyfully replied, "Yes, Teacher Kai." Then little Lee remembered the current Hokage and couldn't help but say, "But Teacher Kai, what about Kakashi-sensei?" He knew that his teacher and Kakashi-sensei had a deep friendship, and leaving Konoha now would imply dissatisfaction with Konoha. My guy laughed heartily. "Lee, you don't need to worry about that. Leave it to me. I will personally explain it to Kakashi." Lee Rock said, "Yes, teacher." The reason Might Guy made this decision so quickly was influenced by Naruto's words. But that influence was only 30%. Even if he went, it wouldn't have been so quick. The second factor was the training of body techniques. Practicing body techniques could cause harm to the body, and he was very clear about the suffering involved. Therefore, he didn't want his disciple to suffer such pain. He didn't care about the criticism, as he had faced plenty of ridicule in his childhood. However, this second factor was only 20% of the reason. The real reason he made the decision so quickly was Hinata Hizashi's words. "If Konoha is not cleaned, it will rot. There is too much stench, and it will corrupt people's hearts." Wasn't that referring to the current Konoha? Konoha was rotting from the roots, too much water source, fearing branches would fall, take root, and sprout to become the main trunk, so they cut off the water source, creating the current situation of yellow and green. Chapter 83. Chasing the sand-hidden village the next day, Might Guy was dressed neatly in formal attire, seemingly preparing for a major battle. Indeed, it was considered a tough battle. He was going to negotiate with Kakashi about leaving the village. Kakashi had only been in the Hokage position for 2 or 3 days, but his wrist was quite good, and things were being handled in an orderly manner, thanks to the support of the first and second Hokage. Everyone was cooperating actively. When Might Guy arrived, Kakashi said, "Kai, what made you think of finding me?" Might Guy replied solemnly, "Kakashi, can we talk?" This was the first time Kakashi had seen Might Guy with such a serious tone. Knowing the guy must have something significant to discuss, he nodded. Okay. The two agreed to meet at a cliff, overlooking the whole view of Konoha below. The slanting sun was beautiful, and Konoha looked beautiful too, but under the slanting sun. Konoha appeared like an elderly man walking in the sunset, weary and about to fall. Kakashi asked, "Kai, what do you want to talk to me about?" Might Guy and Kakashi had been friends for many years, so he didn't hide anything and directly said, "Kakashi, Lee and I are going to leave Konoha?" Kakashi asked, "Why?" Might Guy replied, "To pursue the true meaning of body cultivation." Kakashi thought for a moment and said, "You're going to the Qianlong organization to practice martial arts?" Might Guy said, Yes, martial arts body cultivation strengthens the body, making one fearless of blades, which is something body techniques cannot achieve. At my age, I naturally don't care anymore, but Lee is still young. His youth shouldn't be filled with scars. Kakashi immediately understood Guy's intentions. He asked Kai, have you made a decision? As a longtime friend, Kakashi naturally wouldn't stop Guy. For Konoha, Guy's father died, and Guy himself was covered in scars. He didn't know how many times his bones had been broken, and his body was full of marks of merit. Like I said, I've decided. I also want to see what is impressive about this flame dragon. Kakashi said, I respect your choice, Kai. I just hope that in the future, we won't be enemies. Mike, I said, Kakashi, don't worry, that won't happen. We are friends, the best of friends. I won't be an enemy of Konoha, and I won't participate in battles against Konoha. Kakashi believed this. He understood Guy's character very well. Mike, I asked Kakashi, how long will the first and second Hokage be around? Kakashi replied, about 4 months. Mike, Guy, and Lee Rock accepted a special mission with no content, and the two masters and disciples left Konoha to carry out this nameless task. Konoha lost another ally, and Kakashi sighed. It seemed that Konoha was beyond saving. Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, Hinata Hyuga, Sakura Haruno, these powerful youngsters, their relationship with Naruto meant they wouldn't become the pillars of Konoha. Naruto naturally wouldn't know that Might Guy and Lee Rock had left Konoha for the Flame Dragon Kingdom. He was currently catching up with the people of Sunagakure, and he had to take Gaara away. Naruto revealed a slight aura, and Rasha immediately sensed it, shouting, who is it? Naruto appeared and said, Fourth Kazekage, you really are useless. I'm right next to you, and you can't even sense where I am. Gaara's body stiffened as he said, Naruto Uzumaki. Gaara's gaze was cold as he stared at Naruto, a look of pride in his eyes. They were of the same kind. In Konoha, he had heard Naruto's story, which was similar to his own life, being ostracized since childhood, becoming a demon in everyone's hearts, not being accepted, and having to live in solitude, inflicting wounds on himself in dark, eerie corners. Naruto said, it's me. Naruto's strength has gained the recognition of the god of ninjas. He can easily defeat the Raikage with one hand. Naturally, it is not a problem for him. He couldn't help but lower his body slightly and said, I wonder what brings the Dragon King here. Naruto pointed at Gaara and said, I came here for him. Gaara remained calm, still coolly crossing his arms, surprisingly composed. However, he was curious to know the reason and stared intently at Naruto. Raza said, Dragon King, I don't understand what you mean. Naruto said, the meaning is very simple. I want to take him away. You'd better not stop me, especially you, Rasha. You're the one I dislike the most. A father like you is disgusting. Kanjiro respected his father and angrily said, you cannot insult. Before he could finish, Naruto had already embedded him into the ground with one hand. Naruto said, it's best not to interrupt when I'm speaking. Staring at Gaara, he continued, I really want to know if Gaara is your son. I'm observing whether Gaara can suppress his emotions, whether he can control Shikaku and become the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure. You want the position of Kazekage. So you sent Yashimaru to assassinate Gaara, who is actually Gaara's uncle, and deceive Gaara into believing that he never loved him, claiming he only wanted to avenge his sister. You also said that Gaara's mother hated him as well, thus destroying Gaara's love and longing for his mother. Subsequently, Yashimaru willingly died at Gaara's hands. When Gaara discovered that it was his own uncle who came to kill him, he was shocked and couldn't suppress his sadness, causing Shikaku to go out of control. Although you suppressed him with your sand, in your heart, Gaara is already a failure. You didn't just attempt to assassinate Gaara once. Upon realizing his incredible growth, you temporarily left him alive. What kind of father are you to deserve such a title? Gaara has grown, but he has become even more lonely, bloodthirsty, and world-weary, living his life as a tragedy. Temari shook her head and said, no, that's impossible, father. Naruto said, Temari, wake up a little. I know you hate Gaara, but ask yourselves, how much love do you really have for him? Have you ever thought about it seriously? He is your brother. Have you considered his perspective and tried to understand his life? This is Shikamaru's wife, so I need to make a good impression to handle Shikamaru better in the future. Temari's body trembled slightly, and her expression inevitably fell into despondency. Gaara's face looked somewhat ferocious as he stared at Naruto and asked, is what you said true? Naruto said, naturally, your mother and your uncle love you very much. There's no doubt about that. Gaara smiled softly and said, thank you, really, thank you. The chakra in his body started to surge, and Gaara began to roar. Raza and the others pulled up Kankuro from the ground and dodged away. Naruto's spirit moved, and his consciousness entered Gaara's mind, placing a hand on Gaara's shoulder, who was on the verge of madness. Wake up. Chapter 84. Unexplained Crisis. Under Naruto's interference, Gaara regained consciousness. Naruto said, Gaara, we share the same fate. Neither of us can be called good or bad. I lost my parents. My grandmother doesn't care for me. My uncle doesn't love me. And I've become a pawn. And you, although you enjoy your uncle's affection, you have a father who is not really a father. Gaara, devour his chakra, and no one can control you. Naruto's words were left unfinished, and Shikaku beside him said, I can sense Kurama's presence, so I'm tempting Gaara. Anyway, I've done this without hesitation. Kurama's voice came through. Shikaku, I advise you not to anger Naruto. He will kill you. Naruto said, Kurama, don't make me sound so cruel. I actually love nuclear peace. Shikaku said, Stupid fox, I really hate seeing you. It looked at Naruto and continued, Brat. Naruto pointed with his finger and said, Lie down. The massive body of Shikaku immediately crouched down on the ground. Gaara's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Naruto. In his mind, Shikaku was an invincible existence, yet in Naruto's hands. A single finger was enough to pressure it down. Such strength was beyond his reach. Kurama said with glee, You brought this on yourself. It had experienced this feeling before, and it was quite uncomfortable, yet there was nothing it could do. Naruto was too strong. Shikaku remarked, Stinky fox, this is your host. It seems you have submitted to him. Kurama replied, At least I can hold out for a while you get taken down in one move. Shikaku retorted, Get lost. Naruto couldn't be bothered with the two guys. He had achieved his goal by suppressing Shikaku, which served as a warning not to be too overbearing. Gaara, life takes many detours, and only by constantly adapting can one find shortcuts. Sometimes it's the same with living. Why not try a different way of life? Accept a new existence? It might just get better, right? Naruto said lightly. Gaara asked, Can the flame dragon really achieve equality among everyone? Will they protect and help each other? Naruto said, Gaara, I don't want to deceive you. I really can't do that. Remember, wherever there are people, there will inevitably be disputes and injustices. People have selfishness, and as selfishness expands, conflicts arise. We can't achieve 100 peace, but I can guarantee that darkness will only be a very small part, not even a fraction. Gaara replied, All right, I believe you. I'll go with you. Naruto said, This is a wise decision. Outside, Raza watched as Naruto stood opposite Gaara. The chakra around Gaara dissipated, and he knew that Naruto's consciousness had entered Gaara's body to negotiate with Shikaku. Unfortunately, it wasn't a negotiation, but rather a one-sided crushing of Shikaku. Raza did not dare to sneak attack Naruto. He lacked the confidence of a one-hit kill. If he angered Naruto, returning to Sunagakure would be a delusion. As Gaara's consciousness returned, he felt much lighter. He turned to look at his father, sister, and brother, and said, I am leaving. Upon hearing this, Raza became furious and said, Gaara, do you know what you're saying? Gaara replied, I know. I want to escape the cage of Sunagakure, escape your control. Is there a problem? His tone was cold, as if he were no longer speaking to his father, but to an enemy. Raza turned to Naruto and said, Your Excellency, is this a bit excessive? Naruto said, Is it too much? I don't think so. Who told me I was powerful? As he spoke, a blood-red chakra enveloped Naruto, fully transforming him into a tailed beast. The overwhelming aura pressed down on Shikamaru and the others, making them too afraid to resist. That shade of crimson, that kind of malevolence, was something they had never seen before. Not to mention fighting, they couldn't even muster the courage to resist. Naruto threatened, Raza, fourth Kazekage. Do you want to give it a try? A try? Is that looking for death? He has some confidence against Shikaku, but this is the fully tailed beast version of the Nine Tails, and he has no confidence, not even a bit. Left with no choice, Raza gritted his teeth and said, You all should leave. Naruto's gaze fell on Temari and Kankuro, and he said, You too, if you want to leave Sunagakure. You can come to Yanlong City. You can rest assured that in Yanlong City, you will be much more comfortable. Rasha angrily replied, Dragon King. Naruto shot a glance over, and Rasha immediately fell silent. From Naruto's gaze, he realized that Naruto was quite displeased with him and wanted to deal with him. If he didn't behave himself, he can no longer blame Naruto for being rude. Temari said lightly, Thank you, but I love our village more. Despite Naruto bullying them, she didn't feel much hatred. Subtly, she felt a bit happy for her brother, glad that he wouldn't have to live in the cold sand village anymore. Kankuro was genuinely a little afraid of Naruto and shook his head, saying, I'm not going. Naruto said, Sai, you guys missed a chance to become stronger. I truly feel sorry for you. With Gaara, He flew into the sky on his sword, breaking through the air. Just after covering 10 miles, Naruto suddenly descended, looking up and staring intently at the clouds above. His expression was vigilant, with his sword blade in hand and the sword's aura flickering around him. This serious demeanor was the first time Naruto had shown such a thing in 7 or 8 years. Gaara asked Naruto what's wrong. Naruto said, I sense danger, a strong and terrifying danger. This kind of crisis, in this life and the last, is the only time. Gaara made a brief investigation and said, Naruto, it seems there's no one here. Besides, who in this world could threaten you? Naruto said, it's hard to say. The only ones who can spar with me now are Guy with the 8 gates, Nagato with the Rinnegan, and Jiraiya with his Sage mode. I should be able to handle the first two, but I'm confident I can easily deal with Jiraiya's Sage mode. However, both Guy and Nagato are strong, but they still can't completely eliminate my ability to fight back. Just now, I felt a sense of crisis that penetrated deep into my soul. This person's strength is so great that I cannot contend with it. I can't understand this. At this time, there shouldn't be anyone with such strength. Logically speaking, there really shouldn't be. Even if the Sage of 6 Paths were resurrected, he wouldn't be able to do anything to me. But just that moment, that instant of helplessness, was very real. Naruto thought to himself, is it because of my changes that the Otsutsuki have come? Chapter 85. Tsunade invites Jiraiya. The Otsutsuki are generally stronger than the Sage of 6 Paths, so it's normal for him to feel a sense of crisis. However, according to the plot, it's still not time for them to appear. If the Otsutsuki had shown up in the early days of Naruto, they could easily crush the ninja world without anyone being able to resist or fight back. Naruto did not wait for Gaara to ask again and said, I know you have many questions, but it's not the right time for you to know. We need to hurry back to Yamlong City. A sense of urgency rose in his heart. He felt danger looming, and no one in the entire Yamlong kingdom could withstand it. It seemed he was still very weak and needed to train hard. For now, the Yamlong kingdom could not expand. Strengthening his power was the way to go. Once the people of Yamlong kingdom became martial artists, and he broke through to the 7th layer of the Hunyuan body refinement realm, even if the Otsutsuki clan came together, he could bury them under his sword. Seeing Naruto's serious expression, Gaara realized the situation was somewhat tricky, so he did not ask anything further and followed Naruto to Yamlong City. Jiraiya had left Konoha. This time, he was about to embark on a long journey. However, before leaving, he still wanted to catch up with 2 old friends. So he came to Yamlong City. Orochimaru was in seclusion training, Tsunade had comprehended momentum, and Shizen had understood sword momentum. Feeling the pressure, he decided not to leave seclusion until he comprehended momentum. Jiraiya wanted to reminisce with him, but had to wait until next time. When Jiraiya first saw Tsunade, he couldn't help but tremble. It wasn't because Tsunade had become more beautiful. She had always been very beautiful in his heart, like a princess. He was shaken because of the radiant state Tsunade was in. It had been over 20 years, a full 20 years since he had seen Tsunade like this. Almost like a young girl in love. Tsunade asked, Jiraiya, what are you looking at? Jiraiya replied, Tsunade, it's been a long time since I saw you like this. Since Kakashi's death, this is the first time I've seen you so confident and radiant. Tsunade smiled slightly and said, Jiraiya, SH Saku, and Kakashi have all left. It's been over 20 years. I've been living in the shadows. It's exhausting and difficult. Jiraiya nodded. Indeed, you should let go. A beautiful life is waiting for you. Tsunade agreed. Yes, just like now, carefree and worry-free. Jiraiya said, we have to thank Naruto. He pulled you back from the low point. There was a faint light in Tsunade's eyes as she said, Jiraiya, this little brat is no ordinary kid. As she spoke, a smile appeared on her lips, and she felt joy in her heart. Honestly, she had known Naruto for less than a year, but during that time, Naruto always made her laugh heartily. If anyone had suffered, Naruto's suffering was no less than hers. At least she had enjoyed the love of her parents, the affection of her grandfather, and many friends. But what about Naruto? He had no family, no relatives, he was often hungry and cold, and had to endure endless insults. In that environment, if it were her, she would have exploded long ago. How could she be like Naruto, not only growing up but also achieving so much? In her leisure time, Tsunade had once asked Naruto about the 4th Hokage, asking about his feelings. Naruto replied with a sentence, the dead are gone, may they rest in peace. The living must cherish life. She numbed herself with alcohol, torturing herself, knowing that her lover and brother could not find peace in that world. Jiraiya felt a deep sense of loss. He had only seen such a Tsunade when Kakashi was still alive. It seemed he had lost again, this time to a child. However, The great Jiraiya was still the great Jiraiya. He could only feel happy for Tsunade. If the talented ones were to wither away, it would be better to let Tsunade shine in her final glory. Jiraiya said, Tsunade, you must think carefully. Your great Naruto is not just 40 years. He represents 2 generations. Tsunade's face flushed slightly, indeed looking like a young girl. However, she did not argue. She simply said, Jiraiya, join the Qianlong organization. Come join Naruto's team. Jiraiya did not expect Tsunade to invite him personally. There was only one possibility. Naruto's system had truly earned Tsunade's recognition. However, he was not in a mood to join that force right now. He just wanted to wander around, see the ninja world, and write stories. Jiraiya said, Tsunade, I just want to wander for now. We can talk about joining Qianlong later. Tsunade pondered for a moment and said, Jiraiya, do you know how long I can live if I go on like this without battle? How many years do you think I can live? Jiraiya did not understand the meaning of Tsunade's words and asked, Tsunade, what do you mean by that? Tsunade replied, I think I can live for 200 years. Maybe 300. Jiraiya gasped, 200 years? Are there such people? Throughout history, there were no records of such figures. Tsunade said, when you calculate it this way, I'm just a girl in her 20s. This left Jiraiya somewhat dumbfounded. He truly had no words to respond. However, he did not forget the key point and asked Tsunade, why? Tsunade explained, because of martial arts training. The training of chakra actually overdrafts life force, constantly causing cell division. Human cells have a limited number of divisions. Once the limit is reached, a person dies. But martial arts training absorbs the energy of heaven and earth. During the process of increasing power, the energy protects the cells. If the cells are damaged, they can repair themselves. If the cells do not die, they will not divide, and lifespan will be extended. Jiraiya, there's a phenomenon we have not noticed, but Naruto has. He said that except for those with special bloodlines, most ninjas live shorter lives than ordinary people. Jiraiya felt a bit disoriented. Tsunade's insights were clear and logical, leaving no room for him to refute. Yet he still found it a bit unbelievable. Tsunade, have you heard about what's happening in Konoha? Jiraiya did not want to linger on this topic, so he changed the subject. Tsunade replied, of course. They summoned my grandfather and the others back. At that moment, he felt endless sorrow for her teacher, who would go to any lengths to achieve his goals. Jiraiya said, but he is reaping what he sows. Compared to Naruto's past life, it is even more unbearable. Tsunade said, he deserves it. Jiraiya continued, the first and second Hokage should still exist for some time. Aren't you going to see them? Tsunade said, I'm not going back. I don't want to add to my sadness. Chapter 86. Sasuke and Itachi disappear. Naruto returned to Flame Dragon City and handed Gaara over to Shisui, instructing him to place him in the martial arts academy. The methods of cultivation had already been passed on to him, and with the systematic guidance at the academy, his improvement would be rapid. When Shisui returned, Naruto said, by the way, when are Guy and Lee coming? Shisui responded with suspicion. Guy? Naruto was somewhat speechless about how to get involved in this matter, and said, it's Teacher Guy. The title Hokage is a respectful term for him. If he doesn't fall, he will undoubtedly rewrite the ending of this Hokage story. Shisui said, they've been here for 2 days, but Dragon King, haven't you noticed? There are several more people in green clothes. This is Teacher Guy's charm. He doesn't seem like an adult at all, but rather like a child, not a mischievous one, surrounded by a group of kids training in physical cultivation. His astonishing words, filled with an everlasting youthful spirit, successfully attracted a few people to join in the training. Naruto said, it's okay, this is the kind of energy we need. Shisui said, Dragon King, don't you find it strange? He found it somewhat difficult to accept. Naruto said, what's the big deal? In this regard, Teacher Guy is a great teacher. Well, Shisui didn't say anything more. Faced with Naruto's admiration for Teacher Guy, he really wanted to see Teacher Guy's strength. Is he really as powerful as Naruto said? Naruto wondered, wait, why aren't Sasuke and Itachi here? Didn't they come too? When they were in Konoha, after Sasuke and Itachi brutally killed Danzo, they came to Flame Dragon City. Sasuke had something to do and didn't join the two of them. Logically, they should have arrived by now. Where are they? Shisui questioned. Sasuke and Itachi, they didn't come? A thought appeared in Naruto's mind. Something has happened. He was certain that something must have gone wrong. Otherwise, the two of them would have definitely come. They would have trained in martial arts, evolved their eyes, and revived their parents. As for stopping the two, even the reincarnated Senju Hashirama would not be able to do it. When he recalled the hint of crisis he sensed, Naruto felt that this situation was a bit more complicated. Shisui said, Dragon King, has a life-threatening change occurred? Naruto nodded and said, Shisui, The Flame Dragon Kingdom can now focus on development without expansion. We will pass on the basic techniques to the people so that everyone can cultivate. I need to enter seclusion for a while, and this time will be a long one. Jishui, I will have to trouble you. Jishui replied, don't worry, Dragon King. I will definitely protect the Flame Dragon Kingdom. From Naruto's words, he sensed that Naruto seemed dissatisfied with his own strength. It seemed not strong enough, and there appeared to be some danger. His seclusion was for the purpose of enhancing his power. This made Jishui alert as well. Naruto's strength could be said to be unfathomable, but the danger he felt indicated the formidable nature of the enemy. Naruto also asked Shursui to give Gaara a pair of eyes at the appropriate time. The so-called appropriate time is when Gaara's heart is illuminated, and it can be used to protect the Flame Dragon. Shursui naturally knows that Gaara, the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure, has strong innate talent and can indeed wield a pair of Sharingan. After Naruto finished discussing matters with Shursui and just stepped out the door, Tenten flew over and clung to Naruto's back, saying, Naruto brother, I missed you so much. Naruto said, what are you doing here, girl? Shursui told me you were in seclusion. Tian replied, brother Naruto, I've worked hard. My strength is now at the late stage of the acquired realm, and I've also broken through to the 5th level of the concept. Upon hearing this, Shursui felt genuinely envious. He was currently at the innate realm, but his understanding of the concept was only at the initial stage of force, with 3 more stages to go: minor achievement, major achievement, and peak. Because of Naruto's influence, in the Flame Dragon Kingdom, no matter who practiced martial arts, they would not refer to themselves as lower ninjas or upper ninjas. They would simply be classified as martial arts of the 3 ranks, acquired and innate. Naruto said, so amazing? Tian proudly replied, of course. Naruto, as expected of my dear Tenten, amazing. Tenten said, brother Naruto, then you have to reward me. Reward me by accompanying me tomorrow. Naruto said, you girl, are you trying to sneak some food again? Want to eat my grilled fish? Hinata said, Naruto, it's been a long time since we had gathering. I want to play carefree like in Konoha, but I can't. I can only say, Hinata, big brother has important matters to attend to. I might not be able to accompany you tomorrow. Taking a day off is naturally not a problem, but Naruto would be distracted and it would be Hinata who feels troubled. Huh? Big brother Naruto has matters again? Hinata said disappointedly. Naruto said, Big brother Naruto is going into seclusion tomorrow, and this time it will be for a long time. Tian exclaimed in surprise. Ah, big brother Naruto, you're going into seclusion again. Naruto, yeah. Big brother needs to improve his strength in order to protect you. After having a meal with Tenten, Naruto went to a small island, where he planned to enter seclusion for training. Before he could even start, Tsunade came over. You heartless one, have you forgotten about me? Tsunade said, sounding quite resentful. Naruto said, how could I forget anyone? I can never forget you. Tsunade hummed. That's more like it. Naruto, why are you choosing to go into seclusion again? With your strength, even during your grandfather's peak, he couldn't say he could defeat you. Speaking of Senju Hashirama, Naruto recalled that he still had a promise to fulfill with him, but that promise could only wait until later. Naruto said, because the enemy's strength poses a threat to me, it gives me a strong sense of crisis, so I have to prepare. Tsunade asked, who? Naruto said, I don't know, a mysterious person. It's just a feeling, but I can be sure that this feeling is not wrong. I believe that my perception at that moment is not an illusion. There is a powerful being lurking in the shadows, someone who can crush me. Tsunade said, among the 5 great ninja villages, it seems there are no extraordinary figures beyond the Hokage level. Who could it be? Naruto nodded. The 5 great ninja villages. Even if our ancestors are resurrected, I won't be afraid. Besides, this person might be from the heavens. Tsunade said, you're talking nonsense with your life on the line. What heavens? Naruto smiled and didn't explain. Tsunade asked softly, kid, how long do you plan to go into seclusion this time? Naruto said, I don't know. I'll break through and come out. I won't make you think for too long. Tsunade, kid, who would think about you? Naruto, you don't know. At night someone dreams. Softly calling Naruto, Naruto, is it because they miss me? Or who else could it be? Tsunade's face turned red, and she hurriedly and angrily said, bastard, and threw a punch. Chapter 87. Mysterious Shadow, Sage of the 6 Paths in the high vault of the ninja world, 2 phantoms stood facing each other. One was semi-solid, with a strange appearance, 2 horns on its head, wearing a 6-pointed star necklace, and holding a black staff. The other was a fragmented body, lacking a face and missing arms and legs, appearing somewhat weak, as if a gust of wind could blow it away, but its aura was strong. much stronger than the old man holding the black staff. "Who are you?" asked the old man with the black staff. He felt an immense pressure from the half-formed body in front of him, making him feel small, like a grain of sand in the vast sea, akin to an ant. The shadow replied, "Who I am is not important. What matters is that the way of a ninja is crumbling. The ninja sect you established is about to disappear, and the ninjas of this world will gradually fade away." The old man asked, "What do you mean? Is the way of a ninja crumbling? The ninja sect disappearing? Is the world going to be destroyed? Has the final outcome changed? Has the fruit of the divine tree been consumed? Will the world be destroyed in the end?" The shadow replied, "The world will not be destroyed, but there's a force now. It is impacting the way of a ninja, constantly growing stronger, and one day, the way of a ninja will inevitably vanish." The old man asked, "If the way of a ninja disappears, will this force still exist?" The shadow, "Naturally, it will exist and thrive, unstoppable." The old man then asked, "What will the outcome be?" The shadow, "What will it be? Let me show you a glimpse of this future world." Images flooded into the old man's consciousness. Smoke enveloped the skies, every city, every street, every soul in endless darkness. Cries, pleas, mad laughter, and sounds of pity echoed throughout the world, a scene of misery. The world no longer had small villages. Even large villages only had 4,000 or 5,000 people, whereas the grandeur of tens of thousands. In this world, people no longer believed in promises of peace, for those promises had been burned to oblivion by the flames of war. Individuals, baring their teeth and claws, were exceptionally sinister, the devils of the world. Watching their homeland being destroyed, loved ones turned to ashes under powerful forces, hearts filled with endless pain and despair. Living was a luxury for everyone. They no longer yearned for the future, for there would be no future. The old man furrowed his brow, feeling something was strange. It seemed everyone lived only to kill, as if they existed solely for battle, like a group of thoughtless beings, possessing only immense power. But it felt so real that the old man could not doubt it. The shadow said, "Don't you dare believe it?" The old man nodded honestly. "Indeed." The shadow said, "Well then, let us talk about the child of prophecy." The old man's eyes narrowed, looking at the shadow, waiting for him to continue. The shadow asked, "Have you calculated the future? Is the child of prophecy the blue-eyed boy who laughs and calls the name of the nine-headed beast?" The old man squinted his eyes. "How do you know? This is top secret. Apart from the great toad of Mount Myaboku, no one else should know. Because Mount Myaboku is also one of the turning points for the child of prophecy, very important, naturally needing to maintain a good relationship." The shadow said, "You do not need to know this, calling the nine-headed beast the nine-tailed beast of the world, and the strongest host of them is the child of prophecy." The old man said, "You seem to know a lot." The shadow said, "In this ninja world, there is nothing I do not know. Is it strange to know these? The important thing is that I want to know everything." To this, the old man did not think he was lying. He inquired, "Who exactly are you?" This person was too mysterious, and he could not discern his identity at all. However, the reason he could continue talking to him was that the shadow felt very familiar, as if he were a close relative, which was also something he needed to understand. The shadow then said, "I've already said, this point you do not need to know for now. You only need to know that I will not be your enemy. We have a common goal, a common enemy. We can only be friends." The old man said, "Common goal, common enemy, is it Kaguya?" The shadow replied, "Haha, I can sense your apprehension towards her and your fear of her power, but unfortunately, she is not yet qualified." Before the old man could inquire further, the shadow said, "Do you want to know what your child of prophecy is doing?" The old man replied, "I am waiting for him." The shadow said, "You are dreaming. Now your child of prophecy has changed. He is not changing the world, but the essence of this world. He has created a new cultivation system. He wants to eliminate the way of a ninja. He wants everyone to have immense power, to change their own destinies." The old man said, "That is a good idea. Peace and friendship. This is also the world he wants to establish." The shadow said, "Indeed, a very good idea, but not everyone can master immense power. What if someone like Kaguya gains such overwhelming power? What crazy things might she do?" The old man asked, "Besides the way of the ninja, are there other cultivation methods?" The shadow replied, "Of course, and the speed of cultivation is extremely fast. Even the most unqualified commoners can reach the Chunin level. Everyone can cultivate, everyone can fight. What will this world be like?" The old man naturally thought of the final result. Chaos, leading to countless wars, a world where bones are exposed in the wilderness. And there is no crowing for 1,000 miles would indeed appear. The old man asked, "Is the child of prophecy the one causing this change?" The shadow nodded. "Indeed. Now in his body, besides the tailed beasts, he has no chakra. All his chakra has transformed into martial arts power. Is Kurama in his body?" "Good, I—" The old man had not finished speaking, nor had he acted, when the shadow said, "I advise you not to, sage of the six paths." This old man was the powerful guardian of the ninja world, revered as the sage of the six paths. The sage of the six paths asked in confusion, "Why?" With the nine tails as an insider, he could grasp the movements of the child of prophecy. The shadow said, "This person has a very strong mental power. Even if I were to pass over him, he would be alerted. If you communicate with the nine tails, he will definitely sense it, and we'll be exposed, losing our advantage. He is in the light, we are in the dark, and by accumulating power, we can surely eliminate the martial arts." The sage of the six paths said, "Unfortunately, I am now just a remnant. I am already dead. What can I do?" The shadow said, "I know this. You can rest assured. With me here, even as a remnant, assisting you in your endeavors is not a problem." Chapter 88. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Others Hide Away. Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed not a simple person. He had come down from the position of Hokage, and he took away some of his dark guards, who were his loyal subordinates and would remain faithful to him until death. To be honest, Sarutobi Hiruzen's methods were indeed very clever, and even now, he had not let go of his plans. On this day, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat alone, his brows tightly knitted. After a while, he said, "Rejected. This woman actually rejected me. Is she really going to compromise with Naruto?" His hatred for Naruto had reached an unprecedented level, so he secretly allied himself with the Cloud Village and the Mist Village. However, what puzzled Sarutobi Hiruzen was that Terumi Mei from the Mist Village actually refused his invitation to form an alliance. In Konoha, Naruto had severely humiliated the Mizukage and declared war on the Land of Water. Yet under such circumstances, Terumi Mei had turned him down, which completely caught him off guard. Reikage AI, on the other hand, agreed quickly, likely seeking revenge for the punch that had shattered the reputation of the Cloud Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen. A voice suddenly echoed in the room. Sarutobi Hiruzen was startled and asked to follow me, or you won't be able to deal with Uzumaki Naruto. The voice rang out again, startling Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was shocked. Aside from themselves, no one else should know they were planning to deal with Naruto. And yet this had been revealed. Soon, a door appeared in the space, and Sarutobi Hiruzen composed himself and stepped inside. When he reappeared, it was in a mysterious space. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw a figure suspended in the air, and upon noticing his attire, he exclaimed, "You are the sage of six paths." The sage of six paths nodded. "It is I." Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally held deep respect for the sage of six paths, the founder of ninjutsu, and quickly bowed before asking, "Sage of six paths, have you called me here for a reason?" Feeling a hint of joy in his heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought that perhaps the Sage of Six Paths was also going to deal with Naruto, which would be a heavenly blessing. With the Sage of Six Paths on his side, he felt he had a greater chance of defeating Naruto. The Sage of Six Paths said, "Yes, I do have instructions regarding the ninjutsu sect and the way of the ninja." Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly and asked, "Ninjutsu sect? The way of the ninja?" The Sage of Six Paths replied, "Yes, a new force has emerged, impacting the world and about to rise. The ninjutsu sect and the way of the ninja are facing extinction, and there are too many who can master this power. No one can control it. And at that time, the ninja world will descend into chaos, with slaughter rising, and peace will be no more." Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, "Martial Tao." The Sage of Six Paths said, "This method is very miraculous. Even ordinary people can practice it, strengthening their bodies and matching the strength of lower ninjas. If trained systematically, they could surpass intermediate ninjas." Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was greatly astonished. If that were the case, it wouldn't take years for the strength of the Land of the Flame to reach its peak. At that time, not to mention the Land of Fire, even the 5 great nations combined would likely have little advantage in strength. The Sage of Six Paths continued, "I believe you have thought of this as well. Therefore, for the future of the way of the ninja, to reduce slaughter in the world, and to achieve peace in the ninja world, the martial Tao must be eliminated." Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, "Sage, with your abilities, can't you deal with Uzumaki Naruto?" The Sage of Six Paths shook his head and sighed. "I am already dead. I only have this fragment of my soul left. If I were to act against Uzumaki Naruto, I would disappear. The roots of the martial Tao have already been planted. Only by gathering strength together to cut it off and eliminate it in one fell swoop can we save the ninja world." Sarutobi Hiruzen bowed and said, "Please guide me." "Sage." Sarutobi Hiruzen disappeared. along with 40 of his subordinates. At the same time, Raikage AI from a cloud village and Rasha from the sand village, along with their guards, also vanished. In an instant, over 100 people had disappeared, causing a stir in the ninja world. 3 Kage-level ninjas and over 100 experts had quietly vanished without a trace. This was no small matter. The 5 great nations, now considered the 6 great nations, began to take action and investigate the situation. In the Flame Dragon City, Orochimaru emerged from his retreat. He had also comprehended a certain force. But it was not the sword force that Naruto possessed, nor was it the blade force of Shirzei, and certainly not the power force of Tsunade, but rather the great force of 10,000 snakes, which affected the enemy's mental state, instilling fear and rendering them unable to fight. After coming out, he fought against Shirzei, and even with Shirzue's strength, he nearly fell into the trap. Looking at the messages he received, Shirzue's expression grew solemn. Over 100 shadow-level experts had vanished silently. The hidden enemy was undoubtedly very strong. Suddenly, he remembered Naruto's retreat to train and improve his strength and muttered, "Could this be related?" Orochimaru, noticing Shirzei's murmuring, asked Shirzue, "What happened?" Shirzue replied, "The former Hokage of Konoha. Oh, your teacher, Sir Toby Hiruzen, has disappeared, along with his Umbu, Raikage AI from the Cloud Village, and Rasha from the Sand Village. No one knows where they went, not even their families." Orochimaru squinted his eyes and said, "Is this a secret alliance?" All 3 had grievances against Naruto, so it made sense for them to unite secretly and create obstacles. Shirzue said, "An alliance is certain. That old thief Sarutobi is indeed not simple. Although he has stepped down, he still has his own power and has secretly contacted the Raikage and the Mizukage." The Raikage agreed, while the Mizukage was wise enough not to. Orochimaru licked his lips, a hint of killing intent appearing on his sunny face, making him seem more sinister. He said, "Good Raikage, one day I will take his head." Shirzue cautioned, "Orochimaru, don't interfere casually in this matter. It's not simple." Orochimaru detected the underlying meaning in Shirzue's words and asked, "Shirzue, is there more news?" Shirzue recounted the discussions he had with Naruto and shared his speculations. After hearing this, a serious expression appeared in Orochimaru's snake-like eyes. He was well aware of Naruto's strength, and even if he teamed up with Shirzue, they might not be able to overpower him. There were others stronger than him, so they couldn't afford to be lax. Orochimaru smiled and said, "Shirzue, you've worked hard." He sounded like a warm-hearted big boy. Shirzue's face darkened as he replied, "Orochimaru, you are a senior. How can you say such things?" He realized that this guy wanted to push all the responsibilities onto him so he could train properly. Orochimaru said, "So, Shirzue, you must respect your elders, you know?" Shirzue retorted, "Shameless. You're only less than 40 years older than me. How can you be considered old? You look younger than me." Orochimaru countered, "Shirzue, listen to yourself. Do you hear what you're saying? Is a 40-year difference not old? Didn't you see that my body is as weak as a snake?" Shirzue was speechless. This was truly a talent. What did age have to do with it? Wasn't it because of your own training? "I don't care. The Dragon King is in seclusion. I'm the one in charge now. Orochimaru, I appoint you as the chief advisor to oversee the Flame Dragon and handle important matters until the Dragon King comes out of seclusion." Shirzue, you are abusing your power. "Yes, I am abusing it. You have to listen to me." Chapter 89. The Battle of Grandfather and Grandson in a dispute between Shirzue and Orochimaru. Orochimaru ultimately betrayed Kabuto, saying that Kabuto could handle everything. Shirzue naturally understood Kabuto a bit. He was a very capable person, and it was somewhat of a waste for him to be the head of an orphanage. Shirzue went to find Kabuto, intending to promote him. Upon seeing Shirzue, Kabuto adjusted his glasses and smiled, saying, "Shirzue-kun." Shirzue said, "Kabuto, Orochimaru sold you out. You no longer have personal freedom." Kabuto was confused. He looked at Shirzue, waiting for him to continue. Shirzue said, "That old guy has locked himself away to cultivate, so he left everything to us." Kabuto immediately understood what Shirzue was trying to say and interrupted, saying, "Shirzue-kun, I reported to Lord Orochimaru yesterday that I want to go to the Dragon Cave to cultivate sage techniques, and he agreed. I was just about to leave Yanlong City." Shirzue's expression stiffened, and he said with resentment, "Orochimaru-senpai, you're going too far." Kabuto adjusted his glasses, smiled, and said nothing. He actually felt quite good about this situation. Shirzue said, "Kabuto, why are you smiling? Hurry back. This position is bound to be yours eventually." Kabuto was startled and said, "Shirzue-kun, stop joking." Shirzue replied, "Joking? I'm not joking with you. It's okay for you to cultivate, but not for me. The Dragon King is in seclusion, and everything is up to me. Kabuto was frightened by Shirsui's demeanor. This resentment was not to be trifled with. He nodded and said, yes, yes. Fortunately, at this moment, Orochimaru was already in seclusion. Otherwise, Shirsui wouldn't let him off easily and would definitely demand an explanation. At 50 or 60 years old, still deceiving children was unforgivable. However, Shirsui was still managing well. Having cultivated several foundations of the Uchiha clan, he could handle it, but his training time had decreased and his strength could not be improved, making it impossible for him to help Naruto. As for Tsunade, Shirsui did not go to find her. For various reasons, it was best not to provoke her. That day, after finishing his tasks, Shirsui was about to rest when Izumi appeared and said, Shirtai, the god of shinobi has arrived. Shirsui responded, he really came. Let's go meet him. And oh, ask Tsunade-senpai to come too. Izumi said, I've already sent someone to invite her. In the forest outside Youming City, 3 Uchiha clan members with Manjiki Sharingan blocked the remains of Hashirama Senju. Hashirama sensed the strength of the 3 and said, not bad. Even Madara at your age had this level of strength. Shirsui and Izumi sensed that Hashirama's gaze immediately fell on Shirsui, as he was the strongest among them in terms of power. Shirsui said, Lord Hashirama, it's been a while. Hashirama replied, descendant of Madara, you're quite impressive. Give you 10 more years, and even Madara 1TB your opponent, including me. Shirsui said, thank you for the praise, my lord. Receiving praise from the god of shinobi was indeed an honor. Hashirama asked, where's Naruto? I'm here. Isn't he coming out to face me? Didn't he say he wanted to battle me? Shirsui replied, the Dragon King is currently in seclusion. He said he can only fight you later. Hashirama said, that doesn't make sense. With his strength, does he really need to cultivate? He felt that, even in his prime, he wouldn't be able to defeat Naruto completely. Shirsui said, the Dragon King is the master of Youming. He is considering the abyss. This seclusion is for the safety of the Youming kingdom. Hashirama remarked, the Youming kingdom, very good. Truly impressive. This kid is far stronger than I was. If he were in our era, with me and Madara as his vanguard, the ninja world would definitely be a peaceful era today. Along the way, he had seen something that had never existed in the land of fire, the spirit of everyone working for their country. Not to mention the land of fire. Even the entire ninja world lacked this. Shirsui agreed, saying, it will definitely happen. I believe the Dragon King can achieve it. Boom! A blast echoed through the air as a dragon-shaped phantom descended from the sky. Hashirama's lips curled into a smile, his eyes filled with affection. Grandfather, take this. Dragon Fury. The newcomer was, of course, Tsunade, who at this moment had also reached the peak of her innate power. However, the power she displayed was definitely that of a super shadow-level ninja. Hashirama was extremely fond of his granddaughter. Feeling the strength in her punch, he was very pleased. All his power gathered for his strongest punch without using sage techniques. Bang! Tsunade's fist collided with Hashirama's fist, unleashing a powerful force. Shirsui and Izumi joined forces, shouting behind. Powerful true energy surged, forming a domain that locked down the explosive force, ensuring it wouldn't affect the citizens of Youming City. Hashirama was pushed back over 30 meters, falling into a disadvantage, and said with satisfaction, little Tsunade, you've grown. Tsunade smiled faintly and said, Grandfather, it's not over yet. I want to see your sage techniques. She flew back into the air, her true energy transforming into a dragon-shaped aura, still Dragon Fury. But this time, the momentum it generated was even more powerful. With force added, its power was naturally not to be underestimated. Seeing this, Hashirama did not underestimate it. He immediately transformed into a sage form and performed a sage technique, forming hand seals. Saying Wooden Man technique. A giant tree rapidly grew up around Hashirama, finally transforming into a massive wooden figure. This was a powerful ninjutsu that Hashirama excelled at. With both size and combat power comparable to a complete Susanoo, able to catch a tailed beast ball with one hand. In the past, he had used this technique to catch the nine-tailed beast ball and could even use it to counterattack, and the attacks were particularly sharp. In the Senju clan, only Hashirama, with his enormous chakra, could do this. Hashirama performing this technique was undoubtedly the strength of a legendary ninja. Tsunade's attack, boosted by force, increased significantly, but it still only reached the super shadow level, falling short of the legendary ninja status. Dragon Fury descended heavily, merely scratching the wooden figure and failing to break it. In fact, Tsunade was sent flying back over 10 yards. However, The resulting force was indeed not weak. If not for the strong powers of Shui and Izumi, they might not have been able to contain the violent energy. Tsunade said, "Grandfather, you are still the strongest." Hashirama replied, "Little Tsunade, your skills are no joke. Your strength has not yet reached its limit. If you improve a bit more, I might not be able to suppress you." Tsunade said, "That's for sure. If that little brat Naruto comes out to fight, you might be in trouble." This wasn't the place to talk. Shui invited Hashirama into Yanlong City. Chapter 90. Martial arts cultivation surpasses ninja way cultivation. Everyone returned to Yanlong City and entered the Yanlong Pavilion. The others dispersed, leaving only Tsunade, Shui, and Hashirama. Hashirama said, "Not bad, really not bad." He could feel the prosperity of Yanlong City and the happiness of its citizens. This was indeed not something that Konoha could compare to. If given a choice, it was indeed the best option. Shui said, "Thank you for the praise, Lord Hashirama." Tsunade asked, "Grandfather, where is second uncle?" She remembered that the two of them were reincarnated together, so why didn't he, the second grandfather, come along? Senju Hashirama said, "I sealed him. He can exist for 3 years. If Konoha is attacked, he can come to save us. As for himself, no one can seal him, and he can't seal himself either. So while there is time, I'm wandering this land of the Flame Dragon to see if there is anything special." Shurzue asked, "Lord Hashirama, has Sarutobi Hiruzen really disappeared?" Although it had already been confirmed, he still wanted to verify it again. With Hashirama's character, he shouldn't be able to lie in front of his granddaughter. Senju Hashirama said solemnly, "Yes, he disappeared from the secret room. No one knows, not even his son, Asuma Sarutobi. After the incident, he had meticulously checked again, and there was no trace of chakra." Tsunade asked, "He disappeared?" She had been in seclusion for training, so she really didn't know about this matter. Senju Hashirama nodded. "Yes, this matter is very strange. No one knows how the monkey disappeared. Ever since I removed him from the Hokage position, he has never left the family secret room, nor has there been any sign of him using ninjutsu. It doesn't seem like he escaped." Shurzue asked, "Lord Hashirama, if you want to take someone away, can you do it silently?" Senju Hashirama shook his head, yes. He looked at Shurzue and then said, "Are you saying the monkey was taken away by someone?" Shurzue nodded. "Yes, Raza from Sunagakure and A from Kumogakure. They both have old grudges with the Dragon King. This can't be a coincidence." Senju Hashirama's eyes flickered. "This should be a conspiracy. There are experts behind the scenes plotting something." Shurzue nodded. "This is the only explanation." Senju Hashirama said calmly, "It seems there are still many unknowns in this world. To be able to take someone away from Konoha right under my nose without a sound. Their strength cannot be underestimated." Tsunade said, "That little brat Naruto seems to know a lot. Once he finishes his seclusion, I want to ask him thoroughly." Senju Hashirama scratched his head and said, "This is really a headache. If I were still alive, I would definitely investigate the monsters behind this. But I believe in Naruto. He will surely uncover the person behind this. Naruto is very young, but his strength is indeed formidable, and he is quite clever. His rise is inevitable. I believe this as well." Shurzue definitely has his thoughts, and after a moment of contemplation, he asked, "Lord Hashirama, did Madara have the Rinnegan in the past?" Although the family records state that the eyes of the ancestor were merely eternal Mangeki Sharingan and had not yet evolved into the Rinnegan, he wanted to confirm it. The leader of the Akatsuki organization possesses the Rinnegan, and in his opinion, it is unlikely that Madara had the chance to evolve into the Rinnegan. He suspects this might be a backup plan of the ancestor. One must say that Shurzue is very smart. He did not ask Naruto, but sought the answer himself. He knows Naruto must know, but it wouldn't be as satisfying as discovering it on his own. Senju Hashirama said, "Rinnegan? It seems you know quite a bit. Madara's Sharingan has not evolved to the level of Rinnegan. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him. In the Valley of the End battle, although I won, it was a Pyrrhic victory. If Uchiha Madara's eyes had evolved to the Rinnegan, perhaps I would have been the one to lose." Shurzue questioned, "Is that so? Then whose could it be? In the Uchiha clan, whose eyes evolved into the Rinnegan?" Senju Hashirama replied, "Shurzue, you seem disappointed?" Shurzue said, "I'm trying to verify something. Lord Hashirama, do you know if anyone in the Uchiha clan has had their eyes evolve to the Rinnegan? If he could find this person and trace their origins, he might uncover something." Senju Hashirama said, "What are you thinking? Among the recorded individuals of the Uchiha clan, the one with the most outstanding talent is Madara. If he hasn't evolved to the Rinnegan, who else could have such talent?" Shurzue murmured, "Is that so?" Tsunade then said, "Shurzue, Naruto also has the Sharingan. He does not have Uchiha blood. Can he evolve into the Sharingan?" Shurzue replied, I once gave Lord Ri a 3-tomo Sharingan. He has now evolved to Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and has even researched methods to evolve the Sharingan. It won't be long before he can evolve to the Rinnegan. And I can too, Senju Hashirama said. Methods to evolve the Sharingan? Is that really possible? His voice carried disbelief. The Uchiha clan had spent countless efforts without achieving this. Yet Naruto managed to do it, which is simply incredible. Shursui nodded. Of course, Lord Ri established martial arts and opened up a new cultivation method, which is more complex than researching the methods for the Sharingan. Senju Hashirama nodded. That's true. What is the difference between martial arts cultivation and ninja way cultivation? Shursui said. This point, Lady Tsunade, you can explain more persuasively. Tsunade nodded, summarizing her conversation with Jiraiya and recounting it to her grandfather, allowing Senju Hashirama to quickly understand the essence of martial arts cultivation. Senju Hashirama said, martial arts cultivation opens up the universe of the body, allowing this universe to embrace all things, rather than forcing the body to bear them. Martial arts cultivation surpasses ninja way cultivation and seeks the inner self more. Ninja way cultivation indeed has significant drawbacks. It's a pity that this brat Naruto was born so many years later, preventing me from exploring the mysteries of martial arts. Tsunade nodded. It is indeed a pity. If grandfather had practiced the method of martial arts, he wouldn't have sustained fatal injuries in his battle with Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama dominated an era. One could say that without reaching the power of the Sage of Six Paths, he could not have killed him. In the battle at the Valley of the End, he killed Uchiha Madara, but also suffered serious internal injuries, leading to his premature demise, a sorrowful end to an era. Senju Hashirama said, I can't feel it. A brilliant and vast new era is about to arrive. This world will be forged by you, but alas, it is a shame I cannot compete with you. In his time, only Madara stood beside him, which was a small comfort. Shursui said, it is indeed a pity. If we could compete with Lord Hashirama, it would be our honor. This novel can be downloaded through the open source and Freestar String downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain this novel file through a proxy download and the merchant did not provide the software source code or open source address, please request a refund immediately and report the merchant. Author's email, xingyuoutlook.com. Author's QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ group, 149050832. Official TG group, https t. MeFQ Tool, Chapter 91. 3 years past, the hidden dragon lies low, Konoha gathers, and the mist village remains aloof. The shadows of the sand and cloud villages have also disappeared and are secretly regrouping, creating a subtle tension among the various shadow villages. The most active are Onoki and the Akatsuki organization. Onoki, using his means, has indeed gained considerable benefits over the past 3 years, which has enhanced the strength of Awagakure, thus delivering a heavy blow to it. With a significant increase in Awagakure's strength, Onoki's ambition grew, leading him to provoke Konoha. In his view, Konoha was like a toothless tiger, and it was time to share some resources with Awagakure. Kakashi released the nearly vanished second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Tobirama's strength was indeed formidable, but he could not withstand the numbers and was turned to dust under the assault of Onoki and his men, though Awagakure also sacrificed a quarter of its forces. However, Onoki did not give up. He believed that Tobirama was Konoha's last trump card. After recovering, he once again led his men to Konoha. This time, Onoki would never forget the battle against 3 young ninjas, each possessing strength at the level of a shadow, with swift movements and coordinated teamwork. Even employing sage techniques, as Onoki perceived it, it was actually a state of power comparable to the strength of 3 super shadow level ninjas, defeating over 100 of their men. Fortunately, the 3 did not harbor killing intent. Otherwise, most of them would not have survived. These 3 were naturally Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, and Haruno Sakura. Especially Sakura. Her bear-killing fist was more destructive than Choji's multi-size technique. Every Awagakure ninja who exchanged blows with her suffered irreparable injuries. Aside from Enryu Castle, no one dared to underestimate Konoha Village. It remained the powerful Konoha. Only Yanlong City remained calm after hearing this news. The 3 of them were indeed impressive, but in front of the current Qianlong organization, they were just average. No one knew how strong the Qianlong organization was. But the strongest, aside from the closed-off Naruto, was undoubtedly the Kai Emperor. While the various ninja villages maintained peaceful coexistence, the Akatsuki organization finally began capturing the tailed beasts. In the original story, the first-tailed beast they aimed to capture was Shikaku, which meant capturing Gaara. However, Gaara was currently in Yanlong, and Uchiha Obito knew that the Qianlong organization was unfathomable, so he temporarily gave up on capturing the One Tail. Furthermore, Yanlong also had Naruto, the more powerful Nine Tails Jinchuriki. So coming to Yanlong City was neither ideal nor realistic. Therefore, they directly captured the Two Tails, Nibi, whose host, Yujito Ni, was extracted and died at the hands of Haiden and Kakuzu. Before the various ninja villages could react, the Akatsuki organization struck again and captured the Three Tails, Four Tails, Five Tails, and all the way to the Seven Tails. The five major ninja villages finally panicked and summoned all their disciples back to protect their villages. Tsunade, Shursui, Orochimaru, Zabuza, Might Guy, Niji, Tintin, Gaara, and many other high-ranking officials gathered to analyze the current situation. Tsunade said, the next target of the Akatsuki organization should be to capture the Eight Tails. Once they capture the Eight Tails, it should be our Yanlong country. Naturally, everyone had no objections to this. From the Akatsuki organization's actions, it was clear they aimed to collect all nine-tailed beasts, with the One Tail and Nine Tails both in Yanlong City, so the Akatsuki organization would undoubtedly come. Gaara calmly said, I won't let them harm Yanlong City even a bit. A hint of determination appeared in his eyes. Compared to the original story, Gaara's strength had also greatly increased. Although he was only at the peak of the acquired realm, after comprehending the concept of force, and with Shikaku, he could unleash strength surpassing that of a shadow-level ninja and could crush Deidara from the original story. Might Guy said, hey, Gaara, this is adult business. Kids should stay out of it. Just watch how the seniors perform. After 3 years of interaction, Might Guy had long grown fond of Yanlong City and its people, especially the children, who had become his objects of protection. Might Guy was a master of physical training, and his internal cultivation had also reached the acquired realm, fully supporting his use of the 8 gates. He had no concept of his own strength. Opening the 7th gate brought him no sense of burden and wouldn't harm his body. Gaara raised an eyebrow and said, Uncle, who said you need to protect me? Shursui said, Teacher Kai, Gaara, you guys are fine. From the current configuration of the Akatsuki organization, there are 7 people, each with strength above the innate shadow level. Especially their leader Pain, who is known as a god. His strength should be above the return to origin, super shadow level. But it seems there is someone behind him whose strength is even more terrifying. Shursui had not said everything. This person must be the one with the Sharingan that Naruto mentioned. As Shursui delved deeper into the Sharingan, he knew its power. He didn't know how strong this person was, but if the full potential of the Sharingan were unlocked, it would indeed be very scary. Perhaps even the ninja god Hashirama, if resurrected, might not be able to suppress it. Shursui now hoped that Naruto could exit his seclusion soon, as he had many doubts. He wondered what the difference was between the strength of legendary ninjas and the Great Unity Realm. In his view, the so-called super shadow ninjas or legendary ninja strength was merely an accumulation of chakra, which was indeed vastly different from martial arts cultivation. Martial arts cultivation was not just a simple accumulation of quantity, but an understanding of the heavens and the earth. The deeper the comprehension, the greater the accumulation, making breakthroughs easier and strength greater. Just like Shursui now, he had already stepped into the return to origin realm, which seemed to be similar to Naruto's realm from back in the day. But in terms of combat strength, he seemed far from Naruto's level. Izumi said, This is our home. No one can destroy it. Her words were firm and her eyes full of determination. Orochimaru, during his time in the Akatsuki organization, was most familiar with Haiden, but as for Pain, he didn't know, not even about Conan. He said, the next-tailed beast must be from the Cloud Village. Shursui, do you think we should join? Shursui shook his head and said, no need. It's just right for us to see how strong the Akatsuki organization is. Besides, the Cloud Village is not our ally. They're still our enemies. Orochimaru said, indeed, compared to the Mist Village, the Cloud Village is our #1 enemy. Everyone respected the Mist Village, especially the woman Terumi Mei, who was able to bend and stretch, decisively announcing to the world that the destruction of the Land of Water was partly due to their involvement, which was a decision-making error by the Third Mizukichi. They even sent compensation, giving Naruto a lot of face. Tsunade said, if the Akatsuki organization wants to invade Yanlong City, they will definitely send people to gather information. Orochimaru, don't let them run rampant in Yanlong. Orochimaru smiled slightly and said, even if Haiden comes, he won't be able to enter Yanlong City. Speaking of Haiden, Shursui recalled what Naruto had said about his identity. By now, there was no need to hide it anymore. He said, Senior Orochimaru, Haiden is not Haiden. He is someone you are familiar with, and he is also from my Uchiha clan. Chapter 92. The whereabouts of Yakushi Kabuto are unknown. Orochimaru said, familiar with us, or from the Uchiha clan? It seems there is no such person. Tsunade said, he wears a mask and only shows his right eye with the Sharingan. There is one person that fits the description. Orochimaru's spirit suddenly lifted and said, you can't be talking about Minato's disciple, right? Tsunade nodded and said, that's him. The two looked towards Shursui in unison. Shursui said, as expected of Senior Tsunade, is indeed Uchiha Obito. His mind has completely twisted, and he has turned completely dark. The Ninetales incident was caused by him stealing the Dragon King's mother and releasing the Ninetales. Orochimaru said, didn't he die? How is that possible? Shursui said, the Dragon King said he was resurrected, but he didn't say who did it. Tsunade said, wasn't Minato his teacher? How could he harm his own teacher and teacher's wife? Before Shursui could speak, Orochimaru said, Tsunade-heim, that's not certain. If it weren't for the Dragon King stopping me, I would have already moved against Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tsunade looked at Orochimaru. You're not joking, are you? Orochimaru said, of course not. At that time, Yakushi Kabuto was still in Konoha. He was my insider when he was 8 J-nin, and I mastered the Earth Rebirth technique. It wouldn't be too difficult to deal with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tsunade's eyes turned cold as she said, so you have studied my grandfather's corpses? Orochimaru said weakly, Tsunade-heim, please don't be impulsive. This is already in the past. Tsunade said, if you weren't a person of Yanlong now, I wouldn't be polite with you. Facing the current Tsunade, Orochimaru really had little confidence, because Tsunade had already entered the realm of understanding, which was something they could not compare to right now. If provoked, with a single dragon's rage, it was likely they would suffer. Orochimaru naturally backed down again to avoid disaster. Might I ask, Shursui, is it really Obito? As Kakashi's close friend, the enmity and entanglement between Kakashi and Uchiha Obito is well known. Kakashi's past despair was greatly impacted by the departure of two close companions, one dying at his hands and the other right before him. He fell into a state of depression for quite some time. Shursui said, this should be true. Based on the information gathered, he is the most fitting. Mike Guy couldn't understand and asked why. Why would he do this? Orochimaru replied, Guy, people can change. Many walk to extremes during their transformations, and Obito is one of them. Shursui remarked. Orochimaru senpai sees things clearly. Tsunade recalled something and looked at Might Guy, saying, Guy, I know you have a close relationship with Kakashi, but you cannot tell him this news for now. Understand? Under Kakashi's leadership, Konoha had shown signs of improvement, and Tsunade couldn't bear to see the village suffer another blow. If Kakashi heard this news, he would undoubtedly be impacted again, losing focus on work, which would be detrimental to Konoha. Might Guy nodded and said, I understand. It's just that I feel a bit tormented and uncomfortable. Orochimaru, Lord, it's been 3 years since Kabuto left Yanlong City. His children miss him, and you need to bring him back. Izumi suddenly said that Yanlong City naturally has an orphanage, and all the children there are his. They were taken care of meticulously, and after 3 years without his return, many children would ask about him. Orochimaru said, isn't this guy afraid that Shursui will arrange for him to work, so he's hiding in the dragon cave to train and not coming out? Let me summon a snake to ask. As he formed hand seals, he summoned a long snake, which asked, Orochimaru, why did you summon me? Orochimaru replied, Yuza, I want to ask you something. How is Kabuto's training in the dragon cave? Yuza said, Kabuto has already mastered sage art and left the dragon cave 3 months ago. Orochimaru's expression changed as he asked, is this true, Yuza? Yuza affirmed, of course it's true. Having mastered sage art, his strength should be above yours now. Orochimaru said, Yuza, that's not necessarily the case. It's just sage art, and you'll only know after a fight. Yuza responded, Orochimaru, your tone has become quite big, but speaking of which, you haven't summoned Lord Manda in a long time. Orochimaru said, I've been training and there hasn't been any battles, so I haven't summoned Manda. When a big battle comes, I will definitely summon him. Without waiting for Yuza to speak, Orochimaru continued, since Kabuto has come out, but hasn't returned, when I catch him, I will have to give him a good scolding. After chatting with Yuza for a while and giving it half a cow, it disappeared. Meanwhile, Shursui and the others' expressions became serious. Something had changed, and Kabuto's whereabouts were unknown, which indicated something was wrong. This was no small matter. Kabuto was considered a high-ranking member of the organization, and he knew a lot. Shursui spoke first, saying, I believe in Kabuto's character. He wouldn't betray the organization or the Yanlong Kingdom. Kabuto's character was indeed quite good. He was of good moral standing. The reason he wanted to train in sage art was to see the differences between sage art and martial arts. The pros and cons of ninjutsu training versus martial arts training. With Kabuto's intelligence, he naturally knew how to choose. Orochimaru said, "Shirzue, don't jump to conclusions so easily. I don't believe Kabuto would betray us either, but what if someone forcibly altered his will, like your Koto Amatsukami?" After this was said, it indeed seemed possible. Shirzue replied, "Kabuto's strength isn't weak. If it's not a sneak attack, even with my current ocular power, it would be difficult to change his will." Orochimaru said, "Shirzue, don't forget there's still an enemy in the shadows." Shirzue's body trembled. Yes, they had an enemy in the shadows, one even stronger than the Akatsuki. Tsunade and the others also thought of this, and Tsunade said, "It seems we need to be on guard. Regardless of whether Kabuto betrays us, we must raise the alert level. It's still you, Orochimaru. Snakes cannot appear in Yamlong City for now. We don't know whether Kabuto has betrayed us, but since he has mastered sage art, his ability to control snakes will certainly be on par with yours. If he hasn't betrayed Yamlong, that's good, but if he has, it will be his eyes that monitor our every move." Orochimaru nodded. "Rest assured, I will handle it." Shirzue said, "Zabuza, teacher guy, the safety of Yamlong City will be entrusted to you, guy." And Zabuza replied, "Yes." Shirzue continued, "Izumi and I will leave Yamlong City and take a trip to the Land of Lightning to understand the Akatsuki's movements while also checking on Kabuto's whereabouts. Tsunade-sama, Yamlong will be under your watch." Tsunade said, "Sigh. I wonder when that little brat Naruto will finish his training?" When Naruto was around, although he only gave orders, having him there made things easier for everyone. They could eat and drink without worrying too much. Tsunade issued a command, saying, "Gaara, you cannot leave Flame Dragon City. What you need to do now is to break through to the innate level." Gaara replied, "Yes." Chapter 93. Kabuto and Ninjutsu. Who are you? In a prison, Kabuto's consciousness was trapped here. He had entered the Dragon Earth Cave to cultivate and had indeed reached sage mode, gathering sage chakra and converting it into true energy, allowing his martial arts cultivation to break through to the peak of the innate level, just one step away from entering the returning origin realm. The returning origin realm is not an accumulation of true essence in the Dragon Earth Cave. He couldn't cultivate anything further, so he planned to leave, but at that moment, a consciousness fused into his body, transforming into a humanoid awareness that resembled him by 8 parts. Fortunately, he was very cautious. This was the Dragon Earth Cave, a dark place, and Kabuto had never relaxed his guard. If he were devoured by the giant snake here, he could only blame himself for not being vigilant enough. This sudden consciousness attempted to ambush Kabuto but failed to consume him, so it used a sealing technique to imprison Kabuto's consciousness. Hearing Kabuto's inquiry, the consciousness replied, "Who am I? Aren't I you?" Kabuto stared at it and did not continue speaking. The consciousness said, "You are very calm. That's good. You can call me Ninjutsu from now on." Kabuto asked, "What do you want to do?" Ninjutsu replied, "To pull back your fate trajectory and do what you should do." Kabuto said, "So you want to act under my skin?" Ninjutsu, exactly. Kabuto did not get angry. He knew that being angry now would only be a futile rage. He asked, "My fate trajectory? So I seem to be quite important?" Ninjutsu, indeed important. But you don't need to know that right now. I must say, this martial arts power is truly wonderful. Kabuto, how about making a deal? Kabuto replied, "I would rather stay here forever than let you obtain my martial arts cultivation methods." Even if he died, he would not pass on the martial arts techniques. The basic martial arts cultivation methods could be obtained by the 5 great ninja villages, but profound martial arts techniques and skills could not enter the Flame Dragon Pavilion at all. Even they did not have complete martial arts techniques. Ninjutsu said, "This deal will not be a loss for you. It will only bring benefits." Kabuto responded, "No need. I am curious why you don't kill me." Ninjutsu said, "I would like to, but I cannot." Kabuto asked why. Ninjutsu's power was clearly above his, but why couldn't he kill him? Ninjutsu said, "This is something you don't need to know." Kabuto said, "You occupy my body, but you have no martial arts cultivation methods and cannot mobilize true essence. How can you act?" There was no chakra in his body. Without chakra, it was impossible to act under his skin. Ninjutsu said, "That's simple." With a thought, Kabuto's body was immediately filled with sage chakra. Kabuto was shocked. This is sage chakra. How is this possible? Who are you? What kind of means is this? Ninjutsu said, "Kabuto, hand over the cultivation method you practiced, and I will grant you power to see Uchiha Madara." To this, Kabuto showed no interest. In his heart, the ninja way was nothing but dross, something to be discarded. Kabuto said, The trash of the ninja way should be discarded. It harms others and oneself. Boom. As soon as Kabuto finished speaking, he was sent flying and slammed against the wall. The previously amicable ninja, Do, now appeared ominous and terrifying, with cold eyes and a face full of killing intent. He said grimly, "I will not allow you to insult the ninja way." Kabuto revealed a hint of excitement. He seemed to have found Ninja Do's weakness and said, "Isn't it? Then tell me, what advantages does the ninja way have? Without a powerful bloodline inheritance, anyone practicing the ninja way will suffer compared to ordinary people. This is exchanging life for power. What else can such a cultivation method be but trash?" Ninja Do was furious, waved his hand, and the cage disappeared, then began to fight Kabuto. After a bout of venting, Kabuto was locked up again. He was indeed no match for this person. Kabuto said, "To be defeated by an outsider in my own body is truly a bit sad." Ninja Do said, "Kabuto, in front of me, you are just an ant." "Kabuto, is that so? If you have the ability, kill me." Kabuto sought death. He could not let himself drag down Flame Dragon City or Flame Dragon Country. Ninja Do said, "Kabuto, although I cannot kill you, I can still make you suffer." Kabuto said, "I'm not afraid of death. Why would I care about pain? Use whatever tricks you have." Ninja Do sneered, "Kabuto, trying to play tricks in front of me. You are not worthy. You want to die simply because you are afraid of dragging down the Flame Dragon Country." Kabuto slightly lowered his head, the reflection of his glasses obscuring his eyes, preventing any hint of his underlying panic from being discovered. Ninja Do said, "It seems I've hit the nail on the head. With your skin, if you go back to the Flame Dragon, do you think they won't notice you're no longer the original Kabuto?" Kabuto replied, "I advise you not to." Ninja Do said, "What can you do about it?" Kabuto coldly laughed. "You underestimate Lord Orochimaru. He will definitely discover you." Ninja Do said, "So, they're guarding against you. Kabuto, it seems you are not that important in their eyes." This crude attempt at sowing discord did not fool Kabuto. Ninja Do said, "Kabuto, how about we make a bet?" "Kabuto, what bet?" Ninja Do said, "Let's bet on whether the people of Flame Dragon City will notice immediately that you are no longer the original Kabuto." "Kabuto, what are the terms of the bet?" Ninja Do, "If you lose, you will teach me martial arts techniques." "Kabuto, and if I win?" Ninja Do smiled wickedly and said, "I will take you away from Flame Dragon." Kabuto sat down, closed his eyes to rest, and no longer wasted words with this scoundrel named Ninja Do. Chapter 94, Kaiha Spring. Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Izumi left Flame Dragon City and headed straight for the Land of Lightning. Halfway there, Uchiha Shursui asked Izumi, "Do you want to go back to Konoha and take a look?" Uchiha Izumi replied, "Sure." It's been 7 or 8 years since she left the Uchiha clan. She wanted to see her former home. Shursui smiled slightly and said, "Actually, I want to go back too. It's not that I have lingering feelings for Konoha. I just want to visit the places I used to go to and reminisce a bit." Izumi smiled slightly, understanding what Shursui was thinking. The two changed direction and headed straight for Konoha. With their current strength, the hidden sentries of Konoha were merely decorations and couldn't detect them at all. They entered Konoha without being noticed until they were finally discovered. Shursui and Izumi disguised themselves a bit, though the disguises were somewhat odd, resembling the attire of the Yanlong Kingdom, reminiscent of the Tang Dynasty. When the two appeared, the ordinary villagers naturally wouldn't pay too much attention. But the guards of Konoha couldn't be careless. Two unfamiliar faces appearing out of nowhere without being noticed was already the biggest alarm. "Hey, is it a bit too much to walk around Konoha so recklessly?" A boy with a pineapple hairstyle appeared, hands in pockets, looking lazy and yawning, as if he was very sleepy. It was none other than Shikamaru. Following closely behind, Choji appeared from another street, snacks endlessly in hand, still munching away. Choji said, "I didn't sense a thing. Your strength is truly impressive, evading our sentries." Sakura also stepped forward and said, "Top experts." Whoosh! Shursui and Izumi vanished in a flash and fled. Their speed was so fast that the three couldn't help but focus their gazes and began to chase after them. Eventually, Shursui and Izumi led the three to the back mountain of the former Uchiha clan. "Shikamaru, we've encountered formidable opponents," Choji said. They felt pressure from the aura emanating from the two. Shikamaru nodded. "Indeed, formidable opponents, very strong. I've never encountered anyone like them before." Sakura asked, "Who are you?" Shursui replied, "As expected of the top experts trained by the Dragon King, you are quite remarkable." Upon hearing the title Dragon King, the three relaxed their vigilance. It was a title exclusive to Naruto. Shursui and Izumi revealed their true faces. Shikamaru said, "Shursui-senpai, Izumi-senpai, it's you. Their arrival without being detected made sense. Shirzue said, it's us. Choji asked, Shirzue-senpai, did Naruto send you? They hadn't seen Naruto in many years and naturally miss him a lot. Shirzue shook his head and said, no. We're just here to take a look at Konoha. The Dragon King is still in seclusion. Sakura asked, Shirzue-senpai, did Naruto mention when he would come out? Shirzue replied, not at all. If anyone wished for the Dragon King to come out, it would be them, as having the Dragon King around was their backbone, relieving them of worries. Sakura said, is that so? I was wondering who it could be. It turns out it's you, Shirzue-kun. Welcome back to Konoha. Kakashi and the two Jounin appeared, and they also breathed a sigh of relief. Shirzue said, Kakashi-senpai, long time no see. Kakashi replied, long time no see. Shikamaru yawned and said, looks like we have nothing to do now. We should head back. I need to take a nap. The three turned and left. After they left, Kakashi asked, Shirzue, what brings you to Konoha? Shirzue said, no need to worry. We were just passing by. You could say we came back to reminisce about the past. We have no interest in Konoha. Kakashi naturally believed this. He knew that the Youming kingdom was very strong, and if they wanted to deal with Konoha, there were indeed hundreds of ways to do so. Kakashi said, Shirzue-kun, with the Akatsuki organization acting so crazily, how dare you and Izumi leave? Aren't you afraid of an ambush by the Akatsuki? Shirzue replied, when one has no fear of death, there's nothing to be afraid of. The Akatsuki going to Youming would only be asking for trouble. Youming City is not a ninja village. Kakashi sighed. This was the confidence that came with strength. The current Youming kingdom indeed had such confidence. Kakashi asked, Shirzue, what do you think the Akatsuki is capturing the tailed beast for? He wanted to understand, but had no way to start or inquire. Shirzue said, I want to know too, but only the Dragon King knows. However, he is currently in seclusion and doesn't know when he will come out. Kakashi said, I think once they capture the Eight Tails, they will come to Youming. If they capture Gaara, it must be to pressure Naruto. Shirzue replied, aren't they just a few Kage-level experts? The Youming organization doesn't even regard them highly. And Konoha doesn't have to be afraid either, as there are several people here trained by the Dragon King, especially Princess Hinata. Her strength must be formidable now. Kakashi felt a bit gloomy. He really didn't know how strong Hinata was. Hinata had been protected too well by Hizashi, and since Niji left, no one had seen Hinata, who had faded from everyone's sight. Kakashi asked, how's Guy doing? Shirzue said, he's doing well. His body has fully recovered to how it was before. All internal injuries healed, and he's found love. Kakashi burst out laughing. It was truly surprising that Guy had found love. This was true. Guy had found a fierce woman from Youming City, and both were straightforward individuals. They got along very well, especially as she admired Guy's words and even started wearing green clothes like him. Izumi couldn't help but shiver at the thought of it. Every time she encountered the two, she quickly took a detour to avoid them, fearing that if she was a moment late, if she were the same clothes, it would be one thing. But their public displays were truly frightening, especially when Might Guy spoke. His lover would gaze at him with eyes full of admiration, almost overflowing with it. No one could withstand that. Shirzue said, I'm not joking. Perhaps in a year, you will become Dad Kakashi, as Might Guy said. Kakashi replied, great, Guy has finally woken up. Shirzue and Izumi didn't dare to take this lightly. That would be truly uncomfortable, with a tremendous impact, stronger than opening the 8 gates. Kakashi said, once the situation with the Akatsuki becomes clear, I will visit Youming. I wonder if Youming will welcome me? Shirzue replied, of course, you will be welcomed. At that time, I will lock you next to Guy. Izumi smiled at the thought. The image was delightful. Kakashi noticed and asked, but what amazing thing has Guy done in Youming City? Shirzue replied, nothing much. Youming City has just gained 70 or 80 people in green clothes. When you go, you will feel what a green whirlwind is. Kakashi, Chapter 95. Terumi-me. Shirzue and Izumi didn't stay in Konoha for long, just half a day, and then they silently left Konoha. Konoha still hadn't discovered how the two had left. Kakashi sighed helplessly. The two traveled swiftly to the border between the land of fire and the land of lightning. There, they encountered an unexpected person, the Mizukage of the Mist Village, Terumi-me. Terumi-me didn't recognize Shirzue and Izumi, but she recognized their attire, which only the Youming Kingdom had, and asked with confusion, people from the Youming Kingdom, are you members of the Youming organization? For the land of the Flame Dragon. Kozakura May truly feels apprehensive. She has sent 3 batches of spies, but so far, none have returned with news, and the earliest batch was sent 3 years ago. Jishuei said, Water Shadow Kozakura May, I didn't expect to meet you here. Kozakura May replied, if you can recognize my identity at a glance. It seems your position in the Flame Dragon is not low. Ji Shui said, you believe it or not, if you go to Flame Dragon City, most people with some strength will recognize your identity. This is not an exaggeration. If Kozakura Mei went to Flame Dragon City, there would be no fewer than 800 people who could recognize her. Kozakura Mei said, it's my honor. Ji Shui bluntly said, oh, not just you, but also Luo Sha, AI, Kakashi, Inoki, and so on. As long as they arrive at Flame Dragon City, they will be recognized immediately. Kozakura Mei, should I feel embarrassed about this? Quan was speechless and rubbed his head. This Ji Shui brother speaks so directly that it's hard to feel goodwill towards him. Kozakura Mei said, you two, I haven't asked for your names yet. Ji Shui and Quan revealed their true forms. Kozakura Mei was astonished and said, Uchiha Ji Shui, Uchiha Quan, it's actually you two. She truly did not expect that the two had left Flame Dragon City. Ji Shui is currently acting on behalf of the Dragon King. And in terms of strength, he is the strongest after Naruto Uzumaki. Leaving Flame Dragon City so openly. Doesn't you worry about the Akatsuki organization launching a surprise attack on Flame Dragon City? Ji Shui said, what? We can't come here? Kozakura Mei replied, of course not. Ji Shui, you should know that the land of the Flame Dragon currently has two-tailed beasts, the One Tail and the Nine Tails. If the Akatsuki organization learns that you have left and attacks Flame Dragon City, it would be a disaster for you. Ji Shui said, this question has also been asked by Kakashi and Konoha, and I still have the same answer. Flame Dragon City is not a shinobi village. A few shadow ninjas can't do anything to Flame Dragon City. His words were somewhat domineering and belittled the shinobi village. Kozakura Mei said, no wonder you are the second in command of the Hidden Dragon organization, so bold with your words. Ji Shui said, because our Hidden Dragon organization has such strength. If the Dragon King comes out of seclusion, no matter how many come from the Akatsuki organization, we will destroy them all. Kozakura Mei asked, the Dragon King hasn't come out yet? Ji Shui replied, yes, it seems that Water Shadow is very concerned about our Hidden Dragon. Kozakura Mei said, of course, for this reason, I have sent 3 batches of people into Flame Dragon City to gather information, but so far there has been no news. And I am not the only one paying attention to you. It's just that now I am completely attracted by the Akatsuki organization. Speaking frankly, this kind of courage is indeed rare. Ji Shui said, we know that there are a total of 14 people, all children, who have wasted their cultivation and dispersed their chakra. Now, the strongest among them has already stepped into the elite Jainin. He thought to himself, this Water Shadow is indeed not a simple character. Her methods, temperament, and intelligence are not something ordinary people can compare to. And she possesses 3 bloodline limits: wood release, melt release, and boil release. Each bloodline limit is extremely powerful. Melt release is a fusion of water and earth chakra, possessing super corrosive properties. In the original work, when facing Uchiha Madara, Kozakura Mei was able to melt some of his Susanoo, which shows its power. Melt release and boil release are respectively the fusion of fire and earth chakra and water chakra. The former can create lava as if the earth's crust is cracking. The latter can produce scalding steam with extremely strong lethality. Quan took over the conversation and said, they are unwilling to leave now. If one day they wish to return to reunite with their families, Water Shadow, I hope you can be understanding. Kozakura Mei was somewhat displeased and said, what if I am not understanding? Quan smiled slightly and said, Water Shadow, actually, the Mist Hidden Village is very large, just like the coastline of the Flame Dragon. Sometimes, it's hard to notice more people, isn't it? Kozakura Mei said somewhat dejectedly. In that case, I will have to test Uchiha Quan's strength today. Uchiha Quan revealed her white teeth and said, I would be happy to oblige. Uchiha Ji Shui was somewhat speechless. After just 2 sentences, they were about to fight. He quickly retreated, believing that with Quan's strength, she could completely handle this Water Shadow. Once the Sharingan was activated, the power of the situation would be enhanced, and the Water Shadow would surely be defeated. In fact, Kozakura Mei really wanted to test the strength of the Hidden Dragon organization. She was certain that she would not be Ji Shui's opponent. And Uchiha Quan's status in the Hidden Dragon organization was not low, estimating the organization's strength based on her combat power. Quan said, I don't want to get entangled with you here. After saying that, her eternal Mangeki Sharingan activated, and her ocular technique immediately launched. Flame Void. Kozakura Mei was shocked and shouted, Melt Release. Melt Monster Technique, combining 2 unknown types of chakra within her body. She expelled a sticky and highly corrosive liquid towards Uchiha Kwan. However, the next moment, Kozakura Mei found that her technique was immediately assimilated, disappearing without a trace in the world of flames, with the surrounding trees vanishing, and both Uchiha Kwan and Ji Shuei also disappearing. In disbelief, she said, "What is this ability?" She felt a great danger, formed hand seals with both hands, and released a water dragon that continuously shot water bullets. This was the water release, water dragon bullet technique. Unfortunately, the water dragon and the water bullets turned into steam in the flames. Kozakura Mei said, "Is this the power of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan? It's truly terrifying. It's impossible to distinguish whether this is an illusion or an attack." At that moment, the originally silent flames suddenly swirled up, transforming into a terrifying giant beast that wanted to swallow her. A powerful and irresistible force descended upon her, making her unable to resist. The next moment, she was about to be consumed by the flames. Just as Kozakura Mei was in despair, she heard a voice. "Quan, no." Chapter 96. Joining forces to enter the hidden cloud village. As the voice fell, the world where Kozakura Mei was slowly dissipated, and the flames gradually vanished. Quan then said, "Ji Shuei, brother, don't you trust me so much?" Ji Shuei responded, "You girl, you can't do this next time, okay?" Quan smiled slightly, "Yes." Ji Shuei, brother. Quan naturally couldn't let the flames consume Kozakura Mei. After all, she is the water shadow. If she killed her, it would truly be an irreconcilable situation with a mist-hidden village. Besides, there is currently no enmity with the land of water. If it were Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would have broken her legs. Kozakura Mei, coming back to her senses, asked, "Is this real or fake?" If it's real, then nothing around has changed. If it's fake, then the heat and pressure are indeed so clear that I have not lost my judgment and cannot tell if this is true or false. Uchiha Ji Shuei said, "At first, it was fake. It was an illusion. The latter is real." This is a new technique that Quan developed by combining the abilities of the Manjiki Sharingan with space ninjutsu and martial arts, which is extremely powerful. It moved you unknowingly into the space, and with her situational power enhancement, unless you have strength beyond a shadow ninja, you cannot break free and will be burned to death. Shadow level? As these words were spoken, Terumi Mei took a deep breath. Such a powerful figure had never existed in the Mist Village, and it seemed that the Qianlong organization not only had one, but many. At this moment, Terumi Mei felt fortunate for her decision. She had followed Naruto's advice and acknowledged the cause of the fall of the land of whirlpools. Otherwise, when Naruto emerged from his training, it would have been a disaster for the Mist Village. At this moment, Terumi Mei truly understood the strength of the Qianlong organization and the background of the Land of Flames. Not to mention a single ninja village. Even 2 ninja villages combined would not be a match for the Land of Flames. Rest assured, those 13 children have joined the Land of Flames, and they are now its citizens. I will arrange for their families to be sent to the Land of Flames, Terumi Mei said. This battle was a devastating loss. One could say that she had already lost before the fight even began. She hoped to win the favor of the Land of Flames, even if just a little. At this moment, Terumi Mei was very interested in Naruto Uzumaki. She wanted to meet him and see what kind of person he was and how extraordinary he truly was. "Thank you, Lord Mizuki," Izumi said with a smile. Terumi Mei replied, "If we were to thank anyone, it should be us thanking you for showing mercy to the Mist Village." She was well aware that if the Land of Flames had not been lenient, they would have long since destroyed the Mist Village. "Lord Mizuki, your visit to the Land of Thunder must have a significant purpose, right?" Shirzue asked. He could guess that Terumi Mei's purpose was likely related to the Akatsuki organization. After all, 2 tailed beasts had been captured from the Mist Village, weakening its power by removing 2 pillars. A cold glint appeared in Terumi Mei's eyes as she said, "Their next target is the 8 tails." Shirzue asked, "Is Killer Bee really being protected in the Cloud Village?" Terumi Mei replied, "Does it matter to the Akatsuki organization?" Shirzue nodded, "It really doesn't. If they raid the Cloud Village and kill indiscriminately, Killer Bee cannot hide. If he doesn't come out, he can only watch the villagers die tragically. It's truly a ruthless method." Izumi stated firmly, "A 1T let them succeed." Shirzue said, "Izumi, our purpose here is just to understand the combat power of the Akatsuki organization and the members behind it. We cannot act out of line to avoid alarming the snake." In Shirzue's heart, only the people of the Land of Flames were his own, while everyone else were foreigners. Izumi said, "Brother Shirzue, I understand. I mean, if the Akatsuki organization were to invade the Land of Flames." Shirzue replied, "They 1T reached the Flame City. Terumi Mei felt uneasy. Was this a show of strength in front of her? She truly felt as if she had been shown up. Fitz-kun, may I ask if I can form an alliance with the two of you? Terumi Mei inquired. Shirzue and Izumi exchanged glances, meaning to say that she wanted to ally with the Qianlong organization. They could not make that decision. It had to be Naruto who would decide upon his emergence. Shirzue said, I'm sorry, but I cannot make the decision to form an alliance with the Land of Flames. It requires the Lord Dragon King to emerge to make a decision. Terumi Mei said, Shirzue-kun, you misunderstood my meaning. I mean forming an alliance now to infiltrate the Cloud Village. It wouldn't be convenient for you to operate alone. Being with me can create confusion. Shirzue thought for a moment and said, good idea, then I will trouble you. Terumi Mei's eyes lit up with joy. Thank you. With this, safety was assured. She had already made preparations for the aftermath of the Mist Village. To facilitate their actions, Shirzue and Izumi temporarily became Terumi Mei's bodyguards and visited the Cloud Village. Upon entering the Cloud Village, Shirzue noticed a small white snake wedged in the wall. The snake was very white and small, blending into the wall so well that even those with sharp eyesight would find it hard to detect if they weren't careful. Since entering the Cloud Village, Shirzue had released his sensing ability and thus sensed the small white snake. The little white snake was staring at the passers-by, its eyes wide open. Shirzue was certain that this was no ordinary little white snake. Currently, there were two people capable of controlling snakes. One was Orochimaru, and the other was Kabuto, who had gone to the Dragon Cave to cultivate sage techniques. Since they had arrived in the Cloud Village, Orochimaru had no need to send a snake to follow. He knew his own strength and had no reason to worry. Therefore, it could only be Kabuto. In that instant, Shirzue realized that Kabuto was in the Cloud Village. Shirzue felt somewhat downcast and wondered, has Kabuto betrayed them? Without making any movements, he followed the ninja from the Cloud Village into the building, believing that Kabuto must have a purpose for being in the Cloud Village and would eventually show himself. There was no need to rush. On the other side, after Shirzue and the others entered the building, the white little snake quickly disappeared. It slithered underground into a basement, where it transformed into human form. It was none other than Kabuto. At this moment, he looked just like he did when he attained sage techniques in the original work. The most notable being the long white snake that looked somewhat disgusting. Kabuto murmured, Why did I feel a pang of anxiety just now? Just a moment ago, he had sensed a dangerous aura that made him hesitate to act. Whatever had made him feel such danger must be at least at the peak of an elite shinobi. The legendary ninja, Kabuto did not think in that direction, as there were no such ninjas in the ninja world. However, while there were no ninjas, there were indeed warriors. Chapter 97. The return of the fourth Raikage recalling the situation at that time. The only ninja present was Terumi Mei, the Mizukichi. Was it Terumi Mei? Kabuto said in a low voice. He had not taken Terumi Mei seriously, but that sudden feeling of anxiety made him wary. He speculated, could it be that Terumi Mei has developed some powerful ninjutsu that could threaten me? As for the two bodyguards beside Terumi Mei, he did not regard them as anything significant. They were just small fry in front of him, let alone bodyguards. Naturally, Kabuto would not connect this to the Land of Flames. If he were Kabuto, he would undoubtedly realize that the source of danger would be the Qianlong organization, as only they had the strength to threaten him. Kabuto said, perhaps the Mizukichi really came prepared. The Akatsuki organization is here to capture people. It seems like there's going to be a big show. Upon entering the building, Shirzue whispered, Lord Mizukichi, if there is nothing important, remember not to talk to us. Terumi Mei was puzzled and asked, why? Izumi was also confused. She had not sensed the presence of the little white snake, and thus had no idea that Kabuto was in the Cloud Village. Shirzue replied, there are experts lurking in the shadows. They can approach silently and eavesdrop on our conversation. Terumi Mei asked, who is it? The Cloud Village? Shirzue said, the Cloud Village doesn't qualify. It's someone familiar to us from the Land of Flames. He did not provide further explanation, as they had not confirmed Kabuto's situation yet, and could not say anything reckless. Terumi Mei noticed that Uchiha Shirzue did not want to elaborate, so she did not press further. She nodded and said, but Shirzue, we have to talk. Otherwise, it will raise suspicion among others. Indeed, that would be the case. Not speaking would definitely arouse other suspicion. Shirzue thought for a moment and said, how about this? If there is a conversation in the future, you signal me, and I'll confirm it. If it's safe, I will give you a gesture. In the room, Jishue and Quan shared a bedroom, while Youming Mei had her own. Shui had already reached the realm of return to origin, and Quan had also attained the strength of the innate realm. Both of them could condense sound into lines for communication. Quan asked, "Big brother Shui, what happened?" Shui replied, "I saw a small white snake with some consciousness. It can't be an ordinary snake." Quan's expression changed. "Could it be Dokuin?" Shui said, "It's likely him. Orochimaru is in the flame dragon, and he must be the only one here. He must have anticipated that the Akatsuki organization would come to Youming village. So he secretly came here." Quan's face turned a bit pale. "Big brother Shui, has Dokuin really betrayed us?" She didn't want such a result, as it would be a blow to the Qianlong organization and even more so to the children in the Flame Dragon City orphanage. If they found out that their most respected director had betrayed the Flame Dragon Kingdom, how would they accept it? Shui sighed, "I don't know. If only the Dragon King were here. With his means, he would surely know." To be honest, Shui's heart was also in turmoil. If Yakushi Kabuto hadn't betrayed them, then why didn't he return to the Flame Dragon Kingdom after leaving the Dragon Cave? Why did he come here? What if he had betrayed them? It seemed that until now, he hadn't done anything to harm them. Moreover, they all witnessed his past kindness to the orphans, and they believed that for the sake of these orphans, Yakushi Kabuto wouldn't betray them. Shui continued, "Regardless of whether he has betrayed us or not, one thing is certain. He has changed. For the safety of the Flame Dragon Kingdom, we must be cautious of him." Quan nodded in agreement with this approach. Even as partners, they had to be suspicious at this moment. After staying in Youming village for 3 days, the Akatsuki organization hadn't returned, but Killer Bee had come back. Although Killer Bee was quite goofy, he was not foolish. Youming village had arranged for him to train in S-class forbidden techniques, and he understood that they wanted to hide him. He didn't want to escape. He felt this was his destiny, and there was no way to run. So he returned to coexist with Youming village. 5 days later, the entire Akatsuki organization arrived. Besides Nagato, Konan had also come. Obito, Uchiha Obito, Kisame Hashigaki, Deidara, Haiden, Konan, Zetsu, and Sasori of the Red Sand. I must say, the entrance of the Akatsuki organization was indeed very impressive, each one of them arriving in a commanding manner. Sasori of the Red Sand, in the original story, fought against Chiyo and Sakura when Konoha supported Tsunagakure, ultimately committing suicide in the embrace of his puppet mother and father. Due to Naruto changing the plot, Gaara was in the Flame Dragon Kingdom, and the Akatsuki organization regarded him as their final target. So there was no rescue mission for Tsunagakure. This time, it was Obito leading the charge, commanding Nagato to execute orders. Killer Bee stood atop a building and said, "Akatsuki, you've come." With Reikage absent, Killer Bee temporarily acted as the 5th Reikage. He was the strongest and also quite intelligent, though sometimes he got caught up in trivial matters. Thankfully, he wasn't out of the loop. He had some elder support, and he was still under the threat of his brother A. Killer Bee was indeed afraid of his brother A. It could be said that it was a bloodline restraint. Obito said, "That's right, we've come, Killer Bee. Do you think you can stop us?" As he spoke, his Sharingan rotated, and the eternal Mangeki Sharingan appeared, activating Susanoo with a single eye, its powerful aura pressing down on them. Obito actually didn't want to fight, but he had to. Capturing the 8 tails was essential, as it was the second strongest tailed beast after the 9 tails. Without some strength, it would be truly difficult to capture it. As for the leader Nagato, his trump card wasn't the 8 tails, but rather Naruto Uzumaki, the 9 tails, and a powerful martial artist from the Flame Dragon Kingdom. Compared to Youming village, the Flame Dragon Kingdom was the tough nut to crack. Killer Bee said seriously, "Even if I can't stop you, I will still try." There were no songs or dances. The people of Youming village were indeed not used to it. Uchiha Obito said, "So, Killer Bee, you don't care about the survival of Youming village?" As he finished speaking, a group of people behind him channeled chakra, and the aura of 7 shadow-level ninjas surged forth, while Uchiha Obito increased his power. No longer just shadow level, but at the super shadow level. Kisame, Deidara, Haiden, and the others didn't understand why Obito was doing this. Talking so much and letting them release their aura, what was the point? Wouldn't it be better to just start the battle? In fact, Uchiha Obito was learning from Naruto and Shui. The two left Konoha without fighting, and Konoha didn't dare to send people to hunt them down. The strategy of defeating the enemy without fighting was indeed quite effective. Uchiha Obito said, "Because of you, Youming village will disappear. The cost of making Youming village disappear. Do you think you are worthy?" Chapter 98. The 4th Reikage gives up on the bull demon. A crack opened in the sky, and a figure emerged. Before everyone could see clearly, the next moment, the figure disappeared and reappeared, striking down with a fist crackling with lightning. So powerful, Uchiha Obito said, activating Susanoo and drawing out his dual swords to block. The lightning punch hit Susanoo, creating a thunderous explosion, and the powerful force spread outwards. Killer Bee was in tears, starting his crazy dance. Yo, my brother is back. Indeed, the person who emerged from the crack in the sky was none other than the long-lost fourth Raikage. Deidara said, this person is so strong. I can't match that punch. Conan said, indeed, he is the fourth Raikage. Among shadow ninjas, few can rival him. Now he's also trained in sage arts, and his strength has surpassed that of shadow ninjas. The fourth Raikage appeared, his sage face radiating an overwhelming aura, signifying the return of a king. The people of Youming village erupted in excitement. Their Raikage had returned, instantly boosting their morale. Youming remarked, it's him. His aura is so powerful. How has he increased so much strength during his disappearance? What has he done? Ji Shui silently thought, super shadow ninja. From the aura on Ji Shui confirmed that A's strength was among the super shadow level. Quan condensed sound into lines and asked, big brother Ji Shui, can you defeat him? Ji Shui said, of course. With sage arts enhancement, he indeed has super shadow level strength, but it's only mid-stage. In my hands, he won't last 10 rounds. Ji Shui was very confident. He was now at the return to origin level, and with that strength alone, he could crush the Raikage. With the addition of situational power, he could easily defeat the Raikage. However, Ji Shui was more vigilant in his heart. The person behind this was indeed not simple. They had helped the Raikage and others to cultivate sage arts, and many of those who had disappeared were likely to have reappeared. Even those with poor aptitude would probably not be weaker than elite levels, and such a powerful force could indeed threaten the Flame Dragon Kingdom. Uchiha Obito said, fourth Raikage. So you disappear to train in sage arts. I looked at Uchiha Obito seriously. With that punch just now, he already knew that the masked man before him was among the super shadow level and was a strong presence. Sharingan, you are from the Uchiha clan? You are from the Flame Dragon Kingdom. The Uchiha clan members who can now activate the Sharingan are almost all from the Land of Flame. What was once the sharp blade of Konoha has now become unique to the Land of Flame. Uchiha Obito said, no, I am neither a member of the Uchiha clan nor a citizen of the Land of Flame. I am from the Akatsuki organization, known as Tobi. Ei's gaze fell on Conan and the others, and his heart sank. The strength of the seven was on par with the Kaga-level ninjas, and even with him added, it would be very difficult for Kumogakure to achieve victory. Moreover, many lives in Kumogakure would be lost. Additionally, he received an order to abandon the Eight Tails. The reason he returned now was to stop the fighting and prevent it from affecting Kumogakure. Abandoning the Eight Tails was something the fourth Raikage was unwilling to do. But he had no choice. The Eight Tails could not be saved. He had received news that the leader of the Akatsuki organization possessed the Rinnegan and was stronger than the former Uchiha Madara. Even if he had trained in Sage Mode, he could not compare to Madara of the past. Such power must be brought to the Land of Flame to test the true strength of the Akatsuki organization. Ei composed himself and said, can I meet your leader? Uchiha Obito looked at the fourth Raikage with scrutiny and said, it seems you know quite a bit. Ei did not answer but asked again, can we meet? Conan stepped forward and said, you cannot meet him now. If anyone could be considered a leader, she was one of the leaders of the Akatsuki organization and could make certain decisions. Ei said, it's a pity this is not a place for discussion. Please follow me. After saying that, Ei left first. Conan and Uchiha Obito followed closely behind. Soon, the three arrived at the top of a mountain in Kumogakure. Ei dispersed his sage chakra. Showing his sincerity, Uchiha Obito asked, what do you want to discuss with us? Ei replied, I want to negotiate with you to leave Kumogakure and not harm the innocent. Uchiha Obito said, but we must capture the Eight Tails. Conan remained silent and just looked at Ei. Ei said, I understand this. Don't worry, in a few days, I will release the Gyuki to you. This answer completely caught Uchiha Obito and Conan off guard. The two exchanged glances. And then Uchiha Obito asked, I want to know why. Given the current strength of Kumogakure, along with your power, it is not impossible for us to fight. Ei said, I do not wish to fight, but for the villagers of Kumogakure, this is a necessary choice. Conan bowed to Ei and said, the fourth Raikage is righteous. Ei looked at Conan and said, how could someone like you join the Akatsuki organization? He had a fiery temperament, but this did not affect his insight. He could clearly see that Conan was gentle, caring, pure, and kind, and she should not be mixed up with the bloody Akatsuki. Conan did not respond, and Ei continued, this is not my righteousness. Will you spare Kumogakure if I do not hand over the Gyuki? Upon hearing this, Conan fell silent. And Uchiha Obito did not reply either. Would they spare Kumogakure? The answer was certain. They would not. All nine-tailed beasts must be captured. EI did not dwell on this issue and asked the question. So, are you prepared to capture the nine tails? This was also his purpose. He would not be friends with the Land of Flame. They could only be enemies. It was just right for the Akatsuki organization to test Uzumaki Naruto. Even if he had now trained in Sage Mode, he was still not confident against Uzumaki Naruto. That speed was truly fast, and that power left him feeling apprehensive. Uchiha Obito and Conan felt their hearts sink upon hearing this question. To be honest, they had no confidence at the moment. Uzumaki Naruto's strength in martial arts was unknown, and the Land of Flame was filled with strong individuals. They had no idea how deep the water was. Uchiha Obito confidently said, "Capturing the Nine Tails is indeed somewhat difficult, but he cannot escape. The Nine Tails will surely be ours." EI said, "You must have also heard that I am an enemy of Uzumaki Naruto. So if you're going to the Land of Flame, I can be one of your assistants." A hint of joy flashed in Uchiha Obito's eyes as he said, "Then thank you." With such a powerful super Kage-level ninja as their ally, their chances of success in the Land of Flame increased. EI said, "However, I need to wait a few days until I fully master Sage Mode before going to Land of Flame." Uchiha Obito replied, "That is natural. We will wait for you." Chapter 99. Shinobi Tobi's proud display. The Akatsuki organization, which had come in with great force, retreated like a farce. The people of Kumogakure rejoiced, shouting the name of the Fourth Raikage. In their eyes, it must have been the Fourth Raikage's powerful strength that intimidated the Akatsuki organization, causing their retreat. Intimidating the Akatsuki organization should not be possible and could not be done. Shursui thought to himself. He was sure of this. The Raikage's strength was indeed formidable, but it was still not enough to intimidate Uchiha Obito, who possessed the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. The voice of Izumi reached his ears. "Brother Shursui, I'm afraid the Raikage has reached some sort of deal with the Akatsuki organization, and perhaps the target is us." Shursui replied, "This is certain. The target must be us, but it is unclear what kind of deal they have reached." Izumi said, "Brother Shursui, we should go back. With them here, the Land of Flame will be more confident." Shursui lamented, "I originally thought I could learn about the Akatsuki organization's methods this time, but it seems that won't happen." Kurabi, for some reason, felt a chill rising in his heart. He said, "Brother." EI said, "Come with me, Bai." Kurabi replied, "Okay." EI and Kurabi went to a secret room. Before EI could speak, Kurabi asked, "Brother, did you make some sort of deal with the Akatsuki organization?" This time, he did not sing or dance. His voice trembled a bit. He thought that the strength displayed by the Akatsuki organization meant that his elder brother was not strong enough to intimidate them, and the only possibility was that some sort of deal had been made. EI replied, "Yes," before Kurabi could ask further. EI said, "Let's south go to another place to talk." Their consciousness entered the sealed cage where the Gyuki was imprisoned. Gyuki said fiercely, "EI, is this related to me?" Kurabi's face turned even worse. If it was related to Gyuki, did that mean his brother was going to abandon Gyuki? How could that be allowed? EI said, "Gyuki, what are my chances of winning if I fight you now?" Gyuki replied, "I was about the same as you before. Now you have the upper hand." EI asked, "What if it's against Uchiha Madara?" Gyuki said, "Uchiha Madara, isn't he dead?" Uchiha Madara's strength was such that not only he, the 8 tails, but even the 9 tails were sealed within his body. It should be noted that his strength was inferior to that of the 9 tails. And as for the 9 tails, he could be killed instantly. EI said, "I remember that Uchiha Madara's Sharingan was still at the Mangeki level and had not evolved into the legendary Rinnegan." Gyuki asked, "Is that so?" EI nodded and said, "That's right. Behind the Akatsuki organization, there's a pair of Rinnegan." Kurabi fell silent, and so did Gyuki. AI continued, "Gyuki, I know this is unfair to you, but we have no choice. Without mentioning the existence of the Rinnegan behind this, even today, that person, the one with the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Obito, can control you. If that happens, it could lead to death and countless casualties in the Hidden Cloud Village. Therefore, I must be the villain and release you." Kurabi said, "Big brother, no. I want to fight alongside Gyuki." AI replied, "This is not a place for you to speak." At that moment, Gyuki also said, "Get lost. Without me, you're just an ordinary little ghost. How can you fight alongside me?" In the underground chamber, Shin Uchiha regained his human form and said, "The Akatsuki and the 3 shadows joining forces, that seems like a good idea. It must be implemented." He seemed to see the dawn of victory and realized something in his body. He arrived at the closed cell of Kabuto and said, "Kabuto, the Land of Iron is finished." Kabuto replied, "Dare to let me take control of my body to see?" He did not believe that the Land of Iron was finished. Shin Uchiha said, "You don't believe it?" Kabuto asked, "How can I believe you?" Shin Uchiha said, "All right, I'll tell you what the Land of Iron is about to face. The hidden Cloud Village, the hidden Sand Village, the hidden Leaf Village, and the Akatsuki." Kabuto frowned. He could understand the Akatsuki and the hidden Cloud and hidden Sand villages as well, since the Dragon King had severely beaten the Kage of those two villages, which was like slapping their faces. It was understandable that they would deal with the Land of Iron. However, he could not comprehend why the hidden Leaf Village would join in. After all, it was the leaf that had wronged them, that had forced them away. Kabuto asked, "Did Kakashi really make such a decision?" Shin Uchiha said, "You're mistaken, it's not Kakashi." Kabuto then remembered the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and asked, "So you mean Hiruzen Sarutobi was taken by you?" Shin Uchiha said, "You are indeed clever, Kabuto." Kabuto calmly said, "Thank you for the compliment. You took them away just to train them to fight against the Land of Iron?" Shin Uchiha replied, "Of course. They're all good, having all cultivated sage techniques. The elite guards we brought are all among the elite Jonin. With the three parties teaming up, plus the Akatsuki, do you think the Land of Iron can withstand it?" Upon hearing this, Kabuto trembled, but still firmly said, "I believe in the Dragon King. With him around, the Land of Iron can surely be protected." Shin Uchiha said, "Is that so? But he has not shown up until now. Do you think that Naruto Uzumaki might have secretly escaped?" Upon hearing this, Kabuto showed a joyful expression and said, "Great, great." Shin Uchiha asked in confusion, "At this point, you still say great?" Kabuto said, "With the Dragon King, the Land of Iron will surely reappear. With the Dragon King, the spirit of the Land of Iron will not extinguish. You cannot find him, and when he finishes his seclusion, it will be your end." Shin Uchiha said, "You're crazy, you're all crazy." Kabuto smiled and said, "This is our martial spirit, united in heart and strength, unafraid of life and death. You cannot destroy us, unlike your shinobi way, which is dark and treacherous." He felt despondent, knowing he could not advance or retreat with the Land of Iron, could not protect the Land of Iron, could not fight for the Land of Iron, and was a sinner. This struck a nerve with Shin Uchiha again, and he said coldly, "Don't worry, I will definitely destroy the Land of Iron. Cut off the roots of martial arts. Extinguish the fire of martial arts, making it so you cannot survive or escape." Kabuto replied, "Besides keeping me locked up, what other means do you have? Can you kill me?" If he died, many of his special techniques would vanish, and thus, if Shin Uchiha infiltrated the Land of Iron, he should be discovered by Lord Orochimaru. Yet he would not think that he was already within the scope of suspicion, and once he entered the Land of Iron, he would definitely receive special treatment. Shin Uchiha said, "If you want to die, one day I will fulfill that wish." Kabuto replied, "I'll wait. I hope it's not too late." Chapter 100. The four great Raikage and Kurabi depart. Tobarama Senju was about to leave, and the fourth Raikage personally saw him off. AI was naturally grateful to Tobarama for coming to support them despite the danger, knowing that the Akatsuki planned to besiege the Hidden Cloud Village. Regardless of the purpose, it earned goodwill with the Hidden Cloud Village. After some pleasantries between the fourth Raikage AI and Tobarama, he watched their backs leaving. However, he did not know why his gaze lingered on the figures of Shursui and Izumi. He always felt that these two guards were extraordinary. He thought to himself, the Mist Village should not be underestimated either. One must say that the fourth Raikage was very cautious. Although he was grateful to the Mizukage, it did not prevent him from taking precautions against the Mist Village. Little did he know, this would backfire on him. The fourth Raikage AI turned around and glanced at the Hidden Cloud Village before flying away. In the Naruto world, there was no shortage of mountains, forests, and waterfalls. The fourth Raikage AI arrived at a cliff waterfall, and before long, Obito Uchiha appeared and asked, "Fourth Raikage, have you made your decision?" AI said, "It's you who can't wait, not me." Obito Uchiha asked, "What do you plan to do?" I replied, "Tomorrow I will bring Kurabi out of the Hidden Cloud Village and release Gyuki. As for how to capture Gyuki, we will not participate, but if Kurabi gets angry, I hope you can control him." Obito Uchiha said, "You are our friend. This is just a small matter." The next day, AI brought Kurabi out of the Hidden Cloud Village to an open area and released the Eight Tails Gyuki, which they had sealed, so it was easy to release. Gyuki's personality was particularly irritable, especially in these 2 days. It had fought with Kurabi quite a bit. So as soon as it was released, it began battling with the Akatsuki, immediately using its ultimate technique, forming a tailed beast bomb, with the yin and yang powers intertwining, a terrifying aura suddenly spreading out. Obito Uchiha said, "This is indeed troublesome." He activated his Sharingan, and after Gyuki spat out the tailed beast bomb, whirlpool ripples appeared in the air, slowly devouring the tailed beast bomb until it vanished. AI's expression turned serious as he said, "This is a space ninjutsu of the Sharingan. This person's abilities, strength, and temperament make him a formidable enemy." The fourth Raikage was naturally very cautious of the Sharingan, knowing this was only one of its abilities. The strength of the Eight Tails Gyuki was indeed formidable, but before the Akatsuki, it was truly just a small-tailed beast, only making the Akatsuki members a bit flustered. Seeing this, Kurabi drew the two-blade from his back and charged forward, determined to rescue Gyuki. Obito Uchiha said, "Naturally, I cannot forget about you." He turned his head to stare at Kurabi, and, as his Sharingan spun, Kurabi stopped in his tracks, his entire being frozen in place. Holding his blades, as if he were a fool, Kurabi's strength was at the level of a shadow shinobi. As a Jinchuriki, his coordination with Gyuki naturally gave him power surpassing that of a super shadow shinobi. The power of Uchiha Obito's Jinjutsu was such that he controlled the fourth Mizukage. Committing infaugivable crime. The fourth Mizukage was one of the perfect Jinchuriki, significantly stronger than the current Killer Bee. So it was effortless for Uchiha Obito to trap the current Killer Bee in his Jinjutsu. As an ally of the fourth Raikage, Uchiha Obito naturally wouldn't harm Killer Bee. Hurting Killer Bee would create enmity with the fourth Raikage, which wasn't worth it. The members of the Akatsuki organization sealed the GY key, and Uchiha Obito greeted it before leaving. I did not leave. He was waiting for Killer Bee to awaken. When Killer Bee woke up, he knelt on the ground, hugging his head and crying like a child. I walked over, stroked Killer Bee's head, and said softly, "Bee, be strong. The village of Kumogakure still needs you." I have to leave. Killer Bee's painful cries stopped, and he looked up, tears still flowing, asking, "Brother, why?" I replied, "Naruto Uzumaki." Killer Bee asked, "Is there really no room for reconciliation?" He didn't want Kumogakure to fight against the Land of Fire. That would mean many deaths. Something he did not want. I said solemnly, "No, he has declared his intention to avenge the Uzumaki clan. You should understand how the Uzumaki clan was destroyed, Bee." Killer Bee said, "But brother, it could clearly be stopped. In the past, it was indeed a miscalculation by the Land of Lightning. The Land of Lightning owes the Uzumaki clan this. Isn't it just an apology?" I did not get angry. This was his younger brother Killer Bee's nature. He said softly, "Bee, it's not that we want war. It's him who wants to start conflict. His martial path will not be tolerated by the ninja way. Between the ninja way and the martial path, there will eventually be a battle. And when that time comes, the death toll won't be in the hundreds or thousands, but in the hundreds of thousands or millions. There is no choice now." Killer Bee fell silent. He wanted to argue, but couldn't. Wars often occur between countries, especially in this struggle for legitimacy, but he couldn't understand why they couldn't coexist peacefully. However, Killer Bee would not understand that the martial path has never competed with the ninja way. The ninja way, in essence, is just a part of the martial path, an extreme part. Take him with you. After his body is modified, his strength will not be less than yours. Just then, from the soil, a small white snake emerged, and with a twist, Kabuto appeared. I warned, "Who are you?" Kabuto said, "What? You forget me after just a few days?" I trembled and said, "So it's you. I've met the senior." Kabuto said, "Arrange things in Kumogakure and go back." I did not dare to disobey, saying, "Yes." Kabuto transformed back into a small white snake and burrowed underground. Killer Bee asked, "Brother, who is he?" I replied, "He, a sage-level figure, very powerful." "Bee, your opportunity has come." Killer Bee asked, "Is this what he means by modification?" I gently stroked his head and said, "Bee, the so-called body modification refers to genetic mutation, making the body stronger and able to accommodate more chakra. Compared to the past, my body's chakra capacity has increased by more than 50%, and I have also practiced sage arts. This is all his ability." Killer Bee asked, "Brother, has Sarutobi Hiruzen from Konoha and Raza from Sunagakure gone there?" I nodded, "Yes. Especially that old man Sarutobi. His talent is indeed strong. Modifying him has been the most successful. He is stronger than when he was younger. Perhaps now he has reached a legendary level. Not only is his strength greater than A's, but he seems to have improved even further in sage arts." Killer Bee said, "I will help my brother regain our honor." "Hey, I believe in you." The two brothers returned to Kumogakure and disappeared again. Chapter 101, Kakashi Senpai. How will you choose? Shizwater and Izumi were still in a land of fire when the news came that the Raikage had abandoned the Eight Tails, personally delivering it to the Akatsuki organization. For a time, the ninja world was shaken, They could not believe that the Raikage would submit to such a bloody organization. Kakashi personally left the village to find Shizwater and Izumi. The situation in Kumogakure left Kakashi puzzled. It was abnormal for the Raikage to personally deliver a tailed beast to the Akatsuki. He knew that Shizwater and Izumi had gone to Kumogakure, so he wanted to gather some information from them, particularly about the return of the fourth Raikage. Kakashi was a very intelligent person. The disappearance of Raza from Sunagakure, the fourth Raikage from Kumogakure, and Sarutobi Hiruzen from Konoha could not be unrelated. Therefore, he needed to find out the reason behind the disappearance of these three Hokage. After an uninterrupted journey, he finally caught up with Shizwater and Izumi. Shizwater asked, "Kakashi-senpai, are you here to chase us?" Kakashi stopped and said, "Yes." He felt relieved to have caught up with them. Chasing after the Land of Fire would have been too troublesome. Izumi asked, "Kakashi-senpai, are you looking for us regarding the fourth Raikage decision in Kumogakure?" It seemed that only this matter could make Kakashi so concerned. Kakashi said, "It's not just this. It's also about the Raikage return." Shizwater thought for a moment before saying, "Regarding the fourth Raikage abandoning the Eight Tails and giving it to the Akatsuki, there are two reasons. First, Kumogakure cannot defeat the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki's strength is undeniable. Our organization, the Hidden Dragon, has secretly investigated. We have found that the Akatsuki has 7 members and a powerful leader, but this time they came with 8 people. We don't know if they have more members hidden. Each of them is very strong, above the level of a shadow ninja, and each has their own characteristics. The second reason is simple. They have a common enemy." Kakashi said, "You mean the Land of Fire, Naruto, and Gaara?" Shizwater said, "Exactly. The fourth Raikage, it was almost beaten to tears by our Dragon King. So he must hate our Dragon King very much. Knowing he cannot defeat the Akatsuki, he sacrificed the Eight Tails to protect Kumogakure, which not only allows Kumogakure to avoid the ravages of war, but also uses the Akatsuki's hands to deal with our Land of Fire. As for the Akatsuki, they need to capture 9-tailed beasts, and the Dragon King and Gaara are their targets." Kakashi scratched his head. If the fourth Raikage heard this, he would probably be furious. Was it appropriate to describe a village leader as almost beaten to tears? However, it was the truth. The Raikage was knocked down by Naruto with one punch and could hardly get up. After a day and night of treatment by the medical ninjas in Konoha, he could finally sit up, which showed Naruto's strength. Suddenly, Kakashi's eyes moved, and he said, "So, the fourth Raikage will team up with the Akatsuki?" Shizwater said, "Of course. If I were in his position, I would also team up with the Akatsuki." Kakashi said, "Then what about your Land of Fire?" Shizwater waved his hand and said, "Thank you for your concern, Kakashi-senpai. We in the Land of Fire have our own ways to deal with this." Kakashi said, "I believe that. The Land of Fire is full of talent, with Tsunade-sama and Orochimaru-sama assisting, and with you, Shizwater, in command. You certainly do not fear the Akatsuki." When Jishuei entered the martial arts, he already possessed the strength of a shadow ninja. He was the first to follow Naruto and the first to practice martial arts techniques, so his strength was undoubtedly above that of Shikamaru, Sakura, and others. Moreover, he had the Sharingan, and his power was unfathomable and immeasurable. Jishuei said, "The Raikage has returned. He wasn't really gone anywhere. He was sent back by space ninjutsu and can be said to have been taken away by it as well." As he spoke, Jishuei's eyes did not leave Kakashi. Kakashi said, "So, the third Hokage of Konoha also disappeared in this way?" Jishuei replied, "More than likely." Kakashi asked in a low voice, "Jishuei-kun, do you know what they went to do?" Jishuei said, "If I guess correctly, they should be training." Kakashi questioned, "Training?" Jishuei affirmed, "Yes, training. The fourth Raikage has returned, and his strength has greatly increased compared to the past, and he has also gathered Sage Chakra, allowing him to perform Sage techniques." Kakashi exclaimed, "Sage Chakra?" Jishuei confirmed, "Exactly. Sage Chakra. When the fourth Raikage returned, he performed Sage techniques, and he clashed with Akatsuki's Obito, the one with the Sharingan under the mask. Neither side won." Kakashi remarked, "The fourth Raikage has trained in Sage techniques." Then Jishuei interjected, "As a ninja instructor, Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally would not fall behind. He must have also trained in Sage techniques. I think what they plan to do upon their return is something Kakashi-senpai should be able to guess." Kakashi solemnly said, "Uzumaki Naruto." Jishuei smiled and asked, "Kakashi-senpai, now that he is back, it is likely that he will take control of Konoha again, and conflicts will arise. How will you choose?" This indeed struck a chord with Kakashi. How would he choose? Jishuei knew this was a difficult choice for Kakashi and said, "Kakashi-senpai, we still have important matters to attend to, so we should leave first. Kakashi, a bit flustered, said, "Take care." Jishui added, "Kakashi-senpai, I hope we won't be enemies." Kakashi did not finish speaking, watching the two leave, lost in thought. Jishui and Izumi walked out of the 100-mile area, and at that moment, Izumi asked, "Ishin, what do you think Kakashi-senpai will choose?" Jishui smiled slightly and said, "Kakashi will not be a confused person. I believe he will make the right choice." Izumi paused for a moment, then cheerfully said, "Jishui, how about we make a bet?" Seeing Izumi's playful demeanor, Jishui replied, "You little girl. What are you trying to trick Jishui into this time?" Izumi said, "I'm not trying to trick you. This is a bet. Do you understand?" Jishui said, Fine. A bet. What do you want to wager?" Izumi said, "Let's bet on Kakashi-senpai. The loser owes the winner a condition. I'll go first." Jishui, "Every bet is like this. Completely taking the lead, and even if you lose, it doesn't matter. You just play dirty or run away far, and then you watch the winner every day, not giving up until you get your reward." Izumi said, "I bet that Kakashi-senpai will not comply with Sarutobi Hiruzen anymore." Jishui shook his head and said, "If Kakashi were to comply with Sarutobi Hiruzen again, he would be a pig." Izumi, "That's my bet, Jishui. You can only choose the opposite." Jishui, "Let me lose then." Izumi, Jishui. Jishui, all right, it's yours." Chapter 102. The choice of the Konoha families. On the way back, Kakashi was somewhat distracted. He knew very well that with the return of the third Hokage, backed by strength, he would surely regain control of the government. Kakashi was a strong-willed person, and after suffering a setback against Uzumaki Naruto, he would definitely seek to reclaim his position. As he walked, Sakura appeared. "Sensei, how will you choose?" Sakura said with some pain. This time, she had come alone to protect her teacher, and having heard Jishui's words, she also wanted to know how her teacher would choose. At the same time, she really did not want to be enemies with Naruto. In her heart, there was no trace of Sasuke anymore, only Naruto's figure. Even if Naruto stood before her, she could not bring herself to act against him. Kakashi was awakened by Sakura's words and said, "Let's talk about this when we get back." His eyes cleared, as if he had made a decision. Haruno Sakura looked at her teacher's back and thought, "Sensei, what choice will you make?" Upon returning to Konoha, Kakashi sent trusted aides to visit the Hyuga, Akimichi, Nara, Yamanaka, Inuzuka, and Yamanaka clans, inviting the leaders of these clans to the Hokage building for a discussion. As for the Hitaki clan, he represented them himself. Shikamaru yawned, walking and saying, "I don't know what the Hokage wants us for. Even the old man and the others have been invited." CHG said, "With your intelligence, you should be able to guess. The Hokage must have received some big news, which is why we're all being gathered." Shikamaru rolled his eyes and said, "You're overestimating me." At that moment, CHG saw Haruno Sakura and raised his hand to call out, "Sakura." Shikamaru also said, "Sakura went with the Hokage. She should know something." The three entered, and before Shikamaru could ask, a gentle voice came. "Shikamaru-kun, CHG-kun, Sakura, hello." The three turned to see a stunning young girl before them. She had a delicate face, fair skin, and deep blue long hair that curled slightly at the ends, presenting a natural curve. Her eyes were large and bright, deep as a lake, radiating a gentle yet determined light. Her slightly rosy cheeks looked soft and weak, making one want to protect her. Sakura joyfully ran over and hugged Hinata, saying, "Hinata, I missed you so much." Since Niji's departure, they had not seen Hinata for 3 years. Shikamaru and CHG also smiled happily. Hinata was their most important companion, and now that she was back, they were naturally very glad. The four chatted and laughed as they walked toward the Hokage building. Sakura talked about what had happened over the years, including some embarrassing moments of Shikamaru and CHG. And Shikamaru forgot to ask Sakura about what she had learned during this outing. Upon arriving at the Hokage building, many people were already present in the Hokage's office. The leaders of the 6 major clans, Nara Shikaku, Hyuga Hayashi, Akimichi Sit, Inuzuka, Tsum, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Yamanaka Shibi, were seated with Yamanaka Ino, Inuzuka Kiba, and Yamanaka Ino behind their fathers. Hinata and the others stood behind their fathers, but Sakura stood alone. After all, her father was just a small shop owner and was not qualified to attend such a meeting. Once everyone was gathered, Kakashi said, "You all should have heard the news. The shadow that disappeared from Kumogakure for 3 years has returned. The shadow that once disappeared also includes the Kazekage of Sunagakure and our village's 3rd Hokage. The 4th Raikage was defeated by Uzumaki Naruto with a single punch in Konoha and is also the culprit behind the extinction of the Uzumaki clan. Gaara of Sunagakure was forcibly taken away by Uzumaki Naruto, and Rashi was powerless to stop it, only able to watch his son being taken away. Because of Uzumaki Naruto, the third Hokage's plans fell through, ending in a tragic outcome. All three have a grudge against Naruto Uzumaki, and their disappearance should not be a coincidence. Narashikaku said, "The fourth Raikage has returned, so the third Hokage can't be far behind." Kakashi replied, "Yes, it must be soon." Hyuga Hisashi said, "I heard that the fourth Raikage has returned and his strength has increased significantly?" Kakashi nodded. "Indeed, he has become much stronger, and has even condensed sage chakra, mastering sage techniques." Upon hearing this, the hearts of everyone except Sakura sank a little. Kakashi's implication was clear. The fourth Raikage of Kimogakure has mastered sage techniques, so the third Hokage of Konoha must have as well. The title of Ninja Professor is not given lightly. If the Raikage can do it, it is impossible for him not to be able to. Narashikaku said, "Lord Hokage, you called us together not just to discuss this matter, right?" Kakashi replied, "You should all be clear about the nature of our third Hokage, right? He left, but took a lot of people with him. He trains, and his subordinates can also train. Even if their talents are limited, they will still see significant improvements. With his absolute strength returning to Konoha, you should all understand what actions he will take." Narashikaku said, "To seize power." Kakashi said, "That's inevitable. After seizing power, he will naturally seek revenge, so it's time for you to make your choice." "Revenge against whom?" "Naturally, it's against Naruto Uzumaki, against Uchiha Shursui, against the Land of the Flame. This will not be a personal war, but a war between nations, inevitably leading to the Fourth Great Ninja War, with casualties that are unimaginable." Hyuga Hisashi said, "Lord Hokage, I want to know your choice." Everyone's eyes turned to Kakashi, wanting to know what he would choose. Kakashi said, "There are two clans that are not involved in this. You should understand what I mean. The Senju clan has disappeared. The Uchiha clan is now in the Land of the Flame. Among Konoha's major clans, aside from them, there are only the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan left. Whether it's the Sarutobi clan or the Shimura clan, they naturally have no good feelings towards Naruto Uzumaki." Narashikaku asked, "Lord Hokage, what do you plan to do?" To align with Sarutobi Hisashi and go to war with the Land of the Flame. He internally rejected that idea, setting aside Naruto Uzumaki's friendship with Shikamaru. The Land of the Flame is indeed quite good, although the peninsula of the Land of Fire was taken by the Land of the Flame. The villagers on the peninsula are truly happy, much happier than under the leadership of the Land of Fire. Kakashi said, "Konoha cannot withstand another war, nor can we engage in such a meaningless war. The third Hokage wants to be Hokage on his own terms, and if he wants to go to war with Naruto Uzumaki, that is his own choice. My choice is to protect the villagers." Kakashi's meaning was very clear, to protect the villagers of Konoha. As for the conflict with the Land of the Flame, he would not participate, and the Hitaki clan would not participate either. Chapter 103. Sarutobi Asuma has also mastered sage techniques. Hyuga Hisashi smiled slightly and said, "The Hyuga clan is also just protecting the villagers of Konoha." Narashikaku said, "We are in sync. After a lifetime of fighting, we are tired. This life has been filled with missions since we were genin, and we don't know how many battles we've experienced. We are indeed exhausted now." Akimichi Choza also nodded. "Indeed, in the past, we didn't know why we fought to protect the villagers to go to war outside the village. Now that we think about it, causing battles in other countries, are we really justified?" Everyone's eyes unconsciously turned to Akimichi Choza, startling him. "Why are you looking at me?" Akimichi Choza asked. Yamenka and Noichi said, "Choza, I didn't expect you to have such awareness and be able to speak such philosophical words." Akimichi Choza replied, "But the fact is, it is as such." Yamanaka Shikaka said, "That is a good point." This once again left everyone in a daze. Yamanaka Shikaku, who was usually taciturn, preferred to talk to insects rather than people, had not spoken to anyone for years, yet he took the initiative to speak this time, which was quite rare. Then everyone laughed, except for Shikamaru and the others, who didn't know why they were laughing. Narashikaku said, "It feels so easy." At this moment, they seemed less rigorous than in the past, and felt quite relaxed. Subsequently, the major clans began to work together, forming a small group. Although they were doing their own things, they inadvertently created a united front. As for finances, aside from the money allocated for the village's assistance, the rest was used for the village's development. Because previously Shikamaru and the others had defeated Inoki, The funding from the daimyo of the Land of Fire was significantly more than before, as they needed to rely on Konoha to resist the Land of the Flame. The Land of the Flame had developed, and even if they wanted to stop it, they couldn't. They simply couldn't defend against the merchant caravans of the Land of the Flame. The Shimura clan and the Sarutobi clan could naturally sense the changes in Konoha. But because of Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hizashi, neither clan spoke up. They knew very well that if they took action, the people of Konoha would not spare them. One day, Sarutobi Asuma had just lit a cigarette when Kakashi appeared. Sarutobi Asuma said, "Lord Hokage." Sarutobi Asuma still recognized and respected Kakashi as Hokage. With his father stepping down and Kakashi taking over, the Sarutobi clan had received a lot of guidance from the villagers. Kakashi had correctly guided the villagers. Otherwise, life for the Sarutobi clan would have been difficult. Here, Sarutobi Asuma felt that the village had improved a lot, much more relaxed than when his father was in power, and he wouldn't have to deal with. Kakashi said, "Asuma, there is something I don't know how to tell you." Sarutobi Asuma took a drag from his cigarette and asked, "Is it about what has happened during this time?" Kakashi replied, "No, it's about the third Hokage." Sarutobi Asuma dropped some ash and exclaimed, "My father?" Kakashi said, "The third Hokage hasn't disappeared, like the Reikage. He went to a certain place to train and should have mastered sage techniques by now. He should be back in a while." Huff. Sarutobi Asuma exhaled a puff of smoke, still having half a cigarette left, which he tossed to the ground and extinguished with his foot. He understood now why the families of Konoha would avoid their two clans. This matter indeed should be avoided. With his father returning, Konoha was likely to stir again, and the power of Konoha might change hands once more. Kakashi said, "Asuma, Konoha cannot endure another war. I don't care about the position of Hokage, and I will relinquish the power of Konoha, but we will not go to war for anyone. We only protect the villagers of Konoha." "Asuma, do you understand what I mean?" Sarutobi Asuma nodded. "Lord Hokage, I understand. You are right. Konoha indeed cannot be dragged into another war. Konoha cannot afford it." "Kakashi, thank you for your understanding." Kakashi left, and Sarutobi Asuma also left. In his heart, Sarutobi Asuma thought, "Father, when you return this time, I hope you can let go of your hatred, and this is not just hatred, it is your sin." As the son of Sarutobi Hizashi, he had long been unaware of the only son of the fourth Hokage, a hero who had fallen to such a state, tragic and lamentable. If it were him, would he have a good temperament like Naruto, Uzumaki? He himself was unsure. He only knew that Uzumaki Naruto was not wrong. Back at the family, Asuma Sarutobi arrived in the secret room, ready to issue orders. The Sarutobi family could no longer rush down like this with their father. Otherwise, the death toll would only increase. However, before he could act, a white vicious snake appeared behind him and bit down on his shoulder, causing his entire body to stiffen. Asuma Sarutobi realized he couldn't move, his pupils constricted, and a voice echoed, "Strange, your life seems to be linked to the Grim Reaper. Yet why are you still alive?" Ninja Do appeared before Asuma, looking puzzled. Asuma Sarutobi stared at Ninja Do, searching his memories, but found no recollection of this person, and asked, "Who are you?" Ninja Do observed Asuma Sarutobi for a while, noticing the sweat forming on his forehead, and then said, I see. You were supposed to die at the hands of the Akatsuki, but Uzumaki Naruto changed your fate and saved you. A person who was supposed to die intercepts your path. You will not be suppressed because you were originally destined to die, but unfortunately, your strength is too weak." Asuma Sarutobi completely couldn't understand what Ninja Do was saying and asked again, "Who exactly are you? What are you talking about?" Ninja Do replied, "You don't need to know that." He then pressed a hand on Asuma Sarutobi's head, and soon, Asuma Sarutobi lost consciousness. After a while, Ninja Do withdrew his hand and said, "Forget it, let's keep him, but he can't come out." While Ninja Do was speaking, Asuma Sarutobi was also speaking. Ninja Do transformed back into a white snake, burrowing underground, disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, Asuma began to cultivate. As he practiced, he drew in two streams of energy from somewhere, one crimson and the other blue. The former was fire attribute chakra, and the latter was wind attribute chakra. Asuma Sarutobi said, "It's a bit wasteful, but it will do." He channeled the two types of chakra into his body, enhancing his strength while also transforming his physique. After more than half a day, a sudden monkey mask appeared on Asuma Sarutobi's face. This was not an ordinary mask. It was a sage mask, and the current Asuma Sarutobi had also mastered sage techniques. Chapter 104. Betting on might, Gai Shirzue and the others returned to Flame Dragon City and immediately gathered many people. After hearing Shirzue finish his account, everyone fell silent, their expressions grave. The situation indeed exceeded their expectations. The Akatsuki, Sunagakure, Kimogakure, Kanahigakure, and the unknown experts behind them loomed over them like mountains. After a while, Orochimaru suggested, "Why not awaken Lord Dragon King?" It was indeed a critical moment for the Flame Dragon country. They were not afraid of sacrifice. But with Naruto around, they had a backbone, which could greatly boost the morale of the Flame Dragon citizens. Many secretly agreed. They indeed needed the Dragon King to oversee the situation. Tsunade first said, "We can't disturb Naruto's training. He should be at a crucial point right now. If we interrupt him, it may ruin all his efforts." Shirzue also said, "For now, we don't need to disturb the Dragon King. Although the fourth Raikage has trained in sage techniques and has reached the mid-stage of Super Shadow Ninja in chakra amount, his combat power is about the same as Izumi's. It's not easy for Izumi to lose to him, but he can't win against Izumi. Uchiha Izumi, whose Sharingan had just evolved into the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, had peak innate strength and an understanding of momentum at its peak. Such strength was quite common in Flame Dragon City, with the Uchiha clan having the most. Oddly enough, after training in martial arts techniques and changing their mindset, they had become gentler, losing their arrogance, as if the pride deep within them had been removed. Especially under Naruto's remark of hidden experts, many Uchihas who were elderly and possessed great strength were selling buns, with their aged hands struggling to knead dough. Tsunade asked Shirzue, "Do you know how many of the more than 100 missing ninjas could gather sage chakra?" Orochimaru's eyes also turned towards him, wanting to know the answer. Shirzue replied, "I don't know, but there shouldn't be many. After all, to practice the ninja way, one needs some talent. Otherwise, they can't improve. The fourth Raikage sage techniques are not proficient, and the people he brought with him couldn't all reach the level of Super Shadow Ninja. Among 100 people practicing sage techniques, there shouldn't be more than 10. For Orochimaru, this was a deep realization. Even he, who was once strong, couldn't gather chakra or master sage techniques, showing how stringent the training of sage techniques was. Orochimaru said, "I agree with this. In the past, no matter how much I trained, I couldn't achieve that." Tsunade said, "Let's make an assumption. Give him the limit of 10 people. Plus Obito from the Akatsuki and the leader behind him. That's 1. Shirzue is the strongest against the leader of the Akatsuki. Orochimaru, Izumi, Uchiha Fuyu, Uchiha Haru, Uchiha Ji-sun, Ten, Gai, Niji Zabuza, and Haku." Shirzue added, "Let's also count Chun-I. Teacher Gai has the heaviest task." The crowd was puzzled, and only Gai revealed a smile, showing his big teeth, giving Shirzue a thumbs up, as if to say, "Shirzue, the judgment is good." Currently, Gai's physical body had greatly improved, having already thrown Kakashi out of his mind, and Shirzue had become his opponent. The others looked at Shirzue, hoping for an explanation. Chun-I, Uchiha Chun-I, whose eyes had not yet evolved into the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, only had the Manjiki Sharingan, but with innate strength he had also comprehended momentum, and with his Sharingan activated, defeating a Super Shadow Ninja was not a problem. Shirzue said, "Teacher Gai, it's not that I admire you, but it's Lord Dragon King. Do you know what Lord Dragon King calls you? King Gai. He has faith in your strength, and I also believe in Lord Dragon King's judgment. He believes in Naruto's judgment. Since meeting Naruto, Naruto had never made a wrong judgment, so he was betting on Teacher Gai." Orochimaru said, "The Dragon King always acts unexpectedly." He did not see any highlights on Gai. He had made numerous blunders in a day, and the entire Flame Dragon City could hear the howls of their green-clad team, making anyone who heard it want to retreat. Might Gai showed a confident smile. "Leave that mysterious person to me. My youth has never been wasted. My blood is boiling. And my youth is immortal." Lee exclaimed, "Teacher Gai." The others covered their heads, feeling that it was a mistake to call these two for discussion. It was too embarrassing. In the end, everyone convinced himself to trust Naruto and bet on Might Gai. Afterwards, Tsunade and Orochimaru stayed behind, and Tsunade asked, "Shirzue, is this really okay?" She was still not at ease with Gai. After all, this hidden person was not trivial, and it was not about winning or losing, but about whether Might Gai would survive. Shirzue said, "I know what you're worried about. Let's go and witness it together." After saying that, he soared out of the pavilion. Orochimaru and Tsunade knew what he was going to do and followed closely behind. Meanwhile, a member of the Uchiha clan approached Might Gai, who was about to lead a group of green-clad people for training, and said to him, "Teacher Gai, the clan leader wants you to go here." Might Gai replied, "Oh, it's Okawa. All right, I'll go right now." Uchiha Okawa didn't want to stay at all. Looking at the group of over 80 people in green clothes, he felt quite awkward, as if something absurd was happening. Uchiha Okawa didn't go. Only Sure Sui went with Might Guy. Upon seeing the three of them, Guy greeted them heartily before asking the reason. Sure Sui said, "Teacher Guy, I want to have a battle with you." The overwhelming aura of a strong practitioner in the returning to Origin realm pressed down, causing Guy to involuntarily take 2 steps back. Might Guy's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he said, "Sure Sui, do you know? The thing I want to do the most is to fight with you. Today, I can finally fulfill my wish." In Yamlong village, Sure Sui was the strongest, and battling with him would allow Guy to witness his own strength without causing casualties. Sure Sui added, "Teacher Guy, you cannot open the 8th gate. You can only open the 7th gate." Might Guy replied, "Understood." Orochimaru and Tsunade moved aside, leaving the battlefield to the two of them. Might Guy shouted, "The azure beast of Yanlong is unleashed. The 7th gate of the 8 gates is opened." A powerful momentum spread out like a violent wind exploding, sweeping across a 100-meter radius. "Red?" Orochimaru exclaimed. Tsunade's eyes were also filled with shock as she said, "Guy's strength has grown significantly. He has found his own path." Both of them knew that when the 8 gates were opened to the last gate, red steam would emanate from the body. Now, Might Guy had 2 colors of steam on him, with blue occupying 70% and red only 30%. They could not explain this, and could only attribute it to Guy having found his own way of using the 8 gates. Feeling the power within him, Might Guy said, "Sure Sui, take this." Chapter 105. Jiraiya returns to Konoha. Sure Sui faced the explosive momentum of Might Guy with a smile. This momentum had already stepped into the realm of super shadow ninjas. Even if the 4th Raikage arrived, he would probably be kicked away. Sure Sui's true essence circulated, and he infused his first level of sword intent, instantly crushing the momentum that Might Guy unleashed. Might Guy said, "Sure Sui, you truly deserve to be my ideal opponent now." Day Tiger. Gathering and compressing his power, the ground beneath Might Guy cracked open, seemingly bearing immense pressure. Sure Sui drew his sword and said, "Flame Prison One Sword Style." This was a sword technique he derived from merging martial arts and ninjutsu, and its power was incredibly strong. On the blade, true essence surged like towering waves. Might Guy shouted, and a black and white, striped tiger charged forward. With each step it took, it produced a powerful tearing force, warping space and cracking the earth. Sensing the overwhelming momentum, Sure Sui shouted, "Slash." As he swung his blade, a crimson blade, light dozens of meters long, shot through the air, slashing towards the charging tiger. Retreat. Tsunade and Orochimaru, originally 100 meters away, flew back again, increasing the distance and landing 10 miles away before finally stopping. Boom! When the blade and tiger met, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the ears of Tsunade and Orochimaru 10 miles away. Following that, a destructive force spread out, tearing the earth apart, shattering the sky. And the energy of destruction crashed into the sea, creating towering waves. As the smoke cleared, the battlefield where Sure Sui and Guy fought had vanished, leaving behind a massive crack hundreds of meters long, with both of them somewhat disheveled in the ravine. From their conditions, Sure Sui appeared more disheveled. Under this attack, he had fallen into a disadvantage. Sure Sui said, "Teacher Guy, impressive." Guy also retracted his momentum and said, "Sure Sui, you truly are my best opponent. Did you unleash the full power of your realm?" Sure Sui replied, "Of course, but under Teacher Guy's 8 gates secret technique, I won't be an opponent." Might Guy said, "We'll only know after the battle." Tsunade and Orochimaru descended from the crack, and, seeing that both of them were only slightly disheveled, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Orochimaru asked, "Sure Sui, how was it?" Sure Sui replied, "In this battle, Teacher Guy held the advantage. Although it was just a simple exchange of moves, it felt like an earth-shattering, epic battle." Tsunade asked Guy, "How is your body?" The 8 gates technique consumes the body with each use. In the original work, Guy was about the same age as Kakashi, but he looked older than Kakashi. Might Guy said, "I'm fine, my body is great, no muscle tears or broken bones, just some minor bruises, and my internal energy is slowly recovering." Tsunade also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "This brat really has great insight, but when will you come out of seclusion? The enemy is about to bully us at our doorstep." On a secluded island overseas, in a hidden valley, Naruto's peak of seclusion was filled with purple smoke, exuding a sense of tranquility and mystery. As Naruto trained, profound energy attracted the surrounding birds and beasts, and here, they felt a familiar aura. Inside the cave, the furnishings were simple yet elegant, with only a mat laid on the ground. Naruto was sitting on this meditation mat, practicing. At this moment, he was closing his eyes in deep meditation, his body and mind immersed in endless mysteries. His breathing was long and steady, as if he were one with the universe. The natural energy around him gathered, forming swirling vortices. These vortices seemed to be drawn by an invisible force revolving around him. However, soon after, the primordial energy he was cultivating was expelled from his body, disappearing into the natural world. Naruto furrowed his brows, a look of confusion between his eyebrows, seemingly puzzled about why he couldn't break through. From his aura, his strength had reached the peak of the return to origin realm, and the primordial body refinement technique had also broken through to the 6th layer's pinnacle. He had been stuck at this level for nearly half a year, yet he still couldn't grasp its essence, unable to break into the great unity realm and step into the 7th layer of the primordial body refinement technique. With Naruto's seriousness, he fell into a mental barrier, unsure of when he would awaken, and the hopes of everyone were temporarily dashed. In the land of fire, Jiraiya had set out on his journey back after wandering for 3 years. He had seen and understood much during this time, agreeing with Naruto's thoughts that to reduce killings in this world, unity was needed for peace. So he returned, intending to join the Flame Dragon Kingdom, believing that Naruto's ideology could fulfill his ideals. However, before going to Flame Dragon, Jiraiya planned to visit Konoha to see how it was doing. He still couldn't let go of Konoha. Upon returning to Konoha, Kakashi personally received him, Lord Jiraiya. Although Kakashi had become Hokage, he could not act as Hokage in front of Jiraiya. Jiraiya's contributions to Konoha warranted his humility. Jiraiya said, "Kakashi, you're doing well. Konoha should be like this. If it had been handed over to you earlier, maybe it would have been better." Kakashi replied, "Thank you for your praise, Lord Jiraiya. But if the 3rd Hokage hadn't fallen, even if I became Hokage, it wouldn't change the situation. My teacher is an example." Jiraiya paused while drinking, unable to refute this statement. It could be said that Minato was his most proud disciple, both in strength and character. He was exceptional and had mastered sage techniques without assistance, unlike Jiraiya, who needed help from the Great Toad and Lady Tsunade to use sage arts. Jiraiya sighed and said, "The most regrettable thing is him. If he had truly taken control of Konoha, it wouldn't have ended up like this." Kakashi remarked, "The teacher is indeed impressive, but compared to Naruto, he seems rather ordinary." Jiraiya did not dispute this. Even the Sage of the Six Paths seemed less dazzling in front of Naruto. Kakashi said, "Lord Jiraiya, I want to invite you back to Konoha to protect it. Konoha needs you now." Jiraiya replied, "Konoha is developing quite well now, and those young kids are doing great. Besides, everyone's eyes are on Flame Dragon City. Konoha doesn't need my protection." He had naturally heard of the reputations of Shikamaru and others, and he felt a bit emotional. He truly was getting old. It wasn't that he was old, but that he had chosen the wrong path and made his resolution too late. If he had practiced martial arts with his talent, those kids would still be children in front of him. Kakashi sighed and said, "But Lord Jiraiya, the 3rd Hokage is about to return. With his temperament, he will likely reclaim the Hokage position." Jiraiya asked, "What's going on?" Chapter 106. Jiraiya discovers Asuma is not Asuma, Sarutobi Asuma. Witnessing the strength of the Sarutobi clan, secretly shook his head. It was too weak. Currently, there wasn't a single Jonin, and the strength of the Chunin could only be described as pitiful. Therefore, Sarutobi Asuma secretly cultivated some strength, so he would have people to command when operating in Konoha. Even the strength of the Genin was not enough for him to command, especially his son, who, under his guidance, had broken through to Jonin in just over half a month, and his combat power was not to be underestimated. Sarutobi Hizashi went out, planning to enjoy himself, have a drink, soak in a hot spring, and smoke an everlasting cigarette. Life was still quite comfortable. Jiraiya declined Kakashi's invitation. Konoha was indeed better now, but it still hadn't changed much, and there was no way forward like this, so he refused without a hint of nostalgia. Thinking of his teacher returning and increasing in strength, as an ambitious person, his thoughts would still be focused on the power of Konoha, making him feel somewhat anxious, which eventually turned into a sigh. "Kakashi, I truly hope you all make a decision." After parting ways with Kakashi, Jiraiya also planned to soak in a hot spring, considering leaving Konoha. Thus, in front of the hot spring entrance, Jiraiya encountered Sarutobi Asuma. Jiraiya smiled and said, "Oh Asuma, you're here to soak in a hot spring too." Sarutobi Asuma, seeing Jiraiya, had a flash of confusion in his eyes, then said, "You're still here," as if recalling something, and then smiled. "Lord Jiraiya, you've returned to Konoha. He thought to himself, oh no. Jiraiya slightly paused, then said, after wandering for 3 years, I naturally have to come back and take a look. Asuma, the old man disappeared, you've worked hard. The Sarutobi clan had not been doing well at first. But later, with Kakashi's rational handling, their lives were somewhat better than those of the Uchiha clan in the past. Sarutobi Asuma said, it's not that hard. With Kakashi's support, the family is doing all right. Jiraiya said, Kakashi is doing well, but Asuma, I heard the old man is coming back. Is that true? Sarutobi Asuma replied, I'm not sure. Kakashi mentioned it to me, but we haven't received any orders from him. Jiraiya said dejectedly, I see. Forget it, let's not talk about him. I'm off to take a bath. He stepped into the bathhouse wearing wooden sandals. Sarutobi Asuma followed him in, heading toward another hot spring pool, murmuring, it should have been exposed, Sai. During this bath, Jiraiya did not drink. He slumped somewhat listlessly in the hot spring, staring at the ceiling, not knowing what he was thinking. It wasn't until evening that someone came to remind him, and he finally left the bathhouse. Jiraiya did not leave Konoha. He wanted to find Kakashi again. At this moment, Kakashi had already rested, and upon hearing that Jiraiya was looking for him, he got back up. Kakashi asked, Lord Jiraiya, is there something you need from me? Jiraiya said, is there a secret room? Kakashi replied, this way, please. Kakashi led Jiraiya into the secret room, and Jiraiya asked Kakashi, has there been any change in Asuma these years? As Jiraiya was also Sarutobi Hizashi's disciple, how could he not know Asuma? Their relationship was naturally familiar. However, during the day at the bathhouse entrance, Asuma's expression clearly showed he did not recognize him, and his way of addressing Kakashi was not by name. A person like Asuma would not call Kakashi by name, but rather as Hokage. He also should not refer to his father as. Most importantly, it seemed that Asuma was aware of his father's disappearance, and that there would be a day he would return if nothing unexpected happened. This naturally raised Jiraiya's suspicions. The current Asuma had problems. Kakashi frowned, wondering how Asuma got involved, and asked, Lord Jiraiya, is there something wrong with Asuma? Jiraiya replied directly, Asuma has issues. I suspect he is no longer Asuma. Kakashi was shocked by Jiraiya's answer. How could Asuma not be Asuma? Half a month ago, he had just seen Asuma. Due to his father's situation, he was indeed somewhat melancholic, and he seemed to lack some spirit, but he was still Asuma. There was no mistake about that. Kakashi asked, Lord Jiraiya, do you have any evidence? Jiraiya nodded yes. He spent some time recounting what had happened in front of the bathhouse, and, from beginning to end, there was only one signal. Asuma Sarutobi was no longer the Asuma Sarutobi he used to be. Kakashi did not doubt Jiraiya's words, given Jiraiya's current status. He would not lie or deceive him, nor would he sow discord. He said in a deep voice, could it be that someone has entered Konoha in the past half-month? If it's not Asuma Sarutobi, then it's someone impersonating him. Only an enemy would go to such lengths to monitor Konoha, and currently, there's only one person capable of doing such things, Inoki from Iwagakure. You must know that Inoki came to Konoha and was severely humiliated by Shikamaru and the others, leaving the village in disgrace, wanting to regain face and take revenge. This thought is reasonable, but right now, Iwagakure's strength cannot support Inoki's ambitions. Nara, Shikamaru, and the others are only 15 years old, with limitless potential in the future. Even if Inoki is bold enough to go to Kimogakure, he wouldn't come to Konoha to pick a fight. Jiraiya then said, this is what I find strange. Because Asuma is indeed Asuma, not an impersonation. Kakashi felt a bit uneasy and said, how is that possible? Jiraiya replied, yes, how is that possible? But it seems that someone has changed, and things have become a bit complicated. It feels like the entire ninja world has changed. Kakashi remembered the abilities of Uchiha Shursue's Sharingan and asked, Lord Jiraiya, could it be Shursue's Kodo Amatsukami? Jiraiya turned his head. Do you doubt Uchiha Shursue? Shursue's Sharingan ability, Kodo Amatsukami, is not a secret in Konoha. Many Jounin know about it, let alone Kakashi. Moreover, there have been more than 10 people in the Uchiha clan who have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. Who knows if there are other such ocular techniques? Kakashi said, Uchiha Shursue used Kodo Amatsukami to change the thoughts of many people. The land of Fire's Peninsula was taken by the Flame Dragon in this way, and changing Asuma's will is not impossible. Jiraiya picked up some books in the secret room, including his own works, and said, Kakashi, you should read fewer of these books in the future and think more. Even if Kodo Amatsukami changed Asuma's will, he would not recognize me. Besides, considering the current situation of the Sarutobi clan, does the Flame Dragon country even need to do this? After saying this, Jiraiya threw the books on the desk, and the covers were very plain. Chapter 107. Nindo blocks Jiraiya, having discovered that Asuma Sarutobi had a problem. Jiraiya did not care and resolutely left Konoha. As for the matter of Asuma Sarutobi, he would leave it for the old man to resolve upon his return. After leaving Konoha, a small frog jumped onto his shoulder. After a while, Jiraiya turned back and glanced at Konoha with a serious expression before turning to leave. Once he exited the Konoha forest and walked a long way, Jiraiya said, "The stench of a foul snake." With a loud rumble, a giant snake emerged from the ground, attempting to swallow Jiraiya whole. Sans signe danger. Jiraiya naturally dodged the giant snake's attack. Standing on the treetops, he looked at the head of the giant snake and said, "The sage arts inherited from the dragon cave are a bit troublesome." On the head of the giant snake was Nindo, who had discovered that Asuma was aware of Jiraiya seeing through him. He just didn't know his identity. However, even without knowing his identity, he couldn't allow Jiraiya to leave. Jiraiya was too clever, and within the Flame Dragon country, there were many capable individuals. Even the slightest clue could lead to a flaw. Nindo said, "Jiraiya, it seems you are going to betray the ninja way and follow the path of martial arts." Jiraiya chuckled lightly. "Oh, who are you? How do you know my name?" The words he spoke were incomprehensible to Jiraiya, but he seized on the key points, the ninja way and martial arts. In that sentence, there were only these two key points. Nindo replied, "In this world, there is nothing I do not know." Jiraiya retorted, "What a big boast. There is nothing you don't know? Well then, let me ask you a question. What is the Akatsuki organization's purpose in collecting tailed beasts? What is their goal? What are the differences between martial arts' inner strength, true chi, and chakra? Will the power of the tailed beast within Naruto conflict with martial arts power? Where have the third Hokage and the others gone? And who is teaching them to cultivate? Who was responsible for the destruction of the Uzumaki clan 15 years ago? Who released the Nine Tails? Where is he now? Who exactly is Asuma Sarutobi? And why did Asuma say, 'I am still here'? What does that mean?" After throwing out a series of questions, Nindo had no idea which one Jiraiya was most eager to know. He said, "Jiraiya, beneath your lecherous appearance, there truly lies a cunning heart." Jiraiya laughed. "That's not cunning. I genuinely want to know, especially about the martial arts that Naruto established." Nindo replied, "I can tell you the answers to 3 of your questions. You can choose." Since Jiraiya wouldn't be able to leave today anyway, why not satisfy his curiosity? Jiraiya stroked his chin and said, "I want to know them all, so I won't choose. You make the choice for me." Nindo said, "Then let's start with the last one. What it means is that you shouldn't have lived to this point. You should have died long ago." Jiraiya laughed heartily. "That's too ridiculous. Who can kill me? The sage ninja." Nindo displayed a mocking expression and said, "With you? You're not qualified. If it weren't for those 2 little frogs, you wouldn't even be able to perform sage arts. How can you claim to be a sage?" Jiraiya put away his smile and said seriously, "You seem to know quite a bit." Nindo replied, "I already said, there is nothing in this world I do not know." Jiraiya, not wanting to hear his narcissistic words, shifted the topic again and said, "Do you know what relationship you have with Asuma?" Nindo replied, "Is that another question?" Jiraiya waved his hand. "Forget it. I don't know what your relationship is. What I want to know is who killed me." Nindo replied, "Someone you wouldn't expect. Nagato Uzumaki." "What?" Jiraiya exclaimed, completely caught off guard. Even if he thought it was the Flame Dragon, he never expected it would be his beloved disciple, Nagato Uzumaki. Jiraiya shook his head. "I don't believe it. He is my disciple. I cannot believe he could do such a thing." Nindo said, "Rest assured, I won't explain it to you." The second question. 15 years ago, it was Uchiha Obito who released the Nine Tails. He was the one who stole Uzumaki Kushina. This once again refreshed Jiraiya's understanding. Uchiha Obito, the disciple of Minato, actually went so far as to harm his own teacher and mentor. Jiraiya then remembered that Uchiha Obito was already dead and said, "Uchiha Obito is actually not dead." Nindo replied, "He was saved by someone. His death was a facade." Jiraiya looked at Nindo and said solemnly, "This must be your doing, right?" Nindo cracked a smile and continued, "As for the third question, the third Hokage and others went to a certain space to cultivate, and it is I who is teaching them." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya naturally did not believe it. A little brat dared to say he was teaching the third Hokage and others. This was simply a joke. The title of the old man as a ninja professor was not given for nothing. Jiraiya said, "Little brat, thank you for telling me all this. I think I should take my leave now." Ninja-Do said, "Jiraiya, do you think you can leave today?" Jiraiya stared at Ninja-Do and laughed. "Kid, do you think you can stop me?" Ninja-Do became a bit angry and said, "Jiraiya, I don't like being referred to as you." Jiraiya replied, "Feel free to get angry. I'm leaving first." With a bang, Jiraiya used the shadow clone technique and was already dozens of meters away. Ninja Do said, "I told you, you can't leave." With a wave of his hand, a spider web appeared in front of Jiraiya, binding him. Jiraiya formed hand signs and said, "Fire style, fireball." He spat out flames, intending to burn the spider web. Ninja Do said, "Foolish, don't you know this is a sage art spider web?" Jiraiya's fireball didn't burn the spider web. He immediately changed direction, stopped, turned around, formed hand signs, and said, "Earth style, yellow spring swamp." The giant snake beneath Ninja Do immediately sank into the swamp and couldn't move. Haisu Yu Shanwei. Jiraiya performed the summoning technique hand signs, then pressed down with one hand. A ninja of unknown depth and a powerful giant snake naturally needed to summon a toad for assistance. However, this time, Jiraiya failed to summon. Not even a tadpole appeared. A serious expression finally appeared on Jiraiya's face. This was something that had never happened before. His summoning technique had failed. Ha ha ha. Ninja Do laughed heartily and said after a while, "Jiraiya, you really are a big fool." Jiraiya asked, "Did you do this?" Ninja Do replied, "What do you think?" Jiraiya said, "How did you do it? Why did my summoning technique fail?" Chapter 108. Jiraiya imprisoned. Clone exposed the summoning technique. As long as it is successfully trained and the contract is signed, will not fail. It just depends on the strength of the summoned beast, which is also determined by the amount of chakra. The more chakra, the stronger the summoned beast. Ninja Do said, "Since I know your methods, I naturally have to cut off your means. I was originally thinking of letting those 2 stinky toads come out to hit you, even if you summoned them. They wouldn't help you. But thinking about it, forget it, I'll let you go this once." Jiraiya smiled and said, "That's quite a good method." Ninja Do said proudly, "What is this? I have many more tricks up my sleeve. This is just a small dish." Jiraiya, stop talking nonsense. He aligned the index and middle fingers of both hands and crossed them in a cross shape, using the shadow clone technique. With a few bangs, 10 Jiraiyas appeared. The 10 Jiraiyas fled in different directions. With no helpers, fleeing was the best option. Ninja Do said, "You really are decisive. Knowing you can't win, you immediately flee. But you're still so foolish. You think you can escape from me. Even if there are 100 Jiraiyas, I can instantly identify your true body." In less than 10 seconds, Ninja Do intercepted Jiraiya again. Ninja Do said, "I told you, Jiraiya, you can't escape today." Jiraiya's face was calm. He no longer thought about escaping. The 10 clones stood with the main body, and amidst the chaos, he was seen through a glance. Jiraiya understood he couldn't escape. Since he couldn't escape, he decided to fight and test how strong this person really was. Ninja Do seemed to see through his thoughts and said, "What's wrong? Jiraiya, do you want to spar with me?" "Unfortunately, I don't have the mood to play with you." Without forming hand signs, Ninja Do opened his hand and shouted, "Ninjutsu, prison." From within Ninja Do's body, Sage Chakra transformed into a giant hand that pressed down from the heavens, mobilizing natural energy to imprison Jiraiya, leaving him unable to resist, only able to watch the giant hand descend. Jiraiya said solemnly, "So the gap is this big." He stopped resisting and prepared to meet his death generously. With such strength, perhaps only the god of ninjas could suppress him if revived. If he used sage arts, he might be able to fight back, and most importantly, this person could use sage arts without hand signs and could mobilize natural energy, already one step ahead in battle. Jiraiya was imprisoned by the giant hand, and a crack appeared in the air. With a wave of Ninja Do's hand, Jiraiya was sent into the void. Ninja Do said, "Sarutobi Hiruzen, I wonder if you can persuade him?" Jiraiya was sealed, and his clones immediately disappeared. Among them, the one heading southeast dropped a fist-sized toad. The small toad fell to the ground, its eyes filled with sadness, and it spoke human words, "Jiraiya." It found its direction and disappeared into the forest. Ninja Do still planned to test the Flame Dragon Country. After several days of traveling, he entered the territory of the Flame Dragon Country, the former Fire Country Peninsula, now known as Starfire Land. Upon stepping into Starfire Land, Ninja Do felt uncomfortable. It wasn't because of anyone's presence. He had come from underground and had not yet been discovered by members of the... In the deserted area, Ninja Do revealed himself, looking up at the sky, and said, "The power is suppressed. This martial way must be eradicated." After thinking for a moment, he said, "It's better not to appear in this body. I haven't returned for too long, and Orochimaru is a smart person. He may have already discovered some clues and might have suspected me." He sat on a tree and waited. After a while, a crack appeared in the air. Jiraiya emerged from the crack and said, "This body should be able to handle it, right?" Ninja Do replied, "The strength of a shadow ninja can be deceived." Then both Ninja Do and Jiraiya simultaneously said, I can't believe I'm talking to myself. News of Jiraiya's arrival in the Flame Dragon country naturally reached Shizen, who murmured, Lord Jiraiya, you should make a decision this time. However, Shizen didn't intend to interfere with this matter, leaving it to Tsunade and Orochimaru. Jiraiya arrived in Flame Dragon City. He first went to the bathhouse, took a bath, collected some materials, and then went to drink. Tsunade and Orochimaru had been waiting for a long time at the tavern. Jiraiya happily said, Tsunade, Orochimaru. Tsunade and Orochimaru also responded, and the three sat down, raising their cups for a drink. Jiraiya's eyes glanced at Tsunade, and then quickly looked away. Tsunade asked, Jiraiya, where did you go this time? How was your journey? Jiraiya said, many places, the land of rivers, the land of wind, the land of rain, the land of birds, the land of bears, and even the land of sound, which Orochimaru once established. I gain a lot from it. Some things really need to be eradicated to achieve peace. Orochimaru smiled slightly and said, Jiraiya, if you say that, you've thought it through. Jiraiya nodded, yes. Tsunade smiled and asked, Konoha or the Flame Dragon? Jiraiya smiled back. I choose you. Tsunade and Orochimaru raised their cups. Wise choice, welcome. The three drank heartily until late at night. The tavern arranged for Jiraiya to stay. He was a distinguished guest of Flame Dragon City and could stay as long as he liked. Tsunade and Orochimaru left, returning to the Flame Dragon Pavilion. Orochimaru smiled and said, Tsunade, our partner has changed quite a bit. Tsunade nodded. Yeah, he's not even himself anymore. Then the two exchanged a smile and walked into Jishue's office. Jishue asked, Tsunade-sama, Orochimaru-sama, what is Jiraiya-sama's choice? Tsunade replied, he is not Jiraiya. Orochimaru added, the aura on him is Jiraiya's, but he definitely is not the real Jiraiya. They were once close partners and understood each other well. Even if this Jiraiya was disguised poorly, they would still be able to detect something. The urgency on Jishue's face disappeared, replaced by solemnity, as he asked, are you sure? Orochimaru said, 9 times out of 10. Tsunade added, let's test him again. Jishue nodded, all right, although I want to know the person behind him. It's not safe to keep him here during such a critical time. Entering as Jiraiya means he can only be an enemy, and if he's an enemy, then we must confront him. Then Jishue asked, if this person is fake, then where is the real Jiraiya-sama? Hearing this, Tsunade and Orochimaru's expressions darkened. How could they not think of it? This person dared to infiltrate Yanlong City under Jiraiya's identity, showing that Jiraiya could not appear. The reason for his absence could either be that he was captured and trapped somewhere, or he was dead. Chapter 109. Words become laws the next day. When Jiraiya woke up, it was already afternoon. He went downstairs, and the waiter had prepared a delicious breakfast for him. Jiraiya was not polite and began to eat heartily. After taking a sip of liquor, he felt extremely carefree. At that moment, not far from the tavern, flames were rising and thick smoke billowing. One waiter said, there's a fire. Another waiter replied, that's the Xiangxin bathhouse, a women's bathhouse with great business. Many women go there every day. With such a large fire, many women must be trapped inside. I hope the police can arrive quickly. Jiraiya glanced at it and then continued to sit down, drinking and eating. A little while later, Tsunade walked in with a faint smile on her lips. Upon seeing Tsunade, Jiraiya waved, Tsunade. Tsunade said, Jiraiya, looking good, you can still eat so much. Jiraiya, while eating, mumbled, the food in Yanlong is really good, super delicious. I can still eat 3 more plates. Tsunade said, eat less, it's wasteful if you eat too much. After you finish, you need to find Jishue. You need to go see him. Jiraiya paused and asked, what about Naruto? Tsunade replied, that brat. No one knows where he is now. Her face showed anger as she continued, that little guy has gotten addicted to being a free spirit. When he comes back, just wait and see how I deal with him. Jiraiya noticed Tsunade's expression and felt puzzled. He thought her demeanor was a bit off, almost like a little girl. He internally remarked, truly love makes one act young. And after drinking 3 cups of wine, he said, Tsunade, let us go. Tsunade responded, all right. The two left the tavern and headed toward the city outskirts. Jiraiya asked in confusion, Tsunade, why are we leaving the city? Tsunade smiled and said, the place for martial art transmission is outside the city. Jiraiya said, this Naruto Uzumaki is truly unexpected. Setting the martial arts transmission place outside the city means that even if someone wants to learn the cultivation methods, they wouldn't guess it's outside. Tsunade replied, of course, martial arts cultivation methods are absolute secrets. The two arrived at an island overseas, where Jishue and Orochimaru were already waiting. As Jiraiya landed, he could indeed see a building in the distance. The rest was just raging waves, looking nothing like a place for martial arts transmission. Looking back at Jishui and Orochimaru, he said, "This place doesn't look like a site for martial arts transmission, does it?" Tsunade turned her head, her expression cold, with fury in her eyes, and said, "Naturally." Jiraiya's expression stiffened, and he looked at Orochimaru a few meters away, who had a playful look in his eyes and said, "So I revealed my flaw." Bang! Tsunade unceremoniously punched Jiraiya in the face, flattening it. "Where's Jiraiya? What's he doing now?" Tsunade asked angrily. Jiraiya got up, rubbed his face, and it returned to normal. He said, "I really want to know where I revealed a flaw." Orochimaru said, "You have flaws all over your body." He touched his own appearance and said, "How do I look now?" After being transformed by Naruto, Orochimaru no longer resembled his former self and had become a sunny young man, which was done after Jiraiya left. Jiraiya finally realized and asked, "Just because of this?" Orochimaru replied, "That's already enough. 2 extreme transformations would surely astonish Jiraiya." Jiraiya said, "I really underestimated your bond." He looked at Tsunade and asked, "What about you, Tsunade?" Tsunade replied, "Jiraiya is indeed lecherous, but the way he looks at me has always been 3 parts lechery and 7 parts camaraderie. Besides, is today as fire an accident?" Jiraiya said, "So this is also a play?" Tsunade said, "With Jiraiya's level of lechery, hearing about a fire at a women's bathhouse, he definitely wouldn't be able to sit still. He has been beaten countless times for trying to sneak into women's bathhouses. With such a legitimate opportunity, do you think he would miss it?" Jiraiya laughed heartily. All right, trying to deceive you is indeed difficult." Jishui said, "So tell us, who are you?" Jiraiya looked at Jishui and said, "A person who should have died, but because of Naruto Uzumaki, you survived." Jishui and the others were puzzled, wondering what this meant. Jishui calmly asked, "A person who should have died?" Jiraiya said, "You will understand this later," without further explanation. Bang! Tsunade kicked him down again, his head deformed, but he was unharmed. Tsunade angrily demanded, "Where is Jiraiya?" Jiraiya wanted to resist, but was kicked away again by Tsunade, his body distorted from the kick. But he quickly restored himself and said, "Is this martial arts? Just relying on physical strength can be stronger than your past monstrous strength. It's truly terrifying." Tsunade's physical strength, besides Naruto and Might Guy, no one could compare with her. In those 2 strikes, just now, she and T used any true energy, only her physical power to attack. Jiraiya then looked at the 3 of them and said, "You don't need to worry. You will see each other again in the future, and that day is not far off." Step! Tsunade moved again and punched him into the ground, directly breaking Jiraiya's hand, asking, "What have you done to him?" Jiraiya did not answer and turned one hand into a sharp blade, stabbing toward Tsunade. Feeling the true energy covering his palm, he gripped the blade, and with a clang, the blade was broken by Tsunade. This was the furious Tsunade, like a mother Tyrannosaurus. Seeing this, Jiraiya coldly said, "Get lost." Tsunade didn't have time to react before being pushed away by a force. This was the invocation of natural energy that sent Tsunade flying. Jishui's pupils constricted. "What kind of method is this?" Orochimaru said, "Never seen, never heard." Tsunade's powerful chakra surged, shattering the natural energy binding her, as she descended and said, "What a terrifying technique." This indeed refreshed the abilities of the 3. If Naruto were here, he would surely exclaim, "Words become law." Jiraiya stood up, his hands missing, and said, "Even as a shadow ninja, being bound by me, you won't escape. You merely used 7/10 of your strength to tear apart the bindings. Is this the power of martial arts? Truly formidable." Tsunade asked, "What kind of technique is this?" Jiraiya replied, "There's no need to talk about ants." He looked up at the sky, murmuring in his heart, "Have you noticed?" He gazed at Tsunade and the others, saying, "Wait, it's not far now, not far at all." Chapter 110. The clever toad cuts through thorns to Yamlong City. Tsunade and the others watched as Jiraiya disappeared, his body turning to dust. They remained vigilant for a while, not detecting any residual techniques, and only then did their spirits relax slightly. They had unexpectedly deceived Jiraiya into coming. They believed he wouldn't leave any techniques behind to disrupt Yamlong City. Shirzue murmured, "Is this what Lord Dragon King is concerned about? What exactly is this ability?" Such supernatural techniques struck their minds like thunder, impacting their hearts. Using ninjutsu, moving his mouth without the need for hand seals, not relying on chakra or sage chakra. Directly manipulating natural energy. Such a technique was something even the legendary sage of the 6 paths couldn't achieve. Orochimaru asked, "Tsunade, how is the power that bound you?" Tsunade replied, "This person only has the strength of a shadow ninja. The binding of natural energy is only at the shadow ninja level. Even Li and the others could break free. Shirzue sighed in relief and said, "What we really need to be concerned about is the mysterious figure behind this." Tsunade agreed indeed. Orochimaru recalled something and said, "It seemed that before he disappeared, he took a glance at the sky, as if." Tsunade interjected, "What was he wary of?" Shirzue said, "Could it be that Lord Dragon King has emerged from seclusion?" Tsunade responded, "No, if Naruto had emerged, he would definitely show up." Orochimaru also said, "Indeed, if the Dragon King had emerged, he should appear." This posed another unsolvable mystery for them. In the Yanlong Kingdom, in an uninhabited area, hidden within the hollow of a 1,000-year-old tree, Shinobi Do was concealed. At a certain moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Indeed, it is much stronger than the way of the ninja. This battle cannot have any accidents. Uchiha Shirzue is already this strong, and Uzumaki Naruto will only be stronger. Nagato's illness must be cured, otherwise he won't be able to contain him." Shinobi Do transformed into a white snake, leaving the hollow and departing from Yanlong. On the Xingho Peninsula, a small toad jumped over the boundary and spoke, "Yanlong Kingdom, I, Clever Toad, have finally arrived." This little toad had indeed fallen off Jiraiya and had traveled for 8 days to reach Yanlong Kingdom. The journey was challenging, and it had encountered many snakes, all of which it managed to evade. At its speed, it would take about 15 days to reach Yanlong City. However, Clever Toad was very determined and showed no signs of wanting to give up. It maintained its direction, hopping one step at a time, resting when tired, and continuing to jump after recharging. After traveling for 3 more days, a merchant caravan passed by, and from their conversation, it was clear they were headed to Yanlong City, which made Clever Toad very happy. It seized the opportunity to jump into a cart carrying goods, hiding among the supplies. This significantly increased its speed, but Clever Toad dared not sleep too soundly, fearing it might be roasted and eaten. After 8 days of travel, the merchant caravan reached Yanlong City, and Clever Toad seized the chance to leave the caravan, intending to find Tsunade and Uchiha Shirzue. However, upon entering Yanlong City, it found itself being followed by 3 snakes. Clever Toad sensed it was being tracked and jumped into a courtyard, then into a room, with the 3 snakes slithering in through a hole in the wall. Clever Toad turned around and said, "What do you 3 stinky snakes want following me?" After speaking, it reached behind itself, producing a smoking pipe. It was evident that this was a child of Toad Bunta, already smoking at such a young age, although it was unclear where it had hidden the pipe. One of the snakes spoke, a talking toad. Clever Toad retorted, "A talking stinky snake?" It recalled Jiraiya's instruction that these snakes were likely set by Orochimaru and asked, "Where's Orochimaru? I want to see Orochimaru." However, the response it received was an attack from the 3 snakes. After being called a stinky snake twice, they were determined to deal with this stinky toad. Using the smoking pipe as a weapon, Clever Toad proved to be quite strong, knocking the attacking snake away with a single swing. This was a storage room piled with various items, and the snake that was knocked away caused a commotion, knocking over bottles and jars. The battle resumed, creating a rhythmic noise in the storage area. This was originally a small restaurant, and a worker, hearing the commotion, opened the storage room only to see a toad fiercely battling 3 small snakes. Although the toad was being suppressed and was in a sorry state, it did not stop talking, continuously chattering. Seeing someone, Clever Toad immediately said, "I need to see Orochimaru. I have important news to report. You need to get rid of these 3 stinky snakes." Orochimaru was a high-ranking figure in Yanlong, always protecting Yanlong City, so the worker naturally understood the importance. The worker drove away the 3 snakes, saving Clever Toad. The worker asked, "Little Toad, what do you want to see Lord Orochimaru about?" Clever Toad replied, "It's a big matter. Jiraiya is dead, and they need to know." Concerned about a death, the worker took Clever Toad to find his boss. Unfortunately, the boss was an elder of the Uchiha clan named Uchiha Sua, who had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan and was at the early stage of the postnatal period. Given his talents, this was his limit. Uchiha Sua recognized Clever Toad's identity at a glance and said, "Toad from my Boku Mountain." The worker added, "Boss, this little toad says it wants to see Lord Orochimaru and mentioned something about Jiraiya being dead." "Who is Jiraiya?" "What?" Uchiha Sueha exclaimed, standing up with his frail body and saying, "Bring it to me." The worker handed Clever Toad over to Uchiha Sueha, who then opened the window and soared into the sky. The worker was left stunned, and after a moment, he exclaimed, "Damn, the boss is actually a great master." Uchiha Sueha brought Gamekin and went straight to find the clan leader, Uchiha Shirzue. During this time, Uchiha Shirzue had not been idle. He He was unsure if the upcoming battle would be one. To leave a seed of martial arts for the flame dragon, they chose a deserted island overseas and sent many promising students to that island. Originally, Shui wanted to have Tintin lead a group, but Tintin refused. Wanted to stay and protect the home that Naruto established. Over the years, Tintin had been focused on training and researching ninja tools, and she had not fought anyone. So Shui had a low impression of her presence and believed her strength to be average. Moreover, Naruto was very fond of Tintin, treating her like his own sister, wanting to protect Naruto's family. However, Shui did not expect that the strength Tintin unleashed would shock everyone. Upon seeing Uchiha, Shui hurriedly got up and said, "Grandpa, what brings you here?" Uchiha replied, "Shui, Jiraiya is dead." Shui interjected, "Grandpa, how do you know?" Chapter 111. Fog and Confusion. Jiraiya had arrived at Flame Dragon City. Some people were aware of it, but 10 days ago, Jiraiya disappeared, and it had not been spread around. No one knew for sure because they did not dare to confirm whether Jiraiya was really dead, so they temporarily kept it under wraps. Apart from the three of them, only the person behind the conspiracy knew how Grandpa he found out. Uchiha said, "It's it. He took out Gamaken." Shui said, "The summoning beast of Mount Mayaboku." At that moment, Gamaken completely slumped down, his tense nerves relaxed, and he said, "Finally, I see you all." Shui asked, "How did you know something happened to Lord Jiraiya?" Gamaken replied, "Jiraiya was fighting, I was with him. He sent me to deliver a message to you. Is there anything to eat? I'm so hungry." Shui felt that he could get some information today and said, "All right, I'll go have someone prepare some fried locusts." Currently, the only insects available in Flame Dragon City were these fried locusts, which was naturally a dish Naruto had created from the locusts he saw swarming. Uchiha knew that Shui was hiding some things, such as the matter of Jiraiya, and said, "Shui, you two chat. We can't let the staff in the shop have too much to say." It was better for him not to know. Life was pleasant now. What power, what sacrifices. None of that compared to the comfort of the present. He did not want to know about these troubling matters that would weigh on his heart. Shui said, "Grandpa, take care." Uchiha left, and Shui did not question Gamaken, placing him on a soft seat to wait for Tsunade and Orochimaru to arrive. After a little while, Tsunade and Orochimaru hurried over. Upon seeing Gamaken eating fried locusts, Tsunade said, "Little frog from Mount Mayaboku." Shui explained, "When Lord Jiraiya was fighting, he was with him." Hearing this, Orochimaru and Tsunade naturally sat down, and the three pairs of eyes focused on Gamaken. Gamaken, now a child, could not explain many things, but fortunately, he remembered Jiraiya's words and only needed to narrate the events and his instructions. "I was summoned by Jiraiya in Konoha. He asked me to spy on Sarutobi Asuma." The three did not interrupt Gamaken, allowing him to finish his account. It wasn't until Jiraiya's clone disappeared that Gamaken introduced that he was tired now, holding onto a fried locust and falling asleep. He had completed what Jiraiya instructed him to do, so he could take a rest. Shui and the others' faces darkened. Although Gamaken did not personally witness Jiraiya's demise, the situation indicated that Jiraiya had likely met with disaster. Tsunade lowered her head, lost in thought. Orochimaru said despondently, "Jiraiya, have you really left like this?" With a former partner gone, there was a void in his heart, one less drinking companion. This snake was no longer the cold-blooded snake from the original work, but a snake with flesh and blood, who felt pain and sadness at the loss of an old friend. Shui suppressed his sorrow and regained his composure, saying, "Lady Tsunade, Lord Orochimaru, Lord Jiraiya is in peril, and I'm also very saddened, but now is not the time for us to mourn. Sarutobi Asuma has mastered sage techniques, and we cannot know how much the Sarutobi clan's strength has improved. We also have no idea if the fourth Reikage AI left anything behind, or if Sunagakure has been infiltrated. We cannot afford to be disheartened now." Orochimaru first collected his emotions before saying, "Yes, we cannot be disheartened. No matter what demons or monsters are behind this, they cannot invade my flame dragon kingdom." Tsunade forced herself to lift her spirits, saying, "Jiraiya emphasized the way of the ninja and martial arts. Those who intercepted him aimed to stop his martial arts training. He suspected that someone was secretly gathering ninjas with the intention of hindering the development of the Flame Dragon Kingdom. Naruto must have known about these people, which is why he has been in seclusion to improve himself." Shui nodded. "Lord Jiraiya has exceptional talent. If he practices martial arts, he will surely become one of the pillars of the Flame Dragon. Naturally, those behind the scenes will want to stop him." Orochimaru licked his lips, saying, "The enemy fears the strengthening of martial arts. This can also be understood as their strength not being that strong. In their hearts, the three felt slightly relieved. Shui and Tsunade both believed that the strength of the flame dragon was still hidden and other ninja villages would not know. Of course, they would not let their guard down. They simply felt a bit of relief in their hearts. Tsunade said, Orochimaru, can you summon a giant snake? Orochimaru smiled and replied, it's Kabuto. Now they could be sure that Kabuto had betrayed them. Orochimaru continued, don't worry. If we meet him, I will deal with him. Shui offered a different opinion, saying, Lord Orochimaru, Lady Tsunade, this matter feels suspicious. Do you think it's possible to directly squeeze someone's soul into another person's soul? And what about the fake Lord Jiraiya, who has no flesh and blood support, but still has vitality? Senior Kabuto, Sarutobi Asuma, they all know that Lord Jiraiya should not be alive. Could it be one person? In Shusui's eyes, he still felt that Kabuto would not betray them. That bright and sunny smile was not fake. He loved every child in the orphanage. It was absolutely impossible for him to act against Flame Dragon City. Shui was indeed worthy of being the acting representative of the Flame Dragon Kingdom, with his vision, heart, and sensitivity to problems clearly showing that he had the qualities of a king. With this reminder, Tsunade and Orochimaru fell into deep thought. This matter was indeed somewhat strange. Such speculations seemed absurd, lacking logic, yet felt true. Tsunade said, I will go back to Konoha. Orochimaru, that was my intention. Shui said, Lady Tsunade, Lord Orochimaru, I suggest you don't go. I know you want to see Sarutobi Asuma and confirm his identity. However, if he dodges you and refuses to meet, even going into seclusion like Lord Ri, it will only waste time. Besides, if you show yourselves, the organization behind this may ambush you, and you would be in great danger. Moreover, even if it is confirmed, it can only yield one answer. It is better to strengthen vigilance now to prevent the enemy from exploiting any openings. Once these words were spoken, they dispelled the thoughts of the two. Indeed, as Shui said, going to Konoha now would not have much effect. Knowing the truth, Sarutobi Asuma, like Jiraiya, would turn to dust. They would still show their flaws. After all, Sarutobi Asuma had never mentioned. Chapter 112. Sarutobi Hizashi returns. Another month passed, and the major countries were relatively peaceful, with no significant friction. The Akatsuki organization seemed to have vanished, causing no further disturbances. However, many could tell that this was merely the calm before the storm. The ninja world was about to face a great decisive battle, and everyone's eyes were on the land of the Flame Dragon. The decisive battle would inevitably take place in the land of Flame Dragon, the confrontation between the Qianlong organization and the Akatsuki. At the end of the year 63 of Konoha, in the secret chamber of the Sarutobi clan, the air split open, and moments later, a figure stepped out. This was none other than Sarutobi Hizashi, who had disappeared for over 3 years. A cold light flashed in Sarutobi Hizashi's deep eyes as he said in a low voice, Konoha, I Sarutobi Hizashi have returned. Following him were 38 loyal death warriors. These 38 individuals had significantly improved. 8 had reached the strength of a Kage, 17 were elite Jonin, and 13 were Jonin, with none below Chunin. It's worth noting that when these ninjas left with Sarutobi Hizashi, only 4 of them were Jonin level, 20 were Chunin, and 14 were Genin. Now their strength had more than doubled. It was an exponential increase. This power could sweep across the ninja world in the original storyline. Sarutobi Hizashi found his pipe, loaded it with tobacco, took a deep puff, and showed a hint of satisfaction on his face. You all go, investigate what has happened in Konoha over the years. Yes. The 38 left the room. Upon their actions, Sarutobi Asuma noticed and smiled, saying, You're back. After finishing, he stood up, abandoned his training, and walked toward the room where Sarutobi Hizashi was. Seeing Sarutobi Asuma, Sarutobi Hizashi revealed a father smile. Asuma. Sarutobi Asuma replied, Oh, you're back. With just those 4 simple words, Sarutobi Hizashi knew this person was not his son. He placed the pipe on the table and asked, Who are you? What have you done to Asuma? Sarutobi Asuma replied, Don't worry, I didn't kill him. I just locked his soul away temporarily. I am merely controlling his body for now. A hint of confusion mixed with ferocity appeared in Sarutobi Hizashi's eyes. Why did this way of speaking feel somewhat familiar? Sarutobi Asuma continued, I'm just using your son's body to do a little something in Konoha. Sarutobi Hizashi awakened and said, So it's you. How could he not be familiar? This mysterious shadow that had guided them for 3 years. Even the sage of 6 paths would show great respect in front of him. Sarutobi Hizashi then asked, My lord, what about my child? Sarutobi Asuma replied, Don't worry, I just closed his soul. When I leave, he will be released to take control of his body, and at that time, his strength will increase greatly, and he can also cultivate sage techniques. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hizashi breathed a sigh of relief. This was his son. Of course, he did not want anything to happen to him. After hearing the latter part, Sarutobi Hizashi's mouth split into a grin, saying, "Thank you, my lord." Sarutobi Isuma remarked, "Your family really lacks talent." Sarutobi Hizashi remained silent, let alone them. Even the sage of six paths would be ridiculed as mediocre in front of him. Sarutobi Isuma asked, "Are you going to retake control of Konoha?" Fire ignited in Sarutobi Hizashi's eyes. Of course. To kill Uzumaki Naruto, annihilate the Uchiha clan, destroy the land of Flame Dragon, and eliminate martial arts became Sarutobi Hizashi's obsession. As long as this obsession remained, he could live a few more years. Sarutobi Isuma said, however, it might not be easy. Aside from the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, the other families banded together, plus a few martial arts youngsters. Resisting Sarutobi Hizashi would not be a problem. Sarutobi Hizashi asked, "My lord, has something gone wrong?" Sarutobi Isuma recounted Kakashi and others' actions in one go, summarizing, "You can be Hokage, but the major clans won't follow your orders, and many ninjas won't serve you." Sarutobi Hizashi's face darkened, and naturally, he hated Kakashi in his heart. It was all Kakashi's doing. He had united everyone, causing several clans to band together. If they hadn't united, he could have pressured them one by one. Even if there was injustice, they wouldn't dare express anger or speak out. Sarutobi Hizashi recalled the lord's abilities and asked, "My lord, can you control a few people?" This lord's abilities were unfathomable. If he could control a few people and cause trouble among them, he could take control of Konoha. Sarutobi Isuma replied, "No, his power is great. One could say that thousands of ninjas in front of him are like ants, and even the sage of six paths could be suppressed by him at will. However, he now needed to suppress the awakening of another force. To enhance Sarutobi Hizashi and others, he had consumed too much, and he planned to resurrect the ancestor of the ninja sect. Being able to seal Sarutobi Isuma was already his limit. If not for contacting Miyaboka Mountain, whether he could capture Jiraiya was still a question. Sarutobi Hizashi felt a bit disappointed, but he wasn't too disheartened. He said, "With 70 or 80,000 people in Konoha, not everyone will listen to him. As long as they stay quiet, it's fine. If they don't, I will give them a lesson." Now Sarutobi Hizashi was quite confident. His strength surpassed that of his youth. By using sage techniques, he could step into the legendary realm. In Konoha, he called the shots. Sarutobi Isuma warned, "Don't be careless." Those youngsters grew up alongside Uzumaki Naruto. Mentioning Uzumaki Naruto, Sarutobi Hizashi's eyes were filled with hatred as he said, "Martial artists? I hope they stay quiet. Otherwise, even if he enters reincarnation." Sarutobi Isuma frowned slightly. Sarutobi Hizashi was indeed getting carried away. In Konoha, news of Sarutobi Hizashi's return quickly spread. Many watched secretly, and some wise people rarely left their homes, fearing that a battle might occur and endanger them. As for the villagers around the Hokage building, many actually went to the former Uchiha clan's location. Although it was not within the village, it was safer than being inside the village. They all sensed the storm was coming to Konoha. On the third day after Sarutobi Hizashi's return, he arrived at the Hokage building and directly entered Kakashi's office. Kakashi was not surprised and said, "Third Hokage, you've come." Sarutobi Hizashi asked, "Kakashi, were you waiting for me?" Kakashi replied, "Yes, with your personality, holding the cards. Returning to Konoha, you will definitely regain the position of Hokage." Sarutobi Hizashi said, "It seems you understand me well." Kakashi said flatly, "It's not just me who understands you. One could ask Narashiku, Hyuga Hizashi, and others, which of them did not understand him, and which did not know his character." Sarutobi Hizashi asked, "In that case, how do you choose?" Chapter 113. The storm approaches. Upon hearing this, Kakashi did not hesitate for a second. He stood up and said, "Since you want it, then take it." Sarutobi Hiruzen was not polite, walking over and sitting down calmly. "Kakashi, you are excellent, and you are still the leader of the Umbu, right?" "I believe in your abilities," Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Kakashi replied, "Sorry, but there is no Umbu now, and I won't do anything for you, so I should be going." Sarutobi Hiruzen rested his chin on his hands and said, "Kakashi, are you sure?" Kakashi turned around, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and answered firmly, "I'm very sure." Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "So you're going to betray Konoha?" Kakashi's voice was somewhat cold as he said, "Third Hokage, I still respect you and call you by that title. The past is the past. I hope you can learn to be a respected elder now." Kakashi was certainly displeased by the unfounded accusations. To say he would betray Konoha was ridiculous. If he wanted to betray Konoha, he wouldn't have waited until now. When Naruto left in the past, he could have left with him and joined the martial arts to cultivate the mysterious power of martial arts. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "Not following the Hokage's orders is betrayal of Konoha." Kakashi retorted, "The conference hasn't been held yet. I am still the Hokage." Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Do you have to follow my orders? Remember, not following is to betray Konoha." Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils contracted, revealing a dangerous look in his eyes as he said, "Kakashi, you really are something." Kakashi replied, "Thank you for the compliment. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now." This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not stop him. He watched Kakashi's retreating figure with an inexplicable expression. Sarutobi Hiruzen's reassumption of the Hokage position quickly spread throughout Konoha. Yet Konoha remained very calm. This was thanks to Kakashi, who had secretly conveyed to the villagers not to panic, assuring them that they would protect Konoha, along with guarantees from Nara Shikamaru and others. Allowing the villagers to remain calm, Shikamaru and the others intercepted a group of ninjas from a Wagakure, which served as a reassurance to the villagers. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the few hundred ninjas he had, all of whom were from the Shimura and Sarutobi clans, with only 11 elite jounin. If it weren't for Asuma Sarutobi, the number of elite jounin would have been in single digits. Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger flared as he coldly said, Fine, Kakashi. You're truly something." He had indeed regained the Hokage position, but he was merely a figurehead. Kakashi and the others had formed a small team that did not take him seriously at all. Asuma Sarutobi said, "Now is not the time to deal with them. The Akatsuki organization has already set off, and Suna and Kyumo have also mobilized, heading towards the Land of Flame." Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed his anger and said, "After returning from the Land of Flame, I will settle accounts with them." Upon their return, the ninja world was indeed swept up in a storm, with 3 ninja villages mobilizing high-profilely without hiding their movements, as they were too numerous to conceal. Onoki of Iwagakure was wise this time. He did not participate in this war, choosing to observe and profit in the shadows. Of course, he also learned that Shikamaru and the others were martial arts experts who had followed Naruto since childhood. With 3 such powerful individuals, what about the Qianlong organization? Therefore, he chose to watch and wait. Meanwhile, Tara May of Kirigakure acted in the shadows, wanting to witness this unprecedented battle and set sail across the sea towards the Land of Flame. In the Land of Flame, Shursui and the others had already left the city and secretly headed to the Spark District, as battles could not be fought within the country to avoid harming civilians. They seized the peninsula of the Land of Fire, and combined with the existing Tea country, the total population reached over 30 million. Shursui followed Naruto's orders for everyone to practice martial arts. As long as they could sense their internal energy, they could obtain the next level of mental techniques and receive training from the system. Over the years, there were actually more than 30,000 martial artists above the 2nd rank, and while the number of 3rd-rank martial artists had not been counted, it certainly exceeded 100,000, with even the common people who could not become martial artists having their physical qualities improved after practicing simple techniques. This was largely due to the abundant energy in the world of Hokage, making it a true sacred ground for cultivation. While practicing martial arts, Shursui also strengthened ideological education and instilled martial spirit, gathering these people into an army and imparting the responsibilities of soldiers. Naruto was naturally familiar with this system and passed it on to Shursui. The results were very successful, with strong cohesion. Upon hearing of the invasion, over 100,000 troops had already gathered and were waiting for Shursui's orders, while the civilians were also prepared, serving as the 3rd line of defense. From the intelligence received, there were many enemies coming, mostly elites, especially from the Land of Fire. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had not swayed many people within the village, he still gathered 500 to 600 ninjas in the Land of Fire. Though their strength was average, their combat experience was quite good. The Land of Fire, the Land of Lightning, and the Land of Wind were naturally not limited to this level of strength, but they felt it was enough, believing they had sufficient power to defeat the Qianlong organization. Shursui made arrangements, with 2nd and 3rd rank strengths guarding various locations, leaving a group of people above 2nd rank to oversee the overall situation in the Land of Flame, while the rest followed him directly into the Land of Fire to confront the enemy. It was better to have the flames of war burn in other countries. As for the border town of the Land of Fire, named Hai no Kuni Village, there were indeed guarding ninjas and troops, but upon seeing Shursui and the others, they decisively retreated. Blocking? What a joke. Besides Naruto, Uzumaki, Shursui, Tsunade, and Orochimaru were undoubtedly the three giants, and their strength was not something they could withstand. Here, Shursui played the villain. This town was not small, with a population of over 100,000. Shursui gave them two choices. First, join the Land of Flame and become its citizens, entering the territory of the Land of Flame, where there would be arrangements made for them. Second, pack their things and leave. In short, they could not stay here. Shursui even made a slash, creating a chasm several dozen meters long, scaring the crowd into making a choice. Surprisingly, many people joined the Land of Flame. A total of about 13 or 14,000 joined, with around 70 to 80,000 actually joining the Land of Flame. While it was harsh, Shursui still made reparations for those who did not join. Each family received some compensation. It was precisely because of Shursui's bold move that laid the groundwork for the Land of Flame to eventually swallow the Land of Fire and promoted the Land of Flame. Thus, Shursui and the others openly occupied Hai no Kuni village. On the seventh day, in Hai no Kuni village, Shursui sat with his feet up on a tall building in the Land of Flame, no more kneeling. In front of him lay his sword, and a gust of wind blew from afar, lifting a strand of Shursui's hair as he opened his eyes, reached out, and caught the blade in his hand, saying in a low voice, "They're coming." Chapter 114. Naruto awakens. Strength increases dramatically. It was unclear how long had passed when Naruto suddenly awakened. The mysteries dissipating as he murmured, almost fell into madness. That was close, very close. He sat in meditation, calming his mind, dispelling the gloom within, completely suppressing the inner demons, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Feeling the impending crisis, Naruto subconsciously sought a breakthrough, which led to the emergence of inner demons. Fortunately, he awakened in time and suppressed them. Once his strength increased, the inner demons would naturally disappear. Naruto was unconcerned about having inner demons. He had once been proud in the world, and after enduring many hardships in his cultivation, he could easily deal with such minor inner demons. Naruto murmured, "Great unity. Great unity? What is great unity?" His thoughts were somewhat ethereal. In the last days of the previous era, half a step into the return to origin was already the supreme, and great unity was merely a legend, with not a shred of introduction. Naruto's thoughts drifted, his sole perception spreading out, enveloping the island. The scenery on the island was pleasant, with towering trees, dense thorns, blooming mountain flowers, birds joyfully soaring through the sky, and beasts frolicking and causing a commotion, while fish swam freely in the water. Everything was so beautiful. Gradually, Naruto became immersed in it. His state of mind was transforming. The Hunyuan body refinement technique was operating, and the natural energy around him was gathering faster and faster, eventually turning into an energy storm that startled all the flying birds and roaming beasts away. At a certain moment, Naruto murmured, "Great unity, the same heaven, earth, sun, and moon. If I do not perceive in the human world, how can I comprehend heaven and earth?" With a soft sound emanating from his body, Naruto broke through and stepped into the realm of great unity, while the Hunyuan body refinement technique also broke through to the 7th level. Naruto's figure moved, and he disappeared into the cave, reappearing already standing above the sea. "Ha ha ha!" Naruto laughed loudly, his voice echoing for miles, his momentum surging like a storm, shaking the heavens and the earth, stirring up monstrous waves. Naruto swung his sword casually, splitting the secluded island in two. Is this the great unity realm? Harnessing the power of heaven and earth, it's truly powerful, Naruto said with some excitement. Naruto's eyes are both moving. One is the rebirth eye, and the other is the Rinnegan. Indeed, Naruto's mental strength has greatly improved, and his eyes have long transformed into the Rinnegan. His Rinnegan is a mysterious yellow, as if mixed with several strands of primordial power within the golden hue. Naruto's Rinnegan is unparalleled, unique, and has never appeared in the world before. It can also be said to be the strongest Rinnegan. Naruto's current strength, though only at the level of the Great Unity, combined with the Rinnegan, the Transmigration Eye, and the profundities of swordsmanship, would make it difficult for even the Sage of Six Paths to defeat him. If Naruto were to further break through and master the legendary power of the rules, he could even press the Sage of Six Paths down to the ground. Naruto murmured to himself, "It's time to go back. I wonder how Yanlong is doing now." Naruto was flying with his sword when he sensed a hidden ship in the water, heading towards the flame dragon. On the ship, he detected a familiar aura. But Naruto didn't know who this person was. He had only sensed her presence somewhere before. Naruto whispered, Could it be that something big has happened with the flame dragon, and the land of water wants to act in secret? With a flash of his sword, Naruto shot through the air, stopping above the stealth ship. He reached out and lifted the ship from the water to the surface of the sea. The ninjas from the hidden mist village were astonished. How had the ship lost control? Could it be that they had encountered the vortex sea? Naruto spoke up. Who was the leader on the ship? Come out. The ninjas from the hidden mist village were greatly shocked. They had not encountered the whirlpool sea, but rather a master. Mizukage Terumi Mei, upon hearing this, quickly revealed herself and appeared on the deck. When she saw Naruto standing proudly in the air, she said, Dragon King, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto looked at Terumi Mei, who had a strand of blue hair covering her eyes, and said, I wondered who it was, but it's the fourth Mizukage. What brings the fifth Mizukage to my land of the flame? Indeed, the fifth Mizukage Terumi Mei was a beauty. Her chest was slightly inferior to Tsunade's, but unfortunately, she was not Naruto's type. Terumi Mei asked, Dragon King, why are you here? Are you not participating in the battle? The current Naruto was not like his original self with bright yellow hair. He had shoulder-length blonde hair and wore an ancient blue robe with a long sword in hand, resembling a chivalrous hero. Although he wasn't as handsome as Sasuke, he was still quite charming. If Naruto had average strength, he would likely have been subjected to Terumi Mei's adjustments, as Sasuke had been in the original story. However, Naruto's power was too strong now. If she tried to adjust him, it probably wouldn't end well. Naruto asked, what battle are we participating in? Terumi Mei had already gone to Flame Dragon City, thinking that Shui and the others would guard the city. However, she did not expect that Shui and the others had already left Flame Dragon City and the Land of Flame. The defenses of Flame Dragon City were strict, forcing her to return the same way and not to pass through the country. After all, she was a skilled shadow ninja, and if they caused destruction within the country, they would be very passive. Naturally, Terumi Mei did not attempt to break through. If she had, she would probably have already become a prisoner. She planned to take a detour to leave and head to the town of the sea, hoping to catch up with the battle. Terumi Mei said, the Akatsuki organization, Sunagakure, Kumogakure, and Konohagakure have united to eliminate the organization and destroy the Land of Flame. Naruto's aura dissipated slightly, and Terumi Mei's boat instantly shattered, with everyone except Terumi Mei falling into the sea and then climbing back out. Naruto said, but Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others have returned? Logically, Konoha shouldn't participate in the war. If they do, it must be because Sarutobi Hiruzen has returned and regained control of Konoha, which would lead to an attack on the Flame Dragon. Kohara nodded. Yes, after learning Sage Mode, their strength has become even greater. Naruto said, so you learned the Sage Art and thought you could act recklessly, daring to attack my Flame Dragon country. Very well. Thank you for the information, Lord Mizukage. I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. As for the compensation for the damaged warships, you can go to Flame Dragon City. I will return shortly. After finishing his words, Naruto soared into the sky on his sword. A mist ninja said, is this really the Dragon King Naruto Uzumaki? So strong. His voice trembled slightly. Under Naruto's imposing aura, he felt a bit scared. Another ninja asked, Lord Mizukage, should we still go? Terumi Mei shook her head. No need to go. Naruto Uzumaki has left. The outcome is already decided. Just a trace of Naruto's aura made Terumi Mei lose the will to resist. She believed that whether it was the Akatsuki or the major hidden villages, none would be a match for Naruto Uzumaki. Terumi Mei looked at the horizon, where Naruto's figure had vanished, and murmured to herself, martial arts, martial way. Should I choose? Lord Mizukage, shall we go to Flame Dragon City? Terumi Mei shook her head again and said, no need, we should go back. Yes, Lord Mizukage. Stepping on the water surface, Terumi Mei and the others returned to the land of water. Chapter 115. Block the first to appear was the Akatsuki organization, led by Pain of the Six Paths. Following him were Uchiha Obito, Kisame Hashigaki, Deidara, Haiden, Kazu, Konin, Zetsu, and Sasori of the Red Sand. Behind them were Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. Looking at the figure of Shui floating in the sky, Pain rose into the air and said, I admire your courage to come out of Flame Dragon City. In his view, with their strength, they could easily crush the Flame Dragon country. The previous Nagato would have to plan carefully, but the current Nagato was full of confidence. His body had recovered, and although he was still attached to the outer path golem, his physical strength was much better than before. At least he could perform the ninjutsu planetary devastation without throwing a single ball or shedding blood. Shui said, the people of Flame Dragon Country are our family. You are not allowed to harm our family. Pain replied, "So, you drove the people of the city of the sea away?" Tens of thousands of people had migrated, and they had encountered and inquired about the reasons. Shui did not answer the question, but asked, "Are you the leader behind the Akatsuki?" With 5 more people added, Shui's heart sank slightly. They had not expected the Akatsuki to gain 5 more members, but he was relieved that these 5 were not that strong. Not much stronger than elite ninjas at their peak. Pain asked, "What else do you know?" Shui replied, "What else do you want to know?" He knew little, but could still intimidate someone. He had done such things many times. Pain asked, "Where's Naruto Uzumaki? Where's the 9 tails?" The 1 tail was considered an accessory. Naruto Uzumaki was the real target. Shui still did not answer, saying, "Rinnegan, are you the leader behind the Akatsuki?" Pain replied, "Yes." Shui sneered and said, "Fool. The martial way defies the heavens, contending with fate. Its perception is much stronger than the ninja way, especially since he has cultivated the soul technique. This person's strength is indeed extraordinary, but unfortunately, I can't sense any vitality from him. He is not a living person. He is a living dead. Such a person could not possibly be the leader of the Akatsuki." Pain asked, "You seem to know we possess Rinnegan?" Shui, "I know. I knew a long time ago. When I was still in Konoha, I had heard of your Akatsuki, and of course, we all know the true identity of the senior, Obito. However, what interests me most now is you. Who is the master behind you?" Pain stopped speaking. He did not know how many secrets Uchiha Shui was aware of. If their secret was revealed, the 3 major ninja villages would probably not join forces with them. He said, "I will ask again, where is Naruto Uzumaki?" Shui did not answer, but quietly drew his blade, making his intentions clear. Battle. Pain said, "Not going to speak?" "Very well. Once he feels pain, he will show up." His gaze was on Shui's back, where Tsunade, Orochimaru, and hundreds of others stood, and he said, "Let them all be destroyed." Tsunade stepped forward and asked, "You are the little brat under Jiraiya. What do you want to do?" Yahiko had grown up and changed in appearance, but she still recognized him. Pain said, "To establish the order of God, there is no need for more words. Tremble under God's judgment." Behind him, Obito and other Akatsuki members stepped back, allowing Sarutobi Hiruzen and others to retreat, leaving only Pain of the 6 paths. Orochimaru licked his lips and said, "Are you going to have 6 people fight all of us?" Zabuza held his sword coldly and said, "You look down on us so much. My lords, leave one for me. I want to chop off his head." Swoosh. Pain's chakra erupted violently, and he said coldly, "Watch your words. This is a warning from God." Zabuza said in a deep voice, "Such powerful chakra, I am no match." He had acquired the Sharingan, and now it had reached the Manjiki level. His Manjiki Sharingan seemed to have evolved to Manjiki due to his own reasons, with the technique mist cutting technique being an assassination masterpiece, creating mist to isolate perception, inducing illusions, with a mist as a blade to kill enemies. Zabuza pointed his sword at Pain and said, "I can't win against you, but in front of me, you are nothing." Pain murmured, "Be destroyed." Only by truly understanding pain can one comprehend what true peace is. After he finished speaking, his body slowly ascended, and the other 5 paths flew away. Shui had a bad premonition in his heart and said, "Everyone, join forces to defend." Shui's eyes rotated, and the eternal blood-red, eternal Manjiki Sharingan appeared, along with Susanoo. A blade's aura emerged, protecting everyone. "Shinra Tensei," Pain shouted in a deep voice, unleashing a powerful repulsive force that descended from the sky, centered on his position, crushing everything in its path. Houses collapsed, and the earth upheaved. The once prosperous city of the sea had turned into a wasteland, with only Shui and the others' area holding firm. Compared to the original work, Nagato's use of this S-rank ninjutsu was immensely more powerful. Pain landed and murmured, "Blocked? How is that possible?" He had thought well. Many from the organization had come, and if he could injure most of them with one move, the subsequent battle would be much easier. However, he did not expect that Shui and the others would actually block the Super Shinra Tensei, completely disrupting his plans. The Super Shinra Tensei was indeed powerful, but Shui and his group managed to defend against it. Pain was indeed strong, but he was only at the early stage of a legendary ninja. With Shui's current strength, wielding his blade intent, he wouldn't say he could win, but he wouldn't lose. If his blade intent broke through to the 5th stage, he could defeat Pain. Shui said, "There is nothing impossible. This is the power of martial arts. In harmony with the heavens, you will never understand the wealth that the Dragon King has brought to this world." Uchiha Obito also said in disbelief, "Blocked? They actually blocked it." Yamato and the others were also shocked. What did they see? With just one person's strength, half of the town was destroyed. If this was unleashed in their village, no one could stop it. This was also the first time the other members of the Akatsuki organization realized that their leader had such powerful abilities, while also being shocked by the strength of the Pain organization. Such a powerful attack was surprisingly unscathed and resisted. Shizuku's perception was very sharp. His chakra ability transmitted from Nagato to Pain. He looked up at the distant mountain peak where the chakra was flowing from. Pain said, "Do you feel it?" Chapter 116. Father-son showdown. Shizuku remained silent, while the other 5 landed beside Pain. His eyes rotated, using his ocular technique, the heavenly Deva path, to cast a technique on Pain, who was in the Azura path. Shizuku's eyes were somewhat shocked, and he then said, "Each of the 6 is a dead person. What kind of technique is this?" His ocular technique failed. He could not change this person's thoughts, nor could he alter this person's consciousness. This person was merely a puppet with a trace of soul, not a real living being. Pain said, "You don't need to know. Accept your death." As the Akatsuki organization launched their attack, Yamato and the others also began to fight. Shizuku and the others, except for Might Guy, all engaged in battle, fighting for the Flame Dragon. Might Guy aimed at the hidden, mysterious strongman, who was lurking in the shadows, waiting for the person in the dark to arrive. However, watching the battle without being able to participate, he felt somewhat tormented. After performing a Super Shinra Tensei, Nagato was fine. At this moment, he no longer looked like a skeletal bird, but rather like a living person, resembling a fierce ghost crawling out of hell. Now, he was full of spirit and energy, and even though the outer path golem was continuously draining his life force, he appeared vigorous. The amount of chakra he possessed was comparable to that of Hashirama Senju. With his current strength, even Hashirama, known as the god of shinobi, would probably not be his opponent. Of course, before the battle, the outer path golem needed to be dismantled. Conan saw that Nagato was unharmed and turned to leave to join the battle. Nagato said, "Conan, you don't need to go." Conan turned back and asked why. Nagato replied, "The power of martial arts is indeed extraordinary. Perhaps today we will not succeed." He had no basis for this, just a feeling. Through a tree hole, Conan looked at the battlefield, and in a daze, she saw the disappearance of her country. "Ira, come back with me," Raza said coldly to Ira, using sage techniques. Ira looked at his father with 3 parts indifference and 7 parts hostility, coldly saying, "Leave. Do not become enemies with the Flame Dragon." "Ira, why?" Kankuro asked. Ira had changed significantly. This was the first time Kankuro saw a hint of emotion in Ira's eyes. A glimpse of love. They hated Ira, but despite the hatred, they felt happy for him. However, when Ira faced Sunagakure, there was enmity in his eyes. Only in front of an enemy would he have such a gaze, which Kankuro could not understand, as Sunagakure was Ira's hometown. Raza asked again, "Are you sure about this choice?" Ira's eyes began to rotate. As one of the prodigies, he was naturally granted a pair of Sharingan by Shizuku, reaching the level of the Manjiki Sharingan. Raza was somewhat lost in thought. Manjiki Sharingan, the Flame Dragon country treats you very well. So this is your reason for betraying Sunagakure. Ira said, "Betraying Sunagakure? Haha, Sunagakure never liked me, viewed me as a monster. My father doesn't care. My grandmother doesn't love me. Why should I stay in Sunagakure? Give me a reason." Raza coldly replied, "Keeping you is useless," with a sage face appearing. He unleashed sage techniques and shouted, "Sage art, magnet release, gold sand shuriken." Ira's true energy surged, forming a defensive barrier in front of him. He did not attack, but activated his Sharingan. Kankuro and Temari felt dizzy in front of them, becoming drowsy and about to fall from the treetop. From Ira's gourd, sand flew out, using his sister and brother to send them out of the battlefield. He knew that his sister and brother did not like him and feared him, but he still hoped they would not get into trouble. So, he used illusion techniques to put them to sleep and move them out of the battlefield. Clang! The golden shuriken crashed into Ira's defensive barrier, producing a clanging sound. Crack! Within 5 seconds, Ira's barrier began to crack. Ira murmured, as expected of a technique enhanced by sage arts. Strong. He wanted to move, but found his body stuck in mud and sand, the soft mud clinging to him like glue. This was Raza's other technique, earth release, sand flow. Ira said, "You really are ruthless." He began to counterattack, saying, "The wind is everywhere." A gust of wind emerged from his body, sweeping away the mud beneath him, scattering the gold sand shuriken as well. Ira's comprehension of the concept of wind was at the half-step level, but it was enough to deal with Raza, whose strength was only at the early stage of the Hidden Sand Village. This was still achieved through endless scolding, and his mastery of sage arts was not yet pure. Bullying a shadow-level ninja was naturally easy, but bullying a congenital warrior who comprehended concepts was just a dream. Ira's cold voice rang out again, wind binding. The omnipresent wind transformed into ropes, binding Raza. Windblade. Ira's voice was icy, as if passing judgment. The wind transformed into blade-like light, piercing towards Raza. Although Raza was bound, it did not hinder him from performing ninjutsu. He quickly formed hand seals and shouted, magnet release, sand gold shield. Gold sand wrapped around him like a terracotta warrior. Swish! The wind blade pierced through the gold sand, hitting Raza and sending him flying 7 or 8 meters away. He raised his head and looked at Ira with disbelief in his eyes. Raza could not comprehend how, in just 3 moves, he had fallen to the disadvantage. His strength had greatly increased, and he had even trained in sage arts, yet he was still suppressed by Ira. Ira said, "Is this the result of your training?" Utterly disastrous. This unreserved sarcasm made Ira genuinely feel cold towards his father. Just now, the gold sand shuriken was aimed at his heart with the intent to kill him. However, for Ira, the wind blade aimed for Raza's right shoulder. Raza angrily said, "Don't underestimate me." He felt furious. In the 3 years of training, he had always compared himself to Sarutobi in the 4th Reikage. In terms of both ninjutsu and sage arts, he was not as good as either, and he had been scolded the most. At that moment, the hidden anger within him erupted due to his son's mockery. He wanted to vent all his anger and let the world know that he was one of the 4 winds. Raza. Raza formed hand seals, this time channeling much more chakra, and shouted, "Sage art, magnet release, gold sand tsunami." Watching the wave of gold sand rising higher and higher, Ira's gaze remained very calm. His dantian surged with true energy, and he also shouted, "Wind roll, heavenly gang." In these years, he has cultivated martial arts techniques, not fond of ninjutsu, and no longer playing with sand. The sand in the gourd on his back has been released for the first time in over 3 years. These techniques are martial skills he developed while researching the wind-style ninjutsu. No matter how vast the quicksand is, it cannot escape being blown away by the wind to the ends of the earth. Chapter 117. Orochimaru's technique, slavery. Gaara is a father-son duo, while Orochimaru is a master-disciple duo. The 2 masters and disciples begin to engage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's ninjutsu is continuous, inscribing corresponding ninjutsu with the Sharingan. But they're all simple techniques for probing each other. However, even simple techniques wielded by Sarutobi Hiruzen carry power beneath Orochimaru's level. Orochimaru says, "Hiruzen-sensei, let's see what you've got. You know, these simple ninjutsu can't hurt me in the slightest." Sarutobi Hiruzen stares at Orochimaru and says, "Orochimaru, you've grown a lot and changed a lot." The Orochimaru before him is no longer the cold and eerie figure of the past. He is a sunny young man, looking much younger. Orochimaru smiles and says, "Joining the Qianlong organization, even pigs can grow." Sarutobi Hiruzen responds, "Then let me see how far you have truly grown." With hands forming seals, tiger, snake, dog, dragon, he brings his palms together and 2 coffins appear. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama are once again reincarnated by Sarutobi Hiruzen's Earth Release, rebirth technique. Senju Tobarama looks around and says, "Brother, we have been reincarnated again." Senju Hashirama gazes at the surrounding war and murmurs, "Is there war again?" Wars happen in every era. This time, both of their strengths have increased significantly, reaching about 60% of their peak. Sarutobi Hiruzen has researched this technique and has achieved results. Unlike before when Earth Release, Rebirth could only summon them with 30% of their strength. Senju Hashirama turns around. "Monkey, it's you again." His tone is filled with disappointment. Sarutobi Hiruzen replies, "Lord First Hokage, Second Hokage, the Land of Fire is currently under attack, and the enemy is very strong." Before he can finish his sentence, a loud explosion occurs to their left, like a dragon's roar echoing through the skies. This is Tsunade battling members of the Akatsuki organization. Tsunade senses her grandfather's aura and becomes furious. She unleashes her full power, using gravity to immobilize Deidara, and punches him, causing him to explode. Tsunade drags Deidara's weapon over, leaving a mark on the ground. Tsunade coldly looks at Sarutobi Hiruzen and says, "Orochimaru, leave him to me." She is genuinely angry. Repeatedly disturbing the peace of her grandfather's is unforgivable. Before Orochimaru can speak, a figure steps out from the shadows. He is Rizetsu. the former second-in-command of the Umbu and a death warrior of Sarutobi Hiruzen. After 3 years of training, his strength has also reached the peak of a shadow ninja, and he can perform sage techniques, although his proficiency is far inferior to Sarutobi Hiruzen's. Orochimaru smiles and says, Tsunade, just focus on dealing with Sarutobi Hiruzen. I will handle them. Senju Hashirama says, relieved, little Tsunade. Tsunade's strength has greatly increased, and as her grandfather, he is naturally pleased. Senju Tobarama, surprised, says, little Tsunade, you become so young. Tsunade truly looks young now. At nearly 60 years old, she appears only 27 or 28. Senju Hashirama says, this is the charm of martial arts. Little Tsunade, what happened? Tsunade replies, the 3 major ninja villages, Konoha, Sunagakure, and Kumogakure, have allied with the Akatsuki to eliminate the Land of the Flame. We had no choice. For the safety of the Land of the Flame, we came to the City of the Sea to intercept them. Senju Hashirama feels a chill in his heart and asks, Monkey, why did you decide to take this step? Sarutobi Hiruzen firmly replies, the martial arts organization must be eradicated. Otherwise, there will be no more ninjas. The power of martial arts continues to grow, and the entire ninja world will not know peace. It is my fault for disturbing the peace of the 2 lords. For the future of the ninja world, I had no choice. Senju Hashirama furrows his brows. He has been to the Land of Flame and believes in its faith, doctrine, and ideology. He is certain that this is a system of peace because as everyone's awareness rises, wars will not arise. Senju Tobarama says, if there are no ninjas, it means martial arts surpass ninjutsu. Why not cultivate martial arts? Since the elder brother acknowledges martial arts, it shows that martial arts have their unique aspects. If martial arts surpass ninjutsu, what is wrong with practicing martial arts? This question stuns Sarutobi Hiruzen. He has never considered this before. However, he remembers the Sage of 6 Paths words and says, Lords, there are many secrets. In the future, that lord will personally tell you. He drives Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama to attack Orochimaru. However, Senju Tobarama does not move. He stands with his arms crossed, his gaze cold. In this life, Senju Tobarama injected Senju Hashirama's cells, and without the power to control his own body, he can naturally break free from this ninjutsu. Senju Tobarama says, Hiruzen, have you forgotten? This ninjutsu was created by me. Sarutobi Hiruzen replies, Sensei. Senju Tobarama interrupts, shut up. I will no longer believe your words. He turns his head and smiles. Little Tsunade, your grandfather believes in you. We will take revenge for us. In this moment, Senju Tobarama is no longer the killer he once was. The look he gives Tsunade is one of doting love, as if looking at his granddaughter. Tsunade says, Grandfather, you can rest assured. Tsunade's gaze turns cold as she looks at Sarutobi Hiruzen, devoid of their past teacher-student bond. Then, her figure flashes, and she is already in the air, executing a devastating kick. Sarutobi Hiruzen's sage face appears, resembling a monkey, quickly multiplying. Senju Tobarama flies up and blocks Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama cannot control his movements, but his consciousness remains, and he says, Tobarama, we haven't fought in a long time. Let's have a good battle. Senju Tobarama nods. All right. Orochimaru's eyes fall on Rizetsu and says, do you know what my Sharingan technique is? Rizetsu does not speak, his face revealing a sage's visage as he strives with all his strength to hold off Orochimaru. Orochimaru says, a new technique, slavery. This is a more terrifying new technique that can enslave enemies on the battlefield, temporarily turning them into one servants, but unlike the Kodo Amatsukami, which is permanent. This can only last about 10 minutes. 10 minutes is enough to accomplish many things. Rizetsu feels a surge of power, his vision blurring, and then his eyes glaze over as he slowly kneels, saying, Master. Senju Hashirama slaps Senju Tobarama away, looks at Orochimaru, and says, You're called Orochimaru. Huh, not bad. Orochimaru smiles. To receive praise from the god of ninjas is an honor. Next, I hope Lord Hashirama can guide me. Senju Hashirama says, All right, let me see what is extraordinary about the power of martial arts. Chapter 118, Every Day Showing Off Talent. Niji is facing Uchiha Bito. He opens his eyes and recognizes him as a senior, charging at him with all his might and respect. Uchiha Bito's gaze falls on Hyuga Niji's eyes and says, Hyuga clan's Niji, it seems in the past, the Hyuga clan put on a show for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Niji said, Senior, please give me some guidance. Uchiha Bito's Sharingan slightly turned, and he calmly asked, Senior? What's senior? Niji replied, I know you came looking for Konoha, so you are our senior. Uchiha Bito said. In that case, I know I've been exposed, so I can only show my true skills. He formed hand seals, and several thorny trees rose from the ground, attempting to ensnare and strangle Niji. This was the ninjutsu he could currently perform. Would release Hell's Chaos. Niji stepped on the Tai Chi diagram, unleashing his true energy to shatter the thorny trees. Not giving Uchiha Bito a chance, Niji rushed in for close combat. First using the 8 trigrams palm, then the Tai Chi fist. Uchiha Bito was in trouble. Under Niji's Tai Chi force, it felt as if you were glued to Niji, constantly being beaten up, and the powerful force had already broken several of his bones. Uchiha Bito activated his Sharingan, creating fluctuations in space, using his ocular technique to escape. His voice echoed, very good, Niji. We will meet again. Niji watched as Uchiha Bito vanished and softly said, this time he underestimated me and fought me in close combat. Is this ocular technique, Kamui? Quite impressive. He then revealed a confident expression and said, next time, if it's still like this, senior, you 1T be able to escape. Niji, with swift movement, took over an injured person from the Cloud Village who was using sage techniques, saying, you all go ahead. I'll handle him. Zabuza was battling the fourth Reikage. It must be said that the speed of the fourth Reikage was indeed like lightning. If it weren't for Zabuza's keen sense of danger, he would have been struck. Zabuza was sent flying by a punch from the fourth Reikage and dove underground. He broke free from his restraints, stood up somewhat disheveled, and said, no wonder he can match the Yellow Flash's speed. He is truly strong. Zabuza tore off his clothes, but spoke with a somewhat relaxed tone. The fourth Reikage was powerful, fast, and had strong ninjutsu, but he could handle it. The pressure was much lighter compared to that from Orochimaru. Zabuza sincerely thanked Naruto, feeling fortunate about his decision. If he hadn't joined the Flame Dragon and faced the fourth Reikage, he estimated he would have been beaten to death even by the former fourth Reikage, not to mention now that he had trained in sage techniques. The fourth Reikage had a serious expression. He had heard of Zabuza's strength, a rogue ninja from the Mist Village, somewhat famous in the ninja world. However, based on previous information, he was only a Jonin level and not qualified to stand before him. Now, even after throwing 7 or 8 punches at high speed, all were blocked. The fourth Reikage developed a bit of interest in martial arts training, understanding it was due to Zabuza's martial arts techniques. The fourth Reikage. You need to be careful. Zabuza, holding a large sword, activated his Sharingan, and mist surrounded him. The fourth Reikage immediately became alert. His perception and vision were obstructed, and he had lost track of Zabuza's position. A tug-of-war was unfolding. Deidara and Sasori of the Red Sand were intercepted by Tenten. Deidara said, a little girl, so cute. I can't bring myself to hurt her. Sasori replied, turning her into a puppet would be great. Deidara said, she seems to be Naruto Uzumaki's sister, growing up with him. If we capture her, Naruto should show up. Sasori said, good idea. Tenten's expression turned cold. They actually wanted to use her as bait to threaten her brother Naruto. Unforgivable. Coldly she said, die. Tenten formed a hand seal, and weapons shot out from all directions. Deidara and Sasori tried to dodge, but unfortunately, they had no chance. With their strength, they couldn't escape. The speed of the weapons was faster than their reaction time. Tenten waved her hand, dissipating the smoke. Deidara was covered in blood, with not a single spot uninjured, pierced by the weapons. Sasori turned into a pile of puppet fragments. Under Tenten's weapons, he had nowhere to hide. Even with his iron sand protection, he couldn't withstand Tenten's weapons. Just like that, the 2 members of the Akatsuki who had caused chaos in the Sand Village died. And they might not even understand how they had died. This was because they had provoked the most terrifying dark horse in the Flame Dragon country. And no one in the entire Flame Dragon country knew the extent of Tenten's comprehension of the essence. Tenten silently assisted the people of the Flame Dragon country, dealing with several ninjas capable of performing sage techniques. She was like a ghost in the shadows. She didn't wish to kill, but she did not want the people of the Flame Dragon country to die either. Wherever she went, ninjas fell, some dead, some injured. Finally, Tenten looked towards the battlefield where Shui was. On the battlefield, several enormous summoned beasts appeared, summoned by pain from the animal path. Hell crabs, chameleons, hellhounds, yada birds, bovine, stone pandas. Shui was fighting against the chameleon and hellhound, while in the sky, the yada bird swooped down. As Shui tried to evade, Tenten's voice came, Shui, you don't need to worry about that bird. At that moment, Tenten had already flown into the air, holding a hammer, and then struck the yada bird's head with a hammer. With a loud sound, the Yata bird's head was smashed to pieces. The enormous body of the Yata bird fell to the ground, shaking the earth. Pain of the Six Paths saw Tintin and showed great joy, saying, "Naruto, Uzumaki's sister? Excellent. Capturing her, we won't have to worry about Naruto not showing up. Perhaps she knows where he is." Sure Sway, holding his sword, coldly glared at Pain and said, "How dare you?" The human path Pain moved to capture Tintin and extract her soul. Sure Sway shouted, "Tintin, be careful." Suddenly, a kunai pierced the head of the human path Pain, followed by another kunai piercing his neck. Before he could even approach Tintin, he had already fallen to the ground. Pain said, "No wonder you are the sister of the Dragon King Naruto, Uzumaki. This technique with hidden weapons is unprecedented, unheard of." Sure Sway was overjoyed and said, "Tintin, well done." Tintin replied, "Sure Sway, you focus on this leader. Leave the others to me." Sure Sway said, "Okay, Tintin, be careful." Chapter 119. Sarutobi Hiruzen defeated again. 10 minutes had passed, and Orochimaru killed Ryusei Jishin. He was engaged in battle with Senju Tobarama against Senju Hashirama, feeling immense pressure. Fortunately, it was not the full-strength Senju Hashirama, so he could cope. Senju Tobarama felt somewhat discouraged. He currently had about 60 of his strength from his lifetime. But compared to Orochimaru, the gap in combat power was quite large. Even if he were fully revived with all his life as strength, he wouldn't be able to match Orochimaru. If it weren't for Orochimaru, he would have long been crushed by his older brother. The sage-mode visage of Senju Hashirama appeared, and he said, "Orochimaru, can your ocular technique enslave me?" Orochimaru replied, "Lord Hashirama, you jest. To enslave the god of ninjas. Not to mention now, even if he stepped into the returning to origin realm and his Sharingan evolved into the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, it wouldn't be possible, unless his strength reached the great unity realm." Senju Hashirama said, "Then I'm sorry." He clasped his hands together, summoning a gigantic statue of Guanyin with countless giant arms, towering over the smallness of the human world like a small mountain. This was the unique ninjutsu of Senju Hashirama. Sage art would release true thousand hands. It was a sage technique capable of overwhelming Uchiha Madara. Sarutobi Hiruzen was anxious. He was now at the peak of the Hokage level and could use sage art to challenge legendary ninjas, yet under Tsunade's furious onslaught, he was being pushed back step by step. He summoned the Monkey King, but was intercepted by a handsome man. This man who came to aid Tsunade was Haku, who had exhausted his opponent. Moreover, the two armies of ninjas were not only retreating, but the coalition of 700 to 800 ninjas had dwindled to only 400. The members of the Qianlong organization numbered over 800, all possessing a strength of at least Jonin level or higher, meaning they had the upper hand in strength. And the ninjas were already at a disadvantage, as the battle had just begun. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen was anxious and planned to let Senju Hashirama turn the tide. Hashirama's current strength was slightly inferior to that of Nagato, and how could he turn the situation around? If it were during his prime, it might have been possible. The Guanyin statue struck at Orochimaru and Senju Tobarama with thousands of gigantic fists. Orochimaru raised a spiritual barrier to withstand the wooden fist's assault. Tobarama was gone, reduced to a pile of yellow earth. Orochimaru's barrier still couldn't withstand the punches. He was struck by several fists and sank underground, breaking free and saying, "As expected of Lord Hashirama, truly powerful." Hashirama replied, "Orochimaru, you're really quite good. You actually held on." Orochimaru asked, "Lord Hashirama, how much chakra do you have left?" Hashirama laughed heartily. "I can still use it once." Orochimaru activated Susanoo and said to Hashirama, "Lord Hashirama, I would like to learn a move from you." Hashirama calmly replied, "All right." The concept that Orochimaru comprehended was called soul shock, which affected the soul and caused the enemy to fall into fear, losing focus and attacking power. If one's willpower was extremely weak, they would directly become an idiot. Orochimaru first used illusion, and Hashirama said, "Illusion is useless." Before he could finish, Hashirama felt his spirit decline and fear arose in his heart. He had fallen into the illusion, his mental focus disrupted, and his chakra was depleted, causing the Guanyin statue to disappear. Orochimaru, wielding a giant sword with Susanoo, struck out. Hashirama sensed the danger, formed seals with his hands, and a wooden golem appeared to protect him. This was his bloodline limit ninjutsu, would release wood golem technique. Boom! With a loud noise, the massive wooden golem shattered, and Hashirama was sent flying, his body severely injured. Hashirama stood up and said lightly, "I can take a break now." Orochimaru said, I bid farewell to Lord Hashirama. He exhaled a breath of foul air. This battle had been somewhat difficult. Transforming into a dragon shape, carrying a tremendous rage, he charged at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen formed seals and used the diamond prison wall to block Tsunade's furious punch. With a thunderous roar, the diamond prison wall shattered under Tsunade's punch, creating a massive pit with a radius of 30 meters. Sarutobi Hiruzen was hit hard and lay at the bottom of the pit, gasping for breath. His eyes were somewhat despondent. He had lost, defeated by his former student. Tsunade was also breathing heavily, with only 2/10 of her chakra left and her stamina greatly depleted. Orochimaru landed in the pit and said, Sarutobi-sensei, you must pay the price for your decisions. At this moment, Orochimaru was also at his limit. In a worse state than Tsunade, after all, he was facing the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama. However, his pale complexion made it hard to tell. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, you will regret this. He firmly believed that the mysterious masters and the sage of six paths, the martial arts organization, were the source of calamity, the root of disaster in the world. Orochimaru replied, is that so? Unfortunately, I don't think so. I will never regret joining the martial arts organization. Neji and Haku also landed, having killed the Monkey King together. 4 against 1. Sarutobi Hiruzen was undoubtedly doomed. Seeing Neji's Sharingan and Haku's Byakugan, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Hinata Hizashi. Truly a good tactic, putting on a great show. Neji replied, Sarutobi Hiruzen, you really don't deserve to be Hokage. Your name will be insulted for eternity. And the Sarutobi clan will be nailed to the pillar of shame, leaving a stench for 10,000 years. By then, I will bring you back to life through the technique of reincarnation, ensuring you find no peace after death, burdened with infinite guilt. Clap, clap, clap. Orochimaru applauded and said, Neji, not bad, not bad. Come work for Uncle Snake in the future. Neji directly refused, no. Orochimaru asked why. Neji replied, I don't like you. You're too disgusting. Orochimaru said, you brat, do you want to get beaten? Haku quickly interjected, Uncle Snake, this is serious, this is serious. His voice was melodious, like a gentle stream, completely unlike a man's voice. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru couldn't help but shiver. This voice could probably only be tolerated by Momochi Zabuza. He said, Haku, if you don't speak, we will still be the Flame Dragon clan. It seemed that by practicing martial arts techniques, Orochimaru had become much younger. His youthful spirit occasionally surged. Tsunade looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly and said, Sarutobi Hiruzen, today we spare you, not out of pity, but because Naruto is right. A person like you, living, is the greatest punishment for you. After saying this, Tsunade soared into the air, and Orochimaru and the others smiled and followed. Tsunade remembered something, standing at the edge of the pit, and said, Sarutobi Hiruzen, don't you dare die. That would be too boring. Chapter 120. Crisis moment unknowingly. The battle had moved far from the town of Sea City, constantly approaching the location of Nagato. The situation was one-sided. The coalition was unable to withstand a blow, suffering nearly 600 casualties, with less than 200 left alive. However, death was merely a matter of time. In a land of flame, only 100 people had died, and no martial artists above the later stage of the day after had been killed. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt dispirited. Such a powerful coalition had been defeated so thoroughly. The terrifying power of martial arts, the dreadful inheritance of martial arts. Raza was in despair, defeated by Gaara. Gaara's wind was his nemesis. No matter how strong his sand was, it would be blown away by the wind, ultimately being exhausted of its chakra and kicked away by Gaara. The Raikage had broken Zabuza's bones, but he too had lost an arm to Zabuza, seemingly ending in a draw, though Zabuza had the upper hand. More than 100 ninjas gathered together and continued to retreat. Nagato descended from the sky, landing amidst the strongest martial artists pursuing him, using one hand to support the air, suddenly unleashing a powerful repulsive force. Shizen had prepared naturally, but still, many were sent flying, fortunately suffering only minor injuries. Nagato murmured, is this the power of martial arts? With the help of Ten, only his Deva path remained among the 6 paths of pain. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he would have become a soul in this girl's hands. And that had come at the cost of a severed hand. Shizen said, yes, this is the power of martial arts. Will you surrender or not? The war has started, so be prepared for death. Surrender or die. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared, with a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes, exuding an aura even stronger than pain. Shui narrowed his eyes slightly and said softly, Itachi. The person who appeared was none other than Uchiha Itachi, who had vanished along with Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi's eyes were indifferent. No, not indifferent, but ruthless. He looked at Shui and the others with no emotional expression, as if he were looking at dead people. Orochimaru said, Something's wrong. Uchiha Itachi has changed. Shui nodded. Indeed, he is no longer the Uchiha Itachi of the past. Whoosh! Uchiha Itachi landed in front of Shui, and before he could react, he was kicked away. Tsunade and Orochimaru attacked together, but they were already at their limits and were pushed back after just a few exchanges. Shui told Neji, Lee, and the others, retreat. The warriors immediately distanced themselves. Step, step! A green figure landed on the ground, crouching with his hands crossed in front of his head, saying, The azure beast of the flame dragon has arrived. Among them, a warrior from the land of flame shouted excitedly, Teacher Guy. In the forest, Kabuto exclaimed, How could I forget him? This was indeed his mistake. To forget such an important person. After a moment, Kabuto said, We can't let him ruin our plans. The martial arts must be suppressed, and the ninja way must prevail. Shui said, Teacher Guy, unleash your ultimate move. Finish this quickly. Might Guy replied, Understood. He activated his inner energy and shouted, The 8th gate of the 8 gates. The death gate opens. The steam emanating from Might Guy was crimson and dazzling. His single-wheel momentum had already far surpassed the Uchiha Itachi that appeared behind him, creating a wind strong enough to blow away even a Chunin. However, just then, an unexpected situation occurred again. A shadow appeared in the sky, towering like a small mountain. With its appearance, the entire sky felt oppressive, and everyone felt an invisible weight added to them. As the phantom pressed down with one hand, Might Guy was pinned to the ground, unable to rise. Shui and the others' expressions changed drastically. The aura emitted by Might Guy was extremely powerful, surpassing everyone present. Yet under this hand, it was all suppressed. One could imagine the strength of the hidden person. Sarutobi Asuma and the others showed hope. Victory seemed possible. Uchiha Itachi seemed to have received some command and lunged at Shui, filled with murderous intent. The people he wanted to kill were not just Uchiha Shui. The leader of the Qianlong organization must also be slain, so as to strike at the martial arts and gradually suppress them, ultimately eradicating the martial arts. Get out of the way, Tian shouted as she silently intercepted Uchiha Itachi, swinging a wolf-toothed club, which sent Uchiha Itachi flying against a mountainside, embedding him into it. Not only Sarutobi Asuma and the others, but even Shui, Tsunade, and the others were dumbfounded, incredulously watching this scene. The powerful Uchiha Itachi was knocked back by a single blow, heavily injured, blood filling his mouth. How could this little girl possess such immense power? Neji said, Tian, are you that strong? Orochimaru said in disbelief. What is going on? How has that girl become so strong? He never expected that this sunny, lively, and cute little girl would have such formidable strength. Even there were no match for her. Tsunade said, This is not just skill. Shui nodded. I suspect the same. This girl, Tian, has comprehended to this level, which should be the profound meaning mentioned by the Dragon King. Uchiha Itachi had just struggled free from the rocks when a hidden weapon pierced toward his neck. However, no matter how he dodged, the hidden weapon easily followed him, slowly closing in on Tian. Tian dodged and swung her wolf-toothed club again, sending him flying. Neji and the others were left speechless. It seemed that Tian had a bit of a dark side, pushing him back and then hitting him away again. However, one could not deny Tian's strength. Uchiha Itachi, helpless, realized that this was no ordinary hidden weapon. It was enhanced by Tian's profound power, and if hit, it would penetrate. Uchiha Itachi activated his Susanoo, intending to block the hidden weapon. But this was just a delusion. The Susanoo was pierced through, and had he not dodged in time, his physical body would have been injured. However, Tian also had beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Her consumption was not small. She originally only had innate level strength, and after a battle, her true energy was nearly depleted. Not good. Tian has overexerted herself, Shui thought. Just then, another unexpected development occurred as two figures flew into the sky. One was Sarutobi Asuma, and the other was Kabuto. Orochimaru said, Kabuto. Kabuto did not give him a glance. And together with Sarutobi Asuma, they formed seals and shouted, Ninja way, binding. Tsunade, Orochimaru, Lee, Neji, and over 100 others were restrained to the ground, unable to move. Kabuto said, pain. The Deva path of pain spread his arms and shouted. Heavenly obsession. In the sky, a black sphere appeared, generating a strong gravitational pull, causing the ground to crack and rapidly rise. Tsunade, Shursui, Orochimaru, and the others were lifted into the air with the rising ground, and everyone was about to be crushed. A cold voice came from afar. What boldness! Chapter 121. The Power of Rules. A sword light cut through the air. With a loud boom, the black sphere under the heavenly obsession was shattered, the gravitational pull disappeared, and the ground sank, ensuring everyone's safety. Whoosh! Another sword light cut down on the phantom, shattering it in the air, and Might Guy was released. Tsunade's eyes sparkled as she said with a hint of tears, "You little brat, you finally came back." Completely transformed into a little girl. Shursui and the others cheered excitedly. It's the Dragon King. The Dragon King has emerged. At this moment, everyone's hearts sank. In their eyes, Naruto was their faith, capable of anything. Sarutobi Asuma and the other allied ninjas were shocked. They had witnessed the power of that phantom, and it could not withstand a single sword strike. Uzumaki Naruto's strength had once again increased. Naruto soared through the sky with his sword, arriving gracefully, his blue robe fluttering, resembling an immortal banished from the heavens. Naruto said, "How can this battle be complete without me, the Dragon King?" As he spoke, he glanced at Pain, and then Pain fell down. Under the power of the Rinnegan, the leader's abilities were not enough to compete with Naruto. This made many ninjas swallow hard. What kind of technique was this? Just a glance, and he had instantly defeated the leader of the Akatsuki. Naruto's gaze fell on a member of the alliance. That kind of indifference made all the ninjas feel a chill. Naruto opened his left hand and softly said, "Planetary devastation." Naruto's Sharingan transformed into the Rinnegan. And this time the earth cracked open, far more violently than the earth explosion star technique used by Pain. It could be said that they were not even in the same league. There was also a gravitational force that even legendary ninjas could not escape from. Just as everyone was about to be crushed, appeared in space, Naruto's earth explosion star, and also pulled the ninjas into it. Naruto looked at everything. He did not take action. He sensed a familiar aura. The sense of crisis he once felt now returned to him, though not as intense as before. "Who are you?" Naruto's gaze fell on Kabuto. He could see that Kabuto's soul was imprisoned, still trapped within his body. Of course, Naruto also sensed that he was one of the people behind the rift, but just a small clone. Kabuto said, "Uzumaki Naruto, you've grown quickly." This was the last thing he wanted to see. The stronger Uzumaki Naruto became, the more dangerous he was. Naruto said, "I'm a little curious with your strength. Why didn't you take action 3 years ago? Back then, it should have been easy for you to deal with me. So why didn't you?" "Shin Uchiha, I didn't expect you to sense it." Naruto said, "So I want to know the reason." Shinobi Do smiled faintly and said, "Uzumaki Naruto, why don't you take a guess?" Naruto smiled slightly and said, "This ninja world has no rules, but you possess the power of rules." Uchiha Obito replied, "Interesting, Uzumaki Naruto. We will meet again, but now is not the time for us to fight." He didn't say much more from this conversation. He knew that Naruto was currently wary of him and didn't know his true intentions. If they continued talking, things could change. Uzumaki Naruto was clever and unpredictable, and he couldn't see through him, not knowing how much he might guess. Naruto said, "This king is waiting for you." Ninja Wei and Sarutobi Hiruzen flew into the void. Naruto descended and smiled at everyone, saying, "I'm back." "Brother Naruto," Tenten cried as she rushed into Naruto's back, tears streaming down her face, sobbing sadly. Naruto comforted, all right, brother, I'm back. No one will bully you anymore." He looked at Shursui, Tsunade, and the others. "Thank you all for your hard work." Suddenly, Naruto raised his eyes to the mountain peak. Squinting slightly, he set Tenten down and said, "Shursui, Tsunade, you guys go back first, I'll be back later." Shursui knew what Naruto intended to do. He could sense where the people behind the organization were. So how could Naruto not sense it? He said, "Okay." The others weren't worried about Naruto. With his current strength, he was invincible in the world. Naruto flew with his sword, and in just a few breaths, he entered the tree hole. Nagato and Konan did not leave. They wanted to, but Naruto's telepathy stopped them. Naruto's threat weighed heavily on their hearts, and they knew that with Naruto's strength, it would be easy for him to deal with them. Nagato said, "Lord Dragon King, I have long admired you." At this moment, Nagato felt somewhat weak. Although he had captured 7-tailed beasts, without the chakra of the 9 tails, it was still not enough for the Outer Path's demonic statue to absorb. Naruto's Sharingan spins, and he activates the Manjiki Sharingan, gaining the ocular technique deprivation. However, he doesn't like to use it much. The reasons for activating the Sharingan are, first, to look cooler, and second, for Susanoo. Susanoo, combined with his sword techniques, has immense power. Naruto's reincarnation I was activated, and he controlled the Outer Path Golem. Just as Naruto was about to release all the tailed beasts, the Outer Path Golem disappeared into thin air with the help of a scheming individual. Conan asked, "What is going on?" Naruto said, "Some people don't want the Outer Path Sage statue to fall into my hands." He didn't care. The Outer Path Sage statue was really of no use to him, just like the 9 tails in his body, which only helped him absorb some natural energy. The 9 tails asked, "Have they all been captured?" Naruto said, "And the raccoon you hate the most hasn't been caught yet. In my territory, the flame dragon and the others can't stir up any waves. Kurama, when I get back, we need to have a good talk." Kurama didn't say anything more. Naruto landed on Nagato and asked, "How does it feel?" Nagato replied, "Much easier." Naruto said, "What are your thoughts now? How do you feel about your ideology? With the ceiling as the priority and gathering the tailed beasts, do you still think this is right?" After hearing Naruto's words, Nagato fell into deep thought. Naruto continued, "And you are really foolish. Just an Outer Path Golem has already made you look like this. Do you think you can control an Outer Path Golem that has gathered the powers of these several tailed beasts?" Uzumaki Nagato asked, "Dragon King, do you know something?" He felt a bit enlightened in his heart, as if he had become someone else's puppet. Naruto said, "It's natural. You're a member of the Uzumaki clan, which makes us of the same bloodline. The Rinnegan is the ultimate evolution of the Sharingan, and the Sharingan belongs to the Uchiha clan. How did you obtain these eyes?" Nagato of the Uzumaki clan rubbed his head and replied, "I'm not sure. After the Leaf Village ninjas killed my parents, I unconsciously awakened the Rinnegan and killed the Leaf ninjas." Chapter 122, Understood. Conan also looked at Nagato in surprise. They thought that Nagato had the Uchiha bloodline limit, which is why he possessed the Sharingan and evolved into the Rinnegan. Naruto said, "Actually, if you had the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, with your hatred and talent, you should have been able to awaken the Sharingan at the age of 5 or 6. This means your Sharingan was transplanted. Moreover, the evolution of the Sharingan is incredibly difficult. Just think of the past Uchiha Madara. Even until his death, he never awakened the Rinnegan. Even for me, it took nearly 10 years to evolve from the 3-Tomo Sharingan to the Rinnegan. Have you ever wondered why your eyes were the Rinnegan from the very beginning?" He added that if it weren't for him having a cheat, 10 years wouldn't be enough to evolve to the Rinnegan. Nagato said, "The power of the Rinnegan is immense. How can this person in the shadows be so confident? Confident that he can go back multiple times?" Naruto said, "He does have confidence. As a tool, you think too highly of yourself. You have the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, and you also have the pride of risking your life." Nagato from the Uzumaki clan asked, "Who is he?" Naruto said, "Uchiha Madara." Nagato replied, "Impossible. Uchiha Madara is already dead. This is a widely accepted fact in the ninja world. Uchiha Madara died at the hands of the god of shinobi. He cannot be alive." Naruto said, "Nothing is impossible. You don't need to know the details. I'm just asking for your choice. First, join the Qianlong organization and pledge to the martial way, not to betray the land of the flame. Second, I'll take you to meet Yahiko." Uchiha Nagato asked, "Do you need the Rinnegan?" Naruto frowned slightly and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Nagato said, "Let Conan go, and I'll give you my eyes." Naruto asked, "I don't want to live anymore." Nagato nodded, "Yes." Naruto said, "I remember you, Yahiko. Established the Akatsuki organization just for the peace and stability of your country. But in your hands, under the influence of those with ulterior motives, your ideals have changed. You want to seal the tailed beasts, gather their powers to change the country, change the world, and make people feel the fear of war, to prevent wars from arising, to achieve world peace. Why are you giving up now?" Nagato replied, "I believe that with you, this world will definitely achieve peace. I strongly agree with your thoughts. To elevate everyone's consciousness, to discern right from wrong, to take the nation as their faith, so that everyone can fight for the honor of the nation. This country will not perish. Such a nation will surely endure." Naruto said, "You have a long-term vision, and this is indeed our policy. Just like the current land of fire, which is more than a dozen daimyos. If we can support some of these daimyos with strong power, we can split the land of fire at any time." Nagato nodded. "Yes, this is the flaw of all countries." Naruto said, "As time goes by, it is indeed possible. But my current strength is still too weak." This left Nagato confused. The current strength of Uzumaki Naruto was still weak? That was truly absurd. With just a few swords, He could dim the sky and darken the light by 3 points. His power was unmatched, and his strength was unfathomable. Now he actually said he was too weak. Who would believe that? Naruto said, "What? Don't believe it." Pain replied, "Who would believe it?" Naruto said, "Let me ask you a few questions." Nagato, "Sure." Naruto asked, "Who is controlling the shadow today?" "Just a shadow, and its strength is so strong. What about its true body?" This indeed raised a question for Nagato. He had not pondered this before. A shadow could overpower Might Guy, and with Might Guy opening the 8 gates, Nagato felt that even he, in front of Might Guy, might not be able to withstand it. The fact that such powerful strength could be suppressed by just a shadow is indeed worth deep thought. Naruto continued, "Where are Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others training, and what is the strength of the person behind this?" Uzumaki Nagato shook his head again. Naruto asked, "Yao Shirdo has been taken over. Who is behind him?" Speaking of Yao Shirdo, Nagato said, "Yao Shirdo? Isn't he the ninja do?" Naruto looked puzzled and said, "He is Kabuto Yakushi, an orphan from the Hidden Leaf Village. He became loyal to Orochimaru after being betrayed by that old dog Danzo, and eventually joined the Land of the Flame. Have you met him? I remember that in the original story, Kabuto never met Nagato. Has this changed?" Uzumaki Nagato replied, "He has seen me. The reason I have this strong body is because of his help." Naruto said, "No wonder, so that's how it is." When he saw Nagato, he felt a bit strange. In the original work, Nagato was emaciated, akin to a skeleton, occasionally coughing up blood, with little time left to live. However, this Nagato did not have such eyes. Although his spirit seemed somewhat dispirited, he was otherwise fine and could be considered healthy. Nagato said, "Dragon King, it seems you know me very well." Naruto said, "I know a bit. When you release powerful ninjutsu, such as Shinra Tensei, it reduces your life force and causes bleeding. When you release Shinra Tensei, you need to throw a ball. Also, you are very weak and shouldn't be this strong." Konan and Nagato exchanged a glance. It was clear they had seen Uzumaki Naruto before. Naruto said, "That's not important. Do you still remember how this ninja helped you?" Uzumaki Nagato thought for a moment and replied, "Nothing special, just wave his hand, and then endless vitality surged into my body. Not only did my body recover, but my chakra also became abundant." Naruto said firmly, "Wave his hand?" Uzumaki Nagato nodded. Yes, he waved his hand. At that time, he thought it was some kind of powerful medical ninjutsu, but it seems this was no ordinary means. Naruto asked again, when he waved his hand, did he feel any power? To this, Nagato replied affirmatively, "Yes, there is." Naruto, how to say? Nagato said, with a wave of his hand, "There's a mysterious power. Weak yet irresistible." Mysterious power? Weak? Irresistible? Naruto murmured a few words, suddenly recalling the feeling of risking his life, condensing a force of rules, and asked, "Is it this kind of feeling?" Nagato and Konan's nerves completely frayed. Under the sword light, they felt like ants, unable to resist at all. Nagato said, "There are some similarities, but it's not as sharp as yours." Naruto smiled and said, "Got it, no doubt about it." Chapter 123, Enlightening Might Guy. Uzumaki Nagato asked, "Dragon King, do you know his identity?" Naruto said, "It's just a guess, but it's more likely than not, and I still need to verify it. In the ninja world, there has never been a power of rules. This person can skillfully wield the power of rules. Something even the legendary sage of 6 paths could not do. It can be said that in the entire ninja world, even the Otsutsuki clan has never mentioned the power of rules, which indicates that there's a life-threatening force that has awakened the power of rules. This world belongs to the path of ninjutsu. Only ninjutsu and ninja techniques exist. Martial arts can be considered a new power that transcends the path of ninjutsu, making the path of ninjutsu feel a sense of crisis and awakening the power of rules." Naruto, seeing that Nagato wanted to ask more, said, "You don't need to know who they are for now. Let's make a decision. We all share the blood of the Uzumaki clan, and now, with so few of us left, the mission to revive the Uzumaki clan falls on your shoulders." Uzumaki clan. At that moment, Nagato remembered that he was still a member of the Uzumaki clan, a nearly extinct race. After thinking it over, Nagato said, "All right, I agree to join the Flame Dragon Kingdom and revive the Uzumaki clan." Naruto replied, "Welcome to the Flame Dragon. You won't regret it in this lifetime." Nagato then said, "Dragon King, I have a request." Naruto responded, "Go ahead." Nagato continued, "Can I live in the Uzumaki territory? Spending my remaining days there would be like returning to my roots." Naruto shook his head and said no. Nagato was taken aback, and with such a straightforward refusal. He asked in confusion why. Naruto said, "You could go back to your clan, but not now, because you are very important. Nagato showed a bittersweet smile and said, "That's true. I'm currently a puppet, and a puppet controlled by the Rinnegan, so I really can't act alone." Naruto said, "Don't worry. Once you cultivate the martial arts techniques and convert your chakra into true power and truly master these double Rinnegan, you can go to the Uzumaki clan's land. Even if those behind you find you, they won't be able to do anything to you." Naruto left the mountain peak with Nagato and Konan, murmuring to himself, "Uchiha Madara, after your resurrection, how will you obtain the Rinnegan?" This made him somewhat eager, looking forward to how Obito and the others would act. Naruto, accompanied by 2 others, caught up with Shui and the others. Tens of thousands of warriors saw Naruto, and the call of Dragon King resounded through the heavens. Today, in the eyes of the crowd, Naruto was an invincible existence, unmatched and unparalleled. With a sword held high, the sky dimmed. The flame dragon has the Dragon King, enduring for thousands of years. Naruto greeted the army of warriors before landing on the ground. "It's you 2 little brats." Tsunade recognized Nagato and Konan at a glance. Nagato said, "Nagato greets Lady Tsunade." Tsunade asked, "Naruto, what is going on?" Especially when she saw Nagato's Rinnegan, she couldn't help but think of Yahiko. Who among these 2 is the true leader of the Akatsuki? Shui said, "You must be the leader of the Akatsuki." Nagato smiled at Shui. "Shui-kun, I've heard your great name." Shui replied, "You are very strong. I am no match for you." Nagato said, "If Shui-kun Sharingan were to evolve into Rinnegan, I wouldn't be your match either. I only possess the Rinnegan and have lived a few more years." Naruto was somewhat surprised. Nagato was so humble, which was truly unique. Might Guy walked over and said to Nagato, "You're quite impressive. We have yet to have a decisive battle. Let's find an opportunity to fight." Might Guy spoke with a weak voice. Opening the 8 gates had left him quite drained, but being able to preserve his life was already a rare blessing. Nagato replied, "Teacher Guy, if you open the 8 gates, I won't be your opponent. In this world, perhaps only the Dragon King can suppress you." Might Guy looked at Naruto and shook his head, saying, "Against Naruto, even if I open the 8 gates, I still wouldn't be his match." He was very self-aware about this. Naruto could easily shatter the shadow that suppressed him with a single sword strike, meaning he wouldn't be able to withstand it himself. Naruto said, "Kakashi-sensei, if you take one more step, you will become even stronger." Might Guy replied, "My 8 gates technique is already my limit. The only way now is to refine my physical body. By enhancing my physical strength to reach the innate state and opening the 8 gates, I should be able to withstand your sword strike, Naruto. The only way for me to grow stronger now is through my physical body. The stronger my body becomes, the stronger my combat power will be, and the more powerful I will be when I open the 8 gates." Naruto said, "Teacher Guy, if I don't cultivate my physical body or the 8 gates is derived from the yin-yang technique. Yin and yang are relative. The rest gate, life gate, injury gate, and death gate represent yang, while the view gate, death gate, shock gate, and open gate represent yin. The intersection of yin and yang is a cycle, entering the alternation of day and night. When you open the death gate, it represents the night. When the night passes, it becomes day, which is new life. The death gate connects to the life gate, and this is also new life. There is a saying, place one in a desperate situation, and then they will live. Martial arts cultivation goes against the heavens. Every step forward is unlocking the shackles of life, not accelerating the pace of death. The shackles in Might Guy's heart suddenly cracked open a seam, and in Might Guy's mind, several words kept appearing. Life and death. Yin and yang. Reincarnation. Place one in a desperate situation, and then they will live. After a while, Might Guy trembled slightly and said, "Naruto, thank you." Naruto said, "Teacher Guy, you're being too polite. Once you become stronger, the entire flame dragon will be under your protection." Might Guy replied, "My youth is about to set sail. I am the azure beast of the flame dragon, and I will definitely protect it. Guy, you're the best." At that moment, a fierce woman walked over, looking at Might Guy with admiration. In her eyes, Might Guy was like a mountain, imposing and majestic. Tsunade and the others couldn't help but shiver. That tingling sensation was overwhelming. Noticing Naruto's puzzled expression, Might Guy said, "Naruto, this is my wife, Kiyoshi Hara. Kiyoshi, this is Lord Dragon King." Kiyoshi Hara glanced at Naruto and politely said, "It's an honor to meet you, Lord Dragon King." Her gaze then fell back on Might Guy, and the intimacy made Naruto's body tingle, as he said, "I know you have many questions. Let's hurry back to Flame Dragon City to clarify things." At the same time, Naruto said to Might Guy, "Teacher Guy, you lead the army. We'll head back to Flame Dragon City first." Upon hearing this, Tsunade and the others secretly gave a thumbs up, thinking this was a divine move. Might Guy patted his chest and said, Naruto, leave it to me. I guarantee it will be taken care of. Kiyoshi Hara added, I will accompany my husband. Hearing this, Naruto and the others quickly took to the skies and headed towards Flame Dragon City. Chapter 124. Itachi Uchiha's request in Naruto's memory. King Kai ended up without a wife, a lifelong bachelor. Because of him, there was a family, and it was a gentle and clingy shrew. Naruto shook his head and said, Kakashi died, crying in the bathroom. After creating some distance, Naruto asked everyone to take a short break and said to Shirzue, come with me. Shirzue replied, yes, Lord Dragon King. Naruto took Jishue and soared through the air, leaving everyone with his back. Tsunade thought to herself, that brat. What has he discovered again? She didn't follow him and instead began to absorb natural energy and cultivate. Naruto and Shirzue landed in a forest and spoke out. Come out. As his voice fell, a figure emerged from the woods, none other than Uchiha Itachi. After Naruto appeared, Itachi left. His strength had increased significantly, and even if Uchiha Madara were to be resurrected, he would not be a match for him. However, this time, he was completely defeated. It was the most humiliating defeat he had ever experienced, the most desperate moment, as he couldn't even put up a fight against Tenten. Shirzue said, Itachi, your choice is disappointing. Naruto brought him to meet Itachi Uchiha. He knew that Itachi Uchiha was still the same Itachi Uchiha as before, without any unexpected changes like someone like Kabuto Yakushi. Uchiha Shirzue was truly disappointed in Itachi Uchiha, completely disappointed, with no expectations left for him. Naruto said, Itachi Uchiha's character is that of a brother slave. He is willing to sacrifice the entire world for his brother. There is sadness in Itachi Uchiha's eyes. He cannot help himself whenever it involves Sasuke. Naruto asked, Itachi Uchiha, you wouldn't follow us for no reason. Tell me, what is your purpose? Itachi Uchiha then spoke, I beg you, save Sasuke. He has been imprisoned, and they're using him to threaten me into taking action against you. Uchiha Shirzue asked, Itachi, I ask you in the name of our elder brother, what is more important to you, your brother or the clan? Do you realize that if we fail, if the Dragon King turns the tide, how many people will die? If the 5 great nations attack the Fire Dragon Kingdom, what will happen to its tens of millions of people? Have you thought about that? Or do you think the life of one Sasuke is worth more than the lives of millions? Faced with Uchiha Shirzue's question, Itachi's face turned pale, and he had no words to say. However, when he thought of his brother, he would act without hesitation. Naruto patted the somewhat agitated Shirzue on the shoulder and said, Shirzue, don't be too excited, don't be too excited. Shirzue then said to Itachi Uchiha, Itachi, this is the last time I'll call you that. Although in the past, the Uchiha clan members were influenced by me through Kotoeme Tsukumi, they are now living well, integrated with the people of Flame Dragon City, and are very happy. I just hope you won't disturb them again. Otherwise, even if it means death, I will take you down with me. In the past, he was disappointed in Itachi, but he never wished to kill him. However, today, he was no longer his brother, just a stranger, and merely his enemy. Naruto said, Itachi, don't worry. Your brother won't be in any danger. He won't be killed by anyone. He carries the fate of a ninja way. This statement turned out to be prophetic, as Sasuke ultimately represented the ninja way. Uchiha Itachi asked, why? Naruto said, this is because of his identity, which concerns the identity of the Sage of 6 Paths child. So he won't die. The Sage of 6 Paths won't let him die, and you don't need to follow us anymore. Uchiha Itachi's mind started to burn. How does this relate to the Sage of 6 Paths? Upon seeing this, Naruto said, forget it, I'll be more precise. The Sage of 6 Paths has 2 children. One is Indra, and the other is Azura. Indra has a violent and dark temperament, while Azura is cheerful and lively. Indra has a strong talent for cultivation. Mastering any ninjutsu, he learns quickly. He believes he doesn't need anyone else's help. As long as he has power, that's enough. As his strength grows, he suppresses many who cannot resist, believing that peace requires strong power. With the restraint of great power, peace can be achieved, which is why Indra is quite bloodthirsty. On the other hand, Azura has average cultivation talent, but through mutual help and continuous learning, he can also become strong, and his strength subtly surpasses Indra's. He understands that true strength comes from everyone helping each other and working together. As a result, the rift between them grows larger. And in pursuit of this truth, they are reincarnated time and again, wanting to see whose reasoning is correct. The most famous example is Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Madara is the reincarnation of Indra, while Hashirama is the reincarnation of Asura, although the two later called a truce and established a peaceful village. Madara couldn't hold back and fought Hashirama at the Valley of the End, with Madara going first and Hashirama following. Without the suppression of the two, the second and third Shinobi World Wars naturally unfolded smoothly afterward. This matter follows a certain pattern. As long as Asura does not die, Indra, as Asura's rival, will not die either. Uchiha Itachi eagerly asked, "Who is Asura?" Naruto pointed at himself and said, "Me? I'm just very lucky. I inherited knowledge in my dreams and saw that the essence of this ninja world is nothing but dross, something that should be eliminated. So I don't follow the ninja path. I cultivate martial arts, harness the power of heaven and earth, condense the spirit of martial arts, combine benevolence and strength, and create this prosperous era." Jisue asked, "Lord Dragon King, will you have a final battle with Uchiha Sasuke?" Naruto said, "It's unclear for now, but it depends on Sasuke. With his strength, he can't fight me." Shisui nodded. That's true. He believes Naruto's words are genuine, and believes that Uchiha Sasuke is the reincarnation of Indra. No matter how gifted he is, he still won't be Naruto's match. Uchiha Itachi listened and was initially happy, but in the end, he felt uneasy. Is there any certainty in Naruto's fated battle? No, really none. Through the images, he has seen his brother, and now Sasuke, although he has awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, has greatly improved in strength. Compared to the Dragon King Naruto Uzumaki, he can't even be compared. Sasuke doesn't stand a chance against him, let alone Naruto, who possesses both the Rinnegan and the Rebirth Eye. Even if they both teamed up, they would still be defeated by Naruto in one strike. Uchiha Itachi saluted and said, "Thank you for the guidance, Dragon King. I have a request. I wonder if the Dragon King can agree?" Naruto said, "You tell me." Uchiha replied, "Can I stay in the Land of Flames?" He currently has no place to go, and it seems that without his brother, life has no meaning to risk his life for. Naruto hadn't spoken yet when Shisui said, "Lord Dragon King, no." Chapter 125. The Rinnegan is crucial. Shisui didn't trust Uchiha Itachi, who had repeatedly disappointed him. Every decision was so cold, it sent chills down one's spine, always accompanied by bloodshed. Right now, the Flame Dragon couldn't afford a rebellion. Shisui's concerns were warranted. Uchiha Itachi was a very intelligent person. If his disposition remained unaffected, he would undoubtedly become a rare hero in the world. Unfortunately, he couldn't. Whenever it involved Uchiha Sasuke, his IQ would drop, leading him to make reckless decisions. Naruto said, "Sure, but there are regional restrictions. There is a civilian area in Flame Dragon City, but it's not a real civilian area. It's where orphans brought in from outside are settled. Your activity area will be there within a 10-mile radius, which is enough for you to operate." Itachi thanked him, saying, Thank you. Shisui was a bit confused, but he respected Naruto's decision. Since Itachi had previously confronted Tsunade and others, Naruto suggested he disguise himself. Upon their return, Tenten, Tsunade, Ino, and others recognized Itachi, but still respected Naruto's choice and did not ask any questions. Back in Flame Dragon City, the city was in an uproar. The Dragon King had returned, and Flame Dragon was safe. The people's anxious hearts were finally at ease. Naruto's speech was even more uplifting, especially the line, "Those who offend Flame Dragon, no matter how far, must be punished," which sent the crowd into a frenzy. Entering the conference hall, Tsunade asked, "Naruto, why did you invite Itachi? I can understand inviting Nagato and the others, but why let Itachi in? You know he almost took Shisui's life before. He is a real enemy." Naruto said, "Have you ever heard the saying, there are 1,000 days for a thief, but not 1,000 days for a guard? A thief can watch you every day, looking for the moment you let your guard down, but a guard cannot be on watch all the time. Nor can they be vigilant at all times. There will always be moments of weakness. Therefore, it is better to catch the thief first than to guard against them. The enemy's tactics can be unpredictable. As for whether Uchiha Itachi is an enemy's spy, since he wants to come in, let's give him the opportunity. Keeping such a person under close watch is better. He has to be careful with whatever schemes he wants to enact." Jisui's eyes lit up and said, "Lord Ri is wise. If there are other spies, we can also use him to root them out." Tsunade then pointed at Nagato and asked, "What about him?" Naruto said, "Nagato is also a pitiful person. Let me talk about the Akatsuki organization. The Akatsuki was founded by Yahiko with the initial intention of protecting the peace of the nation. In a conspiracy, Yahiko was killed by Hanzo of the Salamander. Nagato summoned the Outer Path Golem and slaughtered many ninjas from Amagakure. Under the influence of Tobi, who is likely Obito Uchiha, he began collecting tailed beasts and sealing them into the outer path golem. Of course, at this point, the Akatsuki's original intention was still world peace. By collecting tailed beasts, they aimed to instill fear of war in people. Indeed, this was a mistake, as was evident after the battle between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. When the two were alive, they did serve as a deterrent, but after they were gone, war soon followed. However, at the moment Yahiko died, Nagato's mind became somewhat twisted, so his extremism is understandable. Konan's eyes flashed with a cold light as she asked, Nagato, why does Obito Uchiha want to collect the tailed beasts? And who is guiding him from behind? Naruto said, regarding why Uchiha Obito wants to collect the tailed beasts, let me ask you a question first. Do you know how the tailed beast came to be? Even Orochimaru, who is well-versed in ancient texts, wouldn't be able to answer this. Everyone looked at Naruto, seeking an answer. Naruto said, the 9 tailed beasts were derived from the 10 tails by the sage of 6 paths. The 10 tails. This was the first time they had heard of the 10 tails, and they couldn't imagine that there was something even stronger than the 9 tails. Many of them were well aware of the power of the 9 tails. It was a true weapon of war. Just how powerful could the 10 tails be? Uzumaki Nagato said, Dragon King, Outer Path Golem? Naruto said, the Outer Path Golem is the true body of the 10 tails. It was originally sealed on the moon, and you summoned it down. If you seal Shikaku from Gaara's body and Kurama from my body, the 10 tails will return. Tsunade asked why. Why does Obito want to do this? Naruto replied, because of Rin. Kakashi saw that scene of Rin's death under the instigation of the enemy, and it twisted his heart. He wants to create a world for Rin, a world without slaughter, and thus manipulated Nagato. It must be said that Obito Uchiha's life is a complete tragedy. An orphan from a young age, just when his life was beginning to improve, he was crushed into paralysis, only to witness events that shattered his worldview. Then he was constantly deceived, manipulating others while being manipulated himself, living his entire life behind lies. There was no one to confide in, nor anyone he could confide to. He struggled his whole life, yet never truly possessed anything. Naruto once again recounted how Uchiha Obito faked his death, how he rescued Uchiha Kakashi, and how he deceived Uchiha Obito, repeatedly mentioning black and white Zetsu. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. Uchiha Madara had such deep scheming. Who would have thought he could fake his death and deceive the entire world, secretly manipulating the entire ninja world? Truly, he was a man who had once come close to being a god. Orochimaru asked, is black and white Zetsu from the Akatsuki organization? Naruto smiled and said yes. Tsunade asked in confusion, Naruto, the Akatsuki organization has black and white Zetsu, and Uchiha Obito also has black and white Zetsu behind him. Could it be that all of this is a conspiracy by black and white Zetsu? What exactly is the background of black and white Zetsu? Naruto said, this is quite a big deal. He is a person from the same era as the Sage of 6 Paths, and they were born from the same mother. Naruto took some time to explain the identity and background of Otsutsuki Kinshiki, including the fact that he gave birth to the Sage of 6 Paths. He emphasized that the Sage of 6 Paths sealed away Kinshiki, and that Kagaya's mission was to rescue her mother. Since the Sage of 6 Paths has already passed away, the only way to save his mother is through Indra and Azura. Indra has a dark heart, so he chose to manipulate Indra, which led to the fated battle between Indra and Azura, resulting in their manipulation. Naruto has leaked too much this time. It took them a while to sort everything out, but they had many questions. Who exactly is the Otsutsuki clan? Jisue asked, Dragon King. Is it essential to resurrect Uchiha Obito? The Rinnegan is crucial? Chapter 126. The Threat of 100,000 White Zetsu. Naruto said, this is nature. Without the Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara cannot be resurrected. Tsunade replied, so if we have Nagato of the Uzumaki clan, Uchiha Madara can only remain in eternal slumber? Uchiha Madara, although he's been dead for so long, his deterrence still exists. During the Warring States period, if he and Senju Hashirama hadn't called a truce, who knows how long the wars would have lasted? If there hadn't been a Senju Hashirama, who knows how many people would have died? Naruto said, that's not necessarily true. In his heart, he thought, if we follow the original story, he would indeed fall into eternal slumber, but now that the power of the rules of the ninja world has awakened, creating a Rinnegan is not a big deal. Everyone looked at him, waiting for his explanation. Naruto said, now that the world has changed, creating a Rinnegan is not a difficult task. Orochimaru replied, Lord Dragon King, is the mysterious person behind Kabuto Yakushi? Naruto, this person is indeed him. Jisue asked, Dragon King, Who is this person? Naruto pondered for a moment and said, this shouldn't be just one person. He belongs to a soul consciousness. This statement left everyone confused. A soul consciousness? They couldn't understand how a soul consciousness could turn the ninja world upside down. They didn't believe it. It was hard to believe. Naruto said, how should I put this? You probably haven't heard of the power of rules, right? Everyone shook their heads in unison. They indeed had not heard of it. Naruto said, let me explain a bit. The rules are the laws that govern the operation of heaven and earth, such as the alternation of day and night, the changing of the seasons, the cold of winter and the warmth of summer, thunder and rain, etc. These are all part of the operation of the rules of heaven and earth. The cultivation of ninjutsu and ninja techniques naturally has its own rules. The strength of ninja techniques varies, and the cultivation of ninjutsu is divided into D, C, B, A, and S ranks. Chakra attributes include wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, yin, yang, and so on, all of which are encompassed within the way of the ninja, with rules also existing within it. In the past, the ninja world only had ninjutsu and the inheritance of the way of the ninja, but now that we have established the martial way, the way of the ninja feels threatened and has awakened consciousness, because it has mastered the rules of the way of the ninja in this world. It does not need to form hand seals when using ninjutsu. It can harness the power of heaven and earth. Speaking of this, Orochimaru called out, Jiraiya. Shizen said, that's right, Jiraiya, Tsunade reminded. It's a fake. Naruto asked, Jiraiya, it's fake, but the enemy has turned into a fake Jiraiya to gather information in our Flame Dragon City? Tsunade nodded and said, yes. It's him. Both his aura and the way he speaks are no different from Jiraiya. Naruto asked, so how did he expose his flaw? Tsunade glanced at Naruto and said, Jiraiya is a lecher, just like you. This fake Jiraiya can act, but he is not a lecher. Naruto touched his nose and wondered, what's going on? Is he really that kind of person? Isn't it just a matter of taking advantage of words? Naruto said seriously, it seems that some shortcomings can be beneficial. The crowd was somewhat speechless, wondering if he wanted to exaggerate his own shortcomings. Orochimaru said, if Jiraiya pretends to be at the level of a Kage ninja, a postnatal warrior could easily defeat him. When Tsunade battles him, with just one loud shout, natural energy could bind Tsunade. Naruto said, bound? How did you break free? Tsunade replied, it collapsed. Naruto asked in confusion, is it really that weak? Tsunade replied, once you understand the situation, even postnatal warriors can break through it. The binding force isn't strong. Naruto said, that's strange. As long as one masters the power of the rules, they shouldn't be this weak. Tsunade then repeated the message relayed by the Toad Sage, especially what Jiraiya mentioned about martial cultivation and ninja path. Naruto said, Jiraiya, as expected of you, your insight is truly sharp. Orochimaru recalled the motion of the fake Jiraiya looking up at the sky and asked, Lord Dragon King, before the fake Jiraiya dissipated. He looked up at the sky and seemed somewhat wary of the heat. What is going on? This left Naruto puzzled, and he said, you're making it difficult for me. He wasn't on site at the time. How could he know? However, the fact that this consciousness was cautious does warrant an investigation. If we could join forces with it to deal with these rules, it would provide more assurance. Shirzue said, Dragon King, Uchiha Obito does not have the Rinnegan, which means he will still seek Nagato for the Rinnegan. Naruto said, that's not necessarily the case. It's still because of the spirit of this rule. It governs the rules and can recreate a Rinnegan. With a Rinnegan, their attention won't be on Nagato. If they don't have it, they won't let Nagato off and will find a way to come and seize it. If possible, they won't spare my Rinnegan either. The others gave Naruto a roll of their eyes. Trying to seize Naruto's Rinnegan was simply courting death. They could barely handle Nagato. And now they wanted to set their sights on Naruto? That was just looking for trouble. Orochimaru suggested, how about using Nagato as bait to lure out Uchiha Obito and then catch them all at once? Nagato nodded. Good idea. Naruto said, what are you thinking? If Uchiha Obito were really that foolish, he wouldn't have been able to enjoy his freedom for so long. What Nagato needs to do now is to abandon the ninja way, cultivate martial arts, and fully master the power of the Rinnegan. At that time, he could easily slap Uchiha Obito to death. Jishue said, Nagato, you usually cultivate in the Flame Dragon Pavilion, right? No matter how arrogant Uchiha Obito is, he wouldn't dare to venture into Flame Dragon City. Nagato didn't respond, and Naruto waved his hand, saying, there's no need to be deliberate about it. Without the Outer Path Golem, even if the Sage of Six Paths is revived, he still won't be able to defeat him. Speaking of Senju Hashirama, Naruto wondered where White Zetsu would release the army. Tsunade asked in confusion. What does this have to do with my grandfather? Naruto said, of course there's a connection. White Zetsu replicated 100,000 shadow clones using Hashirama's cells, so their strength is not to be underestimated. What? Everyone stood up, completely caught off guard by Naruto's words. Naruto informed them about Night Shine, the Ten Tails, and Kagaya. They didn't care. After all, Night Shine was sealed away, and they could talk about it when she came out. By then, they would have grown stronger, and working together, it wouldn't be easy to defeat them. As for the Ten Tails, it required 9-tailed beasts, and, currently, there were still 2-tailed beasts in the Land of Flame that couldn't be summoned. Kagaya was even further away, being a being not of the main planet. They would deal with that when the time came. However, this White Zetsu, with 100,000 clones, could cause a disaster in the ninja world if a war broke out in the Land of Flame. Jishuei asked, Lord Dragon King, is this true? Naruto, of course it's true, and that's not all. This White Zetsu can also disguise itself, posing as an ordinary person. That's the real threat. Chapter 127. Shin Uchiha approaches Obito Uchiha. Naruto spent some effort explaining the weaknesses of White Zetsu, emphasizing its ability to disguise itself, which would be quite deadly on the battlefield. However, in terms of martial arts, it was useless, as no matter how White Zetsu disguises itself, it cannot conceal its true martial energy. This matter is independent of the ninja way and is even above it. After all, chakra is still chakra. This time, they were determined to get all their questions out with Naruto, and even late into the night, they did not let up in their inquiries. Jishuei said, Dragon King, I have also entered the Return to Origin realm, but I'm still far from you as I was in the past. Why is that? Naruto said, because your accumulation is not enough. Martial arts cultivation is like aged wine. The longer it settles, the better it tastes. The path of martial arts requires constant accumulation in techniques, skills, and comprehension. The longer the accumulation, the stronger the combat power naturally becomes, especially in terms of comprehension. The power of intent and the power of profound truths are incomparable. Jishuei asked, Dragon King, is the cultivation of the ninja path a matter of quantitative accumulation? Naruto said, it depends on talent and bloodline limits. Otherwise, unless you have a method like Teacher Guy's, which trades life for strength, commoners can't possibly improve. My dad's case is just an exception, and it seems like his ancestors never pursued it either. Who knows if his ancestors had any great power? Tsunade replied, it's also about your ancestors. Naruto said, it's useless. My bloodline is the Uzumaki bloodline. The bloodline of the Uzumaki clan surpasses that of my father's ancestors. Orochimaru said, Lord Ri, if the body can't withstand the amount of chakra, does that mean one's strength cannot be improved? Naruto said, of course. If you force yourself to train, it will only cause damage to your body or dissipate your chakra. Either way, it will only lead to physical aging. Until dawn, everyone finally finished. Shizen wanted to talk to Naruto, but under Tsunade's gaze, she left hesitantly. Naruto smiled at Tsunade and said, Tsunade, have you thought about me these years? Tsunade walked to Naruto's side, leaned on his shoulder, and murmured, yes, I've thought about you a lot. This is Tsunade. Her love is persistent and as fiery as a flame. Naruto's body stiffened, and his heart trembled. He hesitated, of course, not because he feared any rumors. It was because during this retreat for training, he gained profound insights. As his strength increased, he could break free from this world and leave the Naruto universe. In his past life, he was the king of the underworld and had many women, but he was not promiscuous. Every time he had to fight, he would first arrange for them to be safe before feeling at ease to battle. If he couldn't leave, this place would naturally be his home. But if he could leave, this was not his path. Tsunade's life was also very. When Hashirama Senju was still in power, her life was perfect. But after the deaths of Hashirama and Tobirama Senju, her life became tragic. Her family disappeared, her lover died, and her brother fell. Her life fell into a low point. Dull and uninteresting. He gave Tsunade hope, but leaving again would be a second blow to her. She probably didn't have the courage to go on. During this time, Tsunade was too exhausted. She leaned against Naruto's embrace and fell into a deep sleep. Naruto gently picked her up and placed her on the bed, while he practiced footwork. Guarding Tsunade, Uchiha Obito had escaped, and Kuro and Bai had naturally fled as well. They had all underestimated the strength of the Flame Dragon martial arts. He never expected that in just a few years, martial arts would develop to this extent, completely crushing the ninja allied forces. Bai said, Obito, the Rinnegan is gone. They naturally did not dare to probe Naruto. The perception of martial arts was very strong. Just Shursui could sense Nagato from the Uzumaki clan, let alone Naruto Uzumaki, the founder of martial arts. He would probably be detected if he got within several miles. Uchiha Obito said, he should have joined the Flame Dragon Kingdom. Without the Rinnegan, how can we resurrect Madara? It could be said that he was somewhat withdrawn now. The speed at which martial arts power was growing was truly frightening. If it continued like this, would they still have a chance of success? No, definitely not. If martial arts was given another 10 years to develop, what could stop the Flame Dragon? How could they talk about establishing a new world? If I said, with your abilities, you can enter the Flame Dragon Kingdom. Uchiha Obito replied, I know this, but as long as Uzumaki Naruto is around, I can't go in. With his perception, I won't be able to enter Flame Dragon City. I said, he will eventually leave. Uchiha Obito asked, what can we do once we get in? With the strength of the Flame Dragon Kingdom, if we're discovered, we won't even be able to escape. Moreover, trying to persuade Nagato of the Uzumaki clan? Forget it. Perhaps our identities have already been uncovered by the Flame Dragon Kingdom, and they might be waiting for us to take the bait. I said that's true. Uzumaki Naruto is elusive and indeed not easy to deal with. Deal with? Uchiha Obito's tone inevitably carried some sarcasm, and he continued, for now, let's pray that Uzumaki Naruto doesn't know our base. I didn't say anything. He was also worried about this. If Naruto found out, a single strike from him would render 10 years of hard work wasted, whether discovered or not. They had to leave. A white snakehead emerged from a tree branch, and Shin Uchiha appeared. Both Bai and Uchiha Obito showed vigilance. They knew about Shin Uchiha, but he was very mysterious. They would never believe he was Kabuto Yakushi. Uchiha Obito asked, who are you? Shin Uchiha said, I am now called Shin Uchiha. As for my true identity, it's not yet time for you to know. Uchiha Obito asked, you helped Nagato restore his body? Shin Uchiha replied, that's right. I originally thought that with his body restored, he wouldn't drop the ball against the Akatsuki organization, but who knew that Uzumaki Naruto's strength would increase so much. He didn't blame Nagato. If Naruto didn't have such strength, then he wouldn't deserve to establish martial arts. Uchiha Obito asked, you just let us leave? But Uzumaki Naruto already knows of our existence. Shin Uchiha said, he should know. The Flame Dragon Kingdom is determining whether there are any ninjas. Isn't that obvious? Your spore technique produces white zetsu, which can disguise itself as anyone, but can you disguise martial arts energy? The answer was no. They understood superficial martial arts techniques, but these were merely rudimentary martial arts formulas. Even if they trained, their strength would not surpass that of a low-ranking ninja. They had no core martial arts training at all. I said, it's a pity that the power of Zetsu is a bit weak. If it could be stronger, it could match the Flame Dragon Kingdom. Shin Uchiha said softly, becoming stronger is naturally possible. Uchiha Obito, and by exchange glances, Uchiha Obito asked, can you do it? Shin Uchiha replied, of course, and I can also evolve your eyes into Rinnegan. Really? Chapter 128. Tsunade, let's go with the past. This was the most comfortable sleep Tsunade had had in 3 years. She twisted her body and groaned as she woke up. Naruto also stopped and turned to look. Then he was stunned. His nose itched slightly, and a wave of heat surged through his capillaries. Those little white rabbits trembled, seemingly trying to lure his soul away. Tsunade's movements while sleeping at night were quite large, and her clothes were askew. Tsunade slightly sat up, her movements not small, and Naruto couldn't take it anymore. It felt like his soul was being lifted to the clouds, and blood spurted from his nostrils. Tsunade quickly stuffed something in, raised her head, and looked at Naruto, her face completely red, unsure if it was from shyness or anger. Little brat, do you think it's beautiful? Naruto nodded. Looks good. Then he quickly realized and shook his head, saying, it's not good. We didn't see anything at all. Then he flew out of the pavilion. Bang! As Naruto left the pavilion, a muffled sound was heard. The whole building shook, and a hole appeared in the wall. If he had been a moment slower, Naruto would have been sent flying out by Tsunade's punch. Naruto landed on the ground, his left hand transformed, weighing it in his palm, as if he had sunk into it. However, he quickly shook his head, using his right hand to pull his left hand back and struck it once. He was a man who needed to leave. He couldn't touch it, absolutely couldn't touch it. Naruto's soul covered, transmitting his voice to Orochimaru and Gaara. Orochimaru and Gaara heard Naruto's voice and quickly withdrew from their training, heading to the Flame Dragon Pavilion. Naruto was not polite and said, Orochimaru, Gaara, I've summoned you here because I have something for you to do. The two were very excited about the task. Orochimaru said, Lord Ri, you command. Naruto first asked a question. Gaara, how is life in the Flame Dragon after joining? Gaara thought for a moment and said, it's fulfilling. Here, he truly feels fulfilled. Even after transforming into a raccoon cat, many children are not afraid of him. Instead, they really like him and find him cute. Naruto asked again, how do the common people of the Land of Flames compare to those of the Land of Wind? Gaara replied without thinking, happiness. Naruto said, Gaara, I'll get straight to the point. I want to incorporate the Land of Wind into the territory of the Land of Flame. I need you and Orochimaru to enter the Land of Wind, spread the spirit of martial arts, and establish a branch of the Hidden Dragon. Are you willing? Gaara immediately replied, I am willing. Even if Naruto hadn't said it, he would have brought it up. In the Land of Flame, he had learned a lot. His mindset and perspective had improved. The Land of Flame prioritizes people, whereas the Land of Wind has a very strict class system. Many commoners struggle to get enough food, while many wealthy individuals are quite well off, especially the clans under the daimyo, who accumulate the nation's wealth without considering the lives of the commoners. The Land of Flame is different. 60% of the national revenue is used for the benefit of the common people. Therefore, in the Land of Flame, commoners live happily and sincerely support Naruto. Orochimaru was also a bit excited and said, I guarantee I will complete the task. Naruto said, Gaara, Orochimaru, remember, when you go to the Land of Wind, you can only rely on yourselves. Shirsue's Koto Tsukumi is losing its power with continuous use. This is a pair of divine eyes and should not be used on trivial matters. The pressure you will face will be great. Gaara replied, Lord Ri, don't worry. I won't be crushed. Naruto said, all right, as expected of Gaara. Orochimaru said, Lord Dragon King, are we going to the Land of Wind now? Naruto said, please wait a moment. There are still some things I need your help with. For some reason, as he comprehended the rules of the sword, this world was slowly changing, seemingly repairing its flaws. While the flaws had not yet been completely repaired, he wanted to bring some people back. Orochimaru, are there any extremely wicked people in the Inferno prison? Naruto asked. If we're talking about extremely wicked, Orochimaru is one of them. However, he has changed now. His heart has turned around, and he can be considered a good person now. Orochimaru replied, yes. Naruto asked, how's your earth release? Hiding like a mole technique coming along? This left Orochimaru confused, unable to guess what Naruto was planning. Could it be that he wanted to settle score? He had successfully trained it before, but now it felt a bit rusty when he tried to use it. Orochimaru replied. Naruto said, practice a bit. Later you'll need to bring a few people back from the Shinigami's hands with your earth release, rebirth. Orochimaru thought of the fourth Hokage Minato and his wife, and immediately understood, saying, all right, Lord Ri. Naruto scratched his head again and said, Orochimaru, you must have some of Hashirama's cell fluid too. Orochimaru nodded. I have studied quite a bit and have a lot. Naruto said, all right, since it's just sitting there, I might as well use it. Orochimaru replied, great. The forbidden technique that Naruto once wouldn't let him touch now seems to be within reach. After Naruto sent the two away, he called Tsunade again. Tsunade did not have a good expression towards Naruto and said through gritted teeth, what did you call me here for? Naruto said, Tsunade, I want to revive your grandfather. Hashirama sends you, but I won't revive your second grandfather. I don't like him. Tsunade looked up, her eyes suddenly fixed on Naruto, and she trembled as she said, is it really possible? Naruto said, if we wait another 10 years, it might be difficult, but since the loophole hasn't been fixed yet, it's not hard. Tsunade wanted to ask something, but Naruto spoke first, saying, Shinju can also be revived, including your lover. He wanted to leave, but still turned Tsunade back, suggesting that it's better to have a place to return to. However, Tsunade shook her head, walked to Naruto's side, leaned against his shoulder again, wrapped her arms around his waist, and said, Naruto, I've let go. Her words were firm, and her meaning was clear. Whether Kato could be revived or not was up to Naruto. Naruto was troubled. This matter was somewhat difficult to handle. Tsunade kissed Naruto on the forehead and smiled, saying, Naruto, trust me, everything I say comes from the heart. After wandering aimlessly for over 20 years, it was Naruto who pulled her out of the abyss and helped her find the meaning of life. Naruto's fearlessness, his calmness, his thoughts, and everything else were like a blazing fire, igniting her heart. Naruto felt a bit uneasy and said, Tsunade, I'm going to check on how Orochimaru's ninjutsu training is going. Tsunade huffed and said, you can't run away now, you brat. In her heart, she thought, Kato, it's been over 20 years, it's finally over. Tsunade had moved on, but Kato was still trapped in her heart with no more ties. Unfortunately, someone was unwilling to let him go. To disgust her, they brought Kato back to the living world. Chapter 129, Resurrection after some time of research. Orochimaru had gained a deeper understanding of the Earth Rebirth technique and was able to perform it. Tsunade took some time to return to Konoha and brought back the body of the rope tree. Once everything was prepared, Naruto, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Nagato appeared on a deserted island with 3 coffins and 4 unconscious prisoners, 3 men and 1 woman. Tsunade was a bit excited and asked, "Will it be successful?" Naruto said, "Don't worry, it's possible." Naruto's Rinnegan technique is life absorption, which allows him to seize the life force of others, causing them to age instantly. It can not only absorb the life of people, but also that of plants and trees. Through his research, he can transfer this life force to others. Orochimaru's Earth rebirth requires significant vitality, so he must be careful not to drain him completely. Naruto said, "Orochimaru, let's resurrect them one by one." Orochimaru nodded. "Okay." Starting with Naruto's mother, Orochimaru began to perform the reanimation jutsu. Naruto's Sharingan started to spin, seizing the life of the surrounding plants and trees, dividing it into 3 parts. 1 part entered Orochimaru's body, 1 part entered Nagato's body to support him in using the Rinne Tensei, and 1 part surged into the body of a prisoner. Meanwhile, Tsunade was on the side, adding her grandfather's cell fluid. Soon, a coffin appeared, and the 4 of them stopped. Crack! The coffin was opened, and a red-haired woman sat up. It was Naruto's mother, Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina rubbed her eyes and said, "What happened? Didn't I die?" Tsunade excitedly exclaimed, "It worked. It really worked." Kushina turned her head and saw Tsunade, joyfully saying, "Tsunade-sensei." Then she asked, "Tsunade-sensei, what's going on?" Tsunade replied, "Kushina, you were resurrected by your child, Naruto." "Son?" Kushina's body trembled as she looked at Naruto with his blonde hair, that face, and the pulse of blood within him. This is her son, without a doubt. Kushina climbed out of the coffin and tightly hugged Naruto, joyfully saying, "Naruto, my child, mommy sees you, mommy is so happy." Naruto murmured to himself, "Is this what maternal love feels like? So warm, this feeling of warmth." He had never experienced before. In his previous life, he was an orphan and had never enjoyed the love of a father or a mother. Tsunade's eyes flashed with envy as she thought, "Grandfather, brother, I will be able to see you soon." Naruto said, "Mom, let's catch up later." Uzumaki Kushina gently replied, "Okay." Her gaze fell on Naruto, filled with tenderness. She was resurrected and no longer thought of anything else, just wanting to accompany her son as he grew up. Naruto said, "It seems we need to change to another place." In the surrounding area of 100 feet, all the plants and trees had already withered. Next was Yahiko, and Nagato was also very excited. When Yahiko stood alive in front of him, he knelt down and Naruto bowed his head several times and cried like a child, "Dragon King, thank you, thank you." Yahiko was a bit confused. He looked at Nagato and said, "Nagato?" Nagato replied, "Yahiko, I'll talk to you later." The 3 of them moved to another place again. This time, it was the Senju rope tree. The Senju rope tree was still young and not very strong, so it needed much less vitality. Shizen borrowed the life force from the plants and trees within 80 feet. In a daze, the little head of the rope tree buried itself in something soft, a familiar scent, and he shouted, "Sister?" Tsunade released the rope tree and gently stroked its cheek, tears brimming in her eyes. "Rope tree, you're back. You finally came back." The rope tree asked, "Sister, what is going on? Didn't I die? How am I alive again?" Tsunade said, "Rope tree, you were reincarnated through the Earth release, brought back to life by Naruto. I'll explain everything in detail once I'm done with my tasks." The rope tree obediently walked aside. Naruto asked, "Orochimaru, how much chakra do you have left?" Orochimaru replied, "I've only used 40. Naruto said, "Okay, next is Shinja Hashirama." Naruto noticed that his mother seemed to have a bit of a headache. After sensing carefully, he said, "I see. Orochimaru, wait a moment." In his perception, it seemed that the souls of the 3 were faintly about to leave. Tsunade asked, "Naruto, what's wrong?" Naruto said, "Mom and the other souls are a bit unstable. They need to solidify their souls and merge with their bodies." In the original work, Nagato's Rinne rebirth technique can resurrect those from Konoha whom he killed without issue because they had just died. However, whether it's Uzumaki Kushina, SH Toku, or Yahiko, they have all been dead for a long time, so the Rinne rebirth technique has little effect. The main method should still be the Earth release rebirth technique. Naruto said, "Mom, SHJ, Yahiko, I'll teach you jutsu, you all practice it first." Uzumaki Kushina smiled and said, "Okay." SHJ looked at his sister. Tsunade said, "Listen well and practice hard." SHJO. Naruto taught the 3 of them the soul technique, and they found a place to quietly cultivate. Uzumaki Kushina felt much more comfortable, and there was no feeling of her soul wanting to separate. Naruto nodded. With this, he had no more worries. Senju Hashirama is indeed Senju Hashirama. Resurrecting him absorbed the vitality of the plants and trees within a radius of 300 meters. Senju Hashirama said, "Have I been summoned back again? Is it Sarutobi Hiruzen this time?" A cold light flashed in his eyes. This time, he would not be controlled again. After 2 times, he had gained some insight and could break free from the control. But the next moment, he widened his eyes and exclaimed this. "This is actually a flesh and blood body." Naruto said, "Old man Hashirama, you are not mistaken. This matter is of flesh and blood. Take a look in order to resurrect you. The vitality of the plants and trees within a radius of 300 meters has been absorbed by you, 7 or 8/10 of it." Senju Hashirama raised his head. "Naruto." Naruto said, "It's me." Tsunade, with tears still in her eyes, said, "Grandfather." Senju Hashirama smiled and said, "Little Tsunade." Orochimaru, feeling a bit exhausted, noted that he only had 30% of his chakra left in his dantian. Naruto said, "Orochimaru, thank you for your hard work, but this time you've recovered well." Orochimaru replied, "Don't worry, Lord Dragon King, I still have 30% of my chakra left, that's enough." Naruto said, "This time is different. We're going to rescue people from the Grim Reaper. My dad died after using the Reaper Death Seal, and his soul is in the Grim Reaper's stomach." Orochimaru replied, "Lord Dragon King, you are still very thoughtful. However, Dragon King, can we retrieve the 4th Hokage's soul?" Naruto said domineeringly, "If you dare not give it, I'll rip open his stomach." In Naruto's eyes, this so-called god of death is not worth considering. He believes that this god of death is far inferior to the sage of 6 paths. Chapter 130. The god of death has regressed. Orochimaru found a place to recover his chakra. Senju Hashirama's eyes fell on Nagato's eyes and said, "Rinnegan, this is something even Madara couldn't achieve." Naruto said, "Old man Hashirama, these eyes belong to Uchiha Madara." Senju Hashirama replied, "So you're saying that Madara faked his death back then? After all, he was the first Hokage of Konoha. So I'm still a bit skeptical." Naruto said, "Indeed, but he eventually died of old age. As for now, waiting to be resurrected." Senju Hashirama asked, "Naruto, are you going to resurrect Madara?" Madara was his friend, but Senju Hashirama did not want Madara to be revived. Madara was too warlike, too confident in his own power, and in his hands, power was used to create war. Naruto said, "Without his cells, he can't be resurrected. Besides, he has someone to go back and revive him. So I don't need to worry about this." "What's the matter, Lord Hashirama? Are you afraid I can't defeat him?" Senju Hashirama shook his head. "Not at all. With me here, he won't be able to stir up any trouble." Senju Hashirama is mysteriously confident in his own strength. Naruto smiled slightly and said, "That is not necessarily the case. With the cells of Hashirama Senju, combined with the Rinnegan, I can completely crush Hashirama Senju." Hashirama Senju replied, "Naruto, come. Let us fight a battle to make up for the regret of not fighting in the past." Naruto said, "Let's forget about it." Tsunade, standing beside him, said, "Grandfather, with Naruto's current strength, you wouldn't be his match." Senju Hashirama, feeling doubtful, replied, "Is he really that strong?" Deep down, he didn't believe in Naruto's abilities. In his eyes, Naruto was just a child, and how much chakra could a child have? Nagato interjected, "Lord Hashirama, if it comes to a fight, you won't be able to do anything to me." Senju Hashirama acknowledged this and said, "Rinnegan, Uzumaki bloodline, indeed." Nagato continued, "But I can't match the power of the Dragon King's sword." Upon hearing this, Senju Hashirama's gaze fell on Naruto, as if trying to see through him. Naruto tossed his hair and said, "How about it? My looks are decent, right?" Senju Hashirama, "Not bad." Tsunade, Nagato. Naruto said, "Old man Hashirama, if you want to fight me, I'm more than willing to oblige. However, you really need to improve your strength. In your current state, you can't truly fight me." Senju Hashirama replied, "Kid, you can rest assured, I will catch up to you very soon." Naruto said, "Come on, I hope you're not just talking. If you can't even catch up with your own grandson, that would be embarrassing." Senju Hashirama laughed and said, all right, I admit you my grandson." Naruto, Tsunade, Pain. The 3 of them were left speechless by Senju Hashirama's silly behavior. Naruto said, "Old man, are you overthinking this? I said he is your grandson. His name is Senju Rope Tree, and he has been resurrected." Senju Hashirama paused, blinked, and seemed to react a bit slowly. After a moment, he confirmed, "My grandson, Senju Rope Tree?" Tsunade said, "Grandfather, Rope Tree was born after you passed away. With Tsunade's assurance, Senju Hashirama became unsettled and asked, "Where's my grandson?" Having already turned into a doting grandfather, this generational bond seemed to be undeniable. Tsunade said, "Grandfather, Rope Tree is currently stabilizing his soul, and you also need to stabilize your soul." After saying this, she looked at Naruto. Naruto passed the technique to Senju Hashirama, who quietly comprehended the technique. After a while, he said, "Interesting, the way of martial arts cultivation is truly fascinating." Naruto said, "Of course, it's much stronger than the way of the ninja." Senju Hashirama frowned slightly. He had once been the pride of ninjas, dominating an era in ninjutsu training. Hearing Naruto speak of the way of the ninja in such a manner made him unhappy. Orochimaru had recovered 50 of his chakra and felt ready, so he began to initiate the reanimation jutsu on Minato. Naruto did not go to search for the death god's mask. He doesn't like it much. Orochimaru is now a sunny boy, and even if he asked to commit seppuku, Naruto wouldn't want to. He is the backbone of the flame dragon, and his current strength is quite good, with an extended lifespan. However, he is not as fearless as in the original work. If he were to bring the death god's mask to reincarnate, his strength would likely drop significantly. Orochimaru was unable to pull out the soul of the fourth Hokage, and he said, "Dragon King, it is impossible to reincarnate." Naruto absorbed the vitality of the surrounding trees and directed it all to Nagato, saying, "Nagato, thank you for your trouble." Nagato replied, "Don't worry, Dragon King." Naruto said to Tsunade, "Tsunade, if Orochimaru can't gather his strength later, you should transmit your true energy to him." Tsunade replied, "Okay." Naruto sensed the location of the Grim Reaper, and as his Rinnegan turned, a rift appeared in space. He entered the rift on his sword. After a moment of teleportation, Naruto found himself in a realm of nothingness, where a giant shadow figure appeared before him. The figure had a ferocious face, wore a long coat, bit down on a blade, and held a string of prayer beads in its left hand. Naruto said, "Are you the god of death?" The god of death looked at Naruto. His mouth didn't move, but his words were transmitted. Martial arts, Uzumaki Naruto. The ninja world was in great upheaval, and as one of the gods of this ninja world, he could naturally sense it. Naruto said, "It is I, the king. You should know the purpose of my coming here." The Shinigami felt a movement in his stomach and said, "Yes, I know, Minato Namikaze." Naruto said, "Release his soul." The Grim Reaper did not speak, a cold smile on his face, along with an endless aura of death. His voice echoed, "Why should I?" With the sword in hand, Naruto's aura changed, and a certain restraint within his body was unsealed. Sword light surrounded him. The rules of the sword pulsed, and his essence, energy, and spirit converged. Naruto was ready to fight with all his strength. Previously, when Naruto unleashed his sword light, it only had half-step rule power, which was already sufficient. However, this is the Shinigami, whose power would not be less than that of the Sage of Six Paths or the Sages of the Three Holy Lands. So Naruto gave up on the crocodile. "Shinigami, power the rules." Naruto said, "Having a glimpse of the way, how do you choose?" The Shinigami did not answer Naruto's question. It carefully sensed for a moment and said, "This sleep has been a bit long. I didn't even realize that the world has already changed." After a while, the Shinigami looked at Naruto and said, "I will release the soul of Minato Namikaze for you to take away." The Shinigami really didn't want to offend Naruto, who had mastered the power of rules, so he took a step back. When Minato was released from the Shinigami, he saw Naruto and smiled, saying, "Naruto." Then he remembered something. He was trapped in the belly of the Shinigami, a prisoner of the Shinigami. He asked, "Naruto, did you also use the Shiki Fuin?" He couldn't help but feel sad. His son, at such a young age, was walking the same path he had taken. Naruto said, "Dad, let's go back and talk." Chapter 131. What's going on between you and Tsunade-sensei? When the Shinigami opened its eyes, the true energy in Orochimaru's dantian quickly disappeared, dissipating by 40% within a few breaths. Orochimaru said, "Tsunade, lend me a hand." Tsunade placed her hand on Orochimaru's back, and true energy flowed into his body, enhancing his ninjutsu. After Tsunade had consumed 80% of her true energy, a black hole appeared in space, and Naruto came back through it, holding a soul. Naruto's mind stirred, and true essence surged forth, replacing Sarutobi's spirit. Orochimaru trembled inside. The purity and intensity of Naruto's true essence were beyond comparison to theirs. He felt that even if all of them combined, they wouldn't have as much intensity as Naruto's. After a while, Minato's soul returned to its place, and he was revived. When Minato awakened, the first thing he saw was Orochimaru, and he said, "Orochimaru-sensei." His expression was somewhat astonished, wondering how Orochimaru-sensei had changed so much. Orochimaru smiled and said, "Minato, welcome back." Minato, sensing his own body, showed a look of shock and asked Naruto, "Naruto, is this the reincarnation of the soil? But how is it possible to have flesh and blood?" Naruto said, "Earth release, rebirth, soul return to its place, and then with the reincarnation technique to bestow endless vitality. Reshape the body. Now, it's considered taking advantage of a loophole. Once your souls are completely stabilized, you will be safe." Minato said excitedly, "Good, good. He can be with his son now." It was their choice that left their son lonely for 16 years. Naruto saw through his father's thoughts and said, "Dad, I've grown up. You should stay with Mom." Minato's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with excitement. "Kushina-too?" Naruto said, "Mom was resurrected before you, and she is now stabilizing her soul." Minato's eyes sparkled, and he trembled as he said, "Good son." Hashirama Senju appeared and said, "You really have a good son." Minato called out, "Lord Hashirama, it's not him who gave birth to the son, it's me. I gave birth to a good son." Kushina, Uzumaki, Yahiko, and SH-Ta walked over. Wind Wave Minato nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, yes. Grandfather." SH-Ta Senju exclaimed in joy upon seeing Hashirama Senju. If you were to ask who SH-Ta admired the most, it would naturally be his grandfather, Hashirama Senju. Since he was little, he had aspired to become Hokage and protect the village like his grandfather. Hashirama's body trembled as he looked at his grandson, a smile spreading across his face. He hugged SH-Ta Senju, and the two of them began to play around happily, completely at ease with each other despite having never met before. Naruto really doesn't know how many grandchildren Senju Hashirama has, but he didn't ask. Even if he asked more, they all have passed away, leaving only Tsunade. Asking this would only bring up painful memories for others. Naruto said to Nagato and Orochimaru, "Nagato, Orochimaru, you take Yahiko back." Orochimaru nodded, "Yes, Lord Dragon King." Nagato then bowed to Naruto and left with Yahiko. This time, unless it was death, Nagato would not betray the flame dragon. Tsunade said, "Naruto, I will take my grandfather and the others back first." Naruto, "All right." As for Senju Hashirama, if he chooses to return to Konoha, Naruto doesn't mind. He is indeed powerful. But that's about it. In the Land of Flames, there are two people who can easily defeat him, himself and Might Guy. He can easily overpower Senju Hashirama, and Might Guy, when opening the 8 gates, can kick Senju Hashirama away. Although Nagato has the Rinnegan, he cannot fully utilize its abilities yet. He can suppress Senju Hashirama, but he cannot completely defeat him. The battle between Shizune and Senju Hashirama is a 40-60 split, with Shizune having the advantage. However, this is Tsunade's wish, and Naruto knows he owes her a bit, so he fulfills her wish. Naruto found a good place with his mother and father. He first solidified his father's soul before talking to his parents. Minato, knowing about Naruto's difficult childhood, couldn't help but feel upset after hearing it again. Bang! Kushina punched the stone pillar beside her, shattering the thousands of pounds of stone into several pieces. "What a harsh treatment from Hiruzen Sarutobi towards my son. It's truly intolerable. When I meet him, I'll smash his head in." Naruto wiped the sweat off his brow, thinking about his mother's fiery temper, and couldn't help but praise it. Minato Namikaze shrank his head a bit, feeling a bit intimidated in front of his exposed wife. Kushina Uzumaki shifted her focus, her gaze landing on Minato, and said, "And you, who did you entrust it to?" Minato quickly stated, "Don't worry, dear. Next time I see Hiruzen Sarutobi, I'll take him down." Naruto said, "Mom and Dad, if you want to defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen, you need to train hard. This old guy is not someone ordinary can handle now. Not only is he at the late stage of the Hokage level, but he has also mastered sage techniques, which makes him stronger than Dad." Minato replied, "Naruto, don't worry. Dad will definitely avenge you." Kushina said, "Son, can Mom train in the martial arts techniques you created?" Naruto said, "Of course, even if you don't say anything. I will teach you martial arts. This ninjutsu training is just trash." Uzumaki Kushina said, "Thank you, my son." Naruto said, "Dad, Mom, I have a technique called fishing alone in the cold river snow, which is very suitable for your cultivation." Uzumaki Kushina asked, "Son, is there anything special about this technique?" Naruto said, "This technique consists of 2 parts. The first is the unique heavenly flame technique. The second is the frost and snow dustless method, which is a dual cultivation method for both men and women, and there is also a sword technique that complements it. When the 2 swords merge, their power is extremely strong. He then passed the technique on to his parents, and, after a while, they said in unison, Minato, I will cultivate the unique heavenly flame technique. Kushina, I will practice the frost and snow dustless method. This left Naruto a bit confused. What was going on? Logically, with his mom's fiery temper, she should be practicing the unique heavenly flame technique, as it has a violent attribute. And the sword technique is also aggressive, suitable for those who resolve battles with strength. In contrast, the frost and snow dustless method is meticulous, like snow falling silently, leaving traces everywhere, which is more suitable for those with great patience and endurance to cultivate. Naruto said, you can decide on this. On the way back, Kushina suddenly asked, Son, what is going on between you and Tsunade-sensei? Naruto spat out and turned his head, saying, Mom, what do you mean? Kushina replied irritably, You little brat, I'm an experienced person. Even a blind person can see the look in Tsunade-sensei's eyes. Minato scratched his head and smiled, saying, I didn't notice. Kushina, get lost. You're just a blind man. Chapter 132. The dowry of Hashirama Senju. Tsunade returned to the courtyard with her grandfather and SHJ. SHJ asked in confusion, Sister, aren't we in Konoha? He was sure that this was not the land of fire. Tsunade said, SHJ, a lot has happened over the years. We are now in the land of Flame Dragon, which is the former land of Tea. I have also defected from Konoha and joined the Qianlong organization. What? SHJ Senju exclaimed, and then asked, Sister, why? Hashirama Senju gently patted SHJ's head and said kindly, SHJ, Konoha has decayed, completely decayed. Tsunade recounted everything that had happened over the years, especially the Senju clan, which had become indistinguishable from the crowd, and the darkness in Konoha, all revealed to SHJ. SHJ Senju's inner world collapsed. He never expected that the Konoha he had died to protect was so dirty, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was so treacherous and vicious. Hashirama Senju softly comforted his grandson. SHJ, there is nothing that can't be accepted. Since it has decayed, let's rebuild it. As he said this, there was a flicker of light in Hashirama's eyes, as if he had made a certain decision. Tsunade was taken aback and then asked, Grandfather, are you going back to Konoha? Going back to the land of fire would inevitably lead to conflict with the land of Flame Dragon, which he did not want to see. Hashirama smiled slightly and nodded. Little Tsunade, I know what you mean. You hope I will join the land of Flame Dragon. But the land of fire is our homeland. The people of the land of fire are still suffering, so I have decided to take back Konoha, rule the land of fire, and merge it with the land of Flame Dragon, as a dowry for that little brat Naruto. He had decided to help Naruto. He wanted to see what the world would be like if it were run with Naruto's ideas. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's face flushed, and she shyly said, Grandfather. At that moment, Tsunade was completely like a little girl, even acting cute. Although Hashirama was a bit foolish, he was also an old man who had lived for decades. How could he not see his granddaughter's intentions? He said, That brat Naruto is not bad. He is someone worth entrusting. At that moment, SHJ finally understood and exclaimed in shock, Sister, do you like that boy? This was his proud point. He was born before Naruto, and, in terms of generation, he was indeed Naruto's elder. Hashirama lovingly patted SHJ's little head and said, SHJ, you must practice hard. Even your grandfather cannot defeat Uzumaki Naruto. SHJ listened and questioned, Grandfather, really? He's only 15 or 16. Is he that powerful? Hashirama said, No need to doubt this. Although he is young, he has created a martial arts path, standing out in the ninja world, and is stronger than ninjutsu cultivation. So, SHJ, you must join the Qianlong Academy, practice martial arts, and revitalize the Senju clan. SHJ said, Mem, I will practice hard. With his grandfather saying this, he believed that martial arts must be very strong. After all, his grandfather was once the strongest in the ninja world. Lady Tsunade. The courtyard door was opened, and Shizen walked in. She was now a teacher at the medical academy and had quite a few classes each day, but she always found time to accompany Tsunade. Upon entering, Shizen noticed a few more people and then looked over, her whole body becoming excited as she straightened up and said, I have met Lord Hashirama. How lucky she was to meet the legendary god of ninjas, so excited that she could hardly contain herself. Hashirama smiled and said, Little girl, don't be nervous. You must be Tsunade's disciple. Shizen replied, Yes, yes. Then she saw SHJ Senju and immediately greeted him. Young Master SHJ. SHJ said, Hello, sister. Shizen felt it was somewhat unreal. Hadn't Lord Hashirama and young Master SHJ died? But now they were here, flesh and blood. It couldn't be fake. Was she dreaming? Shizun pinched herself hard. It hurt, so it wasn't a dream. Tsunade said to Shizun, Shizun, Naruto has resurrected grandfather and little brother. What? Lord Dragon King's abilities. It was all right. Shizun immediately recovered. In their hearts, Uzumaki Naruto was omnipotent, and there was nothing he couldn't do. Tsunade said, Grandfather, you should discuss this matter with Naruto. He has many ideas and can come up with better solutions based on the situation. Hashirama Senju said, Rest assured, I will naturally talk to him about this and also mention your marriage. Tsunade shyly said, Grandfather. Shizun was very calm. She knew her teacher had moved on from the past because of Lord Dragon King, overcome her fear of blood, and had fallen for Lord Dragon King, which was understandable. Hashirama Senju asked, Little Tsunade, how many people did that monkey bring from Konoha to the battlefield this time? Hashirama's feelings for Sarutobi Hiruzen had completely dropped to freezing point. To the extent of hatred. He would feel very sad for the deaths of the first Hokage and the citizens of Konoha. Tsunade said, According to the information we received, only over 100 ninjas left Konoha, most of whom were from the Nara and Sarutobi clans. However, he recruited 300 to 400 ninjas from the Land of Fire, but all of them died in this battle. Hashirama's eyes turned cold. Damn it, truly damn it. Tsunade said, Grandfather, it's thanks to your keen eye that made Kakashi the 5th Hokage. He united the Nara, Hyuga, Akimichi clans, and so on, forming a group. Sarutobi Hiruzen took back the Hokage position, but had no one to use, which is why the losses were so low. Hashirama said, It's a pity that if Tobirama had been Hokage after him, Konoha wouldn't be in such a state, and Naruto might have been from Konoha. Tsunade sighed. Konoha's talents cannot be just him. Unfortunately, they have all been harmed. Konoha White Fang, Hataki Sakamo, was not inferior to Minato, yet he was abandoned by his own people and died tragically. Hashirama said, So, it seems that Minato is quite capable. Tsunade nodded. His abilities surpass mine and Sarutobi Hiruzen's. He could be said to be a genius, but he died too young. If he hadn't died, with his leadership, Konoha might not have the land of Flame Dragon. Hashirama's anger rose, and he said in a low voice, Damn monkey. Foolish, extremely foolish. If Uzumaki Naruto is left behind, this Konoha will surely be passed down through the ages. Xiaonan, upon seeing Yahiko, had her cold face no longer icy but filled with smiles. She was back. Her loved ones had returned. At Xiaonan's place, Vortex Nagato and Yahiko are her everything. The three of them sat together, reminiscing about the past, sharing their experiences over the years, and discussing the future. In that moment, their path ahead was filled with sunshine. Chapter 133. Confession with Senju Hashirama temporarily did not intend to return to Konoha village. He wanted to cultivate martial arts, to experience the way of martial arts. After achieving success in his training, he would return to Konoha village. The training speed of the few of them was extraordinary, as they were all resurrected through the infusion of Hashirama's cell fluid and possessed Hashirama cells, giving them very high potential. Of course, if we talk about who is the strongest, it must be Senju Hashirama. In just 1 month, he refined his chakra, reaching the peak of the returning origin realm. Although most of the chakra in ninjutsu training is in the physical blood of the village, the meridians also become filled with chakra during cultivation. So breakthroughs for Hashirama and the others would be quick. Although he was once a legendary ninja, just a step away from the 6 paths level, unfortunately, breaking through the great unity realm in martial arts is not simply a matter of having more true essence. It requires constant comprehension and alignment with the world to achieve a breakthrough. Although Senju Hashirama is currently at the peak of the returning origin realm, his purity compared to Naruto and Shursui is somewhat lacking. However, his strength should not be underestimated. Even Shursui now is not his opponent. In terms of comprehension, Senju Hashirama reached a major breakthrough in 1 month, which would be said to be astonishingly fast. To equip Senju Hashirama, Naruto gave him the other eye of Niji's father and a Sharingan. With this, Senju Hashirama could cultivate and evolve the 2 eyes for several years. Fortunately, Senju Hashirama was the reincarnation of Ashura. After practicing the soul technique, his Sharingan leaped to the level of eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Orochimaru Gaara and Hyuga Niji returned to the Land of Wind to begin laying out plans for the Wind Country. Naruto had it easy this time. He laid out all his thoughts on the development policies of the Flame Dragon Country in front of his father, handing over the position of the Flame Dragon Country to him. Another month passed, and Hashirama Senju came to find Naruto. Naruto said, Old man Hashirama, Are you going back to Konoha? Senju Hashirama replied. That's one thing. And another, you brat, what do you have to say about your relationship with Tsunade? Don't play dumb with me. As for Naruto, he agreed. Regarding the age difference, it wouldn't matter. With their vitality, living for a few hundred years, who would still say anything? With such a large base, who would care about a difference of 30 or 40 years? Naruto is 15 years old now and can get married and have children. Naruto didn't say anything at first, but after a while, he said, Old man Hashirama, I will also be honest with you. Once my training is complete, it is inevitable that I will leave this place. Even though I have a sense of belonging here, I still want to go back to the real world. Senju Hashirama replied. All right, go ahead. Naruto said, Old man Hashirama, the world we live in is just a small universe. There are also the great universe, the supreme universe, the 3,000 universes, and the primordial universe above it. Once we break through our limits, we can break the barriers of the universe and enter other universes, which can also be said to be achieving immortality. Of course, this was something Naruto made up. He didn't know how the outside world had evolved, but he had read quite a few novels in his past life, so he could easily come up with some ideas. Hashirama Senju asked, So you will leave? Naruto nodded. I yearn for the pinnacle of martial arts. Even if I don't break through this cosmic barrier, this world won't keep me. My strength is too great, and it will disrupt the balance of heaven and earth. Tsunade's life has been fraught with hardships. Giving her hope will also bring her despair. Senju Hashirama paused for a moment before saying, In 3 days, we will leave for my Konoha village. Naruto said, Okay. Senju Hashirama didn't say anything further and flew away. Tsunade saw her grandfather return and asked, Grandfather, when do you plan to leave? She knew her grandfather wanted to find Naruto to return to Konoha village. Senju Hashirama said, There's no rush on this matter. Little Tsunade, let's have a chat. Tsunade replied, Sure. The two sat in the courtyard, and Tsunade made tea. Senju Hashirama asked, Little Tsunade, you truly care for Naruto. Are you ready to accept what the world will say? By generation, he is 2 generations older than Naruto. Tsunade was taken aback. She remembered her grandfather was very supportive of her and Naruto, so why was he changing his tune now? Tsunade said, Grandfather, I'm not afraid. Her voice was firm. With Naruto in her heart, she was ready to accept the words of the world. Senju Hashirama said, But little Tsunade, this will be very tiring for you. Tsunade replied, Tiring? Is it more tiring than the past? In the past, she had given up on herself, living without knowing why, but stubbornly continued to live. Senju Hashirama knew his granddaughter had endured much suffering and said, Little Tsunade, you have worked hard these years. Tsunade smiled and softly said, Grandfather, I have already let go of the past. I want to live well in the present. Senju Hashirama was holding on to his last concern and said, But little Tsunade, Naruto won't be yours alone. Tsunade replied, I know, every day their Esanada from Konoha, her heart is also with Naruto. I believe we will get along well. Senju Hashirama stopped persuading his granddaughter and simply said, In 3 days, I will meet Naruto in Konoha village and bring Dai back with me. Tsunade laughed. Grandfather, are you planning to train Dai to be the Hokage of Konoha? Senju Hashirama said, Not Hokage, since the title of Hokage is gone. It will be called the village chief. Here is the hidden dragon, so it will be called Hidden Dragon, all under the jurisdiction of the Flame Dragon. Tsunade said, Grandfather, conquering the land of fire won't be easy. Senju Hashirama laughed and said, Actually, Madara's idea back then was correct. He just was too ruthless and only left behind a notorious name, not gaining the support of the people. Tsunade said, So you want to learn from Naruto? To have mercy in the midst of ruthlessness, and to show gentleness beneath the bloodshed. Naruto's approach is like this. Those powerful daimyo, if they do not act according to policy, should be killed directly, and their crime should be made public for the world to denounce. Senju Hashirama said, Tsunade, there is one more thing. Naruto shows leniency towards the common people. He allows them to live prosperous lives, and that is his path to success. Tsunade replied, This is the path to peace. He has raised the people's awareness. Even if Hiruzen Sarutobi came, he couldn't sway public opinion. The common people will think for themselves, knowing right from wrong, able to discern justice. If this were in Konoha, so many people wouldn't have died. Speaking of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Senju Hashirama became very angry and said, I will settle this score with him properly later. This time when I return, the Sarutobi clan must change their ways, or they can get out of Konoha. Tsunade mourned for Hiruzen Sarutobi. In her memories, her grandfather rarely got angry. Hiruzen Sarutobi had touched Senju Hashirama's bottom line. But it was self-inflicted, so it was deserved. Senju Hashirama failed to persuade Tsunade and decided not to dwell on it anymore. He would let events unfold as they may. He believed in Naruto and knew that with his rationality, he would handle this matter well. Chapter 134. There's White Zetsu in Konoha. 3 days later, Naruto, Senju Hashirama, and Senju Rope Tree left Flame Dragon City and went to Konoha Village. Because of the last battle, the nearby Fire Nation daimyo had directly defected from the Fire Nation and joined the Flame Dragon Kingdom. Particularly, the people who had escaped from Sea City understood that the Dragon King did not want to occupy their city, but did not want them to sacrifice themselves. They were very grateful to Naruto and, without any psychological burden, submitted to the Flame Dragon Kingdom. Naruto incorporated the concepts of province and city, establishing the Nyelong province, with the provincial capital being Longhu City. Resources from Xingho land and Yanlong land were transported to Nyelong province, and life here became increasingly better. Naruto and the others paused in the air to observe quite a bit, which further strengthened Senju Hashirama's thoughts. After 3 hours, Naruto and the others arrived at Konoha Village. Naruto's spiritual awareness expanded, sensing the location of Kakashi. With the two of them, he flashed and landed in Kakashi's office. Kakashi was startled and immediately took a defensive stance. Naruto said, "Kakashi-sensei, long time no see." Kakashi relaxed, knowing who had come. It had been over 3 years since he had heard that title. The Dragon King, Naruto Uzumaki, the strongest ninja in the world, who had ended the war with 2 swords and a technique. If he wanted to kill, Kakashi wouldn't even have a chance to resist. As the Dragon King arrived, Kakashi was about to greet him when he saw Hashirama Senju and immediately said, "Lord Hashirama." Hashirama nodded. "Kakashi, you're doing well. Konoha is in good shape now, but it's a pity that the foundation of Konoha was messed up by Hiruzen Sarutobi." Kakashi replied, "Thank you for the compliment, Lord Hashirama." He had already realized that Hashirama Senju was not a reanimation, but a real flesh and blood body. Hashirama smiled slightly and said, "I've been revived, along with Tobarama." Kakashi's pupils constricted. Revived? How is that possible? He couldn't believe it, but both Hashirama and Tobarama were right in front of him. Hashirama said, "Kakashi, nothing is impossible. I've heard about your father, the Konoha White Fang, a once famous ninja who built a great reputation for Konoha. If you made up your mind, go find Naruto. He can revive your father." Kakashi's pupils suddenly widened, and he stared intently at Naruto, seemingly seeking a definitive answer. Naruto said, "It can indeed be done, but there are conditions. The condition is loyalty to the Flame Dragon and never betraying it. Also, it's limited to just your father. If you save a bunch of people, it would really tire him out, and besides, at this rate, the time would really be in chaos." Senju Hashirama didn't give Kakashi a chance to decide. He said, "Kakashi, agree to it. I have now joined the Flame Dragon organization. I came back this time to lead Konoha and the Land of Fire into the Flame Dragon Kingdom. In the Flame Dragon Kingdom, I see hope for peace." Kakashi was once again stunned. He didn't expect that Lord Hashirama would make such a decision, handing over the results of his hard work. Kakashi was naturally moved. He had a good impression of the Flame Dragon Kingdom in the past, and Uchiha Shursui had even invited him. Moreover, his good friends were in the Flame Dragon, making it a nice place to settle down. Just then, Naruto narrowed his eyes and shouted, "This king is here, and you dare to be reckless?" As he spoke, he pulled 2 people out of space from a distance. They were 2 ninjas from Konoha. Before Kakashi could speak, Naruto continued, "What's wrong? Aren't you going to show your true forms in front of this king?" Kakashi wanted to speak, but he was stopped by Senju Hashirama. The 2 hadn't revealed their true forms yet and were just looking at Naruto in terror. Naruto's soul trembled, and the 2 immediately transformed into 2 white figures. Kakashi widened his eyes and asked, "What kind of monster is this?" Senju Hashirama said, "Naruto, is this what you referred to as White Zetsu?" Naruto said, "Yes, this is White Zetsu. His strength is quite average." Senju Hashirama said, "With the strength of a chunin, there are hundreds of thousands of them, and it's very difficult to kill them. Moreover, they can disguise themselves as ordinary people, making it hard to guard against. If it weren't for his Byakugan, he wouldn't be able to see through it." At the same time, he also understood the gap between himself and Naruto. Even his former self, in front of Naruto, was just a joke. Naruto asked the 2 white Zetsus, "Did Uchiha Obito send you here?" Kakashi's body trembled as he asked, "Naruto, what did you say? Uchiha Obito?" Naruto said, "Oh, I forgot. Never mind, let me tell you. Your former life and death partner is not dead. He was saved. His name is Uchiha Obito. Under Uchiha Obito's scheme, he witnessed you killing Rin, which twisted his mind and changed him into a different person. It was on the night of the Nine Tails that he stole my mother and controlled the Nine Tails to attack the Leaf Village. Kakashi said, wasn't Uchiha Obito killed by Lord Hashirama? Senju Hashirama said, he must have used a technique to fake his death and deceive the world. A white Zetsu on the left said, as expected of the Dragon King, Naruto Uzumaki. The white Zetsu on the right said, truly powerful, he can even discover us. Naruto, it's because you guys are too close. Left Obito, did you recognize Tobi's identity? Right Obito, no one has ever suspected his hidden identity all these years. Not even the members of the Akatsuki organization know who he is. Naruto said, indeed, it is me, the king. You have already taken action. Has Madara been resurrected? Did Obito's Sharingan evolve into the Rinnegan? And did someone give him a Rinnegan? Left white Zetsu, Uzumaki Naruto, how do you know all this? Right white Zetsu, to resurrect Madara, besides Black Zetsu and us, there's also Obito, no one knows. Naruto said, I know a lot, more than you can believe, such as the origins of Kagaya, your goals, the Sage of Six Paths, and so on. It seems that Uchiha Madara has not yet been revived. Perhaps his Rinnegan has not evolved yet. I wonder if the white Zetsu, which is derived from the spore technique, can send messages back. If Madara awakens, he should make an effort. His old rival has already been revived. If he doesn't work hard, he might be surpassed by Senju Hashirama. The left white Zetsu said, Lord Hashirama has returned. Is he going to take control of Konoha again? The right white Zetsu replied, or is it to take revenge on Sarutobi Hiruzen? Senju Hashirama said, in the land of flame, I saw the future. I want to merge Konoha with the Yuan Long. I wonder if you all will be happy? Happy? If this could make us happy, that would be ridiculous. A god of the ninja world has joined the land of flame. This news will undoubtedly shake the entire ninja world. Naruto said, Kakashi-sensei, they are in your hands now. I'm going to find some old friends to chat with. Chapter 135. Hinata, Hyuga's Byakugan, evolved into Rinnegan. Naruto entered Konoha village without anyone noticing. This is because, in Konoha, no one could sense his presence. Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji were together. Choji was eating while Shikamaru was pretending to nap, and the two were chatting casually. Naruto's body fell into the courtyard, and he said, Shikamaru, I don't remember telling you to lie there like a salted fish before. Hearing Naruto's voice, Shikamaru jumped up from his chair, and the food in Choji's hands fell to the ground. The two looked at Naruto, their excitement hard to hide. Naruto said, what's wrong? It's only been a few years, and you don't recognize me? Naruto, Choji called out, then leaped and charged towards Naruto. Whoa, Naruto called out, and then he was tightly pinned to the ground by Akimichi Choji. Afterwards, Shikamaru also came over, and the three of them started to wrestle together. After a while of craziness, they got up, and Akimichi Choji handed Naruto a bag of snacks, saying, Naruto, did you come alone? Naruto said, there are still two people, your first Hokage and his grandson. Shikamaru exclaimed in delight. Lord Hashirama and Lady Tsunade have returned? Originally, Shikamaru was worried that Sarutobi Hiruzen would bring trouble to Konoha and how to protect the village. But now that the first Hokage and Lady Tsunade have come back, they will surely stabilize people's hearts. No matter what means Sarutobi Hiruzen employs, it won't matter anymore. The first Hokage is the faith of Konoha. Choji also asked, Naruto, will Lord Hashirama stay for a long time this time? Naruto said, Old man Hashirama has been resurrected, not through the Edo Tensei, but as a living person with flesh and blood. Secondly, it's not Tsunade who's back, but Senju Rope Tree. He has also been resurrected. Shikamaru thought of something and asked, Naruto, what about the fourth Hokage? Naruto said, this is natural. I am now a child with both a father and a mother. Shikamaru and Choji said, congratulations, Naruto. They were happy for Naruto, knowing he would no longer be alone. Naruto asked, Ino, CHG, why do you want to join the Flame Dragon Kingdom? Shikamaru and CHG both fell silent. Do they want to join the Flame Dragon Kingdom? Naturally, they do. They know quite a bit about the Flame Dragon Kingdom and have many playmates there. However, they are currently residents of Konoha Village, citizens of the Land of Fire, and cannot join the Flame Dragon. Shikamaru said, Naruto, I need to discuss this with my father. If he agrees, then I will join the Flame Dragon. If it weren't for having a home here, they would have joined the Flame Dragon long ago. CHG said, this is difficult. He seemed a bit anxious and started munching on snacks vigorously. Naruto smiled slightly and said, Shikamaru, Choji, if Senju Hashirama merges the village with the Flame Dragon, it will also transform the Land of Fire into the territory of the Flame Dragon. What will you choose? Choji asked, is this true, Naruto? Shikamaru's eyes were also fixed on Naruto, seeking a definitive answer. Naruto said, Old Man Hashirama has already joined the Flame Dragon Kingdom, turning the Land of Fire into the territory of the Flame Dragon Kingdom. The main headquarters of the Hidden Dragon will also move here. The Land of Fire must be taken. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. Shikamaru happily replied, Great, great. In fact, over the past few years, they have already sensed that the Land of Fire has slowly formed a trend of martial arts cultivation. In the Flame Dragon Kingdom, everyone practices martial arts, and there are no restrictions on basic martial arts techniques. Naturally, the foundational techniques have leaked out, and the power of martial arts is superior to that of ninjutsu cultivation, especially for those who cannot practice ninjutsu, but can indeed cultivate martial arts. This has illuminated their path, especially in the regions bordering the Land of Fire Peninsula, Sparkland, and the Land of Fire, where the enthusiasm for martial arts is gradually approaching that of ninjutsu cultivation. Even though there are various feudal lords trying to suppress it, the effect is minimal. They cannot be suppressed. It is impossible to monitor them 24 hours a day. There will always be times when they let their guard down. If the suppression is too harsh, they will directly move to the Flame Dragon Kingdom. Naruto was also full of joy and said, Shikamaru, do you know that after the first time we met, I had my eyes on you? Shikamaru didn't understand. Naruto, what do you mean? Choji also didn't understand and asked, what do you want with Shikamaru? If we're talking about strength, Shikamaru is fine now. But compared to many people from the Land of Flames, he's still a bit lacking. Naruto said, Choji, Shikamaru's greatest strength isn't his fighting ability, but this. He nodded as he spoke. Choji agreed. Yeah, that's true. Shikamaru is very smart. Naruto said, he has a few shortcomings. Shikamaru, he hates trouble. Naruto, you could also say it's laziness. Shikamaru rolled his eyes and said helplessly, enough, you two. Is it really that funny to tease me? Choji, yes. Naruto, it's boring. Who is mocking you? Shikamaru, Naruto said, it's been a long time since we exercised together. Let's go to the riverbank. Choji's eyes lit up, and he said, sure, sure. I love Naruto's grilled fish the most. Shikamaru smiled and said, we need to bring some drinks. Naruto said, this is possible. Choji said, Naruto, go inform Hinata and Sakura that we'll meet by the river. Naruto, all right. The safety of Konoha is almost entirely guarded by Shikamaru, Choji, Sakura, and Hinata. As long as nothing happens, Sakura stays at home most of the time and often trains. Haruno Sakura is completely different from her character in the original work. In the original, she was quite the violent character, only becoming gentler in the later stages after becoming a wife. Now, Sakura only shows her violent side during battles. Otherwise, she is very gentle, like a warm-hearted big sister, exuding a sense of heroic beauty and is very well-liked. Sakura has also comprehended the concept of gravity. She has already stepped into the first stage of conceptual power, and with her innate strength, enhanced by this concept, she can fight against super shadow-level ninjas. She's reached the peak of the first stage. Sakura, you are working very hard. Naruto sat silently on the wall, and after a while, he finally spoke. Sakura Haruno had fully integrated the bear-killing fist and had even comprehended a move of her own, the mighty angry bear. This voice resonated in her mind, engraved deep within her heart. After not hearing it for years, Sakura almost lost her breath. She turned her head to look at the smiling Naruto on the wall, her whole heart trembling. With all her strength, she suppressed the emotions stirring within her and said, Naruto. Her voice was choked with emotion, devoid of any awkwardness, filled with longing, as if she had repeated it thousands of times. Naruto said, Sakura, you go to the riverbank first. I'll go inform Hinata. At that moment, Sakura seemed unable to think for herself, just nodded and said, oh, okay. After a few quick movements, Naruto landed in the Hyuga clan's territory and walked straight into Hayashi Hyuga's house. Hayashi was not very fond of Naruto's arrival. This pig was coming to root around in his family's cabbage. Naruto said, Hinata, what's with that look in your eyes? Hyuga Hizashi replied, Hinata is at a critical moment of breakthrough. Naruto said, don't come here. Hinata's eyes have evolved to the Tensigen, and she is currently sleeping. What breakthrough are you talking about? Chapter 136 Tensigen to Rinnegan. Hyuga Hizashi said, Kid, let's go. Hinata doesn't want to see you. Naruto flashed a bright smile and said, oh, Hinata's here. As soon as he finished speaking, they heard the sound of Hinata's hurried footsteps, and Hyuga Hayashi's expression darkened. This ability to transmit sound was effortless. Bang! The door swung open, and Hinata appeared unchanged, standing at the entrance. She looked at Naruto, tears of joy welling in her eyes, her breath and energy completely out of control. She had just heard Naruto's voice and thought it was a hallucination, as she had seen his figure several times before and believed this time was no different. Hearing Naruto say he was at her father's place, she rushed over in a hurry. Upon seeing the person she had longed for day and night, she relaxed her mind and then fainted. In the past, she had managed fine in similar situations. Why was she suddenly overwhelmed again? Naruto reached out and supported her. Hinata said, "Troublemaker. Naruto, old man, I am now a world-renowned master in the ninja world, so speak properly." Hinata Hizashi sat down, and Naruto also helped Hinata sit down, waking her up in the process. Hinata happily said, "Naruto-kun." Naruto said, "This is not an illusion, this is real. Look at your father's face, it's so dark." As soon as these words were spoken, Hinata's father's face darkened even more. This kid, if he can't win, he will definitely teach him a lesson. Hinata, being a filial child, completely ignored Naruto's words. In her eyes, in her heart, it was only filled with love. Naruto sat down a position away, seemingly sitting together, but in reality, there was a chasm between them. Hinata didn't know why, but she felt sad. She didn't know why. It was just very hard to bear. Her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Hyuga Hizashi frowned slightly and asked, "Naruto, do you have important matters in Konoha?" Naruto said, "Oh, I guess it's quite important. I'm accompanying Lord Hashirama back. He wants to become the Hokage of Konoha again, so he will be the village leader in the future." Hinata Hizashi said, "This time of the Edo Tensei, does Lord Hashirama exist for a longer time?" Naruto said, "It's not that it's been longer, but that it has been resurrected, completely resurrected." Hyuga Hizashi said in disbelief, "Resurrected? Are you sure?" Naruto said, "He is currently in Kakashi's office. You can go take a look." Hyuga Hayashi suppressed his shock and shook his head, saying, "I will go back, but not now. I have to keep an eye on you." Naruto smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, Hinata will be back before dark." As soon as these words were spoken, Hyuga Hizashi's face darkened even more, while Hinata sat calmly, lost in thought. Naruto said, "There's one more thing. You all decide." Hyuga Hizashi couldn't help but feel a surge of anger and vigilance in his heart. A thought arose in his mind. That is, Naruto was planning to target Hinata's Byakugan. He asked in a slightly heavy voice, "Naruto, are you trying to take the Byakugan?" Naruto said calmly, "Yes." Hinata Hayashi was furious, stood up, and shouted, "Get out! Get out!" It seemed that because the clan leader was so angry, the surrounding ninjas secretly surrounded them. Hinata was taken aback and hurriedly said, "Father, please don't be angry. Please don't be angry, Naruto-kun." Before she could finish her sentence, Hayashi Hinata said sternly, "Hinata, you go back first." His voice was authoritative and left no room for doubt. With tears in her eyes, Hinata softly said, "Father." Hayashi interrupted again, "If you still consider me your father, then go down." Naruto smiled and said, "Hinata, you go down to the riverbank first. Sakura and the others are there. I'm going to have a chat with the old man." After saying this, Naruto turned his head and his Rinnegan spun, leaving Hyuga Hayashi slightly dazed. Sigh, a fateful connection. This is an opportunity to twist my image a bit and lower my status in Hinata's heart. That's a good thing. Hinata looked at her father, wondering if he would let her go. Hyuga Hayashi said, "Go ahead." Hinata glanced at Naruto, who smiled gently at her and said, "I'll be there soon." Hinata replied, "Okay." She felt something was off but couldn't quite put her finger on it, so she opened the door and went out. After Hinata left, Hyuga Hayashi exclaimed in horror, "What have you done?" Naruto said, "Can't you see this? This is naturally the ability of the Rinnegan to manipulate puppets. As long as one's mental strength is strong enough, one can control others as puppets." Hyuga Hayashi coldly replied, "What do you want to do? Unless the Hyuga clan is completely wiped out, you will never obtain the Rinnegan." Upon hearing Naruto mention the Rinnegan, Hyuga Hayashi's heart exploded with anger. Naruto said, "What are you worried about? It's just the Rinnegan, right? I don't have it." This puzzled Hinata Hizashi, and he asked, "Then why do you say that?" Naruto said, "It's not just talk, you have to make decisions." Hinata Hizashi realized that it still requires the Tensegan. Naruto said, "The leader of the Akatsuki organization is called Nagato, and he currently has a pair of Rinnegan. I was thinking of having them swap one eye each, combining the powers of the two great eyes, which would make them even stronger." This time, Hyuga Hizashi's eyes lit up. The Rinnegan, the ultimate evolution of the Uchiha clan, is naturally not inferior to the reincarnation eye. Indeed, as Naruto said, with both eyes combined, Hinata's strength would surely increase significantly. However, Hyuga Hizashi couldn't understand. This was supposed to be a good thing, so why was Naruto doing this? It could be said to be a win-win situation. Yet he insisted on making it so awkward. Hyuga Hizashi said, "Why are you doing this?" Naruto pondered for a moment and simply said, "I perceive the world and understand its rules. I've discovered that this universe is merely a small universe, and once I break through my limits, I can break through the void and leave. It's better to put it this way." He couldn't explain that he was a traveler from another world. He wanted to leave. He wanted to go back. Hinata heard the last few words and interrupted, saying, "You want to break through the void and leave? What about Hinata?" Naruto smiled at Hinata and said, "This is the reason." Hinata's body stiffened for a moment, and he asked, "Why do you want to leave?" Naruto said, "Hyuga clan leader, would you be willing to have the power of the Sage of Six Paths?" Hinata Hizashi replied, "Of course." Then, after a pause, he continued, "Seeking the strongest power, no one in the ninja world would refuse." After a while, he finally sighed and said, "Naruto, you are right." Sigh. Knowing full well that it won't end well, breaking it off is a good thing. The future will bring prolonged pain, while now is just a brief suffering. Naruto said, "Hyuga clan leader, I have to do something to you, and you must reveal it in front of Hinata." Hyuga Hizashi said, "Okay." Chapter 137. Hinata's heartbreak. Naruto arrived at the riverbank, and everyone was already prepared. Choji said, "All right, Naruto, are you slacking off?" Naruto said, "I really didn't. It's just that you guys are too quick. I only took a little time, and you're already all set." Choji shouted, "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and grill the fish and shrimp." Naruto, "All right, let us perform." Hinata looked over with her eyes, and Naruto gave her a reassuring look, signaling her to relax. Sakura's sparkling eyes were fixed on Naruto, filled with unspoken excitement. Then it was Choji's turn to perform. His appetite could only be described as terrifying. He tossed a fish into his mouth, spitting out only the bones, leaving not a trace of meat, leaving everyone dumbfounded. The five of them played carelessly by the river until deep into the night before ending, each walking home joyfully, though the time felt a bit short. When Hinata returned home, she was called over by Hayashi Hyuga. The joy on Hinata's face had not yet faded, and she asked, "Father, did you call for me?" Hayashi Hyuga said, "Hinata, quickly, use your Byakugan to dispel the puppet technique, so I can regain my freedom." Hinata was confused, but indeed noticed that her father was being controlled by a force. She activated her Byakugan and dispelled the puppet technique on Hayashi. Hinata eagerly asked, "Father, what is going on?" Hayashi Hyuga replied angrily, "What is going on? It's all because of Naruto Uzumaki. He controlled me with a puppet technique to obtain a Byakugan and wanted to persuade you. What clever tactic. But he doesn't know that I have trained in martial arts, and my Byakugan is about to evolve, allowing me to resist his puppet technique." Bang! Hinata's heart felt like it was struck by a huge hammer, filled with bitterness, oppression, discomfort, and confusion. She collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face, repeatedly asking herself, "Naruto-kun, why? Why?" Hayashi's eyes flashed with reluctance, but for Hinata's future, he had to be harsh. He commanded, "Hinata, from now on, you must not see Naruto Uzumaki." He further ordered that Hinata be taken away and locked up. Hayashi murmured, "Hinata, don't blame your father. This is for your own good." He sighed heavily. Naruto Uzumaki, a person full of feelings and righteousness. What a pity, what a pity. With Hinata's current strength, she could fight against the former Senju Hashirama. How could this small room contain her? She couldn't understand and wanted to ask Naruto-kun why he did this. Using the power of her Byakugan, she controlled the guards, left the Hyuga clan, and, with the reminder of a kind person, headed to the hotel where Naruto was. Although it was late at night, Naruto was naturally still awake, knowing that Hinata would surely come seeking him. Naruto came out of his training and said, "Are you here?" Hinata arrived, and Naruto pretended to be innocent, saying, "Hinata, why did you come?" Hinata softly asked, "Naruto-kun, why?" Naruto was still confused and asked, "What do you mean by why?" Hinata felt a bit shaken. At this moment, the Naruto she had been thinking about was still pretending to be clueless, which disappointed her greatly. "Why did you have to control my father?" Hinata's tears fell, her eyes filled with sadness. Naruto said coldly, "So you found out. It seems your eyes have quite the ability, making my planning all worthwhile." Hinata said incredulously, "Naruto-kun, did you train me just for this reincarnation eye?" Her eyes were fixed on Naruto, trying to see something in his eyes. But Naruto, of all people, had perfected his expression to the point of mastery. How could she see through him? Of course, the Sharingan and Byakugan are the two great eyes of the ninja world. Naruto hadn't finished speaking when Hinata interrupted, saying, "But Naruto-kun, didn't you also evolve your Rinnegan?" Naruto paused for a moment and said, "If it were in the past, I really wouldn't care. But I have a loved one now, and I want to give her the greatest help, such as the Sharingan, the Rinnegan, and Hashirama cells, etc. As soon as these words were spoken, Hinata's heart shattered, crushed by Naruto's words. With her Rinnegan, she wanted to fulfill the wishes of the one she loved. Hinata felt a tightness in her chest, her whole body trembling, and with tears streaming down her face, she said, Naruto-kun, this isn't true. It can't be true. Naruto said, I have no need to lie to you. Cough cough. Hinata started to cough loudly, with a hint of blood coming out. Naruto suppressed the pain in his heart, showing no expression, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. This scene pierced Hinata's heart like a sharp blade. She felt so much pain that she could hardly breathe. She asked, Naruto-kun, if I don't give it to you, would you think of other ways? Naruto said, naturally, Neji is about to evolve too. He can do it as well. Hinata shook her head. We cannot hurt Brother Neji. Naruto didn't speak, his eyes fixed on Hinata, still the same, 3 parts calm, 7 parts cold. Hinata knew that Naruto was asking her to make a decision. She said, all right, Naruto-kun has done so much for me. All that I have achieved today is because of you. I just hope that Naruto-kun won't harm the other members of the Hyuga clan. Her voice was still so gentle. She felt very sad and heartbroken, but she truly couldn't feel a shred of hatred in her heart. Even though Naruto hurt her deeply at this moment, in her heart, he was still that passionate young man. Naruto said, you can rest assured, having more Rinnegan is of no use. Hinata replied, I hope Naruto-kun keeps his word. Naruto said, I may not be a good person, but I can still keep my promises. Hinata took action and dug out a pair of Rinnegan. The energy of the Rinnegan was fading, and once it was completely depleted, the eyes would degrade into ordinary Byakugan. Hinata hurriedly sealed it. She threw the eyes to Naruto, forcing a faint smile, and said, Naruto-kun, I wish you well. At that moment, Naruto's heart trembled. He truly was a bastard. But no matter how moved he felt, he had to do this. He was a person of the Dragon Kingdom. He had the Yin-Huang bloodline, and he did not want to live in such an alternate dimension, preferring to live a simple life. Naruto ignored Hinata's bloodied face, his gaze fixed on the Rinnegan, and said, thank you. This scene further stimulated Hinata, but she didn't say anything else and staggered away. As she left, Naruto also departed. He first informed Hyuga Hayashi to treat Hinata's injuries, then left on his sword, returning to Flame Dragon City. Chapter 138. The incomprehensible Naruto. When Hinata returned, Hyuga Hayashi first yelled at her in anger, then heartbrokenly took her back to her room. At the same time, he sent someone to summon Sakura Haruno. This was something Naruto had discussed earlier, asking Sakura to comfort Hinata and inform her of what had happened. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, Naruto's mind was frighteningly clear, with everything seamlessly connected. Sakura listened to Hayashi's account, filled with disbelief, yet unable to find a single flaw. Hinata's eyes had been gouged out, and Naruto had also left the Hidden Leaf Village. Hayashi said, Sakura, you and Hinata are good friends. I hope you can persuade her well. I will find a way to heal her eyes. Sakura replied, I will. She thought to herself that she must ask Naruto for clarification on what exactly had happened. Naruto returned to Flame Dragon City and went to find Uzumaki Nagato. At this moment, Uzumaki Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan were practicing together. They were the closest people in each other's hearts and did not want to be apart. Upon seeing Naruto arrive, the 3 of them stood up and greeted him. Naruto said, Nagato, I'm here to trade eyes with you. As he spoke, he opened his hand. In Hinata's reincarnation, eye lay in his palm. Naruto said, this rebirth eye, I'll trade you for a Rinnegan. Yahiko replied, the ultimate evolution of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan? Naruto nodded and said, that's right. Yahiko, bowing again, said, thank you, Lord Dragon King, for considering Nagato. Naruto said, there's no need to be polite. We are all citizens of the Flame Dragon Kingdom. I'm about to go out for training, and I leave the Flame Dragon Kingdom in your hands. Nagato replied, Lord Dragon King, don't worry. We will definitely protect the Flame Dragon Kingdom. After chatting with the 3, Nagato painfully dug out his Sharingan and replaced it with the Rinnegan. With the Rinnegan obtained, Naruto took Neji with him. On the way, Neji asked, Lord Dragon King, are you taking me to Konoha? Naruto said yes. Neji couldn't help but ask, is something wrong with the family? Naruto said, it's not that. I just want you to give it to Hinata. As he spoke, Naruto handed the eyes to Neji. Neji, puzzled, replied, Lord Dragon King, is this something you just gave to Hinata? Why do you want me to have it? Naruto was momentarily silent, not knowing what to think. Neji seemed to have thought of something and said, could it be that Lord Dragon King is shy? Naruto scratched his head and said calmly, "This is my first time giving a girl a gift, so I'm not used to it." Neji replied, "Lord Dragon King, you really don't have to. With Hinata's feelings for you, even if you gave her the Sharingan, she would be overjoyed." Naruto said, "But something happened. Hinata must hate me to death." Neji replied, "Lord Dragon King, you have to deliver it yourself to clear up the misunderstanding, right? Hinata is gentle and kind. She will forgive you." Naruto said, "That's true. Then let's go back." Neji replied, "I happen to have some training questions I need to ask you." On their way back, Naruto clarified many of Neji's doubts, helping him to resolve several complex issues. Naruto also talked about their recent trip back and the times they spent playing by the river, recalling various memories from the past. Naruto asked, "Do you remember Sasuke Uchiha?" Neji replied, "Of course, it's been a long time since I've seen him. I don't know where he is now." Naruto said, "He must be imprisoned." Neji asked, "Is he our enemy?" Naruto said, "Besides them, there won't be anyone else. This time, Uchiha Itachi acted against us, probably because he was threatened. Uchiha Itachi is a complete puppet." Neji also said, "Itachi Senpai is wise and cunning, with extraordinary talent, so he must have been caught on something, which is why he would act this way. Some time ago, I went to see him, and his mental state was quite good." Naruto said, "This is natural. With a group of kids by his side, he is naturally living quite well." Back in Flame Dragon City, Neji looked at Naruto's departing figure and said, "Lord Dragon King also has his flaws." Naruto did not leave. He was up in the sky. After watching for a while, he finally encountered someone leaving. Naruto returned to Konoha and found Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama asked, "Naruto, aren't you supposed to leave for training?" Naruto said, "I found something out and need to stay for a few days." Senju Hashirama asked, "Is it something big?" Naruto smiled slightly and said, "It could be big or small. Old man, just focus on transforming Konoha." Senju Hashirama asked, "What do you want to see me for?" Naruto took out the Sharingan and said, "Old man, I hope you can pass this on to Hinata." Senju Hashirama replied, "This is the Rinnegan, for your little lover. You really are willing to part with it." There was a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. "What's wrong? You don't think my granddaughter is good enough?" Naruto said, "Is there a problem with exchanging a Rinnegan for Sharingan?" Hashirama Senju confirmed, "Really?" Naruto said, "The little princess of the Hyuga clan is still lying in the hospital bed." Senju Hashirama asked, "Uzumaki Nagato?" Naruto nodded. "It can only be him." Naruto and Hashirama Senju had a discussion before Hashirama went to the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hizashi, seeing the former deity, let him inside. He found Naruto somewhat difficult to read. Wasn't he supposed to bring Neji? Hashirama also went to see Hinata and gave her the Rinnegan. As for its origins, Hashirama told a lie, claiming it was stolen from the Akatsuki. Hinata did not retaliate. It was well known in the ninja world that the Akatsuki possessed Rinnegan, and with the power of the ninja god, it would be easy to seize one. Once Hinata refined the Rinnegan, Naruto communicated with Hyuga Hizashi to explain some matters, and then he returned to Flame Dragon City on his sword. Naruto did not notify anyone. He was on an island, creating a shadow clone, mastering natural energy, and sealing this clone with true essence power. This clone was quite formidable, possessing 70% of his original strength, comparable to the current Nagato. As long as this clone wasn't shattered, it wouldn't disappear unless the original body perished. He was currently in the Great Unity Realm, and to enhance his strength, he needed to comprehend the world and human nature. Staying in Flame Dragon City would not allow for significant improvement. This clone served as his trump card to protect Flame Dragon City. Even in his absence, it could face strong enemies without fear. Additionally, it was meant to monitor Flame Dragon City. Some individuals were secretly reaching out, and he needed to cut them off. After completing all this, Naruto disguised himself and left the Land of Fire. No one knew where he had gone. This frightened some people. With Uzumaki Naruto's strength, he would be unstoppable wherever he went, and naturally, the ones most fearful were Uchiha Obito and others. Naruto knew their secrets, while they were unaware of his depth, prompting them to relocate their base. Chapter 139. The appearance of the stone's fault. The 5-inch nail still remains in an unknown space. There was a person, a phantom. This person wore white clothing, held a black staff, and had 9 symbols on his back. One I was a Rinnegan, the other a Tensegan, and there was a whirlpool mark on his forehead. This was none other than the Sage of 6 Paths, the ancestor of the ninja world. At this moment, the Phantom was manipulating the power of rules to explore the ninja world. After a while, the Phantom stopped. The Sage of 6 Paths asked, "Can you locate Uzumaki Naruto?" The Phantom shook its head and replied, "No, The martial arts rules have grown stronger, and Uzumaki Naruto is under their protection, making it impossible to probe. Moreover, now that Uzumaki Naruto has mastered the power of rules, he can disguise himself with this power, making it even harder to investigate. However, I can assure you that Uzumaki Naruto is still in the land of flame. Besides him, no one possesses such sword energy. The Sage of Six Paths said, "That's good." The future direction of the ninja world has been completely disrupted by Uzumaki Naruto. Alas, the Phantom replied, "Not only the direction, but as martial arts develop rapidly, the way of the ninja will inevitably perish." The Sage of Six Paths asked, "Can you use martial arts techniques to deduce ninja techniques?" The Phantom excitedly said, No, absolutely not." This left the Sage of Six Paths puzzled, and he asked why. The Phantom said, "This world belongs solely to ninja techniques. No other powers can exist here, or this void will shatter, and everyone will die, and the ninja world will cease to exist." The Sage of Six Paths asked, "Is it that serious?" The Phantom replied, "It's even more serious than that. The power supporting this world is the rules of the ninja way. If the rules of the ninja way disappear, there will be no power to support this world." The Sage of Six Paths felt something strange, but he couldn't articulate it. However, he still believed 7 parts of it, because he had witnessed some unknown powers that could manipulate the heavens and interweave natural forces with a mere wave of their hand, causing mountains to collapse and the earth to quake, something that couldn't be achieved merely by mastering ninja techniques to their utmost limits. The Phantom said, "Uzumaki Naruto should be in seclusion practicing in Flame Dragon City. You must be careful while in Flame Dragon City, as this piece was inserted with great difficulty." The Sage of Six Paths replied, "Rest assured, there won't be any problems." At this moment, Naruto had transformed into a passerby, appearing to be in his 30s, with a masculine complexion, dressed in ancient robes. Accompanied by one person, Naruto arrived in the Land of Stone, a place of bandits. Naruto stepped into the town, immediately attracting the attention of many people, with 7 or 8 out of 10 pairs of eyes focused on him. Naruto calmly led the horse, ignoring everyone's gaze. He stopped by a wall and looked at the wanted poster stuck to it, murmuring, "Strange, where did this guy come from?" The wanted poster on the wall was indeed the 5-inch nail from the original work. Naruto was surprised because this 5-inch nail originally belonged to a person from the Land of Tea who had committed a theft and escaped to the Land of Stone. But in the current Land of Flame, was it still necessary? Moreover, this was a task from the early days, and it had been several years since then. The task had not changed, and the 5-inch nail was still around. Shaking his head, Naruto walked towards the Asia Hotel in town. He handed his horse to the attendant and asked the innkeeper for a room to stay in. When Naruto took out his money, many people squinted their eyes and secretly focused on him. Naruto murmured to himself, "There's still someone robbing." By the way, Naruto asked, "Boss, I want to inquire about something." "Boss, please speak, but it won't be cheap." Naruto remained silent, took out a few silver coins, and placed them on the table. However, history often repeats itself in astonishingly similar ways. One person stepped forward, approached Naruto, grabbed his hand, and said, "Carrying so much money is unsafe. Hand it over to me for safekeeping. You don't need to worry about security. In my hands, it won't go missing. There are bad people all over this town. Be careful or you might get buried." At that moment, at a table to the left, 3 people were present. One of whom said, "Hey, are you still playing?" One had long hair, clearly a street thug. Another was bald with a little tuft of hair, bare-chested, not a good person. And the last also had long hair with a headband that left his right eye exposed, looking even less like a good person. I have to say, this bald guy was quite arrogant. He turned and said, "Wait, I'll be right back. I have money now." If he knew that the person being robbed in front of him was the Dragon King Naruto Uzumaki, the strongest in the ninja world, I wonder what he would have thought. He turned to Naruto and said, "Kid, let go already." Naruto said, "Uncle, do you know what you're doing? Robbing in broad daylight is a serious crime." The bald man angrily replied, "Brat, let go." Naruto smiled slightly and, with a casual slap, sent the bald man flying out. Before he could react, Naruto kicked him again, sending him flying out of the hotel. This was Naruto exerting great restraint over his own strength, not to mention his true energy. Even a mere trace of his aura could crush him. The bald man flew out of the hotel, feeling a burning sensation in his chest, coughing continuously as if he was about to cough up bile, and blood was spilling everywhere. Naruto said, "You just won't listen. By all accounts, you should be thankful to me for surviving this long. After all these years, you still want to seek punishment." Many people around him stood up in unison, with only a very few remaining seated without moving. Naruto said with a smile. What's up? Do you want to gang up on me? As soon as he finished speaking, one person's knife was already positioned horizontally at Naruto, seemingly ready to behead him with a single strike. Naruto said, You're not even a ninja. What gives you the courage to take action against me? Naruto snatched the blade from his hand, gripped the edge of the knife, and slapped it against his face, sending him flying. Naruto didn't stop, and his chakra spread out with the blade in his hand. He saw that all the people who stood up were sent flying by his blade. He threatened, You guys. Today is a small punishment for a big lesson. I hope you remember this lesson. If I catch you committing crimes next time, you can just go die. With more than 10 people who dared to stay any longer, they all scrambled away. Even that bald man, who couldn't even stand up, managed to crawl away faster than anyone. In the hotel, there were still a few people left. They looked at Naruto and mentally labeled him as someone not to be messed with. He was a ruthless man and also a master of ninjutsu. The shopkeeper swallowed hard. When he saw Naruto turn his head, he spoke up first. Customer, what were you going to ask just now? Naruto said, I see there's a bounty for him with a 5-inch nail. Is he still alive? The shopkeeper shook his head and said, I'm sorry. I don't know about that. A bounty of 3 million. The owner of this small hotel can't afford to get involved. Naruto smiled and said, Thank you. Chapter 140. Teaching the villagers martial arts training. Naruto naturally noticed that the boss didn't want to talk and was afraid of getting into trouble. This was understandable. After all, who isn't afraid of death? When the shopkeeper saw Naruto go upstairs, he wiped a cold sweat from his forehead and felt very fortunate, murmuring to himself, Fortunately, this person is not a bad guy and didn't make things difficult for him. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Naruto returned to his room, meditated for a few hours, then put away his techniques and went downstairs, leaving the hotel. He strolled leisurely through the town. This time, the people around him looked at Naruto with a hint of fear. They had heard of his impressive achievements at the hotel, defeating more than 10 people effortlessly. He was no longer a fat sheep. He was a fierce tiger, someone not to be provoked, and they needed to be more vigilant. This carefree wandering was Naruto's first in over a decade. In the past, during his time in Konoha, he had no opportunity to roam freely. Always too busy with his duties and wary of Sarutobi Hiruzen's watchful eyes. Even in Yamlong City, he hadn't had the chance to enjoy himself. He had to go into seclusion due to the lurking danger. As he walked, he felt an indescribable sense of relaxation. The tense string of his heart had loosened. Passing by a market stall, Naruto bought some snacks and a bottle of sake, munching as he walked. As he continued, Naruto left the town. The townspeople felt a genuine sense of relief at his departure. With this fierce person gone, they could relax a bit. He had no idea how far he had walked, but the sky was growing dark. A commotion caught his attention. A familiar aura, a familiar road. Naruto walked over. It was indeed a case of enemies crossing paths. Were these not the same people he had encountered at the hotel during the day? Now they were committing evil deeds, robbing people of their money. This was a small village with only a dozen households and a population of around 40 to 50 people. Faced with these over 10 vicious thugs, the villagers were naturally no match for them, and one by one, they fell to their knees, begging for their money. Among them were a few villagers with broken limbs and 2 children. This made Naruto very angry. These scoundrels were unforgivable. Naruto slowly walked out, drawing the attention of the group. When they saw Naruto, their expressions changed dramatically. The bald man trembled and said, It's you. He instinctively took a few steps back, as the events of today were still fresh in their memory. Naruto said in the voice of the forest, Very well, it seems you have never felt death. Today, I will let you experience it. He reached out and sucked a knife from a thug's hand into his own. The bald man shouted, We were wrong, we were wrong. Please spare us, spare us. Naruto said, It's late. Naruto has disappeared, and no one can see his figure. A piercing scream echoes throughout the entire village. Naruto stopped. The last drop of blood slid off the blade in his hand. An ordinary knife, more ordinary than any other, at this moment was completely like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Naruto didn't kill. Killing these beasts is not the greatest punishment. Letting them live is their greatest punishment. Each of them had a leg and an arm broken. They won't die, but if left untreated, they will surely bleed to death. The choice is in their own hands, to choose to live, enduring a life of pain. Naruto said, Seeing you all makes me nauseous. He summoned some chakra, enveloping more than 10 people, and with a wave of his hand, those 10 or so people were sent flying 10 miles away. The villagers, witnessing this, all expressed their gratitude to Naruto for saving them. Among them, a 7 or 8-year-old child stepped forward, knelt down, and said, Sir, can you teach me how to train? While saying this, he bowed several times. His eyes filled with hope. In this era, without strength, one cannot control their own fate and can only be bullied. Seeing this, the other children in the village also knelt before Naruto, asking him to teach them how to train. Naruto looked around and said, "But you don't have the talent for practicing ninjutsu, so you can't cultivate ninjutsu." Upon hearing this, the children were filled with disappointment in their eyes. So they really can't do it? The elders in the village also sighed. Could it be that they can only live like this? Seeing this, Naruto thought for a moment and said, "You cannot practice the way of the ninja, but there is one thing you should be able to train." Everyone looked at Naruto with hopeful eyes. Naruto said, "Have you heard of martial arts?" The village chief had heard of it and nodded, saying, "I've heard of it. There are wandering travelers who have visited our village and talked about martial arts. The Flame Dragon Kingdom is a country of martial arts. And the Dragon King is Uzumaki Naruto, the strongest person in the ninja world." Naruto said, "Yes, he established martial arts, which is vastly different from the way of ninjas and should be suitable for your training." The village chief asked, "Sir, are you also a martial artist?" Naruto said, "No. What you saw just now was my ninjutsu. I have traveled to the Flame Dragon Empire and learned some martial arts cultivation methods." The village chief nodded. "So that's how it is, my lord. The Flame Dragon Kingdom is indeed a place of flourishing beauty, with no hunger, no war, and equality for all. Many tourists come here and, while resting, talk about it with envy. However, they are afraid that it might be fake, so they don't dare to leave easily." Naruto said, "If there were no wars, it really wouldn't be certain. Look at the recent large-scale attack by the Ninja Alliance on the Flame Dragon country. So, it's impossible to have no wars. As long as there are people, there will be wars. However, compared to here, it can indeed be called a paradise on earth. There is no hunger. Everyone's clothing is intact without holes or patches, and wicked people are immediately captured by law enforcement. This is a nation built by ourselves." And Naruto naturally wants to praise it. They are willing to accept countless suffering refugees, distribute land and houses, and provide social security benefits, among other things. The villagers listened with envy, their eyes filled with longing, wishing they could fly to the Flame Dragon country, but they cannot right now. The Land of Fire won't let them go to the Flame Dragon country. The leading child said, "Adult, teach me martial arts. Once I become skilled, I will take the people from the village to the Flame Dragon country." Naruto said, "I can teach you how to cultivate, but there's one condition. You must not let anyone know that you are training. You should continue to act low-key, as you did before." The villagers naturally agreed, as being low-key was the way to go until they gained strength. Thus, Naruto settled down here. While teaching the villagers to cultivate, Naruto first instilled the spirit of martial arts in each person, imprinting this spirit deep in their minds. Naruto passed on to the villagers a method for physical training and a method for martial training, allowing them to cultivate to the peak of the first rank of martial arts. As for going beyond that, only the people of the Flame Dragon Kingdom could cultivate further. Outside the Flame Dragon Kingdom, the first village for martial training was formed. Chapter 141, 5-inch Nail Death, Qingchuan Hao Yuan. This village has no name because it is not yet worthy of one. Naruto casually said, "Since you all are working so hard, let's call it Struggle Village." This was accepted by everyone, and they were very happy. They liked the name. Naruto rubbed his nose and said, "Well, as long as you like it." In Striving Village, he stayed for 20 days. Everyone was training. After finishing their chores, they squeezed out time to practice. Out of the 47 people in Striving Village, only 8 could sense their inner energy, and only 6 could practice physical training. With more than 40 people, having over 10 who could cultivate made Naruto feel quite gratified. 1/3. If a country had 1/3 of its people able to cultivate, it wouldn't just easily crush the ninja world. Breaking through the ninja world would be a piece of cake. Naruto also urged the villagers to accept the refugees and welcome people from other villages, teaching them the ways of cultivation for the better. After a thorough explanation, the village chief wrote it down carefully, treating it as a precious treasure. Naruto left, continuing his journey. During this time, his own insights deepened. From the moment he exited his training, he felt that the time spent training was equivalent to a year of closed-door cultivation. Leaving the village of struggle, he hadn't walked 30 miles when he was stopped by someone. Naruto was taken aback and said, "It's you, 5-inch Nail." He truly did not expect that this 5-inch Nail would dare to show up. 5-inch Nail replied, "It seems you are also here to hunt me down. Are you a bounty hunter or from a ninja village?" Naruto shook his head and said, "None of that. I am a Dragon King. How can I be compared to bounty hunters and ninjas?" 5-inch Nail said, "No matter who you are, hand over all your belongings and get lost." His tone was extremely cold. Naruto said, 5-inch nail, you really have some guts to block my way. 5-inch nail replied, there's no point in talking. Then, he took a handful of nails from his backpack, threw them into the sky, and began to form hand seals. Naruto said, ninjutsu, torpedo needle. He raised his hand, and chakra transformed into a suction force, pulling the fallen nail into his hand. He weighed it in his hand, and the nail clinked. Naruto clenched his fists tightly, staring at everything, and said, please continue. Upon seeing this, 5-inch nail's pupils constricted. The speed was too fast. With a casual inhale, he sucked in all the nails, but he wasn't done yet. He said, attack. Unseen in the shadows, there were people forming hand seals. Ninja technique. Torpedo needle. They had naturally made preparations. Countless needles shot up from the ground, piercing Naruto's body all over. 5-inch nail said, shadow clone. Naruto said from the side, wrong, it's speed, the fastest speed. 5-inch nail replied, leaving an afterimage, with such speed, at least it's the strength of a shadow ninja. Who are you? Naruto tapped his ear and said, a tourist. 5-inch nail's fear surged within him. He knew that Naruto's strength was far beyond his own, and he was definitely no match for him. Suddenly he asked, are you here to capture me? Naruto said, of course not. Who has the leisure to catch you? You seem to want me to let you go, don't you? The 5-inch nail bowed and said, it was my rashness, I hope. Whoosh. Naruto's body flickered and reappeared, already gripping the neck of the 5-inch nail, saying, I really hate you. So you have to die. Not only did you steal my flame dragon artifact, but you also killed someone. How could I let you go? Seeing 5-inch nail being held by Naruto, the 5 people wearing straw hats around him joined forces to form hand seals and attack Naruto once again. Naruto slightly released some of his aura, directly sending the 5 people flying and causing them to drop dead. Naruto is not a kind-hearted person. In his past life, he was the ruthless king of the underworld. Little friend hiding in the shadows, are you not coming out? Naruto smiled as he looked in a certain direction. A person wearing a hat stepped out from the forest, with a quick blade slightly unsheathed at his waist. Naruto smiled and said, you want to make a move on me? The person nodded, his head is worth a lot of money. I need that money. Naruto said, even if you're not my opponent, you still want this head? The man in the straw hat nodded. Yes. Naruto asked, are you a bounty hunter? The man with the hat nodded, yes. He then said, can you give me his life? There was a hint of pleading in his eyes, indicating that he was truly in big trouble. Naruto thought for a moment and said, all right. After saying that, he threw out the 5-inch nail, having drained its chakra beforehand to prevent it from causing trouble. Swish! The hat-wearing man's blade unsheathed, and with one stroke, it severed the head of the 5-inch nail. This character, who had survived for quite a few episodes in the original work, died just like that, needing to farm, while the protagonist was nearly beaten by him. Naruto said, good swordsmanship. The man in the straw hat replied, thank you. My name is Hyrugen Kiyakawa. I appreciate it. Naruto nodded and said, Kawakawa Hyrugen, right? Your swordsmanship is indeed quite fast, but unfortunately, you have yet to understand the true swordsmanship. Kawakawa Hyrugen, who was originally about to leave, stopped and asked, true swordsmanship? Naruto said, yes. Do you know about the battle between ninjas and warriors? Kiyakawa Hyrugen nodded. Of course, the Dragon King Naruto Uzumaki wields his sword through the sky, and no one can rival him, which is already a falsehood. Naruto said in his heart, thank you for the compliment. So you have heard of Uchiha Shursui, right? Naruto asked again. Kiyakawa Hyrugen nodded again. Uchiha Shursui, the chief steward of the Land of Flame. Naruto said, the technique he practices is swordsmanship. If you want to take your swordsmanship to the next level, you can go to the Yanlong Kingdom. There, you will understand what swordsmanship truly means. Qingshan Hao Yuan asked, have you seen it? Naruto nodded and said, during the battle between warriors and ninjas, I observed from a distance. Uchiha Shursui drew his sword, and the light of the heavens dimmed a bit. The space was even cut through. Your foundation is quite good, but you're just lacking a good master. And Uchiha Shursui is the perfect choice. Kiyakawa Hyrugen said, if I have the chance, I will definitely return. He bowed to Naruto and then turned to leave. Naruto looked at his back and murmured, he's a skilled knife wielder. Joining the Flame Dragon, in 10 years, surpassing the legendary ninja, is a given. Then, Naruto continued to murmur, but why? I haven't provoked this 5-inch nail, why would he appear here? It's truly strange. Naruto didn't specifically think about capturing 5-inch nail. Logically, as long as he didn't go looking for him, he shouldn't come after him. However, this guy actually attempted to rob him. This is very unreasonable. In the town of the Stone Country, he dealt with a few thugs, and that should have spread. Moreover, those thugs were left in such a miserable state. His reputation should have been known. 5-inch nail, hearing the rumors in the Stone Country, would have kept his distance. Yet he not only didn't hide but also came to rob him. This shouldn't have happened at all. Naruto said while walking. I wonder if the characters in other places have changed? Chapter 142, Untitled Naruto needed to buy some things, so he returned to the town. As he stepped into the town, many people secretly went inside their houses. Many thought to themselves, this person disappeared for more than 20 days. How come he is back? The tragic sight of more than 10 people, some with a broken arm and others with a broken leg, was witnessed by many, and they did not want to become like them. Naruto touched his nose and thought to himself, I don't think I've done anything wrong, have I? I just punished a few evildoers, right? Is it really necessary to react this way? If these people knew what he was thinking, they would say, actually, we are also evildoers. If you get angry, our fate won't be any better. Naruto bought some things and then left. While selling, the shopkeeper was eager to carefully stay by Naruto's side, with an expression that suggested, feel free to take whatever you want. No need to be polite, just grab it. It's free. Many people in the town heard that Naruto had left and took a few extra steps to celebrate for themselves, thinking about how even the fierce and intimidating could have moments of fear and anxiety. Naruto walked and stopped along the way, and in the blink of an eye, 4 months had passed. During this time, he secretly spread martial arts to 5 small villages, planting the seeds of martial arts that would take years to grow into sturdy trees. Meanwhile, the Land of Fire was bustling with activity. Under the leadership of Hashirama Senju, significant reforms began to take shape. Hashirama called upon the people to join the land of the Flame Dragon, promoting the ideology of equality for all and severing the intricate webs of relationships among many noble families. In just 4 months, half of the Land of Fire's territory had been integrated into the land of the Flame Dragon. Of course, this was also due to Hashirama's influence. His prestige in the Land of Fire was extremely high. Even decades after his death, the people's admiration for him had not diminished much. Naturally, many were unwilling to join the land of the Flame Dragon, gathering forces to resist. Hashirama did not resort to bloody suppression, allowing those noble families to unite in their resistance against him. What Hashirama needed to do was wait for the resources from Shursui to arrive. The two were in a great alliance, with countless resources being transported from the land of the Flame Dragon to the Land of Fire. Under their vigorous construction, there's already a significant gap compared to the territories that had yet to be integrated into the land of the Flame Dragon. The common people were living well, with a hopeful outlook on life, especially those who had previously suffered under the oppressive networks of the noble families. They were grateful to the land of the Flame Dragon, and had almost forgotten that they were once subjects of the Land of Fire. They now identified themselves as Flame Dragon people. The practice of martial arts could not be neglected. Under the guidance of numerous teachers, the Land of Fire, now referred to as the Land of the Flame Dragon, had ignited a wave of martial arts training. In the Land of Wind, after Jiraiya and Gaara arrived, they first went to Sunagakure. The current leaders were Temari and Kankuro. The current Sunagakure was in a state of panic, as the ninja, led by Gaara, were the backbone of the village. Now, Sunagakure carried the title of one of the 5 great ninja villages, but it was actually hollow. If Inoki decided to make a move, Sunagakure would surely crumble. Kankuro and Temari were overjoyed to see Gaara return. Kankuro said, Gaara, you're back. Gaara, with a blank expression, replied, yes, I'm back. Temari said, Gaara, your timing is perfect. Sunagakure needs you. She had seen her brother's strength, which was formidable enough to defeat their father. If Gaara had not still harbored feelings of kinship, their father's life might have been over. Kankuro said, Gaara, you should become the Kazekage. Your strength is more than enough. He was currently the Kazekage because Temari was not far behind, so it fell on him. Kankuro was of the right bloodline to be Kazekage, as he was the son of the previous Kazekage, but his strength was not enough to hold the position. If it were Gaara, who would dare to question him? Gaara said seriously, if you want me to become Kazekage, that's fine, but you need to choose for yourselves. Temari's heart raced with unease, sensing something ominous. Kankuro said, all right, you be Kazekage. I will listen to you. Gaara coldly replied, listen to me? Then I want you to join the land of the Flame Dragon and merge the Land of Wind into the land of the Flame Dragon. Will you agree? At these words, Temari and Kankuro's expressions changed. Kankuro's face lost its joy and turned serious as he said, Gaara, what do you mean by that? Gaara replied, I came to the Land of Wind with the purpose of establishing a presence for the land of the Flame Dragon and merging the territory of the Land of Wind into the land of the Flame Dragon. Temari shouted, Gaara, stop. Do you know what you're saying? If this gets out, you'll be condemned by thousands. Gaara said, let them condemn me. I don't care. He had grown up in such an environment and had endured it. Now he could certainly withstand it again. Kankuro asked Gaara why. Why are you doing this? Gaara replied, because I don't want the villagers to suffer. I want my family to live well. I want this country to be free of war. I want true peace. Even if the villagers of Sunagakure had criticized him in the past, Gaara had no desire for revenge. With his current strength, if he wanted to take revenge, he could destroy Sunagakure. Temari said, but we don't have to merge into the land of the flame dragon, right? Wouldn't it be better to be ourselves? Gaara replied, if the land of wind doesn't merge into the land of the flame dragon, it will surely decline. When I was in Flame Dragon City, Lord Hashirama was revived by the Dragon King, and he decided to merge the land of fire with the land of the flame dragon, incorporating it into the territory of the flame dragon. The two fell silent. Hashirama Senju, the god of ninjas, his decisions would undoubtedly influence many others in the ninja world. With his guidance, the land of fire would most likely become part of the flame dragon's territory. Gaara continued, I want to force you. How you choose is up to you. The land of wind has suffered greatly, and if anyone is willing to join the land of the flame dragon, I hope you want to obstruct them. I don't want to take action against my own family. Temari asked Gaara, did the Dragon King tell you who is really behind our father? Gaara replied, of course, he is not human. He is an existence we cannot reach at this moment. In the land of the flame dragon, only the Dragon King can stand beside him. Temari asked again, how strong is Naruto Uzumaki now? Gaara said, even if the Sage of Six Paths were revived, he would still be no match for Lord Dragon King. Temari asked, if the land of wind does not surrender, will Naruto Uzumaki intervene? Gaara glanced at his sister and said, does it require the Dragon King? As long as Lord Dragon King gives the order, an army of 100,000 warriors will surely march into battle. The land of wind will no longer exist in less than 3 months. Temari sighed and said, Gaara, we want to stop you, but we hope you want to lead to bloody warfare. Gaara replied, thank you. Chapter 143. Scheming against the fake Ming Zong and his group in the land of birds. Naruto traveled here. It must be said that the capital of the land of birds is indeed beautiful, situated by a lake where birds nest, surrounded by water and lush greenery. It is a lovely and peaceful town. However, beneath this beautiful surface, there naturally lurks some dirt and filth. Naruto said, the land of birds? I wonder if the mission here has been completed. After a thorough investigation, Naruto found that the mission from the land of birds was indeed issued, and Konoha had sent someone to complete it. However, they only imprisoned Akamitsu and did not carry out the death penalty. Of course, this was due to the intervention of influential figures from the daimyo, which is why he survived. Naruto said, who is that bounty hunter? They actually threatened the fake Ming Zong? Originally, the leader's daimyo was bound to lose, but then a bounty hunter emerged, single-handedly challenging the fake Ming Zong and his group, rescuing the cursed dead soldiers, and intimidating the fake Ming Zong into inaction. The daimyo also took this opportunity to negotiate with Ming Zong, and has never managed to kill Hong Ming, even until now. Naruto said, since this wandering warrior hasn't died, let's see what happens if he doesn't. This bird country looks pretty good to me. It can be developed. Naruto visited the fake Ming Zong in the name of a wandering ninja. The fake Ming Zong welcomed Naruto in, and they sat down to talk. It must be said that this broom-turned-Ming Zong really had the appearance of a wise monk, kind and approachable. The broom said, you are a wandering ninja? Naruto said, I shouldn't be considered a wandering ninja anymore. Sokka said, what do you mean by that? Naruto said, I have traveled through the 4 realms and visited the Flame Dragon Kingdom, where I acquired some rudimentary martial arts techniques. I am working on merging ninjutsu with these martial arts. Zhao became interested and quickly asked, how is it going? Naruto shook his head. It was unsuccessful. This martial arts cultivation method is stronger than ninjutsu training. The chakra stored in the body will inevitably be absorbed and devoured. Zhao Dao said, what a pity. A hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. They also wanted to go to the Flame Dragon Kingdom, but they didn't dare. What they had done was not something that could be put on the table. If the Flame Dragon Kingdom pursued the matter, they would have nowhere to escape. Naruto said, there's nothing to regret. I am slowly transforming my chakra into martial arts cultivation, and it feels wonderful. From now on, I will no longer be a wandering ninja, but a wandering martial artist. Zhou really wanted to ask for martial arts techniques, but he is currently a high monk who is unattached and has no desires, so he couldn't let anything slip. He asked, do you have a place to stay? Naruto said, after visiting you, I'll go find an inn to stay. The broom replied, if you don't mind, You can stay at the government office. I have many empty rooms here, enough to accommodate dozens of people. Naruto said, "Isn't this too much trouble?" The broom waved its hand. Not troublesome at all. Not troublesome at all. It was originally quiet here, but with you moving in, the courtyard can be more lively. The strength of this ghostly talk is indeed not weak. Quiet? Most of his subordinates are here. How could it be quiet? Naruto said, "Then I won't be polite." With that, Naruto moved into the capital mansion and became a distinguished guest of the broom. Naruto knew what this broom was for, so he gave it an opening, allowing people to search his package and obtain the martial arts training method. It was indeed a shallow martial arts technique, yet still quite domineering. But it could only be cultivated up to the 3rd rank. If one wanted to continue training, they would need the subsequent techniques. This broom could be considered at the peak of the Chunin level, and his several subordinates were only at the Chunin level as well. If they practiced the martial arts technique and their strength did not improve, but instead declined, while they could not switch to practicing ninjutsu, the scene would surely be interesting. Naruto left using shadow clones, while his real body remained hidden in the house. Soon, someone opened the door and entered the room, rummaging through Naruto's bed. After finding the martial arts manual left by Naruto, the person left directly. Naruto followed him outside, and this person returned to the broom's room. There was only the broom on the ground, but up above, there were 7 or 8 people. The broom began to look at the martial arts technique, and after a while said, "This martial arts technique is indeed unique, completely different from the training of ninjutsu. Who wants to start practicing first?" One person said, "I'll go first." This person landed on the ground and took the technique. Naruto secretly said, "You're quite vigilant, but unfortunately, only the first layer of the technique is real. The rest is fake. Good luck to you." As for the broomstick gang, Naruto really didn't like them. The Lord of the Land of Birds was somewhat reasonable and had decent capabilities, allowing the common people to live in peace. However, this person had malicious intentions. Not only did he kill, but he also threatened his son, plunging the Land of Birds in a panic and causing the deaths of many civilians. Such a person deserves to die. However, this person cannot die. Making him suffer is more interesting than his death. In order to give them time to fully replicate the technique before sending them back, Naruto played around until evening before returning. The broomstick invited him to dinner. And of course, Naruto accepted. Naruto said, while eating, "The common people of the Land of Birds are really happy. This prosperous place makes me not want to leave." Zhou replied, "Then stay here. I could say a few words for you in the Land of Birds, and no one will say anything about you." Naruto said, "I'd rather not. I enjoy traveling, exploring the 4 lands, and experiencing life." This was truly genuine, without any pretense. The broom replied, "That's really a pity." Naruto asked, "I heard rumors today about the cursed samurai. What's going on?" The broom said, "This is something I need to explain to you. You shouldn't wander around at night. The cursed samurai has harmed many people." His tone was somewhat sorrowful, and his compassionate appearance could easily deceive many if they didn't know his true character. But Naruto was not among them. He was ruthless and had an acute sense of killing intent. How could such a kind-faced monk possess such a murderous aura? Naruto said, "Can't catch him." The broom replied, "He's not even human. He's a ghost, appearing and disappearing without a trace." Hee, I'm sorry, but I'm not a child. Besides, I've even seen the Grim Reaper, so ghosts can't scare me. Naruto said, "Interesting, I want to meet this so-called ghost." When he saw the broom, he tried to dissuade him. Naruto said, don't worry, a mere ghost is nothing to me. Without some strength, how could one roam the world?" After learning about the places where the cursed warriors often appeared, Naruto went to wait for an opportunity. The broom seemed to be worried about him and secretly sent someone to follow. Naruto's Sharingan spun, and the people secretly following him fell into an illusion. Just kidding. He was going to have a chat with this little country lord. How could he be disturbed by this group of people? If he didn't want to kill them, he would have made a move long ago. With the cursed samurai lurking, a certain atmosphere was naturally needed. The wind picked up dark and gloomy, with faintly strange sounds that shouldn't be present under normal circumstances. Naruto said, "This vibe is not up to par." Chapter 144. Teaching Zhu Lu to cultivate. This atmosphere is not enough to be recorded in the heart. It still feels like the atmosphere from my past life, chilling the heart by 7 parts, the body by 3 degrees, enough to scare the soul out of you. After a while, an armored warrior descended from the sky, floating down with a ghostly aura. Naruto complained in his heart. How has she managed to deceive everyone until now? Even from such a distance, Naruto could still smell the fragrance of her body. This is not surprising. Naruto's sense of smell is very sharp. Naruto looked at the cursed warrior slowly approaching, shivering as if he were genuinely scared. His performance was quite lifelike. The reason Zhu Lu came out was that she heard Meng Zong was meeting someone he seemed to value greatly, and she wanted to take a look. Then, Naruto smiled and said, "Just kidding, I won't be scared by you, little girl." The cursed warrior paused for a moment, then stood up and vanished gracefully. Very decisively, she understood that this person was not someone she could handle, so it was better to leave first. Naruto appeared beside her and said, "Little country lord, let's have a chat." Naruto said this while holding onto the string of the rising crane, preventing her from moving. Without giving her a chance to speak, Naruto cut his kite string, blocking her, and temporarily left the capital. Naruto brought the heron to a grove outside the city before landing. This time, the heron spoke first and asked, "Who are you?" Naruto said, "A distant traveler, can now be said to be your salvation." The heron replied, "What do you know?" Naruto said, "This is naturally a lot. For example, you're a little girl." Sakura replied, "I'm already 19 years old." Naruto said, "Oh, that's quite big good. So you're a big girl, just a bit flat. Can't really tell." Zhu Lu, this person is so annoying. How can she pretend to be a queen without any constraints? Naruto continued, "I also know about your father's and brother's deaths, how you impersonated the Lord, and I know the identity of the false Meng Zong, as well as their motives." Bang! Zhu Lu knelt down. She had lived a tiring life over the years. Hearing Naruto say this, she pleaded, "Please, help me take revenge. I can offer any reward, including my life." Naruto waved his hand and helped Zhu Lu up, saying, "I can help you with your revenge, but you have to take it yourself." Zhu Lu shook his head and replied, "But I can't do it." "I can't." Naruto said, "With me around, half a month is enough." He still had this confidence. Teaching Zhu Lu martial arts training, with her aptitude, it shouldn't be a problem for her to open up her meridians and leap to the first rank of martial arts. Zhu Lu said with hopeful eyes, "Really?" Naruto said, "Of course, but I need you to agree to one condition." "Zhu Li, you say." "First, the Meng Zong family and their group cannot die. They can have their hands and feet chopped off and their chakra wasted." Zhu Li eagerly said, "This is good. Let them be unable to live or die." Naruto, this little girl has a strong killing intent. Next, Naruto naturally imparted his martial arts spirit to Shuri, teaching her martial arts techniques and helping her break through her acupoints, condensing natural energy into true essence, transforming it into her internal power. When Shuri broke through to the second rank of martial arts, Naruto said, "Let's stop here for now. Once you stabilize your realm, I will lend you a hand." Shuri bowed and said, "Thank you. Thank you very much." Her voice was choked with emotion, having lived in darkness for so long. This was the first time she had seen the light. Naruto said, "No need, just focus on training." "Shirue, yes." Shirue went back, and Naruto naturally returned to acting. Those who were secretly guarding him were still in the illusion, where he was monitoring Naruto. Naruto returned and dispelled the illusion, but the person remained unchanged, still staring at Naruto without moving. Naruto said, "Didn't he show up? Looks like I waited for nothing." After saying this, Naruto headed home, not going to SH's room, but returning to his own room and going straight to sleep, because he knew SH would understand without him having to say anything. For several days in a row, Naruto went to wait, but he never showed up. The people monitoring Naruto also gave up. Meanwhile, the wandering ninja who practiced martial arts succeeded, feeling a sense of relief as if a burden was lifted, and his body became stronger, which made SH and the others very happy, prompting them to start training as well. Naruto smiled. His scheme had succeeded, trapping them in the martial arts third-tier realm. This was simply a perfect setup. Unable to break through in martial arts, extracting chakra would lead to assimilation by inner strength, which would only increase. In milder cases, the meridians would be severed, and in severe cases, it would result in explosive death. After 10 days, Zhu Lu had stabilized her position. She then sought out Naruto using the cursed warrior. The two arrived outside the city again, and this time before Naruto could begin, she spoke first. "Senior, you forgot to tell me the identity information of the fake Meng Zong." Naruto said, "I forgot, little girl. Have you forgotten? You didn't ask me." Zhu Lu said, "I hope the senior will tell me." Naruto asked, "Have you heard of the wandering ninjas?" Zhu Li said, "It's them." Naruto, "It's them. The fake Meng Zong is the leader of the wandering ninjas, Cho. This person has a notorious reputation and is full of evil deeds." Zhu Lu said coldly, "I will definitely kill them to avenge my father and brothers." Naruto said, "This person truly deserves to die, but don't forget the promise you made to me." Zhu Li solemnly replied, "Senior, please rest assured I won't forget." She then asked, "Senior, why are they doing this?" Naruto said, Wandering, it's all about drifting around. Without money, just to survive, naturally one can only resort to robbery. Therefore, they establish many enemies and want to have an identity to cover them, allowing them to act in secret, not only to live a good life, but also to evade enemies. Zhu Lu angrily responded, "So they kill my father? In such chaotic times, what would they not dare to do for survival? If one cannot secure their own life, how could they care about the lives of others?" Naruto replied calmly, "This is an unfriendly topic." Zhu Lu shifted the subject, asking Naruto to help her open her meridians. Naruto naturally followed suit, and Zhu Lu's current realm was steadily at the first tier strength. Naruto said, "With your current strength, you are still a bit lacking to seek revenge. I will teach you a martial technique. Once you have mastered it and it complements your abilities, you will be able to take your revenge." Zhu Lu, aside from bowing and thanking him, had no other words. She didn't know how to express her gratitude. After Zhu Lu left, Naruto looked at the night sky and said, "Zhou, I wonder if you can escape this deathly tribulation." Chapter 145, Zhu Lu vs. Zhou. 8 days passed, and Zhou sought out Naruto, asking, "Youming, is there any follow-up technique for the blood fiend art?" Naruto said with some confusion, "How do you know about the blood-killing technique?" He looked completely bewildered. This acting could earn an Oscar. With his strength, how could he not see that this broom had already practiced the blood-killing technique? The broom paused for a moment before saying, "When I had my servant clean your room, he rummaged through your belongings. Upon seeing this technique, he wanted to claim it for himself. After he was discovered, I put the secret technique back in your room." Naruto suddenly realized, "Oh, I see. This is a technique I just got not long ago. I found that there are problems with the subsequent techniques, so I haven't practiced it yet. I really don't know anything else." "Good. In the future, when you suffer, replenishing your energy and blood will make you cry." Zhao's expression changed slightly, and he asked, "Yume, where did you get this technique? What will they do if there are no follow-up techniques? Once you practice the blood fiend technique, you can't practice ninjutsu anymore. This blood fiend technique is extremely domineering. Practicing chakra will cause it to be devoured and absorbed by inner power, and if the energy stored in the meridians increases too much, it will crash into the meridians. They can't afford that. Their meridians will go numb, and their limbs will become stiff." Naruto said, "I killed a Jonin and obtained it from him. He was researching this technique and ended up mutilating himself. This is true. In my previous life, there was someone who got this incomplete technique, studied it in secret, and ended up becoming disabled." Naruto said, "This is a technique that came from the Flame Dragon Kingdom. There should be follow-ups if we go to the Flame Dragon Kingdom." Zhao was very disappointed, realizing that without follow-ups, they would be like lambs to the slaughter, and said, "The Flame Dragon Kingdom, a desirable land. If I get the chance, I will definitely go." Naruto thought to himself, there is no chance left. 5 more days passed, and Julie had mastered the basics of martial arts. She released Hong Ming from prison, took command of the army, and maintained the order of the Bird Kingdom. Naruto sensed the changes around him and murmured, "Is this little girl about to start?" Zhu Lu's series of actions naturally displeased the broom, who led his men directly to confront Zhu Lu. As Zhu Lu looked at the aggressively approaching fake Meng Zong, a cold glint appeared in her eyes. She was also waiting for this moment. However, she still needed to engage in a bit of a verbal spar with the fake Meng Zong. Zhu Lu asked, "Master Meng Zong, what brings you to me?" Meng Zong replied, "Lady Lu, your behavior during this period has been quite biased." Zhu Lu said, "I hope Master Meng Zong can provide some guidance." Meng Zong continued, "Hong Ming impersonating the cursed warrior has caused panic among the civilians. For this alone, he is guilty of a grave crime. Why should he be released? He should be beheaded to atone for his sins." Zhu Lu asked, "Master Meng Zong, General Hong Ming has been imprisoned for 3 years now. Yet why is this cursed warrior still around?" Meng Zong explained, "This must be Hong Ming's ally. Such actions are intended to exert pressure on us, making us reluctant to take action against Hong Ming. Now that Hong Ming is out of prison and has command of the army, this is very unfavorable for us." Zhu Lu remarked, "An ally? But what if someone is framing General Hong Ming?" Meng Zong replied, "Impossible. That hidden weapon could only come from the Hong Ming estate." Zhu Lu countered, "But if someone can use ninjutsu to transform, wouldn't it be even easier to create that hidden weapon? If someone is framing Lord Hong Ming, then wouldn't we be wronging him?" Meng Zong conceded, "Lady Lu has grown. I indeed did not consider this point." Zhu Lu stated, "Therefore, until the truth is clarified, Lord Hong Ming must not be harmed. If he dies, the schemes of those who planned the cursed warrior will succeed, which would not be a blessing for our country." Meng Zong acknowledged, "Lady Lu has thought this through." Zhu Lu responded, "Thank you for your praise, Master Meng Zong. This exchange ended with the broom at a disadvantage. The broom left with an expressionless face, while Zhu Lu revealed a smile after he departed, murmuring, "The feeling of having power is really comfortable." She felt the strength within her body, and her thoughts expanded. If the people of the Bird Nation all practiced martial arts, then the Bird Nation would surely grow stronger and no longer be bullied. After thinking about this, she wanted to see Naruto again, so she went back to change into armor and disguised herself as a cursed warrior. Just then, Naruto's voice rang out, asking, "Miss me?" Zhu Lu was startled. Naruto's body slowly appeared in the bedroom. Shirue's face turned slightly red as she asked, "Senior, how long have you been here?" Naruto said calmly, "I just arrived." He could swear that he had just gotten here and definitely did not peek at anything. Suki confirmed, "Really?" Naruto said, "Of course it's true. What? Did you think I would peek at you? If I wanted to see, I would do it openly. Sneaking a look is not her style." Zhu Lu breathed a sigh of relief and thought, That's good. Naruto looked up and down at Zhu Lu, nodded and said, "You really do have a bit of elegance like this." Zhu Lu's face turned slightly red, and she didn't respond. Naruto asked, "Do you need something from me?" Zhu Li said, "Senior, can I ask you for a favor?" Naruto said, "Let's hear it." Without agreeing, he naturally wouldn't accept any excessive demands. Zhu Lu said, "Can I pass on the martial arts cultivation methods to the people of the Bird Kingdom?" As soon as these words came out, Naruto stared at her intently. She thought Naruto wouldn't agree, so she said, "I'm sorry, I was being abrupt." Naruto interrupted, saying, "Oh, no, it's not that I won't agree. You need to think this through." Shuri looked at Naruto, waiting for his next words. Naruto said, "The martial arts I currently have can only be cultivated to the first grade strength, which is the strength of a Jounin. The Flame Dragon Kingdom is a holy land for martial arts, and to seek a breakthrough, one must go to the Flame Dragon Kingdom. If one wants to practice higher martial arts, they must join the Flame Dragon Kingdom. If you cultivate warriors and they eventually join the Flame Dragon Kingdom, what would you do?" This is something Zhu Lu has not considered. It is indeed a headache. Naturally, she does not want the soldiers she has worked so hard to train to join another country. Naruto continued, "Moreover, the land of birds is indeed not bad, and the common people's lives are relatively pressure-free. However, compared to the common people of the Flame Dragon Kingdom, they're indeed lacking in some aspects. Given a choice, they would more likely choose the Flame Dragon Kingdom." These words struck a chord in Tsuru's heart. What should she do then? Naruto said, "Think it over, and once you've made your decision, it's up to you." After saying this, he turned to leave but then stopped and added, "I have to admit, the Flame Dragon Country does have some skills. After Senju Hashirama was resurrected and joined the Flame Country, he led the Leaf Village to join the Flame Dragon Country, even bringing half of the Fire Country's territory into the Flame Dragon's domain." Chapter 146, The Red Heron Faces a Dilemma. Naruto left, but Shuri fell into deep thought. The Land of Fire is a powerful nation, but in such a country, Senju Hashirama, the legendary strongman and universally recognized god of ninjas, acknowledged martial arts. What about others? Shuri's thoughts expanded further. She considered what would happen after the Land of Fire was fully incorporated into the territory of the Flame Dragon Kingdom. She now carefully sensed that the power of martial arts surpasses ninjutsu, in pursuit of supreme strength. People from other countries would surely find ways to join the Flame Dragon Kingdom, and at that time, their own nations would be in jeopardy. Suri murmured, "No, we cannot let such a thing happen." She resolutely put on her armor, opened the door, and stepped outside. She needed to seek a solution, and in her mind, the first person she thought of was Naruto. She believed that Naruto could help her, as he had assisted her a lot before, and she felt a sense of reliance on him. Naruto did not return to the house. He felt that things were not over yet. Sure enough, after a while, he saw Tsukuyami coming out in armor. Naruto exclaimed, "Here." Suki was naturally startled again. She didn't expect Naruto to still be here. So the two of them returned to the house. Naruto asked, "Have you figured it out?" Shirue shook her head, "No." Naruto said, "Is the script like this? Shouldn't it say I've figured it out, I've understood?" Naruto asked, "So what do you want from me?" Zulu then expressed all the questions in her heart, leaving Naruto dumbfounded. Did she think that far? This little girl actually had such wisdom? Naruto's strategy is cultural invasion. As the culture continues to invade, it ultimately yields to the Kingdom of Flame, and finally, it completely transforms into the subjects of the Kingdom of Flame. Zhu Lu asked, "Senior, what do you think I should choose?" Naruto said, "I can't make that decision for you. It has to be based on your own feelings. Anyone can give you advice, but I can't." This made Zhu Lu feel puzzled, and she asked why not. Naruto said, "This matter is not convenient to disclose." Zhu Lu sighed, "What a pity." Zhu Lu rubbed her head, Feeling a bit troubled, she really didn't know how to choose. Naruto said, I will pass on your techniques, and you can freely share them with the commoners. It's up to you to decide. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Zhu Lu nodded and replied, okay, thank you, senior. After Naruto left, Zhu Lu took off her clothes and changed into a different outfit before leaving underground. She still needed to find someone to discuss matters with, and the only person she could talk to now was Hongming. Zhu Lu sneaked into the yard where Hongming was, and he noticed her immediately. Seeing it was Zhu Lu, he said, greetings, Lady Lu. In the past, Hongming was somewhat skeptical of Zhu Lu, but this time, she had spared him and won his heart. Zhu Lu said, General Hongming, there are some things I would like to discuss with you. Hongming replied, please, Lady Lu. Zhu Lu released her internal energy from her palm, suddenly inhaled, and the general's sword on the rack fell into her hand. Hongming remarked, Lady Lu, this doesn't seem like chakra. Zhu Lu nodded, this is indeed not chakra, but martial arts internal energy. During this time, I have taken a wandering martial artist as my master, and he taught me how to cultivate martial arts. I am now a martial artist, not a ninja. Hongming asked, so you let me go because of this? Zhu Lu explained, General Hongming, if I had no strength and angered them, there would be no hope. Now, with my first-level martial arts strength, I can handle dangers. If it weren't for the imposing presence left by the bounty hunter in the past, Hongming might have already died, and there would be no Hongming as he is now. Hongming said, Lady Lu, you have suffered. Zhu Lu replied, General Hongming, martial arts cultivation is superior to ninja cultivation. With my current strength, I wouldn't fear even copying Ninja Kakashi. I consulted a senior and wished to pass this technique to the people to strengthen our nation. Hongming said, Lady Lu, this is a good thing. Zhu Lu revealed a bitter expression and said, but the technique given by the senior can only be cultivated to the first-level realm. And the subsequent techniques are all in the martial arts holy land, Yanlong City. To cultivate, one must join Yanlong Nation. Under the temptation of such extreme power, there will be many who betray. Hongming fell silent, firmly believing that this was the case. Being unable to break through for a long time would lead to extreme thoughts, and betrayal would be a natural outcome. Zhu Lu sighed and said, if the people we cultivate betray us, then who will protect this country? A maturity not typical for her age appeared on her face, as she bore a heavy burden, the vengeance of her father and brothers and the well-being of her people, all resting on the shoulders of this young girl in her teens. Zhu Lu then asked, General Hongming, it is said that the commoners of Yanlong Nation are very happy. I believe this cannot just be a rumor. Hongming agreed, saying, if the people of Yanlong Nation lived in hardship, then why have the people of the Fire Country Peninsula never complained? Because they have a prosperous life. They are content and wholeheartedly supportive. Zhu Lu bitterly remarked, General Hongming, this is a dangerous signal. The Fire Country, under the leadership of the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama, has been continuously absorbed by Yanlong Nation. I believe that soon, the Fire Country will be completely merged into Yanlong Nation. Hongming stated, Lady Lu, it's not just the Fire Country. There's also the Wind Country. The fourth Kazekage, Gaara, has returned to the Wind Country and established a Yanlong tribe. Now, 1/4 of the territory of the Wind Country has raised the flag of Yanlong, which is indeed frightening. Before Zhu Lu could respond, Hongming continued, Lady Lu, this is not the most terrifying part. The most terrifying part is that Yanlong Nation has not used military force to suppress. In the ninja war, Gaara's strength has already surpassed that of a shadow ninja. If he were to use military force to suppress, no one in the Wind Country could stop him. But he did not. After reclaiming the coastal area, he engaged in ideological education. With just his words, he occupied 1/4 of the Wind Country's territory. As long as one wishes to join Yanlong, that land belongs to Yanlong Nation. This struck a chord with Zhu Lu, and she expressed all her doubts. Then the two fell into silence, both feeling heavy-hearted. Zhu Lu left, and in the end, neither of them found a solution to the problem, which would hang over their hearts, urging them constantly. Naruto leaned against the wall and said with great interest, Shiro, Akemi, how will you choose? But you need to act quickly. The broom is about to strike. The broom discussed with his subordinates and decided to take action. They wondered if the bounty hunter would come back, and they also needed to move to completely turn the Bird Nation into their territory. Chapter 147. Playing with the broom was about to make a move against Shiro. After discussing with his subordinates, he planned to assassinate Shiro in secret. After all, this was an assassination of a nation's leader, and such a crime would naturally require someone to bear the blame. That day, the broom sought out Naruto to implement his scheme. Naruto was well prepared, waiting for his arrival, ready to showcase his Oscar-worthy acting skills. Naruto, Master Mingzong. Broom nodded and sat opposite Naruto. Youming, are you still getting used to it here? Broom sat down and began to ask. Naruto said, thank you, Master Mingzong, for your concern. The netherworld is great, and I was just looking for you. Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly and said, looking for me? Naruto said, yes. I've been here for nearly a month now. This is the first time I've stayed in another place for so long. I plan to say goodbye to Master Mingzong tomorrow and continue my journey. If I stay any longer, I won't want to leave. Master Mingzong is too enthusiastic, and it's made me a bit lazy. Master Mingzong replied, are you in such a hurry? Naruto said, traveling across the ninja world is my dream. In other places, I usually stay for only 3 or 4 days, but I've already been here for more than 20 days. It's time to go. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely come back and bother Lord Mingzong. Mingzong naturally wouldn't let Naruto leave. Even Jonin-level strength could be subdued in his hands, and to hold this bird country, he needed to rely on him. Yume, have you ever thought about settling down? Mingzong asked. Naruto said blankly, I'm only 29 now. What should I do during my break? I'm in the prime of my youth. How can I waste my time? Sweeping down the anger in his heart, he kindly said, Yume, you're already turning 30. It's time to think about yourself. Naruto said, life is a journey of cultivation, and I only cultivate on my own path. My path is to travel and experience life. After hearing this, Zhao had a black line on his forehead. He knew that this guy had become foolish from his travels, and with his single-mindedness, it was unlikely he could be persuaded to stay. So he stopped trying to convince him. Zhao said, sticking to your own beliefs makes life meaningful. You are right. I was thinking of having you stay and participate in the construction of the Bird Kingdom to help the common people of the Bird Kingdom live a happy life. Naruto blinked and said, the land of birds is very happy. Compared to the people of the land of lightning, you are all happier. Your Lord Egrets is very capable. He deliberately gave a step down to Sho. Lord Egrets. Lord Egrets. Sho murmured a few words, revealing a bitter smile. Naruto asked, Master Mingzong, isn't that right? The broom's expression was very angry as it said, of course it's not right. Do you know how the last Lord Heron died? Naruto shook his head and said, I don't know. I've never been to the land of birds before, and I've never seen the previous Lord Heron. For some reason, upon hearing this, Cho couldn't help but feel a surge of anger rise within him. Is this the main point? This is not the main point. The main point is how the previous Lord Heron died. Naruto asked, how did the previous Lord Heron die? CH suppressed his anger again and said, he died of poisoning. Naruto said, poisoned? Did you eat something toxic? That's really careless. But sometimes, people just make mistakes. Just like when I was traveling alone and cooking in the wild. I was being very careful, but I still ended up setting the forest on fire. After hearing this, Zako couldn't help but feel his blood vessels swell. What the heck? Who wants to hear about your nonsense? Let's talk about Lord Sora from the previous generation. Lord Sora from the previous generation. Zaka said, this isn't just a careless poisoning. Someone has poisoned you. Naruto's eyes twitched as he confirmed. Man-made? CHG replied, yes, man-made. Naruto, for what reason? The broom asked, Yume, what do you think is the most important thing in Lord Egret's position? Naruto cautiously replied, family. The broom was directly triggered, and his beard puffed up high. He said in a low voice, it's his position as the daimyo. Naruto exclaimed, Master Mingzong, are you saying that someone killed Lord Lu for the position of the daimyo? Zhou thought to himself, finally, he's getting it. Zhou said yes. Naruto said, who could this be? Sho said, who is sitting in the position of a daimyo now? Naruto incredulously said, how is this possible? How is it possible? The current Lord Lu is the son of the previous Lord Lu. How could he do this? Broom replied, you are too naive, Youming. When a person's heart turns cruel, they can become a mad beast, capable of doing anything. Naruto nodded in agreement. Poisoning Lord Egretta, he's truly a heartless beast. Upon hearing this, the broom felt its anger rising again. It was the current Lord Egretta who was the beast, not the one who poisoned him. The broom said, Waimei, we want to expose Lord Egretta's crimes and seek justice against him, but we can't. Naruto innocently asked why. The broom replied, Lord Egrets has a bounty hunter behind him, and his strength is very strong. None of us are his match, and if he helps Lord Egrets, we have no chance of winning. Naruto nodded. This is really a troublesome matter. The broom didn't want to keep going in circles with Naruto and said, Yume, your strength is not weak. Can you help us? Naruto pointed at himself. Me? The broom nodded. Yes, that's you. Naruto waved his hand and said, I can't. My strength is very poor. He didn't say he couldn't do it. He is very capable, extremely capable, and cannot say he can't. Zhao sincerely said, I believe in you. You can definitely do it. Naruto said, I'm afraid I'll mess things up. The broom comforted him again. Don't worry, we'll be with you. Naruto hesitated for a moment and said, all right then, Master Mungzong trusts me so much, I agree. The broom was overjoyed and said, thank you. Naruto said, you're welcome. You're welcome. During this time, I appreciate the master's care. This is what I should do. After talking with Naruto for a while, Je left and returned to his own house. The first thing he said to his subordinates was, I want to personally kill this bastard. After talking to Naruto, he was too tired and almost lost his temper several times. If he could win against Naruto, he would have slapped him away long ago. Just subordinates remained silent. They could sense their leader's anger and decided it was best not to provoke him. They exchanged knowing glances as they understood that this visitor had agreed, and soon, their homeland would be within reach. Naruto said, if I could go back to my past life, I would definitely win an Oscar for my achievements. With my acting skills, I would be unbeatable. The stage has already been set, and now it's time to watch the show. This performance should be very exciting. Chapter 148, Exploring Naruto's Reality and Illusion. Zhu Lu wants to see Naruto again, so she invited him out for another award. Naruto stood on the treetop and said, what do you want from me? Is there something going on? The red-crowned crane replied, it's nothing. I just wanted to talk to you, senior. This was indeed the truth, as they had been thinking too much these past few days and felt a bit restless, so they came out to get some fresh air. Naruto said, didn't you release Youming? Go talk to him and discuss the important matters of the country and the people. Zhu Lu replied, we've discussed it, but there are no results. Naruto said, what a pity. Shiratori, senior, are you serious about this regret? Naruto said, that broom invited me. Shirue responded, invited you to do what? Naruto was astonished. Do you really want to do this so smoothly? Invite me to deal with you, then kill you. Frame me for it, and finally kill me. He said. Shirue said coldly, what a vicious scheme. Naruto said, to invite me to join, they slandered you, claiming that you killed your father to seize power and that you are an unforgivable ruler. Hearing this, Zhu Lu also became furious and said, senior, can I take action first? Fortunately, it's you, senior. If it were someone else, they might really have succeeded and the bird kingdom would have been stolen from us. Naruto said, oh, I agree. Zhu Lu smiled slightly, very charmingly, and said, senior, if you become the daimyo of the bird country, I will fully support you. Naruto touched his nose, realizing how strong the ability to take advantage of the situation was, almost causing him to trip over his own feet. Well, let's just say I'll join in and then sit back and eat sunflower seeds. Naruto said. Zhu Lu hoped that Naruto would agree. Once he did, she could finally lighten this heavy burden. It was then that Zhu Lu remembered she didn't even know Naruto's name. So she asked, excuse me, I still don't know your name. Naruto said, it doesn't matter, just think of me as a passing tourist. And then I took advantage of you guys. Zhu Lu questioned, took advantage of us? Naruto slapped his forehead and said, sorry, I slipped up and accidentally revealed my true feelings. Zhu Lu replied, I still want to know what you deceived us about, senior. Naruto said, this you will know in the future. You, the ruler of the country, are almost being tricked by me, slowly but surely. This will inevitably become a branch of the flame dragon. Sai, invincible, that's me. Seeing that Naruto didn't want to say more, Zhu Lu didn't press further and asked again, senior, what is your name? Naruto, it's not important. Shirue, it is very important. Naruto said, what? Do I have to have a longevity tablet set up for me in the future? Zhu Lu blinked her elegant eyes and said, longevity tablet? What kind of thing is that? Naruto said, it's nothing. My name is Youming. Shiriki knew this name, but she felt that it wasn't Naruto's real name. Shiriki said, I don't believe it. Naruto said, you have to believe this. My name is Youming. You can call me Uncle Youming. Zhu Lu. She didn't want to talk to Naruto anymore. Zhu Lu asked again, senior, where's your hometown? Naruto said, my hometown, that's far away. Farther than you can imagine. Zhu Lu, where is it? Naruto said, on the other side of the distant starry sky, at the end of the universe. In the long river of time, at the end where the sun and moon do not shine. The red-crowned crane's face darkened and said, senior, if you don't want to talk, just say so. Naruto sincerely said, these are my heartfelt words. Everything I say is true. Zhu Lu turned around and said, senior, sometimes you're really annoying. Naruto touched his nose and said, why don't you believe me? I'm not lying. Zhu Lu walked faster, disappearing into the forest and losing sight. Naruto didn't leave immediately. He gazed at the night sky, lost in thought, with a look of longing on his face. He really missed home. Sigh. A A sigh echoed far and wide in the quiet night sky. Naruto also vanished into the treetops. Originally, he intended to head straight back to his room, but he noticed that one of his subordinates was attempting to ambush his shadow clone. Naruto said, with the strength of a chunin, "Even my shadow clone can send you flying with a single fart. Trying to sneak attack me is really foolish." This person silently entered Naruto's room, and before getting close to him, Naruto slapped him away, causing him to crash through the door. What happened? She came out and saw that his subordinate's face was somewhat deformed. This strength was definitely not weak, and he felt that this visitor's strength was above that of a jonin. She asked again what happened. Naruto said, "I was meditating when this person entered my room. I thought he was a thief, so I struck him and sent him flying out." The broom said, Sorry, he is not a thief, he is my subordinate." Naruto shouted, "Ah, it's you guys, why do you look so ugly? You really look like a thief." The person who was blown away by Naruto's broom had a bad expression, looking somewhat dark. Naruto continued, "Then why did he enter my room?" Zhao coldly asked, "Tianhe, what's going on?" Tianhe said, "I'm not convinced." Naruto said, "I didn't provoke you, so what are you upset about? Is it because you don't look as good as me, and that's why you're jealous?" The expressions of both of them darkened. "Isn't this already in the past?" Zhao, "Tianhe, Youming is my esteemed guest, remember? You must not be so rude in the future." Tianhe replied, "Yes." Zhao smiled and said to Naruto, "Youming, because I have placed great value on you. Tianhe is unwilling and disturbed you. He has learned his lesson now, so on my account, let this go this time." Naruto said, "Since the master seeks excellence, I shall certainly obey." Broom clasped his hands. "Thank you." Naruto said, "Master Mengzong, if there's nothing else, I will take a rest first." Yawning, he was about to head back to his room. Zhao said, "Youming, wait a moment." Naruto stopped, turned around, and asked, "Master Mengzong, is there anything else?" The broom replied, "We will take action tomorrow, and I hope the underworld will not break the appointment." Naruto said, "Oh, fine. Let's finish this early, so I can leave sooner and continue my journey." After saying this, he entered the house. The expressions of Jiku and Tanha immediately grew serious, and Jiku's lips curled into a cold arc. "Still want to leave?" Wishful thinking. Jiku and Tanha also entered the house to discuss their views with the others inside. They were somewhat aware of Naruto's strength, and after the plan was completed, they would formulate a strategy based on his abilities. Chapter 149. Cloud Smoke Palm. The next day, Naruto was called up early. The plan of the wandering ninjas led by Jiku was about to begin. Naruto encountered Lu and Beichun, who both left a mark in the original work, and both died at Kakashi's hands. Lu seemed to be a bit stronger, as Kakashi used a Sharingan, while Beichun had his head snapped off by Kakashi in a rather pathetic manner. Naruto then went with them to the palace where Zhu Lu was. Upon seeing everyone arrive, Zhu Lu had been waiting for them for a long time, along with Hong Ming, and the two of them were waiting for them. Zhu Lu said, "Lord Ming, you finally came." Cho asked in confusion, "Lord Lu, we don't understand what you mean by that." Zhu Lu coldly responded, "What do you mean? Why have you all come here today? Don't you know in your hearts?" Chao's pupils involuntarily constricted. Their plan had been exposed, and immediately, everyone's gaze turned to Naruto. Naruto spread his hands and said, "What are you looking at me for? Didn't you say that Lord Lu killed her father and brothers for the sake of power? Can't we just impeach him?" Homing said, "Mengzong, don't slander. This is quite unbecoming of a high monk like you." Zhao was angry, thinking how could this guy say such a thing? Now, they wouldn't be able to seize the initiative. Before Zhao could speak, Zhu Lu spoke first, looking coldly at Zhao, and said, "Lord Mengzong, I hope you can explain." Zhao replied indifferently, "Explain what?" Zhu Lu said, "About my father's poisoning. Since his burial, no one has touched his grave." "How did you know my father died from poisoning?" Zhao said, "I realized it when Lord Lu died. He died from poisoning." Zhu Lu pressed on, "Then why didn't you say anything back then?" Zhao calmly replied, "Because I had no power or influence. I could only endure." What a shameless villain, to justify himself like this. Zhu Lu said, "No power or influence. After my father died, the most powerful in the bird kingdom was only you. Even General Hongming pales in comparison. Is this what you call having no power or influence? Moreover, my father often summoned you during his lifetime. Many important matters were discussed with you. If you wanted to do something, it would be very easy." Zhao said, "Lord Lu, you're crossing the line." Zhu Lu coldly smiled and said, "Crossing the line? Really? Lord Mengzong." Zhao noticed the mockery in Zhu Lu's eyes and felt a vague sense that this Lord Lu had really grown up and seemed to know a lot of things. Hongming said coldly, "Mengzong, plotting against the former Lord Lu, surrender. and you'll have a decent death. Zhao said, Hongming, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Zhu Lu said, don't understand? Then let me tell you a story. There was a group of ninjas with no fixed country, no fixed village, but they roamed everywhere, ambushing the essence of ninjutsu and creating unique skills. They are known as the Wandering Ninjas. The Wandering Ninjas have 3 leaders, with Zhao as the chief, and the other 2 are Lu and Beichen. At this point, Zhu Lu's eyes flashed like arrows, staring at Zhao and the others, coldly saying, do you understand now? The Wandering Ninjas certainly understood. They had completely been exposed. Zhao asked, when did you find out? Zhu Lu replied, a long time ago. At this moment, her expression was unreadable, and it was hard to tell if she was being truthful. Zhao said, very good. You are much stronger than your father in terms of endurance. At this moment, Naruto began his performance and said, wait. Everyone's eyes turned to Naruto, eager to know what he was going to do. Ming looked at the broom and asked in confusion, Master Mangzong, does that mean you were the one who killed the previous Lord Lu? At that moment, the broom did not hide the truth and said, yes, it was me. However, that was because he did nothing, unable to lead the common people towards happiness. Using his position to bully others and commit evil acts for the sake of the people of the Bird Kingdom, I had no choice but to kill him. Naruto said, but the common people have a high opinion of him. Sho angrily replied, that's his dirty tactics. Naruto was at odds with his way. But it's not just a few people, it's many people. Is this also his tactic? In fact, Naruto knew very well that this was possible, because Hiruzen Sarutobi was a great example. Zebroom said yes. At this moment, Zhu Lu said, Senior, that's enough. Hearing this, Zebroom and the others all looked at Naruto. If they couldn't figure it out by this moment, then they would be fools. Naruto was one of Zhu Lu's people. Whoosh! Naruto's body flashed and landed in front of Cho and the others. He said, you guys are really foolish. Do you remember my first sentence? Although it had only been a moment, they truly couldn't recall Naruto's complete first words. At this moment, Zhu Lu spoke up, Father, brother. Cho and the others turned to look at Zhu Lu in shock. Cho asked, who are you? Zhu Lu removed her crown and said, I am Zhu Lu. You poisoned my father to seize control of the Bird Kingdom, and then you poisoned my brother. For the sake of the Bird Kingdom, for revenge, I can only live in my brother's identity. Hongming knelt down and said, Lord Lu, you've worked hard. He could imagine the suffering and inner torment that Lord Lu had endured over the years, far more than they had. Knowing who had harmed her father and brother, but being unable to take revenge, as the enemy held great prestige in the Bird Kingdom, with many people worshipping him as a follower. Zhu Lu declared, today, I will avenge my father and brother. I want you to die. After saying that, she flew into the air, her internal energy filling her fists, and with a shout, she struck at Cho and the others. Lu stood in front and shouted, all things in the universe, assimilation technique. Under the enhancement of the ninjutsu, he transformed into a stone man, and this stone was very hard, even capable of shattering dog teeth. However, in front of Zhu Lu now, it was like a puppet shattered by her punch. Lu's body exploded, but Cho, Beichun, and the others showed no signs of pain, just quietly watching. Whoosh! The next moment, the shattered stones flew towards Zhu Lu. Zhu Lu's internal energy erupted, and with a surge of momentum, she sent the debris flying. Shadow mimicry technique. At that moment, Cho activated a ninjutsu, a shadow mimicry technique lacking essence. He aimed to control Zhu Lu. Lu shouted, assimilation. Sand binding coffin. Countless grains of sand bound towards Zhu Lu. Lord Lu. Hongming's expression changed drastically, and he called out. Naruto shook his head after watching. It's a complete mess. This technique, lacking the essence of ninjutsu, is simply terrible. This shadow imitation technique can't control Zhu Lu at all. She easily broke free. Zhu Lu shouted, Cloud Smoke Palm. Chapter 150. You wanted to be a monk. The Cloud Smoke Palm is a martial art passed down from Naruto to Zhu Lu, suitable for women to practice. There are a total of 8 palms, each with 18 moves. However, Naruto only taught the first 4 palms to Zhu Lu, with her first tier strength. She shouldn't attempt the last 4, as one palm might drain all her internal energy. This is the first palm of the Cloud Smoke Palm, Cloud Peaks Glow. Zhu Lu sensed the location of Lu, and with incredible speed, light as smoke, dodged the sand and dust attack, landing a palm strike on his body. A loud explosion rang out, shattering the stone blocks made of sand and gravel, which were utterly no match for Zhu Lu. The powerful force penetrated Lu's internal organs, severing his meridians and rupturing his lungs. Blood flowed from Lu's mouth as he asked, How did you know about me? Zhu Lu replied, You are human, not real stones. Did you turn your hearts into stone? Lu said, I see. Zhu Lu exerted force again, and Lu's body softened, covered in countless cracks. Blood continuously dripping as he collapsed to the ground, completely dead. Ji and Beichun exchanged horrified glances. When they fought Lu, Beichun had no chance to speak. And Ji's words were only a 50-50 chance, but in Zhu Lu's hands, a single palm strike killed him. Zhu Lu said, Sorry, senior. I acted too quickly and didn't hold back, resulting in his death. Naruto was indeed snacking and sipping on a bottle of sake, looking like he was watching a show. He said, It's nothing, just a small character. If they die, they die. Zhu Lu said, Thank you, senior. The broom looked at Naruto and said, You may. If you lend us a hand, the bird kingdom will give you half. Zhu Lu directly said, Senior, I will step down, and you can become the daimyo of the bird kingdom. Naruto clapped his hands and said, Hey, I'm just a bystander. My mom taught me not to meddle in other people's business. Beichen's cold gaze flickered, and two meteoric hidden weapons shot towards Naruto's throat. He had long found Naruto unbearable, and now he was determined to act. Zhu Lu said coldly, Fool, sneaking up on a senior, who gave you the audacity? If he can teach someone as outstanding as me, his strength must be formidable. Zhao shouted, No. How could this fool sneak attack him? Naruto said, You have quite the guts to sneak attack me. Controlling two meteor darts, he added, Here, take this. The two meteor darts struck Bei-chun before he could react, and then Bei-chun fell down. No one present could clearly see the trajectory of the meteor darts. They seemed to have traversed through space and collided with Bei-chun's body. Naruto naturally did not kill him. He merely severed his limbs with internal energy, leaving him in a state worse than death. Zhao's face changed drastically as he realized that the strength of this underworld was definitely very formidable. Naruto pulled Bei-chun over with one hand and threw him at Youming's feet, saying, I'll leave this to you. He can't die. Youming replied, Yes, senior. The meteor dart, moving at such speed, surprisingly did not pierce the bandit's body. How was that even possible? He couldn't do it, and even Lord Lu couldn't. This is a great master. We can't offend him. We can't afford to. The broom looked at Naruto with some fear, seemingly having underestimated this person's strength. That kind of precise power was something he couldn't handle with his own abilities. Naruto said, Don't look at me. Don't worry if you don't make a move against me. I will just be a bystander. Zhu Lu said, Broom, let's fight to the death. If you can defeat me, you can leave. Broom said, Really? Zhu Lu coldly replied, Of course. At this moment, Youming also expressed his stance, saying, I won't intervene either, and the soldiers won't intervene. Naruto said, You look a bit uncomfortable like this. It's better to return to your true form. With a wave of his hand, the broom no longer appeared as a high monk, but instead donned gray-black armor, revealing a bald head, a bit dark, with light facial hair. Naruto said, That's really ugly. Sho asked, How did you do that? Naruto smiled slightly and said, It's a secret. I just won't tell him. It would drive him crazy. In his eyes, this transformation technique was just a sleight of hand, easily seen through, nothing to be proud of. If it were the Monkey King's 72 transformations, not even he, let alone someone who could shatter the void, could see through it. The broom said, That's fine. It's easier for combat. He quickly formed hand seals and shouted, Multiple shadow clone technique. The broom said, Lord Heron, I don't believe you can distinguish my clones. If there were no trained herons or herons who had practiced ninjutsu, they definitely wouldn't be able to see through it. However, now, the heron really saw through it. Still, because of the life force, there was a qualitative difference between the main body and the clones in terms of life force. The heron stared at one of the brooms and said, I can recognize you, but I don't need to. She soared into the air and said, Clouds and mist surrounding. This was the second palm of the cloud and mist palm, with clouds and mist swirling around. One heard the sounds of bangs as one after another of the clones disappeared. The final hand seal landed on the broom's main body, sending out more than 10 clones flying away. The broom, moving in the air, spat blood and was in a very miserable state. However, his suffering did not end. Just as his body came to a stop, he was kicked back again. The one who kicked him was naturally the heron, who caught up with the broom's retreating speed. Following was a brutal beating, the sound of screams mixed with the sounds of punches, forming a wonderful melody. The heron wanted to return all the pain she had suffered over the years to the broom, to vent all her anger. Naruto thought to himself, Poor kid. After a while, the stork finished and returned, dragging the barely alive broom with him. He came to Naruto's side and said, Senior, he is not dead. Naruto said, He's half dead already. He also noticed the lower half of the broom covered in blood, and a lot of it. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his lower body. This was a bit too brutal. This man definitely wouldn't make it. Zhu Lu blushed slightly and said, I accidentally stepped on it. Naruto, no need to explain. I won't ask you if you have a feel for it. Naruto said, you have avenged your great grudge. So I'll take my leave now. Shuru replied, wait. Naruto was startled and said, don't make me do anything like being a daimyo. I'm really not interested. Youming also looked at Zhu Lu, thinking, Lord Lu, please don't take it seriously. Zhu Lu said, no, that's senior. Now it's Mengzong, no? The position where Broom was is vacant, can you? Naruto exclaimed and quickly moved a distance away, saying, you want me to become a monk? No way. I'm still thinking about getting married. Chapter 151. The broom is dead. Before Zhu Lu could explain, Naruto vanished without a trace. Seeing that Naruto had disappeared, Zhu Lu let out a sigh. Youming stepped forward and said, Lord Lu, this senior probably doesn't want to take on the position of Mengzong. Zhu Lu replied, I can see that. He has no desire for these things. If those wandering ninjas had the same awareness, my father and brother wouldn't have ended up on the path of desperation. Youming nodded yes. Zhu Lu handed the broom to Youming, who took it and asked, Lord Lu, what should we do with them? Zhu Lu said, lock them up. Don't let them starve. Let them live like ants. Youming's body trembled slightly as he bowed and said, yes, Lord Lu. Zhu Lu said, General Youming, rest assured, my ruthlessness won't be directed at our people. Youming maintained a low posture and said, understood, Lord Lu. Naruto said, fortunately, I ran fast. Otherwise, if this little girl stuck to me, it wouldn't be worth it. The broom has been captured, and my trip to the land of birds has completely come to an end. It's time for me to leave. The egret has arrived, and she is now coming in broad daylight. Naruto said in surprise, what are you doing here? Zhu Lu replied, aren't you going to welcome me? Naruto nodded without hesitation. Shurue said, this senior, how can you be like this? I'm also considered your disciple. Shurue said firmly, this is also the territory of the daimyo, and I have always come here. I am now the daimyo. Naruto, this girl has changed her ways, which is a good thing. People can't always live in the past, can they? At that moment, Naruto's body trembled, emitting mysterious power, and he became sacred and inviolable. He fell into a hazy state, neither fully awake nor asleep, his aura ethereal. Oh, Zhu Lu absorbed the power emanating from Naruto, and her strength actually broke through. Without having time to think, Zhu Lu also fell into cultivation, absorbing true essence to surpass herself. After a while, Naruto guessed he was awakening, and he murmured, I criticize others, but am I not living in the past myself? His heart was still trapped in his previous life. However, even if he understood, he would still return to his past life. This little girl is truly fortunate to have encountered me, Naruto thought. The true essence he emitted was flawless and pure. Even if Zhu Lu had no cultivation methods, it could still help her break through to the postnatal realm. Naruto murmured, even if it's your gift to help me break through the resilience mechanism, let her break through, but it's better to leave out passing on her cultivation methods. Now that Naruto has reached the peak of the mid-stage of the Great Harmony realm, if he has 2 more insights like this, he can directly break through to the Great Harmony realm and step into the Transcendence realm. After a while, Zhu Lu also woke up. The first thing she did upon waking was to get up and bow. Arigato. Naruto said, little girl, you really have a lot of good fortune. Zhu Lu replied, I can't take the credit. It's all thanks to your efforts, senior. Naruto said, if one is not fortunate, how could they meet me? Zhu Lu thought for a moment and replied, I can't argue with that. Naruto asked, all right, enough small talk. Tell me, what do you want from me? Zhu Li asked, senior, are you going to leave? Naruto said, of course, things are settled, and I should continue my journey. Zhu Lu felt a bit lost. During this time, she had gotten used to Naruto's presence, and with his departure, she didn't know who to chat with. Senpai, will you come back? Zhu Lu asked, her voice filled with longing. Naruto, it's hard to say for sure, but if I have the chance, I will naturally come back to revisit the old place. Zhu Lu said, the land of birds will always welcome you, and you will always be a distinguished guest of the land of birds. Naruto said, little girl, don't tempt me. My heart can't withstand temptation. Zhu Lu said, then senior, please stay. Naruto, that's enough. The heron seemed to struggle a bit, as if there was something it wanted to say, but couldn't express. Naruto said, little girl, do you have anything else to say? Zhu Lu nodded and said, senior, I have made my decision. Naruto looked at her, waiting for her to continue, but Shuri seemed to want Naruto to ask her, as she didn't answer immediately. After Naruto asked, what have you decided? She replied, I want to spread martial arts throughout the entire bird kingdom. Naruto asked, have you thought it through? Zhu Lu replied, I've thought it through. If it reaches a point where it can't be controlled, and the Flame Dragon Kingdom truly has that kind of prosperity, then I will completely join the Flame Dragon Kingdom and become a province under the Flame Dragon. Naruto said, good spirit, I support you. I am a Dragon King. As long as you join the Flame Dragon Kingdom, you can do whatever you want, and I will wholeheartedly agree. Zhu Lu said, thank you, senior. Naruto said, but changing the minds of the common people is a challenge. Shuzuki replied, I believe they will follow my decision. What could Naruto say? He had nothing to say. After chatting for a while longer, Shuzuki prepared to leave. Before she left, she made a request to Naruto that she could come to see him off when he departs tomorrow. Naruto doesn't want her. He doesn't have that kind of tragic sadness. He doesn't reject her, but he won't give her a chance. One night, Naruto wakes up from his dreams. It's not that he wants to escape at night, but someone has come. It's the people from the Youming residence. Naruto got out of bed and, not waiting for someone to knock, opened the door and asked, looking for me? The person replied, Lord Youming, both Sho and Baichon are dead. Naruto raised his eyebrows and asked, what's going on? I'm not sure. The two of them died in a very strange way, and Lord Heron doesn't know what the situation is either, so he sent me to find you. Naruto said, all right, I'll go first, you follow shortly. Yes, Lord Youming. Naruto's soul was locked in the cell. Next, a person appeared at the door of the cell, walked in, and saw Shuri and Akami examining the body inside. Upon seeing Naruto arrive, Shuri said, Senior. Naruto asked, what's going on? Julie replied, I'm not sure. When the guards came in, it was already like this, and the two people were dead. Naruto looked at the two of them, their bodies covered in blood, bright red and without any foul odor, ruling out poisoning. Both of their skin was completely ruptured, as if some force had spread from within, causing them to burst apart and die in an extremely terrifying manner. Naruto asked, you didn't torture them again, did you? Zhu Li and Hongming shook their heads, no. The vital signs are normal, no lies. Naruto carefully examined again and found that the muscle tissue of the two had aged significantly. He couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart and said, call the guards. I need to understand the situation. Zhu Li replied, okay. Chapter 152, Leaving the Land of Birds, Encountering Pursuers. Naruto's gaze fell on the two guards and said, you recount what happened before they died. One guard replied, we were standing outside when we heard two faint sounds. When we came in, we found the two of them already dead. Naruto asked, after they died, did anything special happen, like strange energy or chakra, etc.? Yes. After we entered the room, there was indeed a strange energy mixed with chakra, very mysterious. I felt it too, and I was wondering what kind of power could achieve such a thing. Naruto said, still have chakra? Yes, quite a bit. Naruto said, okay, I understand. You can go now. After the two guards left, Zhu Lu asked, Senior, you know what happened, right? Naruto said, little girl, if you explode your internal energy, it can also blow you up. Zhu Lu was surprised and asked, they also practice martial arts? Naruto said, yes, on my first day here, I knew they would try to manipulate me. So I set a trap for them and gave them a flawed technique that limited their power to the 3rd rank. Zhu Lu said, so, are you saying they committed suicide? Naruto shook his head. No, they died because of me. Azuki listened with a face full of and asked, why? Naruto said, you don't need to know this. It's beyond your comprehension. The crane didn't like to hear that. After all, she was a ruler and had read many books over the years. What else could there be that she couldn't know? Naruto is speaking the truth. This indeed exceeds Shurue's understanding. Even he himself does not know what kind of power this is, which makes it difficult for him to comprehend. Shurue said, Senior, it's because they practiced the incomplete techniques and couldn't withstand so much energy, which led to their bodies exploding. Naruto said, so it's really a death from explosion. Julie said, did I get it right? Naruto, you were right about their deaths, but it's not because of their training. Sir, why? Naruto retorted, do you think they would think about dying? They may be wandering ninjas and live a difficult life, but they have never thought about committing suicide. They know that practicing chakra will lead to their internal energy being assimilated, and that internal energy can cause them to explode, so naturally, they wouldn't practice chakra. Julie confidently replied, they probably wouldn't. Naruto said, that's right. Tsukimi replied, Senior, this is contradictory. If they didn't cultivate, how could their inner strength increase and then explode, causing death? Naruto said, I don't know. I can't say anymore. It's not good to say too much. Naruto spoke again. Little girl, I have to go now. It's time to say goodbye. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke appeared, and when it dissipated, Naruto was already gone. Shuri looked a bit disappointed and murmured, Senior, The land of birds will always welcome you. Youming said, Lady Heron, who exactly is this elder Youming? It seems there is no mention of him in the ninja world. With such immense strength, he surely cannot be an ordinary person. Someone like that can't be unknown. Shuri replied, he should be quite famous, because this isn't his true appearance. It's just her feeling. Naruto's way of doing things is not that of 30-year-old, but rather like someone in their 20s. Youming said, that makes sense. Who could he be? Shuri replied, that's hard to say. The elder excels in both ninjutsu and martial arts, and I can't think of anyone who fits that description. Naruto appeared 10 miles away from the capital of the land of birds. He floated in the air, deep in thought. If the 5-inch nail was an accident, then this was not an accident. The bodies of Cho and Beichun had aged a bit, something others might overlook, but Naruto would not. They extracted chakra frantically, which was then assimilated by their inner strength. There was simply too much inner strength, ultimately causing them to burst. The techniques were given to these individuals by him, meaning their deaths were intricately connected to him. It seemed to be their fate that they would die at Naruto's hands. Naruto said, what on earth is going on? What power is at play? Is it the rules of the ninja way? Has it become stronger and is plotting in secret? Naruto couldn't figure it out, but it seemed to become interesting again. Naruto murmured, I want to see how you plan to kill the next victim. Naruto's next destination is the land of bears. The land of bears is located to the west of the land of birds and is also a small country, even smaller in area than the land of birds. At dawn, Naruto left the land of birds and stepped into the borders of the land of bears. Naruto landed on the ground, yawned, and was about to find a place to take a nap, but someone didn't want him to sleep. This morning was unexpectedly filled with a murderous intent. 2 ninjas were chasing after another ninja. Naruto murmured, it's none of my business. He arrived at a tree and noticed a hollow in the treetop, planning to rest there for a while. However, the words of one ninja caught Naruto's attention, and he couldn't rest anymore. This person overheard our conversation and cannot be allowed to return to the land of wind. I can't let Gaara know about our plan. Naruto had to stop. It was about Gaara. It was about the land of wind, and he had to be cautious. Chakra flowed out, transforming into sand that supported him beneath his feet, and then he appeared out of thin air. The faces of the 2 pursuing ninjas changed slightly, and one of them, wearing a headscarf, said, a ninja from a land of wind. Naruto said, yes. The person replied, I didn't ask you. Naruto said, I'm just playing around. Another companion asked, are you from the land of wind or the land of martial arts? This person clearly didn't look like a good guy. He had a scar on his face that made him look somewhat fierce. The land of martial arts should be the area controlled by Gaara and the others. Naruto said, the woofing country department should all be practicing martial arts techniques, right? I'm from the wind country. Speaking nonsense, he said it casually without even blushing or panting. I can only say he's talented. The person with the headscarf said, really? Naruto was a bit speechless. Is this confirmation serious? How do you judge whether what I said is true or false? Naruto said, really, but I just returned from my travels and I don't know what has happened in the land of wind. Can you tell me? Upon hearing this, the person being pursued immediately tried to leave, but unfortunately, Naruto didn't give him the chance. A thick cloud of sand surrounded him, trapping him. He had no opportunity to escape. This method made both of them immediately widen their eyes. This strength was surely above that of Jonin. They said, your skills are impressive, sir. Chapter 153, Toying with Them. Naruto humbly waved his hand and said, just a little trick, just a little trick. Then he proudly added, this is a jutsu I created from my understanding of assimilation and shabaku. The person in the headscarf said, impressive. This is sincere. Anyone who can create a jutsu is no ordinary person. Naruto said with a smile, thank you for the compliment. Can we talk now? The scar-faced man asked, what is your name? Naruto said, Hiro Luo. Scarface replied, Hiro Luo? Naruto nodded. Yes, you must have heard of me. I tell you, I'm strong now. The scar-faced man interrupted Naruto's self-praise and said, sorry, we haven't heard of you. This is actually the surname of the country of the wind. Naruto hummed and said, of course, my father once said that his backup is on the Rasha. If they weren't so down and out, they could at least manage to become an elder. The scar-faced man exchanged glances with his companion, seemingly realizing that this guy's head was a bit problematic, which made things easier. They could fool him. The scar-faced man said, Hiro, it would have been great if you had come back earlier. Naruto naturally took the conversation and asked, what do you mean by that? The scar-faced man replied, speaking of these matters, Hiro, can you tell us about your current strength? Naruto hummed, under the shadow ninja, I am invincible. Above the shadow ninja, it's 1 for 1. The scar-faced man said, is there really someone so arrogant? Naruto said fiercely, what? Don't believe me? Fine, I'll play with you. With that, he raised his palm, formed a hand seal with one hand, and then said, "Sand surge." Instantly, a sky full of yellow sand enveloped the two. Naruto continued, "The sandstorm, the tornado, transformed into a giant dragon, which constantly twisted and lifted the raging winds." The scar-faced man said, "Hero, brother, we were wrong. We were wrong. We shouldn't have doubted you. We shouldn't have doubted your strength." This kind of momentum is simply something he cannot stop. Naruto scattered the sand and said, "Now you know how powerful I am, right? Actually, it's just my attack power when I take office. It just looks scary." The two bowed and said, "Sorry, please forgive us, senior." Naruto said fiercely, "That's more like it. Let's continue." "Oh, where do we leave off?" Scarface replied, "We haven't said it yet." Naruto said, Yes, it hasn't started yet." Scarface exchanged glances with his companions, wondering what had happened to this person to become so foolish. However, it was just what they needed. Scarface said, "Hero brother, now the land of wind is divided into two parts. One is the land of wind, and the other is the Woofing Nation." Naruto asked, "A country, two regimes?" Scarface shook his head and said, No, it's one country divided into two countries." "What?" Naruto exclaimed. "How is this Raza managed? How could such a thing happen? The land of wind is one country. How can it be divided into two? This Kazekage is too incompetent." Scarface said, "Hero brother, please calm down, please calm down. This has nothing to do with the fourth Kazekage. This is not the fourth Kazekage's fault." Naruto said angrily, "You tell me. I want to see who dares to separate the land of wind. I'll crush him." The scar-faced men exchanged glances and smiled faintly, sensing an opportunity. The scar-faced man said, "It's all Gaara's fault. He caused the division of the land of wind." Naruto said with confusion, "Gaara, isn't this the son of the Kazekage? How could he be the culprit behind the division of the land of wind? If he wanted to take control of the land of wind, he could just wait for his father to pass on the position. Then the land of wind would belong to him, right? Why do such a thing?" The scar-faced man replied, "Who says that's not the case? But Gaara is born with a rebellious spirit. He joined the land of flame. And you should know about the land of flame, right, hero brother?" Naruto said cautiously, "The martial arts sacred land, of course I know about it. This martial arts is extremely powerful. I once encountered a person whose strength was comparable to mine, but I was instead suppressed and beaten by him." Scarface said, "After Gaara joined the Flame Dragon Kingdom, he used the banner of doing good for the Wind Country to split the Wind Country into two parts." Naruto angrily said, "This ungrateful child. Just wait until I get back to deal with him." His anger was so vividly portrayed, he could practically be considered an Oscar-winning actor. After saying that, Naruto turned to leave. The Scarface man said, "Hero, wait a moment. This is quite a master. Although he has the strength of a shadow ninja, he will definitely not be a match for Gaara." Naruto said, "Who else do you have?" "Don't worry, a junior like him can't stir up any waves in my hands." He looked very proud, as if in his eyes, Gaara could be easily captured. The scar-faced man said, "Hero, you mustn't be reckless. You mustn't be reckless." The man with the headscarf also stepped forward and said, Yes, you mustn't be reckless. Now that Gaara has trained in martial arts and possesses a pair of Sharingan, even a super shadow ninja wouldn't be his match." Naruto said solemnly, "Super shadow ninja, Sharingan, is this kid really that strong?" Scarface replied, "Not only is he extremely powerful, but he's not the only one. There's another person in the Wind Country, and this person is one of the giants of the Flame Dragon Country." Naruto asked who? The scar-faced man answered word by word, "The former rogue ninja of Konoha, Orochimaru." Naruto's eyes narrowed as he said, "The legendary three ninjas of Konoha." The man with the headband replied, "Orochimaru also possesses a pair of Sharingan. His strength is at least on par with Gaara, if not stronger." Naruto said, "This is inevitable. After all, these are the legendary Sannin, figures who have left a great reputation in the ninja world. However, Gaara has Shikaku. He is a Jinchuriki, so he shouldn't be too bad." This was a reasonable statement directed towards his own people. In response, the two nodded in agreement, as Naruto's strength was extraordinary now, so they would support him for the time being. Naruto said, "That being said, now in the land of wind, no one will be a match for the two of us." Scarface replied, "Not necessarily. Senior, your skills are extraordinary, and with other methods, it would be no problem to take down Gaara and Orochimaru." To this, Naruto shook his head, "But that's Orochimaru. It's very difficult. Why don't you tell me your plan?" Scarface began to perform and said, "Although Gaara has been treated unfairly, is very cold, and is not liked by others, he is very emotional. His father is gone, but he still has a sister and a brother. If we capture them, we can make Gaara submit. Naruto said, is this also the reason why you were hunting down the person from earlier? Scarface replied, it's all our fault. We didn't pay attention to our surroundings during the negotiation, and he overheard us. Fortunately, the senior intercepted him. Naruto smiled slightly and said, it's okay. He has already gone to inform. Chapter 154, Deception. As soon as this was said, the two exchanged a glance and were greatly shocked, both looking towards a sandball that was controlling the bindings. The Scarface man said, Hiro Luo, what do you mean by that? Naruto said, it's nothing much. I've already let the person go. You should be nearing the land of wind by now. What? Impossible. The two couldn't believe it, their eyes still fixed on the controlled sand dune. They couldn't recall when this massive ball of solidified sand had ever been opened. Naruto said, since you don't believe me, I'll show you. With a wave of his hand, the sand slowly fell and finally disappeared. The answer was naturally obvious. The sandball was empty. The Scarface man shouted, Hiro Luo, are you messing with me? Naruto said, bingo, you answer correctly, so I reward you by letting you know my name. I am called YM, and I am currently a visitor, only doing one thing, sending enemies into darkness. The Scarface man said with a gloomy expression, YM, who exactly are you? Naruto said, are you stupid? I already told you, or are you deaf? I'm a tourist, a traveler. Do you understand? The man in the headscarf replied, you scum, ruining our grand plan, die. After saying that, a kunai and 3 shurikens were already launched, heading towards Naruto. He quickly formed hand seals and shouted, Earth style, Earth spear. A long yellow earth spear appeared, aimed directly at Naruto. Naruto pretended to say, Space ninjutsu, Space channel. The swirling sand transformed into numerous pipes, enveloping the incoming shurikens. The kunai darted through the sandy pipes, but under Naruto's control, their speed increased by nearly 70%. Of course, there is also this earth spear. The Scarface man was somewhat speechless. This is space ninjutsu, but isn't it still the nature of Wind Country's ninjutsu, just transform into pipes? Naruto said, I don't like your stuff, here you go. Scarface felt a bad premonition rising in his heart and reminded, Chia, be careful. Chia replied, Shio, don't worry. Chia moved a few times to dodge 3 hidden weapons, but when a kunai came, he couldn't evade it and had to block it with a dagger. Crack! The dagger was snapped, and the kunai pierced through Chia's body, emerging from his right shoulder, causing him to let out a piercing scream. However, it wasn't over yet. The earth spear was returned unchanged. Chia, be careful! Shio shouted loudly, his face changing drastically. Even if he wanted to support, he couldn't. Thud! The earth spear pierced through Chia's throat, directly announcing his death. Naruto scratched his head and said, I forgot to introduce it. My sand pipeline can increase the speed of hidden weapons by 70% and their power by 10 times. The Scarface man knew that he was no match for the person in front of him after being poisoned, so he wanted to escape. He didn't use hidden weapons. Instead, he formed hand seals with both hands and shouted, Great fog technique. Suddenly, the entire forest was filled with mist, making it impossible to see 4 fingers in front of him. Naruto wondered, is this a jutsu from the Hidden Mist village? Are these 2 people from the Land of Water? In his opinion, Meitsurumi shouldn't have the audacity to interfere in the development of the Land of Flames. The rogue ninja escaped, and before fleeing, he made sure to take the corpse of his companion with him. Naruto did not ascend to the sky. Instead, he pursued them in the air, wanting to see who these 2 were. The Scarface man seemed very cautious and did not bring the body back to the base, but instead went to a cave. After entering, the man with the headscarf observed as his body changed, eventually transforming into a white figure. Upon seeing this white figure, Naruto saw no need to hide anymore. He descended from the air and entered the cave, saying, So it's you guys. Having sealed off 90% of his soul and not using the Rinnegan or the Rebirth Eye, combined with the fact that Naruto had rarely interacted with them lately, he had forgotten about them. The man said, You really have been tracking me, trying to obtain our base. That is also the reason he came here. Naruto said, You are very smart. Shio asked, Do you know us? Naruto nodded and said, I know a little. During one trip, I secretly observed a conversation between 2 people from the Land of Fire, and one of them was White Zetsu. Your appearance is quite similar to what they described. So I know a bit. Shiodao said, The Land of Fire and also the Flame Dragon martial arts. Naruto hesitated and asked, What species are you exactly? This was naturally a question he already knew the answer to, as he laughed off the doubts in his heart. Shio thought for a moment and said, We are a great clan, fighting to protect the people, and the peace of the ninja world is all guarded by us. How shameless, truly shameless, to claim that you guard the peace of the ninja world, You must have an incredibly thick skin to say such words. Am I not aware that the Fourth Great Ninja War was led by you? Naruto could only follow his words and say, to protect the peace of the ninja world. Since the Warring States period until now, it seems that you have not existed, right? How do you protect the peace of the ninja world? The sleeve replied, this is a ninja's own battle. The ninja world is unequal, and naturally, there will be battles. They need to find it themselves. To seek the answer to peace. Naruto said, then what is the meaning of your existence? Sasuke replied, to protect the ninja way. Naruto understood that behind this group of white zetsu was the consciousness of the rules of the ninja way. Still pretending not to understand, Naruto said, protect the ninja way? Why do we need to protect the ninja way? Sleeve replied, because the ninja way is currently being challenged. Naruto said at the right moment, martial arts. Shoudao replied, yes, it's martial arts. With the popularization of martial arts, the practice of ninjutsu will gradually disappear and there will be no more ninjutsu in the world. Naruto asked, I'm also studying ninjutsu and martial arts. Martial arts are indeed a bit overbearing and superior to ninjutsu. But why is that? If martial arts are superior to ninjutsu, what is wrong with choosing to learn the better one? Shoudao replied, wrong, this is just on the surface. Naruto, how do you say that? I want to see how you can fool me. Shoudao, this martial arts is indeed superior to the cultivation of ninjutsu. It not only improves strength quickly, but also allows one to live longer. Before he finished speaking, Naruto interrupted him and asked, do you want to die young? Shoudao shook his head, answering negatively, no, I don't want to. Naruto said, isn't this good? Martial arts not only strengthen the body and prolong life, but also improve strength quickly. Isn't that a good thing? Why eliminate martial arts? She said, wrong, completely wrong. As martial arts become more powerful, each individual possesses great strength. So who will obey the other's commands? No one will, and the fear will only deepen the contradictions between them. Struggles are inevitable, and eventually, they will form groups against each other, leading to war. At that point, the ninja world will be even worse, with more casualties. So, do you think martial arts should exist? Chapter 155, the almost collapsed white zetsu clone. This indeed feels a bit bloody. However, they are overthinking it. Cultivating to the first level of martial arts has a significant probability. Out of a population of 100 million, there may be thousands who achieve it. But the highest chance is only 1 in 10,000. Many have practiced, but in reality, they are just strengthening their bodies. Naruto said, I really don't agree with that statement. Sleeve replied, why? Naruto said, not everyone is a war fanatic. These warriors don't all love war. Just like the current Flame Dragon country, they are very powerful, right? But have they truly initiated a war in the real sense? Shioyo retorted, the Wind Country and the Fire Country, aren't the internal conflicts of these two countries considered war? Naruto retorted, how many civilians died? Was it thousands? Just look at the Third Shinobi World War. It nearly wiped out other countries on their own territory, resulting in hundreds of thousands of innocent civilians suffering from unwarranted disasters. Compared to that, the events between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire are nothing, right? Shio realized that he seemed unable to argue against this hero. The doctrine of the Flame Dragon Kingdom is good, that is beyond doubt. It easily persuades some foolish people, as they do not understand the Flame Dragon Kingdom. However, this person in front of him looked somewhat silly, and his way of speaking was also a bit foolish. Yet he was ruthless, able to kill with one blow, but still managed to articulate his thoughts. Shio asked, are you from the Flame Dragon Kingdom? Naruto said, oh, that's not it. I'm a traveler, and my former country has long been destroyed. This statement is accurate. His former country, the land of the Whirlpool, was indeed destroyed a long time ago. Shoudao asked, then why do you know so much about martial arts? Naruto said, I've been to the Flame Dragon country, right when the warriors and ninjas were fighting. Uchiha Shursui was really strong. I see. No wonder you know so much about the Flame Dragon country. Shio said, so you also practice martial arts? Naruto rubbed his hands and said, I've practiced a bit, but I haven't delved deeply into it. The martial arts cultivation method is incomplete. To obtain a more advanced cultivation method, I need to join the Flame Dragon Kingdom, but I haven't made up my mind yet. Shio sneered and said, this is the dirty tactic of the Flame Dragon Kingdom. Naruto asked, can you give me 100 million silver? The sleeve had no idea what Naruto was thinking, asking for 100 million silver, and said, no. Naruto spread his hands and said, isn't this enough? This is someone else's martial arts, the foundation for establishing a home. Why should we innocently give it to others? Besides, the 5 great countries, aren't they all tightly controlling their numbers? This is not even comparable to the Flame Dragon country. which generously offers part of its martial arts for free. This is a blessing for many commoners. They can only improve to a third-tier strength, which means they're just low-ranked ninjas, able to protect themselves in many minor difficulties. Doesn't this make other ninja villages stronger? He scratched his head, feeling too troubled. This was definitely an undercover agent sent by the Flame Dragon country. He couldn't argue anymore. Even D-rank ninjutsu from the ninja village will be tightly kept under wraps. In comparison, this martial arts was indeed good and more appealing to people. He asked, "Are you really not a spy warrior from the Flame Dragon country?" Naruto said, "Of course not. I am the founder of martial arts in the Flame Dragon Kingdom, the Dragon King, not a spy." At this moment, he had already forgotten that the person in front of him was the killer of his companions, and was thinking about how to win Naruto over. Losing a spore body was not a big deal. He could just create another one when he returned. Naruto reminded, "So your argument has loopholes and is not valid. You are dealing with the Flame Dragon Kingdom for personal gain, aren't you?" At that moment, Sho really didn't want to say a word to Naruto. It was just too damn tiring to carefully craft words, but he couldn't guarantee there were no loopholes. Sho said, "I insist that we are just." Naruto hummed and said, "Justice? You consider yourselves justice. Then let me ask you, how many civilians have you saved?" "Don't lie, I can sense it." "Saving civilians? Is that something he would do?" "Killing is fine, but saving is not." The black-clad figure said, "None." Naruto asked again, "How many people have you killed?" "Killing. That's my strong suit." "How many people?" "I don't remember." Naruto's follow-up question, "Are there 20 people?" 20 people? That's a bit few. There should be around 40 or 50 people. I can't remember clearly." Naruto disdainfully said, "You only know how to kill, never to save. With you guys, you call that justice? In my eyes, you are just a bunch of self-righteous, pathetic worms, not even daring to openly admit the purpose of your own existence. Trash. Filthy rats." Perhaps Naruto's insults were too harsh, as Suwa shouted to stop him. "That's enough." As he spoke, he swung his knife towards Naruto. Naruto quickly dodged to the side, feeling much more relaxed. "Oh, you're getting anxious. Am I not speaking the truth? You bunch of rats." Controlling everything in the dark underground caves. Gaara from the Land of Wind is also from the Land of Wind. Why shouldn't he decide the future direction of his country? You filthy rats dare to interfere in others' internal affairs. What else could it be for, if not for your selfish desires? You're all talk and no action, simply useless swine. When you can't match others in strength, you resort to underhanded tactics, kidnapping their loved ones. It's utterly disgraceful. Xiaoxiu couldn't take it any longer and shouted loudly, "I will kill you, kill you." Naruto said, "With just you, you think you're worthy to fight me? Unless your current leader, Uchiha Bido, comes here, I might take you seriously." Sleeve coldly replied, "You little brat, once you're dead, I want to see how tough your mouth really is." Naruto disdainfully said, "Explosive tags?" The expression of the Sleeve changed, and he said, "You know?" Naruto said, "I just rubbed my hands, did you notice?" The Sleeve's eyes narrowed and replied, "What do you mean?" Naruto said, "Just now, I made a mistake with a ninjutsu, a formation ninjutsu. You are now imprisoned by me, and no chakra can escape. You cannot detonate the 300 explosive tags buried in this cave." The Sleeve did not believe it, so he formed hand seals with both hands, but after a while, he gave up and said, "Who on earth are you? You cannot possibly be just a simple traveler." Here, Naruto fabricated a story and said coldly, "I've been looking for you for a long time. I once saw a black and a white, looking somewhat different from you, but the aura is quite similar. It committed an unforgivable crime. Tell me, where's that bastard?" The Sleeve replied, "So you were pretending to be foolish from the very beginning." Naruto said, "How's my acting?" Chapter 156. Successfully entered Star Hidden Village. Getting the benefits and acting innocent. That's exactly what Naruto is doing now. Naruto said, "I'll ask you a question. If you answer it, I'll let you go. If not, UD." Shiodao replied, "No need to waste time, bring it on." Naruto sighed and said, Although you obtained it through the spore technique, you now have independent thoughts. Why choose this path? Then I shall fulfill your wish." With a simple hand seal, he declared giant sand hand. A massive claw suddenly appeared, grabbing the Sleeve and directly crushing it. After doing all this, Naruto left the mountain cave and detonated the explosive tag, causing the entire cave to collapse. After a while, a fist-sized white Zetsu pushed through a piece of earth and crawled out. He glanced at the departing Naruto with relief and then turned to leave. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. Naruto naturally did not leave. His body appeared on the stone platform outside the cave, murmuring, "This technique is quite good. planting the spore technique on the bodies of comrades, and placing the corpses in danger to leave a final means of survival. This white zetsu has really grown. I wonder if the person behind it will come looking for me? After all, I can be considered curiosity now. I'm really looking forward to it, Naruto murmured. Naruto did not go to the land of wind. He believes that Gaara will handle everything well. A few small schemes are not enough to defeat him, and besides, the enemy's plot has also been thwarted. Naruto continued on his way to the Bear Country, the Star Ninja Village. On the road, feeling bored, he said, "Kurama, come out and chat." Kurama replied, "You little brat, you've sealed me away for so long. Isn't that a bit too much?" Since the beginning of his journey, Naruto had sealed away the chakra of the Nine Tails and also sealed the Nine Tails itself. Naruto said, "Kurama, don't be angry, don't be angry. This is also for your own good. As one of the extreme powers, now that there is yin-yang fusion, as long as you reveal a trace of your aura, they will come like dogs, following the scent." Kurama replied, "Naruto, I can feel it." Naruto asked, "What do you feel? Is it bad guys coming?" Kurama replied, "No, it's the old man's aura." It wasn't the feeling of the Sage of Six Paths' presence, but rather a feeling that was inexplicably familiar. This was the sensation from when the Sage of Six Paths was around. After all, Kurama was once a part of the Sage of Six Paths' body. Naruto said, "Oh, has that old guy Six Paths been resurrected too?" Kurama, "I'm not sure. I just feel that the world has become a lot more familiar. It's like family has returned." Naruto said, "It should be the Sage of Six Paths who was resurrected. That's quite a big move." Then he continued, "Kurama, do you want to return to your loved ones? After all, your existence is really his work. You are the power of the 10 tails, separated by him, and can be considered your father." Kurama replied, "I won't go back." Naruto said, "So decisive?" Kurama replied, "It's very safe to stay here." Naruto said, "Aren't you afraid that I will refine you one day?" Kurama, "Kid, I've already paid the rent." Naruto said, Hey, are you planning to live here for life? The rent you've paid before isn't enough." Kurama replied, "I'll pay it later." Naruto said, "Oh, I won't need your rent anymore. For me now, it's just a few breaths." Kurama, "Kid, are you planning to kill the donkey after grinding the mill?" Naruto said, "No. This is killing the fox after the mill is unloaded." Then Naruto was cursed out by the Nine Tails again, and after being sealed once more, the world finally quieted down. Naruto said, "This stupid fox, the only insults it knows are 8 gates of teeth. Did it learn that from the bull demon in the past?" As he slowly made his way, Naruto arrived at the outskirts of Star Ninja Village. There was a ravine filled with toxic mist. Naruto looked at the yellowish toxic mist and said, "Is this the poison that kills birds and beasts?" "Oh, there are quite a few bones here. Human bones, sheep bones, bear bones. It seems that any creature that falls into this ravine cannot escape the punishment of this toxic mist." Naruto murmured to himself, "How should I get past this?" He needed to enter this Star Ninja Village without being discovered, which was a bit difficult. Naruto released his perception, and within 100 meters, there was no one around. He leaped to the other side and absorbed some of the poisonous mist seals. Then he encountered a person and absorbed it, collapsing in front of this person. Preferably a ninja from the Star Hidden Village, so that he could easily blend into the Star Hidden Village. Naruto stealthily headed to the location of the Star Hidden Village, waiting for the right moment to act. He saw an old man from the village exiting. He was just an ordinary elderly man, not a ninja, but he was quite old, around 70 or 80 years old. Without hesitation, it was him. This old man should be easy to deceive. Naruto took a deep breath of the toxic mist, but such a trivial poison could not harm him. It can be said that the poisons in the ninja world no longer had any effect on him. He used his true energy to protect himself from these toxic mists, preventing them from being cleansed by his own flesh and blood. He even pretended to be at the limit of poisoning, and such an act was indeed exhausting. The old man, seeing Naruto lying on the road, with his face all purple, knew that Naruto had been poisoned by the toxic mist. He lifted Naruto up and hurried back to the village, muttering, "Even worse than my big dog." Naruto thought to himself, "Your family is named Big Hair? You really have your own style, naming your son Big Hair." In the Star Hidden Village, there were medical ninjas. After the old man brought Naruto there, they were greeted by a chunin, a woman. The woman asked, "Grandpa Kawashige, who is this?" Grandpa Kawashige replied, "Oh, this is someone I picked up outside the village. Don't be fooled by his height. He's quite heavy, even heavier than my Big Hair." The female ninja said, "Grandpa Kawashige, this is a person. How can you compare him to a dog?" Naruto, he truly understands that saying. "You old man, you're really quite bad." Elder Kawakatsu asked, "Shao-i, can he be cured? If not, I'll just bury him myself." Naruto, "Old man, this is our first meeting. and you're being too harsh. Xiao Yi gave an eye roll to Grandpa Chuan and said, Grandpa Sheng, this uncle just accidentally inhaled some poisonous mist. It's not too serious. Once the poison gas is expelled, he will recover. Chuan Sheng said, is that so? That's good. I was still thinking about getting some exercise. Naruto, I really thank you. But I don't need this kind of help in the future. After a round of treatment from this girl, Xiao Yi, the poison in Naruto's body was expelled, which was certainly very strenuous, as it was a toxin that frightened many people. Chapter 157. Characters outside the plot. Xiao Yi said, a bit out of breath. Grandpa Sheng, his poison has been cleared out. After resting for 3 days, he should be able to recover. You can take him back now. Kawashita, whose real name is Mizuki Kawashita, is the oldest elder in Xingyin village, 83 years old this year, with a robust physique, looking like a man in his 50s or 60s. At this rate, he should live to be 90 or even 100. Mizuki Kawashita said, huh? Do I still have to take him back? Xiao Yi replied, Grandpa Sheng, he is someone you brought back, so naturally, you need to take him back. Mizuki Kawashita said, can I not take him? How about this, Xiao Yi? I'll give him to you. You can take him home. Naruto, I've turned into an object now. Little Lee blushed and said, Grandpa Sheng, how can I take this back? It will be so inappropriate. Mizuki Kawashita teased. Yes, Little Lee is still a big girl. How could she bring a man back, especially such an ugly one? She would be scolded to death. Little Lee blushed and said, Grandpa Sheng. Mizuki Kawashita replied, all right, I'll take him back. Little Lee said, Grandpa Sheng, he's from another village. We should report it. Mizuki Kawashita said, I know, I'll go later. Ahem. Naruto woke up, coughed a few times, attracting the attention of the two people. Naruto asked, where am I? Mizukawa Katsumi replied, oh, you've already died, or rather, you're about to die. I'm getting ready to dig a grave. Naruto didn't say anything. Why does this old man have such a big issue with me? I haven't even set my sights on his granddaughter. Little Lee said, Grandpa Sheng, you mustn't speak recklessly. Naruto ignored Mizuki Kawashita's words and asked, did you save me? Mizuki Kawashita replied, no, it wasn't us. It was you who crawled here by yourself. Little Lee said, this uncle is wrong. It was Grandpa Sheng who saved you. Naruto looked at Mizukawa Katsu and stammered, thank you for saving my life, senior. Mizukawa Katsu replied, I didn't think of saving you. I was thinking of dragging you back to use as fertilizer. Naruto realized that the old man was indeed unfriendly towards him, but he couldn't understand why the old man would treat him this way. Mizukawa Masato said, Little E, Grandpa will come see you again in the future, but we will leave now. He then helped Naruto up and left. On the way, Mizukawa Masato let go of Naruto and said, walk by yourself. At such a young age, do you still need an old man like me to support you? Aren't you embarrassed? Naruto couldn't figure it out and directly asked, Senior, I don't think I've ever offended you. This should be our first meeting, right? Why do you have such a strong prejudice against me? The old man suddenly turned his head and said, though I am old, my heart is not. Naruto shook his head. I don't understand. The old man said, I don't like you. Naruto, I can see that you saved the kid, and the kid is very grateful. If you have any requests, I will try my best to fulfill them. Why did you do this? The old man said, I have seen many people, but you give me the most special feeling. You are a special person. Naruto was puzzled. He recalled all the storylines, and it seemed that there was no such elder in the Hidden Star Village. Such a plot had never occurred. Where exactly had the change happened? Naruto said, Old man, are you seeing things? This kid is just a traveler, a tourist who wants to explore the ninja world. What's so special about that? Mizukawa Katsukatsu replied, he's particularly not honest. Naruto, old man, I feel like you're hinting at something. I have evidence. Naruto successfully entered Mizuki Chuan's residence, which was quite spacious, with a single person living in a 3-story building and having a separate courtyard. However, Naruto was arranged to stay in a storage room on the first floor, and it wasn't cheap either, costing 3 times the price of a hotel in the village for one night stay. Naruto said, Old man, you're being shameless. Mizuki Chuan Sheng replied, This is my yard. I have the final say. Naruto said, I'm not staying here anymore. As he spoke, he was about to leave. He had already entered the village, and that was enough. Mizukawa Katsukato replied, Fine, you go. After you leave, I will tell everyone that you stole my money, making it impossible for you to stay in the village. Naruto said, Then I will leave. Mizuki Kawakatsu replied, What? You bet my money, and you still want to leave? Naruto said, Old man, you are too shameless. Mizuki Kawa said, You little brat, you are still far from being able to compete with me. Naruto said, All right, old man, I admit defeat to you. You're ruthless. Among all the people I've seen, you're the most shameless one. I hope you stay healthy in the future and choke on water. Mizuki Chuansheng said, I've lived for 83 years. Even the former god of ninjas doesn't have as many years as I do. Naruto gave a thumbs up and said, You're really impressive. Then he added, Old man, don't get too cocky. I've traveled through the land of fire, and Senju Hashirama has been revived. What can I say? You should have died before him. The revival of Senju Hashirama is no longer a big secret. Even the star-hidden village knows about it. Mizukawa Saito said, Give me 2 lifetimes, and I will live longer than him. Naruto was a bit out of breath and said, Forget it, old man. Take your time arguing. I'm going to rest. Although he was debating with the old man, his body was very weak, and he couldn't show it. Mizukawa Katsudo said, Kid, the rent. Naruto leaned against the pillar and said, No. If you have the ability, throw me out. Mizukawa Masaru was also shaken by Naruto's words, wondering how he could say such bold things. Having outsmarted the old man, Naruto happily entered the storage room, leaned against the bed, weakly tidied himself up, and then lay down, his breathing gradually calming. The old man returned to his room and softly said, Who is this little guy? He doesn't seem like a good person. He truly felt that Naruto wasn't a good person, which is why he said so much to confront him. Over here, Naruto opened his eyes, and Mizukawa Masaru's words were heard clearly by him. Naruto was very puzzled. What was up with this old man? He was certain that this character did not appear in the storyline at all. He was an out-of-plot character. But why would such a character appear? Of course, this is a ninja village, so it's normal to have other people around, but this old man was unusual. A person so remarkable didn't exist in the storyline, which raised questions, serious questions. Naruto thought to himself, the plot has become chaotic, and I can only take it one step at a time. He wants to see what kind of outcome will change because of this old man in the Hidden Star Village. Chapter 158. The Red Star arrives. It seems that with Naruto's arrival, the mission in the Hidden Star Village is about to begin. The next day, as soon as Naruto woke up, someone came to the door. Naruto stepped out and Mizukawa said, Kid, this is looking for you. Naruto looked over and found the person somewhat familiar, so he asked, Hello. The person replied, Hello, traveler from afar. My name is Chixing, and I am the acting Hokage of Shingin Village. Naruto murmured to himself, Has it come? This is really interesting. I've just arrived, and the Red Star has already found me. Naruto said, So it's the arrival of Star Shadow. My name is Youming, a traveler. Red Star replied, You managed to walk out of the poison mist area alone, not only surviving, but only getting a bit poisoned. You must be a powerful ninja, right? Naruto said, Yes, is there something you need? Akahoshi replied, There is indeed something I need help with. Saying this, he bowed to Naruto. Something you need help with? Aside from the task of guarding the stars, what could it be? Naruto said, I was saved by Grandpa Mizuki, so I owe a favor to Shingin Village. If you need help, just say it. Although my strength is only at the elite Jonin level, I can definitely handle shadow ninjas. Qixing replied, That's great. Then he turned around and said to Mizuki Chuansheng, Thank you, Uncle Mizuki. Mizuki Chuansheng was not impressed, even though the other party was Lord Xingying, and said, Once you finish your business, you should leave quickly. I don't welcome you here. Qixing said, Respected traveler, I'm sorry, Uncle Mizuki is just like that. Naruto waved his hand and said, No problem, I've already figured out how difficult the old man is. He's a troublesome old guy. Mizuki Chuan said, Kid, you owe me a day's rent. Naruto said, I'm broke and I'm hungry. Old man, do you have any ingredients? Mizukawa said with a dark expression, No. Naruto said, Don't be so stingy, I'll share with you. Mizukawa said, Get lost, you little brat. Ignoring Naruto and Akahoshi, he left on his own. Naruto said, Lord Xingying, who is this old man? Why is he so irritable? Chixing replied, Uncle Shuemu came to Shingin Village 3 years ago, and no one knows his past. Seeing that he was all alone and getting on in years, we took him in the village. Naruto said, Damn, this old man is so arrogant. Even occupying someone else's nest. Akahoshi replied, Uncle Mizuki is a really nice person. Naruto replied, He just has a bit of a bad temper. I think he must be lonely. Why not find him a companion? Shuemu angrily said, Kid, I'm still here. Naruto said, Old man, you're already in your 70s or 80s, and your hearing is still quite good. Akahoshi replied, Lord Youming, you shouldn't compete with Uncle Shuemu anymore. Naruto said, All right, we don't want to make this old man faint from anger. Go ahead, tell me what you need me to do. Akahoshi replied seriously, 3 years ago, a masked man came to steal the treasure of our star-hidden village, the fallen star from the sky. We managed to repel him. In the past, we sought help from the Hokage village, but of course, Naruto Uzumaki from Konoha left and refused the mission. Naruto whispered, 3 years ago, huh? Has she tried to take it back in these 3 years? Akahoshi replied, We have guarded it well. She hasn't had the chance. Naruto said, has she come now? Akasta replied, yes, I found his figure. Naruto asked, how strong is this person? Akahoshi replied, very strong. Within the star-hidden village, no one is his match. Naruto waved his hand and said, all right, I agree. Akahoshi bowed and replied, thank you. Naruto said, you're too polite. Before leaving, Akahoshi gave Naruto a stack of money, which was considered his expenses in the hidden star village. After Akahoshi left, Mizukawa Masaru came out, seemingly not really liking Akahoshi. Naruto asked, old man, you don't like him? Mizuki Kawakatsu replied, he is more disgusting than you. Both of you are filled with malice and schemes in your hearts. Naruto felt a sense of in his heart. If this old man had such abilities, it would indeed be very terrifying. Naruto said, old man, everyone has their own calculations in their hearts. Doesn't that mean anything? Mizukawa Katsuki replied, kid, although you're disgusting, you're a righteous person. Keep your distance from Akahoshi. He's not a good person. Naruto said, but old man, I have already promised. A person must not be untrustworthy. Mizukawa Katsumi replied, then be careful. Don't let Akahoshi use you as a pawn. Naruto said, thank you for the reminder, old man. However, I've roamed the ninja world and have seen all sorts of situations. Don't worry, I will protect myself. Mizukawa shouted, who is worried about you? Facing the mysterious Mizukawa, Naruto sensed carefully and found that this old man was indeed just a mortal, not a ninja, and certainly not a martial artist. Naruto secretly thought, if this old man practiced such a secret technique as heart communication, he would definitely succeed without fail. It's just a pity that he hasn't practiced such a secret method either. Shuemu Chuan said, what are you looking at me for? Naruto said, it's nothing, come on. Old man, take this money. Mizukawa Masaru replied, keep it for yourself. Naruto said, hey no, old man, you'll need to spend money to find a partner in the future. Otherwise that old lady will take a liking to you. Mizukawa Masaru huffed and glared, saying, go cook. Naruto, all right, I'm on it. After about an hour, Naruto prepared the meal, which consisted of 2 meat dishes, 3 vegetable dishes, and a soup. These were dishes from his past life, explosively spicy and delicious. Mizukawa Masato, this way of cooking I've never seen before. Naruto said, old man, come, try my cooking. Mizukawa took a piece of the super spicy stir-fried meat, his face turning red, and then said, so spicy, so good. Naruto said, I learned this from the flame dragon. How does it taste? Mizukawa Sho swallowed the mixed rice and said, it's delicious, but it would be better if it were a bit lighter. Naruto said, old man, if it's diluted, it won't have this flavor. Mizuki nodded. That's true. You said you come from Yenhuang. Naruto corrected the path. During my travels, I passed through Yenhuang and witnessed the great battle between martial arts and ninjutsu. Mizuki Chuan said, you're so lucky. How did you survive all that? Naruto said with a dark face, old man, I'm just passing by. It's far away. How could I possibly die? The old man and the young man chatted casually like this. I have to say, the old man Mizuki's appetite is really big. About 60 to 70% of the dishes Naruto made ended up in his stomach. Mizuki Kawashige said, kid, from now on, you'll have to cook the meals. Consider it as rent. Chapter 159. Testing Naruto. After finishing his words, Mizuki Kawashige went out, and from a distance he called out, kid, wash the bowl and clean up. Naruto was somewhat speechless. He had become a male nanny. Who told this guy he was older, so he had certain privileges? After Naruto finished washing up, the person who came to pick him up arrived. The visitor was none other than Ong, the protagonist of Star Hidden Village. Ong said to Naruto, Senior Youming, Lord Red Star asked me to come and pick you up. He had a cold expression, as if Naruto owed him millions. He was very unfriendly towards Naruto. Of course, he wasn't friendly to any outsiders. In his eyes, these outsiders all came to covet the Star Stones. Naruto said, Arigato. A little tsundere, Naruto rarely holds grudges against him. In the original work, he is somewhat tragic, so Naruto wants to change his fate. As soon as the two stepped out the door, they saw the old man, Mizuki Kawashige, leisurely returning. Naruto said, Old man, you really know how to seize the moment. Mizukawa, feeling proud, ignored Naruto and kindly said to Ao, you haven't come to see your grandpa for a while. Naruto replied, you won't die for now. So what are you doing? Ong said, Senior Yume, you must not be disrespectful to Grandpa Shang. He looked at Naruto very seriously. In response, Naruto calmly said, disrespect? This is not disrespect. Ong looked at Naruto, waiting for his explanation. Naruto scratched his head and said, well, to put it this way, this old man is basically a big kid, never wanted to grow up. Sometimes, when you make him so angry that he puffs his cheeks and glares, that is also a form of respect for him. Shuemu Chuansheng said, "Thank you." Naruto said, "You're welcome." Mizukawa Katsuki replied, "Yeah, but don't learn from that kid. He's not a good person." Ong nodded seriously, "I know." Naruto, are you serious? Did you not see the smug smile on that old guy's face when you nodded? Even Mizukawa Masaru didn't dare to respond to Naruto, turned his head and left directly. He ignored Naruto and walked away first. Naruto said, "Am I really that annoying?" Following the steps of the ominous presence, he walked into a forest. Suddenly, the presence stopped, looked at Naruto, and asked, "Do you really have the strength of an elite jonin?" Naruto grinned and said, "You don't believe it." Ong said, "I don't know who you really are, but you better not fool me." He stared at Naruto, his eyes glinting with a cold light, like the gathering light of cold stars. Naruto said, Hey, what kind of look is that? I haven't provoked you at all. That look seems like you want to eat someone." Ong said, "I don't believe you." Naruto said calmly, "Why don't you trust me? This little guy has so much hostility." Ong replied, "Because this is Star Hidden Village." Naruto said, "Isn't it just Star Hidden Village? What's so strange about it?" Ong replied, "This is the place where stars fall. There are many places in the ninja world where meteors fall, but this is the only place where stars with energy fall. He is very proud of this, and even prouder to be a villager of Star Hidden Village." Naruto said, "Are there energy stars?" Ong, still coldly, asked, "What are you going to do?" It seemed that Naruto was the next thief aiming to steal the Star Stone. Naruto said, "What you said, is it something you mentioned? Why are you warning me?" Ong said, "Do you not understand me, the Hidden Star Village?" Naruto said, "I understand. I understand a very great village. What can I say? How can I be perfunctory? But this is the truth. Naruto really understands." Ong said, "Can you be a bit more perfunctory?" Naruto said, "Wow. Star Hidden Village, a very sacred village, where children's names are mostly related to stars." Ong, in the shadows, there are three people also feeling a bit exasperated. "You really are that perfunctory." The three people in shadows are naturally Shikizai, Nightingale, and the three from the four symbols. They want to use Aang's hand to test Naruto's strength. Aang didn't want to pay attention to Naruto and said, "I hope you really don't have any bad intentions, otherwise I will kill you." Naruto said, "What bad intentions can you have towards you? What do you have that I would covet?" Aang Dao replied, "He is a person who came to Star Hidden Village. There is no one who does not covet the stars of Star Hidden Village, because by mastering the power of the stars, one can surpass the ninja." Naruto said, I don't think so. It's just a meteorite. What's so special about it?" Aang Dao replied, "Don't underestimate us." Naruto said, "I didn't underestimate you. The problem is, you often seek validation. You think it's impressive, but I think I'm even more impressive. Is that a problem?" Whoosh! A shuriken was launched towards Naruto. Naruto gathered chakra in his palms, pinching the kunai between his two fingers. Just like that, it was a complete mess. Naruto said disdainfully. He casually tossed the kunai, which pierced through the forest and embedded itself in the trunk next to Akahoshi and his companions. Akahoshi narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Did he sense us?" "Truly powerful." Nightingale asked, "Akahoshi, should we go out?" Akahoshi shook his head and replied, "No need, we have to leave." Shursan said, "We haven't tested what methods this Yomi has. Shouldn't we wait a little longer?" Akahoshi smiled slightly and confidently said, "No need to test anymore. His strength has already been assessed." Nightingale asked, "How so?" Akahoshi calmly explained, "We are 30 zhang away from them, and this Yomi has continuously and accurately sensed us, even leaving behind means of warning. His strength is enough to reach the level of an elite Jainin. How should we deal with such a fierce wolf afterward?" Akahoshi pondered to himself. Naruto's strength is formidable, which has caused him to be wary. The star is a treasure that can enhance powerful abilities, and he doesn't believe that Naruto won't be tempted. If the name were to take action against them to seize the star, their outcome would be dire. After all, Naruto is just a traveler. He doesn't care about reputation. Most importantly, Chixing is currently only at the elite Jonin level. Facing someone like Ming, who can withstand the strength of a Kaga-level ninja, he has no confidence. See warned, Chixing, we need to be cautious, if this person is also malicious. He didn't finish his sentence, but Chixing and Ying understood what he meant. Chixing smirked and said, "Don't worry, he won't have a chance." This smile was somewhat sinister and bloodthirsty. Moreover, Chixing himself seemed a bit unhinged. Little did they know, everything they said was heard by Naruto. Naruto thought to himself, "I'm very curious how you will deal with me. I must show off my Oscar-level skills." Hearing Naruto's words, angrily said, "Don't underestimate me, Peacock Mystique." Chapter 160. The story begins. On Aang's body, It was as if a peacock was spreading its tail, with purple and white chakra wanting to devour Naruto. Naruto said, "The momentum is strong, but unfortunately, the chakra absorbed through the Starfall training is indeed quite powerful. But without the correct usage, its power is just like this." Naruto said, "The wind and sand stretch for thousands of miles. Without any support, he just symbolically raised 2 fingers in his chest. He broke through the peacock mystic technique and sent Ong flying out." Ong said in disbelief, "What kind of technique is this?" Naruto modestly said, "Just a small trick." Ong asked, "Are you a ninja from Sunagakure?" Naruto said, "No, I am just a traveler now, definitely not a wandering ninja. Those trash have no right to compare with me." Ong seemed to know that Naruto wouldn't respond, so he didn't pursue the matter further. He said, "You are strong, but I hope you don't have bad intentions towards the stars. Otherwise, I don't think I will let you off." Naruto said, "Don't worry, it's just a broken stone, I won't be interested in it." Ong replied, "I hope you keep your word." Ong continued to lead Naruto forward until they arrived at the place where the stars fell. It looked just like in the manga, with a deep pit full of decaying wooden stakes. At the bottom of the pit, there was a small house where a group of children were practicing. Ong said, "This is as far as you can can't go down." Naruto said, "Why are you guarding against me?" Ao replied, "Because you're too dangerous." Naruto said, "Is this your acknowledgement of me?" Ong didn't want to talk to Naruto. Naruto asked, "If we're guarding now, who will take over at night?" Ong replied, "Me." Naruto said, "You can hold on for a day or 2, but what about 5 or 6 days?" Ao replied, "I can make it through." Naruto said, I guess you're dead. Your body has rotted away, and only this mouth is left." Ong frowned, wanting to say something, but Nightingale arrived and said, "Ong, the acting Hokage wants you to go back." Ong replied, "Yes." He glanced at Naruto and turned to leave. Nightingale gave Naruto a deep look, her eyes filled with unexplainable meaning. Naruto smiled to himself and thought, "This idiot can be dealt with. If he has to die, it can't be by my hand. I'll train him, then take his place and eliminate these people, all while protecting his old mother. I want to change her fate." He was curious to see how this summer would come to an end and what power was controlling her. Naruto found a hidden spot and hid there. After about an hour, he said, "Have they come?" In his perception, someone arrived, wearing a gas mask, standard shorts, and showing off her little white legs. She concealed her body, continuously approaching the house, jumped inside, snatched the stone, and then exited the house, causing chaos among the star ninjas inside. As Summer just reached the edge of the pit, Naruto said, "Wow, is this really so reckless?" Summer then turned around, saw Naruto, and without saying a word, tucked the star meteor she was holding into her bosom. Naruto said, "After all, this is a rock. It's uncomfortable to sit on." Whoosh! He saw 2 darts shooting towards him, then turned and fled. Naruto pinched the hidden weapon with his fingers and said, "There's no need to embarrass myself with such a small gadget." Naruto's speed was much faster than in the summer, intercepting her in front and throwing back the 2 shurikens in his hand. Naruto said, "Put down the starfall, and you can leave." Summer dodged the 2 shurikens and stood on a tall wooden post, responding to Naruto with her 6 fingers facing each other. Peacock mystic art. Naruto said, "I saw this move just 2 hours ago. It's quite ordinary." Beast. The Summer drove the chakra to transform into a giant beast, which was about to bite Naruto with its mouth. Naruto said, "Is this your full strength, Shadow Ninja?" Desert Spike. Chakra transformed into countless spikes, protecting Naruto within, colliding with the purplish-white chakra, producing a violent clash. In this move, neither side gained the upper hand. Qi Xing and the others heard the commotion and hurried over. Seeing this, Xiaori said again, "Wings." Chakra transformed into wings, and then she soared into the sky. She felt that it was very difficult to deal with the person in front of her, and with a few others added, she had no chance to escape. Naruto said, "This is really useful, but I can do it too." The wind and sand filled the sky, with chakra transformed into a cloud of sand. Naruto landed on top and soared through the air. This is him riding the sand. When he saw the person flying in the sky, Akahoshi's expression changed slightly. In Akahoshi's memory, very few people could achieve this level and possess such chakra. It seemed there was only one person. Akahoshi's gaze also fell on Naruto, fixating on the figure gliding through the air, his eyes revealing an undeniable chill. He did not expect this traveler to have such means. Shursan said, "Akahoshi, this person might be difficult to deal with." Akahoshi replied, "The enemy is in the open while we are in the dark. This is our advantage." Nightingale said, "Indeed." Akahoshi turned to Ong, who had rushed out. "Ong, go check on them in the training room. Leave the rest to us." Ong had no choice but to turn back and head to the training room. Akahoshi, Nightingale, and Shursen pursued, but took a turn halfway and arrived at their secret base. Akahoshi spoke first. No mistake, it's her. She is still here, enduring all these years. Shursen said, Akahoshi, she is quite tricky in her hands. A gloomy flash crossed Akahoshi's eyes as he said, in her hands, after all, we still have a trump card that can restrain her. I'm not too worried about that. What truly concerns me is Youming. His methods are completely unknown. Nightingale nodded and said, yes. I also feel that Youming is not simple. Akahoshi, do you think he will take an interest in Hoshi? Akahoshi replied, unclear. This person is too mysterious, and his strength should not be on the level of elite jounin, but rather at the level of shadow ninjas. Otherwise, he wouldn't easily withstand Aang's attack. Moreover, to be able to remain undefeated under this person's attacks is certainly not simple. Shursen said, Akahoshi, the most terrifying thing is if Youming and this lady join forces. Remember her purpose for stealing the stars. Akahoshi's expression changed slightly. Such a situation was not impossible. If it were true, it would indeed be quite bad. Nightingale sneered. If they really join forces, doesn't he still have a weakness? With that threat, their alliance would surely fall apart. Akahoshi and Shursen exchanged smiles. This idea was not bad. Akahoshi said, if Youming doesn't return by tomorrow, we will go capture him. Be careful, his strength is not weak now. Understood. Chapter 161 Complete Techniques. Meanwhile, in the air, Xiaori faced Naruto. Naruto spoke first and said, do you want to go down and chat for a bit? Xiaori replied, what do you want to do? The voice changed, sounding somewhat unpleasant, making it hard to distinguish between male and female. Naruto smiled and said, I'm fine. I have plenty of chakra, but what about you? How much longer can you hold on? Xiaori thought for a moment and landed in the forest. This Naruto world doesn't have much, but it has plenty of trees. Every place has a big forest. After landing, Xiaori asked, who are you? Naruto smiled slightly and said, Youming, a traveler. Summer said, your strength is impressive. Naruto nodded. This is undeniable. His strength is formidable, to an unfathomable level. Summer asked, what is your purpose in Star Hidden Village? Under the mask, he looked at Naruto with a vigilant gaze. Naruto said, you should take off your mask. I know you are the former guardian starstone of the sun, and the mother of Aang Summer was shocked and asked, how did you know? Naruto scratched his head and said, why is it always this kind of question? I know a lot of things, so you don't need to ask me about that. What I need to do now is to save you. Summer took off her mask. Although she was a woman now, she still looked very young and asked in confusion, save us? Naruto said, yes, to help you. The so-called third-generation Star Shadow discovered that the star training was very harmful to the body, so it was discontinued. However, 3 years ago, this so-called acting Star Shadow restarted the star training. I have seen it. In Star Hidden Village, many people are now suffering from injuries, all caused by the star training. You stole the stars to save the villagers of Star Hidden Village, but I am curious, why didn't you come out to stop it 3 years ago? Summer replied, 3 years ago, I secretly saw 2 white figures moving around the village and thought they were going to attack the village, so I held back. Naruto asked, are you going to investigate those 2 guys? Summer nodded, yes. Naruto, what is the result? Summer shook her head, nothing at all. This was within Naruto's expectations. If she could find out, then Uchiha Obito would be an idiot. Naruto thought to himself, because my changes are really significant. In the original story, White Zetsu made a large appearance after capturing the 9 tails, as he changed many things. And this is when White Zetsu started causing chaos in the world. Seeing Naruto's low mood, Summer asked, do you know about these white species? Naruto said, well, I know a little. He is considered a product of the Akatsuki organization. Summer seemed to see that Naruto didn't want to say more, so she didn't ask further and said, will we be in danger? Naruto nodded. Yes, Akahoshi has big ambitions, but his strength can't support his ambitions. He knows you're still alive, so he will definitely seek you out for ninjutsu training. Summer said, he won't be my opponent. Naruto said, I know, with your current elite Jonin peak strength, that Chixing is only at the Jonin peak, a bit weaker than your son. Shuri said, what about Smaru? Her eyes showed some concern, as enhancing chakra with star power could harm a body. Her own child had secretly trained to this level, so what about him? Naruto said, he's fine, nothing's wrong. Shuri replied, that's good, that's good. Naruto said, don't celebrate too early. I know Aang is your son, and Chixing knows it too. He is now an elder, and you should understand that he can easily deal with Aang. Using Aang as a blade to stab at you, you won't have a chance. Shiori's body trembled slightly, and he respectfully bowed to Naruto, saying, please, sir, guide me. Naruto said, any scheme, in the face of invincible strength, is nothing. You have reached a bottleneck, unable to advance to the level of a shadow ninja, and your son will also have no chance for a breakthrough. Natsum was somewhat confused, waiting for Naruto to continue. Naruto said, you all need to break through now. You can change your path and give up on the ninja way. Summer pondered, change my path and give up on the ninja way? Are you suggesting the martial arts? Naruto nodded. That's right, it's martial arts. Shiori was somewhat reluctant. She still preferred ninjutsu. Naruto continued, what's wrong? Do you look down on martial arts training? Summer shook her head. No, the Dragon King alone shook the ninja world, which shows the power of martial arts. In just a few years, he pushed back ninjutsu training. Martial arts training is not inferior to ninjutsu training. Naruto said, not bad. You can see clearly. The most important point is that martial arts training can heal the hidden injuries in your bodies. Even those who have been injured during the training in your village can recover. Shiri asked, really? Naruto said, I have no need to lie to you. You could try training. Summer fell silent again as she was making a choice. Naruto did not interrupt, believing that she would choose martial arts. Not for any other reason, but for Smaru Ong. For the sake of her son, she would definitely try to train. After about a quarter of an hour, she finally lifted her head and said, okay, I agree. Naruto said, a wise choice. Naruto transmitted a technique called Clear Wind Absolute to Shiori for her cultivation. This is a complete technique, and he wanted to see if she would explode from overexertion. After a while of practicing, Shiori converted a portion of her chakra into internal energy and felt much lighter in her body. Naruto said, not bad. Summer said, thank you. Naruto, you're welcome. As for your son, I will also have him train and let him act with me. Summer asked, will that work? Naruto interrupted, no, with me protecting him, Akahoshi won't succeed. Shiori bowed and said, thank you. Naruto said, if the fallen star is not suitable for storage, you can hand it over to me for safekeeping. I also want to study this fallen star. Summer replied, all right. After obtaining the star stone, Naruto sensed it for a moment and then lost interest, saying, what a pity. What a pity that you didn't practice martial arts in the past. Otherwise, absorbing the energy of this star stone would surely enhance your strength. There was a glimmer of light in Summer's eyes, and Naruto immediately knew what she wanted to say. He spoke first. Don't worry, Smala will cultivate with it. Summer said, thank you. Naruto said, use your strongest attack to strike me. Summer was a bit taken aback and then replied. Naruto said helplessly, we have to fight. It will be good for acting later. Shiori understood, so it was like this and said to Naruto, please guide me, senior. Chapter 162 Confrontin an. Naruto has returned, and Akahoshi, Nightingale, and the three from the four phases came to greet him. Seeing Naruto in a somewhat disheveled state, Akahoshi couldn't help but think, as expected of her. Akahoshi said, Yume, are you okay? Naruto calmly said, it's nothing, just a small injury. This person is really strong, but they can't do anything to me. Akahoshi asked, what about the stars? Naruto shook his head. I didn't get it back. This was within Qi Xing's expectations. In his eyes, Naruto's strength was formidable, but he was still not capable of taking down that esteemed person. The Nightingale asked, where did she escape to? Naruto shook his head. I don't know. I can't fly as high as her. After fighting for a while, she couldn't do anything to me, so she flew up high, and I couldn't catch up. Naruto's expression is very sincere, showing no signs of guilt. The four symbol said, what about that star? Naruto asked, what he used is the peacock mystical method. It should be someone from your star hidden village, right? Qi Xing replied with we are not sure either. We need to investigate this matter thoroughly. Naruto said, all right, you investigate. If you have any news, let me know. I'm heading back first. Akahoshi replied, okay. After Naruto left, Akahoshi asked, how much of what this person said is true? Shixiang said, it should be true. He indeed has scars caused by the peacock mystic art, and he has fought that adult. Nightingale said, this person is really strong. He survived in the hands of that adult, which we can't do. Akahoshi's eyes gleamed with a faint light and said, that's even better. It makes it easier to deal with her. Shixiang also revealed a cold smile and said, indeed, no matter how strong, they are still pawns. After leaving, Naruto shook his head and mumbled, little Karamimi, with your acting skills, you dare to perform in front of this king, trash. While walking along the forest path, suddenly, a person appeared in front of him. It was not someone else, but Smalu. Naruto said, find me. Akamaru nodded, yes. Naruto said, this is not a place to talk, follow me. Under Naruto's lead, the two arrived at the edge of the cliff. Naruto sat down and said, do you have any questions? Ong said, who is he? Naruto looked up and said, why do you ask that? Ong replied, it's a feeling. Naruto said, do you still have that feeling? Ong said, I always feel that Agent Shingin is not that simple. Naruto asked, when did you notice? He remembered that in the original work, this kid was just a Tsundere little boy. Ong said, about a year ago, I vaguely heard them say something that seemed like they didn't want to continue, so I stopped. Naruto said, so even though you have the strength of an elite Jonin now, you still show the strength of Jonin? Ong nodded. Yes. It was also Grandpa Chuan's guidance. Naruto said, Old Man Mizuki? This old guy is very mysterious. Can you tell me about him? Ong replied, Grandpa Kawashita escaped to Shingin village 3 years ago, and we don't know much about him. He seems to be very resistant. Naruto said, this old guy is really mysterious. He thought, could this old man be a prophet? Ong asked, where's the star? Naruto said, weren't you still on guard against my greed for the star before? Why don't you doubt me? Ong said, your strength is very strong, and you can break through space. If you were to seize the star, no one would be able to catch up to you. Naruto said, are you so self-aware? The star is with me. As he spoke, Naruto took out the star. This left Aang confused, and he asked, how could it be with you? Naruto said, this is what your mother gave me. What? Ong exclaimed, grabbing Naruto and asking, are you talking about my mom? Naruto said, of course it's your mom. Ong asked, where's mom? Naruto said, you don't need to see her for now. What you need to do now is to take good care of yourself. Ong asked why. Naruto said, which one should I ask? Ong said, why do I not need to see mom for the time being? Naruto said, because some plots haven't started yet. Ong doesn't understand. Huh? Naruto scratched his head and said, oh, just pretend you didn't hear that. If the plot doesn't start, how can I showcase my Oscar-level acting? Naruto said, you just need to remember that your mother is protecting you every moment. When the time comes for you to see her, you will be able to. Ong asked, is there someone in the village who wants to deal with my mom? Mom loves the village very much. She hasn't died and won't leave the village. That means there are people in the village targeting her. Naruto said, do you know why the training of the stars was interrupted? Ong replied, because strengthening chakra with the stars can harm the body. Many people in the village have been left with injuries, and their bodies are not as strong as before. Naruto said, but 3 years ago, you agents of Star Hidden were about to start the star training again. Ong said, he wants the Star Hidden village to establish itself in the ninja world. Naruto said, so he disregarded the villagers' well-being, and this is your mother's purpose for wanting to steal the Star Stone. Ong smiled, feeling quite proud, and said, I knew it. My mother is always protecting me. Her eyes were filled with happiness. Naruto said, your mother is the most perfect person to master this ultimate power. Someone wants to grasp this power, so they invited me to guard the stars. Ongchen said, Red Star. Naruto said, you are very smart. He is a person with great ambition. In order to obtain the cultivation secrets from your mother, you will become their pawn, a pawn to threaten your mother. Angrily, he said, he dares. Naruto said, what you said makes sense. Why wouldn't you dare? If you don't know, will you often guard against him? Ong Dao, sir, what should I do? Naruto said, it's simple. Become my apprentice, and I'll teach you how to train. Ong said, I'm also an elite Jonin. Naruto smiled slightly at him, and then he clenched his palm. Before he could react, he found himself unable to move, as if life and death were suspended in that instant with the shackles around his neck. After that, Naruto released him, and he asked, what kind of technique is this? Naruto said, this is the power of the martial way that I've trained in. How does it feel? Ong said, is this the power of the martial way? I heard about its strength in the past, and now experiencing it, it truly is powerful. Naruto said, how does it feel? After thinking for a while, Ong replied, mysterious. Naruto smiled slightly after hearing this, and said, it is indeed mysterious for you. But it is stronger than the way of the ninja and can save the people of your village, ensuring they grow up healthy. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, really? Naruto nodded, of course. Chapter 163, Meeting Exen Beidou. Ong agreed to Naruto. Just a little while later, he had already made progress. Ong stopped practicing. He felt it. He felt the long-lost ease in his body. Ong said, it really works. Naruto said, of course. There's no need for me to deceive you. Aang Zingli replied, thank you, senior. Naruto said, you're welcome. Before your martial arts are perfected, no matter what Chixing says, don't go. Ong nodded, I understand. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, senior, can I pass the techniques to the villagers? Naruto said, no. This is a technique tailored specifically for you. If others practice it, they will either make no progress for life or suffer from broken meridians. Are you willing to accept such a result? Of course, he was unwilling, But the villagers had endured too much suffering, and he desperately wanted to save them. Naruto saw through his thoughts and said, "You can rest assured, I have other techniques, but they are only incomplete forms. However, reaching the Jonin level is not a problem. If you want to cultivate, you need to go to the holy land of martial arts in the Flame Dragon Kingdom." An was overjoyed and said, "Jonin, that's more than enough. Jonin is sufficient for the village to protect itself and ensure its prosperity." However, he underestimated human nature. As long as there are ambitions, people's hearts will never be satisfied. Once they reach the Jonin level, they will inevitably want to advance to the elite level, and after that, there are the shadow ninjas. Everyone wants to pursue greater power. After Naruto and Diang parted ways, he returned to Mizuki Kawashi's house. Mizuki Kawashi said, "Kid, you still know to come back?" His tone was quite resentful. This startled Naruto, who exclaimed, "Damn, old man, I'm a normal guy, and I like girls." Mizuki Kawashi's face darkened, and he said, "So do I." Naruto looked at him with suspicion, a look of doubt on his face. Mizuki Chuan said, "Kid, what kind of eyes do you have?" Naruto said, "Old man, with your body, do you still dare to like girls? Can you handle it?" Mizuki Kawakatsu replied, "I'm very strong." Naruto, 3 seconds. Mizuki Chuan shouted angrily, "Go cook. Do you want to starve me to death?" Eating Naruto's food, the food outside really isn't that tasty. Naruto said, "Old man, have you been spoiled by my delicious food?" Mizukawa Masato replied, "No, absolutely not." Naruto, just keep being stubborn. After saying that, he walked into the kitchen and started to prepare. Before long, a table full of delicious dishes was ready. During the meal, Mizuki Chuan asked, "Kid, that Akahoshi is looking for you. Be careful, he's not a good person." Naruto said, "Old man, I understand. I will remember your words. But I think Akahoshi is not bad." Mizuki Kawakatsu angrily replied, "If I say it's not good, then it's not good. You need to listen to me." Naruto chuckled and said, "All right, I'll listen to you." After finishing his meal, he lay on the bed and thought about the plot. It seemed that there were a few young girls who, through the training of the star technique to strengthen their chakra, ended up having problems with their bodies. He needed to change these few people. Once Shimizu Kawakamatsu fell into a deep sleep, Naruto left a shadow clone behind and quietly left the room. In the original story, there was a girl named Jinshin who had the most notable issues with the star technique. 3 years had passed, and he wondered if she was still alive now. Naruto used the soul search technique to locate Xian's current position. In the bedroom, there were 2 auras, indicating the presence of 2 people. Is the other person Beidou? It should be, as their relationship seems good, Naruto thought to himself. Naruto flashed into the bedroom, using his true energy to create a domain that locked down the space. The 2 little girls were sleeping so soundly. Even with me coming in and making some noise, they didn't notice. Naruto said softly. He flicked his fingers, igniting the candles in the bedroom. At that moment, Beidou and Jinshin woke up. Beidou asked who. As she spoke, a kunai was already in her hand, ready to defend herself. Naruto said, all right, you 2 little girls." Seeing that Xian was feeling unwell, she could only force herself to sit up and looked at Naruto. Beidou asked, "Who are you?" Naruto, "Big Bad Wolf. No, I'm here to help you." Beidou, "No matter who you are, barging into someone else's room is not the act of a good person. First, I'll restrain you." Suddenly, her red-purple chakra split into 3 paths and rushed towards Naruto to bind him. Naruto didn't take any action and let the chakra bind him. He exaggeratedly said, don't make a move, it's too tight." His expression was very exaggerated. Seeing this, Beidou couldn't help but loosen up a bit. Naruto chuckled and said, "Do I look like them? Those 2 little girls?" Upon seeing this, Beidou immediately increased the intensity. Naruto gently tore apart her restraints and said, "Little girl, that's enough. With your skills, how is it any different from 3 years ago? You've wasted 3 years of training." Beidou's eyes widened as she exclaimed, "How is that possible? How is that possible?" Naruto said, "There's nothing impossible about this. Star Hidden Village is just a small village. It's nothing special. You haven't seen a real strong warrior yet." Beidou replied, "Impossible, let's go again." Jinshin said, "Beidou, stop." She forced herself to sit up despite the pain and stopped Beidou. Beidou turned around and said, "Jinshin, this person has an unknown background. We cannot spare him." Jinshin said, "Beidou, no, I feel he is not a bad person, and his strength is far greater than yours. If he really makes a move, you won't be his opponent." Naruto said, "Little girl, you have some insight." He waved his hand, releasing a wave of true energy that entered Xian's body, making her feel much more relaxed. Xian said in disbelief, "What kind of medical ninjutsu is this? This is the most comfortable moment I've had in years." Naruto said, This is not medical ninjutsu. This is martial arts. Beidou called out. Martial arts? Are you from the Flame Dragon country? Naruto said, I once traveled to the Flame Dragon country, where I witnessed its prosperity and practiced martial arts techniques. Beidou asked, does the Flame Dragon country allow others to practice martial arts techniques? Naruto said, of course, but it's just an incomplete technique. We need the complete technique, which requires joining the Flame Dragon Kingdom. Seeing Xin said, Senior, are you saying that this martial arts technique can heal us? Naruto said, this is natural, and the inner strength cultivated is 3 times stronger than your star cultivation enhanced chakra. Bidou de need impossible. In her heart, she believed that their star cultivation was the strongest secret technique, definitely superior to martial arts cultivation. Chapter 164, Nightingale's Poisonous Scheme. Naruto said, you guys are quite confident, but unfortunately, your strength doesn't match your confidence. Beidou replied, our shadow is very powerful. Naruto said, it's average. This made Beidou very angry, and then he used ninjutsu to bind Naruto. Naruto said, your strength and moves are of no use to me. He then tore apart the chakra binding of Beidou. Beidou felt a bit discouraged. She couldn't imagine being this weak. Naruto comforted them, saying, don't be discouraged. How should I put it? Losing to me is nothing to be ashamed of. It's not that you guys aren't capable. It's just that I'm too strong. Beidou commented, is this supposed to be comforting? It feels more like a stab to the heart. At this point, Jinshin finally asked, who are you? It seemed they still didn't know who this person in front of them was. Naruto said, I am the expert guardian of the star shadow that you invited. Seeing this, XNBIDU and the others felt that the person in front of them was quite narcissistic. Naruto said, what's wrong? Don't you believe me? Beidou replied, the star stone was still stolen. Naruto thought to himself, was there really such a sharp-tongued character in the original story? There shouldn't be. I remember it being a shy little girl. Naruto said, hey, this is not my fault. The technique being practiced here is also the peacock mystique, and it seems to belong to someone from your village. You guys from your village stole this. Is this considered theft? Fine, I guess it is. But it has nothing to do with me. What you call guarding the treasure while stealing it applies to you. As soon as he said this, the two of them couldn't find anything to say. They really couldn't find a reason. Naruto said, forget it, I won't argue with you anymore. He looked at Jinshin and said, your injury, by practicing martial arts techniques with true essence power, not only can you elevate your strength to the level of Jonin, but you can also restore your body and become a normal person. Upon hearing this, Jinshin's body trembled, and he asked, really? Naruto, you little girl, given your current situation, do I have any reason to lie to you? After thinking for a moment, Xin realized this is indeed true. What could be worse than her current state, where she can barely take care of herself? Xin asked, what conditions do you need? She understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and teaching her the techniques would undoubtedly come with some conditions. Naruto looked as if he was about to plunge into the abyss and said, don't worry. I won't ask you to pledge yourself to me. Teased by Naruto, Xin couldn't help but blush. Beidou watched Naruto warily and said, tell me your conditions. Naruto said, first, before I leave Star Hidden Village, you must not let anyone know that you have practiced martial arts. It has always been this way and will remain so. Second, the incomplete techniques I teach you cannot be cultivated once you reach the Jonin level, unless you obtain the complete techniques for cultivation. Beidou asked, what about the complete techniques? Naruto said, of course it's in the Flame Dragon country. This is their technique. They allow some of their techniques to be practiced by others, enabling many commoners to achieve their dreams. That's already very good. Do you Star Hidden have the courage to do the same? To open up your ninjutsu training? This, of course, is impossible. Not to mention their Star Hidden Village. Even any ninja village would not be able to reach such a level. Seeing the two remain silent, Naruto continued, however, if you want to pursue greater strength, you can join the Flame Dragon country. Xin replied, we are from Star Hidden Village and will not join any empire. Naruto said, then it's up to you. Third point, you need to perform a play with me. Seeing Xin asked, what play? Naruto said, I will tell you about this in the future. You can rest assured. I won't harm the Star Hidden Village. Beidou replied, who knows? Naruto gave her a fierce look and said, if I were a bad guy, I'd first rape you, then kill you, and leave your body in the wilderness. Beidou was startled and said to Naruto, bad guy. Beidou seriously replied, okay, we agree to your terms. Naruto said, I still believe in you. He then passed on his skills to the two of them. After doing all this, Naruto left. Under the starry moon, he murmured, Chixing, I wonder what tricks you'll come up with next. It will surely be very interesting when Chixing works hard and realizes he is just a clown. 3 days later, Naruto came to find Shiori. Although it had only been 3 days, Shiori had already reached the first rank, showing extraordinary talent in his cultivation. Naruto said, "As expected of the strongest ninja in the Star Hidden Village, in just 3 days, you've absorbed 60% of the chakra and transformed it into inner strength." Hearing Naruto's voice, Shiori came out of her training and looked at Naruto, saying, "Senior, what about Smaru?" Naruto said, "I have to say, your son is not bad. Not a complete idiot." He sensed that Akahoshi's intentions were not pure, so he hid his abilities. Once he converts his chakra, I'll let Akahoshi find the Star Stone. I want to compete with him in acting. Compete? Natsu didn't understand much of Naruto's words, but in terms of acting, this senior in front of him could definitely surpass Akahoshi. Natsu asked, "Senior, is there anything you need me to do?" Naruto said, "This will wait for a couple of days. You're the main character and Chixing's target." For some reason, Shiori felt that Chixing was quite pitiful. Under the methods of a senior like this, even if one is not an idiot, they could still be played like one. Chixing had been frowning these past few days. They were searching for the Star Stone with ninjutsu, but they had not been able to find any clues at all, completely unaware of where the Star Stone was. If he could find it, that would be strange. Under Naruto's seal, it was naturally impossible to sense even a trace of its aura. Nightingale arrived and said, "Chixing, has Smala been in seclusion for some time? Could he have sensed something?" Chixing shook his head and said, "Impossible. That's his mother. If he had sensed something, he wouldn't be so calm." Nightingale said, "But that doesn't fit his nature." Chixing replied, "He's not in a hurry for now. The important thing is Shiori. She stole the Star Stone, but has not been able to pinpoint her direction. After several attempts, she has not succeeded." Nightingale asked, "Could she have left Shingyin Village?" Chixing raised an eyebrow and said, "It's not impossible, but the chances should be slim. After all, her son is here. Even if she doesn't guard the village, she will protect her son." A hint of malice flashed in Nightingale's eyes as he said, "Chixing, if we use Smalu as bait, she should appear." Chixing's eyes brightened at this, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth as he said, "Good plan, but let's wait a little longer. If she hasn't shown up by then, we'll do it this way." Nightingale asked, "Should we capture Smalu first?" Chixing replied, "No need, there will be plenty of time later." Chapter 165. Aang's strength greatly improved. Another 10 days passed, and Naruto went to find Aang was Shiori's child, and he inherited her talent. In just 10 days, he had already reached the peak of the first rank. The chakra refined by star power was of higher quality than that of ordinary ninjas, and his body, having withstood the washing of star power, was also stronger than that of ordinary ninjas. Seeing Naruto arrive, Aang stood up and said, "Master, you're here." Naruto said, "The training is good, reaching the peak of the first rank. The next step is to open the governing vessel." "I arrived just in time." Aang, a bit confused, asked, "Master, what do you mean?" Naruto took out the Star Stone and said, "With this, you can train and break through to the acquired realm." Aang hesitated and asked, "Will this harm my body?" Naruto said, "In the face of martial arts techniques, this is merely energy. Don't worry. I will use ninjutsu to protect you. It won't harm you." Aang thanked him, saying, "Thank you, Master." Naruto allowed Aang to absorb the star power. To prevent any accidents, he protected Aang with his chakra. As the star power continuously flowed into Aang's body, Aang's physique began to slowly swell. After a while, it shrank back down, but within 2 hours, Aang's strength had already surpassed the postnatal realm. It didn't stop there. With the continuous influx of star power, by the time dawn broke in the east, Aang had reached the peak of the postnatal realm. The star power had not yet been fully absorbed, and Aang still needed to continue absorbing it. Naruto stopped him and said, "That's enough. You've already reached your limit by advancing to the peak of the next day. Going further would not be good for your future. Your foundation is unstable, and you won't go far." Aang felt the powerful force within his body, and the excitement in his eyes was hard to conceal. He bowed and said, "Thank you, Master." Naruto said, "I only provided you with the path. If it weren't for your hard work, you wouldn't have reached the peak of your abilities." Aang said, "Master, what should we do next?" As he spoke, a fierce light flickered in his eyes. He wanted to deal with Chixing. Naruto said, "Do you want to deal with Akatsuki?" Aang said, "Yes." Naruto said, "They haven't found the Starfall. To pressure your mother, their next step should be to deal with you, so you need to be careful." Aang said, "If they come, I'll take care of them." Naruto shook his head and said, "No, you have to be captured by them, so that Akatsuki can force your mother to appear and let the villagers see his true colors." Aang nodded and said, Okay. By doing this, it will suppress Akatsuki, so that the villagers can accept it." Naruto said, So if Akatsuki catches you, you cooperate and get caught. An nodded, okay. Naruto naturally went to find Akahoshi and asked, Akahoshi, haven't you found it yet? Akahoshi shook his head and replied, no. Naruto said, this is your family matter, so I won't meddle. I'll leave in 2 days and continue my journey. Qixing raised an eyebrow and said, Your Excellency Youming, please wait for another 2 days. We are already doing our best to search. Naruto can't leave, or else we'll take the blame. Naruto said, traveling is my training. Staying here will only hinder my path. This means he is asking, are you going to block my way forward? Qixing said, my lord Youming, trust me, within 5 days. That thief will show up on his own. Naruto said, do you know who the thief is? Akahoshi replied, I have some clues. Naruto thought for a moment and said, all right, just 5 days. If no one comes after 5 days, I will leave. Qixing replied, I won't let Lord Youming down. Naruto originally wanted to leave, but suddenly turned his head and asked, I heard some stories in the village. I heard that Shiori is a very powerful star ninja. Who is she? Upon hearing Shiori's name, Qixing couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. He stared at Naruto and said, Your Excellency, do you know anything else? Naruto shook his head. I don't know about the others, but some old people in the village mentioned her and worshipped her, so I once asked about her. Qixing said, she was indeed a senior expert in my village, but she passed away several years ago. Naruto said, that's really a pity. Many people can admire her. So, she must be a good person. Akahoshi said, Lord Youming, I cannot say more than this. It is a secret of Shingin Village. The fact that Shingin Village can still exist now is due to the protection of Lord Shiori and the others. Naruto said, oh, I see. Then does she have any offspring? Hearing this, Qixing raised an eyebrow and gritted his teeth, saying, no. Naruto sighed, it's really pathetic. Akahoshi said, the deceased have passed. Your Excellency of the Underworld, there is no need to be like this. Lady Summer has indeed died, but she lives on in each of our hearts. Naruto laughed and said, that's true. Then he left. After Naruto left, Akahoshi called for Nightingale and the four symbols. The four symbols asked Akahoshi, did you need us for something? Akahoshi said coldly, the plan can begin. In his eyes, a purple light flickered, and his ambition was burning his reason. Nightingale asked Akahoshi, what happened? If nothing had happened, Akahoshi would have waited a few more days. Akahoshi replied, Yume wants to leave. He can't do it immediately, at least not right now. Nightingale said, I see. Akahoshi, Smaru is already a Jonin now. It's not easy to deal with him. Akahoshi said, forcibly capturing him is obviously not ideal. We can use drugs to make him unconscious, then detain him, find a charge, and execute publicly. Nightingale said, understood. Akahoshi added, be careful. Yume seems to have sensed something. He asked about Summer today. Nightingale and the four symbols were startled and asked, what happened? Naruto's strength is something they have witnessed. It would be difficult for them to win against him, especially if he allies with Lord Summer. This would only bring them harm, not benefit. Qixing said, he must have heard some idle gossip. He only knows Summer's name and has no real understanding of him. He knows very little about Shingin Village as well. So I must be careful in my actions to avoid being caught by him. Nightingale and the four directions nodded. Understood. The four directions said, but Qixing, we cannot let him meet Smalu. Smalu is the child of Summer. How could he not remember his mother? If Naruto talks to him, they will give themselves away. Qixing replied, don't worry. I have already made arrangements. For the next couple of days, Smalu won't leave the house. The four directions said, that's good. Nightingale and the four directions left to make preparations. However, they were unaware that all their conversations had been overheard by Naruto. Naruto said, I also need to be prepared. Akahoshi will let you know what acting really is. Chapter 166, Smaru is captured. Ong has been imprisoned. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he murmured to himself. Is it about to begin? Akahoshi, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Just then, he stabilized his current realm and settled down here to consolidate his cultivation. Until the third day, after he had eaten, two people came in. It was Nightingale and Shixiang. Upon seeing their cold expressions, Ong knew they were about to make a move and said, are you going to take action? As soon as he said this, both Nightingale and Shixiang asked, what are you talking about? Ong replied, I may not know much about what you have done over the years, but it definitely hasn't been good. You think I pose a threat to you, so you want to eliminate me. This was obviously just a random excuse he made up. Nightingale said, you really are her child. You're quite alert. Shixiang added, unfortunately, you guessed wrong. You do have good talent, but in front of us, it's just talent. Ong said, I really want to know what you intend to do. Nightingale replied, you'll find out about that later. Ong said, but with your strength, trying to take me away is probably beyond your capability. His tone was very arrogant. Indeed, he had the qualifications to be arrogant now, as he could easily crush these two people. Nightingale said, "So young." Ong was about to stand up, but then felt his vision blur and incredulously said, "You drugged me." "Sure, Xiang. That's why I say you're still young." Then Ong was knocked unconscious and taken away. He had long known that the food was poisoned and had already refined the poison. Now, it was just an act. Taking on with them. Sure Xiang and Nightingale arrived at Akahoshi's room and said, "Nightingale, it went very smoothly. No one noticed." Akahoshi said, "Good. We will judge him the day after tomorrow. That woman will definitely appear." Nightingale and Sure Xiang responded and left with Ong. Ong was bound in a secret room, and after Nightingale and Sure Xiang left, he sat up and opened his eyes. His gaze in the darkness was as bright as twinkling stars. Ong said, "So this feeling is so comfortable. No wonder the master arranged it this way. Seeing them looking like clowns is truly exhilarating." Ong murmured again, "Mother, I will see you soon." His tone was filled with joy. He had waited too long for this moment. In the room, Naruto opened his eyes and said, "Has it begun? Then I will go prepare." Leaving a clone behind, Naruto went to Beidou and Jinshin's room. Naruto said, "Ladies, you can get dressed now. If you haven't, I can be of service." "Bad guy." Beidou turned over, her cheeks slightly flushed, and said, seeing Xian also sitting up, she said, "Senior, you're here." Naruto said with a smile, "What's wrong? Did you miss me?" Replied, "You wish. Who would want to miss you?" Naruto said, "That's good. If you all like me, then that's a sin. After all, I'm someone you cannot have." Beidou, Jinshin, "I've never seen someone so narcissistic." Jinshin quickly said, "Senior, is there something you need us to do?" Naruto nodded. Not bad. Although there are only half a month left, my injuries have healed by 20. In another year or so, I should be able to recover." He then said to Xian, "This is the result of the senior's efforts." Naruto said, "I can't commend this. It should be the merit of the martial arts holy land, the Flame Dragon Kingdom. This is indeed not wrong. If it weren't for the Dragon King Naruto, Uzumaki, they really wouldn't be able to recover." Beidou said, "Go ahead, what is it?" In any case, the grace of Naruto passing on his skills needs to be repaid. Naruto said, "Let me ask you a question first. Do you know why the training of the stars was banned and then reinstated?" To this, the two shook their heads. They really didn't know. Naruto said, "Actually, the peacock mystical art of your star-hidden village has its unique advantages. If you can cultivate it to its peak, it won't be weaker than the strength of the shadow ninjas from the 5 great villages." Beidou proudly replied, "That's right. Our ninjutsu in the star-hidden village is very powerful." Naruto said, "But this comes at a heavy cost." Beidou fell silent, as she could not refute this. Naruto said, "Think about the children who trained with you at the same time. How many of them are truly healthy? Among this group, Xian is the most serious case, and there are several others who are also over half." Naruto continued, "Because of this flaw, your 3rd star shadow, being kind-hearted, prohibited training. If this continues, the population of Star Hidden Village will decrease, which is a consideration for the village's legacy. However, evil people won't think this way, right? Star training can grant immense power. If the ninjas of Star Hidden Village can all reach the pinnacle of training, they will become a group of elite shadow ninjas, gaining more influence in the ninja world. Naturally, they would initiate star training for this power. At this point, if the two still didn't understand, then they were just foolish." Beidou shook his head and said, "Impossible. Impossible. Lord Red Star would never do this." Seeing Xian look at Naruto, he asked, "What evidence do you have?" Naruto said, "You are familiar with Team Smaru, right?" The two nodded, as they were indeed familiar with them. Naruto said, "Smaru has been captured by Red Star." Beidou stood up and replied in denial, "Impossible, impossible." Naruto comforted her and said, "Facts speak louder than words. In a couple of days, you'll understand. I just hope you won't do anything foolish in the meantime. When the trial of Smala comes, you can ask Red Star." Seeing Xian say, "Senior, is it true?" Naruto said, "Is there any doubt when you've seen it with your own eyes?" Beidou asked why. Naruto said, "This is to force a person to come out, and then you will know." Naruto's words left the two confused. They naturally couldn't think of who they would be forcing. Naruto said, "Don't think about it anymore. What you need to consider now is how to question Akahoshi about why he disregarded the villagers' health and forcibly initiated the star training, causing harm to the villagers. As for other matters, you will gradually find out." Seeing that Xian had figured out this senior wouldn't tell them, and she no longer asked. She nodded and said, "Yes." She believed that they would definitely find out. Naruto said, "Also, during this time, you cannot ask anyone. If you are caught by Akahoshi's accomplices, you can only wait for death." The two girls agreed that they would not mention this matter until Smalu was judged. They dared to heed Naruto's advice, and many things became clear to them. Their star shadow indeed had issues. Chapter 167. Summer training. Sudden energy warned Jinshin and Beidou, and then Naruto left. As an important character, how could Summer not be present? He went to see Summer with the Star Stone that had only 30% of its energy left. Summer sensed Naruto's arrival and came out to greet him. "Senior, you have arrived." Naruto said, "Yo, are you quite perceptive? You've actually broken through to the innate realm." Shiori replied, "I will never forget the kindness of my senior." Naruto said, "You're too polite." He handed the Star Stone to Summer. Summer took the Star Stone and said, "Senior, the energy inside has decreased a lot." Naruto said, "Of course, how much can be left after being absorbed by Smaru?" Summer's eyes flickered with light as she asked, "Senior, is Smaru okay?" Naruto said, "Very good, very good. After absorbing the energy of the Star Stone, he has reached the peak of elite Jonin strength, just a step away from you." Summer's eyes sparkled like a little sun, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve up. As long as the child was doing well, she was satisfied. Naruto said, "But he has been caught now, caught by Akatsuki." Summer's body couldn't help but shiver, and he said, "Senior, is he in danger?" Naruto shook his head. "Of course not. Your son has a great talent for acting, making Chixing and the others go in circles." Shiori said, "This should be learned from the seniors." Naruto scratched his head. "This has nothing to do with me. It's a natural talent." Summer smiled slightly, her eyes narrowing. Naruto said, "Next should be your time to shine. Safety comes first. I only have one request for you." Summer replied, "What?" Naruto said, "Be wary of sudden attacks from those around you, no matter who it is. Stay alert." Shiori frowned slightly and asked, "Could Smaru be like that too?" As soon as these words were spoken, Naruto felt an inexplicable flicker of rules in his eyes, as if everything would indeed happen. This made Naruto cautious, and he replied, "Smaru is a dutiful child." To change the subject, Naruto asked, "Shiori, when you're training, do you ever experience a sudden surge of power that you refine?" Shiori thought for a moment and said, "Yes." Naruto was taken aback and confirmed, "Really?" Seeing Naruto's surprise, she couldn't help but ask, "Senior, is there a problem with this?" In her view, this was a good thing, but it seemed that in the senior's eyes, there was a deeper meaning to it. Naruto said, "Will a big pancake fall from the sky to satisfy your hunger?" Summer was taken aback by the question and replied, "Oh no." Naruto said, "Don't you understand such a simple principle? If that's the case, why are you still injuring your body while training?" Summer didn't say anything. Naruto continued, "You should also understand cause and effect. The cause of yesterday leads to the fruit of tomorrow. Today, you have accepted benefits from others, and in the future, you will need to repay your debts. How will you choose?" Summer bowed and said, "Please, senior, guide me." Naruto's teachings were not finished yet, and he continued, "If you can refine energy as small as a trickle, can you still refine energy as vast as a river?" Xiaori shook her head again. At that moment, she could naturally sense the danger within. Naruto said, "If such power appears next time, it will disperse from within you, and if you absorb too much, your foundation won't be stable, which will only hinder your growth in the future." Shiori replied, "Senior, I understand." Naruto nodded with satisfaction. "Very good." Summer then changed the topic and said, "How will the Red Star deal with Smalu?" Naruto said, "Mobilize the power of the whole village to judge him on unfounded charges." A cold glint flashed in Xiaori's eyes as she spoke somewhat coldly. "Why has Qi Xing become like this?" Naruto said, "Power corrupts the heart. His ambitions are not limited to just a small village like the Star Hidden Village. He aims for all 5 great ninja villages." Just then, a faint light shone down. Naruto said, "Shiru, it seems like it's your turn to appear." Shiru went back, put on the mask, and flew away. Naruto said, "Chixing, this is just a small episode. I wonder how you will deal with it." He unsealed the Star Stone, which naturally was detected by the villagers. At Chixing's residence, Nightingale came to report, saying, "Chixing, we found her." Chixing said, "What method did Shiori use to seal the Star Stone for so many days?" Nightingale asked, "Chixing, should we go capture her?" Chixing thought for a moment and said, "You all keep an eye on Smalu, don't alert her, and let her escape. I'll go meet her. I wonder what her current strength is." Nightingale said, "Be careful." Chixing replied, "Don't worry, I haven't trained for nothing." Shiori held the Star Stone and faced a group of ninjas from Shingyin Village. She said, "You can leave. I want to give you the Star Stone." One of them said, "Impossible. Without the Star Stone, how can we train and start ninjutsu and strengthen our chakra? Hand over the Star Stone, or we will kill you." Shiori said, I'm also from Xingyin Village, and I have the right to use the Star Stone. Until I have fully trained, I want to give you the Star Stone. This is the prize for my protection of Xingyin Village. These people wanted to say something else, but Xiaori's aura erupted, knocking them all unconscious. Chixing naturally arrived as well. He and Xiaori exchanged glances, and for a moment, neither spoke. After a while, Xiaori spoke up, saying, Chixing, do you not know how dangerous this kind of training is? Didn't he, the third star shadow, tell you? Why do you want to do this? Chixing coldly replied, Lady Xiaori, long time no see. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Xiaori remained silent, still staring intently at Chixing. Chixing's expression suddenly became ferocious as he said, Why do you want to do this? Lady Xiaori, the answer lies within you. Xiaori asked, What do you want to do? Chixing coldly stated, Do you even know what kind of power you possess? Who can rival that power? Even if there are 100 people, even if there are 10, even if there are the 5 great ninja villages, what can they do against us? Xingyin Village is unstoppable. Xiaori said, Chixing, do you know how many people will be sacrificed for this? How many will live in suffering because of it? Chixing replied, It's all worth it. It's all worth it. As long as Xingyin Village grows strong, will there be a shortage of people? Xiaori said, Chixing, you have truly gone mad. Chixing said, Lady Xiaori, it's not too late to make a choice now. Join us in pushing Xingyin Village to the pinnacle of the ninja world. Let Xingyin Village be worshipped by the world. Chapter 168. Chixing is exposed. Xiaori's thoughts completely drifted away amidst the sounds of painful moans from those ninjas who had trained in the star technique. It hurts so much. I feel so uncomfortable. Am I going to die? It would be better to die. Death would be a relief. It feels like there's a raging fire burning inside me. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. Help me. Save me. Xiaomu said, Chixing, for your own selfish desires, you disregard the safety of the villagers. I will not allow such painful torment to reappear, absolutely not. Chixing said, You can't do it. Xiaori said, Chixing, if you are obsessed and unawakened, then I will not hold back. Sigh, he can't die yet. His crimes must be made public. Only then can he die with reason. Naruto's voice echoed in the Summer ears. Summer suppressed the anger in her heart, looked at Akahoshi, and said, Akahoshi, you will definitely regret this. Akahoshi performed the peacock technique and said, Lady Summer, let me test your current strength. He blocked Summer's way to leave. Summer replied, Akahoshi, I want to go. Can you really stop me? Without using ninjutsu, she soared into the air and disappeared into the clouds. Akahoshi was left dumbfounded, wondering what kind of ability this was. Has she become this strong now? After a while, Akahoshi murmured, What a wonderful ability, Summer. It's too wasteful on you. The madness in his eyes was about to overflow. He was determined to obtain the energy from Summer, even if it meant sacrificing many people. Akihoshi glanced at the people lying on the ground, said nothing, and turned to leave. Naruto appeared and said, What a pleasant surprise, little guy, you can get up now. At this moment, among the 7 people lying on the ground, one of them stood up. He had not been knocked out, which Naruto noticed, but he didn't let him get up. Instead, he let him watch the show. He saw Naruto and said, It's you, Senior Yume. He had met Naruto before in Chixing's house, where he had introduced himself. Naruto said, It's me, little guy, what's your name? My name is Jinxing. Naruto asked, How does this scene feel? Jinxing's expression was somewhat desolate. He hadn't expected their star shadow to be so cruel. However, he had seen the villagers' suffering and the disregard for their health. He had witnessed the pain and wailing of those who could not endure the trials of cultivation. And that piercing scream still echoed in his ears. Jinxing said, Senior, was that really Lord Xiaori? Naruto said, Of course it's her. She has been secretly protecting the star-hidden village. A few years ago, she had to investigate because of some monsters, so she was away for these 3 years. As soon as she returned, she heard that the star cultivation had been activated, so she stole the star stone. Jinxing said, I believe in Senior Xiaori. She will definitely be able to defeat the red star. Naruto said, There's no doubt about this. She can indeed do it, but the plot, oh no, it's just not yet her time to truly appear. Do you know why the town star is so certain that he can obtain the cultivation methods from Summer? The town star asked, I don't know, Senior, why? Naruto said, Are you stupid? What do you care about the most in Summer? Jinxing replied, The village. Naruto continued to ask, What else? Suddenly, Jinxing's eyes lit up and said, Smaru. Naruto said, Not too dumb. The town star asked, Senior, are you saying that Red Star is really good at dealing with Smalu? He used to be the Shadow, and now he's Red Star, which shows that in his heart. Red Star is no longer that respected Star Shadow. Naruto said, This is inevitable, and now Akahoshi has captured Smaru and imprisoned him. Impossible. Jinxing directly denied, not believing that such a thing could happen. Naruto said, "Sai, poor kid, you've seen it all now. What else is impossible? For his own ambition, Akahoshi can sacrifice the villagers. Is sacrificing Smalu a problem?" Jinxing felt dejected and said, "No problem. The great evil has already taken a seat. How can a small evil like Akahoshi be taken seriously?" Jinxing thought of Smalu, turned around, and said, "I want to save Smalu." Naruto said, "You don't need to worry about this. Smaru will be fine. As a child of Summer, don't you think Summer will protect Smaru? Besides, Akahoshi wants to use him as a bargaining chip, so he won't harm him. On the contrary, he is very safe right now." Jinxing thought for a moment and felt that what he said made a lot of sense. He said, "Senior, what should I do? I hope you can show me a way." Naruto said, "This is simple. Over the years, many villagers have been persecuted by the Stars training. You should go and communicate with them. On the day of Smaru's trial, you need to question Akahoshi and demand a reasonable explanation from him. Remember, don't let the other villagers know. You should also be aware that Akahoshi has some influence in Hashiomi village." Jinxing's eyes flickered as he replied, "Yes, yes." He looked at Naruto, puzzled, and said, "Senior, weren't you brought in by Akahoshi for support? Why not help him?" Naruto said, "I am a person who only cares about reason. That day, as I passed by the houses of Beidou and Jinshin, I saw Jinshin gritting his teeth, enduring pain, while Beidou was comforting him. I secretly explored the situation and discovered that the activation of star cultivation poses a great danger to the villagers. I guess that the reason the third Hokage stopped star cultivation was to ensure the safety of the villagers, so I will not help Akahoshi." Without waiting for Jinshin to say anything, Naruto continued, "I do not have my own ninja way. I only insist on distinguishing right from wrong. In my eyes, the ninja way is pathological. Naruto has started preaching, spreading some ideas when he has nothing to do. The star of the town says, 'How do you explain this?' Naruto said, 'If someone distorts killing and seeks revenge on this world because of injustice, do you think such a ninja way should exist? Take Akahoshi, for example. What is his ninja way? Leading the star hidden village to the peak. That's a good ninja way, right? But what did he do?" Jinxing fell silent, unable to find words to refute. Naruto said, "The way of a ninja, for many, is built on the suffering of others. During the Third Great Ninja War, ninjas from various nations, driven by a sense of justice and shouting the name of defending their villages, indeed brought the flames of war onto the lands of other countries, harming the people of those nations. Can this be considered justice? Isn't such a way of a ninja distorted?" These words struck Jinxing's heart like a heavy hammer, leaving him in a daze for a long time. Naruto said, "Little guy, think carefully. If there's something you can't understand, you could go to the Flame Dragon Kingdom, where you'll find your answers." Chapter 169. Mizuki Chuan wins and hires Naruto. Jinxing woke up his companions and then groggily returned to the village. Naruto's words had a significant impact on him, and for a moment, he didn't know how to decide. He remembered Naruto mentioning Beidou and Jinshin, so he planned to find the two of them. However, before going, he intended to verify if Smaru had really been captured, so he went to look for Smaru. Upon arriving at Smaru's courtyard, he confirmed that no one had been there for 2 days. On the way, he encountered the Four Symbols. Jinxing asked, "Lord Four Symbols, have you seen Smaru?" The Four Symbols calmly replied, "Smaru went out on a mission." This confirmed that Smaru had indeed been imprisoned. Jinxing was not foolish. With the current star stone stolen, what could be more important than that? Moreover, he was certain that there had been no missions these past few days. Jinxing asked, "What mission did he go on?" The Four Symbols replied, "I don't know either. It was Chixing who personally assigned him the task." Jinxing said, "I see." The Four Symbols did not respond further. It was reasonable for Jinxing to inquire, as he had a good relationship with Smaru. Jinxing brushed past the Four Symbols and went to Jinshin and Beidou's courtyard. When Jinshin and Beidou saw Jinxing, they were somewhat puzzled as to why he had come to find them. Although they had all been training, they had not interacted much in the past year, due to Jinshin's health. Beidou gently said, "Brother Jinxing." Jinxing was 2 years older than them. He replied, "It's been a while since I last visited you. I happened to pass by and thought I would come see you." His gaze fell on Jinshin as he said, "Jinshin, you seem to be looking much better." Jinshin replied, "The injuries have healed a bit." Jinshin said, "That's good to hear, but Jinshin, now that you're recovering, you can't continue your star training, otherwise your body will suffer a second injury." Jinshin said, "Thank you for the advice, Brother Jinshin. I understand." The three chatted casually for a while, and eventually Jinshin spoke up and asked, "Beidou, Jinshin, do you know Lord Youming?" The two exchanged glances, both understanding the meaning in each other's eyes. "What does this mean? Does he know we've met Lord Youming?" Jinshin replied, "We know him. She didn't say they didn't know him to avoid being embarrassed if caught in a lie. Jinxing said, "So you have met Lord Youming? He didn't lie to me." Jinxing asked suspiciously, "Brother Jinxing, have you met Lord Youming too?" Jinxing replied, "Yes, I met him tonight, and I also saw the disgrace of Xingyin village." This left Jinxing and Beidou confused, and they asked, "Brother Jinxing, what do you mean by that?" Jinxing explained, "Today, we used ninjutsu to locate the direction of the Star Stone and encountered the thief who stole it." Beidou asked, "Who is he?" Jinxing replied, "He is a senior from Xingyin village, Lord Xiari." The two trembled involuntarily, and Jinxing said, "Lord Xiari, Smaru's mother." Jinxing nodded, "Yes, that's her." Beidou said, "How is that possible? Didn't she die?" Jinxing replied, "No, Lord Xiari is not dead. She has been secretly protecting Xingyin village and the Star Stone." Jinxing asked, "Brother Jinxing, what is going on?" Jinxing recounted everything that had happened, including the cessation of star training, the goals of the third generation of Xingying, and Chixing's ambitions. This was quite a blow to the two of them. In their hearts, Chixing was a respected figure as Xingying. They acknowledged Naruto's words and wanted to reprimand Chixing, but did not plan to resist him. Beta said, "No, it can't be." Yet they weren't even sure themselves. They remember Naruto saying that Chixing had captured Smaru to force someone to reveal themselves, and now it seemed that it must be Lord Xiari. Jinxing said, "I heard it with my own ears." Chixing knows that star training will harm our bodies, yet he disregards it. His heart is truly malicious, without the villagers. What does it matter if Xingyin village stands at the pinnacle of the ninja world? Chixing was even more of a petty person. To force Lord Xiari, he captured Smaru. He is not worthy of being Xingying. Beidou and Jinxing fell silent, unable to argue in Chixing's defense. After a while, Jinxing spoke up, "Brother Jinxing, you must have come for more than just a simple visit, right?" Jinxing nodded, "That's right. In the coming days, Chixing will likely judge Smaru. We need to unite and prevent him from having the opportunity to judge Smaru. We will judge him first and hold him accountable for disregarding the villagers' lives and for initiating star training." This aligned perfectly with Naruto's request to them. Jinxing said, "Okay." The three began to devise a plan. Afterwards, Jinxing went to find those who had suffered from the torment. Upon hearing Chixing's intentions, these people were furious with him, and they united, waiting for the time to judge Smaru. Naruto sensed all of this and couldn't help but smile faintly, murmuring, "Things are getting more and more interesting." Mizuki Chuan said, "Kid, do you know you look really ugly when you smile?" Naruto said, "Old man, what you said with my smile. Even if I've been run over by a car 7 or 8 times, it's still better looking than yours." Mizuki Chuan Sheng replied, "The moment you smile, I know you're not hiding anything good." Naruto said, "Old man, your weird habit of liking to smell farts is really not good." Mizuki Kawashi's expression darkened, and he said, "Get lost, get lost." Every time he argued with this little guy, he had no way to deal with him, and his blood pressure rose a bit. Mizuki Kawashige said in a somewhat serious tone, "Kid, what has Akahoshi been doing these days?" Naruto said, "I'm looking for the Star Stone." After thinking for a while, Mizukawa Katsukatsu took out a bag filled with silver coins. Naruto said, "Old man, what do you mean? I'm not selling myself." Mizukawa Sho's expression darkened even more as he said, "Kid, can't you be a little less disgusting?" Naruto said, "Speak up, what's the matter?" Mizukawa Katsutoshi replied, "You know I have something to discuss with you?" Naruto said, "This is natural if there is no reason to find me. Why would you give me so much money?" Mizukawa Katsukatsu replied, "That really won't happen. You're not my grandson." Naruto had a black line on his forehead. "Old man, I feel like you want to take advantage of me." Mizukawa Katsuto said, "Hee, you're overthinking it. I'll give you money and hire you." Naruto asked, "Why?" "You should know that my current employer is Akahoshi." Mizuki Kawakatsu replied, "Don't worry, it's not a conflict." Naruto became interested. "This is somewhat intriguing. I want to hear more." Chapter 170. The mysterious Mizuki Kawashige said, "I hired you to destroy the Star Stone, while Akahoshi hired you to protect the Star Stone." Naruto's face darkened. "Old man, this is no fun. Isn't this a contradiction? How can it be supplemented?" Shimakawa said, "Not conflicting is just not conflicting. Akahoshi wants you to protect the Star Stone, but there is a time limit. Once the time is up, you will destroy the Star Stone. Is this a conflict?" Naruto was stunned and shook his head, saying, "It really doesn't conflict. Speaking of which, it really doesn't conflict. Moreover, he could earn 2 incomes, which is quite a profit." Naruto asked, "Old man, I want to know why." Mizukawa Katsumi replied, "To ensure that the children of Hashin village no longer suffer. The training of the stars has been restarted. Over the years, dozens of people have been unable to find relief from their pain." Naruto said, "I'm curious, old man. Why do you believe in me?" Mizukawa Katsukata replied, You may seem unreliable, but you're still a decent person, a good guy. Naruto waved his hand and said, Don't put a high hat on me. It's hard to be a good person in this world, and I don't want to be that good person. Mizukawa said, who rarely talked to Naruto, simply asked, Are you going to accept it? Naruto said, Old man, I really want to know, who exactly are you? Mizukawa Masaru also asked, Yume, I also want to know, who exactly are you? The ninja techniques are exceptionally skilled, and it seems he has also practiced martial arts. Naruto revealed a big white smile and said, I'm just a traveler of the world. Mizuki Chuansheng replied, I'm just an old thing that is about to die. Naruto said, Aren't you very strong? You can still sing and dance every night. Mizuki Chuan said, Get lost. Naruto said, Although I am employed, there is one thing about me that is not good, and that is that I have a kind heart, and I only take the moral high ground. I can terminate the employment relationship at any time. Mizukawa Masato asked, What do you mean? Naruto said, If a villain commits evil, I will put an end to it and stop the villain from doing harm. If a good person does good, I will naturally support them. Mizuki Kawashiro smiled and nodded. That's right, you are a good child. If I had a granddaughter, you would surely be her husband. Naruto, don't. Old man, with your looks, it's easy to imagine what your granddaughter is like. Although I haven't contributed much to the Hidden Star Village, you can't repay kindness with enmity. Mizuki Chuan was so angry that his lips were trembling. This little brat was simply infuriating. He hadn't even finished his meal before wanting to go back to his room. He was so angry, really so angry, that he wanted to strangle this little brat. Naruto said, Old man, I have some news that you might be very interested in. Mizukawa Katsukato replied, I'm not interested. Naruto said, It's about Smaru. Mizukawa Masaru came back and said, I'm not full yet. Naruto said, Old man, with your temper. Even if you were in a crematorium, you'd still be talking. Mizukawa Katsuki replied, Go ahead. Naruto said, 2 pieces of news, one bad and one good. Mizuki Kawa 1, bad news. Naruto said, The bad news is that Smaru has been captured and is imprisoned by Chixing. What? The old man put down his bowl and stared at Naruto. Is he really imprisoned? Naruto nodded. I really have been imprisoned. Mizuki Kawashima said angrily, What does this Akahoshi want to do? Naruto said, Old man, don't you feel like he's not a good person? What kind of things can a bad person do? Mizuki Kawashige replied, You're not a good person either. Naruto said, Then why did you hire me? Mizukawa Katsusuke replied, Bad people need bad people to restrain them. Naruto said, Wow, old man, that's insightful. Mizukawa furrowed his brows, seemingly deep in thought, pondering what Akahoshi was up to and why he wanted to capture Smaru. Naruto didn't disturb him and let him ponder. Mizukawa Masaru asked, You brat, what does Akahoshi want to do? What exactly does he want to do? Naruto said, This is naturally because there is danger behind Smaru. Controlling him means controlling the power behind him. Mizukawa Masaru stood up and said, Summer is the day of the summer solstice. Naruto's pupils constricted slightly. This old man actually knew about the summer solstice. This outsider was giving him too many surprises. He murmured to himself, Could it be that I need to search for a soul? He naturally had this technique mastered, but it was too cruel. He really couldn't bring himself to treat an old man like that. If it were a vicious person like Chixing, he could have easily captured him with a single move. Naruto said, It's summer. Mizukawa Katsumi looked at Naruto and asked, Have you ever seen Summer? Naruto said, I've seen her, and I also know that the Star Stone was stolen by her. Mizuki Kawashige exclaimed with joy, Where is she? Where is she? Naruto said, I can't tell you this for now. She will appear when it's time for her to show up. Mizukawa Katsukatsu asked, Is she doing well? Naruto said, Fair and clean, with a slender figure, living very well. Mizuki's face darkened as he said, Kid, don't you dare have any ideas about him. Naruto said, Why? She's about the same age as me. Why can't I have a crush on her? Don't tell me you like her too? It seems this old man is really quite amusing. Mizuki Kawakatsu replied, What nonsense are you talking about? She's my junior. Naruto said, Hey old man, weren't you just thinking of introducing your granddaughter to me? Mizuki Kawakatsu replied, Because I don't have a granddaughter. Naruto gave a thumbs up and said, Old man, your trick of empty-handedly catching a wolf is truly excellent. No granddaughter? A niece will do. Mizuki Chuansheng replied, Don't even think about it. He quickly changed the subject and said, Didn't you just say there was another piece of good news? What is the good news? Naruto said, The good news is that Smaru is acting. Although he was caught, it was voluntary, with his elite Jonin strength. Even 2 of the previous Hokages can't do anything to him. Mizukawa Masaru, Kid, is it fun to joke with me? Naruto nodded. It's okay, quite interesting. Mizuki Kawashige suppressed the anger in his heart and said, What are you going to do? Naruto said, That red star is despicable. so I naturally have to put on a good show with him. Old man, just watch. Mizuki Chuan said. I'm waiting. Naruto said, one more thing. I've taken Smaru as my disciple. Does that mean I'm on the same level as Shiori now? Or is it better to be even closer? Shuamukawa, with a dark expression, got up directly and returned to his room, showing an attitude of not wanting to deal with Naruto. The wooden door was slammed shut, as if he was trying to shake off Naruto. Naruto shook his head slightly, this old man. Chapter 171, The Trial of Smaru. Another day passed, and news spread throughout the village that Smaru had betrayed the Star Hidden Village. Once the news broke, the entire Star Hidden Village was in an uproar. Many people couldn't believe such a result. Smaru was a child they had watched grow up, and he would never betray the village or break his oath to protect the Star Hidden Village. They all went to find Akahoshi, wanting an explanation. Akahoshi provided a unified response. We will judge him tomorrow, and you will understand then. Another day passed, and the villagers gathered at the meeting place. Seeing Smaru hanging there, they couldn't help but feel a deep pain. This was a child they had watched grow up. Naruto is also among them, sitting together with Mizuki Kawakatsu, eating melon seeds from a distance. Mizuki Kawakatsu said, Kid, are you this relaxed? Naruto said, Hey, old man, what do you want me to do? I haven't taken your money. Mizukawa Sho said, That's your own choice. How can you blame me? If it weren't for the fact that you can't even afford a coffin when you die, I would have choked you to death. Naruto replied. Over here, the respected elder of Shingyin village, Ji Zong, spoke up. Chixing, I don't believe On would betray the village. He has always been a good, obedient child. Chixing replied, My lord, I'll present evidence to you shortly. All evidence is determined by him. When people heard the various accusations, many did not believe that Smalu would betray Shingyin village and sell out its secrets. But because it was the words of Xingying, many villagers believed and secretly sought to attack Smalu. Jinxing stepped forward and said, Lord Chixing, I have a question. During this time, no one has left the village to carry out missions. So how can there be talk of betrayal? Chixing did not expect that the first to stand up would be Jinxing. Nightingale shouted. Jinxing stepped back. Her face was very gloomy as she stared at Jinxing, with a hint of murderous intent. Jinxing was unafraid and said, Lord Nightingale, am I wrong? Or is it that the so-called crimes you speak of are just your words? Chixing said, Jinxing, you have crossed the line. Jinxing replied, Lord Chixing, ever since you restarted the star cultivation 3 years ago, it has caused 21 villagers to moan in pain. What have you been doing, Lord Chixing? Chixing said, So you come to question me? Jinxing said, Not to question, just seeking an explanation. Chixing replied, For the sake of Shingyin village, it is all worth it. Jinxing said, For the sake of Shingyin village, I ask you, Lord Chixing, what is the purpose of establishing the village? Chixing said, To allow the villagers to live and work in peace, free from bullying. Jinxing said, But over the years, our villagers have not been harmed by outsiders. Instead, because of the cultivation, more than 20 people have been seriously injured and are in pain. Lord Chixing, what is the true meaning of your restart of the star cultivation? This statement resonated with many people as they saw their children suffering in pain, their hearts bleeding for why their children had to endure such suffering. Chixing's face became somewhat distorted as he said, Jinxing, I want to ask you, what do you want to do? Jinxing said, The third generation of Xingying was benevolent and kind. He did not want the villagers to suffer. So he ended the star cultivation. Our strength is enough for self-defense. Why do you want to let the villagers be trapped in endless pain? Smalu raised his head and asked, Lord Chixing, I also want to know, how did I betray the village? Is it just based on your words? Chixing did not know why, but the situation seemed to be beyond his control. However, with the arrow on the string, he had to shoot. He appeared next to Smalu, wanting to capture him. Just then, a figure descended from the sky. It was none other than Shiori. Shiori, wearing a mask, landed on a wooden stake. Shiori said, Chixing, you are truly despicable and shameless. Chixing said, Smalu, this is the evidence of your betrayal of the village. Upon seeing Shiori, Smalu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was his mother. He had finally seen her again. Si Jiang, taking the lead, said, Thief who stole the stars, you have finally appeared. Nightingale said, You can easily enter Shingyin village. It must be because Smalu provided you with information, which is why you could come so smoothly. Come down. He attacked, wanting to force Shiori to use the peacock technique to prove the evidence of Smalu's betrayal. Shiori had no good feelings towards Nightingale and the others, saying, Get down. With one hand, he pressed Nightingale to the ground. Si Jiang said, Isn't this the peacock technique? Shiori said, Chixing, stop. No matter what you do today, you will lose. Chixing said, What kind of trick is this? He wanted to know, The people around him wanted to know. The villagers of Xingyin wanted to know who she was. Xiari then advised, Chixing, turn back while you can. Chixing coldly said, that's what I want to say to you. Turn back while you can, return our star stones. Confess your crimes, and you might still have a chance to survive. He said this while placing his hand on Smalla's shoulder, full of threats. At this moment, Beidou spoke up. Lord Chixing, what are you doing? Chixing frowned and said, Beidou, what do you mean? What have I done? Jinshin said, Lord Chixing, why is your hand on Smalla's shoulder with chakra concentrated in your hand? Are you trying to harm Smalla? Threat. These two words immediately flashed into everyone's minds, and their gazes towards Chixing changed. Is their acting Xingyin this despicable and shameless? Jiang said, Jinshin, don't twist the concept. Jinshin innocently replied, I am not twisting the concept. It is just as it is. This was not a lie. The situation was indeed as such. She merely pointed out what Chixing was doing, without saying anything else. Mizukawa Sho said, Chixing, what exactly are you trying to do today? Many people realized that Chixing's actions today must have a purpose, and it seemed that his purpose was related to this masked person. Chixing ignored Mizukawa Sho and looked at Naruto, saying, Friend Youming, I hope you will lend a helping hand. Naruto jumped out and asked, do you want me to stop her, or do you want me to take her down? Akahoshi replied, take her down. Naruto shook his head and said, I'm very sorry, but this is not within my scope of duties. I only need to protect the star stones, not to intercept people or capture them. Qixing's expression changed, and he said, Your Excellency Youming, what do you mean by that? Chapter 172, Mysterious Power Emerges. Naruto said, You only asked me to protect the star stone, but never told me to capture anyone. Isn't that what it means? Qixing's eyes turned icy as he replied, Your Excellency, even if she stole the star stone, it seems that your protection of the star stone is lacking. Naruto said, That's right. He looked at Xiari and asked, Are you going to hand over the star stone, or do you want to fight me? Xiari decisively threw the star stone to Naruto. Naruto raised the star stone in his hand towards Chixing and said, Chixing, I consider my mission complete. He then casually tossed the star stone to Chixing. Chixing caught the star stone and said, Lord Youming, I would like to hire you again. Naruto was determined in the summer and said, Deal with him. Akahoshi nodded. All right, you could decide the reward. Naruto shook his head decisively and said, Sorry. I can't agree to that. Akahoshi, why? Naruto said, Someone hired me before you did. Once the task of protecting the star stone is complete, I will honor his employment and carry out his mission. Chixing had a bad feeling in his heart and asked, What mission? Naruto smiled slightly and said, Destroy the star stone. Qixing's pupils shrank suddenly. Dealing with one summer was already extremely difficult, and with this person added, how could they possibly withstand it? He darkly said, Your Excellency, is this a bit too much? Naruto said, I didn't want to take on this task at first, but after learning the whole story, I agreed. Akahoshi asked, What story? Naruto said, I still want to ask you this. Akahoshi, what do you want to know? Naruto said, The star training will cause irreversible harm to the children's bodies. Why do you insist on the star training, disregarding the children's injuries? Have you ever heard their cries of pain? Have you ever considered their perspective? Chixing replied, Everything is worth it for the future of Star Hidden Village. Naruto said, The Star Hidden Village has natural barriers, its own secret techniques, and its own ninja arts. As long as we keep innovating, we will eventually rise. The true conflict of our Star Hidden Village originates from this star stone. It has brought disaster to the village and pain to the villagers. One could say it is a cursed stone, so why should it remain to this day? Qixing replied, This is something from our village. Naruto, I didn't ask you to give this to others. I just wanted you to consider the villagers and the village and destroy it. Akahoshi asked, Impossible. Naruto said, Why? The Star Hidden Village has been dragged into war because of this star stone. Before this star stone fell, the village was at peace. Or perhaps it is because you have your own selfish motives. At this moment, Akahoshi understood that this underworld must know some things about him, which is why he spoke this way. He no longer paid attention to Naruto and turned to Natsu, saying, Intercept him, or I will kill him. His gaze was cold, giving a signal to the death sign, and the kunai in the hands of the four counties was pressed against Smaru's throat. Natsu's body trembled. Even though she knew Smaru was not in danger, she was still affected at this moment. Shirzong shouted, Akahoshi, what are you trying to do? Akahoshi replied, The Star Hidden Village should not be beneath the 5 great ninja villages. It should be above them. I am not willing. I am not willing. Upon hearing this, everyone understood that Akahoshi's ambition was immense. He not only wanted the Star Hidden Village to protect itself, but also to conquer. Shirzong shouted, Akahoshi, do you know what you are saying? Akahoshi retorted, Old man, get out of the way. His intentions had already been exposed, and he naturally would not maintain any reputation. Natsu said solemnly, Akahoshi, why won't you turn back now? As she spoke, she took off her mask, revealing her face. Shirzong said, Natsu, you are Natsu. You didn't die. This statement stirred up a wave of excitement, and the villagers whispered to each other, their gazes fixed on Natsu. Natsu looked at them and said, Lord Shirzong, I did not die. Shirzong asked, Natsu, what is going on? Natsu replied, Lord Shirzong, I will explain things to you later. She looked at Akahoshi and said, Akahoshi, for your own selfish desires, you disregard the lives and deaths of the villagers and insist on starting the star cultivation. How can you justify the third generation's training of you? Akahoshi said, stop preaching to me. Kill him and hand over the cultivation ninjutsu, or I will not be polite. No longer hiding his intentions, he completely exposed them. The ferocious Akahoshi was truly ugly, like a fierce beast. At this moment, Akahoshi had no image left in the hearts of the villagers. Everything he had built in the past was completely shattered. He was no longer the shadow of the star-hidden village, but rather its enemy. Naruto smiled faintly. This was the result he wanted. He nodded to Smaru, indicating that he could take action. Smaru said, Chixing, do you think you can catch me? You're not worthy. After saying this, he broke free from his restraints and, before the four symbols could react, kicked one of them flying. They crashed to the ground, groaning in pain, completely devoid of combat ability. If Smaru hadn't held back, that kick could have killed him. Smaru moved again, embedding Nightingale into the ground before she could react. Chixing's face changed dramatically. He hadn't expected Smaru to be so powerful. Nightingale and the four symbols were no match for him, and he knew their strength well. Even he would need 50 rounds to contend with them. Chixing said, Smaru, have you been hiding your strength? Smaru replied, of course. Once I discovered your ulterior motives, I naturally had to conceal my true abilities. Otherwise, how could you have made it this far? Smaru looked excitedly at Summer, tears in his eyes, crying out, Mom. The beloved smiled, her eyes filled with pride. Her child had grown up. Chixing said, Good, as expected of Summer's child, truly exceptional. Summer said, Chixing, surrender. You have no chance left. Chixing's eyes reddened as he replied, Dream on if you think I'll surrender. Suddenly, a surge of power descended upon him. He embedded the star stone into his chest, and his aura surged to the level of a shadow ninja, his chakra surpassing that of his past. This transformation left Summer and the others dumbfounded. Summer stood in front of Smaru. At this moment, Chixing was no longer something the current Smaru could resist. Naruto felt a heavy heart and thought, Are they intervening again? Who exactly are you? Smaru asked, Mom, what's going on? Chapter 173, The Power of the World. Summer did not know, as she focused her gaze on Naruto. However, Naruto did not notice her gaze. Instead, he concentrated on sensing the world around him, not letting a single detail slip by, trying to perceive who was secretly orchestrating everything. But no matter how powerful his perception was, with his mental energy spreading across the sky, he still couldn't find anything for the moment. However, he believed that the person in the shadows would act again. At this moment, the power of Chixing was only average, not enough to defeat Smaru and Summer, not to mention Beidou and Jinshin. Although the two were fairly average in strength, they could at least hold off for a few moves. Smaru, Summer, and Chixing were all characters in the plot, and both Summer and Chixing were supposed to die. He had to protect these two. Therefore, he overlooked Summer's gaze. Seeing Naruto in deep thought, Summer knew he was contemplating and did not disturb him. She said to Smaru, This might be some powerful force obtained from the secret method of unlocking the Star Stone. She was somewhat uncertain. Could such a powerful energy really come from the Star Stone, which only contained a trickle of energy? Smaru quietly said, Is that so? I absorbed most of the energy from a star. How could he still gain such strong power? Summer did not answer. She was also unsure. Smaru said, No matter what, let me test his methods. Internal energy flowed throughout his body, and he suddenly struck a palm print towards Chixing. Chixing shouted frantically, Summer, why not use such power? Isn't it a waste to hold back? He unleashed the peacock mystical technique, pushing Smaru back. Summer's expression changed slightly as she said, Smaru shook his head, Mother. I'm fine. He was somewhat puzzled. Was this the power of their village's peacock mystical technique? The attack seemed really quite average. The previous strike was just a probe. He hadn't used his full strength, yet it hadn't harmed him at all. He knew that his strength was at a different level compared to Chixing. Chixing was even more arrogant, laughing maniacally. Useless now, I'm the god of ninjas. Summer did not engage him in conversation. and her martial arts strength erupted, soaring into the air to battle Chixing. Summer had come down from the battlefield, and her fighting experience was slightly stronger than Chixing's. Additionally, having cultivated martial arts, she was evenly matched with Chixing. Chixing used all his means but could not deal with Summer. He broke down and said, "Impossible, impossible. How can it be useless? How can it be useless?" Summer replied, "You're just a frog at the bottom of the well. The path of ninjas is not the only way." In her heart, she fully recognized martial arts, and after competing with Chixing, she understood the gap between ninja cultivation and martial arts cultivation. In terms of power and physical body, she had the upper hand. Chixing could not accept this fact. His eyes fell on Smaru as he coldly said, "Is that so? I don't believe it." He turned and madly attacked Smaru. Smaru thought, "Looking for me? Even though I'm not your opponent, you still aren't enough to catch me." However, just as he was about to resist, suddenly his body could not move, and his eyes became somewhat dazed. For a moment, he was stunned. "Ah, be careful," Summer shouted. She used her true energy to activate the peacock mystical technique, transforming it into a giant hand that reached for Chixing. Smaru regained his senses and said stiffly, "I'm fine." He then shifted his position and landed behind Summer. Summer breathed a sigh of relief and coldly said to Chixing, "Chixing, you are not worthy of being a person from Xingyin Village." She intended to exert her strength and completely defeat Chixing. But just then, Smaru made his move. He transformed his chakra into a long spear and pierced toward Summer. Jizong called out, "Summer, be careful behind you. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Let this king see just who you truly are." Naruto whispered to himself. He finally waited for this moment. The power of the rules spread in all directions, and the giant sword formed from chakra shattered instantly. Rule sword domain. Naruto's soul entered Smaru's body with the sword domain, immobilizing him. All his actions became ineffective, completely under Naruto's control. When Summer turned around and saw the broken long sword in Naruto's hand, her pupils constricted. She remembered that before the incident occurred, Naruto had warned her to be cautious and to be wary of anyone, even her own son, whom she trusted deeply. However, now, she couldn't hide the bitterness in her heart. Her child had actually turned against her. Naruto did not forget to send a message, saying, "Shatter the star stone of Chixing, take him down, and eliminate the power within his body. I will explain everything to you afterward." Hearing Naruto's words, Shiori steadied her mind, no longer paying attention to Smaru behind her, focusing on dealing with Chixing. She believed that with Naruto's strength, he would be able to control Smaru. Naruto's soul entered Smeru's body, and within his realm of rules, there was an extremely vague figure that said incredulously, "Rules. Can there really be someone in this world who can master the power of rules?" Naruto asked, "Who are you, sir?" The figure turned to him and replied, "It's you. How can you wield the power of rules?" "No, wait, you are actually not a ninja?" Naruto said, "Interesting, this world is not only about ninja training. But what I want to know now is, who exactly are you?" The figure replied, "But in this world, there are only ninjas. There can only be ninjas." Naruto said, "Everything in the world is always changing, and there are always things that don't follow the rules." The figure nodded in agreement and said, "This is true. But why have you become the variable when others may not?" Naruto smiled slightly and said, "Is it because I'm the child of destiny?" "Yes, it's because you are the child of destiny." Naruto smiled and said, "So my path has already been determined? Is that so?" Naruto said, "I'm confused. There shouldn't be a character like you in the plot, right?" "Yeah, why did I wake up?" "Naruto, this is something similar to the awakened power of the ninja way. Do you know about the power of the ninja way?" Naruto asked, "Has the ninja way awakened?" This question revealed a lot, and the doubts in Naruto's heart were gradually being unraveled. Naruto said, "It should have awakened. I have encountered it before, and it's very strong. It must have been awakened for a long time." The figure replied, "How could it have awakened? What is the reason?" "No, it must have been stimulated. It awakened because it sensed danger." "But what danger?" Suddenly, the figure looked at Naruto and said, "It's you, it's you. The power within your body is not that of a ninja. It has given it danger, which is why it awakened." Taking the opportunity, Naruto asked, "Then who are you?" "I am the power of the world." Chapter 174, The Defeat of the Red Star. Naruto frowned. The power of the world? This concept is somewhat vague. He asked, "The power of the world, are you the embodiment of the source, or the power of the world that maintains the storyline?" The figure looked at Naruto seriously again and said, "It seems you understand a lot of things, considering you are someone who can grasp the power of rules." Naruto said, "Of course, otherwise I wouldn't be able to take this step. There are many things I haven't fully understood yet. Can you help me find the answers?" The consciousness of the power of the world replied, "Of course, but you have to agree to one condition." Naruto said, "Let's talk about the conditions first." At this moment, he could already confirm that this was only a part of the world's power. It merely maintained the development of the plot and could not concern matters outside of it. This consciousness said, "Next time, the power of rules cannot be used to alter the trajectory of fate." Naruto said, "I can't agree to this." "Why?" Naruto said, "I am the child of destiny. What will happen next?" The voice of consciousness replied, "You are indeed clever." Naruto said, "So, just give up your little thoughts. If you want to dig a pit for me, I'm afraid you can't do it." Consciousness said, "All right, let's change it. The land of demons, walking along the path of destiny." Naruto smiled slightly. "Okay." He then thought, "You ask." Naruto said, "The way of the ninja, the power of the world. The rules all exist. Will they all awaken?" The consciousness of the world's power replied, "Yes, of course, but this requires the influence of external forces to awaken." Naruto said, "What is external force?" Consciousness replied, "This is the world of ninjas." Naruto asked again, "Has the ninja way awakened?" "No." Naruto said, "Then what about the power of the ninja way that I've seen?" The consciousness of the power of the world replied, "It's merely a part of the ninja way's power, just the power of rules." Naruto vaguely understood and said, "Last question. All right, have you truly awakened completely? If not, what will you do?" "As I guessed, if you had fully awakened, how could I have discovered you?" The summer day was a few years older than Akahoshi, and his strength had indeed diminished, his aura significantly weakened, but he still maintained the strength of a shadow ninja. To avoid harming the innocent, she pushed Akahoshi out of the village, landing him on the surface of the lake. As for Akahoshi's subordinates, the four under his command were naturally imprisoned, becoming captives. The summer day was furious. She launched continuous attacks, and after a brief but intense battle, she disabled Akahoshi's chakra, tossing him into the venue like a dead dog. Although Akahoshi had the strength of a shadow ninja, his pride lay in the peacock mystical arts. However, Summer Day was once the strongest in Star Hidden Village and was far more familiar with the peacock mystical arts than he was. Moreover, her martial prowess and internal power surpassed chakra, leading to Akahoshi's defeat in the cleanup. Jizong temporarily took the lead, instructing his men to bind Akahoshi and his companions, intending to judge their crimes. Akahoshi asked, "Summer Day, your techniques are not the secret arts of Star Hidden Village. What exactly are they?" Summer Day replied, "This is naturally not ninjutsu. This is martial arts." Akahoshi said, "The martial arts training of the Flame Dragon Empire?" Summer Day confirmed, "Indeed, it surpasses ninjutsu training and is even more profound than star training." Akahoshi retorted, "Nonsense, star training is the strongest training." Just as he finished speaking, someone slammed their hand on a pillar, causing a large chunk to fall, attracting everyone's attention. Akahoshi looked over and said, "Jian Xian, is that you?" "Zian Xin Ziplit? Am I not in pain?" Akahoshi asked, "Have you also practiced martial arts?" Jian Xian nodded, "Indeed, and so has Beidou." Beidou stepped forward, demonstrating a punch, slightly stronger than a jounin. Akahoshi shook his head, "Impossible, impossible, the martial arts training method cannot surpass star training." He could not accept this result, not believing it to be true, unable to overcome the demons in his heart. Summer Day said, "That's because you are just a frog at the bottom of a well, unaware of how vast the world is. Martial arts training cannot restore Jian Xian's hidden injuries, yet it allows her strength to reemerge, and her physical body is now stronger than yours." After saying this, Summer Day no longer paid attention to Akahoshi, her gaze shifting to Smaru in the air, then to Naruto in the crowd. She wanted to inquire, but upon seeing Naruto not interacting with her, she suppressed her doubts. After a while, Smaru fell from the air. Instinctively, Summer Day stepped forward to catch him. Naruto secretly communicated, "Take him to the mountains and forests. I will explain to you." Naruto took the lead and disappeared into the crowd. Summer said to Shirzong, "Lord Shirzong, I'll leave this to you," without giving Shirzong a chance to speak. He hugged Smalu and took off into the sky. Beidou asked, "Jianshin, what do you think is going on? Why would Smalu attack Senior Summer? After all, Senior Summer is his mother, not just Jianshin." Everyone here was eager to know. Chixing said, "Hee, this is naturally the darkness within Smalu's heart." Jinxing shouted, "Chixing, shut up." Chixing retorted, "Jinxing, is this how you speak to your elders?" Jinxing narrowed his eyes and coldly said, "Elder? With you, you don't deserve it. You're not even worthy of being a villager of Xingyin Village, just a treacherous villain. Smalu has turned out like this. It must be your doing, right?" At this point, Jinxing's anger was about to erupt, wishing he could punch Chixing in the head. With this reminder, everyone reacted. Beta was the first to speak. Yes, Chixing, you are truly despicable and shameless, trying to make Smalu kill his own mother. It's insane. You're simply insane. Everyone remembered that he wanted to punish Smalu and judge him. So he tampered with Smalu, leading to Smalu's actions. Chixing said, I didn't. Jinxing asked, didn't? Smalu respects his mother the most. He would never harm her. Even if his heart is twisted, he wouldn't act against Senior Summer at this moment. It would do him no good. Jinxing interjected, Senior Summer is stronger than you. You're no match for her, so you use Smalu as a weapon to attack Senior Summer. After all, no mother would guard against her own child. Reasonable and well-founded. The villagers agreed with this statement, hating Chixing even more, all calling for his execution. Shizong said, let's let Summer come back to make the decision. The fate of Xingyin village rests on her. The villagers accepted this. In their hearts, Summer's reputation was unmatched. Chapter 175. The invitation to Naruto in the past. Mom, I didn't. Smalu kept shaking his head, unable to forgive himself for attacking his mother. Summer said, Mom believes you. Let's hear what the senior has to say. The eyes of the mother and son fell on Naruto. Naruto asked, have you heard of the Nara family's shadow possession technique? The two nodded. Naturally, they had heard of it. Smaru said, Senior, am I being controlled by the shadow ninjutsu? Naruto said, of course not. The shadow bind technique is just a minor skill. It can't control your thoughts. You can still resist. However, you not only can't resist, but you also can't have self-awareness. Smaru said, I seem to remember nothing. Naruto said, this is nature, your body. Your entire being is no longer yourself. Summer softly asked, Senior, who is it? Calculating against one's own child, to the bitter end. Naruto said, the ninja world has changed now. It has incorporated many things. Your current strength is too weak, knowing this won't benefit you. Smaru asked, Senior, what kind of strength do I need? Naruto said, do you want revenge? Smaru replied, yes. Naruto said, I'm not trying to discourage you, but with your current strength, you're still not even at the beginner level. Although both of you have good talent, compared to figures like Senju Hashirama, you're still a bit lacking. To understand the existence of power in the world, at least 6 paths of strength are required. Senju Hashirama, even until his death, was merely a legendary peak and never entered the realm of the 6 paths. For Shiari and Smaru to reach the realm of the 6 paths, it's not just difficult, it's utterly hopeless. Smaru asked, is it the legendary blade we need? Naruto said, no, it's the Sage of 6 Paths, Summer, and Smaru's bodies trembled. The Sage of 6 Paths, the ancestor of ninjutsu, has been in the ninja world for countless years. Even the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, has never reached the realm of the Sage of 6 Paths. What virtue or ability do they possess to attain the level of the Sage of 6 Paths and stand shoulder to shoulder with him? After a while, Summer asked, Senior, we are just insignificant ants. Why would such powerful beings focus on them? I can't understand this. Naruto said, I don't know about that. He spoke a bit too much. And at this moment, both of them were likely having serious doubts about themselves. So it was better to hold back a bit, to avoid revealing too much and getting targeted. As characters in the story, they could be said to be at a crucial point in their fate, from which they couldn't escape. Smaru asked, Senior, will they come again? Naruto said, it's hard to say. Maybe yes, maybe no. Once again playing dumb. Naturally, he wouldn't come back. Not to mention that he had already killed the remnants of the world's power with his sword domain. The time in the star-hidden village had already passed, and the plot here had been explained. It would no longer be emphasized. Whether Summer dies or not has become irrelevant. Both Summer and Smaru felt somewhat disappointed, not getting the answers they wanted. The hidden enemy behind this was mysterious and unpredictable, making them a very difficult opponent. Right now, they had no confidence in dealing with them. If it weren't for the presence of the senior, Youming this time, their star-hidden village would definitely have fallen into an awkward situation. Summer asked, Senior, in today's ninja world, is there anyone who can reach the 6 Paths realm? Naruto said, this really stumps me. In today's ninja world, there are warriors and ninjas everywhere. Who knows if anyone has reached the 6 Paths level? But speaking of it, there's indeed one. Shiari who? Naruto said, the pioneer of martial arts, the kingdom of flame, Dragon King Uzumaki Naruto. Dragon King Uzumaki Naruto, indeed. His strength is a mystery, but it is rumored that the Dragon King defeated the legendary ninja with a single sword strike. Even if he hasn't reached the 6 Paths, he is probably already halfway there. Smalu asked, Senior, do you think the Dragon King is strong, or is the enemy behind him strong? Naruto said, hey, this is beyond my understanding. I have never seen the Dragon King, so I don't know his depth and cannot estimate him. With the true awakening of the power of the world and the path of the ninja, he naturally wouldn't be a match. However, right now, though I can't say I would win, I'm not afraid either. It would be quite difficult to kill him. Summer Day then asked, "Who is stronger, you or Lord Dragon King?" Naruto said without hesitation, "Of course it's him. I lost to myself, which makes sense." Summer showed a joyful expression and said, "Senior, does this mean that Lord Dragon King will be able to defeat these hidden enemies?" If Naruto can resolve their crisis while admitting he is no match for the Dragon King, it indicates that the Dragon King should be able to overcome these hidden enemies. Naruto raised his eyebrows and said, "You're overthinking it. This time, it's just a durable shadow clone. I have the ability to handle it." He felt a hint of expectation in his heart, wondering if it was going to rely on me, Lord Dragon King. That would be very good and warmly welcomed. Summer said, "Thank you, Senior, for clarifying," with a sincere expression, already having made a decision in his heart. Naruto said, "Don't mention it, I just did it casually." Summer asked, "Senior, for a traveler like you, it must be more than just traveling, right?" She looked at Naruto with a hint of scrutiny in her eyes. Naruto said, "Of course, I'm pondering some things and gaining some insights." Shiori asked, "Does this relate to the hidden enemies?" "Oh, it really does." This time he answered very sincerely. In order to enhance his strength, he continuously seeks understanding to deal with these enemies, to promote the martial way, establish his own power, and roam the world. Smaru asked, "Is it to confront these hidden enemies?" Naruto did not lie and nodded, saying, "Naturally, their strength is currently unclear, so I can only improve myself." Shiori said, "Senior, the hidden enemies did not achieve the results they wanted, and they will likely come to Shingin Village again. Why don't you join our Shingin Village, so we can resist the enemies together?" Naruto said, "I secretly shattered the enemy's clones, so they won't come to Star Hidden Village for a while. They might head to other villages. I might encounter them while wandering." This explanation is somewhat forced, but it has few flaws. Naturally, Xiaori felt a bit down in her heart and asked, "Senior, when do you plan to leave?" Naruto said, "I've been here for a while, and it's time to say goodbye. I should leave in the next couple of days." Shiori replied, "Senior, you are a great benefactor to our village. I wonder if you have any instructions for us." Naruto said, "There really is." Summer and Smala bowed and said, "Senior, please speak." Chapter 176, Mizumikawa's Victory, the second generation Star Shadow. Naruto said, "You can pass down the martial arts, but there is one condition. Do not reveal my existence." The mother and son naturally understood and guessed that the senior did not want his information to be known by the hidden enemy, which was why he made this request. In fact, they would naturally comply without Naruto having to say it. Shiori said, "We mother and son will definitely keep our promise." Naruto said, "All right, farewell." After finishing, he flew away and disappeared, leaving Xiaori and Smaru unable to express their thanks. Naruto has temporarily not left the Star Hidden Village because there is still one thing he hasn't figured out. This matter concerns Mizukawa Masaru. This person is truly mysterious. He is neither a ninja nor a warrior, just an ordinary person, but his lack of roots and connections piqued Naruto's curiosity. The situation here seems to be coming to an end, and perhaps his identity will be revealed. Therefore, Naruto plans to observe him secretly to see if the old man will inadvertently reveal himself. Summer has returned to the Star Hidden Village and has become the Hokage. With her strength and prestige, she has firmly established herself as Hokage, and with her sincerity and kindness, she can lead the Star Hidden Village to new heights. Compared to Akahoshi, the villagers are more accepting of Summer. Summer is also quite capable, with a few policies implemented. She has turned around the situation in the Star Hidden Village. Naruto's attention was not on Shiori, but rather on Mizuki Chuansheng. Mizuki often murmured, "Is it over? Is Shingin Village safe now?" However, his words seemed to not mention Shiori at all. After a few days, because Naruto had not appeared, Mizuki muttered again, "That brat? Why hasn't he come back yet?" He then went to find Shiori and learned that Naruto had already left. He murmured, "That bastard. I haven't even paid him his commission yet." Then, Mizuki looked at Shiori and said, "Shingin Village will prosper even more in your hands." Shiori replied, "Thank you for your affirmation, Elder." For Mizuki Chuansheng, Shiori was also in the dark and didn't know his background. Mizuki asked, "Lord Shingin, do you know the origins of Youming?" Shiori shook her head, not clear. This person's strength is extraordinary. He's a powerful ninja and a formidable warrior. Mizuki asked, "Lord Shingin, how does his strength compare to yours?" Shiori initially wanted to say that she was far from Naruto's opponent, but then remembered what Naruto had instructed her and said, "He is slightly stronger than me. If it were a one-on-one fight, he would need 300 rounds to kill me." She thought to herself, If he wanted to kill me, perhaps just one round would suffice. Mizuki replied, is that so? Shiori became curious and said, Elder Mizuki, you seem very interested in the identity of Senior Youming? Mizuki said, I always feel that Youming has some purpose. His coming to Xingyin village is not simple. Having heard some things about Mizuki Chuan Shang, Shiori knew he could sense the good and bad in people. She asked, Elder Mizuki, do you think Senior Youming has good intentions or malicious ones? Mizuki replied, this kid's eyes are like an abyss. I can't see clearly. Of course, it shouldn't be malicious. He is considered an upright person. Shiori nodded, indeed. If Senior Youming had malicious intentions, teaming up with Chixing, we would find it hard to win. Mizuki nodded, that's true. With a deep sigh, he said, Shiori, I completely entrust Xingyin village to you. This statement startled Shiori. It felt reminiscent of the third generation of Xingyin before his death. Not wanting Shiori to think too much, Mizuki Chuan Shang then took his leave. Naruto witnessed this scene and murmured, this old guy, could he be the last elder of the Hidden Star village? However, the truth of the matter soon came to light. 2 days later, Mizuki Chuan Shang left the village alone and arrived at a grave. This grave belonged not to anyone else, but to the first generation of the Hidden Star. He looked at the tombstone and softly said, Big brother, the calamity of the Hidden Star village has passed. Summer is a competent leader, and under her leadership, the Hidden Star village will surely grow stronger. In a few days, I will come to accompany you. Big brother, the first generation of Star Shadow, is this person's older brother? This made Naruto even more interested. He scanned the records of the Hidden Star village with his spiritual sense and quickly obtained a family tree of the first generation of Star Shadow. The first generation of Star Shadow had only one brother, who was also the second generation of Star Shadow. And the second generation of Star Shadow had already died. Naruto murmured, could it be that the second Tsuchikage has been resurrected? To get the answer, Naruto could only ask Mizuki Kawashige. He drew his hand, pulling Mizuki Kawashige, who was about to enter the Tsuchikage village, into the sky. Mizuki Kawashige's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't show the demeanor of an ordinary old man. If he were an ordinary old man, he would have already shown a look of fright. Mizuki Kawashige said, you have captured me here. May I ask what your purpose is? Naruto said, Second Tsuchikage, it's been a long time. Mizuki Katsumi's pupils narrowed slightly, but then returned to normal as he replied, what are you talking about? I can't possibly be the second Tsuchikage. I'm just an ordinary old man. Naruto said, the first Hokage only has one brother, and that is the second Hokage? Mizuki Shinkami's expression changed, and he said, why are you following me, sir? Naruto said, naturally, it's to inquire about your origins. You are truly too mysterious, seeming like someone who shouldn't exist. As soon as these words were spoken, Mizuki Masaru's expression changed even more, and he asked in a deep voice, who are you? Naruto appeared and said, old man, it seems like you've been missing me these days, even asking about my origins. Upon seeing Naruto, Mizuki's pupils suddenly constricted, and he said, you little ghost from the underworld. It's you. Naruto nodded. Yes, it's me. Surprised? Mizuki Katsuki replied, very surprised. He continued, you released the news of your departure, which means you were secretly monitoring me. Naruto nodded. Of course, after all, you are too mysterious. I really want to know your secret, so I secretly monitored you. Mizuki Masaru said, all right, I admit it. I am the second generation Star Shadow. That kid from the Netherworld. Can you honestly tell me your purpose for coming to the Star Hidden Village? Naruto joked, old man. Do you believe me when I say I'm here in Star Hidden Village to find a wife? Mizuki Katsushi replied, hee, do you think I will believe that? Naruto said, old man, isn't it only natural for me to find a wife since I haven't started a family yet? Mizuki Masaru retorted, is there a shortage of girls in the ninja world? Naruto said, 3-legged frogs are hard to find, but there are quite a few 2-legged girls. Mizuki Masaru, the girls from Hashihara village are not particularly reckless. Chapter 177, Uchiha Obito reappears. Naruto nodded and said, it is indeed a bit special, especially small. Mizuki Kawashige immediately showed anger on his face and said, bastard, aren't you afraid of divine retribution? Naruto said, I'm not afraid of that. After all, we are sworn enemies. Sworn enemies? Mizuki Kawashiro was very puzzled and asked, what do you mean by sworn enemies? Naruto couldn't explain this, as this was the movie world of Little Sun, and also the people of Little Sunday. Naruto said, you won't understand even if I tell you, so there's no point in saying it. Mizuki Kawashita replied, if you don't even know, how can you say I won't understand? Naruto changed the topic and said, old man, are you leaving? Mizuki Katsusuke replied, the Star Hidden Village is over, so I naturally have to leave. He looked straight at Naruto and asked, "You kid, you won't make a move against the star-hidden village, will you?" Naruto said, "Is this really necessary? I don't think so. If I want to make a move, can you stop me?" Mizukawa Katsuki replied, "That's true. Your strength is unfathomable, and indeed cannot be stopped. However, I still have a life-threatening strike. Using the last of my life force to behead my enemy. This is the ability I possess after my resurrection." Naruto said, "What kind of jutsu is this?" Mizukawa Katsukatsu replied, "Take death." Naruto, "To die, it's really the path of death. But one thing, how did you come back to life?" Mizukawa Masaru said, "I'm not sure. One day, I felt a tremor in my soul and fainted. When I woke up, I was back in a ninja world." Naruto said, "So you came back to the star-hidden village, living in secret?" Mizuki Kawamasa replied, "Yes." He stared seriously at Naruto and said, Kid, do you really want to settle down?" Naruto became vigilant and said, "Old man, what do you mean by that?" Mizuki Kawa said, "If you like star-hidden village, Xiaori is quite nice, gentle, and virtuous. She could be a good wife, and she is about the same age as you." Naruto interrupted, "Old man, you are the inheritor of the legacy of Wei Wu?" Mizukawa Katsumi replied, "What do you mean?" Naruto, "It's meaningless, old man. I'm leaving, and I hope we won't be enemies in the future." Without giving Sumokawa Katsu a chance to speak again, Naruto suddenly vanished, and Sumokawa Katsu returned to the ground. Back on the ground, Sumokawa Katsu looked up at the sky and murmured, "Space ninjutsu. Who exactly is this Yomi?" He couldn't understand, and then he said, "The ninja world doesn't seem peaceful. Can I really not leave?" He allowed a long sigh and walked back to Star Hidden Village. This time, Naruto left Star Hidden Village, with his next target being the Land of Demons. However, this time he would not interfere at all, allowing the people of the Land of Demons to not even see his face. The consciousness of the world's power is quite interesting. From his conversation with this consciousness, Naruto realized that because of his arrival, the development of the plot had changed significantly and deviated from its original path. If the plot didn't include the protagonist's influence, it wouldn't be a complete story, which would weaken the power of this world's force. Therefore, he awakened and secretly competed with Naruto, using Naruto's hands to cause the deaths of those characters within the story. Naruto murmured, "In this chaotic world combined with the Otsutsuki, what kind of world will it become? I'm really looking forward to it." As his strength continued to increase, the primordial body refinement technique had reached the peak of the 7th layer, just one step away from entering the 8th layer. Once he entered the 8th layer, he would surely surpass the Great Harmony Realm and transcend this world. Currently, he had entered the Great Harmony Realm, comprehending the world, and his understanding of the rules had also greatly increased, making the sword rules more perfect. Upon arriving in the Land of Ghosts, Naruto directly sought a place to enter a secluded training period, letting the plot develop on its own. During Naruto's seclusion, the ninja world was not peaceful. The long-lost Uchiha Obito appeared, leading a group of people to the land of Earth and invading Iwagakure. Inoki, leading a group of ninjas, intercepted Uchiha Obito and solemnly asked, Akatsuki, what are you doing in my Iwagakure?" Akatsuki replied with a determined tone, "To rule the land of Earth," showing no room for negotiation. Of course, Obito now had the strength to back it up. His eyes had fully evolved into the Rinnegan, and his power had reached the legendary ninja level. After a few years of accumulation, his strength would surely break through to the Six Paths realm. Inoki coldly said, "Akatsuki." "You," Uchiha Obito interrupted, saying, "I'm sorry, but I don't go by Akatsuki anymore. I am Uchiha Obito." There was no need for him to hide anymore. He was indeed Uchiha Obito, the once dead Uchiha Obito. Inoki questioned, "Uchiha Obito?" Obito nodded, "That's right, Uchiha Obito." Inoki asked, "Didn't you die over 20 years ago?" Obito replied, "But I came back to life to seek revenge." Inoki stated, "I don't care why you survived, but this is a Iwagakure, and your enemy shouldn't be us. It should be the land of flame and Konoha. You have no say here." Uchiha Obito said, "Inoki, do you know the current situation?" Inoki asked, "What do you mean?" Obito explained, "Now the land of flame has absorbed the land of fire, 3/4 of the land of wind, and the land of rain, becoming the largest power in the ninja world. Who among the land of water, land of lightning, and land of earth can resist the land of flame and the hidden dragon organization?" Inoki replied, "Not even in the past could we stop the land of flame. When the Dragon King strikes with a single sword, who can resist?" Obito remarked, "At least you have some self-awareness. But martial arts is a war demon technique that attracts people to continuously train and pursue supreme power. The true martial arts training is in the land of flame. To obtain it, You must join the Land of Flame, which will lead more ninjas away from the ninja path and more people away from their countries. In a few decades, will there still be the Land of Earth or the Land of Rain? Inoki agreed, saying, Uchiha Bito, I know what you're saying is true. However, we are also seeking change, applying martial arts training methods to ninja training, transforming them into ninjutsu. The Land of Flame wants to unify the ninja world, but cannot do so. Obito responded, You are indeed ambitious, Inoki, but you probably haven't researched it yet. Join us, and you'll have access to superior ninja martial arts training methods. To be honest, Inoki was quite tempted. He claimed to be researching, but he hadn't even scratched the surface. There were indeed villagers in the village practicing martial arts, but they had little to do with ninjutsu. Inoki said, Thank you for your kindness, but a Wagakure. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Bito's cold eyes. Chapter 178. Mei's choice Uchiha Bito had come this time with sincerity, but since Inoki repeatedly rejected him, he would no longer be polite. He directly released Susanoo, his eyes spinning, revealing the Rinnegan. Obito said, I intended to treat you with courtesy, but since you insist, I will grant you your wish. Inoki felt a wave of pressure. He was no match for Obito, who could crush him with a single move. Obito continued, I'm giving you a chance now. Will you join or not? If not, you die. It doesn't matter if it's you or a Wagakure. If you refuse, the only outcome is death. Inoki's expression fell. Could he say no? Naturally not. His words now determined the lives of countless people in a Wagakure. With no other choice, Inoki could only say, I will join. He made no struggle. Inoki knew that if he did not make this choice, it would lead to disaster for a Wagakure today. With countless casualties, for the sake of a Wagakure, he had to choose this path. Now, Uchiha Bito had considerable cunning. After taking control of a Wagakure, he secretly placed white Zetsu clones within, executing any dissenters quietly. This way, he turned a Wagakure into a united front, continuously expanding outward and gradually taking control of the Land of Earth, while also passing down the ninja martial arts training methods. The so-called ninja martial arts training methods were essentially martial arts training combined with chakra extraction techniques, resulting in a unique form. However, this was created based on the rules of the ninja path and was indeed a superior martial art concept, slightly inferior in strength to the Xian Yuan sword technique. In the Land of Lightning, Kyumogekure, Reikage A returned, passing the ninja martial arts training methods to the villagers while secretly consolidating control over the Land of Lightning. To compete with the current Land of Flame, he needed to control the Land of Lightning and create more ninjas to have the strength to fight back. Naturally, Kazekage Raza and Sarutobi Hiruzen were not idle either. Raza could no longer return to Sunagakure, and Sarutobi Hiruzen would not go to the Land of Fire anymore. In their quest for revenge, they had to absorb other countries. Sarutobi Hiruzen led dozens of ninjas and thousands of white Zetsu to occupy the Land of Iron and the Land of Waterfall, while Raza took control of the Land of Moon, the Land of Sound, and the Land of Hot Water. As for the Land of Rain and the Land of Rivers, they did not dare to approach, as these lands were all considered plump prey in the eyes of Senju Hashirama and Gaara. Uchiha Bito, Inoki, Raza, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and A formed an alliance known as the Ninja Martial Alliance. One must admit that this coalition of countries indeed formed a powerful force, especially with the presence of white Zetsu, which added a layer of cunning. The situation subtly began to overshadow the Land of Flame. However, even though they had the strength to fight, they did not consider invading the current borders of the Land of Flame, as no one could withstand the might of Dragon King Naruto Uzumaki. Moreover, there was also the ninja god Senju Hashirama, a formidable opponent who had trained in martial arts. It was uncertain just how strong he had become. Thus, Uchiha Bito and the others were extremely cautious, developing their power carefully, fearful of provoking Senju Hashirama. As for Naruto Uzumaki, he had never left the Land of Flame City and was not a concern for the time being. In the Land of Water, Kirigakure, a mysterious figure in black appeared in Mei's office. At first, Mei did not notice, but after a while, the figure spoke, a shadow ninja with such perceptiveness. Do you deserve it? Mei raised her head, looked at the figure, put down the documents in her hand, and asked, Who are you? The figure replied, Who I am is not important. What matters is your choice. Mei inquired, Choice of what? The man in black said, The Ninja Martial Alliance and the Flame Dragon Empire. In their investigation, the Water Nation has introduced many martial arts cultivation methods, and even has complete techniques, but the techniques are not strong. Mei asked, Is it a choice between two? She did not make an immediate choice. During this short time, the Ninja Martial Alliance has made quite a stir, and their momentum is grand. However, in Terumi Mei's mind, there is the figure of Naruto, that calmness, that fearlessness. If she had to choose between two options, she would choose Naruto and choose the Flame Dragon, a nation with fairness. The man in black said, No, it's a choice of three. Terumi Mei asked, What is the third option? The man in black said, Remain neutral. The Mist Village has quite a few martial artists now. If Terumi Mei were to die, the first suspect would be the Ninja Martial Alliance. After all, the actions of the Flame Dragon Nation are clear. They wouldn't do such a thing. Since the time of the Dragon King, they wouldn't resort to such means. If they truly wanted to annex the Water Nation, there would be no need to wait until now. Therefore, if Terumi Mei were to die, the suspicion would fall more on the Ninja Martial Alliance, as that is how they operate. This time, many have died at their hands. Moreover, the Rainbow Nation is currently within the scope of the Flame Dragon Nation. If anything happens in the Water Nation, it will be detected. Their actions will inevitably anger the Flame Dragon and the Hidden Dragon organization. It is not suitable to go to war with the Flame Dragon now. Thus, a compromise plan is to keep the Water Nation neutral. After contemplating, Terumi Mei responded, I agree to remain neutral. The Water Nation and the Mist Village will not engage in battle. The man in black said, Good, I hope you keep your word. As he left, he gave two types of gazes. One was the Rinnegan, the other was the Rebirth eye. Terumi Mei shivered. She naturally knew about these two types of eyes, which currently belong to the Dragon King Naruto Uzumaki. After the man in black left, Terumi Mei's thoughts became active, and she said, Could this be Naruto Uzumaki? After thinking for a moment, Terumi Mei denied in her heart. It can't be him. The Dragon King's nature wouldn't be like this. He would never worry that the Water Nation would lean towards the Ninja Martial Alliance. The backbone of martial arts inheritance wouldn't let them bow down. It must be someone from the Ninja Martial Alliance, the Rinnegan and the Rebirth eye. The Ninja Martial Alliance is indeed not simple. Now, Terumi Mei hesitated. She was uncertain about how to choose, whether to send a message to the Flame Dragon or to remain silent. In her heart, the Flame Dragon Nation was still a friend. After all, the Flame Dragon Nation acted justly, unlike the Ninja Martial Alliance, which was so dark. Terumi Mei mumbled to herself, Forget it, let's wait a bit longer. Otherwise, the Ninja Martial Alliance might catch hold of something and make things difficult for the Water Nation. Little did Terumi Mei know that her decision spared the Water Nation from a disaster. The man in black did not leave. He monitored all of Terumi Mei's actions. If Terumi Mei dared to send someone to the Flame Dragon Nation, he wouldn't mind controlling her. Fortunately, everything was going as he expected. Chapter 179, Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Madara in the unnamed space. Two people were battling. One was slightly older, wearing a black tight combat suit with red layered armor on the outside, holding a pure black staff. If Naruto were here, he would definitely recognize this staff. It is the Six-Path Staff. It is the staff transformed from the Six Paths. The other person was younger, with long black hair, holding a Kusanagi sword. The age difference between the two was noticeable, but their strength was not far apart. Both were at the Six Paths level, but from their battle, it was clear they had just entered and had not fully mastered the power of the Six Paths. They stopped, and the one with the staff said, Good. As expected of my descendant. The young man also sheathed his Kusanagi sword and said, Compared to my ancestors, I still fall short. Sasuke, you are already very strong now. In my day, at your age, I hadn't even entered the legendary ninja realm. While you have already stepped into the Six Paths, your radiance has long surpassed ours. The two were none other than Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke said, This is not my merit. It is the Lord Ninja's full assistance. If I were to rely on my own training, I would probably still be at the peak of the Super Shadow level. Ever since he was captured, it has been endless training. He has received martial arts techniques passed down from Naruto, but under the temptation of the ninja way's rules. He fused the chakra extraction method with martial arts techniques, greatly speeding up his training, but he lacked the essence, focusing only on external strength. He did not know what the concept of realm or profundity was. Because he practiced the ninja martial methods, he could only simply use sage techniques. And this was thanks to his identity as Indra. Uchiha Madara asked, Sasuke, do you have confidence now? Sasuke's eyes were filled with confidence as he nodded. Naturally. After being resurrected, Uchiha Madara looked at the void and was about to become angry. Is this the world of his resurrection? Uchiha Obito is simply a waste. But before he could voice his anger, a will had already pressed down on him, making it impossible for him to resist. Uchiha Madara knew that this was a master stronger than himself. In the history of the ninja world, there seemed to be only 3 or 4 masters stronger than himself. And the one who could truly crush him was probably only the ancestor of the ninja religion, the Sage of Six Paths. He asked, "Is it the Six Paths?" After sleeping for so long, his mind was still clear enough to think of the Six Paths immediately. "However, I'm not the Six Paths. He does not have the qualifications to compare with me." The voice descended from the void, containing a majesty that could shake the heavens. This made Uchiha Madara's proud heart retract, and he respectfully asked, "Who are you?" "You do not need to know who I am for now. Just know that I can make you stand shoulder to shoulder with the Six Paths." This made Uchiha Madara's eyes shine. He is a war fanatic, pursuing power above all. In his life, he only lost to Senju Hashirama. Although he pretended to die for his plan, he was indeed not Hashirama's opponent. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the Six Paths naturally meant he could crush Hashirama. Uchiha Madara had boarded a pirate ship and was aware of the current situation in the ninja world. The rise of martial arts was impacting the ninja way, and the Dragon King Naruto Uzumaki was extraordinarily powerful, unmatched within his domain. Even the former Senju Hashirama was resurrected and became his subordinate. This made Uchiha Madara's heart sink. He and Senju Hashirama were neighbors who were both enemies and friends and knew Hashirama's methods. He could be used by Naruto Uzumaki. So this so-called Dragon King's strength must be above Senju Hashirama. This means that Uchiha Madara would not be Naruto Uzumaki's opponent. Uchiha Sasuke had been training for some time, his strength at the Super Shadow level. Uchiha Madara knew that Uchiha Sasuke had trained with Naruto and asked Uchiha Sasuke how many rounds he could last against Naruto Uzumaki. Uchiha Sasuke gave an answer. "He could kill me in an instant." Now that he has reached the Six Paths level, Uchiha Madara asked again, and Uchiha Sasuke naturally gave an affirmative answer. His temperament was such that even at the peak of the legendary ninja, he felt he could confront Naruto head-on. Without experiencing the trials of wind and rain, he wouldn't understand what the gap meant. Uchiha Madara also said, upon returning to the ninja world, "I must duel with Naruto Uzumaki to see what is extraordinary about this martial way." Although Uchiha Sasuke has trained in martial arts, under the constant temptation of the Sage of the Six Paths, he is no longer a pure martial artist. His battles are still contests of ninjutsu. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke said, "Ancestor, he is mine." His tone was firm and unquestionable. As he continues to grow and is nagged by the Sage of the Six Paths, Naruto Uzumaki has become his rival in his heart, and there must be a resolution between them. He has completely forgotten Naruto's guidance in his training and the kindness he showed him. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a white-eyed wolf. Uchiha Madara did not mind Sasuke's tone and said, "You can rest assured, I just want to understand martial arts. I won't touch Naruto Uzumaki." To him, it seems that Naruto Uzumaki is nothing special. This is the confidence they have in reaching the Six Paths realm. They look down on everything and consider themselves supreme. This is the root of the Uchiha family's plot in the original storyline. Uchiha Sasuke said, "There are many who practice martial arts, such as Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Shursui. They possess remarkable strength. You can fight with them, but my battle with Naruto Uzumaki cannot be interfered with." Mentioning Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara showed a slight change in expression. This is fate. In Uchiha Sasuke's heart, he and Naruto must distinguish themselves from one another. In Uchiha Madara's heart, he must settle things with Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara said, "Hashirama, decades have passed. I wonder if you have made any progress. Don't let me be too disappointed." Filled with fighting spirit to him, Senju Hashirama is his true rival, while Naruto Uzumaki is merely a junior. If it weren't for the martial arts training methods, he wouldn't even care. It is naturally impossible for him to be disappointed. Currently, Senju Hashirama is only in the early stage of the Great Unity Realm, but he has comprehended the realm of understanding and has reached the peak, not far from the ultimate truth. Give him another 6 months, and he will be able to master the ultimate truth. Synopsis: the King of Mercenaries, the King of the Underworld, after death, unexpectedly travels to the two-dimensional world and becomes the protagonist of the Naruto world, confirming that he has crossed over and cannot return. The King of the Underworld picks up the cultivation techniques he wanted to practice in his previous life, but could not. He knows very well that in this pathological world, to survive, one must have powerful strength. In this world, there are only ninjas, which is too singular. Ninjutsu, the simple and crude method of gathering energy, has no bloodline boundaries, and commoners cannot improve at all. The King of the Underworld ignites the heart of martial arts and initiates a martial arts frenzy.